The national marriage matching game has arrived, and challengers from other countries are willing to wed ugly monsters for meager rewards, even at the cost of suffering heavy consequences. Yet, I ignore the marriage doors before me and choose to open an unknown treasure chest, simply because my system tells me. Inside this chest lies a divine elixir that will help me conquer all brides. When everyone mocked me for picking up sesame seeds but losing the watermelon, I knew that what I was about to obtain was the ultimate weapon that would make the dragon nation's destiny soar. My name is Lin Fan, the chosen challenger of national destiny in this world. On a vast, desolate land under overcast skies, I stood before a massive black fortress. There are 4 doors before me, one of which is pink, symbolizing my marriage partner. I was stunned for a long moment before realizing I had traveled through time. Suddenly, a challenge called the marriage game had descended upon this world. The world's material and technological levels have regressed infinitely, with only the selected challengers able to progress by forming relationships with other marriage partners. Talent elevates national fortune. Getting married, becoming pregnant, and giving birth can bring substantial rewards to the affiliated country, and challengers can also enhance their strength through these actions. Of course, it's not just about rewards, there are also life-threatening dangers. Not far behind me stands a dilapidated wooden cabin, which will serve as my shelter in this independent space. After coming to my senses, a hint of joy arose within me. Not only had I traveled through time, but I also came equipped with an intelligence system. Originally, what lay behind these doors was untraceable, with life and death hanging in the balance. But with the intelligence system, I could avoid all dangers. I gazed at the marriage door before me, recalling the potential spouse mentioned in the intelligence, Pang from the demon clan, who possessed a massive physique. That kind of blessing was something I simply couldn't enjoy. Since the marriage door wouldn't open, and the candidates would refresh anyway, why should I rush to my death? Of the remaining 3 doors, intelligence indicates that 2 of them lead to certain death. Based on current circumstances, the only option seems to be securing the safe bronze treasure chest first. The intel says there's a small blue pill in the treasure chest that can fill a person with energy. Although I'm physically strong, just to be on the safe side, I don't want to miss out on this god-level aid that can perfectly help me romance my marriage partner. I decisively reached out and grabbed the handle of door number 3. Every move I make is projected onto major channels in the real world by a mysterious force. Seeing me hesitate before the marriage gate and ultimately choose to turn away, the livestream chat instantly erupted. No, Lin Fan, great one, right in front of you is the marriage gate. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Why on earth would you choose to take on such a high level of difficulty? Damn, is this guy gay? Hurry up and open the marriage door. Why go to die? My actions left everyone bewildered, and even many citizens began to doubt me. A flood of various accusations and doubts came pouring in, with some even calling me a sinner through the ages. At the same time, audiences from other countries gloated and mocked incessantly. Ha, they really are just a bunch of yellow-skinned pigs. They won't even take a marriage offer handed to them on a silver platter. Heaven must want to destroy you, Dragon Country people. The hearts of the people of Dragon Country had sunk to the depths. They couldn't comprehend my actions. At the Central Department of Dragon Nation, over a dozen military uniformed elders held an emergency meeting over this matter. How could our great Dragon Nation have such a young man? A white-haired elder slammed the table in fury, utterly enraged. At this moment, the Grand Elder took my documents and, after careful review, calmly stated, "The future belongs to the youth, and so does the present. I believe Lin Fan has done nothing wrong, he merely has his own ideas. As long as Lin Fan lives, our Dragon Nation still has a chance." Amid appeals from officials and loved ones, the voices of doubt gradually subsided, and everyone began to choose to believe in me. Amidst the gaze of the crowd, I pushed open door number 3. Just as the intelligence system had described, there it was, a bronze treasure chest standing conspicuously before me. The lock was open, so I easily opened it and retrieved a dried salted fish. The intelligence system really didn't lie to me. I was overjoyed. The marriage game, full of unknowns and death for others, held no danger for me at all. If it were someone else, they would undoubtedly be overjoyed at the appearance of the marriage gate. But facing Pagon, that's not someone who can be easily conquered. Intel says that the marriage rewards are judged based on the process, with the highest rank being S tier. It has only appeared once so far, instantly propelling the ugly people nation to new heights. Right now, I've obtained the ultimate divine artifact. All I need to do is quietly wait for the right marriage candidate to appear. The people of Longwa finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing me unharmed, but audiences from other countries still couldn't resist the opportunity to mock. 1 chance per day, and this waste just opened a dried salted fish? How stupid, ha, what's the use of this? Boost national fortune? Ha, Longwa pigs are just trash, Sumnida. At that moment, someone noticed that the challengers from the 3 kingdoms had also opened the marriage door. People swarmed into Sanson's live broadcast room and witnessed this scene firsthand. The challenger from Sanson was named Abu, wearing a worn-out, faded white shirt, with dark skin and yellowed teeth. In their country, Abu was of a low caste, destined to be a servant for life. But now, he carried the future of the 3 kingdoms on his shoulders, so excited he nearly blacked out. Wife, I'm coming. Under everyone's gaze, Abu opened the marriage chamber door, and a pleasant voice emerged, making him think it was a peerless beauty. He excitedly walked into the room and turned on the light, but the sight before him instantly silenced the live stream. Before Abu appeared a massive female Komodo dragon. Its eyes shone like lanterns, its tongue flicking out occasionally as that pleasant voice accompanied it. "My God, you're so handsome, I want to be with you." The crowd fell silent. "Bro, are you kidding me? Is this the marriage partner assigned from the matchmaking room? To be honest, I can't bring myself to do it." "You're not alone, what kind of warrior would do this? They must have been starving to that point, right?" But the people of Sansan Kingdom began to urge Abu, "For Sansan Kingdom, you must work hard. If you dare not consummate the marriage with this Komodo dragon, I will kill you." Abu showed no disdain at all, instead, he was incredibly excited. "Baby, you are so beautiful, I can't hold back any longer. Let's hurry and start the consummation." As Abu extended his sinister claws, the live broadcast screen gradually darkened. "Wait, guys, I think I'm starting to understand Lin Fan's mental state. This marriage matching room isn't 100% filled with beautiful girls either. Even this female lizard showed up, could there possibly be something like Pekong too? Indeed, understandable, quite understandable." Although the people of Sansan country received a D-level reward, doubling the physical constitution of the entire population, the cost was a decline in their attractiveness. They brought shame abroad, and from then on, anyone who encountered people from Sansan country would know they were a group fond of female lizards. Challengers from other countries weren't so fortunate. When they opened unknown rooms, they were either killed by traps or devoured by monsters. Those who had been mocking us also met with misfortune. I returned to the dilapidated cabin, lit the stove, and lay down on the stone bed. It was already late, and going out at night was against the rules. I know my actions will definitely cause many people to misunderstand and even curse me, but I don't care. A guaranteed victory was only a matter of time, so why rush at this moment? Chapter 4, Are the Three Kingdoms Being Squeezed Dry? The next day, Lin Fan woke up early and immediately checked the intelligence system. Intelligence 1, Bo Gang remains behind the marriage gate. Intelligence 2, a blueprint exists within Gate 2. It can upgrade your barely functional shack barely good enough to shelter from wind and rain into a decent brick and tile house. Intelligence 3, doors 3 and 4 conceal a cannibal and a demon beast respectively. Entering either with your current physical condition is a death sentence. As expected, the intelligence system updates daily. Counting the days, today is the second day. After tomorrow, the marriage candidates behind the marriage matching door will refresh directly. As for what they'll be refreshed into, Lin Fan remains completely in the dark, it's all down to luck. Still, it couldn't possibly be any more bizarre than Bagong, right? Shaking his head, Lin Fan freshened up and returned to the 4 doors. The viewers in the live stream room had been watching Lin Fan's every move in the live stream room since early on. After all, Lin Fan now carried the weight of the nation's fortune. His every move was under constant surveillance, 24 hours a day. As Lin Fan stepped out of the wooden hut, many viewers immediately perked up. The next day had arrived. What choice would Lin Fan make? Would he wait until today to open the marriage gate? It was possible, but considering the nature of the marriage gate, opening it wasn't entirely without its drawbacks. Even if the marriage gate held dangers, as long as Lin Fan didn't open it, we'd never be able to obtain the national fortune reward. After a brief moment of debate, the crowd fell silent. For at this moment, Lin Fan had already made up his mind to open it. His mind was already made up. So, after confirming the specific door number, he decisively resolved to open it. The smiles that had just begun to appear on everyone's faces immediately vanished. What? He's not choosing the marriage door again? He's picking some other unknown door instead? Are you out of your mind? Doesn't he know opening other doors means facing certain death? Honestly, what the hell is going on in Lin Fan's head? Wait, maybe not opening the marriage door was actually the right choice. What do you mean? Just go watch the Three Kingdoms livestream and you'll see. Everyone rushed over to check. What they saw left them stunned. Yesterday's Abu had been replaced by someone else today. What's going on? Rumor has it that Komodo Dragon's energy was too intense, and it literally drained Abu dry until he died. Hearing this, the crowd fell into a stunned silence, at a loss for words. Would he sacrifice his own country's contestant for the marriage reward? I have nothing more to say. All I can do is respect Lin Fan's choice. I sincerely hope he truly has his own judgment and doesn't end up dying in those gates. Everyone sincerely wished for this outcome. If the only way to obtain the marriage gate reward was for Lin Fan to follow in Abu's footsteps, they truly couldn't bear it. But thankfully, today, Lin Fan's luck seemed to still be holding strong. Even under the tense stares of the crowd, he emerged unscathed from the unknown room, and in his hand, he even held a blueprint as his prize. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. As long as he's alive, there's hope. Perhaps Lin Fan truly possesses his own unique methods. If our dragon nation could master them, we'd surely gain a head start in the marriage game of the future. Naturally, the citizens were overjoyed to see Lin Fan alive and kicking. But foreign tribes didn't share this sentiment. Their contestants had mostly died inexplicably the moment the door opened. Already feeling resentful, how could they possibly feel balanced seeing Lin Fan still alive and kicking? What's more, they'd witnessed yet another Three Kingdoms contestant, one who'd been on the verge of securing more marriage rewards, get drained and killed. They were furious and humiliated. Still laughing? Bastard! The Grand Minister already uncovered it. This Lin Fan is actually one of our country's citizens. He deliberately stalled just to prevent your dragon nation from getting the rewards. Exactly. With a marriage opportunity right in front of him, he didn't take it. What else do you need me to say? If I'd known, I would have followed the Taijun to our little country at the start of the marriage game. Dragon Nation is utterly stubborn and rotten to the core. Get to work, useless. Within the marriage game, Lin Fan studied the architectural blueprint in his hands. Following the instructions, he murmured upgrade to his rickety wooden shack. Swish! Instantly, a blinding white light erupted, forcing Lin Fan to shield his eyes. After a long moment, the light gradually faded. When he looked again, his eyes widened in astonishment. Holy crap! The thatched mud hut that had been barely 10 square meters in size. Now it had transformed into a 2-story house with white walls and red bricks. The feeling was akin to returning to the countryside and seeing a brand new rural house. The quality had skyrocketed. Outside the small building, a concrete wall encircles the property. The yard was large enough to park 10 cars. Stepping inside the cottage, the various paintings on the walls and the nostalgic furniture immediately caught Lin Fan's eye. Familiar. So familiar. This was just like his old family home back in the countryside. This move meant his quality of life had significantly improved. Perfect. Bringing a potential spouse here would be quite the ordeal. Time to kick back. With nothing else to do, Lin Fan headed straight back to his bedroom to crash. Time flew by. 2 days slipped away unnoticed. During this time, the Dragon Nation citizens noticed that the other challengers in the matchmaking game were still living in dilapidated wooden shacks. As the biting cold intensified, they shivered, even huddled around campfires, subsisting on nothing but crude old dough that offered no warmth. After all, even their blankets were nothing more than thin, tattered rags. How could they possibly withstand the cold? Meanwhile, Lin Fan was comfortably stretched out. Curled up in thick blankets, he slept soundly. When hunger struck, he simply filled his belly with the abundance of food obtained from opening the door on the 3rd day. Roast chicken, grilled fish, steamed crab. He practically turned this matchmaking game into a food broadcast. What a difference! Could it be that Lin Fan had foreseen all this? He had everything prepared. Gosh, watching Lin Fan eat is making me so hungry. I've never tasted such delicious food before, woo. But the alien races didn't just fail to witness Lin Fan's demise, they watched him thrive more and more, driving them mad with rage. Dragon Country Pig. Absolute pig. 3 days have passed, and he still hasn't gone to the marriage gate. This Lin Fan is definitely hopeless. Exactly. You Dragon Nation folks always complain about others being exploited, but those others have already claimed their marriage rewards. Now look at this Lin Fan, he doesn't even have the guts to meet his marriage partner. Doesn't he lack the ability? Chapter 5, The Catgirl appears. Finally, the 4th day arrived. Lin Fan was beyond excited. According to the rules, today should be the day when the matchmaking partner in the matchmaking room gets replaced. These past 2 days of waiting had Lin Fan practically growing moss. He was dying to know what kind of person his new match would be. Intelligence system, activate. Intelligence 1, monsters may appear during the coming nights. Host, exercise caution. Intelligence 2, this time, every room except the marriage chamber is a deadly trap. Intelligence 3, beyond the marriage chamber lies a pure, innocent cat-eared beast girl with stunning looks. She harbors no ill will toward humans and is genuinely curious about what kind of human her match will be. If possible, she hopes he's handsome, that would make her utterly devoted. Note, the most sensitive spots on the cat-eared girl are behind her ears and the base of her tail. If you make your move while her affection is high, she might fall head over heels for you. Upon receiving this intel, Lin Fan's smile was impossible to suppress. Great! Cat-eared girls, ha! Back in the day, Lin Fan would always hug his cat, commanding it to transform into a black-haired, straight-haired, schoolgirl uniformed cat-eared girl. Little did he know this fantasy would now come true in a matchmaking game. Lin Fan arrived at the matchmaking room door, brimming with excitement. This scene instantly sent the live stream audience into a frenzy. Is Lin Fan finally about to open the marriage room? Oh my gosh, I feel even more excited than Lin Fan himself. Hopefully Lin Fan doesn't encounter any of those bizarre matchmaking partners from other countries. If he does, all we can do is wish him luck. What nonsense! Lin Fan will definitely be fine. Everyone understood the rules of the matchmaking game. If the matchmaking room isn't open within 3 days, you can replace your original match once. But even knowing that rule usually doesn't help much. After all, no one knows what kind of match this time will bring. Whether the next one might be even worse, the two remains unknown. Everyone silently prayed. Until Lin Fan finally opened the marriage room door. He froze in place. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Oh no! before the truth could be revealed. Countless alien scum immediately leaped out. Lin Fan, you finally fell for it. Ha! Open it. Open this marriage gate. Baka. Baka. You idiot. You pig. A worthless man like you would likely be slaughtered by your match before even receiving the marriage reward. Yeah, even if this pig Lin Fan's match is as beautiful as a flower, I wouldn't envy him. After all, he's already a dead man walking. He must have opened the matchmaking door because he's certain he's doomed, right? Ha ha. Everyone knows the matchmaking rewards require satisfaction levels to upgrade tiers. Not only is Lin Fan useless, he doesn't even have that feature. This is hilarious. The moment these words were spoken, the Dragon Nation's citizens couldn't hold back any longer. Wherever you go, you bastards show up? I just wish you'd shut your mouths and quietly wait for us to slap you in the face, okay? Alright, everyone calm down. Actually, our foreign friend has a point. Lin Fan really is inadequate in that department. Knowing that and still opening the matchmaking room? That's practically suicide. What a waste of our chance. Holy crap, another 500,000? Ha! Fine, even if your Dragon Nation's Lin Fan is up to the task, what if it turns out to be a lizard? Or a pig? I'd love to see if your Dragon Nation's Lin Fan can still hold his own then. The foreign scum watched the unfolding spectacle with bated breath. Who could have imagined? When the camera cut to Lin Fan's face, everyone was stunned. Not shock, but sheer ecstasy. For standing before Lin Fan was a slender cat-eared girl. Her fluffy ears were a soft pink, twitching nervously from time to time. She was essentially human except for those ears. But clearly, those ears were the most thrilling part. Her skin was snow white, so fair it seemed it might shatter at the slightest touch. Her delicate features were framed by her face, and paired with her current timid expression, she looked utterly endearing. She wore a form-fitting JK uniform, and beneath the pretty pleated skirt were a pair of rounded thighs. What truly sent pulses racing was the garter strap fastened above the thigh of this cat-eared girl. The faint indentation where it dug into her flesh was a visual assault on anyone's senses. She gazed cautiously at Lin Fan, who had entered the room, her beautiful eyes glistening with moisture yet brimming with curiosity. Are you my betrothed? The live stream erupted instantly. Scream. You bunch of bastards, there's still 500,000 left. Scream for me. This matchmaking candidate? Holy moly, she's absolutely stunning. I've never seen such a gorgeous matchmaking candidate before. Now I remember the matchmaking partners Little Country and Ugly Country encountered. Sure, there were beast girls too, but they were either half wolf or half pig on top, or still had animal bodies below. And they seemed to be having a blast. No wonder they're shouting so happily here with Lin Fan. Turns out it's jealousy. Ha! Can you scum even speak now? The mocking laughter of the Dragon Nation's citizens. Instantly, the scum who'd been stomping their feet moments ago turned ashen, their faces swelling to the color of liver. But it must be said these were undeniable truths. The total number of beast girls their people had encountered combined didn't even amount to 1/10,000th of the cat-eared girls Lin Fan had met. Even so, their challengers still eagerly took the bait. Compared to this, their faces were utterly ruined. Their marriages were pure torment, forcing them to endure the worst kind of hardship. And Lin Fan? She was the very embodiment of every man's dream woman. Shut up. Damn it. Damn it all to hell. Shut up and get to work. Who says this cat-eared girl looks cute and harmless? Maybe Lin Fan would be torn to shreds before he even had a chance to act. Beast girls have fiery tempers and intense hostility toward humans. Besides, their needs are enormous. Relying on your pig Lin Fan? Just wait for death. As if to counter their thoughts. The cat-eared girl, her cheeks flushed, took step after step toward Lin Fan's position. Finally, she wrapped her arms around him cautiously, nuzzling her head against his chest with an utterly intoxicated expression. I like you. Can I be with you? Chapter 6, Catgirl's Shyness, Envy, and Jealousy. Faced with this cat-eared girl's incredibly direct confession, Lin Fan was momentarily caught off guard. After all, in his own country, people were much more reserved. Never had such a beautiful girl ever expressed her desires so directly to a guy. Soon, Lin Fan regained his composure. Running his fingers over her soft, milky white skin, he murmured gently, "No rush. I don't even know your name yet. I'm Lin Fan. You can just call me by my name from now on. Mom always calls me Little Miao because I'm the youngest in the family. I just turned 18 this year." Little Miao's cheeks flushed crimson. As she spoke, her eyes darted restlessly over Lin Fan's body. That gaze stemmed entirely from primal biological instinct. Alright, I'll call you Little Miao too. Lin Fan smiled faintly. The room behind the marriage gate seemed purposefully designed for this very occasion. The interior was bathed in a soft pink hue, decorated with adorable touches. Fully furnished, the most eye-catching piece was undoubtedly the large bed adorned with cat prints. He took Little Miao's hand and sat down beside the bed. As if knowing what was about to happen, Xiao Miao's watery eyes rippled with anticipation. She gently bit her lip, saying nothing. Hungry? Lin Fan asked with a hint of amusement. Xiao Miao shook her head repeatedly. I'm not hungry, I'm not hungry. Gurgle gurgle. That sound seemed a bit too loud. Xiao Miao was so embarrassed her cheeks felt like they might bleed. Her expression was flustered, and she tried desperately to explain something, but she stammered for ages without getting a word out. Though famished, she didn't want to embarrass herself in front of the boy she'd fallen for at first sight. Xiao Miao, this is my welcome gift for you. It's a bit simple, but I hope you don't mind. To Xiao Miao's surprise, Lin Fan didn't rush her to start a game right away. Instead, he showed such gentlemanly concern. This gesture, coming from a stranger in a foreign place, instantly struck a tender spot in Xiao Miao's heart, which was already in turmoil. She lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Lin Fan, then suddenly threw herself into his chest, sobbing. Lin Fan, thank you. No male has ever been this kind to me. The moment I first saw you, my instincts told me you were a male worthy of trust. But I never imagined you'd be this kind to me. Xiao Miao clung tightly to Lin Fan, her proud demeanor seemingly melting away as she pressed herself completely into his heart. With me here, whatever you need in the future, just tell me. I'll fulfill it all. Lin Fan gently patted Xiao Miao's back, inwardly marveling at the sheer awesomeness of this intelligence system. If not for the prompt, he almost forgot that this dried fish snack could completely win over Xiao Miao. Such a pure, devoted little sister. Who could possibly refuse? He handed the dried fish to Xiao Miao, and before long, she'd devoured half of it. Suddenly, she stopped chewing. Her eyes gleamed intensely as she looked at Lin Fan, her resolve firm. After carefully picking every fishbone from her mouth, she tenderly offered it to Lin Chen's lips. Xiao Miao looked at him with wide, pleading eyes and said, Mom said we should be kind to our husbands. You've worked hard, let me feed you too. Whoa! The audience outside suddenly realized the livestream had turned into a black screen. The process of the marriage game, of course, couldn't be broadcast live. Seeing this, the Dragon Nation's citizens all burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ah, so that's where Lin Fan was waiting. Holy crap, is this an online tutorial for chasing girls? Got it. Bro, this method is way too model dependent. I just confessed to my goddess like that, and she told me to get lost then kick me twice. Ah, little Miao is so cute. Lin Fan, be gentle. With such a virtuous wife and devoted mother, what more could a man ask for? Any clear-eyed person could see it. Lin Fan's series of baffling moves all led up to this explosive moment. Cat-eared girls are gorgeous. And she's utterly devoted to Lin Fan. A marriage reward like this couldn't possibly be low tier. One couldn't deny the immense risk involved, but conversely, the rewards were terrifyingly abundant. The first step in the rise of Dragon Nation would begin with this Lin Fan. The name Lin Fan instantly spread throughout the entire Dragon Nation. That's my classmate. I was his desk partner. I knew it. Lin Fan could totally pull this off. Yeah, back when I taught this kid, I could already tell his comprehension was way beyond average. I bet he's already figured out some patterns in this marriage game. Sigh, I shouldn't have lashed out at Lin Fan back then. I can't stand it, I'm just a nobody. To make amends, I'm going to bring warmth to Lin Fan's family. Central Department of Dragon Nation. As the matchmaking officially commenced, smiles of satisfaction spread across every big shot's face. It's begun. Truly begun. Our Dragon Nation will finally have matchmaking rewards. Good lad. It seems this world truly belongs to the young now. We old fogies couldn't even keep up with their thinking for a moment. It is indeed an unconventional approach, fresh thinking. He has the makings of a great commander. Old Zhang, still doubting that young man? Suddenly, one of the elders turned to the older gentleman who had earlier lambasted Lin Fan. Clearly, it was a joke. The old man's eyebrows shot up. Question what? Old Zhang speaks his mind. I jumped to conclusions and made a mistake. As for this young man, I admit I was rude. Given the chance, I'll apologize to him in person. But now is the time for rewards. I propose promoting him to captain. Some might question, after accomplishing so much for the nation, he's only getting a captain's rank? But don't forget Lin Fan is just an ordinary college student. Being promoted straight to captain is already a tremendous reward. Moreover, the elder added that Lin Fan's family would receive substantial additional rewards. To this, everyone remained silent. Across the internet, Lin Fan's name was known to everyone. In the livestream, the number of concurrent viewers had even reached the tens of millions. 2 hours had passed since Lin Fan's livestream ended. The truth remained shrouded in mystery. The people of Longgu couldn't help but feel curious. It's been 2 hours already. Has Lin Fan still not managed to resolve it? Who would have thought that skinny little Lin Fan had such stamina? College students really have boundless energy, pure, unadulterated workhorses. Just then, a chorus of discontented murmurs finally rose. Chapter 7, Marriage Reward Distribution. Beast Clan Power. You Dragon Nation pigs, have you forgotten? Our esteemed Ugly People Nation endured a marriage ritual that dragged on for 3 whole hours after encountering the marriage gate. And what was the result? That unlucky bastard actually died. Coincidentally, his marriage partner was also from the Beast Clan. Those savage, brutal beasts, no matter how gentle or kind they pretend to be, are ultimately here to kill your precious Lin Fan pig. Yeah, still celebrating here? I don't know what there is to celebrate. Bunch of jerks just waiting for your Lin Fan pig to come out and find he's dead. But seriously, that cat-eared girl's smiley face, it's so damn cute. What good is being pretty? She's dead anyway. The rise of the Dragon Nation is the last thing this bunch of foreign trash wants to see. After all, you must understand that Dragon Nation, whether in cultural heritage, humanistic cultivation, or countless other aspects, it utterly crushes every nation on this earth. If the Dragon Nation rises and makes them relive the despair their ancestors endured, how could they possibly accept that? Therefore, suppressing the Dragon Nation remains their sole objective. Seeing these comments, tens of millions of Dragon Nation citizens immediately boiled over. How jealous can you get? I dare say our Dragon Nation's marriage rewards are absolutely top tier. Just wait and envy us. A bunch of useless losers who can only bash away at keyboards. If you were actually thrown into a marriage game, wouldn't you just die instantly? This is ridiculous. We haven't even spoken, and you scum are already shouting? We ignored you because Dragon Nation citizens have high cultural refinement and quality. But now we're engaging you? Because you're just pure idiots. Support. Oh, and one more thing. When it comes to keyboard warriors, the people of Longwei can unleash attacks ranging from cursing his 80-year-old mother to insulting his ancestors 18 generations back. And they're not to be underestimated either. Compared to the trash talk of foreign scum just spouting kick your ass and you nonsense. You could pick any random Dragon Nation citizen off the street, and they'd still out-insult those guys in a heartbeat. Upon witnessing this, the foreign scum immediately turned red with rage. Is this the caliber of your people? You claim to be a 5,000-year-old cultural superpower? Well, I see it's nothing special. What good is cursing online? If you've got the guts, find me in real life. Actually, these foreign friends aren't wrong. After all, we should win people over with virtue. Damn it, another 500,000? At this critical moment for Dragon Nation's survival, there are still people in our own country who worship foreign cultures, born with weak knees and no backbone. It's utterly infuriating. The online war raged on for another 3 hours or so. The entire ordeal lasted 5 hours. A resounding voice echoed across the heavens. Dragon Nation marriage match participant, Lin Fan. Successful matchmaking. Rewarded with Dragon Nation S-rank matchmaking reward, Beast Clan Power. Strength plus 20. Constitution plus 20. Agility plus 20. Longevity plus 20. Livestock industry output boosted by an additional 100%. Reward, the wild beast jungle environment descends into reality. In an instant. This voice echoed in everyone's ears. The entire Dragon Nation underwent an earth-shattering transformation. In the northern Shaanxi region, lust covered the land, and dust swirled through the sky. A crystalline, luminous white divine light descended. Everyone who witnessed this scene was suddenly enveloped in blinding white. The next moment, a lush, verdant jungle with flowing streams appeared before their eyes. Along with the geological environment of northern Shaanxi, it was instantly transformed into fertile land. Moreover, a message flooded into everyone's minds. The beast forest and otherworldly environment. Endlessly spawning beasts for breeding or hunting and consumption. Endless generation? This news left the Dragon Nation populace utterly stunned. In this era, food was not scarce, but it was far from abundant. The marriage game has severely restricted Blue Star's development. Only by enhancing the nation's fortune through this marriage game can vast resources be obtained. Without a doubt. This wilderness was the resource hub coveted by every nation on the planet. Even those not in northern Shaanxi were faring well. Livestock production has surged by 100%. What an astonishing figure. Even for a single pig-raising household, this represents a massive leap forward. And this is a national-level benefit. How did my little piglet suddenly become 2? Wait, it's still giving birth? 5? 10? 20? 30? Am I dreaming? We won't be short on meat anymore. We really won't be short on meat anymore. At this moment, Central Dragon Nation. Soldiers below kept rushing forward, faces beaming with joy, to report the news. Elder. The nation's livestock production capacity, which was originally over 30 million tons, has now fully recovered to its peak level 75,300,000 tons. Elder. The enhancement of Beast Clan power has more than doubled the physical strength of every soldier. Personnel who previously couldn't perfectly complete military training exercises can now all do so. Truthfully, this didn't even need reporting. Every veteran present had already discovered with delight that their limbs had grown far more agile. Even their once withered muscles have regained their fullness. I feel like I've returned to my prime in my 40s or 50s. Wonderful. Wonderful. Now, who dares to offend my Dragon Nation? I'll be the first to object. The old man who had previously dismissed Lin Fan as unreliable was now the most excited of them all. Lin Fan. You're something else. You're something else. Who would have thought this S-rank marriage reward could bring such prosperity to our dragon nation? Who cares about being a mere captain? For the monumental achievements this young man has accomplished, I strongly recommend promoting him to the rank of colonel. This time, no one would question the truth of those words. An ordinary college student, in the blink of an eye, became a colonel. No one would dare say a single word against it. The rise of the dragon nation. And it's all thanks to this young man of Longwa. The Grand Elder was equally overwhelmed with emotion. Quickly, have the news department handle it. I want every citizen of Dragon Nation to know who has brought the nation to its current glory. Also, arrange for 2 hosts to manage the proceedings following Lin Fan's actions. Secret Arts immediately understood and hurried away. Lin Fan's subsequent actions would undoubtedly remain incomprehensible to most. But Dragon Nation's momentum is at its peak now, it must not be questioned in the slightest. The young generation of our Dragon Nation truly possesses divine martial prowess. The Grand Elder exclaimed with genuine admiration. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Having secured the first S-rank marriage reward, will only multiply. Chapter 8, Dragon Nation's Ascension, National Fortune Elevated. Meanwhile, on the other side, within the major military hospitals of the Dragon Nation, here lie the soldiers who once fought for their nation. After enduring the ravages of war, these heroes and martyrs were almost all severely wounded. Each grappled with varying degrees of illness and affliction. In one hospital ward, a white-haired old man lay on a hospital bed, breathing shallowly with each exhalation longer than inhalation. His eyes were cloudy, and he appeared to be on the brink of death. Next to this veteran lay a middle-aged man who had lost his lower limbs. From his mouth came words of encouragement for the old soldier. "Old Hao, hang on. Don't sleep. Please don't sleep. Keep your eyes wide open. Your son will be here any minute. You should at least say something to him." A strained smile pulled across the veteran's weathered, scarred face. "Xiao Lin. These past few days, thank you for keeping an old man like me company and chatting with me." Cough. Seeing this, Xiao Lin immediately grew anxious. "Old Hao, don't talk anymore. Hang in there." Before he could finish, the ward door burst open. 7 family members rushed into the room at once. As their gazes focused on old Hao, everyone's eyes instantly welled up with tears. "Lao Hao. Dad." With sorrowful expressions, they gathered around the hospital bed, clutching the old man's hands tightly, as if fearing that the slightest release of their grip would cause him to slip away from them. Old Hao smiled slowly. "You're all here. Good, good, good." The young man, tears streaming down his face, cried out, "Grandpa, don't say another word. I've already called the doctor." His hopeful gaze turned to the attending physician standing nearby. Unfortunately, the attending physician shook his head and sighed. The old man fought countless battles in his youth, accumulating numerous hidden injuries. Now that he's old and frail, I'm afraid it's hopeless. What? Impossible. Impossible. How could my grandfather, who was so valiant on the battlefield, be killed by this measly uremia? The young man broke down, his voice cracking as he shouted. But the only response was the attending physician's silent bow of his head. Just as he was about to say more, the old man gently patted his head. "Young man, it's only natural for an old man to grow frail and pass away." "Grandpa." The young man choked back tears, unable to speak. After a long moment, he asked earnestly, "Grandpa, is there anything else you wish to do?" "Wish?" The old man answered without hesitation. "I wish I could still fight for my country and slaughter every last one of those foreign bastards who bullied me." For a moment, everyone fell silent. Even at this moment, this venerable veteran still thought only of serving his country. Even young Kobayashi, witnessing this scene, couldn't bear to watch any longer. He turned his head away, tears already soaking his pillow completely. But just then, a voice echoed in everyone's ears. "National Fortune Reward Distribution." Before anyone could comprehend what was happening, the old man who had been on the brink of death suddenly perked up. He sat bolt upright in bed, utterly astonished by the abrupt change in his own body. "Grandpa," the young man exclaimed in shock. "I'm fine. In fact, I feel better than I ever have." Old Hao declared with unwavering certainty, his voice now full of vigor once more. What on earth was going on? Could it be? A cruel possibility crossed everyone's mind. But the attending physician's face was aglow with excitement as he declared firmly, "This is not a deathbed recovery. Absolutely not a deathbed recovery. It's Lin Fan." Lin Fan, who participated in the National Fortune matchmaking game, has secured numerous National Fortune rewards for us common folk. Not only has everyone's physical constitution been comprehensively enhanced, but each person's maximum lifespan has been directly extended by 20 years. At this point, the long-buried memories deep within everyone's minds finally resurfaced. Since the Dragon Nation had never received any National Fortune rewards from this matchmaking game, many people had subconsciously dismissed the National Fortune matchmaking game as insignificant. But now, you're telling me the reason this veteran was saved was because he was a participant in this matchmaking game? Holy crap! Beside them, Xiao Lin on the hospital bed let out a shriek. Everyone turned to look, their expressions etched with indelible shock. There. The once amputated, bare thighs had actually regrown. This soldier, who had been confined to his hospital bed, was now able to move freely around the ward. As if the amputation had never happened at all. Could this also be a result of the national fortune reward from that matchmaking game? Xiao Lin's overwhelming joy was impossible to hide. At that moment, the entire hospital erupted in earth-shattering cheers. Clearly, thanks to this national fortune reward, everyone had been freed from the torment of illness. And such miracles were happening wildly all across the nation. In one household holding a funeral, the cold, lifeless body of their ancestor suddenly leaped out of the coffin. At first, everyone was filled with disbelief and terror. But when they learned this was all the work of a college student named Lin Fan, at that moment, everyone's gratitude toward Lin Fan was beyond words. With this physical enhancement, my diabetes vanished. Holy crap, I can run the 100-meter dash in under 9 seconds? Holy crap, my grandpa just died 3 days ago, and now he's suddenly jumping around like he's alive again. Is he coming back from the dead? Should we hurry and get a Taoist priest to perform a ritual for him? The room erupted in laughter, everyone. Obviously. This S-tier national fortune reward would be an enormous blessing for any nation. And especially for this long-dormant dragon nation. The benefits it brought far exceeded all expectations. Seeing the dragon nation basking in such joyous harmony, the foreign scum nearly gnashed their teeth to dust with fury. What? What gives you dragon country pigs the right to receive these rewards? The dragon nation pigs should all die. That would be the best outcome. Amidst the sea of bitterly envious comments, domestic voices began demanding their share of the 500,000 rewards. What? Why aren't I getting rewards? I'm a dragon country citizen too. Is this discrimination? I seriously suspect this matchmaking game is also stirring up trouble. I strongly urge all dragon country citizens to boycott further participation in this matchmaking game. Why wouldn't you get rewards? Isn't that obvious? You know your own background, you're not a damn dragon nation citizen. So what? Got the guts to come fight me? You dumb dog. Chapter 9, Screening 500,000 Meeting the Dark-Skinned Goblin in Ugly People's Country. At that moment, in a university dormitory, a man wearing a short-sleeved shirt printed with his country's flag sat frantically pounding away at his keyboard. His face was greasy and pockmarked. His bulging belly nearly touched the floor. Using the ID David brought him, he was furiously hurling insults at patriotic netizens online. Seriously? Just saying a few words makes you patriotic? How long has it been since Dragon Nation introduced S-tier marriage rewards? So what? I reckon this is the only S-rank reward we'll ever get. That's the fate of Dragon Nation. And even if this is a precious S-rank reward, haven't you noticed how many B-rank national fortune rewards our little Ben Empire has already received? Combined, aren't they more powerful than your measly S-rank national fortune reward? Let's be honest, you dragon country people are just too stubborn. As he furiously typed away at his keyboard, engaging in online debates with Dragon Nation netizens, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. David brought this? A burly roommate stared at him coldly. Was it you who just commented in the live stream asking me to come find you? The chubby gamer froze on the spot. No. There are so many people from Dragon Nation? Could such a coincidence really happen? That his patriotic roommate just happened to see his comment? How embarrassing. So what? This is a university campus. I'm warning you, don't lay a finger on me. The chubby guy mustered his courage, stiffened his neck, and fired back. These words only made the other roommates' faces twist into even more sinister grins. What can I do to you, right? That's what you mean, isn't it? The roommates rubbed their hands together, creeping closer. The chubby guy's face instantly drained of color. No. You're college students. You're Chinese. Chinese people don't fight other Chinese people. I have an 8 a.m. class. A portion of the 500,000 could be determined by whether national fortune rewards were distributed. The negative comments online have finally decreased significantly. The overall viewing experience for the live stream has improved significantly. The two hosts assigned to stabilize the situation have already taken their positions. Hello everyone, I'm your good friend Wang Bingbing, serving as the commentator and host for this national fortune matchmaking game. A sweet-voiced woman greeted the camera. Beside her stood the man everyone knew, the high-achieving host. Hello everyone. I'm Xiao Sa. It's been a while since we last met. I never imagined that upon our reunion, I'd be entrusted with such an important role. If I make any mistakes, I hope you'll all be kind enough to overlook them. If you don't, well, what can I do? Xiao Sa truly lives up to his reputation as a veteran host. With just a few words, he instantly energized the livestream atmosphere. A comment caught everyone's attention. The land of ugly people has found a marriage match. Let's head over and check it out. At that moment, the two hosts seemed to receive instructions and swiftly switched the camera feed. In the live stream room, everyone saw a black man wearing jersey number 24. I've seen this guy before. He seems to be a legendary star from the land of ugly people. Legendary player? This guy has a long list of misdeeds. He's done every kind of dirty trick imaginable. He doesn't deserve to be called a human being. That's spot on. Not worthy of being human? Oh, you bunch of stupid, damn bastards, do you even know how damn good Lauda is at basketball? Exactly. You despicable Dragon Nation people just can't admit that Lauda utterly destroyed you on the court, can you? Ha! Dragon Nation people are truly laughable. All of you just die. The foreign scum couldn't hold back and came out stomping their feet again. After all, before Lauda is a marriage gate. In the eyes of the alien scum, this marriage gate was yet another S-rank marriage reward for them. And when Lauda pushed open the marriage gate, the information about the Beast Girl tribe that appeared only reinforced the alien scum's conviction in their own views. Ha! So what if it's an S-rank national fortune reward? We ugly people nation can pull it off too. Damn it. S-rank national fortune rewards are being handed out like wholesale now, yet the Dragon Nation pigs are still strutting around with their confidence. Where the hell do they get it from? Just you wait. Our ugly nation's S-rank marriage rewards will be 1,000,000 times better than yours, Dragon Nation. Inside the marriage game at that moment, Lauda wiped the cold sweat from his face, grinning widely with pure delight. Man! A beast girl? I've never tried this type before. Thanks to the matchmaking game for giving me such a great perk. After fully opening the door, the room's exquisite decorations and pink furniture, every detail screamed that the room's owner possessed the tender, adorable, and soft-hearted nature of a young girl. Moreover, upon entering the room, he even caught whiffs of a refreshing, faint fragrance. Such displays only heightened Lauda's excitement. Oh, baby! My little sweetheart! Where are you? Though he spoke these words, his gaze was already fixed firmly on the high, rounded mound beneath the quilt. Surely, this must be another sweet and adorable beast girl. To be this bashful. My God, this is fantastic. Lauda put on his most gentlemanly front, his lecherous gaze fixed on the quilt. Sweetie, I'm Lauda. What's your name? After a long pause, a lovely voice emerged from beneath the covers. I'm Xiao Miao. Are you my betrothed? I'm a little scared. Lauda felt his bones go weak at the sound of that voice. He immediately reassured her, don't be afraid. I'm a good person. Come out and meet me, okay? Really? But I'm not very pretty. You won't look down on me, will you? What kind of old hag joke is that? If your voice is this lovely, how could your looks be anything but stunning? Lauda was already itching with anticipation, urging impatiently, of course not, sweetheart. Come out now. All right then. Then, a corner of the blanket was slowly lifted. This tense moment made everyone watching, including Lauda, hold their breath in sheer anticipation. Then, what appeared next made Lauda's heart skip a beat. He was standing right there. For the creature before them was not the sweet young maiden they had imagined, but a monstrously huge, equally dark-skinned, hideous goblin. Fangs protruded from its mouth, drool dripping incessantly from their tips onto the floor. The nauseating stench made Lauda's stomach churn violently. Especially when those long, sinister eyes locked onto him, blazing with desire. Lauda's mental defenses shattered instantly. Chapter 10, Where did this Wa Jr. come from? My God! What kind of monster is this? Terrified, Lauda's legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the floor. But that was actually a blessing in disguise. From his current vantage point, looking up from below, he was now perfectly positioned to catch the stench wafting up from the goblin's massive feet so filthy they turned a deep, grimy black. The stench was unbearable. Lauda couldn't hold it in any longer. A violent reaction surged in his throat, and he immediately threw up violently on the ground. But vomiting wasn't the worst of it. As he retreated while heaving, he cursed wildly, "You stupid bastard! You worthless piece of trash! Get thee out of here! How dare you show up to a matchmaking game looking like this?" At those words, the tall, dark-skinned goblin's expression darkened instantly. "What did you just say?" "I said, get thee out of here. Get far away." Whoosh! The dark-skinned goblin delivered a fierce kick. He crushed the upper half of the large prisoner's body to a pulp. The action was too fast. Even the citizens of Uglyland didn't have time to react. The crowd watching the livestream. Aha! That cracked me up. Where's the Ugly's useless guy? Come out and yell again. Weren't you talking big just now? Oh my, since you're both orc tribes, you must get better rewards than us, right? Holy crap, I never expected to be matched with a goblin. Ha! Serves Uglyland right. Baka! 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 I won't let you insult my ugly father anymore. Commentators Wang Bingbing and Xiao Sa exchanged a glance, clearly struggling to hold back their laughter. Well, it seems our foreign friends have quite the sense of humor. Exactly. As our ancestors wisely said, heads may be severed, blood may be shed, but principles must never be compromised. This basketball superstar, known as Lauda, has fully embodied that spirit. We should hold him in high regard. Anyone with half a brain could tell this was backhanded praise. Dragon country pigs. Shut thee up. Don't underestimate us ugly people. Dragon country pigs. Your Lin Fan won't be gloating for long. Jealous? Go ahead and be jealous that our ugly nation has goblin marriage partners. Alright, how about your wife? But the alien bastards couldn't do a damn thing about it, grinding their teeth in frustration. Whom to blame? Why didn't this prison warden marry the dark-skinned goblin? After teasing the marriage contestants from the land of the ugly, Lin Fan's livestream finally went live. Stepping out of the matchmaking chamber, the matchmaking door immediately sealed shut. Seems like this matchmaking game doesn't want anyone slipping through the cracks. Lin Fan understood perfectly. After all, in today's intelligence briefing, he had also seen the news that monsters would gradually begin appearing at night. If they could hide in this matchmaking room, the estate wouldn't need to worry about anything. With that thought, he took Xiao Miao's hand. Let's go home. Xiao Miao's complexion had brightened considerably. Seeing her like this, Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Did that piece of dried fish really fill you up? Full. Xiao Miao nodded repeatedly. I can't eat much anyway. I could go half a month without food. Don't worry about me. Lin Fan froze. Was food that scarce where you were before? Hearing this, Xiao Miao hesitated, unsure whether to answer. If she admitted she had a huge appetite, would Lin Fan not want her? Lin Fan asked earnestly again, Xiao Miao, now that you're with me, I absolutely won't let you go hungry. Lin Fan. Little Miao's cat ears twitched with emotion, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lin Fan. Just like you said, when I lived with my mother before, food was hard to come by. Many of my brothers and sisters starved to death. If it weren't for me being the youngest kitten and getting the most food, I probably would have. Lin Fan's heart stirred. So it seems the world little Miao came from wasn't such a happy place after all. He clasped Xiao Miao's hands tightly, his expression sincere. Xiao Miao, don't worry. I have plenty of food. You don't need to worry, just eat your fill. After upgrading the brick house earlier, he'd received a generous reward of food. For the time being, the two of them had absolutely no need to worry about running out of food. When he led Xiao Miao to the brick house, she suddenly stopped in her tracks, frozen in place, staring blankly at the building. Lin Fan thought she disliked it and was about to ask. But then little Miao asked blankly, is this our home? Am I dreaming? It's so beautiful. The words Lin Fan had intended to say suddenly caught in his throat, and he couldn't utter a single syllable. Such a house might be considered ordinary architecture in the human world. But to Xiao Miao, it was this precious? Meanwhile, in the livestream chat, the viewers were deeply moved by Xiao Miao's reaction. Sigh, such a sensible Xiao Miao, it truly breaks one's heart. Not enough to eat, not enough to wear, and even her living space is inadequate? Thank goodness she met Lin Fan. Otherwise, I can't even imagine what would have happened if those alien scum had taken her away. Lin Fan, you better treat Xiao Miao well. I'll be watching from the livestream room. Sigh, such a sweet romance warms even this old corpse's heart. Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing nodded in agreement. Yeah, honestly, compared to others, Xiao Miao really found herself a great husband. Look at those other foreign friends, they're either all hot and bothered or scheming up all sorts of shady plans, showing zero respect for their marriage partners. How could they possibly make these girls feel secure and committed? A strong youth means a strong nation. Looking at Lin Fan, it's clear that the much-discussed values of post-docs college students have fully embraced the noble ideals of our dragon nation. Online, praise for Lin Fan poured in relentlessly. Meanwhile, many are treating Lin Fan and Xiao Miao's interactions as the sweetest dating show ever, diving right in. Inside the matchmaking game, Xiao Miao sat quietly at the table, clumsily practicing her chopstick technique while stealing glances at Lin Fan's movements. She silently vowed to herself, I mustn't disgrace my husband. I absolutely must master chopstick use before the formal meal. The result? By the time Lin Fan brought the fragrant dishes to the table, Xiao Miao still hadn't mastered it. I'm so sorry, I'm just too clumsy. Xiao Miao said dejectedly, her fluffy cat ears and tail drooping limply behind her. Silly thing. Lin Fan always found this little one amusing. He tickled her tiny nose, then picked up a piece of fried fish, blew on it to cool it down, and placed it in Xiao Miao's palm. Eat up. Fill your belly first. We'll worry about these things later, we've got a big battle tonight. Oh. Xiao Miao's pretty face flushed as she gnawed on the fried fish. The livestream audience erupted in another wave of howls. Damn. Is Lin Fan that energetic? Is college life really that great? Damn it, I want to find myself a few college boyfriend too. Mom, pick me. Pick me. Where did this Hua Jr. come from? Chapter 11, questioning again, Xiao Miao's combat power. Little did they know. Lin Fan's words held no hidden meaning. It was exactly what it said on the tin. At night, monsters roam. But it seemed that before this, such incidents had never occurred in the marriage game before? Lin Fan didn't doubt his golden finger would feed him false information. The meal ended quickly. Xiao Miao devoured a full 10 fried fish and 3 bowls of rice before finally stopping. After the meal, Xiao Miao mysteriously took Lin Fan's hand and guided it toward her lower abdomen. What is it? Lin Fan looked at Xiao Miao's triumphant expression, puzzled. Wait, she couldn't be pregnant, could she? Xiao Miao immediately blushed so fiercely she wanted to sink into a hole. Frantic and flustered, she protested, "No, no, no. What I meant was, thank you, my husband, for giving me so much food. You filled my belly completely." "Oh, I see. I thought I was just being a sharpshooter, huh? What a mix-up." Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. After strolling through the wilderness, they returned to the brick house as dusk began to settle. At that moment, a voice echoed in every matchmaking game participant's ear. Newbie period ended. Phase 1 of the matchmaking game is now unlocked. Each night, monsters of varying strength and numbers will attack. Defend your homestead. If your homestead falls, you will die. New feature unlocked. This news left all participants of the matchmaking game stunned. Clearly, none of them had anticipated this development. The matchmaking game actually increases in difficulty? Now monsters too? The house was already drafty enough, and now they've added this rule? This is practically a death wish. Across all major live streaming platforms, the atmosphere was boiling over. Upon receiving this news, Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing's expressions turned serious. With cold winds at night and monsters lurking, all contestants must now prioritize protecting their homes while ensuring their own survival. This is nothing short of an even greater challenge. Now, all we can do is hope with all our might that Lin Fan stays safe. The crowd began discussing it fervently. Monsters? What kind of monsters? If they're like titans, who could possibly defeat them? But honestly, Lin Fan's situation must be incredibly dangerous. A frail college student and a petite girl, neither of them has much combat capability. Can I be Lin Fan's personal bodyguard? I'm a professional fitness trainer with me there, I could at least buy Lin Fan some time. This news came way too suddenly. Lin Fan excels at thinking, but physically, he might not be that strong. How could he protect Xiao Miao in the home? Amitabha Buddha. Please protect Lin Fan from any mishaps. At that moment, within the marriage game, night had fully descended. Lin Fan suddenly discovered a new system interface panel had appeared. Name, Lin Fan. Level, E. Combat power, 3. Constitution, 20. Agility, 10. Mental strength, 10. Average human stats, 10. Combat rating, a frail college student who can't even scrape by as a 5th-rate fighter. Skill, true sight eye. Lin Fan couldn't be bothered to look at this heartbreaking stats screen any longer. Instead, he tossed a true sight eye around. Ordinary goblin. Combat power, 10. Evaluation, an ordinary alien race capable of taking down a healthy adult male in single combat. Are there really monsters here? At the same time, Little Miao seemed to sense something too. Her eyes lost their timid look, instead darting sharply toward the surrounding darkness. Faint red glows flickered, and a sudden roar erupted. Lin Fan, go hide inside the house first. Xiao Miao blocked Lin Fan's path. Her small figure swayed in the light's reflection, yet remained unwaveringly resolute. Outside, there are many monsters. Lin Fan paused, then promptly obeyed and returned to the doorway, casually tossing a true side eye toward Xiao Miao. He shouldn't have looked. But seeing it gave him quite a shock. Xiao Miao. Level, D rank. Combat power, 500. Stamina, 50. Agility, 80. Spirit, 11. Combat evaluation, a clan of feline demons with innate combat genius. Holy crap! Judging by these stats alone, Little Miao could easily wipe the floor with every monster in sight. Lin Fan finally felt completely at ease. Alright then, Xiao Miao, be careful out there. I'll give you a proper reward when you get back. With that, Lin Fan headed straight back to his room and settled in for a rest. Seeing this scene, the live stream exploded. Ha! What about protecting Xiao Miao? Why send this helpless little cutie out to fight monsters? Xiao Miao, you're really going to make me cry. Could it be? Little Miao was planning to sacrifice herself? The alien scum spotted this opening immediately. They started ranting non-stop. Look at your Dragon Nation's wimps. Is this what your young people are like? So pathetic? Afraid to face monsters head-on, yet willing to send a little girl to her death? If it were our country's people, they'd have beaten those monsters to a pulp long ago. Bastards! Lin Fan is a bastard. This lord is laughing myself to death. Sending Little Miao to her death while he cowers for his own survival? Does he really think he'll get any national fortune rewards after Little Miao is gone? This entire nation is full of idiots. When it comes to guts, you really can't hold a candle to us Westerners. Cowards! Hold up, can you all just shut up? How the hell can you even guess what Lin Fan is thinking? Everyone, calm down. Upon receiving the order, Xiao Sa reacted swiftly, immediately deploying his most powerful crowd control technique. Earlier, everyone might have overlooked one crucial detail. All participants in the marriage ceremony possessed a special ability, they could see each other's attribute panels. Those monsters had combat power levels of 10 points, dozens of points. But Xiao Miao? She was D rank, with combat power exceeding 500 points. At this revelation, everyone froze in shock. 500 combat points? Xiao Miao? No way? Is that right? Seeing everyone still skeptical, Wang Bingbing hurried to explain. Did you all forget? Little Miao may seem delicate, but she's part of the alien race too. It's only natural for her to be a bit powerful, right? Oh, right. At that, the crowd finally remembered. The live stream had indeed shown Xiao Miao's attribute panel earlier. But everyone had been focused on Xiao Miao facing the monsters alone while Lin Fan lay back comfortably. Lin Fan had no combat ability anyway. Xiao Miao could protect him, and it made perfect sense for her to stay out of the way instead of getting in the way on the battlefield, right? Chapter 12, Xiao Miao goes on a rampage, dropping gear. No matter how you try to justify it, sending a girl to tank these monsters head-on is utterly despicable. Exactly. If this were our nation's marriage contestants, they'd rather die themselves than let their women die. Damn it. What I despise most in this life is men hiding behind women. Sigh. As a Dragon Nation citizen, seeing Lin Fan pull this move truly breaks my heart. Ha! Then come join our Three Kingdoms faction. We love talent like yours. Just call me Daddy 33. Daddy San San. Since the newbie period had just ended, everyone's understanding of combat power is purely literal. They have absolutely no concept of what combat power truly means. Plus, Xiao Miao really does look like the gentle, adorable type. Surely she couldn't be that strong, right? That's what everyone thought. However, compared to the alien scum, the Dragon Nation's populace still leaned toward trusting Lin Fan's decisions. And soon enough, the scene unfolding on the screen provided them with the answer. Near their homeland, monsters were gathering in ever greater numbers. Over 30 green-skinned goblins, their eyes gleaming with malice, closed in. Their sickening grins sent chills down anyone's spine. The review specifically noted, a goblin can take on a healthy adult man single-handedly. And what about Xiao Miao? Just an adorable catgirl. Xiao Miao's expression was utterly serious, her gaze sharp as she surveyed the surrounding goblin horde. Compared to the soft, gentle demeanor she showed in front of Lin Fan, it's like two completely different personalities. I will never allow any monster to harm my husband. Xiao Miao's face darkened, her killing intent surging. From somewhere, she produced a flail that towered half a body length above her own height. Holding it in her hands, the incongruity was utterly palpable. While everyone was still reeling from the visual shock, Xiao Miao had already launched herself forward. Like a bolt of lightning, she plunged into the goblin horde before her. Whoosh! Flesh and blood flew everywhere. But it wasn't Xiao Miao. It was the goblins. One by one, the green-skinned goblins were treated like weaklings being sliced through like cutting vegetables before Xiao Miao. That massive flail in little Miao's delicate hands, who knows where she found the strength, was wielded with such fierce momentum. It moved as if an extension of her own arm. Witnessing little Miao's prowess, these lowly goblins failed to recognize the impending danger of death. Instead, they flew into a rage and launched a thunderous assault at little Miao. However, little Miao's combat prowess was no joke. The massive iron ball, covered in sharp spikes, was spun rapidly by Xiao Miao, forming an impenetrable wall. Any goblin daring to approach Xiao Miao was instantly slaughtered. Bodies littered the ground. Goblins capable of taking on a grown man single-handedly were mere experience fodder to little Miao. Shattered to pieces. In just a few minutes, over 30 goblins were all dead. Xiao Miao still wasn't satisfied and proceeded to inspect the corpses one by one. She then thoroughly checked the surroundings of the homestead 3 more times. Finally, she gently pushed open the door and found Lin Fan waiting anxiously for her. Only then did she relax. A sweet smile curled at the corners of her lips. I knew it, my husband must care for me. Xiao Miao felt warm and fuzzy inside, but when she saw her own blood-soaked appearance, she paused and frowned. She couldn't possibly go see her husband looking like this. Better to clean up first. The livestream audience was stunned, their jaws nearly hitting the floor. Wait, is that Xiao Miao? Her power was almost ridiculously overwhelming. Those monsters were nothing to little Miao. For some reason, after seeing Xiao Miao's combat prowess, I suddenly felt like I could handle it too. Don't be ridiculous. That's a goblin capable of taking down a healthy adult man single-handedly. Most people nowadays are subpar at best. They probably couldn't even kill one goblin, let alone this many. Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing finally snapped back to reality. Seeing the overwhelming flood of comments, they couldn't help but whistle in admiration, their eyes brimming with respect. No wonder Lin Fan felt comfortable letting Xiao Miao handle this group of goblins. He truly trusts his marriage partner. Indeed, this is truly a rare thing. From what we've seen so far, the importance of combat prowess is a very official, very objective opinion. One simply must mention the love story between Xiao Miao and Lin Fan, truly enviable to witness. Xiao Sa teased Wang Bingbing, "What's up? Has our new national goddess caught the same feeling?" Wang Bingbing flushed and smiled shyly, saying nothing more. The bullet comments were now devoid of any foreign trash talk. It wasn't that they were afraid. They simply refused to believe it. Why? Why is the Dragon Nation Pigs match so incredibly powerful? Why not just die in this matchmaking game? In the matchmaking game. After washing up, little Miao had no clean clothes to change into, so she put on a set of men's clothing. But the difference in size between her and Lin Fan was simply too great. This made Xiao Miao look like a child who had stolen an adult's clothes. Just then. At that moment, the door opened. Lin Fan, still feeling uneasy, stepped out to check on the situation only to catch sight of little Miao, freshly bathed. Fresh from the bath, she was a vision of beauty, rosy lips, pearly teeth, and skin as smooth as snow. Just one glance made one want to take a bite. Lin Fan. Xiao Miao came to cuddle in Lin Fan's arms, as if seeking praise. Xiao Miao, are you hurt? Lin Fan's first words were genuine concern for Xiao Miao's well-being. This made Xiao Miao's heart burst with joy. She couldn't have been happier. After confirming Xiao Miao was unharmed, Lin Fan stepped outside to investigate and was utterly stunned. Unbelievable. There were so many monsters outside the homestead. Lin Fan stared at Xiao Miao in astonishment. Xiao Miao, did you take care of all these? Xiao Miao's eyes darted nervously, afraid Lin Fan would think she was too violent. Instead, Lin Fan, overcome with excitement, scooped her up and spun her around several times. Xiao Miao, you're incredible. You took down all these monsters without a scratch. Xiao Miao froze. Am I being praised? I'm so happy. Lin Fan spent another long while fussing over little Miao, making the livestream viewers green with envy. Suddenly, Lin Fan noticed something beneath the goblin's body. It seemed to be pressing down on something. Chapter 13. Wait, why does the dragon country pig have it so good? Is it a gear drop? Curious, Lin Fan reached down to retrieve it. It resembled a blueprint. The system prompt appeared in his mind. Hardwood fence tier 1. Durability, 100-100. Provides basic defense against monster attacks. Crafted from otherworldly wood, it can at least safeguard your home. Nice. While in his room, Lin Fan wasn't actually just lying around. Instead, he was studying all the new things appearing at this stage. Namely, the home itself, which determined the survival of marriage game participants. And the home itself had durability points. Repairing the hardwood fence's durability was straightforward. Simply enter the portal to the forest world and gather wood for repairs. But the homestead is different. The materials it requires are strange and rare. Finding these materials is extremely difficult. Therefore, you absolutely must not let the homestead's durability decrease. For now, with the fence in place, I can finally relax a bit. Is this some kind of good thing? Little Miao couldn't make sense of that yellow blueprint with its strange, intricate patterns. But since Lin Fan enjoys looking at it, she can learn too. Yeah, thanks to Xiao Miao, this thing means our home is finally secure. Lin Fan laughed heartily. Then, he decisively activated the hardwood fence generation. A flash of white light filled the air. A complete circle encircling the homestead was filled with white hardwood fences. Standing about a meter tall. Fitted together perfectly, no shoddy workmanship here. Such a feat was something Xiao Miao had never witnessed before. Her little mouth gaped in astonishment. Wow, that's amazing. Hee hee, Xiao Miao, you've worked hard too. Come on, elbow, follow me inside. I'll give you a thorough check for any wounds. Livestream viewers. Not a guy. We're still enjoying the sweet moments. You're cutting straight to the commercial break? Then why bother watching this mess? Damn, now I can't sleep. Lin Fan's match is just too adorable. My dream girl. I can't take it anymore. I'm setting this as my girlfriend standard from now on. You're better off daydreaming in your sleep, buddy. No offense, just saying. Damn, Sand Ginger and Pig Heart. Time to sleep. Hold up, don't go to sleep yet. Check out other countries' live streams. I'm dying laughing. After one comment like this, the Dragon Nation's audience flooded into other countries' live streams. First up was their own country, which had been the loudest earlier. Right now, their contestant, Nakukawa, was curled up inside a small wooden hut, shivering uncontrollably. Not only was he shivering from the cold, but the monster's howls outside and the deafening thuds against the wooden door left him utterly unable to think of anything else. Bang! The old, battered wooden door seemed on the verge of being smashed through at any moment. Nakukawa's heart pounded with terror. Unnoticed, time passed, and gradually, the commotion outside subsided. Had the monsters all gone? Was it time to get to work? Nakukawa cautiously pressed his ear against the wooden cabin wall. Indeed, not a single sound remained. The monsters were truly gone. Dawn had broken. That's great, huh? I hope I can find my match too, ha. Nakukawa was overcome with joy. The ecstasy of surviving the ordeal nearly drove him mad on the spot. He flung open the door to find an endless dark lane, not a single monster in sight. Just as he was puzzled, he turned to look behind him and froze in place. The durability of the wooden hut had plummeted to 0. According to the rules, the home base has been breached, which means the next second, Nukegawa's vision went black and he collapsed onto the ground. Small country marriage match participant, dead. Blood-red characters appeared on the live stream screen. Every little country citizen paled. Damn it! Damn it! This is an absolute disgrace to our little country. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Ha, weren't you guys from Little Country the loudest before? Why so quiet now? Can you even speak? Stupid dragon country pigs. We people of our little country would rather die standing than rely on women. Still talking tough, still talking tough. Even if what you say is true, could your country ever have a woman as wonderful as Xiao Miao? All at once. No one from your little country is speaking anymore. Defenses breached. This is truly breaking through the defenses. Garen's whisper, even a true breakdown feels like this. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the land of the rooster, a burly black man and his mated giant black spider face the same predicament. Watching the wooden hut's durability slowly dwindle, his heart was bleeding. But facing those goblins head on? He simply didn't have the guts. At that thought, he suddenly turned to the black spider beside him. Baby, will you go out and fight those goblins for me? Promise me you'll save me this once, okay? He knew full well that if the cabin fell, he would die. At this rate, the cabin would be completely breached before dawn. He absolutely refuses to let that happen. After all, he would truly die. So, upon realizing the giant black spider still hadn't reacted, he immediately grew frantic. Instantly, a wicked plan formed in his mind. The black man grabbed the spider's hairy leg, kicked the door open violently, and flung it straight out. Hurry! Hurry up and help me hold it off. Don't let my cabin's durability drop to 0. This scene left everyone in the livestream completely dumbfounded. Wait, didn't you guys in South Korea just say God tier Lin Fan was too cowardly? Didn't you claim he'd be a gentleman? How come your black bro is now running the fastest? Ha! Who can explain this to me? Daring to defy your own matchmaker but too scared to fight goblins? What kind of coward is that? You stupid dragon country pigs, you just don't get it. Stop giving useless advice. To borrow your ancient dragon nation saying, this is called sacrificing the rook to save the king. A wise choice. Their dragon country marriage partners are formidable, so ours in Gaoji Kingdom must be pretty solid too. Faced with this utterly transparent logic, the dragon nation populace just chuckled it off. Who's the clown? The answer is obvious. On screen, the massive black spider stood frozen in place. But the surrounding goblins paid no heed, swarming toward it in droves. Just as everyone in Gaoji Kingdom thought the black spider was about to unleash its power. Chapter 14, The Treasure Behind the Random Door, The Power of a Single Battle. Creak! Creak! The faces of all Gaoji Kingdom's people were frozen in utter shock. They stared in utter disbelief at the scene unfolding before them, the massive black spider being torn apart by the horde of goblins. What the hell? What the hell is going on? Why isn't our Gaoji Kingdom's matchmaking candidate fighting back? Could it be her combat strength is abysmal? Worse than goblins? Impossible. How could the match for that worthless dragon nation have a combat power of 500, while ours gets instantly killed? Cheating. She must be cheating. Soon, after the giant black spider was torn to pieces, the goblins resumed their assault on the wooden hut, its durability plummeting rapidly. Before long, the high-level contestant also met their demise. Not only these nations, but nearly every participant in the marriage matching game lost their lives during this version update. However, when they all rushed to the Dragon Nation livestream in a rage, what they saw was Lin Fan living a blissfully comfortable life. Instant breakdown. Longhua must be cheating. The next day, Lin Fan leaned against the wall to make his way to the bathroom. After waking up, he discovered Xiao Miao had already left the bed early. Perfect timing, he could check what new information the intelligence system had refreshed today. Intelligence 1, behind door 1 lies a treasure chest containing deadly poison. However, opening it will grant you a pill of unknown effect. Intelligence 2, behind door 2 lies a hidden magic wand, but it is guarded by numerous slime monsters. Intelligence 3, opening either door 3 or door 4 will bring national calamity. Intelligence 4, perhaps a different approach could significantly increase Xiao Miao's pregnancy chances. After reading all the intelligence, Lin Fan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Everything else was fine, but what was that last bit about? This is a place for decent people. No dirty jokes allowed. Back to the point, intelligence item 1 seemed like a joke. Open it to get a deadly poison, but you'd also get an antidote, right? Unsurprisingly, this damn matchmaking game was designed exactly like that. Intelligence 3 introduces national calamities. That's even less of an option. Discard. The only option left is Intelligence Report 2. A magic wand? Could it be that once I get my hands on it, I'll actually become a big shot who can wield magic? Of course, that remains unknown for now. But he was certainly intrigued. Lin Fan planned to find Xiao Miao and consult with her about the intelligence from option 4. Finally, he found Xiao Miao in the kitchen. At that moment, Xiao Miao was wearing an adorable cat-themed apron, bustling about frantically in front of the stove. Startled by a sudden burst of steam rising from the pot, she flung the lid off in surprise. It landed right at Lin Fan's feet and he picked it up. You're awake? Xiao Miao felt a bit embarrassed. It was her first time trying to cook, and now her dear husband had seen her looking so ridiculous. Ah! Xiao Miao, you're such a goofball. Lin Fan gave her cheek a playful pinch with a half smile. No wonder you were looking at recipes after we finished last night. You were planning to make breakfast for me. Xiao Miao, you're such a good wife. Those 3 words good wife made Xiao Miao's entire face flush crimson. She waved her hands frantically. No. I'm so clumsy. I still don't really know how. Let me see what you made. Xiao Miao suddenly snapped to attention. Oh no. The porridge I made. It's definitely going to burn. Sure enough, tiny black specks were already floating in the pot of congee. Woo. Little Miao looked so pitiful, as if she were about to burst into tears any moment, that Lin Fan's heart melted. Don't cry. It's still edible. You're lying. Little Miao instantly broke into a smile. The 2 hosts who woke up early and the viewers in the live stream room. Wait, did I just get dumped on with this much cuteness first thing in the morning? The day after envying Lin Fan. So envious. Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing also commented with smiles. Lin Fan and Xiao Miao, though they're not even the same species, met because of this matchmaking game and showed such pure, kind, and genuine love. That's really something special. Yeah, you know what? After seeing this, young people today are definitely going to want to fall in love. After a sweet breakfast, the 2 strolled across the plains. Since arriving for this matchmaking game, he hadn't had a chance to explore the surroundings. As they walked, they sensed something was off. This plain seemed as smooth as a phone screen protector. They were only 10 meters away from their home. Yet before their eyes, a transparent white barrier materialized out of thin air. Xiao Miao was utterly baffled. Lin Fan reached out to touch it, triggering a system prompt. The area ahead, we'll explore it later. Lin Fan. This must be the 2nd stage, or something beyond that. He couldn't breach this barrier yet. Realizing this, he lost interest in it. Instead, he walked straight up to Gate 2. This action instantly sent tension rippling through the entire crowd. The mortality rate for opening an unmatched gate was a staggering 99%. Moreover, the cause of death wasn't simply being killed by monsters or some other reason. The vast majority faced absolute death. It was as if opening this gate meant one's name would be struck from the book of the underworld. This was an irreversible outcome of death. So even though they trusted Lin Fan, they couldn't help but hold their breath. Then, everyone watched helplessly as Lin Fan pushed open the random door. Behind the door, no immediate danger seemed to materialize. Moreover, the scene shifted abruptly. They found themselves in an environment resembling a tropical rainforest. Everything felt incredibly real. The incessant chirping of unidentified insects filled the air. The damp earth squelched beneath their footsteps. Upon seeing this, the expressions of everyone in the livestream changed. Chapter 15, Environmental Dungeon. Final boss. An environmental dungeon? Damn it, why did we have to end up in a place like this? You see, these doors that transform into specific environments are essentially the same as those dungeons in games. If you can clear them, you can leave safely. But if you can't clear them all, there's no chance of escape. Even the door itself disappears. Other countries' live streams had encountered this before, exactly as this guy described. Xiao Sa's expression turned serious. Looks like Lin Fan's situation might not be too great. Wang Bingbing chimed in. The most reliable way to gauge the situation is to determine the combat strength of all the monsters here. Xiao Miao has 500 combat points, and in the matchmaking game, combat strength is the ultimate measure of a person's power. There's no doubt about that. Xiao Sa nodded in agreement, deep in thought, but then again, based on our research, none of the environmental instances appearing in the livestream seem particularly formidable. Perhaps this instance isn't dangerous for Lin Fan and Xiao Miao. After all, they should be able to pass through safely. Trust Lin Fan and Xiao Miao. Ha! What goes around comes around. Finally getting to see that idiot Lin Fan meet his demise. Awesome. As a Dragon Nation citizen, I've long been sick of this phony. He shows zero respect for women's rights. That idiot Lin Fan, the sooner he croaks, the better. Wait, isn't Lin Fan fighting for our benefits? Can't you guys with your 500,000 just be quiet? Why must you slander him? Benefits? Bull. I haven't even gotten that national fortune reward. How can he claim to be fighting for benefits? Exactly. Why aren't we getting national fortune rewards? We just dislike your Dragon Nation. It's not like we committed some unforgivable crime. You're nowhere near as magnanimous as our ugly people father. Yes. Our ugly nation wholeheartedly welcomes all your Dragon Nation citizens. Really? Ugly father, I'm on my way. Seeing that pack of Western-obsessed dogs still barking, the true Dragon Nation citizens seethed with frustration, yet could do nothing about them. It must be said that foreign cultural invasion has been far too severe over the years. It had seeped deep into the bones of those 500,000 people. Have you forgotten how good the welfare system in Dragon Nation really is? At that moment, in the matchmaking game, Xiao Miao caught a strange scent. Her gaze locked onto a moss-covered tree ahead. Suddenly, the tree, thick enough for 2 people to wrap their arms around, crashed to the ground. From the fractured trunk, a viscous, sticky sap oozed continuously. From this vantage point, the two finally saw the monster's true form. Slime. Level E. Combat power 80. Evaluation: among E-rank monsters, it ranks among the strongest. The slime it sprays possesses extremely corrosive properties. Lin Fan and Xiao Miao's expressions turned grave. Husband, you step back first. These monsters are incredibly troublesome, especially since they spew highly corrosive acid after being killed. I'll handle this. Got it. Lin Fan obediently stepped back, his mind racing as he tried to pinpoint the treasure's location. At that very moment, the intelligence finally kicked in. A faint, guiding thought reached Lin Fan. Way to go, Bruce. Lin Fan was overjoyed. In just those few seconds, the slime, whose entire body felt like soft, gelatinous rubber with every step it slid, had already surrounded the two of them. It looked like there were over a dozen of them. Moreover, more slimes were sliding down from the surrounding trees. Xiao Miao hesitated, holding her flail but unable to strike. If a fight broke out, she genuinely feared Lin Fan might get caught in the slime's attack. Lin Fan quickly instructed Xiao Miao, move toward where I point. I have a plan. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Miao immediately obeyed Lin Fan's command. The meteor hammer slammed down with force. With a series of squelching sounds, the crystal-clear slime shattered into fragments. But in its final moment, its body exploded, showering acid water down from the sky. Xiao Miao moved with blinding speed, weaving and dodging with Lin Fan in tow. The acid water failed to harm them. Yet upon hitting the ground, it swiftly gave off puffs of white smoke. This scene made everyone watching the livestream hold their breath in suspense. Thank goodness for little Miao. This slime is terrifying. If such a monster were to attack our homes, it's unimaginable. If it packs this much power just from hitting the ground, what would happen if it hit a person? Look, Lin Fan seems to have an idea. The alien scum immediately tried to crush the Dragon Nation's hopes. What's he thinking, you bastards? There are so many slimes here. How could Lin Fan and Xiao Miao, those two pigs, possibly escape unscathed? Ha, they really are a bunch of pigs. Haven't you noticed these slimes seem to be coming in endless waves? How much strength could this beast possibly have? When she struggles to her very last breath, that's when true despair sets in. Thankfully, our Gaoji Nation's contestants are the smartest. No marriage gate? No marriage gate? Then we simply won't enter. A bunch of cowards still yapping. Get lost. Don't even think about breaking us, Dragon Nation people. Inside the matchmaking game, slimes swarm in ever-growing numbers. Some slide down from the trees. Others burrowed up from the ground, utterly unpredictable. Xiao Miao remained utterly focused, terrified that Lin Fan might suffer even the slightest harm. And with Xiao Miao's protection, Lin Fan quickly followed the guidance within his mind to the specific location. Right here, underground. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan began frantically digging with his hands. The soil was soft and damp, so his progress wasn't slow. In fact, it was surprisingly fast. Xiao Miao, hold on. Xiao Miao nodded firmly, launching frenzied attacks on the surrounding slimes. Fortunately, the acidic fluid these slimes released as they died had the same damaging effect on their own kind. Xiao Miao seemed to have found a solution, triggering a chain reaction among the slimes. The situation reached an eerie equilibrium. But at that very moment, the slimes suddenly halted. A tremendous roar echoed from the distance. Xiao Miao froze, straining to see. That was... what? Lin Fan turned to look and was equally stunned. There, amidst the jungle, a giant purple slime, nearly the size of a villa, slowly bounced its way over. Slime King Purple. Level E. Combat power 400. Ability, powerful corrosion. Evaluation: this level of corrosion overwhelms even D-rank beings. Its corrosive force's overwhelming evasion is impossible for those with agility below 100. Chapter 16, Acquiring the Magic Wand. Following the Wind Dog to the Great Cold Kingdom. Xiao Miao's face instantly turned pale with terror. Lin Fan, hide quickly. This guy is giving me a hard time too. This isn't just a bit difficult. It's more like, even if I defeat it, I won't walk away unscathed. Watching Xiao Miao get hurt, Lin Fan couldn't stand by. But then, a light bulb went off in his mind. No need. I've found it. Inside the livestream room at that moment, the appearance of this Slime King had caused an uproar. Everyone panicked. Wait, the Slime King. Though its combat power might not match Xiao Miao's, the Slime King's disgusting abilities alone would be enough to give Xiao Miao a tough time. She might even get injured. Xiao Miao would be completely occupied dealing with this Slime King. What about Lin Fan then? Or rather, could Xiao Miao really handle all these monsters while also looking out for Lin Fan? Noticing the unease spreading through the group, Little Sa quickly spoke up to steady the situation. Everyone, don't panic. Though the situation is dire, Lin Fan seems to have entered this dungeon with a purpose. We don't know what he's planning, but we know Lin Fan isn't the type to risk his own life. He must have his reasons for acting this way. Everyone, we absolutely must trust that Lin Fan can turn this situation around. Xiao Sa's words took many factors into account. Admittedly, it stabilized everyone's emotions in an instant.
But upon further reflection, no matter how extraordinary Lin Fan might be,
at this moment he's still just a greenhorn college student.
Who could guarantee this college student wouldn't have his own peculiar ideas that could lead to the entire team's annihilation?
Even many prodigies and renowned figures throughout history have stumbled under the weight of their own confidence.
How could anyone place complete trust in such a college student?
This was essentially the sentiment shared by most people. But none of them dared voice it aloud.
After all, at this very moment,
countless foreign scum were watching Dragon Nation closely, waiting for them to slip up.
Sure enough, upon discovering Lin Fan was in grave danger, countless foreign scum immediately jumped out. Ha! Right on time. Slime King. Well done. We ugly people nation approve of you. Kill that bastard Lin Fan.
We've long despised this man who lets women shield him.
Dragon country pigs, what are you still holding out for?
Actually, there's news I must share with you all. In truth, this Lin Fan is a citizen of our great cold country.
All along, he's been deliberately deceiving you, toying with you. Good heavens. What on earth is Lin Fan thinking, insisting on entering that door? I've had enough of your Dragon Nation men's stupidity.
If I'd known, I would have booked a flight to Great Han Kingdom ages ago. Every move Lin Fan makes holds the fate of the Dragon Nation in its hands.
If things went smoothly, that'd be one thing, but this is the marriage matching game world. No one can guarantee they won't make a mistake.
And if he takes one wrong step, how much pressure will Dragon Nation bear?
Almost everyone was glued to the livestream. Sincere prayers were offered, hoping Lin Fan stays safe.
Whether out of concern for Lin Fan's personal safety or for the future reputation of the Dragon Nation, they all hoped that Lin Fan and Xiao Miao, this model couple, wouldn't meet their end in the marriage game.
Lin Fan, hang in there. Don't die. Stay alive. Lin Fan, if you die, who's going to fill the void in my sweetest romance show? In the marriage game.
Xiao Miao didn't take Lin Fan's words to heart. Instead, her expression turned serious as she continued to urge him, hide.
Otherwise, Xiao Miao won't be able to handle this guy. He's a tough nut to crack. He might hurt you. Xiao Miao.
Lin Fan was deeply moved.
But what about you? You could get hurt or even face worse consequences. Xiao Miao just shook her head. Just meeting you makes me incredibly happy. This is the happiest day of Xiao Miao's life. No matter what happens next, please don't look back at Xiao Miao.
Little Miao just wants to do everything she possibly can for you.
At this moment,
Xiao Miao remained the one who never abandoned me. Even when it came to her own life and safety, she showed no hesitation. In her heart, she always thought of him. This thought sent waves of warmth coursing through Lin Fan's heart. Such a wonderful girl. Lin Fan suddenly smiled. He pulled Xiao Miao close behind him.
Xiao Miao, thank you. I will always love you. Xiao Miao immediately panicked. But then,
she saw in Lin Fan's hand a vinewood wand in his hand.
At its tip shone a brilliant emerald gem.
From the wand's body, Xiao Miao could sense a potent and intense magical force. This was.
Xiao Miao stared in awe.
Lin Fan slowly raised the wand. With a thought, a massive ball of blazing flame materialized from the emerald gem.
Flame wand. Grade E. Combat power 400.
Evaluation, capable of condensing a colossal flame, dealing double damage to both living creatures and monsters.
With just 2 points of mental energy, it could unleash a colossal fireball.
Mid-air, the blazing inferno swells to an immense size, its diameter reaching a full 3 meters.
Moreover, the very air around it instantly grew dry and scorching hot. Go!
Lin Fan swung his staff with force, and the fireball followed his intent, crashing violently into the Slime King's body. In that instant, a thunderous crack echoed as if shattering a water sphere. The Slime King's once crystal-clear body, scorched by the flames, exploded instantly. Its acidic slime was instantly vaporized by the intense heat. Boom! The Slime King instinctively sensed the impending danger and tried to flee. Lin Fan gave him no chance, unleashing fireballs one after another. Only when his mental energy was completely depleted did he cease his assault. The Slime King had long since been reduced to a charred husk by the relentless assault. The other slime houses also met their doom. The environmental instance was completely wiped clean. Dungeon cleared. Exit revealed. Whoosh! The exit door reappeared before their eyes at the very spot they had entered.
Little Miao, shall we go? Lin Fan glanced back.
Xiao Miao's eyes were filled with unabashed admiration. Her eyes sparkled with heart-shaped glows as she gazed at Lin Fan.
Lin Fan, you're so amazing. Truly my dearest husband. Chapter 17, What It Means to Lose More Than You Gain.
Inside the Dragon Nation livestream room at that moment,
everyone was going wild. Lin Fan. He's pulled off another miracle. Who could have imagined that Lin Fan, in the midst of battle, would suddenly pull out a magic wand?
In just a few moves, he cleared the entire instance.
Lin Fan is just incredible. Who could have predicted that move? I'm telling you. Seriously, when did he even get that wand?
Wait a minute, when we first entered this dungeon, Lin Fan seemed to be searching for something the whole time. It's possible he knew the wand was buried here before we even entered. It sounds far-fetched, but right now, that seems like the most likely explanation. Could it be Lin Fan actually deciphered the hidden treasure rules of this matchmaking game? Who knows, maybe it really exists. Man, no matter how you look at it, Lin Fan is just awesome. Wang Bingbing patted her chest in admiration. She whispered to Xiao Miao beside her, wow, that was absolutely terrifying. I thought Lin Fan and Xiao Miao were really in danger. Xiao Miao chuckled, yeah, everyone thought so. But every time we think that, Lin Fan surprises us. I really hope outstanding young people like him can become role models for all the youth in our Dragon Nation. You bet. If Lin Fan isn't my idol, then who is? Wait, what if I can't even learn to be like him? Aha! That's the truth. The entire livestream room was filled with a warm and cheerful atmosphere. Those alien bastards were fuming with rage. Squid! Are you kidding me? Where the hell did he get that wand? Dragon Country Pig cheating. Yeah, this is cheating. How the hell did he get a magic wand? Seriously, have you guys lost all sense of logic? Of course it was found by the great Lin Fan. Or did you guys give it to him? Fine, we admit it, our great Han Nation gave it to him. I hereby order you Dragon Nation to return it to us. You've really shown me just how low a person can sink. If shamelessness can reach such heights, then you truly are unbeatable, kid. Fine, you're still doing it? Our great Han Nation will completely ban all Dragon Nation culture from entering our borders. This statement instantly had the Dragon Nation citizens rolling with laughter. Seriously, a total ban? Isn't your entire Great Cold Nation just a rip-off of our Dragon Nation's culture? You steal whatever looks good from our Dragon Nation's culture. And you have the nerve to stand here shamelessly? You've stolen everything, yet all you've managed is a mishmash of everything and you're proud of it? That's absolutely hilarious. Over in the Great Han Kingdom. Since the matchmaking contestant has already died, a new matchmaking candidate was selected to enter the game. But before that, their leader summoned the chosen candidate. Kim Jae-cheon, remember this, once you enter the matchmaking game, if you encounter a matchmaking door, do not rush to open it. You must wait exactly 3 days before opening it. Then, if there are no matchmaking doors, open any door at random, preferably an environment instance door. Once inside, dig up the soil everywhere, searching for the ultimate treasure. Understand? The leader instructed with utmost seriousness. Kim Jae-cheon, however, wore a peculiar expression. Since childhood, he'd heard that the Great Cold Kingdom only stole Long Kingdom's culture. He hadn't believed it at first. But now, wasn't everything he'd just heard exactly what Lin Fan had done in the matchmaking game? Didn't this just prove that the Han Kingdom's favorite pastime was stealing from other nations? But the current situation was a bit special. Jin Zitian couldn't be bothered to think about it any further. He simply nodded repeatedly, yes. Soon, the marriage game's teleportation began. He found himself on a vast plain, with 4 doors standing before him. Seeing no matchmaking door, he recalled what the boss had told him. No marriage door? Then open the environmental instance door. Alright, let's open it. Jin Zitian pushed open door number 2 with unwavering confidence. Sure enough, they entered an orc dungeon. Fortunately, they hadn't spotted him. So, I began secretly digging into the ground. Digging at the ground. This scene left everyone in the livestream room utterly dumbfounded. Wait, what is this guy doing? Is he trying to imitate our man Lin Fan? Good grief, this is beyond stupid. Seriously, it's either stupid or malicious. Use some common sense, everyone's situation is different. What's the point of just copying blindly? Only you guys from Dragon Country can pull this off. Does that mean our Great Cold Nation can't use it, right, you know? How can you people be so petty? Don't you like seeing our Great Han Nation rise up? Rise? Sigh, forget it. There's no talking to self-sufficient yet intellectually challenged folks like you. Go ahead and copy. Copy away. Inside the environmental instance, Jin Zitian dug for half a day and didn't find a single hair. Suddenly it hit him. When Lin Fan was in this instance, he seemed to have run for quite a while. Could that be the best way to get the wand? The thought struck him, and Jin Zitian sprang into action. He sprinted off at top speed, but the commotion instantly drew the attention of a group of orcs. Wah! Numerous orcs followed right behind Jin Zitian, swinging their wolf tooth clubs as they gave chase at breakneck speed. This scene instantly terrified Jin Zitian to the point of losing his wits. He dared not slow his pace for even a moment. Calculating the distance in his mind, he quickly dropped to the ground and began digging frantically. Hurry! Wand, come out now! Jin Zitian nearly roared in frustration. However, in the very next instant, a dozen mace blows slammed into the back of his head. In the live stream room, the Dragon Nation citizens were utterly stunned by the scene unfolding before them. Wait, what the hell is this? He wouldn't be trying to replicate Lin Fan's move 1-to-1, would he? Ha! Is he even human? Anyone with a shred of common sense knows that kind of copycat move is pure suicide.
No wonder he started digging the moment he entered. Lin Fan had a purpose, and he had Xiao Miao. This kid just started digging the moment he got in. Is he messing with me? What a legend. The comments from the Dragon Nation's populace were like sharp knives. They pierced deep into the hearts of the Grey Cold Nation's people. Indeed. Even they felt. Such actions were utterly inhumane. Yet they could never have imagined. This was precisely the directive issued by the King of Dahan. Chapter 18, Floral Power and Gear Drops 2? Meanwhile, having safely escaped the dungeon, Lin Fan didn't rush off. Instead, guided by Xiao Miao, he began wandering through the jungle. Look, this is the crystal fruit. It's really good for your body. Xiao Miao plucked several jade white fruits as if presenting treasures. They resembled apples in appearance, yet they indeed possessed corresponding attribute panels. Crystal fruit. After consumption, all 3 primary attributes increase by 1.
Can be consumed up to 10 times.
Holy crap! Lin Fan didn't hesitate. He stuffed them all into his pockets. These fruits were exactly what his family needed right now, and he'd never seen anything like this before, items that could actually boost attributes. Besides that, Xiao Miao was quite familiar with the other items too. For instance, slime carcasses could be eaten raw or served cold. There were also some special flower seeds. It seemed they would also be edible once grown. Little Miao, you're amazing. Lin Fan couldn't help but praise. He.
Xiao Miao's cat ears perked up happily again, and her tail swayed left and right behind her, showing how pleased she was.
After thoroughly clearing the entire area, the two left the environmental instance.
Back home, Lin Fan tried making a cold salad with the slime. To his surprise, it actually tasted pretty good. Crisp and flavorful. Near the fence, they planted a row of flower seeds, grinding the remaining slime into powder and mixing it in. To their astonishment, the flower seeds began growing at a visible pace. The final form they took? A human-headed flower with a gaping, blood-red maw. Xiao Miao explained, this is called the eat flower. They remember their owner's scent, but they won't hesitate to devour any outsiders. We can rest easy now. Eat flower. Level E. Combat power 100. Evaluation possesses immense biting force. Even if an E-rank creature is accidentally torn apart by it, its potent acid will corrode the remains. Furthermore, as the quality of its prey increases, the flower itself grows stronger. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. This is perfect. Perfect for guarding the house. Glancing at the sky, dusk was approaching. Soon, he'd get a proper look at this flower's specific abilities. The two of them lingered together for a while. The sky had completely darkened. The surroundings plunged back into darkness, and the monster's growls slowly echoed through the night. Xiao Miao sniffed the air. This time, the monsters were ferocious lions. They were incredibly fast and savage. The Chi-Chi flower should be able to handle them. Outside the fence, huge ferocious lions, drool dripping from their mouths, steadily approached the homestead. Ferocious lion. Level E. Combat power 90. Evaluation uncommonly swift and ferocious. Ordinary humans cannot overcome them through physical strength alone. But encircling the entire fence was a ring of devouring flowers. They stand in imposing array. As one approaches the Chi-Chi flowers, they are seized by its gaping maw. Blood splatters everywhere. The ferocious lion struggled desperately, but to no avail. In the end, it was completely devoured by the Chi-Chi flower. Impressive. Lin Chan's eyes lit up. It seemed that by combining these flowers, they could fully withstand the attacks of this horde of monsters. When it came to the safety of his home, he doubted anyone could feel more secure than he did right now. After witnessing the Chi-Chi flower's formidable power, Lin Fan finally felt completely at ease. He lay in the courtyard with Xiao Miao, chatting contentedly. The sounds from outside soon faded away. This scene left the Dragon Nation citizens who had just entered the livestream rubbing their eyes in disbelief, exclaiming in wonder. Wait, I just joined. What the heck happened? Why aren't any monsters attacking Lin Fan? It wasn't that there were no monster attacks. Lin Fan had planted a row of things called Chi-Chi flowers. Then, relying entirely on those Chi-Chi flowers, he managed to take care of all the monsters. Seriously? Wait, I'm genuinely curious, are Lin Fan and the others really in the same matchmaking game world? How come one person gets to live so comfortably while everyone else is suffering and struggling? This is hilarious. It's absolutely spot on. Suddenly, Lin Fan sat up straight, and Xiao Miao immediately tensed up. What's wrong? Lin Fan didn't answer. He walked outside the homestead and saw a glowing light. He picked it up. The light faded, revealing a bottle of potion. Physical enhancement potion. Constitution plus 10. Can be used up to 10 times. After reading the description, Lin Fan didn't hesitate for a second. He tilted his head back and downed it in one gulp. Now, Lin Fan's attributes were as follows. Name, Lin Fan. Level, E. Combat power, 200. Constitution, 40. Agility, 20. Mental strength, 20. Average human stats, 10. Combat evaluation, newcomer to thee, possesses relatively standard strength. Skill, true sight. After this journey, my attributes have improved by more than just a little. He just felt a warm sensation throughout his body. After downing that physique-enhancing potion, Lin Fan couldn't shake the feeling that something was off all over his body. His gaze fell upon the innocent-looking kitten. He recalled the information from Intelligence 4. Elbow, Xiao Miao, I have something to teach you, remember to learn it well. The screen went black again at this point. Live stream viewers. Alright, another round, huh? In stark contrast to Lin Fan's side, participants from other nations were gearing up for an all-night battle against these monsters. Over in White Bear Nation, a burly man stood beside a minotaur. Judging by her attire, she was likely a magnet. At that moment, over 20 starving wolves were circling them, their eyes fixed intently, forming a tight encirclement. It seemed that the slightest opening would trigger an instant, ferocious attack. Damn it! Damn it! Why are there so many monsters here in White Bear Kingdom? It's not fair. Absolutely not fair. Why can Lin Fan from the Dragon Kingdom eliminate all the monsters so quickly, while it takes us this long? We're done, for these monsters will definitely hurt Afu. Dragon Country. Dragon Country, send help. Gajiguo. Little Ben Kingdom. Dahan Kingdom. Ugly People Country, and so on. We're all struggling to survive. The next day, Lin Fan awoke. The intelligence system refreshed as usual. Intelligence 1, a marriage gate has appeared. The prospective spouse within is a proud elf. The method to win them over is to display your wand. Intelligence 2, door 2 holds a demonic curse. Its effect increases participants from other nations to 10, while Dragon Nation's quota remains unchanged. Multiple doors can be opened simultaneously. Intelligence 3, door 3 holds a scroll radiating maximum visual charm and allure. Intelligence 4, door 4 can max out your magical talent. Chapter 19, Lin Fan's bad luck strikes? The punishment begins. Wait a minute? Lin Fan even thought he hadn't fully woken up. He rubbed his eyes again, only to realize this wasn't a dream. Wait, what kind of insane starting hand is this? 4 doors in a row, and not a single one held anything bad for him. Today was just incredibly lucky. Lin Chen cheerfully climbed out of bed. He planned to hurry over and open the doors right away. Xiao Miao will start cooking right away. Xiao Miao groggily struggled to her feet beside him. Lin Fan pushed her back down. Forget it, you're tired. I'll handle it. Because her attributes had increased far too much yesterday, Xiao Miao was feeling a bit overwhelmed by the evening. Lin Fan decided it was best for Xiao Miao to get some rest. After preparing breakfast, Xiao Miao came downstairs still in her pajamas. Lin Fan, you seem in a great mood today? Xiao Miao smiled happily, tiptoeing to kiss Lin Fan's nose. Of course. The delight on Lin Fan's face was impossible to hide. But suddenly, he thought of something and looked at Xiao Miao. Xiao Miao, after I go out exploring later, I might bring back another mate. Would you mind? To Lin Fan's surprise, Xiao Miao didn't seem upset at all. Instead, she looked a bit startled. So I'm the only one? Lin Fan, Something's off. 9/10 off. What did that mean? Xiao Miao blinked her eyes innocently and said, naturally, in my species, a powerful male should have many females, right? But when I found out I was your first mate, I actually felt a little happy, hee. Xiao Miao had successfully charmed herself. And she's happily hooked on her big sis. Seeing little Miao so open-minded, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh at himself. Just kidding. This is a matchmaking game, after all. If they were that particular about things, the matchmaking game wouldn't have selected her in the first place, right? With that thought, Lin Fan relaxed. Alright, let's eat. In the livestream chat, everyone was jealous again. Oh my god, if I had a girlfriend as awesome as Xiao Miao, I'd gladly move into a mansion and drive a luxury car. Here, I'll feed you and take care of everything. So this is the legendary monogamy? One mistress, one wife? You're something else, kid. Wait, how did Lin Fan even know about the marriage gate outside? You idiot, the marriage gate would have alerted him. Hilarious. Looks like our Dragon Nation's national fortune bonus is coming again. At that moment, discordant comments quickly flooded the screen. Our countrymen are so bitter and jealous. Bunch of Dragon Country pigs, you'll be laughing soon enough. Didn't you know? These matchmaking candidates might not say anything to your face, but they'll stab you in the back behind your back. Participants in our little country's matchmaking game have encountered this very situation. So letting the first match know about others isn't a good idea. Get lost. I say your little country is just a bunch of useless losers. Can't handle your own mess, yet you dare to slander our Lin Fan? Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing the comments from our little country. Xiao Sa remarked meaningfully, Bingbing, have you ever seen those cultural works from your little country? Don't they all seem to carry this sense of helplessness? Wang Bingbing immediately understood, nodding with a smile. Yeah, like Changgu or those harem anime, it feels like the male leads have issues with their IQ. What's up with that, brother Sa? Oh, I've heard that a character's intelligence is directly tied to the creator's intelligence.
In that regard. Both paused briefly before chiming in unison, this one is no exception whatsoever. Ha! Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing's back and forth banter instantly infuriated the already fiercely indignant citizens of Xiaoben. In the marriage game. After Lin Fan finished his meal, Xiao Miao carefully helped him tidy his clothes and appearance. Lin Fan, if you meet a new match and aren't satisfied, don't force yourself to be with her. Xiao Miao is here to support you, don't be afraid of her. And make sure you look your best for the first meeting, leave a good impression. Xiao Miao chattered on like a mother hen for quite some time. Lin Fan chuckled helplessly, Xiao Miao, you're too thoughtful. Even for something like this? Don't worry, Xiao Miao. No matter how many matchmaking candidates I have in the future, you'll always be my top priority. Xiao Miao's pretty face flushed. She couldn't suppress the smile at the corners of her mouth. Yet she still said sincerely, no, Xiao Miao's abilities are limited. I can only help you now. As time goes on, I'll definitely fall behind your pace. So, as long as you remember there's someone like Xiao Miao, that's enough for me. Lin Fan couldn't hold back any longer. He leaned in and kissed her deeply. Such an adorable, heart-melting Xiao Miao. Who wouldn't love her? After a long while, Lin Fan waved casually, little kitty, I'm off. Among the 4 doors, the distinctive emblem of the marriage door was particularly eye-catching. Elves? Interesting. However, Lin Fan had no intention of opening the marriage gate first. After all, only one door could be opened each day. But if he could open door number 2 first, that would be a different story. He might encounter another situation like this in the future, where everything was a bonus, yet he'd be powerless to do anything but watch as it refreshed. Opening door number 2 meant no other Dragon Country participants could simultaneously enter the matchmaking game. However, it granted the ability to open doors infinitely. This outcome actually benefited both Lin Fan and the Dragon Nation. With that realization, Lin Fan hesitated no longer and pushed open door number 2. Jia. Lin Fan, you shall replace the Dragon Nation and bear my curse forever. Punishment descends. Number of participants from Dragon Nation allowed in the marriage game simultaneously, 1. Other nations, 10. Dragon Nation participants are no longer bound by door opening rules and may open doors an unlimited number of times daily. At this very moment, the livestream audience was still engrossed in watching this new era dating show. Then they watched as Lin Fan opened the door next to the matchmaking door. Before the Dragon Nation citizens could utter a word, the foreign trash couldn't hold back. Has this good-for-nothing lost his mind? He won't even open the marriage gate. Ha! Die, die, die. Just die already. If he doesn't die, Lin Fan must be punished. The Dragon Nation populace was utterly speechless. Seriously, this isn't the first time Lin Fan's pulled a stunt like this. How could anything possibly go wrong? Just relax, okay? I have absolute faith in Lin Fan. But you can't be absolutely sure either. It's still a random door, who knows what's behind it? Maybe it really is punishment? Before the words had even finished echoing, blood-red characters erupted onto the live stream screen. Chapter 20 Foreigners Go Wild, Dragon Nation rushes to the rescue. National Fortune punishment descends. Number of Dragon Nation participants allowed in the matchmaking game simultaneously, 1. Other nations, 10. Dragon Nation participants are no longer bound by door opening rules and may open doors an unlimited number of times daily. The live stream room, previously filled with laughter and cheer, suddenly fell silent. Both hosts, along with every Dragon Nation citizen, paled visibly upon seeing the National Fortune punishment. Who could have imagined that Lin Fan, trusted by everyone, would open a National Fortune punishment door at this very moment? Until now, a National Fortune punishment had never appeared. Lin Fan was truly the first of his kind in the marriage matching game. Though being the first wasn't exactly a glorious one. National Fortune punishment? What on earth is that? Is it the complete opposite of a National Fortune reward? Something that inflicts punishment upon our entire nation of Longwa? Who knows? But it certainly doesn't look like anything good. Soon, the specifics of the National Fortune penalty appeared on the screen. Everyone's expressions turned grim. Are you kidding me? The marriage matching game had directly increased the number of participants from other nations to 10? Meanwhile, Dragon Nation's participant quota remained unchanged, still just Lin Fan alone. All they'd been given was the ability to open doors infinitely. What good was that supposed to do? Everyone knows the original marriage game was already dangerous enough. People were dying left and right. Now they've added a National Fortune penalty to the matchmaking game? What the hell is the point of playing this anymore? Is the infinite door opening ability meant to make the Dragon Nation endure even more National Fortune penalties? No way. What's wrong with Lin Fan? He skips the marriage door and goes opening other doors instead? Well, here we are. Happy now? National Fortune punishment's here. Let's all go crazy with Lin Fan. I told you so. Lin Fan is unreliable. You never believed me, but now you're all quiet, aren't you? Ha! The Dragon Nation's pigs are finished. Finished? Our ugly people nation is about to start letting people participate in the marriage game, you know? 10 participants a full 10. Even if each person only gets the worst reward every time, combined, wouldn't that still completely outshine your Dragon Nation? Where are those Dragon Nation loudmouths now? Weren't they so happy? Can't talk now, huh? Oh, speaking of which, that Lin Fan from your stupid country sure is lucky he's still alive after triggering the national punishment. Countless half-millionaires and mixed-race scum immediately began kicking him while he was down, hurling scornful taunts. Those who relish seeing any misfortune befall the Dragon Nation now wished they could tie its citizens to stakes and roast them alive. But it was true. The national fortune punishment was something none of them had ever witnessed before. And its specific nature was something no one wished to witness. With 10 participants from each nation, if just 1, 2, or even 3 of them won their bets, they could easily overtake Lin Fan by a wide margin. This would place the Dragon Nation at a massive disadvantage. Yet even at this critical moment, the Dragon Nation's citizens continued to fiercely confront the foreign scum, without uttering a single word of complaint against Lin Fan. After all, everyone understood that criticizing Lin Fan now would only backfire on themselves. Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing immediately began reassuring the Dragon Nation's citizens. Everyone, relax. There's no need to be so pessimistic. If you think about it carefully, this so-called national fortune punishment isn't really a punishment at all. Even if other nations have 10 participants now, statistically speaking, it doesn't change anything. After all, everyone is in their own space and can't help each other. If the original death rate and reward rate were both 50%, then it's still the same now. Yeah, and look at Lin Fan, his expression hasn't changed much at all. That proves everything was exactly as he expected. Why are you still talking tough here? The most disgusting thing about you Longwa people is this: why do you always insist on talking tough? You're a bunch of pigs who can't even communicate. Heh, I'll give you Dragon Nation people one last chance. If you defect to our great cold nation now, I might reluctantly grant you the status of a servant. Really? I'm in. Countless foreigners, at this very moment, were overjoyed beyond measure. The nightmare that had haunted their hearts, Lin Fan had finally made a fatal misstep. And that single step was the most crucial one. One misstep leads to a cascade of failures. Lin Fan's fate was sealed. He would meet a violent end, completely extinguishing any hope of Dragon Nation's resurgence. Within the marriage game interface, upon hearing the national punishment had descended, Lin Fan's expression didn't waver. So what? If anything, this national fortune punishment was like getting an even bigger cheat code. Regarding the resources behind the door, he could now secure far more on his own. If the Dragon Nation also fielded 10 participants, who knows how many would have to die just to reach his starting point. His actions were ultimately for the good of the Dragon Nation. It prevents the Dragon Nation from being mocked by foreign powers. And it spares them from needlessly sacrificing so many lives. Every move Lin Fan made was watched by the Dragon Nation's people, their breaths nearly held. When they saw Lin Fan emerge from Gate 2 and immediately turn to open Gate 3, many nearly fainted on the spot. Some emotionally overwhelmed citizens even broke down and shouted in despair. Lin Fan, what the hell are you doing? You'll die like that. Stop opening these gates. But clearly, Lin Fan couldn't hear their words. With a twist of the handle, the door swung open. Sure enough, before Lin Fan stood a special scroll made of beast hide. Special scroll, maxed out visual appeal. Your aura transcends the ordinary. Your face makes it impossible to harbor ill will toward you. Your smile warms the heart like spring sunshine. This is the power of top-tier looks. Note, for the elven race's marriage partners, top-tier looks might also carry lethal charm. Part of the strategy? Interesting. Lin Fan picked up the scroll and tore it to shreds on the spot. In an instant, a warm current surged through his entire body. Lin Fan distinctly felt an inexplicable ripple of change emanating from his body. Too bad he couldn't see his own handsome face here. He decided to let it go. But the viewers in the live stream room saw it all crystal clear. Holy crap, Lin Fan didn't die and he actually got hotter? Could this be part of Lin Fan's plan? Chapter 21, Feeling Good? Still feeling good? Lin Fan's actions suddenly reminded them of when they first opened the first marriage gate. He too had first made the rounds through the other doors before opening the marriage gate, where he was favored by such an excellent match as Xiao Miao. Now that they thought about it, could it be that Lin Fan had his own agenda? Regardless, with Lin Fan not only surviving but also becoming this handsome, his chances of success after opening the matchmaking gate would skyrocket. He was already quite handsome to begin with, and now with this scroll, he's so good looking I can't take my eyes off him. Honestly, even I, a straight guy, am mesmerized. Not a straight guy. I'm from the Dahan tribe, and I genuinely think Lin Fan is so handsome, you know? I can't take it either. Oh, Lin Fan baby, you're too hot. After using that top-tier look scroll, he essentially became a true humanoid succubus. Every move he made radiated his innate masculine charm to the fullest. Even those harboring hatred toward him couldn't muster a single ounce of anger upon seeing that face. But the affection shown to Lin Fan by the alien women felt like a brutal slap in the face to their own kind. Damn it! What makes us inferior to that fool Lin Fan? Yeah, Lin Fan is the ugliest fool of them all. Besides, he just triggered the national punishment. Have you all forgotten so quickly? It was utterly incomprehensible. Just wait and see. Lin Fan would inevitably activate Gate 4 next, and then he'd be signing his own death warrant. As he spoke, Lin Fan indeed approached Gate 4, preparing to open it. Before anyone could utter another word of doubt or protest, Lin Fan had already opened the door. The moment he stepped inside, countless green vines instantly bound his limbs tightly, suspended in midair. Moreover, those green vines seemed to possess a life of their own, continuously pumping something into Lin Fan's body. It could be said that Lin Fan's series of actions delivered a true rollercoaster ride of emotions to everyone watching the livestream. One moment soaring high, then a sudden plunge. Who could endure this? Just as the alien scum were about to start ranting, they saw the notification that Lin Fan had obtained max-level magical talent. In that instant, every word they'd been about to say got stuck in their throats. What the hell is going on with Lin Fan? Why couldn't they inflict even a shred of real damage after opening 3 consecutive doors? What the hell is going on with this matchmaking game? Feeling good? Still feeling good? Weren't you all just talking about Lin Fan? Now that you see he's fine, does it sting? Ha! Get lost, you bunch of losers. Dragon country pigs, don't get too cocky. Don't forget, your Lin Fan brought a national punishment upon your dragon country. Exactly. You lot can just sit back and watch our 10 matchmaking participants go crazy raking in rewards. Before they could even finish laughing, news of the brutal deaths of participants from every nation began flooding in. At that moment, they finally grasped the harsh reality. Even with more marriage participants, it seems utterly useless. When luck is on your side, you can say your marriage participants maximize reward acquisition. But when luck turns sour, wouldn't that just mean constantly feeding the matchmaking game with human sacrifices? The more people die, the greater the blow to the nation. Wouldn't it be better to follow the Dragon Nation's approach? Select just one person to go into battle. It must be said, for now, there are pros and cons. But at least, the current drawbacks are immense. The foreign scum all flushed crimson, utterly speechless. The Dragon Nation's populace finally snapped out of their daze. From this perspective, this national punishment doesn't really feel like a punishment for us or for Lin Fan. As Lin Fan grows stronger, he naturally has the means to handle any crises or difficulties. Even if the doors open endlessly, so what? The danger is greatly reduced, and the moments of discovering surprising treasures will only increase. Exactly. We prioritize quality over quantity. We won't resort to human wave tactics. Just watch, with 10 people dying every half hour, how long do you think it'll take for our tiny nation's entire population to be wiped out? Damn it! This remark hit home for the locals. You see? In the small country, the situation is completely opposite to that of the Dragon Nation. The small country itself is an island. In the rural areas that have been separated off, severe population aging is nearly universal. In the most extreme cases, an entire locality might have only one young person among its entire population. This means the population of the small country is shrinking year by year. This is practically an ironclad fact. Yet the little country stubbornly refuses to admit it. This fact nearly drove me to gnashing my teeth in frustration. With so few young people to begin with, if they keep dying off like this, won't they eventually need to send the elderly into battle? How would others view our little country then? Embarrassment is the least of their worries. National extinction is the real threat. For a moment, they couldn't tell whether this national punishment was meant for the Dragon Nation or for them. Just then, someone noticed that the Great Cold Nation's livestream had started plagiarizing again. This time, among their 10 marriage participants, one had also encountered a marriage scandal. Of course, that participant didn't rush to open it either, instead heeding the fine tradition of the Great Cold Kingdom. Plagiarism. What did Lin Fan do? He did exactly the same thing. So he simply reached out and pushed open door number 2. That unstoppable confidence and momentum instantly stunned everyone present. They thought there must be some secret trick. But the moment he opened the door and stepped inside, a human head suddenly landed on him. It clung to his body as if glued, impossible to shake off. Instead, the head began violently tearing into his flesh. Before long, the man was completely devoured by the head. Blood-red characters appeared on the live stream screen of the Great Cold Kingdom. The evil sorcerer's national punishment curse has manifested. All citizens of the Great Cold Kingdom suffer a 10-point decrease in physical constitution. Lifespan reduced by 10 years. 1,000 new disease types added. Height reduced by 10 centimeters. A national punishment? Another national punishment? This scene nearly drove every citizen of Daihan mad with fury. What the hell is going on? Why is our nation's punishment so terrifying? Reduced lifespan and increased disease types are bad enough. But 10 centimeters? What the hell is that? Chapter 22, all 4 doors hold good stuff? Are you kidding me? Upon reading the last line, nearly every citizen of Daihan instinctively looked down.
After rubbing their eyes and seeing the truth, without exception, they all broke down and screamed.
Damn it all to hell. What the hell is going on? Why am I being subjected to such a vicious punishment? I'm down to 1 centimeter. I'm seriously losing it, damn it. What's that compared to me, bro? Mine's completely sunken in.
Meanwhile, in the Great Han Kingdom,
in a mere half hour,
due to the reduced lifespan cap, the number of deceased citizens has already reached 6 figures. Cases of various flu strains and unknown viruses have also reached 5 figures.
The entire nation plunged into chaos. With no other options,
their thoughts turned to the Eastern Dragon Kingdom, not far from their own land. The Dragon Kingdom. With the Dragon Kingdom's assistance, their Great Cold Kingdom would surely be safe and sound. Upon reaching this conclusion, they immediately sent out a distress call to the Dragon Kingdom. But it was less a plea for aid and more a commanding ultimatum. If you Dragon Kingdom don't come to aid our Great Han Kingdom's Simide, don't blame us for banning all your cultural exports. Faced with such a tone, the Dragon Kingdom couldn't be bothered to respond. After all, who would want to waste their breath arguing with a child? Wait, never mind. I won't ban anything, just come help us. I'll pay you. I'll give you 100 million Han coins. Hold on. We know we were wrong. Please, Dragon Nation, come save us. To this, Longwei remained utterly unmoved. There's a saying that hits the nail on the head. You don't know you're going to Europe, you just know you're going to die. We've heard this kind of begging countless times. Why should we rescue your Great Han Kingdom? After all the insincere pleas, they discovered the Dragon Nation remained utterly unmoved. The Great Cold Nation was absolutely furious. Dragon Nation, how can you be so selfish? Do you really think we can't survive without you, Dragon Nation people? If that's truly what you believe, then let me make it crystal clear, you're dead wrong. The Great Cold Nation will never bow down. No matter how much the Great Cold Nation continued to kick and scream, the Dragon Nation remains utterly uninterested in responding. This infuriates them beyond measure. Meanwhile, in the livestream chat, everyone felt relieved about Lin Fan once more. Well, it has to be the Great Cold Nation. When it comes to shamelessness, they truly have no equal. I honestly can't fathom whether what the Great Cold Nation does is even humanly possible. It's almost like they're not even human anymore. Well, what can you do? It is the Great Thief Nation after all. Hey guys, but seriously, Lin Fan's got some serious luck. There were only 4 doors total, 1 for marriage, 1 punishment that wasn't really a punishment, and the other 2 had good stuff. You're right. If you hadn't said anything, I'd have thought he was cheating, huh? Look. Lin Fan's about to enter the marriage gate. Inside the matchmaking game. After receiving the Green Vine's knowledge transfer, Lin Fan's innate magical talent has reached the pinnacle. Looks, wand, magical talent? Combine all 3, and wouldn't that elf be utterly enchanted? With this thought, Lin Fan approached the marriage gate. After double-checking that the intel was indeed accurate, he resolutely chose to push open the door. In that instant, the scene before him shifted completely. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing in a strange forest glowing with a soft, luminous light. Here, everything from the surrounding air to the types of vegetation was unlike anything he had ever seen before. Could this be where the elves dwell? Just as Lin Fan moved forward to explore, ice arrows materialized around him, their formation occurring in an instant. Had he taken even half a step forward, those razor-sharp ice arrows would have sliced through his skin like blades, instantly slaying him. Directly ahead of Lin Fan, between 2 towering trees, several sturdy green vines wove a vast net-like hammock. Upon it, a young girl gazed haughtily at Lin Fan. Her golden hair was braided into 2 plaits resting on her shoulders. Her features were exquisitely delicate, yet her lovely face was veiled in an icy frost that seemed impossible to melt. Her eyes were slightly upturned at the corners, narrowed ever so slightly, yet she exuded an aura of supreme nobility and authority. She wore a pristine white feathered skirt. Beneath the hem, 2 smooth calves were exposed to the air, crossed and intertwined. At that moment, was curiously observing Lin Fan. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was also observing her. Name, Hoshino. Race, Princess of the Elven Clan. Combat Power, 2000. Rank, D. Evaluation, possesses extraordinary magical talent. Proud and haughty, with a tsundere personality. The Elven clan holds a strong affinity for species of exceptional beauty. Inside the livestream room at that moment. Holy crap! Elves? They're this gorgeous? Sis, step on me. I can't take this anymore. Why does Lin Fan always get such gorgeous marriage partners? I'm so jealous. Lin Fan's in for another feast, so envious. Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing also wore smiles. Looks like Lin Fan's marriage is going to be a success again. But just as everyone was feeling so happy, the alien scum pops up again. Ha! Isn't that the elf princess? Our ugly nation had a match with her before. Back then, our matchmaking game participant was one of the better looking guys in our ugly nation, yet she didn't even blink an eye before killing him outright.
How could your Dragon Nation's dumb pig Lin Fan possibly succeed in a match? What the hell gives you ugly bastards from the Dragon Kingdom the confidence? Lin Fan, just die already. Fast forward, fast forward. Besides looks, she absolutely despises humans. Plus, she worships powerful individuals. Look at Lin Fan's skinny arms, skinny legs. How could he possibly win an elf's favor? I don't buy it. There's video evidence, check it out. The video sent from Ugly People Nation piqued the curiosity of many Dragon Nation citizens who clicked to watch. The result? Utter speechlessness. No way. You call that dark-skinned person handsome? The moment the elf laid eyes on the black man, he flew into a rage. He burned him to a crisp on the spot. Even then, it still felt unsatisfied. He violently stomped the charred corpse into fragments. To the Dragon Nation's people, it was just what he deserved. Ugly people always cause trouble, don't you realize how hideous he was? Forget elves, even as a woman, I look down on such an ugly monster. How dare he post this? Chapter 23, Elf Princess? Lin Fan is finished. The Ugly Nation's citizens instantly lost their composure. Fine, since you lot think your Dragon Nation's Lin Fan pig is handsome, let's see if he gets killed by the elves. I'll bet 10,000 ugly gold coins. 3 seconds later, Lin Fan dies. I'll bet 1,000,000. The Dragon Nation populace collectively felt speechless. They concluded that these alien scum weren't just intellectually challenged, their taste in aesthetics was seriously flawed too. Lin Fan was already a handsome, sunny disposition guy. After using the top-tier appearance scroll, he reached a level of handsomeness unmatched by anyone. What right did they have to claim Lin Fan wouldn't catch an elf's eye? All we can say is, we'll just have to wait and see. In the marriage game, Lin Fan looked at Hoshino, already formulating a countermeasure in his mind. First, he raised his hands submissively, calm down. I didn't come empty-handed this time. I know what you like, so I brought you a gift. Hoshino frowned slightly, reluctantly averting her gaze. I don't need it. Human trinkets like these are beneath my notice, just looking at them makes me sick. But since this princess is in a good mood today, you may leave. Tsundere. Pure tsundere. Her words dripped with contempt, yet silently, she dissolved the ice arrow. Lin Fan seized the moment to step forward. Hoshino snapped sharply, halt. Don't come near me. Lowly human. Lin Fan didn't halt his steps. Instead, he slowly drew his wand. A wand? A flicker of shock crossed the depths of Hoshino's eyes. In this strange place, she hadn't seen anything from her own kind in a very, very long time. Today, the sudden appearance of a wand stirred a wave of turmoil within her heartstrings. This is my gift to you. Lin Fan smiled gently, his expression as soft as a spring breeze, sending ripples of excitement through Hoshino's heart. But when she snapped back to reality and realized what she'd just been thinking, her cheeks flushed crimson. Get lost. I don't need something like this. In my former clan, this would be the lowest grade wand imaginable. This princess has no need for it. What does Princess Hoshino desire? In this world of arranged marriages, could someone with top-tier magical talent like me ever be worthy of a princess? Lin Fan spoke calmly. Princess Hoshino snorted coldly, magical talent? Do you humans even possess such a thing? I'll state this plainly. Today, I won't concern myself with the true extent of your magical talent. Even if you possess but the slightest shred of it, I would willingly become your betrothed. Is that your true word? Truly. Lin Fan flashed a triumphant smile before saying, Princess, just teach me any magic incantation. Hoshino froze, still glaring at Lin Fan with her proud and stubborn expression. After a long pause, she reluctantly blurted out. Wind whispering spell. Though it's a very simple type of magic, it would take you humans at least a month to learn it. Crossing her arms, Hoshino declared haughtily, I'll give you a choice, either leave immediately and I won't kill you, or cast the spell within 3 seconds or die. 3 seconds? Too easy. Lin Fan merely smiled faintly. In the next instant, a fierce gale suddenly swept through the surroundings. This. Hoshino's eyes widened in shock. How is this possible? Lin Fan chuckled lightly. What do you think? Others might not understand. But Hoshino understood better than anyone. The commotion just now was precisely the magical process of the wind whispering spell. It wasn't a particularly useful spell, nor was it a difficult one. But to master such a basic spell in the blink of an eye. Among the elven race, that level of talent was exceptional. And even more so for a human, whose blood is impure. Could it be that this human truly possesses top-tier magical talent? While Xingye was still reeling from the shock, Lin Fan pressed forward with his question. Princess, what about it? Do your earlier words still hold? Xingye's face instantly flushed crimson as she glared fiercely at Lin Fan. Shut up. Get out of my sight. Or I'll kill you right now. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan knew the matter was settled. Well, that's good. With that said, Lin Fan strode forward decisively. Hoshino panicked instantly. What are you doing? You despicable human. What do you think you're doing to this princess?
Hoshino herself possessed D-tier strength, with combat power reaching a full 2000. That was many times Lin Fan's strength. If she truly had no intention of sparing him, she could have struck him dead with a single blow long ago. Why waste so much breath here? That meant Lin Fan could have acted directly if he'd wanted to. Lin Fan hoisted Hoshino onto his shoulders and began walking slowly deeper into the forest. Let go. Let go of this princess. Hey! Are you trying to get yourself killed? This princess will kill you, absolutely kill you. Stuck on his shoulder, Xingye struggled fiercely, even scratching Lin Fan's back with both hands. Yet she never once used magic. Then, the live stream feed slowly faded to black. Everyone in the live stream room was left speechless. That's it? I thought a major battle was about to erupt. Well, technically, it was supposed to be a fierce battle, but Princess Hoshino was definitely the one destined to lose. Wait, I'm a bit confused. How exactly did Lin Fan win over Hoshino? Silly kid, with this model and your skills, you could do it too. I envy Lin Fan's everyday life more than I envy Mandarin ducks or immortals. Catgirls, fairy princesses, is this what college life is like? Speaking of which, weren't those ugly bastards yelling their heads off earlier? Why are they so quiet now? Shut the up. The fairy princess is way too strong. How could Lin Fan possibly handle her? Remember, the marriage reward is calculated based on mutual satisfaction. Facing the stubborn resistance of the ugly people nation, everyone just treated it as a joke, listening and moving on. As things stand now, they just need to sit back and wait for the marriage reward to arrive. Guys, check this out. Three Kingdoms is absolutely unstoppable. Everyone hurriedly opened the Three Kingdoms livestream to kill some time. But lo and behold, Three Kingdoms had hit the jackpot. Out of 10 marriage participants, 3 of them encountered the marriage gate. 2 Sansangwa players conquered their matchmaking partners in just 1 minute. Then, they received D-grade rewards. Before anyone in the livestream could start mocking them, the Three Kingdoms' own citizens couldn't hold back. What's so funny? What's so funny? At least we got matchmaking rewards. Even if you got an S rank reward, you only got 1. We got multiple D rank rewards that's just as good. Chapter 24, Love Elf, what's it set to? On the live stream feed, the 2 marriage participants from the Three Kingdoms held their respective partners, one a cockroach woman with a beast's head and human body, the other a motorcycle riding biker with no human features whatsoever. They showed not a shred of disgust. Their faces beamed with pride. For low-caste individuals like them, finding a wife in real life was once an impossible dream. But now, they actually had a marriage partner sweetly calling them husband. How could they not be overjoyed? Cockroach mother? Who cares? As long as it's a human. A talking motorcycle? Well, it's here now. As long as it talks and has a place to go in. This time, forget people from other countries. Even people from the Three Kingdoms themselves felt utterly humiliated. But to avoid embarrassment, they had to hold their noses and cheer. Ah, splendid. You low-caste people have finally shown what you're capable of. Well done, Bruce. Don't mind what others say, just keep marrying. 1 minute is pretty impressive. Even the people of Dragon Nation can't last that long. The Dragon Nation citizens, who had been quietly watching the drama unfold, couldn't hold back any longer. Are you people sick? Can't perform yourselves, so you slander others? Disgusting. I have a phobia of stupidity. I can't stand idiots. Typical Three Kingdoms, they'll do anything. Jealousy, jealousy, jealousy. Damn Longwa people, all they can do is envy us for getting the D-rank marriage reward? D-rank marriage reward? What's that even worth? Lin Fan just won over an elf princess. Isn't that reward way better than your D-rank marriage bonus? What's there to be jealous of? The Dragon Nation citizens shook their heads, thinking these people were truly mad. Meanwhile, the Ugly People's Kingdom also opened a marriage portal, and his match was also an elf. Dachi nearly lost his mind with joy. Elves, seriously, how awesome is that? The commotion here also drew the attention of many. Seeing their own matchmaking participant find an elf too, Uglyland instantly erupted in excitement. Ha! Good job, Dachi. Win over that spirit. We'll get that S-rank matchmaking reward too. It'd be perfect if we could crush that pig Lin Fan from the Dragon Kingdom in the matchmaking rewards. You shouldn't say that. Haven't you noticed? That pig Lin Fan isn't even liked by the fairy princess. The match might even fail. Heaven forbid that happens, otherwise, won't the entire Dragon Nation go mad? The Ugly Nation was practically popping champagne at halftime. They couldn't wait for the outcome before launching into their mockery. On screen, Dachi slowly opened the marriage gate. The scene that appeared was almost identical to the one when Lin Fan first met Hoshino. The only difference was, at that moment, Lin Fan's life was in Hoshino's hands. Now, for Dachi. He heard a melodious voice guiding him. Come here. Come here. This attitude alone was enough to stir up excitement among countless ugly countrymen once more. Good. Our ugly country's handsome men are still the best. Far superior to that pig Lin Fan. The two aren't even comparable.
Gotta say, the difference in attitude is just too much. Our ugly people nation is about to take off again. Keep holding onto that world-leading throne, ha! Then, they watched as the white man named Dachi slowly approached a petite figure with delicate features. An elf. Truly beautiful. Her skin and features were so captivating, Dachi nearly lost control. As if sensing his thoughts, the elf flashed a beautiful smile. Darling, I'm very pleased with you. If you're certain about marrying me, then come with me. Yes. Yes. I'd be delighted. Dachi was instantly overcome with excitement. Following the elf, we arrived at an open clearing. Honey, we're right here, would you mind? The elf even took the trouble to ask Dach for his opinion, completely winning him over. Dachi, afraid of missing his chance, replied eagerly, not at all. Sweetheart, how could I possibly mind? Then, the live stream slowly faded to black. Only Dach's voice drifted out. Baby, baby, your hands are so soft. Baby, baby, you smell so good. Wait, baby, something's pressing against me. What? What is this? Baby. As the voice trailed off, Dachi's tone grew increasingly panicked. Just hearing the emotion in his voice, no one dared imagine what kind of situation this guy had gotten himself into. Doc, what's wrong? What did Ducky just mean by that? Something feels off. It's okay. Dachi will definitely secure the national fortune reward for our ugly people nation. After a long while, Dachi's figure finally appeared on the live stream. But now, Ducky's eyes were clearly vacant, sitting there blankly, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the elf slowly pulled up his pants, casually dismissing the situation. Alright, stop looking like that, dear. I'll take care of you. Hearing this, Dachi's body trembled violently. Who could have imagined that such a stunningly beautiful elf would be gender ambiguous a male? Wah! Dachi, the burly, bearded man, saw his mental defenses crumble completely in that instant, breaking down into tears. C-class marriage reward released. Ugly People Nation, all members gain plus 10 constitution, plus 10 feminine traits. Ugly People Nation. It feels like we've gained something, yet also deeply humiliated. Beyond that, a deeper issue has emerged. After the female traits appeared, all the men of Uglyland went absolutely berserk. God damn it. Why are my boobs so huge? Bro, why do you suddenly look so gorgeous? Since I don't have a girlfriend anyway, life's too short, why not give it a shot? Pass the tonic over here. Over in the Dragon Nation livestream, Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing's expressions turned utterly priceless upon seeing this latest update. They'd intended to make some harsh comments, but remembering that their every word and action represented the entire Dragon Nation, they decided to tone it down. Well, this reaction from Ugly People Nation was actually expected. After all, their country has hundreds of genders, what's one more or less? Exactly. They boast about Ugly's freedom, they shouldn't object to this themselves. Chapter 25, Perfect Match, National Fortune Reward. Faced with Xia Sa and Wang Bingbing's blatant, underhanded mockery, not a single Ugly People dared speak up. They could only silently swallow their pride and endure the humiliation. They had to put on a brave face, even if it meant swallowing their pride. Exactly. Our land of ugly folk has already received the national fortune reward. Now look at your Lin Fan, he's probably dead already, right? That elf princess is D rank. With Lin Fan's puny frame, could he really withstand her? I don't buy it. Don't tell me in the end, only our Ugly People Nation will be able to conquer the elven race. Conquer? Aren't the citizens of your Ugly People Nation the ones getting conquered by the elves? Squid. What the hell are you talking about? My defenses are down. 3 hours had passed since Lin Fan's livestream feed went completely dark. After another half-hour wait, the stream slowly came back online. So the viewers were all glued to the screen, each hoping to see what they wanted. Die. 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 Lin Fan, just go die already. The citizens of Uglyland eagerly anticipated such an ending, but unfortunately, Lin Fan not only survived. Instead, a notification slowly appeared on the live stream screen. Marriage successful. S-rank marriage rewards now being released. Dragon Nation's national attributes, Charm plus 20. Constitution plus 20. Strength plus 10. Agility plus 10. Spirit plus 20. Longevity plus 20. The livestream fell silent for a moment. Then, a wave of wild excitement swept through the crowd. Awesome. I can feel strength surging through my body again. This is amazing. 10 times a day is no problem. 10 times a day? Are you trying to live forever? Learn from Lin Fan, will you? Can you even imagine doing it 3 times in 3 hours? Ha! Thanks to the distribution of this S-tier marriage national fortune reward, the entire livestream room erupted in laughter and cheers at that very moment. A smile spread across Xiao Sa's face. As expected, Lin Fan didn't disappoint everyone. He performed as usual and secured the highest tier of the national fortune reward. Speaking of which, our physical fitness keeps improving. Over time, won't this turn everyone in our Dragon Nation into cultivators? Xiao Sa had only mentioned it casually, but Wang Bingbing's eyes lit up instantly. She immediately picked up the thread. Teacher Sa, you're right. There really is that possibility. Look, our lifespans have already increased by 40 years. For the longest lived citizens, that means the upper limit is approaching 200 years. And that's without considering how all our physical attributes have been enhanced. Who knows? We might truly reach ages of over 200, or even 300. With lifespans like that, if we weren't called cultivators, no one would believe it. As he spoke, Wang Bingbing immediately began acting it out. This old man is 150 years old, with a smattering of martial arts knowledge. Just imagining that scene was enough to make anyone chuckle. The Long Kingdom audience was also amused by Wang Bingbing's playful imagination. Bingbing is so amusing. Yeah, but it's not entirely impossible for such a situation to arise. Everyone's physical condition has improved so much these days. I was practically in a state of suboptimal health before, but now I'm bursting with energy, no more lethargy at all. All thanks to Lin Fan, otherwise, we'd have been at a complete loss. Exactly. With Lin Fan, our dragon nation finally has the right to claim its rise. Hey, look! Lin Fan is appearing. On the live stream screen, Lin Fan emerged from the marriage room with a beaming smile. Meanwhile, the usually outspoken Xingyi followed him out, her face flushed crimson. Not a word was spoken, he was as docile as could be. This scene had everyone laughing. Well, that spoiled brat deserved a good lesson, right? I envy Lin Fan every single day he gets to have his cake and eat it too, and his partner is an elf princess, so beautiful. Lin Fan truly lives up to his reputation, nothing beats the virility of a human man. I'm a guy, and even I can't help but like Lin Fan. Hey, this isn't Rongqing. Watching the stream of near NSFW comments float by, Wang Bingbing couldn't bear to look for a moment. Meanwhile, on Lin Fan's side, after the marriage ceremony concluded, he received the corresponding attribute boosts. All attributes plus 10. This reward only appeared after the beginner stage. In other words, the stats of marriage game participants could gradually increase alongside the number of marriage partners. No longer need to fear being physically weak and unable to find treasures to strengthen oneself. Beyond this, I received another notification. The spirit forest has materialized. It no longer exists solely within the matchmaking chamber, but it appeared near our home. Come on, Hoshino, let's head home. Lin Fan casually wrapped his arm around Xingye's slender waist and strode confidently back to their home. Soon, Xiao Miao came running out to greet them. Upon spotting Xingye, the cat showed no jealousy whatsoever. Instead, it bounded excitedly to her side, taking her hand. Are you Lin Fan's new match? You're so pretty. My name's Xiao Miao. What's yours? Xingye hadn't been fazed until she heard the word spouse, and now she felt a bit flustered, her cheeks flushing even redder. This princess is Hoshino. I'm the benevolent master who took Lin Fan in. Not some marriage partner. Xiao Miao froze at this, her puzzled gaze shifting to Lin Fan. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, signaling that this was just Hoshino's personality. Little Miao nodded in understanding. Then, she pulled Hoshino inside the house. Two girls from different worlds and races quickly found common ground. They completely ignored Lin Fan, their husband, leaving him out of the conversation. It wasn't until dinner time that Hoshino and Xiao Miao reluctantly came downstairs. What's for dinner tonight? Hoshino still wasn't quite used to suddenly having a husband. She commanded in a bossy tone, I want to eat what you humans eat. Lin Fan wasn't about to indulge Xingye. He reached up and gave her little face a firm pinch. Ha? Talking so loudly? You really think I'm your servant, huh? Wah, don't touch my face. Hoshino resisted fiercely, but she couldn't match Lin Fan's domineering nature. In the end, she could only give in with a pout. Alright, dear. Please, just make me something to eat. I'm really hungry. Only after receiving the desired answer did Lin Fan relent. Poof. You little brat. Like I can't handle a tsundere? Who knows who was in that marriage room all along? Ahem. Humming a tune, Lin Fan quickly cooked up 3 bowls of instant noodles and placed them on the table. He'd never actually eaten this stuff before. After all, with all the delicacies available, why bother with instant noodles? Chapter 26, Boss-Level Monster Invasion, the Elf Princess. But now, their food supplies were running dangerously low. They needed to find a new source of sustenance. So, he reluctantly served the instant noodles to Hoshino and the others. Surprisingly, Hoshino didn't seem to mind the taste of the instant noodles at all. Like Xiao Miao, she examined the bowl of instant noodles before her with curiosity. It smells so good. Xiao Miao exclaimed sincerely. Hoshino remained silent, but the glistening droplets at the corners of her mouth clearly betrayed her thoughts. Elves are elves, after all. But they still get hungry and crave snacks. Lin Fan chuckled, go ahead then. This instant noodle is our human food, not some fancy ingredient, but rather a convenient meal. Convenience food? It's cheap and inexpensive food. After Lin Fan said this, the 2 girls didn't show the slightest hint of disgust. Instead, they were utterly stunned. Something this delicious isn't considered high-end? Xiao Miao exclaimed in disbelief. Meanwhile, Xingye beside her couldn't hold back any longer. She slurped up a mouthful with her chopsticks. In an instant, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be this delicious? Hoshino couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This instant noodle tasted far better than any fruit or dish she'd ever eaten. Yet Lin Fan claimed this was perfectly normal food for humans? How terrifying.
Hoshino suddenly looked at Lin Fan with a skeptical expression. She seriously doubted Lin Fan was just saying this to scare her.
Ahem.
Well, this princess is quite satisfied with such a delicious delicacy. Make it for me more often in the future. Seeing Hoshino's smug, aloof expression with grease still smudged around her mouth made Lin Fan chuckle.
Likewise, the viewers in the live stream room were also chuckling away. Alright, so she's a stubborn, spoiled princess, huh? I have a feeling Princess Hoshino might just end up winning herself over. She probably genuinely thinks this is a delicious treat.
And Lin Fan said it on purpose, just so she wouldn't feel guilty.
Dude, you're thinking way more than Princess Hoshino does. You might as well go be Princess Hoshino yourself. Not impossible, heh.
You're seriously messed up.
After dinner, Hoshino kept pacing around the house.
Meanwhile, Lin Fan watched the sky grow darker outside and called out, Hoshino, monsters will attack our home soon.
You'll have to step in and stop them. Petty low-level monsters? This princess can wipe them out with a flick of her finger.
Lin Fan chuckled.
Seems Hoshino isn't just tsundere.
Even her speech had a touch of that teenage angst. Time slowly passed and the stirrings of monsters outside gradually became apparent.
They kept emerging from the spirit forest.
Witnessing this scene, Lin Fan began to form a theory. Perhaps the so-called restricted zone was merely a diversionary tactic set up by the matchmaking game near the homestead. During the day, it protected everything within the homestead. But at night, this illusion would be lifted. This allowed participants to gradually adapt to the rhythm of this place, preparing them for the constant monster attacks that would likely follow.
They're here. Xiao Miao alerted.
Looking up, a massive horde of monsters had gathered outside the home.
Even more than before. This time, there were at least 100. Demonized Spirit Fiend. Level, D class. Combat power, 1000.
Evaluation, once servants of the elven race, they now dwell in darkness, their eyes burning with the desire to kill. The spirit demons flickered faintly in the darkness, their forms barely discernible. Xiao Miao couldn't sit still any longer and charged out, intent on slaughter. But strangely, Xiao Miao's attacks had absolutely no effect on these spirit demons. Her claws simply passed right through their bodies.
What? Just as Xiao Miao froze in confusion, the spirit demons launched their attack.
With no way to dodge, massive fireballs erupted from her body.
They instantly slaughtered every last one of those spirit demons. Xiao Miao, come back.
Lin Fan raised his wand and shouted loudly. Xiao Miao snapped out of her daze and gratefully returned to Lin Fan's side.
Yet, when she looked back at the horde of monsters, a wave of bewilderment washed over her once more. What should we do? I can't fight these monsters.
I'm sorry, I'm so useless. Xiao Miao kept apologizing. Lin Fan, however, remained completely unflustered.
Perhaps before, this situation would have given him a real headache. But now? With Xingye here, what was there to fear? Oomph. Any male resident who dares bully little Miao and this princess is asking for trouble. Before anyone could react, Hoshino had already appeared outside the home. Her bare little feet lightly touched the ground and her entire aura transformed instantly. Like a sacred saint,
Hoshino formed hand seals and chanted incantations. Countless points of light swirled around her. Magical array patterns materialized before her.
Boom! Countless vines burst forth from the forest. They strangled the spirit demons one by one. But it wasn't over yet.
Even larger, scorching fireballs, accompanied by rolling waves of heat, exploded among the spirit demons, sending out ripples of destruction. Witnessing this, Lin Fan knew that Xingye's 2,000 combat points were no exaggeration. Truly worthy of a D-rank combat power.
Meanwhile, Xiao Miao's eyes sparkled with admiration. Wow, Xingye is so cool. Yeah, exactly.
Lin Fan chimed in with a couple of words of agreement. Hoshino hadn't reacted much at first, but upon hearing that last compliment, he couldn't suppress the smile spreading across his face.
Oomph. Does this princess even need to prove her strength? Just then, Hoshino suddenly furrowed her brow. He looked into the depths of the darkness. A colossal tree demon, bearing a terrifying human face, slowly approaching the direction of their home. Its terrifying aura caused Lin Fan and the others' expressions to change. Demonized tree spirit. Level, D. Combat power, 1900. Evaluation, corrupted by demonic energy, its power has surged dramatically. Approach with extreme caution and avoid confrontation whenever possible. As a beginner-level boss monster, it is undoubtedly a nightmare for newcomers. Reading this, Lin Fan couldn't help but furrow his brows. Something's wrong. Could such a boss-level monster really appear in this monster attack? If that's truly the case, why didn't the intelligence system warn me beforehand? Lin Fan suddenly sensed a critical oversight. Turning to Hoshino, whose face was set in grim determination, he shouted directly, "Hoshino, attack him. Just a test attack. I have an idea, but I can only confirm it after you strike." Hearing this, Hoshino wasted no time and launched his attack immediately. Chapter 27, Instant Kill, Magic Transmission. At that very moment, in the live stream room, just when everyone thought this was merely an ordinary monster attack, they were met with a dense swarm of monsters covering the ground. They were stunned. Wait, what's going on here? I saw participants from other countries only had a dozen or so monsters. There must be 100 of them here. How could there be so many? Could the matchmaking game be targeting Lin Fan? Hard to say. None of us know the exact mechanics behind how these home-attacking monsters appear in the matchmaking game. For participants from other nations, encountering even a dozen monsters at once is a guaranteed death sentence. And now look at Lin Fan's side, a horde this massive. Judging by their strength, each monster boasts a combat power of 1000. This makes the danger Lin Fan faces far greater than that of any other matchmaking participant. This scene made everyone's hearts leap into their throats. At that very moment, Wang Bingbing gasped in shock. Teacher Sa, look at that. Sa immediately sensed trouble. Focusing intently, he finally made out the details. Good heavens! This was no longer just a simple swarm of monsters. Now, even boss-level monsters had appeared. Why is the crisis on Lin Fan's side so terrifying? Ha! Yo-ho! These monsters from the matchmaking game? Absolutely perfect. They're practically model citizens. Kill Lin Fan. I refuse to see this piece of trash survive another day on this planet. Take him down. Kill Lin Fan. Make sure he doesn't give his match to our great Han Kingdom. Wait, are you guys crazy? Matchmaking partners are transferable? How about you give me your wife then? How can you Dragon Nation be so stingy? You won't even grant this small request, yet you talk about righteousness. Bull. What a waste of those two marriage candidates for that good-for-nothing Lin Fan. So powerful, so beautiful, yet they have to die here with him. I now order the marriage game to send those two girls to my mansion. I can put in a good word for you with the Grand Duke. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's side faced mortal peril. Foreign scum rushed over to kick him while he was down, instantly inciting the fury of the Dragon Nation's citizens. Just as they were about to unleash a torrent of curses, Wang Bingbing suddenly saw a glimmer of hope. Look! Wow! Princess Hoshino, is she that amazing? At that moment in the matchmaking game, Hoshino didn't doubt Lin Fan's words for a moment. Instead, she immediately channeled her most powerful magical energy. She unleashed a single strike at the tree demon. Boom! The once arrogant tree demon was actually cleaved clean in two by Hoshino's single strike. What? Hoshino froze. Xiao Miao froze. They never imagined this fierce-looking boss monster would be so weak? It wasn't weak, it was already injured. Lin Fan's words jolted them awake. By now, the monsters were all dead. They approached the tree demon's corpse to inspect it, and sure enough, besides the damage inflicted by Hoshino, there was another spot bearing a massive, fatal wound. Who did this? Hoshino murmured, then turned to look at Lin Fan suspiciously. No wonder she would think that. How did Lin Fan know this? Xiao Miao also looked at Lin Fan with eager anticipation. Lin Fan had no intention of showing off, he simply stated the truth. I was just guessing. I lost the bet, there's nothing I can do about it. The fact that the intelligence system didn't provide this information speaks volumes. This tree demon itself certainly couldn't pose a life-threatening danger to me. But the tree demon itself is incredibly powerful, it's impossible to say for certain that I'll be fine. The intelligence system wouldn't overlook this fact, so there must be other reasons. Based on this, Lin Fan had casually come up with a possible explanation. To his surprise, he had actually guessed correctly. Even if it wasn't Lin Fan's doing, his words alone made him tower above them in the eyes of the two women. Watching this unfold, the viewers in the livestream finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Lin Fan is blessed by the heavens, he won't die so easily. But seriously, how could Lin Fan be so certain that the tree demon could be instantly killed by Princess Hoshino? No idea. I didn't understand the reason either. Ha? Guesswork? I don't buy it. Seeing Lin Fan's crisis resolved and in such a manner, everyone's curiosity about Lin Fan deepened even further. The Dragon Nation's people were relieved, but for the foreign trash, this was more painful than death itself. Tree demon, what the hell is wrong with you? Can you get your act together? Kill that pig Lin Fan already. How is this even possible? I strongly demand that Longwood be reported for cheating in the matchmaking game. Yes. They're definitely cheating. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental every single time? You Dragon Nation people are despicable. Cheating and refusing to admit it. The foreign scum were all furious. But none of this could alter Lin Fan's fate in the matchmaking game. After slaying all the monsters, Lin Fan began looting the battlefield. This time, the haul was truly bountiful. Physical enhancement potion? Breadfruit tree seed? Chicken and duck farm? Complete with 5 starter poultry? Rice paddy farm?
Lin Fan's eyes lit up instantly.
This was exactly what he needed. Food was what he needed most right now. And this farm was clearly a reliable food source.
After reading the description, Lin Fan learned that the farm could rapidly mature poultry using monster carcasses, significantly boosting reproduction rates.
Great. So smart, huh? Looks like we won't be short on food at all. At the very least, Lin Fan was steadily advancing along the path of sustaining basic life. Now, what about the other marriage candidates? No need to think twice.
Once the food provided by their homesteads runs out, most of them will be left staring helplessly.
And there was nothing they could do about it. Thinking of this, Lin Fan's mood couldn't help but lift.
After setting up the farm near the homestead, he used all the monster carcasses to accelerate growth. Soon, the breadfruit trees grew tall and mighty.
Both farms were thriving.
He then turned to Hoshino, offering his praise without reservation. Hoshino, tonight's home defense battle was all thanks to you. You deserve every bit of praise. For Hoshino, even a simple, straightforward compliment was enough to keep her happy for a long time.
Chapter 28, The Numerical Superiority of the Alien Scum. Of course. Don't you know who this princess is? Hoshino declared triumphantly, hands on her hips. Lin Fan's tone softened slightly as he pressed his advantage. Then, dear Princess Hoshino, might you teach me some magic? Hoshino wasn't inherently bad-tempered. She was just a bit tsundere. Give her a couple compliments, and she'd practically have her tail wagging to the sky. Under Lin Fan's wave of sweet talk and flattery, Hoshino readily agreed. Since you're asking so sincerely, I'll graciously teach you. I'll share my 3 most powerful spells, the ones I'm most skilled at. With that, Starfield began her demonstration. 2 of the spells were the giant flame spell that had just been used to slay the monster, and the magic bind spell. Beyond those, there was the technique that had ended the tree demon. Sword magic. The first 2 spells possessed immense power and were relatively simple to master. Lin Fan mastered them in a single second, executing them flawlessly, truly catching Hoshino off guard. I never imagined a human could possess such formidable magical talent. Hoshino murmured. Even compared to myself, it's simply incomparable. He meant that Lin Fan's magical talent utterly eclipsed his own. Of course, Hoshino would never admit this openly. So when Lin Fan smiled and asked about his magical talent, Hoshino responded with her usual haughty snort, average, I suppose. Still far inferior to the princess. This next advanced technique took me 3 years to master. If you can learn it within 3 months, then I'll acknowledge your talent. Oh? If my talent is inferior to yours, why give me such a short time frame? Lin Fan said with a hint of a smile. Could it be, you think my magical talent surpasses yours? Shut up! Hoshino snapped, her expression hardening. After imparting the incantation and technique to Hoshino, she gave a light snort and turned to head back inside. Indeed. Lin Fan's magical talent was truly extraordinary, even surpassing that of an elf princess like herself. But this profound technique was indeed difficult to master. 3 months was already the absolute minimum time Hoshino had estimated. There was little point in her watching any longer. Then, just as she turned to leave, she suddenly sensed the intense aura of magical incantations erupting behind her. What? Xingye spun around in shock, only to see before Lin Fan's eyes. A massive sword, blazing with dazzling light within a grand magic circle, came crashing down. You learned it? Hoshino almost thought she was hallucinating. She rubbed her eyes repeatedly, yet the scene before her remained undeniably real. Lin Fan waved his hand to disperse it, nodding casually. Yeah, it felt a bit trickier, but not too hard. Just watched it a couple more times and got it. Hoshino. Devastating. A huge blow. Her once proud magical talent seemed utterly insignificant in Lin Fan's presence. The gap was too vast. It was unbearable. Hoshino's mood plummeted to an all-time low in that moment. Lin Fan wrapped his arms around her and chuckled. Don't be like that. If I learned it, it's because you taught me well, right? Isn't that so, teacher Hoshino? Hoshino instantly brightened up. That's more like it. Thanks to me. Yes, thanks to you. Lin Fan smiled and said no more. Coaxing this little Hoshino was just like coaxing a child, no difference at all. It was just a matter of moving his lips. Lin Fan didn't mind that. He opened the attribute panel. Name, Lin Fan. Level, D rank. Combat power, 2000. Stamina, 70. Agility, 30. Mental strength, 40. Average human attributes, 10. Combat assessment, newcomer to thee, possesses magical power sufficient for self-defense. Skills, top-tier magical talent passive. True sight. Sword magic. Giant flame. Magic entanglement. His current attributes are a world apart from before. The enhancement was nothing short of monumental. Lin Fan was thoroughly satisfied. He then made his way toward his home. So satisfying. So satisfying. Ah, only Lin Fan's dating show is truly enjoyable to watch. Ha? Something's wrong? Why did the live stream go black again? Screen blacked out? Double tap to try? Clearly, after a busy day, Master Lin was diving back into his hectic schedule. After Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing finished their speeches, they clocked out and left. The livestream room grew dull and uneventful once more. Just then, a comment floated across the screen. Oh no, the matchmaking participants from the neighboring Great Cold Nation have actually teamed up. This news was utterly unprecedented. Matchmaking participants had never before formed alliances. Dragon Nation citizens immediately rushed to the Great Cold Nation's matchmaking livestream to check. Sure enough, on the screen, they saw a full 3 matchmaking participants. All under the same sky. Facing over a dozen monsters, the 3 matchmaking participants struggled to hold their ground, but thankfully, they managed to take them all down. This was a scene they had never witnessed before. This thought prompted the Dragon Nation citizens to ask questions. Those who had witnessed the entire sequence explained. It turned out that in this matchmaking game, there was a chance to encounter other participants. Not only could they encounter participants from their own nation, but also those from other countries. This setup undoubtedly gave foreign participants a significant numerical advantage, with at least 10 players from other nations. For those like them, this significantly boosted their ability to protect themselves to a certain extent. Moreover, as the number of participants increased, the number of rooms would also expand accordingly. For instance, if there are 3 participants from the Great Cold Nation, that means 12 rooms available for them to choose from. Unfortunately, the Great Cold Kingdom didn't unlock any matchmaking rooms. But the Ugly People Kingdom hit the jackpot, opening 2 matchmaking rooms and securing 2 A-grade matchmaking rewards. Damn! 2 A-grade marriage rewards? They must have stepped in dog. It's no wonder they got them after all. The Ugly People Kingdom lost quite a few marriage participants. They paved the way with their lives. Alright, knowing that makes me feel a bit better. You gotta admit, just looking at the results, those alien bastards' numerical advantage really showed. Humanitarian-wise, they only managed to unlock those matchmaking rooms by rapidly pushing through countless lives. Unethical. A terrible thing. But judging by the outcome, they did gain a certain advantage in this regard. Fortunately, Lin Fan never stumbled here, consistently securing the S-rank marriage partner reward. Chapter 29, Upgrading the New Home, Reinforcing Facilities. The next day. Exhausted after a sleepless night, Lin Fan clutched his lower back as he dragged his feet to the bathroom for a quick wash. So this was it? A sleepless night battling 2 formidable opponents had taken its toll. Intelligence System, activate. Intelligence 1, today in the marriage world, the god of bad luck has decreed that all doors now carry a 99.99% fatality rate. Intelligence 2, heavy snowfall today with temperatures at -30 degrees Celsius. However, every hour, an auxiliary resource may randomly spawn in the outside world. Intelligence 3, the Beast Tide Challenge begins in 3 days. 10 consecutive waves of beasts will spawn. Survive them all and rank first in completion time among all matchmaking participants to claim the ultimate grand prize. Intelligence 4, hidden within door 4 lies a D-tier shadow giant. Defeating it yields a C-tier magical artifact and a contract certificate. The intelligence provided to Lin Fan today by the system made him take things even more seriously. Unlike the usual intelligence, today's matchmaking world had undergone a major upheaval. Lin Fan glanced out the window. Frost had already formed in patches on the glass. After blowing away the frost with a puff of breath, the howling, biting cold wind outside and the flakes of heavy snow falling visibly told him it was true. All of it told Lin Fan that this was real. Support resources. With that thought, Lin Fan immediately donned thick clothing, intending to go outside and investigate. The moment he opened the door, Lin Fan realized just how fierce the cold wind outside truly was. Taking just one step outside, countless snowflakes felt like sharp little knives scraping painfully against his cheeks. Moreover, the biting wind made his feet slip and slide. Stepping into the snow, his vision was completely blanketed in white within just 2 meters. Though the area near his home wasn't large, it was more than enough to trap an ordinary person in this extreme environment. Lin Fan summoned the power of magic to light a torch before daring to venture out. He ventured out cautiously, counting his steps as he went. Fortunately, he soon stumbled upon a randomly spawned treasure. Homestead Renovation Blueprint. Upon use, transforms the homestead into a luxurious 3-story villa spanning 600 square meters, complete with a private swimming pool, esports room, game arcade, cinema, and more. Rating: in this matchmaking world, such a luxurious villa is a structure beyond the reach of ordinary people. Holy crap! A 3-story villa spanning 600 square meters? With separate rooms for every amenity? This is beyond even my wildest dreams. And now it's actually happening? Great! Lin Fan flashed a satisfied smile. Glancing back at his own plain, ordinary brick house, he instantly felt utterly crushed and defeated. Returning to his room, he immediately woke the 2 exhausted women. HM? Xiao Miao and Xing Yi rubbed their sleepy eyes, letting out adorable little grunts. Time to get up. We have a new home. At those words, both women sat bolt upright. A new home? Is it a better home than this one? Judging by Lin Fan's expression, it must be. Yay! Xiao Miao jumped excitedly out of bed, only to shiver violently from the cold the moment she stood up and burrowed back under the covers. So cold, so cold. Lin Fan almost forgot. Cats are the most cold-sensitive animals. Out of all the seasons, only the hottest days of summer bring them any warmth. In real life, cats spend the rest of the time lounging on scorching air conditioner units. Silly thing, let me put some clothes on you. Lin Fan couldn't persuade Xiao Miao, so he had to do it himself. Xiao Miao gave a silly smile. After putting on the clothes on this side, he glanced over to the other side. Hoshino was wrapped in a blanket, her head turned away, saying nothing. Why aren't you getting dressed? Hurry up, or you won't have a new home to live in. Lin Fan teased her deliberately. But Hoshino actually took him seriously. Her body shuddered as she struggled to wriggle into the clothes. She shot Lin Fan a look full of resentment and grievance before silently putting them on. That little mouth was still buzzing away, I couldn't make out what it was saying. I'm off. Little Miao bounded down the stairs. Lin Fan was about to follow when suddenly, Xingyi wrapped her arms around his neck from behind. With a mischievous grin revealing her tiny fangs, she declared, Lin Fan, next time, you have to dress me too. Or I'll hate you forever. Lin Fan chuckled helplessly. No problem. All right. When did we get a jealous little thing in the house? By the time everyone stepped outside, the accumulated snow had completely buried the tops of their shoes. Lin Fan tore open the scroll and a vast white light enveloped the homestead. In the blink of an eye, the upgrade success notification sounded. A luxurious villa appeared before their eyes. Lavish decorations and avant-garde design instantly revealed the opulent extravagance of this home. The two women were instantly dazzled, rushing excitedly inside. In the vast ground-floor living room, expensive furniture was everywhere, a valuable record player. Golden nanmowood tables and chairs. Even an atmospheric fireplace. Before the fireplace, an intelligent robot bowed respectfully to the three, its eyes glowing. Good day, masters. My name is Xiao Ai, and I am the butler of this villa. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to let me know. With that, it placed the steaming teacup on the mantelpiece table with graceful precision. Then, its form abruptly shifted, transforming into a robotic vacuum that began sweeping through the villa. Wow! Xiao Miao and Xingye were completely dumbfounded. They'd never seen anything like this before. It wasn't a living creature, possessed no aura whatsoever, yet looked exactly like a human. Honestly, it wasn't just them, even Lin Fan had never encountered such high-tech marvels in real life. It just goes to show the lives of the wealthy are beyond imagination. It must be said, this villa truly lived up to its reputation as a luxury estate. The old brick house used to let cold air seep in. But inside this villa, everything radiated a serene, timeless tranquility. A warm atmosphere permeated the rooms. Meals required no manual effort, simply summon Xiao Ai, and after inquiring about your preferences, he would prepare breakfast. Unbelievably comfortable. Lin Fan sipped his black tea leisurely, gazing out at the snowy landscape beyond the window. Suddenly, it felt less like surviving in a marriage game and more like a rich kid on vacation. Meanwhile, in the other live stream room, everyone watched the live stream's every move. Today's matchmaking game was bizarre. Such heavy snow had fallen that many participants couldn't endure it and froze to death. Chapter 30, Beast Tide Challenge? Level up first. Yeah, it's so strange. I swear it must be at least minus 20 degrees. Even the strongest participants from other countries mostly haven't upgraded their shelters. Facing this extreme weather, I'm dying to see how they'll manage to survive. Don't even get me started. Three Kingdoms lost several participants outright. Good riddance. The alien scum immediately went red hot. They're jumping right in. What gives you, Dragon Country, the right to be so arrogant? Just because that pig Lin Fan happened to have a shabby house to shelter him from the wind and rain, you think you're something special? This is unfair. Exactly. That Dragon Country pig is utterly disgusting. If it's a competition, why not compete fairly? Everyone's homes are Thai, you should be braving the blizzard too. Hold on a sec. Baka baka. Our little country's participants are actually this clever? They found a campfire blueprint in the snow? This means one more of our little country's participants will survive. Longwa pigs, just be jealous. A campfire is way warmer than that crappy blanket. If I could talk to Lin Fan, I'd ask him if he's jealous, you bastards. Aren't you guys all about fairness? If you have one, you don't need a campfire? Fair? Baka. Our little country's rules are the rules. Then, the live feed showed Lin Chen, bundled in his coat, walking out into the snowy expanse. This scene initially left many viewers utterly baffled. After all, many participants in the matchmaking game had never emerged from the snow once they stepped into it. After all, the biting cold and sub-zero temperatures. Visibility would inevitably be severely limited. Even if one could make it out, returning safely was another matter entirely. But soon, everyone understood the significance of Lin Fan's actions. A luxury villa? 600 square meters? 3 stories? An esports room? Seriously, what is this? You can play online games inside the matchmaking game now? Damn, I've worked my whole life and never even glimpsed the tip of this iceberg, yet Lin Fan just went out for a stroll and stumbled upon it? Envy. Shouldn't the people back in our little country be the most envious right now? Those who were gloating over finding a campfire moments ago, what would their reaction be when they saw Lin Fan discover this luxury villa as his new home? Next up. Home upgrade.
As the live stream camera zoomed in, a whole new world unfolded before everyone's eyes.
What the hell is this? I may be broke, but I can tell at a glance that this furniture and these facilities are the standard setup for the wealthy. Good grief, this is way too secure. They even have smart robots? Damn, I can't help but feel like Lin Fan is living the high life in this matchmaking game. With 2 stunning wives and a mansion this big, he's definitely a winner in life. Hey, you with the little notebook, can you still speak now?
Little Notebook Nation was in no condition to speak. Look at the participants from his own country in the matchmaking game, either shivering in tiny wooden huts, frozen to the point of unconsciousness, or huddling pitifully around campfires. Now look at Lin Fan's side. What's there left to compare? The difference was starkly obvious. The heavy snow continued to fall. After Lin Fan woke up, it persisted for a full 3 hours before finally easing off. During this time, Lin Fan kept exploring the surroundings and introduced the 2 women to various modern amenities, making time fly by. Fertility fruit tree. Increases conception probability by 20%. Magic barrier. Crafted from giant trees within the magical forest, it possesses the ability to withstand massive physical and magical attacks. Durability 1000. Automatic arrow tower. Automatically detects all monsters within a 150-meter radius and initiates attacks. Durability 200. Attack power 500. The supplies obtained were quite decent. At least Lin Fan was satisfied. But don't forget, a massive beast tide will appear in 3 days. Now that he could reinforce all the facilities around his home, things would be much easier when the time came. After reinforcing the fences and arrow towers, Lin Fan patiently began planting the life-giving fruit trees. Hoshino approached curiously from behind, observing Lin Fan's meticulous movements. She couldn't help but ask, "What is this? Why do you seem so concerned about this sapling?" Fertility fruit trees. Once they bear fruit, I'll share them with you. They increase your chances of conceiving. Lin Fan replied casually. That single sentence instantly made Xing Ye's ears turn bright red. I don't want to have your child. Lin Fan, He spun around and pulled Hoshino tightly into his embrace, feigning anger as he declared, "You won't bear my child? Then whose do you intend to bear? Mind your own business. Fine, then leave. I don't want you anymore." Lin Fan's mind raced with a plan, and he let out a cold laugh. Hoshino immediately panicked, abandoning her usual prideful demeanor. She forced herself to set aside her innate arrogance and clung desperately to Lin Fan's arm. "No, I misspoke just now. I will have your child. Please don't hate me, okay?" Hoshino cautiously looked up, only to find Lin Fan stifling a laugh. "You're picking on me again." Xingye couldn't hold it in any longer and threw herself into Lin Fan's arms, wailing loudly. Little Miao heard the commotion and saw the scene, instantly understanding what had happened. She sighed immediately, looking at the 2 of them helplessly. "Lin Fan, stop picking on Xingye all the time. She's a good girl. And Hoshino, you 2 always provoking Lin Fan. Damn it! Lin Fan, you deserve to die." Princess Xingye finally got Lin Fan to make her cry. What a sight. What a pair of lovebirds. This CP is the best to ship. On screen, Lin Fan and the 2 girls continued their casual chat. After interacting with the audience for a moment, Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing suddenly seemed to receive instructions, promptly switching the feed to other participating nations. Dear viewers, today's marriage match world is truly extraordinary. 10 participants from different countries have already been instantly eliminated after opening their doors. What? What on earth is going on? Such a high death rate? All eyes turned to the screen. The Great Cold Kingdom. The Ugly People Kingdom. Xiaoben Kingdom. Participants from countless nations randomly opened doors one after another. But the fate awaiting them was invariably a bizarre death. This eerie scene cast a shadow of gloom over everyone's hearts. Though the participants from other nations had no direct connection to him, they were somehow linked to Lin Fan. Chapter 31, The fierce battle against the shadow giant proves extremely difficult. For instance, the marriage world might have undergone some kind of anomaly. The doors had malfunctioned. This is precisely why, upon opening the door, they all met a fatal end. If that's truly the case, then if Lin Fan were to open the door, would he also face the same fate? After all, they currently possess an omniscient perspective. Lin Fan, trapped within the matchmaking game, couldn't see the livestream feed. Naturally, he subconsciously assumed all the doors could be opened. But if he had actually opened it, the consequences would be unimaginable. As if to test everyone's assumptions, the live feed switched to several other countries. Without exception, every matchmaking participant who opened a door was instantly killed. Some even incurred national fortune penalties. Witnessing this, the Dragon Nation's citizens were nearly certain of their worst fears.
Oh no, what on earth is going on with today's matchmaking game? First this bizarre extreme weather, now these strange doors? What should we do? If this is real, won't Lin Fan get caught in it too? Damn it! I don't want this to happen. If only we could warn Lin Fan about this. But unfortunately, that was impossible. And because of that, they could only watch Lin Fan's every move helplessly. We can only hope he'll come to his senses before it's too late. He must not open those doors again. Yet, reality always seemed to defy their wishes. After playing around with the two women for a while, Lin Fan suddenly strode toward the 4 doors. Lin Fan was about to open them. Please don't open them. He'll die if he does. Lin Fan. We're doomed. What do we do? What do we do? How can we make Lin Fan realize this is wrong? What the hell is this marriage game? Does it want to kill the participants? And right at that moment, the alien scum, already seething with pent-up rage, immediately sprang into action. You idiots! What are you still struggling for? Lin Fan's death is a certainty. I told you so. Lin Fan was always going to be a short-lived ghost. Damn it! This is the consequence of unfair treatment. Karma's A. While everyone else suffers, only Lin Fan gets to live in luxury. Even as a Dragon Nation citizen, I couldn't stand watching it anymore. Just because Lin Fan is human, does that make everyone else subhuman? This law-abiding citizen is truly admirable. Seriously, your logic is beyond ridiculous. Did Lin Fan's home even belong to him in the first place? What gives you the right to complain about unfairness? If you're so great, why don't you go get yourself such luxurious facilities? Baka. Shut up. What's the point of all this ranting? Bottom line, just sit back and watch your country's pig Lin Fan die. At that moment, Lin Fan had already arrived at Gate 4. He slowly turned the handle. Every minute movement tugged at the hearts of every Dragon Nation citizen. Even the season anchors Xia Sa and Wang Bingbing had fallen silent, their lips pressed together in earnest prayer. Bang! Fortunately, after the door opened, Lin Fan hadn't met a bizarre death. Upon witnessing this, everyone visibly relaxed. But their smiles quickly faded. The room's interior revealed a massive arena. And standing before Lin Fan was a giant over 10 meters tall. Shadow Giant. Rank D. Combat Power 3000. Evaluation: a member of the giant race, but after being corrupted by demonic energy, he has completely lost his sanity. In exchange, he possesses extreme rage and fully unleashed combat instincts, making him extremely troublesome. Shadow Giant? And it's a D-tier threat? Witnessing this scene, nearly every Dragon Nation citizen felt a sinking sensation in their hearts skipping a beat in terror. It was clear. In terms of raw combat power, he was far more formidable than Princess Hoshino. As for Lin Fan, though he too was ranked D tier, his combat power was a mere 2000. Even within the D rank tier, possessing such combat power is already considered quite exceptional. Yet the gap between him and the Shadow Giant was equally stark. The difference was vast, immense. Such a matchup could almost be called suicide without exaggeration. The Dragon Nation's populace, whose emotions had just begun to ease, immediately tensed up again. Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing were also intensely focused, carefully analyzing the situation. At this moment, Lin Fan's disadvantage was overwhelming. A full 1,000 points separated their combat strengths, a chasm nearly impossible to bridge. Honestly, as things stood, I couldn't fathom any way Lin Fan could possibly win. The livestream fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's expressions turned grim at this sight. Ha! Die! Just die already. May the next matchmaker from Dragon Nation be as foolish as this idiot Lin Fan. Thinking himself supremely clever, he insists on opening the door to his own death. Giant, finish off this useless piece of trash. That loser Lin Fan, just die already. He shows zero respect for women. Wait. Teacher Sa, haven't you forgotten one crucial question? Suddenly, Wang Bingbing gasped in astonishment. We've studied the combat power system in the matchmaking game extensively. Didn't we all come to the same conclusion in the end? That combat power is the primary factor determining strength. And elemental advantages are also a major reason for victory. Xiao Sa was momentarily confused. What do you mean? In other words, if the opponent is a water-type spirit and Lin Fan uses fire-type magic to overcome them, then even if his combat power is lower than the opponent's, it doesn't mean Lin Fan will lose. Instead, he'll win decisively. The current situation is no different. We only know the enemy possesses formidable combat prowess. But what about their resistance to magic? If it's weak, wouldn't Lin Fan have the perfect counter? After all, he possesses top-tier magical talent and has learned several spells from Princess Hoshino. Her words struck a chord with everyone. Wang Bingbing's words instantly reignited hope in everyone's hearts. Exactly. There's still a glimmer of hope. Lin Fan, give it your all. We absolutely must use magic to take down this damn giant. Seriously, sometimes I really admire you people from the Dragon Nation comforting yourselves, deceiving yourselves, it's truly laughable. At that moment, in the marriage matching game, on the massive arena stage, Lin Fan showed no fear. Chapter 32, Triumphant Victory, Humiliating the Foreign Race. Even if the opponent's combat power is 10,000. So what? The intelligence system hadn't warned Lin Fan that this shadow giant would baffle him. Sure enough, upon examining the heart region of the shadow giant, a massive crimson tumor bulged prominently. It seemed that was the most crucial point where the shadow giant could be defeated. Roar! The shadow giant launched its attack first. Despite its massive frame, its movement was eerily swift. Charging forward at breakneck speed, it instantly closed the distance to Lin Fan. A shadow fist 3 meters in diameter whipped past, grazing his hair and vaporizing the stone wall of the arena. Lin Fan rolled through a shower of debris, his nostrils filled with the foul stench of sulfur mingled with rotting flesh. The live feed shook violently from his perspective, revealing to the world's 7.3 billion viewers that the shadow giant's 15-meter frame was a war machine woven from countless struggling vengeful spirits. This sight sent the hearts of the Dragon Nation's citizens leaping into their throats. Regardless of whether Lin Fan could hear them, they roared at the screen, hoping that sheer volume might somehow inspire Lin Fan. The shadow giant roared with a subsonic blast, reducing the entire building to rubble in the shockwave. Lin Fan was hurled through 7 load-bearing walls by the blast, spitting blood that froze into ice crystals mid-air. He wiped the blood from his lips, his gaze unwavering. This was the first time a monster had injured him in the marriage game. This proved it. Surpassing one's own combat power by 1,000 points was no joke. But now, he was about to strike back. Magic entangle. Countless emerald chains erupted violently from the ground. In an instant, the barren earth was suddenly overrun by a frenzy of thick vines. They precisely wrapped around the giant's joints, leaving him utterly immobilized. If Hoshino had witnessed this scene, he would have definitely cried foul. After all, even Hoshino himself hadn't mastered magical binding to this level. Giant flame. Lin Fan bit his tongue, conjuring a magic array out of thin air. Without hesitation, he inscribed cuneiform characters in the sky with his own blood essence. In that instant, the magic circle seemed to be instantly dyed crimson. It blazed with an intense, crimson glow. The next moment, a crimson pillar of flame pierced through the dome of the building, illuminating the entire arena as bright as day. Within the flames, a faint, towering silhouette emerged, the primordial essence of magic itself. Had the disparity in combat power not been so immense, the single strike alone would have instantly slain the shadow giant. This was the power of top-tier magical talent. It was practically like cheating. Thankfully, Hoshino hadn't witnessed this scene. Otherwise, she'd be upset again, saying I kept it from her. Lin Fan chuckled softly. The fire serpent lashed violently at the monstrous tumor on the shadow giant's chest, its raging flames engulfing even the tendrils in their path. Instantly, the flames surged to new heights. Cracks began to form in the life core at the shadow giant's chest, and the trapped vengeful spirits let out piercing shrieks of liberation. Roar! The shadow giant's body was now engulfed in flames. Who knew what agony he was enduring? At that moment, in the livestream chat, an eerie silence suddenly descended. All the bullet comments flooding the screen just 3 seconds ago, like sick man of East Asia and civilization's defective product, vanished without a trace. All the alien scum witnessing this couldn't believe their eyes. Is this really the same guy who just entered the marriage game a few days ago? How could he possibly be this powerful? Why? How the hell? Lin Fan is awesome. Lin Fan is freaking awesome. Holy, seriously, I've never been impressed by anyone in my entire life, but today I'm genuinely blown away. Is this flame really something a D rank could unleash? He was absolutely right. Lin Fan's attributes truly counter this shadow giant. Surprised expressions also flashed across Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing's faces. Bingbing, you're like a real-life Lucky Charm. It actually turned out just like you said. Lin Fan's attributes completely counter this guy. Honestly, I can't take any credit for this. The theory was proposed by experts, and it was Lin Fan himself who discovered this weakness. If I must say something, let's all try our best to learn from Lin Fan's observational skills. Wang Bingbing replied with great sincerity. Demon Sword Art. Lin Fan's pupils turned molten gold as a 40-meter-long blade of light extended from his spine. This was the ultimate form of the Demon Sword Book. Wherever the blade passed, it sliced through space itself, leaving behind quantum ripples. Moving with Lin Fan's intent, the colossal blade violently pierced the chest of the demonic shadow giant. Piercing clean through. In that instant, every movement of the shadow giant was forcibly halted. As the massive fleshy tumor ruptured open, its life had reached its end. A torrent of foul blood rained down. The instant the lightsaber pierced the shadow core, blood rains simultaneously washed across every global broadcast feed. The shadow giant collapsed into a sky-filling ash, which upon landing transformed into jade-green healing spores. They mended every wound on Lin Fan's body and replenished all his depleted magical energy. Well, even though I possess top-tier magical talent and immense power, the drain on mana and mental energy after casting spells has become enormous. Lin Fan sighed inwardly. Had it not been for his top-tier magical talent allowing him to temporarily overdraw his mana reserves, he wouldn't have been able to unleash his ultimate form against this magic-bound foe. Without the ultimate form, he couldn't have slain this monster. Truly, he had maxed out his cheat codes. Lin Fan chuckled. At that moment, in the very center of the room, the form of the shadowy giant transformed directly into the shape of a treasure chest. Upon opening it, Lin Fan found a contract. Contract certificate. Forcibly binds the target as one's marital partner and grants control over their current actions. Evaluation. While contracts are useful, remember that capturing the other party's heart is what truly matters. Ha! This is a good thing. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Long before this, he had contemplated killing his betrothed to protect himself should the marriage go awry. Though he hadn't encountered such a situation yet, Lin Fan didn't dismiss the possibility. If he ever encountered an empress or someone of similar stature who looked down on him, then he'd have to start. As for emotions? Love blossoms over time. Love at first sight is bull. Grasping the contract certificate, Lin Fan decisively chose to head home and relax. But at that very moment, the livestream was anything but calm. Countless golden bullet comments surged like a torrent. God Fan. He's cleaved open the path to survival for an entire nation. Damn it, who dares question my brother Lin now? Fighting above his level, who could possibly do that? He must be cheating. How could a human possibly master 3 magical systems? Damn it. 8. I suggest the UN investigate the Dragon Nation contestants' genes. I now suspect your Dragon Nation's Lin Fan stole our ugly nation's talents. Return them immediately. Chapter 33, Chance Encounter with Other National Participants. Lin Fan pushed open the door to return home, only to collide head-on with Hoshino. Ha! Hoshino, what are you doing here? Xingye rubbed his forehead but clung stubbornly to Lin Fan's embrace, refusing to let go. His lips murmured, I wasn't waiting here because I was worried about you. Oh, I see. Lin Fan ruffled Hoshino's hair, inhaling the faint floral scent emanating from the elf, his mood lifting considerably. Back inside the mansion, he found Xiao Miao intently watching the butler knead dough in the kitchen. Oh, I see. Note it down, note it down. Little Miao even pulled out a small notebook, swiftly jotting down every movement the butler made. Seeing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. What are you doing? Xiao Miao jumped in surprise, then, noticing Lin Fan had returned, immediately hopped over to him, eager to show off her progress. I'm learning how to make food, she exclaimed excitedly. One day, I'll make things that are super delicious. Ha, good. But before that, you two should eat this first. Lin Fan pulled out 2 plump, ripe-seeding fruits and handed them to the 2 girls. What are these? Xiao Miao looked utterly innocent. Meanwhile, Xingye's cheeks flushed crimson, nearly dripping with embarrassment. As if she didn't know what this was? She'd asked about it last night, hadn't she? Lin Fan gave a mysterious smile. Eat up. Once you're full, you'll be in for it. Oh. Xiao Miao gave a silly grin, devoured the meal in 2 bites, then silently returned to her room to change into a brand new made outfit. Hoshino said nothing, merely carefully devouring the entire fruit. Lin Fan couldn't resist teasing her. Who knew you'd be so eager, huh? Hoshino. Don't talk. Lin Fan burst into laughter, scooping Xingyao up in his arms and carrying her upstairs. The next day. The intelligence system refreshed. Intelligence 1, 2 participants from the small nation marriage match will infiltrate Gate 1. One has a vicious temperament, feigning goodwill before ultimately stabbing you. The other will pretend to submit, then steal your marriage partner. Intelligence 2, Gate 2 is an environmental instance. Low difficulty. Contains blueprints for magical world technology, the magic cannon. Intelligence 3, persisting with cultivation for 2 more days may trigger the national fortune reward for childbirth. Intelligence 4, Gates 3 and 4 are punishment rooms. Gate 3 allows sacrificing 500,000 citizens to obtain a random marriage partner from the pool. Gate 4's treasure chest grants a random quest scroll upon first opening, yielding rich rewards upon completion. Subsequent openings inflict national fortune penalties. Additionally, the opener loses eligibility to participate in the marriage game. Small nation? This is perfect timing. Lin Fan sneered coldly. He believed every Dragon Nation citizen harbored an indelible hatred for the little nation. And now, to actually encounter a matchmaking participant from that little country? How delightful. If he didn't thoroughly toy with this situation, he'd be doing a disservice to his very identity as a Dragon Nation citizen. At this thought, Lin Fan couldn't help but snort softly. Live chat comments flooded the screen. Damn, I've got this condition now. Whenever I see Lin Fan smile, I just know something bad is about to happen. Who knows whose turn it is to suffer at Lin Fan's hands next? Ha ha. Hey, do any of you have marriage partners from other countries? Seems like marriage partners visiting each other's homes has been happening more and more lately. Yeah, what do you think? Could there be matchmakers from other countries here with Lin Fan too? That's really hard to say. Wait, look. On the screen. Lin Fan slowly approached the 4 doors. Suddenly, one of the doors slowly opened. This eerie sight. instantly put everyone on high alert. Could it be those alien scum?
Only when those alien scum appear do the doors open on their own.
This should be quite the spectacle. They've run into the forest spirit, they're as good as dead. On the other side, in the Benzi kingdom, the emperor glanced at the flood of comments from the crowd but merely smiled faintly. A bunch of fools. Didn't expect that, did you? I'd already summoned these 2 citizens earlier. Who'd have thought that just playing it safe would lead to such good fortune? They actually spotted Lin Fan. Once they start causing trouble later, you'll see how serious this is. Anyway, a college student like Lin Fan wouldn't harbor deep hatred toward our little country. Right? The surrounding ministers burst into laughter. After our cultural invasion, the young people of Dragon Nation even yearn for our little country. Once the timing is right, Dragon Nation will be ours for the taking. Ha! Laughter echoed through the office. Meanwhile, in the matchmaking game, Lin Fan stood silently by the door, waiting for the other party to arrive. Sure enough, 2 humans leaped out from behind it. Upon recognizing the figure before them as Lin Fan, their faces lit up with delight as they spoke fluent Dragon country. Hello. My name is Zhang San. Another young local added, my name is Li Si. We're both Chinese descendants from our small homeland. Never imagined we'd meet our idol here, Lin Fan. Hello. Watching their performance, Lin Fan found it particularly amusing. What's the difference between this and watching a monkey show? Since they were putting on a show, he might as well play along and take the live stream's entertainment value to the extreme. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream room, unaware of Lin Fan's thoughts, were all stunned. No. Lin Fan, these 2 are citizens of our country. They've been trying every trick to harm you. Ignore them. Kill them. Kill them. The citizens of our little country immediately took offense. What do you mean we're trying to harm Lin Fan? This is international friendship. How is that like you Dragon country pigs? Not a shred of manners. Even if we did insult you before, shouldn't we just laugh it off and forget past grievances? You shouldn't hold our past against us. You're absolutely right, we citizens of our little country are so much better than you people from Dragon Nation. At that moment, even Wang Bingbing's face darkened upon seeing these comments. Certain citizens from your little country should watch their tone. We see right through your schemes. Stop putting on airs here, or else don't blame us Dragon Nation citizens for issuing verbal warnings. In response, the little country's citizens stopped pretending altogether. Fine. Then how would you explain this? A small faction of our citizens has already undergone special training by the Emperor. Who would have thought the day to crush Lin Fan would come so soon? This time, that Dragon Nation pig won't just die. We'll even snatch away his intended bride. Ha! Chapter 34, Sudden Betrayal? Long expected. These words were spoken by the 2 small country nationals standing before Lin Fan with seemingly kind expressions. In the depths of their smiling eyes, a shadow of darkness flickered. Especially when they saw Lin Fan smiling back at them, they felt the Emperor's words were absolutely true. College students from the Dragon Nation are the dumbest bunch of fools. Lin Fan greeted them with a smile. Hello. Since we're all members of the human race, let's put aside other matters and work together to survive, shall we? Zhang San and Li Si immediately nodded repeatedly, feigning deep gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. Hearing the voices outside, Hoshino and Xiao Miao emerged together. 2 stunning figures instantly made both of their eyes go wide. Lin Fan, Hoshino frowned. Elves were most sensitive to human malice. Instantly, she felt a surge of dislike, finding these 2 utterly repulsive. Lin Fan remained silent, merely shifting his gaze. Having spent time by Lin Fan's side as his confidants, the 2 women instantly realized he had his own plan. Hoshino snorted coldly and turned to leave. Xiao Miao was a bit slow to react, but she mimicked a cold expression, glaring at them with murderous intent. Whoa! This reaction startled Zhang San and Li Si. As ordinary people, they couldn't even handle Xiao Miao's aura. That's just how they are, don't mind it. Lin Fan couldn't wait to see the show. Forget about them. Come explore with me. What do you say? We've just joined this matchmaking game. We'd probably just slow you down. Maybe we should just stay at home? No way. How can people grow without challenges? Lin Fan slapped one of them on the shoulder. With a loud crack, the person let out a terrified scream. My shoulder. My shoulder's broken. I may have overdid it a bit. Hope you don't mind? Lin Fan said indifferently. Threat. This is blatant intimidation. It was quite different from the image they had of Chinese university students. The 2 had no choice but to concede. Though they cast lingering glances at the Grand Villa, their eyes brimming with envy, they nodded firmly to avoid giving themselves away. Mr. Lin, we're afraid our abilities are limited, we might not be able to assist you much. No problem, just being here is enough. Lin Fan extended a warm invitation, gesturing for them to come closer. If any trouble arises, I'll protect you. Soon, they arrived directly before Gate 2. Lin Fan pushed the door open first, and a putrid stench hit them immediately. Environment instance, Venomous Snake Valley. Swish. The moment they entered, the environment shifted dramatically. Along the dark, damp canyon edge, rainwater poured down in torrents from the cliffs. The two were instantly drenched to the bone. Meanwhile, Lin Fan had already safely reached the front. He shook the dew from his clothes and glanced back. What are you standing there for? Come on. Whoosh. A massive python suddenly lunged out from the side. Damn, that scared the hell out of me. Lin Fan kicked the massive python aside with his foot, and by sheer coincidence, it landed right behind Zhang San. The serpent, already enraged, now saw living prey before it. It snapped its jaws open and tore through Zhang San's arm in one bite. The foul-smelling blood instantly spread across the ground. Help me! Help me! Lin Fan snapped out of his daze, grinning as he calmly dispatched the python. Look at you! How could you be so careless? Zhang San nearly lost his mind with rage. But Mr. Lin, you kicked the venomous snake over here. You! Zhang San dared not speak further. For in Lin Fan's eyes, a cold, murderous intent now flickered. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I got too worked up. It's my fault. I'll correct my mistake. Lin Fan replied indifferently. This scene had the entire Dragon Nation audience and the livestream laughing their heads off. Holy crap, is that even a move? Senior Lin's tactic is ruthless. This is hilarious. I seriously doubt Lin Fan didn't know they were here to cause trouble. No way. Who is Lin Fan? With that thick accent, there's no way he's a good guy. I get it now. Lin Fan's only happy when he completely humiliates these two. Good riddance. Good riddance. This is hilarious, seriously. Such great entertainment value. This is way better than watching a streamer live. Our fellow countrymen couldn't sit still for long. Originally, they intended to stay in this Dragon Country livestream room to watch Lin Fan's downfall. But they didn't get to see Lin Fan's downfall. All they got to see were their own foolish citizens who ended up losing more than they gained. They were so furious they could spit blood. Taro. Dawn. What the hell are you doing? You Dragon Country people are heartless. Why won't you help us little countrymen properly? We just wanted Lin Fan's marriage partner, not his life. You Dragon Country pigs, look at what Lin Fan is doing. I'm filing a complaint against Lin Fan. I'm taking him to court. Ahem. Xiao Sa suddenly cleared his throat twice. Citizens of our little country in the livestream, watch your language. Otherwise, I will mute you. Bastard. I'm a minister of our little country. You dare mute me? Trying to start a war? The next second. The mute hit. Dragon Nation citizens burst into laughter once more. Inside the environmental instance. Ahead lay the nest of mutated snakes. Lin Fan tore away the hanging poison vines with his bare hands, cast a healing spell, then turned to the two weakened figures behind him. Stay close. He deliberately crushed dry branches underfoot. Suddenly, from the treetops, over a dozen emerald-scaled snakes shot up in alarm. Zhang San and Li Si were utterly terrified, shrieking in panic as they scrambled to pick up branches and wave them wildly. Save me! Save me! Please! Save us! Lin Fan deliberately delayed his response by 2 beats, only intervening to finish them off after their bodies had been torn to shreds. Watching the two tremble, their faces drained of color, Lin Fan shook his head inside. Are all you people from your little country this week? You're Chinese descendants, after all. You don't even know basic self-defense. How am I supposed to train you? I'm doing this for your own good, and you don't even say thank you? By the end, his tone had grown noticeably harsher. The two men's faces instantly flushed a deep crimson. Not only had they been tricked by Lin Fan, but now he was being threatened? So unfair. It was utterly unbearable. They almost wanted to smash their heads against the wall and die right then and there. Thanks, the two managed to grind out between clenched teeth. Promising students. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. Zhang San could hold back no longer. Slowly drawing his dagger. And glared at Lin Fan with murder in his eyes. So what if you're so powerful? Get stabbed in the vital spot with this dagger, will you die or not? He truly couldn't bear to be tormented by Lin Fan any longer. If this kept up, he'd seriously start wondering if Lin Fan intended to torture him to death. Rather than die, he'd kill Lin Fan first. Little did he know. Every move he made was exactly what Lin Fan had anticipated. Chapter 35, Lured into the Punishment Room. Continuing along the slippery mountain path, as the group passed beneath a waterfall, Lin Fan suddenly grabbed Zhang San's shoulder. Watch out for the moss, don't slip. His fingertips suddenly exerted force. Don't underestimate Lin Fan, though magic now forms the core of his combat prowess. His physical attributes were several times greater than those of an ordinary person. With such force, piercing an ordinary person's skull with a single finger posed no challenge. Snap! A crisp cracking sound of bone shattered, followed by Zhang San's blood-curdling scream, as piercing as a pig being slaughtered. One arm had already been torn apart, and this blow crushed his scapula clean through. His sole remaining arm dangled limply. Zhang San was nearly dying from the pain. How fragile are you? Wait, I didn't even use much force. Honestly, it was an accident. Believe me. Lin Fan's face wore a look of concern. Cold sweat mixed with waterfall droplets rolled down Long Air's face, saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. To endure two such excruciating pains consecutively and still retain his sanity that truly spoke to his iron will. Too bad he wasted it. Lin Fan sneered coldly. Li Si hurried forward to support Zhang San. It's okay. It's okay. He won't blame you. That's good. Lin Fan smiled, saying no more. Having thoroughly satisfied his craving, Lin Fan no longer troubled the two. Instead, he swiftly cleared the dungeon. Glancing at the blueprint for the magic cannon in his hand, he departed with satisfaction. Was it really that easy? The two men's attention immediately returned to the blueprint. Greed was written all over their faces. What? You want it too? Lin Fan chuckled. Too bad you couldn't use it even if I gave it to you. A fresh wave of resentment welled up inside them. Not giving it? No way, I'm telling you. But aside from this item, I can give you other things. Lin Fan led the two out of the environmental instance and arrived at gate 3. You know why I've managed to stay unharmed and get the treasures? Boom! Right then. Zhang San and Li Si's hearts skipped a beat. This was the most crucial intelligence right now. Simultaneously, countless Dragon Nation citizens, along with all the foreign scum across the world, were all pricking up their ears, desperate to uncover Lin Fan's secret. After all, if they could uncover this crucial point, they might just avoid countless disasters in this marriage game. While it remained unclear whether it could grant absolute invincibility, Lin Fan's current performance clearly demonstrated the ability to filter out incorrect answers. On screen, Lin Chen put on an act as he said, "But this is my bread and butter. I'm only telling you because your fellow Chinese in life isn't easy for you either. Don't tell anyone else, okay?" Zhang San and Li Si's attention was completely riveted on Lin Chen. They dared not make a single move. They didn't even dare to blink. They nodded repeatedly, swearing they'd be good. Emperor Tenno, witnessing this scene, burst into hearty laughter. His expression shifted from gloom to sheer ecstasy. Ministers! All of you, come here. Record every single word and action Lin Fan utters. This fool truly harbors no ill will toward our country's citizens. It seems his previous actions were merely a young man's attempt to assert his presence after all, he didn't actually harm our citizens. This emperor's suspicions were correct. Our little country is about to rise. Then, they watched as Lin Fan pressed his ear earnestly against the door. Zhang San and Li Si had no idea what this meant. Still, they held their breath as best they could, not daring to disturb Lin Fan's operation. After a long while, Lin Fan straightened up and smiled. That's right. You must listen with your ears. Every sound from every door you can hear it all. If there's not a single sound coming from inside, it's safe. But if there's any sound at all, even the slightest, it means danger. This statement left both of them stunned. For a moment, they couldn't tell if he was serious or joking. But when they saw the sincerity in Lin Fan's eyes, they chose to believe him. College pigs are absolutely stupid. They were absolutely convinced of this. What kind of schemes could such a young kid possibly have? Alright, let me test you now. Lin Fan motioned for Zhang San to come over. You, come here. Listen carefully, is there any sound inside? Zhang San, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, approached the door and mimicked Lin Fan's actions, listening intently for a long while. Finally, he shook his head. Nothing. No sound, right? Lin Fan chuckled. Then there's no danger. There are treasures inside. The two men didn't move a muscle. You don't believe me? Lin Fan nodded. Fine, I'll prove it to you. With that, Lin Fan pushed the door open. The result was obvious. Lin Fan wasn't hurt in the slightest. Instead, right there in the room, they saw a treasure chest. It was real. That pig hadn't been lying. Zhang San and Li Si were practically jumping for joy, their tears of excitement nearly spilling over. After all, they'd endured so many silent grievances. Wasn't this the very moment they'd been waiting for? Meanwhile, in the livestream chat, the Dragon Nation citizens were all dumbfounded. Wait, did Lin Fan really reveal the technique? How could that be possible? This is truly disastrous. Everyone has witnessed Lin Fan's technique. Turns out Lin Fan didn't know they were villains from our little country. He just wanted to show off his existence. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Ha! Dragon country pigs, they really are dragon country pigs. I wasn't wrong. Dragon country is nothing but a bunch of pigs. Alright, now our great Han Nation will start collecting rewards. Give my thanks to your Dragon Nation's Lin Fan for his selfless contribution. Ha! Countless foreign scum, satisfied with the answers they received, immediately returned to begin their research, preparing to deploy it directly in the next marriage game. Seeing the Dragon Nation's relentless rise, they'd been genuinely worried. But now it seems, the Dragon Nation truly is stupid as hell. At that moment, Lin Fan declared with great generosity, Zhang San, you took quite a beating in the dungeon just now. How about you get to open this treasure chest? Zhang San was flattered and stunned. Me? Can I really do it? Of course. I've always said I'm doing this for your own good. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I'll be forever grateful to you. Zhang San broke down in tears, even kneeling and bowing his head. He looked as if he would give his life to repay Lin Fan. But the moment he stepped past Lin Fan to open the treasure chest, his expression changed instantly. Chapter 36, Taking it at face value, punishment from a little country. Perfect. Wonderful. This is absolutely fantastic. Lin Fan. You've tormented me for so long. Now that I've gained this immense power, I'll make sure to finish you off. Zhang San stared at the gilded treasure chest suspended in the room's center, a beastly growl rising from his throat. His bloodshot eyes seemed to pierce through the chest's surface, gazing deep into its interior as if illuminating the eerie peony patterns adorning the lid. At that moment, everyone held their breath in tense anticipation, intently watching every movement on the live feed. Zhang San's survival wasn't just about whether the little country scheme would succeed. It also determined whether Lin Fan's method was genuine or a sham. At this very moment, the livestream chat was instantly flooded with comments from our country's citizens. Dragon Nation fools. They actually handed over a perfectly good treasure chest to us. How utterly foolish. Lord Taro, open it now. Crush those dragon country pigs with the power of Amaterasu. Our little country empire will surely crush these dragon country pigs. Wait. That pattern looks like an Edo period suicide box. Suicide box? Never heard of it. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, however, were simultaneously overcome by waves of worry. What is Brother Fan thinking? This box is truly a treasure chest. Why give it away so easily? Oh no, the little Japs are about to freeload off our luck. Everyone, calm down. I absolutely trust Brother Fan. The way he's setting us up to fail is exactly like when I tricked my ex-boyfriend into drinking footwash water. Zhang San's pupils flushed crimson. The faint purple mist seeping from the treasure chest's cracks was eroding his sanity. He recalled the secret orders from the ministers before his departure. If he obtained power strong enough, he was to execute Lin Fan on the spot. Hold nothing back. Click. The moment the gilded latch sprang open, the global live broadcast signal suddenly filled with static. When the image returned, what floated within the chest was neither the divine artifact everyone anticipated, nor any rewards. Instead, suspended mid-air in the room, was a scroll of marriage contract paper, slowly dripping with blood. The crimson blood dripped relentlessly, tick-tock, soaking Zhang San's entire face. The next second, Zhang San let out a pained cry and coughed up a mouthful of blood. A peach-colored curse mark appeared on the back of his hand, and an ethereal mechanical voice echoed from the cavern's dome. Detected country of origin for the initiator, Shaobin Kingdom. Matching participants for optimal marriage partners. Match successful. You have united in marriage with the complete form of Yamata no Orochi. Sacrifice 500,000 citizens as betrothal gifts within 24 hours. As the voice faded, it abruptly transformed into a piercing shriek that reverberated only in the ears of Little Nation citizens. The bullet chat in Little Country's livestream abruptly halted. 3 seconds later, a tsunami of blood-red warnings erupted. Damn it. Cancel it now. Taro Koen, look at the national vote. Refuse. Refuse immediately. No. Please don't. I don't want to die, really, I truly don't want to die. I beg you, don't click it. Don't select me. Meanwhile, the Dragon Nation citizens breathed a collective sigh of relief. See? I told you so. When it comes to deceptive expressions, I'm an expert. Damn, you tell me if this isn't a reward. Wait, though even if he sacrifices his citizens, he'll gain the power of Yamata no Orochi. So what? Your little country's marriage participants are right in front of Lin Fan. What good is gaining it? He could just slap them to death. Damn, you're sharp. Exactly. Lin Fan just slaps this guy twice and he's dead, problem solved. Your country's guy dies and the marriage candidate's gone? That's hilarious. Just thinking about it feels so satisfying. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. You dragon country pigs can't do this. Of course. The one who decided all this fate had absolutely nothing to do with the viewers in the livestream. It was Zhang San himself. At this very moment. Ha! After holding it in for 40 seconds, he could finally let out a laugh. Ha! Zhang San erupted into maniacal laughter as the curse mark spread up his neck. His laughter was so frenzied it brought tears to his eyes. Lin Fan, let me tell you straight, I'm a pure-blooded citizen of this country. My only reason for infiltrating your circle was to ensure your death in the marriage game. But I never expected you bastard to pull this kind of move. Looks like your Dragon Nation's luck has run out long ago. Lin Fan feigned a perfectly timed startled reaction before breaking into a smile. What? No. Why is this happening? Wah. Please don't hurt me, wah. I'm so scared. Zhang San was completely lost in his own world. A maniacal grin stretched across his face. Scared now? Too late. When I was injured, when my arm was severed, why didn't you know better? 50,000 people? What's that? Once I fused with the power of Yamada no Orochi.
His bones crackled violently as crimson serpentine horns erupted from his temples.
His tactical suit was torn to shreds by his exploding muscles. Lin Fan finally stopped pretending. So the national punishment has begun, huh? Fine. I'll stop pretending. Just as Zhang San was at the crucial moment of his spiritual union with the Yamada no Orochi,
Lin Fan immediately stood up and walked over, delivering a fierce slap.
Wait. Lin Fan. What are you doing? You can't attack right now.
Zhang San never expected Lin Fan to actually strike him and tried to flee in sheer terror.
But he couldn't evade Lin Fan's thunderous slap. Just 2 strikes. Zhang San's head was instantly smashed into a bloody mist. Are you brain dead? Think you're in some TV show with invincibility time or something?
Lin Fan was speechless. He kicked the row of Chinese characters beneath the treasure chest.
I warned you to keep your heart pure.
Only then did the livestream viewers notice the minuscule characters beneath the treasure chest. The greedy pay with flesh and blood, the sincere pledge with united hearts.
Holy crap! That's amazing. Wait, is Brother Lin some kind of microscope? How did he even spot such tiny text? Alright, turns out we're the fools here. Lin Fan had his own plan all along.
Brother Fan just pulled off a move that's off the charts. I was wondering why Brother Fan's moves felt so off today. Witnessing this scene, the citizens of our little country felt both furious and relieved. After all, this was a sacrifice of 500,000 people.
Our little country couldn't endure such torment. Oomph. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Dragon Nation's pillar, you'd better brace yourselves for our nation's retaliation. The Emperor's expression darkened. He never imagined his flawless plan would be so easily dismantled by Lin Fan. Thud.
The Emperor slammed his fist on the table in fury. Just then, the Emperor felt the world spinning violently. The entire building began shaking wildly.
What the hell? The citizens of Little Notebook Nation instantly descended into chaos. Chapter 37, The Nuclear Waste Punishment. They suddenly realized.
The entire ground of the Mount Fuji base began to violently collapse. 500,000 cursed seals had somehow appeared on the citizens of the little nation. At that moment, they all flashed a bright red light.
The crowds celebrating in Tokyo's streets froze in place. Before their eyes, an eerie crimson countdown appeared. You have been selected as the dowry for the Yamada no Orochi bride. Automatic death in 3 seconds.
Upon seeing this message, the citizens of Kaboku Nation scarcely had time to react. Fear, horror, anger, confusion, none of these emotions had even begun to surface.
The next second,
they exploded into a cloud of blood mist before the very eyes of the crowd. The blossoming of 500,000 crimson fireworks undoubtedly cast a massive shadow of dread over the hearts of the remaining citizens.
Why? That bastard is already dead. Why is the national punishment still happening? Dad. Mom. Didn't you hate the Dragon Nation people the most? Hurry up and get up to see. We absolutely must witness the Dragon Nation's downfall. Good heavens, why is this happening?
It's all the Dragon Nation's fault.
If those Dragon Nation pigs hadn't screwed over our innocent little countrymen, we wouldn't be in this mess. We're all human beings, why must you be so ruthless?
Faced with the hysterics of the little country's citizens, the Dragon Nation citizens felt no desire to argue back.
Wang Bingbing even bluntly stated, forget it. They're already suffering so much, what else can we say? Ha! Does Bingbing's mouth contain razor blades? How can she be so cruel, ha?
I can't take it anymore, I'm dying of laughter. Speaking of which, there's still one little country citizen left alive.
Wonder how Lin Fan will toy with him to death. At that moment, Zhang San's death
sent a chill running through Li Si's entire body.
Especially when he looked at Lin Fan, his body trembled uncontrollably with fear. That man's actions had nothing to do with me.
Lin Fan, I swear allegiance only to you.
Li Si immediately dropped to his knees, frantically kowtowing in a desperate attempt to save his life.
Lin Fan smiled. Why are you so nervous? I've always said I'm doing this for your own good, but honestly, I never expected the treasure chest to turn out like this.
Li Si was scared to the point of tears. If Zhang San knew, he'd thank you too.
He dared not utter a single word of defiance. If he actually said it out loud, who knows if Lin Fan might suddenly snap and kill him too? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lin Fan had already led him to another door.
Without a word, he led the way and walked straight inside.
Just as Li Si was trembling with fear, he saw Lin Fan standing perfectly fine inside the room. And there, in the room, stood 2 treasure chests.
Come on, I definitely didn't mess up this time. Pick whichever one you want, okay? Lin Fan declared as he stood before one of the chests.
2 treasure chests?
Any choice?
With 0 known conditions, their chances of dying are exactly the same.
But who knows
whether Lin Fan had other means to determine the contents of the chests. Thus, Li Si silently calculated, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Fan's movements.
The moment he saw Lin Fan about to open the treasure chest, he abruptly stepped forward, his face plastered with flattery as he said, "Mr. Lin, I'd like to open this treasure chest. Is that alright?" "Why?" Lin Fan frowned. But then, he relented. "Fine, we'll swap. But don't blame me if there's nothing good inside." "Of course not." Li Si was overjoyed. Especially after seeing Lin Fan's reluctant expression, he felt even more certain of his own thoughts. This treasure chest contains something valuable. Good thing he was smart enough to swap the treasure chest first. Now that this had happened, Li Si grew increasingly excited, but his rationality held back his impulse as he continued to watch Lin Fan's movements. Lin Fan suddenly stopped moving and looked at him. "Aren't you going to try your luck?" "No thanks. It's safer to follow Mr. Lin. You go first." Li Si dug his fingernails deep into his palm as he watched his teammate turn to bone under Lin Fan's control. The marriage treasure chest was devouring the life force of 500,000 citizens, while that Dragon Nation man named Lin Fan turned to him with a smile. Hate. 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 He's just too ruthless. As a lowly figure like myself, I naturally wish to ensure Mr. Lin receives his share first. If I come across anything valuable, I will hand it over to you directly. He deliberately made his voice tremble, appearing utterly submissive. However, not a single soul in the live stream supported them now. No one dared to bet anymore. If Lin Fan scammed the little country again and cost 50,000 citizens their names, who would bear the responsibility? The little notebook nation is frantically pounding away at their keyboards. Lord Dalian, run for your life. This Dragon Nation guy is definitely digging a trap. Something's off. Way too off. Not a single one of those Dragon Country pigs is any good. Don't believe a single word those Dragon Country pigs say. Look at this guy, he's laughing again. Ha! Just looked away for a moment and now Brother Fan's got a little Japanese kid with him? I have a feeling something big is about to happen. There are 2 treasure chests here, right? I suspect the real show is about to begin. Sure enough. At that moment, over at Lin Fan's end, after opening the treasure chest, he was startled to find a random quest scroll inside. The next second, a message popped up before both of them. Random quest, hug your teammate for 10 seconds. Reward, Dragon Nation Sea region and doubled fishing ground resources. Upon reading this, Li Si's eyes immediately flashed with greed. This could be a reward that benefits the nation. If I could secure this, I'd surely go down in history. Judging by this, both of these chests must be rewards. That simple? Lin Fan looked at Li Si with an innocent expression. Come on, how about you cooperate with me? As Lin Fan spread his arms wide, Li Si's muscles tensed, alert and ready, yet he detected no trace of hostility from Lin Fan. He stiffly completed the embrace, watching the celebration effects explode in the Dragon Nation livestream chat. A cold sneer formed in his heart. Just as he thought a foolish fool with a woman's heart. Then, he turned his gaze to the treasure chest before him. And just now, Lin Fan's reaction after opening the treasure chest caused the entire nation's attitude to shift. Everyone now believed this was undoubtedly a reward chest too. Little Ben's countrymen flooded the chat with frantic messages. Chapter 38, Mutant White Wolf Pack? Little Miao is in danger. Open it now. This is definitely a nuclear-powered artifact. Holy crap. The chest emblem looks like a Fukushima storage tank. The revival of the Yamato race is upon us. Dalon, you are our little notebook nation's hero. Open it. Hopefully it can revive our countrymen. Then, everyone watched as Li Si's hand drew closer and closer. Snap. The moment the lid lifted, the groundwater map of the entire Japanese archipelago appeared on the global livestream. Detected country of origin for opener, small country. Executing marriage system punishment mechanism. Nuclear contaminated water replaced with potable purified water. Nuclear wastewater may only exist within Xiaobengua's waters, but is not included in, and cannot leave, Xiaobengua's borders. Furthermore, Taro Ichiro's marriage participant status is revoked. Transmission commencing immediately. What? The moment he saw the national punishment, the emperor, who had been sitting calmly, could no longer bear it. He sprang to his feet. He glared fiercely out the window. Beneath Mount Fuji, the nuclear wastewater storage tank suddenly boiled over, sending a 10-meter-high column of pure water spraying skyward. The emperor stared blankly at the cherry blossoms drifting down from the tank, each petal engraved with the Chinese characters for reaping what one sows. All strength seemed to drain from his body. His eyes filled with utter helplessness as he collapsed to his knees with a thud. Did I really make a mistake? The next moment, Li Si suddenly appeared in the office. He clearly hadn't yet grasped what was happening. After a long moment, he finally realized. He had been kicked out of the marriage game. And he'd even incurred a national fortune penalty. No. This wasn't supposed to be the script. Li Si panicked. Wasn't he supposed to be the hero? Even if he really did something wrong, why did they have to teleport him back like this? Just then, Li Si noticed the murderous intent in everyone's eyes as they stared at him. You're the one who replaced the purified water with nuclear wastewater? Fine, then you'd better drink your fill of that nuclear wastewater first. No! In the live stream room, chaos erupted. Oh my god, someone save us. How are we supposed to drink nuclear wastewater? We need help from the Dragon Nation. We were wrong, we were truly wrong. Please, Dragon Nation, give us clean water. You don't know you're wrong, you know you're scared. How could I not have seen this coming? Lin Fan actually had this up his sleeve. Well, they've brought this upon themselves, these bastards from the land of manga. Didn't they want to dump the nuclear wastewater in the first place? Now we're giving it back to them and they're still not happy? All I can say is, this feels so satisfying. This time, it's not just the Dragon Nation feeling vindicated. Even many other nations have, unusually, chimed in agreement. After all, discharging nuclear wastewater is an utterly heinous act that provokes the wrath of heaven and the indignation of humanity. At the same time, everyone let out a startled gasp of surprise. Holy crap! I was fishing while watching the livestream, and now my net is absolutely packed with fish. Holy crap, they look too good to be true. I'm starting to doubt these are even real fish. Ha! I've got no air force at all. Anglers gone wild. In the rivers, streams, fish ponds, and coastal waters of the Dragon Kingdom, fish populations have exploded. With the Dragon Nation's vast territory to begin with, this reward has pushed production numbers to an absolutely terrifying scale. Thanks to Lin Fan. Truly, our current way of life exists entirely because of Lin Fan. Lin Fan, I want to marry you. Wait, isn't that muscle-bound guy's photo on your homepage? Guys aren't allowed, huh? After completing everything, Lin Fan returned home in peace and took out the blueprints. Magic Cannon upgradable. Durability, 2020. Combat power, 3000. Evaluation, slow firing rate, but immense power with a large area of effect. Possesses the ability to grant damage immunity to allies and allied structures. Excellent. Lin Fan couldn't help but give it a thumbs up. This thing really works. And it can be upgraded? Seeing this, Lin Fan found himself intrigued. After all, none of my other buildings ever directly displayed the option to upgrade. Upon opening the upgrade panel, several materials he'd never seen before appeared listed. Lin Fan. Alright, this isn't something I can handle right now. Given the current situation, things were fine as they were. No major issues. Before the beast tide arrives, my options have just increased by one more. Lin Fan returned home with great satisfaction, pushing open the door. Lin. The live stream went dark. Audience. Wang Bingbing and Xiao Sa. Ahem, Lin Fan really spared no effort for the sake of our nation's fortune reward. 5 hours later. The live feed slowly came back online. By this time, the world of the matchmaking game had already plunged into night. The monster attack is about to begin again. Lin Fan made his way directly to the top of the arrow tower, gazing into the deep distance. Mutant White Wolf. Level, D. Combat power, 1500. Evaluation, extremely poor in single combat, but this is more than compensated for by the sheer numbers they bring. They appear in swarms. And wherever they appear, a White Wolf King is guaranteed to be present. A White Wolf King? Lin Fan frowned and looked directly at Xiao Miao. Xiao Miao, you shouldn't join this monster hunt. It's too dangerous. Xiao Miao's tail drooped. She wanted to protest, but ultimately relented. Alright. Ever since Lin Fan grew increasingly powerful, she gradually found herself unable to assist him. This realization deeply frustrated Xiao Miao. She began to doubt herself, wondering if she was nothing more than a burden to Lin Fan. A wave of confusion washed over her. It's okay, I'll teach you magic later. Holding Xiao Miao close, Xingyi whispered soothingly, if he dares to look down on you, I'll kill him. Don't kill him, but teaching me magic is fine. Xiao Miao's words instantly made every viewer in the live stream room feel a pang of envy. Poor Xiao Miao. Even though her combat power isn't up to par, she's always been my white moonlight. Sigh, my heart aches. Nothing but heartache. Stop feeling sorry for her. Look, the White Wolf Pack is coming. Whoosh. The automated arrow towers began firing rapidly. This means the White Wolf Pack has launched their assault. Though the arrow towers aren't particularly powerful, they're at least reliable. Paired with their rapid fire rate, the vanguard pack of white wolves was instantly wiped out. As if this ignited their bloodlust. Suddenly, the white wolves' assault grew even more ferocious. Chapter 39, Magic Cannon activated. Blow them all away. Only then did everyone grasp the sheer scale of the white wolf horde. Not just 100, but several hundred in number. No matter how rapidly the two automated arrow towers fired, mowing down the wolves one after another, it still couldn't significantly hinder the entire pack. Each wolf seemed driven by an unyielding will, determined to destroy the human dwellings before them. And then, from behind the pack, 3 distinctly larger and more imposing white wolves slowly emerged. White Wolf King. Rank, D. Combat power, 2000. Evaluation: while individual white wolves aren't particularly strong in combat, their overwhelming numbers make them formidable. Indeed, that was the case. Lin Fan's expression grew grave. In terms of combat power, Hoshino alone could easily slaughter dozens of them. But once their numbers reach a certain threshold, casualties are inevitable. Moreover, the gap in combat strength between the two sides isn't that significant right now. Hoshino let out a fierce cry as magical energy swirled around her. She charged out of the home, confronting the pack of white wolves head-on with a massive area of effect spell. This tactic proved effective. But their numbers were overwhelming. As one wave fell, another surged forward relentlessly, leaving Hoshino no moment to catch her breath. Her magic couldn't recover fast enough. She couldn't keep up with their attack rhythm. "Get out of here! I'll handle this!" Lin Fan shouted. Hearing this, Hoshino didn't hesitate. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a towering, formidable white wolf king leaped directly from behind. Straight for Hoshino. Its gaping maw released an unbearable stench that instantly made Xingye's vision go dark. It was precisely this split-second delay that cost Xingye his advantage. The white wolf king landed squarely in Xingye's path, while behind him, countless white wolves swarmed in to bite. Damn it! His magic was depleted. Though trapped in peril, Xingye remained unflustered. Hoshino! Xiao Miao, overcome with anxiety, charged recklessly toward Hoshino. "I'm coming to save you." The white wolf king sensed a creature approaching from behind. He turned his head coldly. He discovered the intruder was merely an E-rank being. He didn't give Xiao Miao a second glance, lashing out with his iron whip-like tail. Crack! Little Miao was sent flying by the white wolf king's blow. Spewing blood wildly, it lay still. Xiao Miao! This scene instantly enraged Hoshino, Lin Fan, and even the viewers in the livestream. "Damn you, white wolf king! How dare you hit Little Miao? Damn it, I can't even bring myself to curse at Little Miao. How dare you treat Little Miao like this? Someone! I can't take this anymore. Where's my assault rifle? I'm about to start drawing my hot weapons like a samurai." Lin Chen's eyes turned bloodshot on the spot. Especially when he saw Little Miao get knocked flying and Hoshino trapped in danger. When the other white wolves actually tried to charge into the courtyard to harm Little Miao, Lin Fan finally lost all restraint. "Magic cannon, fire! Fire it now!" Boom! The magic cannon instantly blazed with boundless radiance, firing a massive, colorful ball bomb from its barrel. It landed amidst the pack of white wolves. The next moment, a deafening roar erupted as severed limbs and mangled bodies of the wolves flew everywhere. This single blast alone killed at least 50 white wolves. The pack of white wolves finally halted their advance. Realizing the sheer terror of the creature before them, they all instinctively wanted to retreat and flee for their lives. But Lin Fan wasn't about to give them that chance. He fired the cannon once more. This time, the target was the area surrounding Hoshino. Boom! The white wolf king was instantly blown to pieces. The colored ball bombs exploded. That abundant magical energy dealt a devastating blow to the white wolf pack, but for allies, it served as an instant replenishment of massive magical energy. Hoshino finally had an outlet to vent the pent-up fury from Xiao Miao's severe injury. 2 magic arrow spells materialized instantly. They shot straight toward the 2 hesitating white wolf kings. Awah! The 2 white wolf kings finally sensed the impending danger. They let out a piercing howl to the heavens before bolting straight into the darkness behind them. "Don't even think about escaping. Stay here and heal Xiao Miao's wounds." Hoshino roared with fury, 2 magical swords flying out with blinding speed. With a sharp thud, the 2 massive magic swords sliced the white wolf king clean in half at the waist. Immediately after, Lin Fan's voice rang out incessantly. In the offensive-defensive battle where the magic cannon served as the main force, the white wolf pack was swiftly wiped out. Thank goodness for the magic cannon. It can even restore mana. Plus, with its wide area effect, it prevented Xiao Miao from taking a second hit. Why didn't Lin Fan fire the cannon from the start? Magic cannons are precious resources. He was assessing the situation to determine the optimal strategy. "Oh, my poor Xiao Miao, I hope her injuries aren't too severe. I don't want to see Little Miao go offline." After dispatching all the white wolves, Lin Fan rushed to Little Miao's side. He discovered a gruesome, gaping wound on Xiao Miao's chest so deep that bone was visible. The white wolf king is a treasure trove. Feed Little Miao its heart. Quick! If you delay any longer, Little Miao will be beyond saving. Hoshino's command spurred Lin Fan into immediate action. Soon, Lin Chen returned carrying 3 massive hearts. He crushed them, collected all the heart essence blood into a bowl, and carefully fed it to Xiao Miao. He watched Xiao Miao with intense anxiety. A creature with 500 combat power had just taken a direct hit from a monster with 2000 combat power. The fact it wasn't instantly killed was proof of its iron will. Lin Fan truly hadn't anticipated the sheer number of white wolves. Xiao Miao's brow furrowed, showing no signs of waking. Seeing this, Lin Fan's face lit up. He crushed the heart flesh into a paste and smeared it over Little Miao's wound. Simultaneously, he activated the system interface. Xiao Miao ancient bloodline activated. Level? Combat power?
Evaluation. At the brink of death, the White Wolf King successfully reverted her bloodline to that of a 9 lives cat.
Ha! Lin Fan froze. 9 lives cat? Isn't that the legendary great demon beast? Little Miao is actually the descendant of that great demon beast?
Well, this truly turned out to be a blessing in disguise. For Little Miao, this was actually the greatest opportunity imaginable. Though Hoshino beside her didn't know exactly what had happened, she keenly sensed that after awakening, Little Miao would become incredibly powerful. In that case, Xiao Miao won't need me to teach her magic after all. Both of them finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Chapter 40, Xiao Miao's Evolution, 9 Lives Revival. Little Miao truly turned misfortune into fortune. You scared the hell out of me. Goodness, I almost thought Little Miao was going to die.
Don't even go there, I had tissues ready to cry just now. Well, to be honest, your empathy skills are pretty impressive. Seeing Little Miao not only survive but gain such a huge reward.
Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Three Kingdoms side wasn't so fortunate.
They too had met within the marriage game world and luckily opened a marriage gate. But upon opening that marriage gate, they were all stunned.
Their match was an unmistakable octopus girl.
Not a single trace of humanity could be seen.
She was essentially an enlarged version of an octopus.
Slime oozed up to their feet, and eerily large tentacles slowly draped over their shoulders. The octopus girl suddenly emitted a buzzing sound.
2 of them? I'm quite satisfied.
The faces of the 2 matchmakers from the Three Kingdoms darkened. Then the next steps were quite obvious. All they need to do is initiate the marriage process.
But they weren't low-caste people.
For such monstrous creatures barely resembling humans, there was absolutely no interest whatsoever.
What marriage could possibly be discussed?
Yet a sudden thought flashed through his mind, the incident where refusing a match led to being killed by the intended spouse. They froze in their tracks. Their eyes froze, fixed on the enormous octopus. At that moment, it seemed as though she was in a rather good mood. 8 tentacles writhed in an eerie dance.
Black ink and slime erupted, coating every inch of their bodies. Foul stench. The stench.
It nearly made the 3 of them vomit on the spot.
No. No. They couldn't be killed. San Sangua absolutely must get the national fortune reward.
Meanwhile, in the Three Kingdoms live stream room,
a sea of people were sweating bullets for them. Hurry up. What are you waiting for?
We need the marriage reward.
It's just an octopus?
Just close your eyes and match it already.
Yeah, don't all you guys love long legs? This thing has 8 long legs, why aren't you happy now?
Octopus Girl delivered the ultimate soul-searching question.
You don't want it? No way.
The 2 jumped in surprise and quickly denied it. Then, exchanging a glance, they both saw the resoluteness in each other's eyes.
That's right.
Close your eyes.
Just imagine. Not bad at all. I'm in. I'm here too.
The marriage match screen closed for 10 minutes.
Then, the national fortune reward appeared. Three Kingdoms Marriage Attribute 2. Three Kingdoms National Fortune Reward, 3-dimensional attributes 1. Even a tiny mosquito is still neat, right?
But seeing his nation's matchmaking candidates always encounter such peculiar individuals. Now look at Lin Fan's side. It's either elves or cute catgirls.
The contrast is stark. There's absolutely no comparison whatsoever. The gap is just too wide. What a gap! How embarrassing.
On the other side, inside the luxurious mansion, Little Miao, who had been burning up, finally managed to bring her body temperature down. In Lin Fan's view, Xiao Miao's attribute panel underwent a significant transformation.
Xiao Miao. Level, C rank.
Combat power, 7,000.
Evaluation, possesses the innate bloodline of a 9 lives cat.
9 perfect resurrection opportunities have skyrocketed its combat power, and after each resurrection, its attributes receive substantial increases.
Holy crap!
When Lin Fan saw these stats, his eyelids twitched uncontrollably.
This wasn't just a minor boost.
From 500 combat power straight to 7,000 now. The difference between the 2 figures was a staggering 10-fold increase. And that was just the numerical gap in combat power.
The actual power difference was even more staggering.
In combat, unless you have perfect timing, location, and allies, plus elemental advantages, a mere 1,000-point difference is already terrifying.
And this gap?
A staggering 6,500 points. In an instant, Xiao Miao transformed from the weakest combatant into the strongest pillar of the entire home base.
Xiao Miao! Hoshino exclaimed in delight, clasping Xiao Miao's small hand tightly.
After confirming her body temperature was normal, he breathed a huge sigh of relief. Xiao Miao, lying on the bed, slowly opened her eyes. Her pale yellow vertical pupils made both Lin Fan and Xingyao feel an unfamiliar sense of strangeness in that instant. But immediately after, Xiao Miao sat up, clutching her head.
Lin Fan, Hoshino, I think I held you back.
That's great.
Little Miao is still Little Miao.
Lin Fan suddenly pulled Xiao Miao into a tight embrace. Xiao Miao, no, we never thought you held us back.
In fact, you've completely surpassed us now.
Ha!
Xiao Miao finally caught on. She had awakened the bloodline of the 9 lives cat. Her strength had skyrocketed. Hoshino had only just realized this too, his expression filled with utter astonishment. Xiao Miao, with such overwhelming power. I'm seriously worried you'll swat me to death. Even the proud and aloof Xingyi couldn't help but voice his true thoughts at this moment. Before Xiao Miao could respond, Lin Fan chuckled, no need to doubt it, you really would be swatted to death. Why did you have to open your mouth? The two began bickering again. Watching this harmonious scene, little Miao couldn't help but giggle. This is great. Xiao Miao had always felt useless, unable to help anyone. But now it seemed she was a big shot too. Of course. Lin Fan tickled Xiao Miao's nose, just like he used to. After chatting for a while, it was already the next day. Xiao Miao, still weak from just waking up, chose to drift back into sleep for a while. Hoshino, having gone without sleep all night, was utterly exhausted and quickly went to rest. Lin Fan couldn't sleep. Because the intelligence system had refreshed. Intelligence 1, at midnight tomorrow, the beast tide arrives. Monster drop rates will be extremely high then. If you get the chance, you absolutely must go out and loot the treasures. Intelligence 2, Gate 1 is the marriage gate. The Succubi clan, intended as marriage partners, have never harvested energy from the opposite sex and harbor a deep aversion to them, especially humans, whom they detest intensely. Intelligence 3, Gates 2 and 3 contain rule-based death traps. Intelligence 4, today, the monster merchant will visit your home. Though he carries many treasures and frequently seeks trade partners, he harbors ulterior motives. Succubus? Pure-hearted succubus? Lin Fan was stunned. Could those two words even be combined? Chapter 41, Opening the Succubus Marriage Gate. Forget it. Lin Fan shook his head, too lazy to care about such matters. Succubus it is, then. He was actually curious to see what a pure-hearted succubus looked like. Just then, a strange sound came from outside the door. Is anyone there? Could it be the monster merchant? With that thought, Lin Fan immediately went downstairs and opened the door. Standing outside was a dwarf clad in ragged clothes. Upon seeing Lin Fan, he suddenly broke into a bright smile. His mouth was full of yellow teeth. Young adventurer. I have all sorts of treasures here. Want any? Then bring something to trade. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, then pointed at the magic cannon and asked, can you restock the ammunition for it? Of course I can. The dwarf chuckled proudly. It's just a little thing like this. I can whip up the right ammunition for it in no time. Fine. Then go to hell. Ha! Lin Fan's shift in demeanor was far too abrupt. So fast the dwarf hadn't even had time to react. Lin Fan unleashed his most powerful ultimate move. Demon Sword Technique. A crimson magic sword imbued with pure magical energy materialized out of thin air. Lin Fan casually grabbed it and thrust it straight through the dwarf's chest. Blood gushed violently. The dwarf's face was frozen in utter disbelief. How could he have imagined that he, who had amassed his treasures through plunder and robbery, would one day be killed on the spot by a human youth? Why? The dwarf managed only to utter his final 3 words before Lin Fan's magic sword violently tore through his heart, shattering it completely. Thud! The dwarf merchant crashed to the ground. Lin Fan pried open his palm with the demon sword and saw, to his astonishment, a strange vial of potion clutched tightly within his palm. Enchanting fragrance. Causes all lifeforms below class C to fall into a state of dizziness and unconsciousness, lasting 3 hours. So that's how it is. Lin Fan sneered coldly. He tucked it away. Who knows? It might actually come in handy someday. Then he began inspecting his spoils of war. Inside the massive cloth sack strapped to the dwarf's back, there were only a handful of items. Could it be that he killed them too quickly, resulting in an incomplete drop rate? Ah well, this was good enough. Lin Fan began sorting through the items. Among the treasures inside, there was indeed a batch of materials needed to craft magic cannonballs. Careful calculation showed they could synthesize over 60. The other materials, meanwhile, could enhance the durability of structures. The only noteworthy item was a magic tome. Magic Shield. Upon mastery, this spell utilizes natural magical energy cycles to generate a shield capable of withstanding 10 attacks at your current level. It can also resist 1 lethal attack exceeding your level by 1 tier. Cooldown, 10 minutes. This is a valuable item. Lin Fan's current level is D rank with 2000 combat power. Using this magic would let him directly withstand a full power strike from a C rank powerhouse. Remember, Xiao Miao has 7000 combat power. If she wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as flipping a switch. But if he uses the magic shield, Lin Fan, it would still take 1 more hit. But with Xiao Miao by my side, if a monster as powerful as her attacks and she can't protect me in time, this magic shield could prove invaluable. Lin Fan immediately completed its training. Soon, as he channeled his magic, a faint golden shield emblem appeared on his arm. Time rewound to earlier. In the livestream, everyone noticed the monster merchant's arrival and felt utterly fascinated. Ha! How did this guy show up inside the homestead territory? Could he be an evil monster? If it is, that's pretty scary. Wait, look at that guy's back. How is he carrying so much stuff? What could possibly be inside? Filled with questions, everyone watched as the monster merchant dwarf introduced himself. Only then did they realize this was a feature of the matchmaking game world. This setup isn't bad, it provides players with more materials and items, increasing their chances of survival. But soon, another question arose. What could the matchmaking game participants offer in exchange that would truly captivate this monster merchant? Just as everyone was pondering this, they suddenly witnessed Lin Fan spring into action. Witnessing this, everyone froze in shock. What the hell was this? Lin Fan just suddenly attacked? So decisive? No wonder who wouldn't be on edge when a monster suddenly appears. Besides, it's just a dwarf. No big deal. The Dragon Nation citizens didn't seem to care much. After all, it's just a dwarf who died. After killing it, they could get tons of gear, materials, and treasures. Why not? But soon enough, they realized their perspective was far too narrow. On screen, Lin Fan slowly pried open the monster's palm, revealing a terrifying potion. Every hair on their bodies stood on end. He had this up his sleeve? When did he even notice it? Damn, Lin Fan is seriously impressive. If he hadn't acted first, we'd have been completely outmaneuvered by this guy. This is absolutely spot on. His observational skills are incredibly meticulous. Lin Fan must have studied psychology. And he could even pick up on the other guy's subtle movements. Sigh, terrifyingly so. Are college students in our country this sharp nowadays? Hey, hold up, bro, us college students aren't as freaky as Lin Fan. We're just pure nerds. After gathering his materials and tools, Lin Fan strode directly toward Gate 1. With intelligence system support, his door-opening motion showed no hesitation whatsoever. He simply pushed open the door and stepped inside. The environment shifted abruptly. He found himself deep within a pitch-black cavern. Candlelight flickered, casting a faint glow. In the dim light, he glimpsed a graceful figure deep within the cavern, standing with its back to him. Even so, the faint candlelight still revealed the exquisite beauty of that figure in full detail. L. Level D. Combat Power 4000. Evaluation: a disgrace among the succubi. She is the sole pure-hearted succubus, harboring deep aversion toward the opposite sex. Yet her weakness is equally evident. The innate nature of her kind leaves her utterly defenseless against the allure of marriage. Oh, is that so? Upon reading this, Lin Fan immediately had an idea. So she just likes a tougher approach? Easy fix. Lin Fan strode straight up to her, not a care in the world about his own safety. Chapter 42, Extreme Disdain for Humans? Little Miao has convinced them. Halt, human. Elle's voice was as sweet as candy, and even when deliberately deepened, it still didn't inspire fear. She said coldly, considering your strength isn't weak, retreat now, and I'll spare your life. Lin Fan remained silent, continuing to advance relentlessly. Didn't you hear what I said? Elle's voice carried a hint of anger. She felt deeply troubled. Despite despising the opposite sex, she constantly fought against her body's instincts. Especially when this man drew closer, the psychological and physical conflict nearly drove Elle mad. I said back off. One more step forward, and I'll kill you. Die. Elle's form erupted like a cannonball hurtling toward Lin Fan. Her claws tore at Lin Fan's throat, only to be repelled by a strange protective shield. At the same moment, Lin Fan finally saw the full form of the person before him. It was a girl whose beauty defied the heavens. Her eyes shimmered with an eerie crimson hue. Two black-veined horn-like protrusions sprouted from either side of her forehead. Two slightly protruding, sharp fangs were faintly visible beneath her furious expression. Despite her lowly-like appearance, her figure was the type where you couldn't see your own toes when you looked down. She wore a soft, flowing red dress that clung tightly to her exquisite curves. It caught Lin Fan's attention. Die. Elle was beyond furious. Yet the next moment, Lin Fan smiled as he pulled out a scroll. Miss Succubus Ale, from now on, you'll have to do as I say. What? Elle's eyes widened in shock. The scroll instantly dissolved into a shower of light particles, merging into Elle's body. After a violent struggle, Elle gritted his teeth, glaring at Lin Fan with pure hatred, yet he made not a single movement. Seeing this, Lin Fan was thoroughly satisfied. Then come with me, Miss Ale. With her instincts now controlled by the scroll, Elle had no choice but to follow obediently, her gaze fixed on Lin Fan as if she wanted to kill him. Bringing Elle back to their home, Hoshino and Xiao Miao couldn't help but be startled. She's so beautiful. Xiao Miao reached out to touch Elle's flawless cheek, only to be slapped away. Don't touch me. Elle snarled, you're not worthy to touch me. If it weren't for this man controlling me with his bizarre methods, I'd kill every last one of you right now. Hearing this, even Hoshino chose to side with Lin Fan. Privately, Hoshino might scold Lin Fan a bit. But if anyone else dared speak against Lin Fan, Hoshino knew exactly whose side to take. You're supposed to be Lin Fan's betrothed, aren't you? What gives you the right to speak so arrogantly? Hoshino showed her no leniency. What do you have to be proud of? In this household, you hold the lowest status. Understand? Lowly demon race. How dare this little elf talk back? Just as Elle was about to erupt in anger, her expression suddenly froze. Because a faint aura emanating from Xiao Miao nearby actually made her sense waves of deathly aura. You! Ale instantly became docile, her gaze growing several degrees clearer. His gaze toward Xiao Miao brimmed with adoration and fervor.
Xiao Miao said indifferently, in this household, you'd better behave yourself and show some respect to my husband, Lin Fan.
Understand? Demon race. I understand. Unexpectedly, this time Ale obediently lowered his head. His breathing grew rapid, a peculiar crimson flush spread across his cheeks, and he even seemed faintly excited. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. Could this innocent succubus be feeling something for Xiao Miao? Now, spend some quality time alone with your husband. Don't let me catch you being unruly again.
As soon as Xiao Miao finished speaking, Ale eagerly grabbed her hand.
Little Miao, I want you to be with me like this. Then I'll be good. Xiao Miao? Hoshino? Lin Fan? Anyone could see it. This innocent-looking succubus seems seriously off.
Xiao Miao paused for a moment before finally agreeing to her request.
The three set off together.
The live stream screen dimmed. The scene flashes back to a previous moment. Viewers in the livestream room noticed Lin Fan had once again opened the marriage gate and they were all thrilled.
How exciting! I wonder what kind of challenge Lin Fan will face this time. Challenge? You mean the kidney-related challenge, right? Ha! Look, the screen's gone black. Is the environment changing? Holy crap, why is this matchup partner hurling insults at Lin Fan? Is this normal? I don't know either. Don't look at me. Then, everyone just watched as this matchmaking candidate was fundamentally different from Hoshino.
She nearly killed Lin Fan. If not for that scroll, Lin Fan would have likely died right there.
Though initially furious by the story's end, they witnessed Ale's peculiar expression once more. Instant 2.
The Dragon Nation's populace instantly deduced why.
Why are you all silent, my ministers? Not a single voice spoke among the entire court. After all that, was this all part of the game between Lin Fan and Ale? The matchmaking game dragged on relentlessly from daytime until 11 at night. The live stream finally came online. Marriage successful. National Fortune Marriage Reward issued. Constitution 9. Strength 6. Lin Fan received rewards. 3 primary attributes increased by 10 points. Combat power increased by 1,500 points. Level upgraded to D. When the live stream reappeared, Ale was now as docile as a kitten.
His face flushed crimson, he trailed behind Lin Fan. She even reached out to tug at Lin Fan's sleeve.
Honey, we'll talk about it later. This scene left the Dragon Nation citizens utterly stunned. Good heavens.
After all, even after using the scroll, this innocent succubus still seemed to hold Lin Fan in utter contempt. This clearly meant that for Ale, the scroll was merely a restraint to prevent her from acting recklessly. To truly make her submit, it would still require Lin Fan's own strength. Like, for instance, persuasion. Well, it seems Lin Fan has quite the gift of gab. He persuaded her outright.
Tell us more about the persuasion. Yeah, elaborate on that.
Lin Fan is just that good. I seriously suspect he's actually a beta tester.
If it were some other country's scumbag, they'd probably have been torn to shreds by now, right? Hey! What nonsense are you spouting? Chapter 43, Beasttide begins, first wave. Everyone assumed Lin Fan would finally rest after working so hard.
But unexpectedly, Lin Fan had no such intention. Instead, he stood ready outside the luxurious villa with his 3 betrothed partners.
Ha! Didn't the monster attacks end already? Why all the tension now?
Most Dragon Nation citizens were baffled, but soon, they slowly began to understand.
As the clock's hands reached midnight,
a majestic voice suddenly echoed through the marriage game.
Beasttide challenge activated. 9 waves in total.
Only those who endure this Beasttide challenge and persist until the end with the shortest time will win the grand prize.
Failure means death. The voice faded away.
The entire world seemed to be shrouded in a gloomy calm.
Then,
a thick, pungent stench of blood mingled with the acrid smell of burning drifted on the night breeze. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a twinge of nervousness. Despite all his preparations, facing the unknown Beasttide still left him feeling uneasy. His knuckles turned slightly white as he gripped the railing. A holographic projection screen hovered above the villa's terrace, displaying hundreds of densely packed red dots rapidly approaching from several hundred meters away. That's the vanguard of the first wave of the Beasttide. The Beasttide had truly begun. First wave of the Beasttide. Flame Tiger Clan, quantity, 500. Current defense level, E. 500? Holy crap, Lin Fan's eyelids twitched. Honestly, he couldn't even imagine how the other marriage participants would survive without his setup. A full 500 of them, they could trample someone to death just by stepping on them. Not to mention, every single flame tiger in this horde was E-tier, boasting a combat power of 1000. To him, they might seem insignificant, mere roadside pests. But remember, many of the marriage contest participants were still ordinary people.
The instant the electronic voice sounded, the arrow towers at the villa's four corners suddenly unfolded magical wings. Boom! After undergoing material modifications by the dwarves, the automated arrow towers had undergone a complete upgrade. They had become magical modern weapons akin to magic cannons. Cyan energy surged along the engraved patterns of the towers. The buzzing hum emitted when both automated arrow towers completed charging reminded Lin Fan of the relentless chorus of cicadas on summer nights back home. Roar! The moment the first flame tiger burst through the forest, he saw the crimson flames dancing in each beast's eyes. These beasts, standing over 2 meters tall at the shoulder, left scorched paw prints with every stomp, while hundreds of fiery streaks wove a flowing net of flames across the night sky. 300 meters away, they opened their gaping maws, hurling fireballs across the sky. The arrow tower's sensors suddenly flashed red. Whoosh! Magic arrows shot forth in rapid succession. The whistling sounds merged into a piercing, prolonged shriek as the specially forged cold iron arrows refracted an icy blue glow under the moonlight. The lead tiger beast had its skull pierced by 3 arrows simultaneously. The exploding ice crystals instantly froze the lingering flames of its breath. Lin Fan watched the clusters of red dots extinguish on the holographic map before finally exhaling in relief. The arrow towers fired at an overwhelming rate, a barrage the flame tigers could never break through. A dense hail of arrows slaughtered the monsters with blinding speed, leaving them no room to breathe. As the last beast crashed against the energy shield, a golden flash erupted before his eyes. First beast tide wipeout complete. Survival points earned, 500. Survival points can be exchanged for items from the monster merchant or freely allocated to attributes at a 1:100 ratio. Arrow tower durability reduced to 87. Sitting in the wicker lounge chair on the terrace, he realized his back was soaked through. In the distance, unextinguished beast fires flickered across the scorched earth, their flickering light resembling countless dying lives still clinging to the will to attack. "Boss, have some water." The AI butler promptly offered a chilled glass of lemonade. The condensation beating on the glass reminded him of frozen beast blood. The viewers in the livestream immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Holy crap! I knew it! It's a beast tide. This came out of nowhere. Thankfully, Lin Fan's homestead had already prepared countermeasures. Those arrow towers are seriously impressive. Or rather, that dwarf is practically a money-making machine. Ha, what a guy, shrimp and pig heart, huh? Why did the beast tide stop now? Must be their rest period. They can't keep attacking non-stop, no one could hold out forever. The alarm sounded precisely at the 20th minute. This time, the ground trembled with an eerie rhythm. When Lin Fan rushed back to the observation deck, he saw rows of ancient trees, 30 meters tall, toppling over. Under the silvery moonlight, nearly 100 giant apes stood upright, pounding their rock-armored chests. The third eyes on their foreheads glowed with a murky yellow light. Wild Ape Clan Earth Element Mutants. Quantity, 300. Level, E. Combat Power, 1500. Boom! They charged headlong toward the settlement, clawing and kicking with bloodshot eyes, heedless of all else. The arrow towers continued their roll, frantically firing sword feathers. Brilliant magical light burst forth the moment they touched flesh. No! Lin Fan frowned sharply, realizing for the first time that this hail of arrows was surprisingly ineffective against these monsters. The arrow tower's high-frequency attacks were formidable, yet they struggled against these thick-skinned, tough-as-nails creatures. Time to bring out the magic cannon. Lin Fan made the decision instantly. Only by eliminating these monsters immediately could he truly put his mind at ease. The magical cannon platform activated abruptly, its roar rising from the villa's foundation with deafening intensity. Activate! 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 As dark purple crystals swirled and coalesced within the cannon's muzzle, the air thickened with the acrid scent of colliding magical energies. As the first elemental projectile traced its parabolic arc through the sky, he suddenly noticed an unusually towering figure amidst the ape horde. The moment the shell struck the ground, the entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Then, a tremendous roar. An expanding ball of lightning instantly hurled every ape within 20 meters skyward. Dancing arcs of electricity danced between the cracks of their rock-like armor. Lin Fan could even see the black fur curling and carbonizing in the plasma, blood scorched dry. Their bodies stiffened into rigid, upright forms. Boom! The second shell was a burning meteorite. The searing rock, trailing a fiery tail, struck the ape leader. Even from this distance, Lin Fan could hear the crisp crack of flesh shattering. The 5-meter-tall ape's wail raced to the heavens, froze mid-throat as the subsequent ice blast shell silenced it. Chapter 44, Beast Tide Unleashed. 3 consecutive waves. Damn! This magic cannon is insane. Holy crap, just one of these things is this powerful. I can't even imagine how those monsters will dare approach Lin Fan once our home is surrounded by magic cannons. We'll definitely survive this beast tide too. Warning! Core temperature overload. Magic cannon forced cooling. As the white, chilling mist was blown away by the night wind, only clusters of crystal and ice sculptures remained on the battlefield. The gorillas, frozen in mid-charge, refracted iridescent halos under the moonlight. Lin Fan delivered a kick. Clack! It shattered into countless fragments. Time to clean up the battlefield. After summoning the 3 women, Lin Fan went straight to the 8 leader. Within its shattered chest, the half-melted rock heart glowed faintly. Rock heart. An item usable for upgrading magical artifacts. Second wave of beasts annihilated. Acquired rare material, incomplete rock core X1. Magic turret durability, 61%. A sharp cracking sound suddenly echoed from the villa's exterior walls. Lin Fan dashed to the west terrace and saw spiderweb-like cracks spreading across the surface of the magic barrier. There, shattered ice spikes embedded in the protective barrier, corroding the shield at a visible pace. Was this the leader's final counterattack? As he crouched down to examine it closely, only then did he notice crimson blood threads sealed within the ice shards. Those thread-like substances were slowly writhing within the shield's energy layer. Detected anomalous substance intrusion. Defense system integrity reduced to 45%. Urgent fix needed. Perfect timing. Rock heart. Since the magic fence is a separate entity, each fence possesses its own independent durability value. However, when repaired, they can be fixed all at once. Lin Fan swiftly incorporated the rock heart into the barrier. The magic fence's durability instantly reached 100%. Its surface now shimmered with an earthy brown glow. This signified that the magical fence had become significantly harder. Besides these useful rock hearts, he also gathered numerous tiger flame cores and other rock heart fragments. These all qualified as magical artifacts. They can continuously nourish and repair one's own building system, ensuring they always remain in top condition. At that very moment, the moonlight was suddenly swallowed by churning dark clouds. Just as Lin Fan pressed the rock core into the repair slot of the magical barrier, a dense flapping of wings echoed from the sky. Thousands of blue feathers drifted down into the courtyard, each one sparking tiny arcs of electricity upon impact. Warning! Spatial distortion detected. Third wave of beasts arriving ahead of schedule. By the time the group reacted, the entire sky had instantly filled with blue-gray specks of light. As the birds of prey circling 500 meters above spread their 10-meter wingspans, a torrential downpour of wind blades already lashed the homestead. L struck out abruptly, channeling surging dark magic. The pitch-black magical force coalesced into an impenetrable protective barrier, securely shielding the few people within the home. Nice work! Damn, why no respite this time? Good heavens, 3 waves of such an outrageous beast tied in a row? They're practically treating Lin Fan like he's not even human. Even flying beasts had appeared. In this situation, only the arrow towers could automatically target their prey. Magic cannons were useless. Lin Fan looked up to see the emerald crystal embedded in the forehead of the lead giant eagle. Its diving strike stirred up a whirlwind that uprooted the charred corpses littering the battlefield, reducing them to ashes. Gale Eagle King. Rank, E-grade elite. Combat power, 2000. Lin Fan. This thing is weird. At that moment, a blinding crimson light suddenly flared across the surface of the magic energy shield coalesced by Ale. Elle let out a startled cry. It turned out that among the ability attacks unleashed by that flock of swift-winged hawks, there was also an extremely potent corrosive effect. Corroded sections of the magic energy shield began oozing viscous liquid. Lin Fan watched helplessly as 3 wind blades pierced through the gap in the magic barrier. Yet, amidst the clanging of metal, the arrow tower on the villa's east side remained standing tall. However, its durability was plummeting at an alarming rate. Damn it! Is it this hard to deal with? Lin Fan now understood firsthand what true elemental counterplay meant. This flying bastard in the sky, he couldn't even touch him. What the hell was he supposed to do? All the gear from the home base was completely useless. Wait! Lin Fan's eyes suddenly lit up as an idea struck him. Activate ground-to-air mode. Lin Fan slammed his hand on the emergency button of the control console. Both arrow turrets swiveled in unison. The turrets continued to emit a constant hum as projectiles shot forth. Yet upon closer inspection, it became clear these were not arrows, but enhanced modern shotgun shells, unleashing a hail of steel along the eagle's diving trajectory. However, a mysterious glow suddenly flared on the Eagle King's chest, causing all the shotgun shells to abruptly freeze mid-air. Then, as if drained of power, they plummeted to the ground. As the Eagle King hurled the 3-meter diameter metal sphere toward the villa, it sliced through the air with a piercing whistle. It slammed into the magic-infused shield Elle had conjured, leaving it unscathed. But landing on the magical barrier was a different story. Durability decreased. Durability decreased. Warning. Defense integrity 12%. Recommended immediate repair. Lin Fan didn't hesitate, frantically stuffing materials into the repair device. The durability value shot back up like a roller coaster. No problem, let's drag this out into an attrition battle. Lin Fan roared hoarsely. The ensuing battle was largely thanks to the arrow tower. After a long, drawn-out struggle with these monsters, they were finally, barely, dealt with. Third wave of monsters eliminated. Acquired talent skill, Phoenix Whisper power. Current rating, perfect. 100% completion. At the sight of the word end, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. We finally held them off. Holy crap, that was way too dangerous. Yeah, who the hell could have held out against that? Good heavens, look at our little country over there. They didn't even last through half of the first wave of beasts before getting trampled to death on the spot. That's right, you all saw it clearly. One of the matchmaking participants from the small nation was so terrified they hid inside his small cabin. 1 second later, the cabin was crushed along with the person inside. Talent, indeed. Looks like Lin Fan truly deserves the top spot among all the matchmakers. Who could possibly be as resilient as Lin Fan? Yeah, but this is only the third wave of beasts and it's already terrifying. I can't even imagine how much worse it's going to get. Put. Cut the nonsense. Wait, look. The Great Cold Kingdom has held out too. Meanwhile, on the other side, the live stream for the Great Cold Kingdom was buzzing with excitement. This is fantastic. Mr. Kim is absolutely amazing, you know. With such a powerful marriage partner, Mr. Kim could practically just kick back and relax. Chapter 45, Perfect Resistance. Did the Great Cold Kingdom have another trick up its sleeve? On the screen, Mr. Kim was sleeping peacefully. Outside the wooden hut stood a woman clad in white, standing 8 feet tall. Her gaping maw revealed a grotesque, terrifying visage as she devoured every monster in the oncoming tide without hesitation. Awesome! We took down the first wave of beasts so fast, no doubt about it, we're the fastest in the world, right? Of course. What other country could possibly be faster? You wouldn't dare mention that useless nation of Dragon Country, would you? All of you can go to hell, you bastards. Mr. Jean, keep it up. We must claim the ultimate reward and crush that pig Lin Fan. I've had my eye on him for ages. Aha! No one saw this coming, you know. Our great Han nation has been secretly holding back all this time. The Dragon Nation's people just smiled without saying a word. They made it look so real. I thought we'd cleared the final stage. Turns out after all that fuss, they only broke through the first wave of beasts? What's the big deal? Lin Fan's forces are already launching their fourth wave of attacks. Seeing the smug looks and expressions of the Great Han Kingdom still gloating here, the Dragon Nation's people could only feel a wave of pity. Kim Se Hyun Appa. So handsome. Appa, Saranghyo. Our Appa is the most handsome. The most outstanding. Our 10-year promise is fulfilled today. Can I get tickets to Appa's wedding ceremony? Sisters, youth is priceless and only comes once. I won't leave any regrets. Slap those Dragon Nation pigs in the face. Then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The next wave of beasts to appear was a horde of Taoist zombie priests. They were both the embodiment of evil and the agents of righteous retribution. For an entity like Lady Bashi, they were a natural countermeasure. Hundreds of Taoist zombie priests surrounded Lady 8 Foot. And swiftly, very swiftly, they annihilated her. Then, their gaze turned to Jean Shirxian, who was sound asleep inside. Over 8 casualties perished amidst the beast tide. The Great Cold Nation's national punishment has been unleashed. Great Cold Nation's national punishment drawn, a bitter cold storm sweeping the nation with temperatures plummeting to 100 C for 10 days. Second wave of national punishment, seamlessly following the first disaster, a scorching heat wave of 100 degrees will blanket the entire nation for 10 days. The people of Great Cold Nation instantly felt their vision darken. Merely hearing the descriptions of these calamities made them feel life was no longer worth living. After all, the coldest place on Earth is the Antarctic Research Station. At its coldest, temperatures there can reach as low as -90 degrees Celsius. Yet even there, the land lies frozen day and night, snow drifting for miles. Every year, countless researchers prepare meticulously for expeditions only to perish without warning. -90 degrees Celsius, a temperature that could be called the forbidden zone for human life. But now you tell me the entire Great Cold Nation will be blanketed by absolute ice fields at -100 degrees Celsius? All I can say is, that's freaking insane. Even fully prepared professionals risk death, let alone the vast majority of Daehan's population, where ordinary citizens make up 99%. Ha! Great Cold Nation, didn't you just copy our Lord Lin's survival tips? What do you say now? Still stealing? Steal. Oh dear, we've stolen 2 national misfortunes. I'm so jealous of you folks in Daehan Kingdom. In this scorching heat, my palms are drenched in sweat, yet you get to crank your AC to -100 degrees Celsius. Killing people and breaking their spirits. Hey, have you heard the saying? Better to freeze to death at 100 degrees than to bake to death at 100 degrees. What does that mean? Think about it, even at -100 degrees, creatures like penguins can survive. With current human science, enduring that might not be impossible. But at +100 degrees? Humans would be on the brink of death from a 42-degree fever. +100? That's practically high-temperature sterilization. Wow, terrifying. The Great Cold Nation really is one disaster after another. Ha! High-temperature sterilization is spot on. The Great Cold Nation is a bunch of parasites and bacteria, best to wipe them out. In stark contrast to the joyful laughter of the Dragon Nation's people and the shared sorrow of other nations. In Great Cold Nation, morale had completely collapsed. Countless people are crying and scrambling for transportation, desperately trying to reach the airport to escape the Great Cold Nation by plane. But then, they now realize the planes won't even start. Passengers aboard the few aircraft still flying normally hadn't even had time to breathe a sigh of relief when a sudden sensation of weightlessness and intense freefall engulfed everyone. It turned out this disaster mirrored the catastrophe that struck Curry Nation. Once disaster struck, a mysterious force would seal off the nation's borders. This mechanism was designed to prevent citizens from fleeing their country prematurely due to national calamities, preventing anyone from exploiting loopholes. Realizing this, countless people instantly collapsed as if their souls had been torn from them, huddling on the ground and weeping bitterly. I'm still a girl. You absolutely can't hate us girls from the Great Han Kingdom. I'm still young, damn it. I don't want to die this soon. Even though I'm from Dehan and even though I insulted Longhua online. But I believe, given Longhua's tolerance, I can absolutely be saved. Dragon Country Daddy, I was wrong. I confess. From yesterday to today, I created over 100 fake accounts to bash you. But I've changed now, I've become better. Will you take me in? I truly don't want to die. I've genuinely reformed. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have singled out your Dragon Country as a place to run wild. I shouldn't have looked down on Dragon Country. Holy crap. I'm from the Great Cold Nation, but I'm in Dragon Country. Why was I teleported to the Great Cold Nation? Could it be because I keep molesting my Dragon Country neighbor's boy? I'm so scared, oh my god. Kim Se Hyun Appa, please save me. They say a dying man speaks the truth. These Dahang people are now on the brink of death. Though their mouths spew nothing but filth, their words expose the vile deeds they've committed daily. The Dragon Kingdom people who witnessed their incoherent ramblings instantly understood. Damn. I always wondered where all those 500,000 yuan donations came from during national crises. Turns out these thieving pigs were using fake accounts to slander us? So satisfying. Justice is served. Now, the Great Cold Nation spies hiding in the Dragon Nation won't escape. National retribution punishes you, love you. Holy. My roommate got teleported away. So satisfying. He used to act like a big shot just because he was from the Great Cold Nation, living off state benefits and committing every evil deed imaginable. He even made a sport of stealing other people's girlfriends. Now he's finally getting his just desserts. This is ing awesome. Chapter 46, The Ugly Nation's Total Annihilation. Lin Fan lies back. National fate punishment descends. While the Great Cold Nation's people were still wiping tears at the border, they had no idea that layer upon layer of snow-white mist was slowly creeping toward them. Had any observant soul been present, they would have witnessed that wherever the white mist passed, rapidly withered into a terrifying sight. The earth cracked and froze. Plants shrank. Life vanished. Damn it, why do I suddenly feel a chill? Could this be national retribution? No. It can't be. I'm clearly a Dragon Nation citizen. I'm just temporarily residing in the Great Cold Nation. Blue stars will, did you see that? I'm not lying. Bull. I'm your best friend, and you're the one who curses the Dragon Nation the most. And you betray me? In the face of disaster. Even lifelong best friends can turn on each other in an instant. But clearly, before they could even start fighting, the swift white mist had already enveloped them all. Snap. Human lives were as worthless as grass. These foreign pigs and the people of the Great Cold Nation became the first victims. Along with the buildings. The entire Great Cold Nation suffered the agonizing punishment of national retribution. Even those who hid indoors, wrapped tightly in quilts, could not withstand it. I suppose they'll be happier in the days to come? The calamity befalling the Great Cold Nation has sent waves of shared sorrow through other nations. After all, for now, they stand united with the Great Cold Kingdom. Their sole enemy, the Dragon Kingdom. Yet it was thriving. Meanwhile, the Ugly People Kingdom wasn't faring much better. Because they refused to submit to the will of the robots during the first wave of the beast tide. They were annihilated on the spot. Thus, the death toll reached 8. Ugly People Country marriage game participants failed. National punishment is being prepared. The land of ugly people will face absolute hostility from the Machine Clan. 1 month from now, they will descend upon Old Ugly Country first. Helicopter disasters will appear in all major cities of Uglyland. Preparation time, immediate. Duration, 3 minutes. Disaster description, all airborne vehicles will activate autonomously and obliterate all surrounding existence. The prison's grim spectacle, a reward for national retribution. It silenced all those sycophantic sheepdogs and black-skinned pigs who had previously fawned over them. The sheepdogs who'd bragged about getting an early ticket abroad to enjoy the good life, and the self-important foreign pigs, were thrown into utter chaos. Their mood was as foul as eating. That damn pig. He's ruined us all. It's just a robot. Turn off the lights and they're all the same. Why can't this idiot grasp that simple truth? You're ruining us all.
No, please don't let the national retribution fall on me. I just immigrated to that ugly country, but I'm still a Dragon Nation citizen.
I'm applying to return home now. No. I'm still young. I just got back home. I don't want to die. Ha! Good thing I'm out in the sticks, this disaster won't touch me. What are you all freaking out about? It's just a 3-minute national punishment. I don't think it poses any threat to our mighty old ugly country. Across the old ugly nation, countless people chattered excitedly about the impending punishment. And it was precisely because of this national fortune punishment. Chaos has erupted throughout the entire country. Some rejoiced at being in the countryside, safe from its effects. Some believed the disaster was too brief to have any real impact. Some were filled with dread, others cried out for help. A vivid tableau of humanity's myriad states. Especially among the wealthy. This catastrophe struck precisely at the major cities of the old ugly nation. One after another, they urgently hired bodyguards at exorbitant rates and arranged private jets. Even if it meant sneaking out, they had to get the hell out of old ugly country. Their lives matter most. Time waits for no one. A minute of preparation vanished in an instant. One moment someone was still on a skyscraper arranging a private jet, the next a helicopter crashed through the window with a thunderous roar. I just tried to toss my cigarette butt and it attacked me. Ah, my hand's gone. Damn it. This is crazy. A piece of paper flying through the air sliced my girlfriend in half. Who said it would only last 3 minutes, not even panicking? Even if it were just 10 seconds, our great ugly country would lose tens of thousands of lives. Help! Dragon country dads, save us. Within the ugly country. The nation was now plunged into utter chaos and catastrophe. Kites, falling metal sheets, fighter jets, patrolling drones, anything in the air all seemed to receive some kind of command in an instant. They all began crashing into surrounding buildings and people. These objects appeared harmless, yet under the dual influence of national retribution and the Machine Clan's manipulation, their destructive power had multiplied 100-fold. Boom! Building after building instantly turned to rubble. People screamed and scattered in all directions. Even the 5-foot building and the goddess statue were not spared. Damn it! Damn it all! I told you we couldn't trust those black bastards. Lauda, you've caused us no end of trouble. You could have died alone, but you had to drag us down with you. I beg you, spare me from this disaster. I only switched my citizenship to the ugly country 2 years ago. I'm still a pure-blooded Dragon Nation citizen. It's over. I'm right in the heart of Nyo Booyah. It hasn't even been a minute and my leg's already crushed. Someone save me. I'll give you $2 million. Please. This disaster struck fast, but it also vanished quickly. But its onset as a national punishment dealt an indelible, devastating blow to both the old ugly nation's national strength and the people's morale. The native populace of ugly country, along with those sheepdogs who fled Longwa early on, thinking themselves prescient geniuses, were nearly scared out of their wits. They cursed the prison camp countless times in their hearts. Comrade Old P urgently convened a nationwide live broadcast, hoping to quell the people's doubts. Yet in one urgent phone call after another, every caller unleashed their fury at Comrade Old P, leaving him unable to bear it any longer. With a face flushed crimson, he finally shut down the broadcast. After this incident, the pig farmers of Old Ugly Nation did calm down considerably. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Nation livestream room, the atmosphere was joyful and jubilant. Ha! What a satisfying outcome. Even though we can't watch the livestream. But the national retribution is absolutely extraordinary. Look, hardly any dark-skinned pigs are sending messages now. Have they all been wiped out? Better off dead. You know these dark-skinned pigs have incredible camouflage abilities. I don't want them invading our Dragon Nation later and kicking us out. Who says black dragons aren't dragons? Chapter 47, The Fifth Wave. Revealing the rewards. Brothers, just got the latest intel. The ugly country lost 800,000 white pigs and that thing in a single minute. Even the goddess statue and the 5-legged skyscraper got smashed to bits. Seriously? That's awesome. Let's see how many of those ugly bastards dare to come die. Guys, my grandpa who's about to kick the bucket heard this news and jumped up to practice bayonet training with his rifle. 666,666. All traitors, foreign pigs, anyone who harms the Dragon Nation, they all deserve to die. The most righteous episode ever. Those traitors and banana people who were jumping around the loudest online are all dead silent now. Just as they were desperate to prove they were ugly old countrymen to get national fortune rewards, now they're scrambling to distance themselves from that identity. The other foreign pigs who came to gawk are all dumbfounded. They don't expect their own countries to be great, but they absolutely refuse to watch the Dragon Nation take flight. But who would have thought the ugly old nation would be the first to get screwed over like this? Suddenly, they all flooded into the Dragon Nation livestream, unleashing a torrent of abuse. Over at Lin Fan's side, Hoshino was relentlessly pounding away with his magic cannon. Xiao Miao and Ayer were relentlessly slaughtering monsters outside. Lin Fan lounged in his recliner, sipping a double-shot coconut latte. This didn't look like preparing for a beast-tide attack at all. It looked more like he was vacationing in a matchmaking game. Our foreign guests are suffering heavy casualties, yet you just lie here doing nothing. Does your Dragon Nation have any compassion at all? Don't you know to send Lin Fan from Dragon Nation to help our country? Damn you, Dragon Nation. It's all your fault. What happened to winning hearts through virtue? I'm suing you. Seriously, have you all lost your minds? After how you treated us, you expect us to help you? How the hell are we supposed to help you? Just because we can't help doesn't mean we won't. We just want a gesture of goodwill from your Dragon Nation. Is that so hard to understand, you bastards? Fine. Now everyone was completely speechless. When the other side can spout such idiotic nonsense, what else is there to say? Forget it. Might as well just submit. At that moment, the beast-tide outside was once again completely wiped out. Xiao Miao returned carrying a large bundle of magical materials, while Ire brought 2 blueprints to Lin Fan. Honey, take a look at these. Lin Fan glanced at them. Whoa! His spirits immediately soared. Great! These things actually dropped. Tech Ion Cannon. Originating from a hyper-modern technological world, it can convert any substance into kinetic energy, with power sufficient to kill even a C-rank expert. Source of magic. Capable of storing vast amounts of magic energy, which automatically dissipates when needed. A high-damage defensive device. A device that eliminates mana concerns. Simply an essential asset for any home facility. Al, you did great. Lin Fan beamed with delight, giving Ale a big hug and planting a huge kiss on him. This was how he expressed his excitement. Seeing this, Xingye and Xiao Miao couldn't sit still. Both of them dashed straight to Lin Fan's side. Without a word. One glared at Lin Fan with a proud yet sullen expression. The other's tail wagged incessantly. Lin Fan immediately got the hint, reaching out to ruffle both their heads. Only then did they finally settle down. The 5th wave of beasts successfully repelled. Reward, +3 to all 3 attributes. Congratulations on repelling 5 waves of beasts. Keep up the good work. The grand prize is a divine matchmaking partner. Ha! That's the ultimate prize? A god? A deity? Lin Fan was instantly hooked. Alright. You're playing for high stakes, huh? He finished setting up the Tech Ion Cannon and installed the magic power source. The apparatus, resembling a sacred altar, emitted faint blue magical sparks. Current magic storage index, 90%. It's still unclear how much magical energy this device can actually store. We'll test it shortly. Soon. The 6th wave of beasts arrived as expected. But this time, it wasn't just E-rank monsters. They were genuine D-rank. And 2 D-rank bosses. Goblin Army, quantity, 1000, D-rank, combat power, 2000. Boss, Goblin Priest, D-rank, combat power, 3500. Truth be told, in terms of combat strength, Lin Fan's side was no match for the Goblin Army. The only concern was the sheer number of monsters. Could they sneak an attack on the base? Without this concern, they could have cleared the beast-tide much faster. Inside the livestream room at that moment, his own marriage partners were either dead or wounded. There was almost nothing left worth watching. So everyone had flocked to Lin Fan's stream, hoping he'd die sooner rather than later. 1,000 goblins? Stealing Lin Fan's match. That's exactly what we need to do. Otherwise, this bastard won't settle down. Where's sodas? Where's sodas? Goblin Priest, take down that ungrateful dog from the Dragon Kingdom. Wait, hold on, first clarify this. What do you mean ungrateful? How exactly has Lin Fan wronged you? He owes us just for not paying tribute to Uglyland while he's alive. Even if we never did him any favors, what about the future? Who can predict what happens next? But this guy just doesn't understand how people interact. Quiet. The usually silent little saw finally couldn't hold back. He slammed his fist on the table and glared angrily. Citizens of Uglyland, show some restraint. You must understand one thing, the participants in Long Nation's marriage selection are the most qualified to become the divine match. You, however, are not even in the running. Any issues can be addressed later. Xiao Sa's direct confrontation earned thunderous applause from the Dragon Nation citizens. Just as those foreign scum prepared to mock him further, the beast-tide surged forward in the scene. Clearly, the goblins were far more intelligent than the previous monsters. They had spotted one meticulously arranged formation after another along their path. Ha! Goblins marching in such orderly fashion? Good heavens, one might mistake them for an actual legion. Look! They know destroying the base is the real objective. Some are luring Lin Fan into attacking, while others have already flanked around to raid the base. Brilliant move. Crush the Dragon Nation. Chapter 48, Ion Cannon? Dragon Nation's cheating. And those little tricks of the goblins? All of them were spotted by Lin Fan. Hoshino, you operate this. Keep a close eye on those goblins trying to attack our base. Lin Fan stepped aside, positioning Hoshino at the magic cannon's controls and stuffing all the extra shells into the cannon's chamber. For the time being, even if Hoshino fired indiscriminately, he wouldn't have to worry about running out of ammunition. Meanwhile, the goblin army had secretly split into two groups. AL was outside, mercilessly slaughtering the goblins on the front lines. As a demonic being, she grew stronger simply by continuously slaying monsters. It was an extremely simple method of leveling up. Meanwhile, the goblins entering from the flank had already approached the magic barrier. Only upon drawing near did they realize that this ambushing goblin force was not composed solely of ordinary goblins. Hidden behind them were numerous goblins armed with bows, shields, and axes. Just as that group of goblins began to gloat, die, Hoshino, overcome with excitement, activated the magic cannon. A projectile charged with brutal magical energy slammed directly into the goblin army. In an instant, a small mushroom cloud shot skyward. This single strike inflicted devastating casualties on the goblin forces. Boom! The magical barrier suddenly came under attack, its durability rapidly decreasing. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed sharply as he caught sight of the rear ranks of the goblin army. 100 catapults were furiously hurling massive stones toward the homestead. Though each impact was met by a visible halo of light rebounding off the barrier, its durability continued to steadily diminish. This couldn't go on. Lin Fan was acutely aware that his current materials were still insufficient. Xiao Miao, as the highest combat power currently available, couldn't be deployed casually. If some crisis were to occur and our base were breached, even Xiao Miao wouldn't be able to stop it in time. For now, it seemed he had no choice but to activate his most powerful equipment. Hypertech Ion Cannon, activate. At Lin Fan's mental command, the dormant ion cannon abruptly roared to life, generating a massive platform that began ascending. Its blue glow became the sole beacon of hope in the darkness. The slender barrel glowed with icy magical energy. With just a slight activation, this ion cannon would unleash power capable of shattering the heavens and obliterating the earth. The next second, a powerful energy blast erupted directly from the barrel. Azure energy transformed into a force of annihilation. The thunderous roar of the ion cannon echoed like a crack of lightning. The pitch-black energy beam pierced through the goblin army, vaporizing the front ranks instantly. The catapults in the rear were reduced to dust by the shockwave. Amid thick smoke, severed limbs rained down like hailstones. The ground was scorched into bottomless gullies, and the acrid stench of burning flesh mingled with the tang of blood in the air. So powerful. Even Princess Hoshino, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but stare in awe. She never imagined that such an absurdly powerful ion cannon would be wielded by Lin Fan. Alalulu. The goblin priest, seething with rage, could no longer contain himself. The bone crest atop its head glowed with an eerie green light. His wrinkled hands swiftly formed seals as he chanted incantations. In an instant, dark clouds gathered rapidly in the sky. Violet-black lightning split the heavens, and a massive magical pillar of light, 10 meters in diameter, crashed down upon the homeland. The magical barrier trembled violently, its glow flickering erratically as it emitted an overburdened hum. He couldn't let it continue casting. Lin Fan's eyes sharpened as the power of wind and rain swirled around him, transforming into azure wings that lifted him skyward. This was the reward earned from the beast tide. Hovering 100 meters above, Lin Fan concentrated his magical energy, his hands swiftly forming seals as he chanted aloud, "Giant flame spell." The magic array crystallized instantly. Scorching flames erupted from his palms like a volcanic explosion, forming a colossal pillar of fire that crashed down upon the ground. Wherever it struck, goblins let out piercing screams as they were instantly engulfed by the inferno. Gwa! Before the flames could die down, Lin Fan flicked his wrists and murmured, "Magical entanglement." Countless vines burst from the ground, coiling around the goblins like living serpents and binding them tightly. Those few who managed to break free hadn't even regained their footing when the vines suddenly sprouted sharp, needle-like spikes. Resembling deadly blades, the emerald vines now glowed with a silvery light. Sizzle! Sizzle! Every goblin was skewered like meat on a spit by this magical assault, their bodies pierced through. The remaining goblins seethed with rage, yet they were utterly powerless to harm Lin Fan. As Lin Fan soared skyward, even the goblin priest could only stare helplessly. Damn! Flying really is the ultimate advantage. Lin Fan was ecstatic. Sword magic. He channeled another magical incantation. This time, the sword magic he summoned wasn't a massive sword with devastating destructive power. Instead, it manifested as countless small flying blades. Several sharp sword energies shot toward the ground like lightning, piercing the goblins' bodies with pinpoint accuracy. Seeing this, the goblin priest flashed a look of anger. Abandoning his attack on the homestead, he instead cast a spell, summoning several black magic arrows to strike at Lin Fan. Lin Fan deftly dodged through the air. For arrows he couldn't evade, he simply used a magical shield to block them. His gaze was piercing as he locked onto the goblin priest, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. But Hoshino was faster. The ion cannon was under her command. A terrifying beam of light erupted. Completely absorbed in battling Lin Fan, the goblin priest didn't even register the attack. The next instant, the beam pierced straight through his body. His entire upper body was obliterated. Only billowing clouds of black smoke remained. If even the boss was instantly killed, what hope did the other goblins have? Fifth wave of beasts repelled. Reward, sacred power. Ha! Lin Fan glanced at his attributes. Name, Lin Fan. Level, D rank. Combat power, 4000. Constitution, 83. Agility, 43. Mental strength, 53. Average human stats, 10. Combat evaluation, freshly arrived in this realm, possessing magical power already among the top-tier newcomers. Skills, top-tier magic talent passive. True sight. Sword magic. Giant flame. Magic entanglement. Talent, divine power, increases damage dealt to evil-aligned monsters by 50%. It seems that after each wave of beasts, successfully defending the homeland yields increasingly richer rewards as the number of waves grows. Chapter 49, The Ganges River Punishment of the Three Kingdoms. Meanwhile, in the livestream chat, everyone was going wild with cheers for Lin Fan's stunning performance. Awesome! Lin Fan is the man. That spell can actually fly through the air? Wow, not only does it fly, but it also has a shield. Who could possibly stop this? Xiao Miao's face lit up with anticipation. Everyone, look! Lin Fan has already repelled a full 6 waves of the beast tide. It seems like completely driving back the beast tide and claiming the final reward won't be too difficult after all. But just then, the discordant voices always resound. Completely repel the beast tide? Bull! Do you dragon country pigs even deserve it? Don't you see who's been supporting you dragon country pigs all along? If we didn't have your best interests at heart, why would we keep hanging around in your Lin Fan livestream? Seriously, if you guys could send us some national fortune rewards, we might actually consider treating your dragon country nicely. We wouldn't report you for cheating. Are you kidding me? Cheating in Dragon Nation must be reported. That bastard Lin Fan isn't even trying to fight monsters properly, he's using high tech? What the hell is this? Even ion cannons are popping up? If that's not cheating, what is? The Three Kingdoms tirade hadn't even subsided. Suddenly, a voice cut off their continued condemnation. The outcome was obvious. All participants from Curry Nation have perished. Extracting disaster rewards. National punishment, mutated Ganges water. Effect of the mutated Ganges water, anyone who drinks it will have their body taken over and controlled by the demon-cursed Ganges water. What? No, my Ganges water. Without the Ganges water, you're going to destroy our Three Kingdoms with this national fortune matchmaking game. The first reaction of the Three Kingdoms citizens wasn't anger over the death of a matchmaking participant. Rather, they were enraged by the mutation of the Ganges River water. As everyone knows, the Ganges is the most famous river in the Three Kingdoms. To foreigners, the Ganges is synonymous with filth. A cesspool so murky it's more disgusting than toilet water. Whether for bathing, defecation, or drinking, they would use this Ganges water. It can be said that the water there is a filthier existence than nuclear wastewater. Yet, in the eyes of the people of India, this mighty Ganges is nothing less than a treasure unique to their Curry Nation. In fact, when some food vendors run out of water while cooking, they'll jump to the riverbank, scoop up a large ladle of Ganges water right in front of customers, and pour it directly into their prepared dishes. To them, this is perfectly normal. Little do they realize that to foreign travelers, consuming such food is an utterly outrageous challenge. And precisely because of this, it becomes clear just how profoundly revered Ganges water is among the people of the three countries. They practically worship it like a deity. When this punishment appeared, they didn't lament why their marriage partners had died, nor did they feel fortunate that it wasn't a direct death penalty. Instead, they felt that using the Ganges as the medium for a national fortune punishment was deeply disrespectful to their three kingdoms. What the hell is the mastermind behind this national fortune matchmaking game thinking? Are we people of the three kingdoms not human? Are we truly not human? Doesn't he know that we people of the Curry Kingdom have depended on this very Ganges water for survival since our ancestors' time? What he's doing is no different from killing us. Do you people of the three nations truly worship the Ganges like some sacred treasure? I never understood why you did this before, but now I see you're just a bunch of mentally deranged fools. What do you mean? The Ganges waters gave birth to us and raised us. So what if we love the Ganges waters? If you were from the three kingdoms, you'd understand to despise the Ganges waters is to despise your own mother. You idiotic Dragon Nation people could never comprehend the love we three kingdoms people share with the Ganges. Alright, if you love it so much, go drink it then. You're all just a bunch of bastards. Remember, I'm from the Dragon Nation. If you want to curse, curse us. This comment just makes everyone think two words are most fitting: embarrassing. Go ahead and say it, then you drop a dialect phrase to expose yourself. Anyone can tell this is a troll. The key is, with just a flick of the finger, you can see his IP addresses from the little country. Most people wouldn't fall for such a low-level trick, but the people of Curryland managed to do it. Watch this. Some people really couldn't resist the provocation. To prove their bond with the Ganges water, they actually ran to the riverbank, buried their heads, and took a huge gulp. and some even bathed while guzzling the river water. Seeing such bravery, the other three immediately followed suit, diving in to guzzle water themselves. All to prove the Ganges water is clean. The outcome was predictable. Some convulsed violently, turning into zombies, while others simply exploded into pieces. The three groups of people who had just been calling the Ganges mother were so terrified they lost control of their bowels and bladders. Over 80 of them piled into a van and fled at breakneck speed. Only a group of wise guys remained on the shore, wailing in agony. No! No! My stomach hurts so bad. This damn matchmaking game, how dare you bring national calamity upon us. Holy crap, I just noticed it wasn't national fortune punishment displayed there, but national fortune reward. Damn right. How twisted is that? Ha! Calling disasters rewards? That'll disgust those three kingdoms pigs to death. Ah! This is unfair. Why are only we three kingdoms people getting national calamities? We're definitely being targeted. Why does Dragon Nation get to cheat without any punishment? Serves you right. I've had it with you curry people for ages. Yes, the marriage game is a total winner. Other netizens from nations that had also suffered national misfortune joined in attacking the three kingdoms people. After all, they'd been bottling up resentment. Now that they saw others suffering just as badly, they couldn't help but gloat. As for the Dragon Nation people, they wouldn't dare. Their own country's participants were all dead. They could only wait until tomorrow to select new contestants. So, at most, they could only silently mutter to themselves, Dragon Nation people, just you wait. On the other side, inside the National Destiny matchmaking game arena, the blood-curdling screams of the three kingdoms' marriage match participants had seeped through the half-open door, echoing throughout the entire marriage match map. Those wretched cries sent chills down the spines of every participant who heard them, each fearing they might be the next to die. Except for Lin Fan, of course. He was informed that the beast tide wouldn't appear until late at night. With nothing else to do, Lin Fan headed straight for the gym. He battled relentlessly for 3 solid hours. Chapter 50, Gouji Kingdom's Punishment, Chaos Among the Blacks. The live feed finally came back online. Lin Fan emerged from his room with a satisfied look, opening the refrigerator to find meat, eggs, fish, chicken, and vegetables, everything they needed. Enough to feed the 4 of them for 3 days. Of course, this didn't include the produce from the fields outside. Though the edible period was short, how did this compare to participants from other nations? Others either had their sanity drained, succumbing to hallucinations that drove them to self-destruction, or they'd be torn apart by monsters. The luckier ones endure freezing cold and hunger, at least without immediate life-threatening danger. But look at Lin Fan's situation. A table laden with sumptuous dishes had viewers drooling. Did I enter the wrong livestream? Is this a food channel? Just woke up, let me see what Lin God is up to. Holy crap! Got up too fast. Lin God is actually cooking. And the table is loaded with amazing dishes. Goodness! I can practically smell the aroma through the screen. Is this the man who excels both in the boardroom and the kitchen? Love it! Love it! Lin Fan, my husband. Lin Fan, my husband, I love you. I'm a guy, but I just adore you. Forget girls, even I, a guy, am head over heels. Seeing how well Lin Fan lives, people from other countries feel like knives are cutting through their hearts. It hurts. This is truly agonizing. Seeing Lin Fan thrive is more agonizing than death itself. Now look at their own live stream. A black guy, bound to a tree trunk by a horde of orcs. Furious whipping. He's screaming in agony. You gotta hand it to the nigga, after half an hour of this, he still had the strength to scream. No! No! Save me! In the marriage game, no one could save him. But the live stream viewers burst into laughter. Holy crap! He's reliving his plantation days. Someone! Where's the sheriff? Hurry up! There's a black dog here. Oh! I'm coming, dear fellow. Let me see where this dam is. Ah, there he is. Oh! I swear, I'll use my little pistol to blast right through his ass cheeks. The righteous sheriff. Even the French citizens didn't want to speak up for him, secretly rooting for those orcs instead. It's all Lincoln's fault. Why let that lowly race of blacks exist? He ruined our entire nation. Oh! Dragon country people, I'm from Gaul. Now, I want to come to your country. Is that okay? I want to come too. We apologize for the harsh words we spoke to you before. To that, Dragon Nation netizens just chuckled. All you foreign pigs who kicked us while we were down, get the hell out of here. All marriage-eligible citizens of the Gallic nation have perished. National punishment activated. Punishment, Black Era. All dark-skinned Gaulish nations gain double strength for 1 hour. No leaving national borders. Everyone reading this was utterly baffled. Doubled strength for 1 hour? What good would that do? But only the Dragon Nation's populace grasped the true meaning of this national fate punishment. Holy, this is truly killing them both physically and psychologically. The Gallic nation, already stained by the dark-skinned people, is now truly about to be completely overrun by them. Wait, I don't quite get it. What exactly is this punishment for Gaul? Don't you get it? The current leaders of Gaul are white. If these blacks can overthrow their system and turn it into a world where blacks reign supreme, what's the difference from wiping out the nation? The real kicker? The tables would turn completely. Just thinking about it is terrifying yet also hilarious. So that's another reason? Ha, that cracks me up. Even if they can't completely overthrow it, at least this way, they can make them turn on each other. Meanwhile, on the other side, within the Gallic nation. Upon hearing this news, every black person instantly felt their strength surge dramatically. Some tried lifting objects and discovered they could now move a small car. With this newfound strength, the violent nature in their blood could no longer be contained. First came the $0 shopping spree. As their strength surged, the streets of Gaul descended into chaos. Black thugs lurking in dark corners poured out, their eyes gleaming with greed and savagery like beasts sensing blood. Give me money. Get on your knees. Countless black men stormed banks and jewelry stores, guns raised, bellowing. Anyone who dared resist. Their newfound strength was no joke. A single punch sent blood spurting from their mouths and ears. Supermarket windows shattered effortlessly, shelves stripped bare as people frantically grabbed goods. Some even hoisted entire cases of premium liquor and strode out unabashedly. Nice. Nice. Yeah. Luxury boutiques along the street weren't spared either. Priceless handbags and jewelry were plundered without restraint. Store clerks cowered in corners, too terrified to stop these brutally strong thugs. Some black individuals even set blazing fires in the streets. Thick smoke billowed, enveloping the city in a terrifying atmosphere. They rampaged through public facilities, uprooting streetlights and overturning trash cans, leaving the streets littered with debris. Amid the chaotic crowd, several burly, menacing-looking black men huddled together, whispering among themselves. Brothers, now that we have such power, why should we still put up with those white bastards? The leader roared, we'll show them who truly owns this country. Damn right. Let them see the power of us black people. The others echoed his words. Let's storm the capital and trample those high and mighty bastards under our feet. Soon, this mad plan spread among the black community, drawing more and more followers. They surged toward the capital like a tidal wave, recruiting comrades along the way as their ranks swelled. The citizens of Gaul fell into utter panic. The government urgently mobilized troops, attempting to halt the black men's advance. Halt! Halt your advance! Or we'll open fire! Whoosh! Before the words had even finished echoing, javelins flew out in rapid succession, far more unpredictable than any firearm. In an instant, countless soldiers were impaled. Driven by their frenzied nature, the black soldiers charged into close combat. Facing opponents whose strength had doubled, the army's resistance began to falter. A fierce battle erupted at the city's edge, with gunfire and battle cries echoing relentlessly. Help! Save me! Shut up! The black soldiers, fueled by their immense strength, relentlessly breached the defenses, while the native Gaulish forces struggled desperately to hold their ground. Chapter 51, Pregnancy Reward, Elf Arrival. The capital's defenses were under relentless assault, with many soldiers wounded or even killed in the fighting. Residents huddled indoors, praying for an end to this catastrophe, but the black forces' assault only intensified. Years of experience had filled the black people's hearts with hatred and ambition. This upheaval only strengthened their resolve to seize control of the entire capital. This is fantastic. How could this be a punishment from the nation's fortune? It's clearly a reward. We black people will become kings too. Ha! Thanks to Lin Fan. This civil strife, triggered by the national punishment, plunged Gaul into an unprecedented crisis, casting a dark shadow over the nation's future. And this spectacle has utterly become the laughingstock of the world. Sigh, black people really are foolish. What good does rebelling now do? Yeah, it's just damaging their own nation's fortune. Engaging in such meaningless actions I can't even bear to watch. What the hell are you bastards talking about? Look down on us noble blacks? You white pigs. I'll make you pay for every bit of suffering our ancestors endured. Meanwhile, Lin Fan. As the live stream opened, a notification suddenly popped up. Hoshino successfully pregnant. 3D attribute boost, plus 10. National fortune bonus, all 3 attributes increased by 5 points. Lifespan increased by 5 points. Magic talent enhanced. Lin Fan himself was dumbfounded. Overwhelmed with excitement, he rushed to the bedside. Gazing at Xingye, who lay exhausted and drained, he clasped her hands in his own. Xingye, you're going to be a mother. Lin Fan's voice was so loud it woke up both Ale and Xiao Miao. Xingye's eyes instantly cleared. Propping herself up, she sat upright, staring at Lin Fan in utter disbelief. What did you just say? I said, you're going to be a mother. Lin Fan repeated. This time, all 3 of them were completely dumbfounded. Their brains couldn't process what was happening. But soon, their eyes darted to Hoshino's belly. Clearly, Lin Fan's words meant. Was that Hoshino was pregnant, right? Is this real? Lin Fan, if you dare to deceive me, if you dare to toy with me, I swear I'll kill you. Hoshino trembled all over, slowly placing her hand on her lower abdomen. Using the power of magic, she began to probe within her body. When the energy reached her lower abdomen, she froze in shock. Ugh! Tears welled up in Hoshino's beautiful eyes. Biting her lip, she looked utterly vulnerable. The sharp, unyielding glare she'd directed at Lin Fan vanished, replaced by a pitifully helpless expression. She suddenly clung to Lin Fan, refusing to let go. Lin Fan was about to speak when he yelped in pain. It turned out Hoshino had sunk her teeth deep into his shoulder. Through the pain, she mumbled incoherently, "Lin Fan, you have to take responsibility for me. You must take responsibility. We elves may be immortal, but in this lifetime, we only choose one person. Even if you die, I won't choose anyone else. Lin Fan, I only ask this of you, will you love me for a lifetime?" Lin Fan froze, then responded with even more passionate affection. "Hoshino, I will." Xingye finally shed her previous aloofness and pride. The moment she learned she was carrying his child, all pretense fell away, revealing her true, girlish self. "Congratulations! Congratulations! Sister Hoshino is actually the first to have Lin Fan's child." Elle puckered her lips, offering sincere congratulations while secretly thinking to herself. Their succubus clan possessed a secret art. It involves absorbing a man's yang energy into her body and refining it. This allows them to conceive swiftly. But the prerequisite was Lin Fan's constant cooperation. After all, cultivating with a succubus brings tangible benefits to both parties. This method wouldn't harm Lin Fan either. Elle began to ponder whether she should try practicing with Lin Fan for 3 days and 3 nights next time to test the waters. Meanwhile, Xiao Miao was deeply moved. She gently stroked Hoshino's belly, her face filled with innocent curiosity. Pregnancy was such a strange thing. She had spent more time alone with Lin Fan, and their encounters had been more frequent. Why then was Hoshino the one who had become pregnant first? Xingye's pretty face flushed. The secret? You want to ask about the secret, right? There was indeed a secret. But she couldn't bring herself to say it. She couldn't very well say that whenever she was alone with Lin Fan, she'd use revenge as an excuse to punish him harshly, could she? If she said that, where would her dignity as a proud elf princess even be? Lin Fan chuckled softly. It's fine, Hoshino. Just focus on nurturing the baby now. After this, I'll do everything I can to find nourishing things to protect you. The child is the least of our concerns. As long as you're safe and nothing unexpected happens, I'll be at ease. For the battles ahead, it's best if you stay at home too, so you don't get caught in the crossfire. Your sudden concern is making me feel awkward. Hoshino murmured softly. Just as Lin Fan was about to say more, the notification sound for the marriage game rang out once more. Due to the deaths of all participants from every nation. Currently, only the Dragon Nation's participants remain standing. Rewards for successfully repelling the beast tide will be doubled. Additional reward, Fountain of Life. Meanwhile, in the livestream chat, everyone was still basking in the joy of Hoshino's pregnancy and the national fortune reward distribution. Awesome! It felt like they'd grown even stronger. Now that meme really rings true, everyone in Dragon Nation knows martial arts. Ha! I don't know how. Dumbass, our stats have been buffed so many times already. Even if you don't know martial arts, just throwing down any random move still packs a decent punch. Aha, right. Speaking of which, what's this magic talent thing? Can we learn magic now? Even if we could, it's impossible, there's no way to learn it. Maybe someday we will. Thinking ahead, once they successfully gave birth, they would receive another national fortune reward. Hope reignited in everyone's hearts. That's right. Once the final marriage reward was distributed, they might even succeed in learning magic. At that very moment, with only Dragon Nation marriage participants remaining in the beast tide, the prediction system activated. The winner of the prediction contest would receive a national fortune reward, a +1 attribute boost for all citizens. 1. Dragon Nation marriage participants perish in the 7th wave of the beast tide. 2. Dragon Nation marriage participants perish in the 8th wave of the beast tide. 3. Dragon Nation marriage participants perish in the 9th wave of the beast tide. 4. Dragon Nation marriage participants successfully repel the beast tide. Gazing at the prediction page before them, everyone lost their composure. Chapter 52, Betting begins. 7th wave of beast tide starts. When everyone realized that the betting outcomes would affect the subsequent marriage game endings for each participant, everyone lost their composure. Dragon Nation's livestream exploded with activity as a dense wave of comments flooded the screen. Must pick 4. Lin Shin is unstoppable, he'll definitely repel the beast tide. Lin Shin has overcome every obstacle, a mere beast tide is no match for him. Bet on him repelling it. Our Dragon Nation relies entirely on Lin Shin. We believe he can absolutely create a miracle and clear the stage. Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing were also overcome with emotion, waving their microphones with all their might. Viewers, Lin Fan is the pride of our Dragon Nation. Out there, so many foreign races are waiting to see our Dragon Nation's downfall. Lin Fan is our only hope. Everyone, cast your votes now. Give Lin Fan your full support to conquer the beast tide. We can't let them think our Dragon Nation is easy to bully. Meanwhile, in other nations' livestreams, snide remarks and sarcastic comments fill the air. Those damn Dragon Nation pigs are still trying to fool everyone? How stupid. I'm not voting for him. Oomph, that Dragon Nation guy just got lucky. He's dead meat in this 7th wave. I'm voting one. Exactly. The earlier waves were already pushing him to his limits. How could he possibly survive this stronger wave? I'm betting on 2 he'll be dead by the 8th wave. Don't get your hopes up. That Dragon Nation participant won't last till the end. I bet he'll fall before the 9th wave. I'm betting on 3. Dragon Nation pig, snap out of it. Your Lin Fan pig dying sooner is a service to the world. What are you waiting for? In the live chat of our little country, netizens were mocking, Dragon Nation's Lin Fan is nothing special. He can't handle this beast wave. Bastard. That pig Lin Fan wants to rise up? That's laughable. Yet behind the scenes, many quietly selected option 4. Deep down, they harbored a grudging respect for Lin Fan's capabilities, suspecting he might just pull off another miracle. But out of pride, they certainly wouldn't show it on the surface. Meanwhile, within the marriage game world, the 7th wave of beasts officially descended. In an instant, the sky darkened. A biting cold wind howled through the air, temperatures plummeted, and the entire world seemed to be dragged into an ice cellar. Giant snowflakes, as soft as goose feathers, drifted down in flurries, swiftly blanketing the land with a thick layer of frigid ice power. The temperature plummeted rapidly. For a moment, even Lin Fan struggled to withstand it. His vision blurred. Snow White. Nothing but white. Crunch crunch. Outside the homestead, the sound of footsteps crunching through snow echoed constantly. Accompanied by the bitter cold, hordes of ice monsters surged forth from every direction. Whoosh! Lin Fan decisively hurled several magic-forged flames near the homestead. In the biting wind, the flames swayed left and right, casting distorted shadows. These monsters varied in form, some resembled colossal ice bears, their bodies covered in sharp ice spikes, leaving deep frozen craters with every step. Others resembled slender ice serpents, writhing across the snowy landscape, freezing the ice and snow into razor-sharp blades wherever they passed. Others took the form of humanoid ice demons, wielding icy weapons and radiating a bone-chilling aura. Icefield Fiends. Level D. Combat Power 3000. Evaluation: born upon the ice plains, their combat prowess surges under the Ice Queen's skill coverage. Lin Fan's expression grew grave as he gazed into the distance. Sure enough. At the very front of the monster horde stood the Ice Queen, the boss of this beast tide. She was utterly different from the other monsters. Tall and slender, her skin glowed with an icy translucence, radiating a faint blue light. A magnificent ice crown adorned her head, while long white hair danced in the wind, blending seamlessly with the swirling snowflakes. Her eyes flashed with icy murderous intent as she gripped a frost-emitting staff, advancing step by step toward the homeland. Her stats appeared before Lin Fan's eyes. Ice Queen. Rank C. Combat Power 4500. Evaluation: in icy environments, she can infinitely summon monster minions. Additionally, she can cast ice-based magic endlessly. Holy crap! This is definitely the latter half of the beast tide. The strength of the incoming monsters instantly skyrocketed to a whole new level. Inside the Dragon Nation livestream room at that moment. This is terrifying. Witnessing this scene, Wang Bingbing's fair face instantly turned ashen, her voice trembling slightly. With so many monsters and such a powerful boss, how could they possibly fight this? Xiao forced himself to stay calm, his brows furrowed, yet his eyes held unwavering resolve. No matter what, stay cool. This monster's stats were truly insane. Infinite monster summons? Plus unlimited spellcasting? All she needs to do is hide behind her monsters and kite him endlessly. Lin Fan would be drained to death by her. Too absurd. Too underhanded. How could this be fair? Ha! I told you so. You dragon country pigs were born to die. Got anything to say now? Ha! Well done. Absolutely brilliant. Lin Fan the pig has been arrogant for so long it's time he died. Divine power. Glancing at the 3 frowning figures trying to devise a plan, he suddenly thought of a viable solution. Lin Fan took a deep breath, his gaze unwavering as he declared, "Everyone, stay calm. Let's activate the magic cannon and ion cannon first and see if we can deal effective damage. Xingye, you take control of the magic cannon." Got it. The 2 quickly took their positions. Prepare to fire. With that, Lin Fan swiftly operated the control console. The ion cannon locked onto the monster's front ranks. That is to say, the Ice Queen. The difficulty of this beast tide was also quite apparent. The biggest challenge lay with the Ice Queen herself. Whether it's her troublesome abilities or the bitterly cold environment, that's no place for me to linger. It's all the same. Right now, he just wants to know if the ion cannon can actually damage this Ice Queen. That was the most crucial question. The next moment, the magic cannon and ion cannon blasted forth dazzling beams of light, surging toward the iceplane monsters with immense energy. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, the frontline monsters were instantly struck, shattering into ice shards. The magic cannon worked. As the ion cannon.
The moment it slammed into the Ice Queen, it unleashed a torrent of blood rain. The Ice Queen let out a wretched scream, and in an instant, she activated her magic, teleporting to the rear of the battlefield. It worked. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. It seemed his divine power could indeed affect any object. Any attack launched through him could now be imbued with sacred power. Chapter 53, Reward? A wall of giant boulders? Against such monsters, the damage was practically doubled. Unfortunately, this was the Ice Queen's home turf. The environment likely granted her additional attributes, preventing an instant kill. But it didn't matter. Hoshino, let's keep going. Round 2 begins. Lin Fan increased his energy output, making the ion cannon's power even more devastating than before, its glow becoming more dazzling. The magic cannon was specifically designed to eliminate Ice Plane beasts. As the ion cannon pierced through the Ice Plane beast's body, it struck the healing Ice Queen once more. Ah! The Ice Queen, struck down once more, her eyes blazing with fury, seized a nearby ice beast and swallowed it whole. Her wounds rapidly began to heal. Simultaneously, countless ice-field monsters materialized at her command. This wave of attacks blasted bloody paths through the horde, felling countless monsters. Yet the rear ranks surged forward relentlessly. Elle looked at Lin Fan excitedly. Master, may I join the battle? Go! Lin Fan felt confident enough to let his betrothed leave the home. Otherwise, it would be painful if she were to die. Ultimately, Elle could grow stronger by continuously defeating creatures. Having her venture out more was a good thing. And now, the third wave of attacks was about to begin. Lin Fan steeled his resolve this time. He must ensure the Ice Queen's demise. The longer the battle dragged on, the worse it became for Lin Fan. For the third round, Lin Fan channeled all his energy. The magic cannon and ion cannon unleashed unprecedented power, their blinding light illuminating the entire battlefield. The blazing light of the ion cannon compelled Lin Fan to pour every last bit of magical material he possessed into it. Theoretically, as long as it remained within the ion cannon's capacity, he could amplify its power infinitely. Thus, this barrage illuminated nearly the entire sky and earth. Like the breath of a colossal dragon. Boom! The sheer force of this strike left everyone stunned. Not only did Ale, Xingye, and Xiao Miao stare wide-eyed in disbelief, but viewers in the Longwa livestream chat erupted in gasps. Holy crap! That power is insane. Lin Shan is so freaking awesome. What the hell did this ion cannon eat? Each shot is stronger than the last. Lin Shan truly lives up to his name. This execution is utterly unstoppable. Holy crap, is this ion cannon really this powerful? That's ridiculous. Who could possibly block a shot like that? Meanwhile, viewers from other countries were utterly dumbfounded, flooding the chat with disbelief. My god, how is this possible? How could an ion cannon possess such immense power? It must be cheating. Exactly. This defies all logic. Dragon Nation must be using some underhanded tactics. Dragon country pigs are dragon country pigs. Knowing they can't fight the beast tide, they're cheating again. For heaven's sake, why isn't the matchmaking game banning Lin Fan yet? Are they just going to stand by and watch this pig cheat? Giving matchmaking participants such god-tier items, how are matchmakers from other countries supposed to survive? Matchmaking game, you win. If Lin Fan is so powerful, why doesn't he help our ugly country's dad? As a dragon country citizen, I genuinely think he's being incredibly selfish. Little did they know, this was the blessing of the divine power within Lin Fan. A full 50% enhancement, combined with that final strike delivered with the intent to kill. Even Lin Fan himself was utterly shocked. He'd only intended to test it out, never expecting the divine power to exponentially amplify the magic cannon and ion cannon's destructive force. Moreover, this divine power seemed capable of enhancing every single one of his attacks. This was the true source of the terrifying, extraordinary destructive force unleashed. Under such overwhelming assault, the ice monsters stood no chance. The moment they touched the beam, they perished instantly, their very bodies vanishing into nothingness. But what Lin Fan hadn't anticipated was, the beam slammed into the Ice Queen. It still failed to kill her instantly. Lin Fan's eyes widened in shock. What on earth was going on? How could this Ice Queen be so terrifying? After being struck by such immense power, she still wasn't dead? Well then, it seems. Lin Fan had originally planned to have Xiao Miao step in to finish her off. But at this moment, across the entire battlefield, only the Ice Queen remained. The Ice Queen now stood drenched in blood, the surrounding snowflakes stained crimson. Not a single ice demon remained in the vicinity. Seeing this scene, Lin Fan was about to press his advantage when a faint, weak voice drifted through the air. Please. I'm willing. I'm willing to submit to you, my lord. Fear filled the once proud eyes of the Ice Queen. Her body trembled slightly, devoid of any thought of resistance. Suddenly, she knelt before Lin Fan, pleading, spare me. I surrender. I'll do anything for you. Please let me live. This scene left the entire nation's audience, Xiao Miao, Ale, Hoshino, and people from other countries utterly stunned. Wait. How sharp is her ability to read the situation?
She actually knew she was about to die, so she immediately knelt down to beg for mercy? No one could have imagined the mighty Ice Queen would ever kneel before Lin Fan, begging for mercy. The livestream chat exploded once more. What the hell is going on? The Ice Queen is begging for mercy? Lin God is too awesome, he even beat the boss into submission. Those who said God Lin was useless must be eating their words now. Got anything to say now, you alien scum? Even Lin Fan was left speechless. Good grief. These monsters actually possess their own intelligence and thoughts. Who knows? Stronger monsters might not be much different from humans. If, in the future, we encounter beings that have established a monster society system just like humans. The thought sent a chill down Lin Fan's spine. His gaze grew even colder. Lin Fan. The three women looked at Lin Fan, seeking his opinion. But unexpectedly, Lin Fan simply waved his hand, signaling for all three to follow him out. Could it be that Lin Fan truly intended to take this fellow in? At that moment, this thought echoed in everyone's minds. And the alien scum, who had been seething with resentment, finally found a reason to start ranting. See? Your worthless Dragon Nation scum, Lin Fan, is just a pig who can't stand seeing a woman. The monster merely begged for mercy once, and look how utterly smitten he is? This is hilarious. Ice Queen, kill Lin Fan. Kill Lin Fan at any cost. Chapter 54, The Eighth Wave of Beasts, the Pseudo-Human Invasion. Then, Lin Fan led the three of them straight to the Ice Queen's presence. At this moment, the Ice Queen, as the boss of her tribe. Yet she was utterly pitiful, pleading humbly with desperate desperation, I beg you, spare me. I'm willing to sacrifice my life for you. Elle frowned and whispered in Lin Fan's ear, Master, beware of her tricks. Machem, I know. Lin Fan nodded silently. Then, he asked, do you still have strength left? Can you summon the beast now? The Snow Queen, sensing Lin Fan had no immediate intent to take her life. She perked up instantly, nodding repeatedly, yes. Yes. I have value. Very well. Then begin summoning beasts continuously. Continue until you absolutely cannot summon anymore. Do not stop until I tell you to. The Ice Queen froze, clearly baffled by the true meaning behind Lin Fan's words. Didn't you hear what I said? Are you deaf? The Ice Queen trembled in terror, hastily obeying Lin Fan's command to summon the beasts. But she dared not command them to attack Lin Fan. Instead, she kept them all standing still and motionless. Alright, Ale, go. Lin Fan gave her a meaningful look. Elle's eyes flickered with confusion for a moment, but as Lin Fan's betrothed, she instantly grasped his meaning. Her expression lit up with wild delight. I get it. Then, Elle plunged straight into the horde of beasts and began slaughtering them with frenzied abandon. As she kept killing, the Ice Queen kept summoning more beasts. This scene left the live stream viewers utterly dumbfounded. Wait, what the hell is this? Holy, I get it now. This is ING exploiting a bug to level up Ale, right? Yeah. Holy, I just figured it out. Is Lin Shan's brain even working? Wait, I still don't get it. Can someone explain this to me? Simply put, it's like playing an online game and finding a mothership that keeps spawning babies. Killing those babies grants you endless experience points. If you keep getting experience, you can grind forever. Does that make sense? Holy. That's genius. Applying that theory to a matchmaking game? Lin Shan's IQ is off the charts. And that's exactly what Lin Fan had in mind. Half an hour passed in a flash. The Ice Queen's already deathly pale face had grown even whiter. Her breath was faint, as if death could come at any moment. As for Ale? He had already broken through the D rank. He had reached C rank. His combat power had skyrocketed to 5,000. Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction. Didn't I tell you to keep summoning? Why did you stop? Did I tell you to stop? At this moment, even the Ice Queen, no matter how slow-witted, she finally understood Lin Fan's true intentions. He never intended to let her live. The thought nearly choked the Ice Queen's breath away, threatening to make her faint on the spot. Her eyes burned with hatred as she glared at Lin Fan. Her lips parted as if to speak, but after a long, choked struggle, she finally choked to death. Xiao Miao. Hoshino. All of them stared at Lin Fan as if he were a monster. Who knew you were so cunning? Lin Fan chuckled. The seventh wave of beasts successfully repelled. Reward, Giant Stone Wall. Giant Stone Wall. Durability, 10,000. Description, as an essential foundational defensive structure for a sturdy fortress, it provides maximum protection. Good. As a cautious individual, Lin Fan would never take the field himself or send his betrothed into battle without first gauging the enemy's strength. Even if he could see the enemy's stats through the system interface. What if there were unforeseen complications? Therefore, it's best to proceed with caution. And wasn't this essential structure for the cautious precisely what he needed? Install the massive stone walls immediately. Soon. A wall constructed from towering, 10-meter high, dark stone blocks instantly secured the entire homestead.
The structural changes also allowed the ion cannon, magic cannon, Shichi flower, and arrow tower to be repositioned to their optimal locations.
From the outside, his home now resembled a solid fortress. Lin Fan was thoroughly satisfied with the result. Soon, the system's next notification appeared. The 8th beast tide is about to arrive. Beast tide type, pseudo-human invasion. Warning, beware their psychic attacks. They may manifest as the person you least want to see or the one you most long to see. A single glance will plunge you into mental chaos. The new type of beast wave caused Lin Chen to furrow his brow. This time, it wasn't a straightforward monster siege. Instead, it resembled a form of psychic assault. If that were truly the case, it might feel like a counter-type threat against him and his companions. It seemed magic cannons and ion cannons would be the only effective countermeasures.
Lin Fan pondered for a moment. For the upcoming beast tide, Xingyi should primarily cast spells. Under no circumstances should they engage in direct confrontation.
Seeing Lin Fan's grave expression, the 3 women nodded in unison. Soon, the bitter cold vanished. What followed was the thunderous sound of footsteps outside. As if 1,000 armies were marching in. Current beast tide total, 3,000. Inside the livestream,
the Dragon Nation citizens were utterly unable to remain calm.
3,000? You've got to be kidding. Wait, such overwhelming power, and now this massive number?
If even one pseudo-human breaks through into the homeland, no one will be able to stop them.
This isn't about a beast tide, is it? Why are these things coming instead? Everyone's expressions were grim. Who could have imagined this? This beast tide attack. Pseudo-humans? Crucially, their abilities are utterly monstrous. We absolutely cannot engage them head-on. This is simply too outrageous. Let's hope Lin Fan can hold out.
Honestly, Lin Fan has held out this long for our Dragon Nation. For us mere spectators, we really owe him a deep bow. Yeah, if I were in his shoes facing this situation, I'd probably freeze in terror and be unable to move.
This is absolutely true. 3,000 imposters can't even stand up to a direct confrontation. This is definitely going to be a war of attrition. I wonder if Lin Fan's magic cannon and ion cannon can hold out.
This victory rests entirely on these 2 weapons and the arrow towers. Meanwhile, within the matchmaking game, the attributes of the pseudo-humans began to reveal themselves.
Chapter 55, 3,000 troops, human wave tactics. Pseudo-human leader. Level, E. Combat power, 50.
Evaluation, combat prowess indistinguishable from ordinary humans, yet possesses formidable mental abilities, so formidable, in fact, that he can defeat C-rank warriors with this single technique.
Pseudo-human. Rank, none. Combat power, 1. Evaluation, weaker than ordinary humans, yet their mental power alone is sufficient to instantly shatter all beings below C-rank.
The ground suddenly began to tremble violently, as if countless colossal beasts were thundering beneath it. A rustling sound came from the distance, like countless venomous snakes slithering over dry leaves, chilling to the bone.
Simultaneously, waves of eerie, spine-chilling sounds began to emerge.
Lin Fan and his companions stood ready for battle, palms drenched in sweat, their eyes filled with vigilance and unease. At last, the first wave of pseudo-humans emerged from the distance. Over a dozen hunched, shadowy figures slowly emerged from the thick fog. They wore tattered black robes, their faces obscured. With each step, they left trails of black, viscous fluid on the ground, emitting a nauseating, putrid stench.
Open fire!
Lin Fan's command rang out, firm and resolute, yet unable to mask the tension within his voice. Magic cannons and ion blasters roared to life, blinding flashes of light slicing through the sky like golden lightning cleaving the darkness. The pseudo-humans had no time to react before being obliterated into dust by the overwhelming energy, vanishing into the air as black smoke. The live stream erupted in cheers, both to encourage Lin Fan and to reassure themselves.
Ha! Is that all? Not even enough to fill a tooth gap. Lord Lin is mighty. If this keeps up, they won't be able to touch Lin Fan. Go for it.
Dragon Nation citizens flooded the chat with excitement, their faces beaming with pride. But soon, the laughter faded. The second wave of pseudo-humans numbered only a dozen or so, yet they were exceptionally agile. They spread out, using the terrain for cover, constantly maneuvering and dodging as if they had studied the weapon's attack trajectories beforehand. What was even more unsettling was that every time the magic cannon or ion cannon fired, a sinister, chilling laughter would echo from the distance. The laughter seemed to come from the depths of hell, cold and mocking, as if deriding humanity's futile efforts. Something's wrong, these bastards are deliberately draining our ammunition.
Hoshino's expression darkened, her willow brows knitted tightly, eyes brimming with worry.
She gripped the cannon mount tightly, leaning forward slightly, ready to react to any sudden developments.
Lin Fan nodded coldly. Yes, he knew this all too well. But if they let these imposters get close, once the psychic attack took effect, the consequences would be unimaginable.
Even knowing it was a trap, they had no choice but to push forward.
What else could they do? Refusing to fire meant wasting their own ammunition. Sure enough, each subsequent wave of imposters arrived in small numbers, surging forward like waves crashing ashore. They moved like a disciplined army, launching rhythmic assaults that precisely drew weapon fire with each wave. It was pure human wave tactics, sacrificing the front ranks to pave the way for those behind. Magic cannons and ion blasters roared incessantly. Thick piles of blackened remains now encircled the homeworld's defenses, the air thick with the acrid stench of burning flesh. Yet the ammunition gauge visibly drained, plummeting from full capacity to a mere third. With each drop, the group's spirits sank deeper. We can't keep this up. We won't have enough magical materials to replenish our supplies. Xiao Miao spoke slowly. Lin Fan remained silent, his gaze deep as he raced through possible solutions. At present, the 3,000 beasts surging forward had barely been made a dent in. His own ammunition was already running low. The atmosphere in the livestream followed Lin Fan's mood, growing increasingly tense. The Dragon Nation's citizens frantically flooded the chat, wishing they could jump in to help Lin Fan. This can't go on. Ammo's running out. Lin Fan, think of a solution. We believe in you. Hang in there. Can another miracle happen this time? They stared intently at the screen, their eyes filled with both hope and worry. Meanwhile, live streams from other countries were flooded with gloating mockery. Ha! Lin Fan the pig is finally done for. I told you he wouldn't survive this wave. Dragon Nation's about to lose face. I wonder what the prize will be if our ugly nation wins. Ha ha! The barrage of harsh words cut like knives into the hearts of the Dragon Nation's people. When the number of pseudo-humans dwindled to just 1,900, the tragedy everyone dreaded finally unfolded. Both the magic cannon and ion cannon simultaneously sounded energy depletion alarms. Their roar abruptly ceased, and wisps of blue smoke began to rise from the weapon barrels. In an instant, an eerie silence descended upon the battlefield. Only the howling wind remained, as if heralding the impending catastrophe. No! Elle's knuckles turned white as she gripped the city wall, her slender frame trembling slightly. Hoshino swiftly prepared to cast another spell, nerves taut, her eyes gleaming with resolve. Xiao Miao perked up its ears nervously, fur bristling, ready to pounce on the enemy at any moment. Now, with their backs against the wall, they had no retreat. As if sensing their predicament. In the distance, the imposters suddenly accelerated, closing in upon the city walls. They began stacking themselves into a human ladder, using their comrades' bodies as stepping stones as they scaled the 10-meter-high stone ramparts. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, as if rehearsed countless times, accompanied by blood-curdling growls and soul-piercing screams. Quick! Activate the arrow towers! Lin Fan bellowed, and the arrow towers activated automatically, unleashing a hail of arrows upon the pseudo-humans. But these pseudo-humans were cunning. They used every trick to deflect the arrows, some even deliberately shielding their comrades with their own bodies. Blood spattered everywhere, yet it did nothing to halt their advance. If anything, it only fueled their frenzy. In the livestream chat, Dragon Nation viewers held their breath in terror. Everyone's expressions turned grim. It's over. The city walls won't hold. There's truly no hope now. Lin Fan must be utterly helpless. They'd been driven back to the very edge of the abyss. How could this beast tide be so incredibly difficult? It's on an entirely different level of difficulty compared to before. Who could possibly survive this? Many clenched their fists, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Meanwhile, foreign netizens were practically glued to their screens with excitement, shouting wildly with eyes gleaming with frenzied intensity. Tear him apart! Tear him apart! Finally, the show is about to begin. Longwei is going to take a huge tumble this time. Bastard! Bastard! This is what happens to those who refuse to submit to our little country. Chapter 56, The Ninth Wave of Beasts, Hell's Demons. Their faces were filled with smugness and scorn. At this critical moment, Lin Fan suddenly remembered something. No! There's still a way. Lin Fan snapped to attention. The source of magic. It was the mysterious artifact he had obtained earlier, containing boundless magical power. However, the source of magic could not store too much magical energy at once. It could only be said that, theoretically, the energy it could store was limitless. But that still required time. No time to think about that now. Lin Fan gritted his teeth. He knew that if he failed this test, certain death awaited him. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as his resolve solidified. His hands formed seals as he chanted incantations, forcibly connecting to the source of demonic energy. In an instant, a blinding blue light erupted from his body, illuminating the entire battlefield like a blue sun. A faint, shimmering chain of magical energy connected to Lin Fan's body, then dispersed from him into the magic cannon and ion cannon. During this time, Lin Fan would endure pain unlike anything he had ever experienced. Xiao Miao. Air. Fire the cannons. Yes. The energy blue light was channeled into the magic cannon and ion cannon through a special method. The weapons finally restarted, and the ammunition storage slots began to fill. But Lin Fan's face instantly turned as pale as paper. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead. He could feel the energy of his magical source draining away frantically, as if countless hands were tearing at his soul. His body felt like it was being pierced by a million needles, the pain unbearable. Hold on. Ale cried out in anguish, her eyes filled with worry and urgency. She longed to rush over and bear this torment for him. Hoshino quickly cast a support spell, enveloping Lin Fan in a soft glow to mend his physical wounds, but it was but a drop in the bucket. Xiao Miao's eyes welled up with tears, but she gritted her teeth, channeling all her fury into the ion cannon. Boom! The battlefield, which had been quiet for a moment, erupted once more. This time, the pseudo-humans had all gathered together. They never imagined that the humans here still had reserves left? Ha! The pseudo-humans were clearly stunned by this sudden barrage of firepower, yet they did not retreat. Instead, they launched an even more frenzied assault. On the battlefield, the roar of energy clashed with the pseudo-humans' eerie laughter. The massive stone walls of the homeland trembled slightly under the intense energy fluctuations, as if they might collapse at any moment. This was a race against time. On one side, the ever-dwindling source of magical power. On the other, the overwhelming numbers of the pseudo-humans. A war of attrition. Whoever falters first will suffer the consequences. Lin Fan's consciousness began to blur. His body felt heavier and heavier, his vision growing hazy. Yet he still stared intently at the battlefield, a single thought burning in his mind: he couldn't lose. He absolutely couldn't lose. In the livestream chat, Dragon Nation viewers held their breath in tension, tears welling in their eyes. Never had they wished so desperately for someone to hold on, never had they felt such anguish for a single person. Lin Fan! Lin Fan! Lin Fan! Nearly every Dragon Nation citizen in the livestream room erupted in a deafening roar of support for Lin Fan. Inside the Dragon Nation livestream studio, host Wang Bingbing's hand trembled slightly as she gripped the microphone, her eyes reddened. Fighting back sobs, her voice still trembled with emotion. Viewers, we can see Lin Fan is on the verge of collapse, yet he continues to persevere. The camera swept across the studio, revealing experts in the audience with reddened eyes. Several gray-haired professors quietly removed their glasses to wipe away tears. Fists clenched, guilt overwhelmed them. How could such a young soul be made to endure this? In an ordinary middle school classroom, students had already gathered around the multimedia screen. Class monitor Wang Hao clenched his fists so tightly his nails dug into his palms. Brother Lin Fan can do this. He's our Dragon Nation's hero. Li Xiaoyu, a girl in the back row, wept uncontrollably, tears dripping onto her desk. It's so hard. He's in so much pain, yet he keeps fighting. A heart-wrenching sadness permeated the entire classroom. Even the most mischievous students stared intently at the screen, tears streaming down their faces. In an old residential building, Grandpa Zhang's family gathered around the television. Grandpa Zhang, in his 60s, gripped the remote control so tightly his knuckles turned white. His voice hoarse, he shouted, Lin Fan, hold on. Not a single coward among us Dragon Nation people. This is the true example of our Dragon Nation. His wife beside him wiped away tears, murmuring, don't give up, child. Their son, Xiao Zhang, eyes bloodshot, shouted at the top of his lungs, Lin Fan, we're all watching you. Keep fighting. The entire building seemed to echo with this family's cries. In a hospital in another city, Anchen, a cancer patient, lay weakly in her bed. Yet she insisted the nurse tune the TV to the Dragon Nation livestream. Tears glistened on her pale face as she whispered, Lin Fan, you must hold on. You've worked so hard you can't give up now. Lin Fan. Her words brought tears to the eyes of the nurses and fellow patients nearby. In the marriage game world, the battlefield was already a scene of utter devastation. The massive stone walls were splattered with blood, and the muzzles of magic cannons and ion blasters billowed acrid smoke. Lin Fan knelt on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His face was as pale as paper, his body trembling uncontrollably. His consciousness was fading, the world around him shattering into fragments, yet he clung desperately to his connection with the source of magic. Hoshino's lips had turned purple. Sustained spellcasting had nearly drained her magic, yet she gritted her teeth, relentlessly unleashing magical attacks. Xiao Miao's eyes burned crimson, tears mingling with sweat as she frantically operated the ion cannon, expending every ounce of strength with each volley. The pseudo-humans' assault intensified, their shrill laughter echoing as if they already saw victory within their grasp. Heh, humans, your end is near. Give up the fight and become our sacrificial offering. Heh. Their voices dripped with mockery and triumph. Lin Fan felt his body growing heavier and heavier, as if a mountain pressed upon him, making even breathing difficult. His vision darkened, his consciousness slowly fading. He had no sense of time passing, nor how long he had endured. Just as he was about to give in, suddenly, the last pseudo-human was reduced to ashes by the ion cannon's blast. A deathly silence descended upon the entire battlefield. We did it! We succeeded! El shouted excitedly, his voice choked with emotion. Chapter 57, Extermination. Successfully entering Phase 3. Hoshino's face broke into a relieved smile, but his body could no longer bear the strain, collapsing to the ground. Xiao Miao dropped the joystick and sprinted to Lin Fan's side. Tears streamed down her face as she clutched him tightly against her chest. Lin Fan, wake up! You did it! Boom! The Dragon Nation livestream erupted instantly, cheers, shouts, and sobs intertwined. Lin Fan! You're our hero! This was so hard I'm about to cry. Lin God is amazing. The screen was flooded with scrolling bullet comments as countless Dragon Nation citizens embraced each other in tears. Meanwhile, live streams in other countries fell deathly silent, soon erupting in a deluge of abuse. Impossible. This absolutely can't be true. Damn dragon country pigs, why won't they just die? Cheating. They must be cheating. What the hell are those frauds even doing? Baka. That magic source is the root of all evil. Don't let us find out who invented this device in our great Han nation. Foreign netizens were furious beyond belief, unable to accept that Lin Fan had once again pulled off a miracle. Meanwhile, within Dragon Nation, news of Lin Fan's exploits spread like wildfire across the entire Dragon Nation. Headlines everywhere were dominated by reports about him. Legendary college student Lin Fan, the backbone of the Dragon Nation. Miracle maker Lin Fan. At just 20 years old, he has become a true hero. Salute to the young hero Lin Fan. He became a role model for countless young people, with his story discussed on every street and alley. He has earned the heartfelt respect of countless Dragon Nation citizens. Yet before the nation could recover from its joy, the system's alert sounded once more. The 9th Beast Tide is about to descend. Beast Tide Boss, Hell Demon. Level, C rank, combat power, 8000. The livestream fell instantly silent. Everyone sucked in a sharp breath, their eyes slowly shifting from excitement to sheer terror. Good heavens, 8000 combat power? How could they possibly fight this? Lin Fan was still unconscious. What were they supposed to do? We're done for. This time we're really finished. Why won't you give Lin Fan a moment to rest? Didn't you give him everything before? Matchmaking game, are you seriously trying to kill Lin Fan? In the marriage game world, a hellish demon slowly materialized. Its massive form towered 3 stories high, engulfed in black flames. Huge curved horns protruded from its head, and it gripped a giant axe blazing with hellfire. Its gaze was cold and cruel as it scanned the home before it, a sinister smile curling its lips. Lowly humans? Interesting. This king hasn't tasted fresh flesh in quite some time. Ale, Xingye, and Xiao Miao's expressions changed simultaneously. Their gazes fixed firmly on the unconscious Lin Fan before them. Xiao Miao drew a deep breath. In the next instant, 9 tails rose high behind her. The true form of the 9 lives cat manifested. Though her combat power reached 7500, facing a hell demon with 8000 combat power still left her with no chance of victory. Yet she showed no sign of retreat. In that moment, her mind grew utterly still as she looked at Hoshino and Ale. You two protect this monster, Lin Fan. I'll hold them off. Take Lin Fan and hide. I can revive 9 times, but each revival requires an extremely long period of hibernation. Don't worry about me. Xiao Miao. No. We won't abandon you. Lin Fan wouldn't want to see this happen either. El clenched his fists, and Hoshino raised his staff once more. Xiao Miao froze. You're right, where could we even hide? Then we'll buy time with our lives. Once Lin Fan wakes up, he'll definitely find a way. Yeah. The 3 women's eyes burned with resolve. They knew this battle was a suicide mission, but to protect Lin Fan, they were willing to sacrifice everything. In the livestream chat, the alien scum's chat comments erupted once more. Ha! Are these 3 women just going to throw themselves to their deaths? What a waste! If they joined our ugly nation's marriage participants, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Our great cold nation welcomes them too. Our Benzi kingdom too. Truly touching. Even now, they still refuse to abandon Lin Fan. But how can we possibly win in this situation? In terms of strength, aside from Xiao Miao who can buy some time, the rest are just walking to their deaths. We should flee immediately, at least we'll survive a little longer. Yet, the 3 women showed not the slightest sign of retreat. Even hearing the voices of the Dragon Nation's people, they wouldn't consider any other option. Their eyes held only resolve and determination, preparing to face this final life or death battle. Hoshino, you're carrying a child. Stay hidden in the rear and cast spells occasionally to draw his attention. Following their plan, Little Miao leads the charge. El provides support. Hoshino remained in the rear, continuously casting spells or activating the ion cannon to inflict damage on this demon. Are you female creatures courting death? The hellish demon sneered at the 3 women. Its gaping maw, filled with crimson fangs, roared thunderously. The massive axe in its hand, engulfed in black flames, swung down, warping the air instantly. Elle, bearing the brunt of the attack, let out a fierce cry and swung her claws to meet the blow. The moment her sharp talons collided with the massive axe, blinding sparks erupted. Her feet plowed 2 deep furrows into the ground, and blood instantly spurted from the corners of her mouth. Yet she held firm against the onslaught. Not over my dead body. Poof. The hellish demon didn't even bother to regard Ale as a threat. With just a slight exertion of force, Ale was sent flying backward like a rag doll. That single exchange left AEL feeling as if every bone in her body had been shattered, her internal organs throbbing with excruciating pain. His vision blurred. He couldn't even withstand a single strike. Elle was now teetering on the brink of death. The hell demon sneered. Roar! Hoshino unleashed magic from the rear, firing azure ice crystals and searing fireballs at the demon in rapid succession. When the spells struck the demon's body, they only produced wisps of black smoke, utterly incapable of inflicting any real damage. The demon impatiently swung its massive axe, unleashing a wave of black fire. Hoshino dodged hastily, yet she couldn't block the hell demon's brutal assault. At her current strength, a single hit would be fatal. At that very moment, Xiao Miao charged forward at lightning speed, taking the full brunt of the blow. But she herself wasn't much better off. Her petite frame slammed into the city wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood as her breath caught in her throat. "Get out of here!" Xiao Miao roared, her 9 tails whipping like venomous serpents. Her form blurred into streaks of motion as she circled behind the demon, her claws gleaming with a cold, deadly light. Seizing the moment, she leapt upward, clawing viciously at the demon's throat. Chapter 58 Alien Scum Overjoyed, Madly Evolving. However, the hellish demon reacted with blinding speed. It spun violently, its axe blade grazing Xiao Miao's fur, sending a spray of blood flying. Though Xiao Miao narrowly avoided the fatal strike, the shockwave still knocked her flying, slamming her heavily to the ground. "Is that all you've got?" The demon let out a haughty, cold laugh and launched another attack. Xiao Miao dared not slack off, gritting her teeth to endure the blows. Each block sent shattering pain through her palms, her arms trembling so violently she could barely muster strength. Finally, the demon seized a gap in her defense and delivered a kick straight to her chest. Xiao Miao flew backward like a, crashing heavily into the massive stone city wall. The impact blasted a huge hole through the wall. One could only imagine the sheer power behind that strike. Blood gushed from her mouth as she collapsed weakly to the ground, yet her gaze remained stubbornly fixed on the demon. "Is this human worth all your persistence?" The hellish demon had long noticed Lin Fan in the courtyard, laughing mockingly. "Very well, I'll kill him right before your eyes. Skin him alive. Devour his flesh. Ha 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 ha. Shut up." Xiao Miao's eyes brimmed with sorrow. She let out a fierce roar, summoning every ounce of her latent power. 9 tails erupted in blinding light as she charged the demon with all her might. Her claws collided repeatedly with the demon's skin, sparks flying as deep gashes marked its form. Yet the demon paid no heed, its attacks growing ever more vicious. Black flames scorched Xiao Miao's body, singeing her fur, burning her skin, and causing blood to flow unceasingly. As time ticked by, Xiao Miao's movements slowed, her strength nearing exhaustion. Seizing the moment, the demon swung its massive axe, slamming Xiao Miao hard onto the ground. Struggling to rise, Xiao Miao found her tail crushed under the demon's foot. The excruciating pain wrenched a piercing scream from her. "Ah!" Hoshino watched her companion trapped in this desperate situation, tears blurring her vision. She forced herself to stand, gathering every ounce of magic within her to prepare for one final attack. No matter what, she had to buy time for Lin Fan. Her voice was firm and resolute, her eyes flashing with unwavering determination as magical elements surged wildly around her. The forbidden magic of the elven race. At that very moment, a blinding beam of light shot toward the colossal form of the hellish demon. With just that single strike, it tore a gaping hole straight through its chest. Ha! The hell demon clearly hadn't reacted in time, or rather, he hadn't expected anyone present to actually inflict genuine damage upon his body. As a demon, his body should have been capable of complete regeneration. But this? The women suddenly realized something, their eyes widening. They saw Lin Fan appear before them. Lin Fan now stood clutching a sacred staff. Witnessing the chaos wrought by this demon, his eyes blazed with surging, unbridled killing intent. "You shall die today." "What? This?" The hellish demon's expression finally lost its composure. Indeed. After being knocked unconscious, Lin Fan's consciousness forcibly roused him. And upon awakening, he received the reward for surviving the 8th wave of beasts. That reward was the complete version of sacred power. The damage multiplier against these evil monsters reached a terrifying 100%. And a sacred magic wand. Damage multiplier against undead monsters increased by another 100%. This means Lin Fan's current stats utterly annihilate hellish demons with crushing superiority. This can't be. How could you possibly possess such a thing? Lin Fan didn't bother responding to the hell demon's shock, instead unleashing his magic with frenzied intensity. Boom! Ah! No, no, no! Magic poured out like there was no tomorrow, crashing down upon the hell demon. Explosions reverberated relentlessly as foul blood spattered everywhere. The hellish demon couldn't muster even a shred of resistance, utterly pinned to the ground by Lin Fan and beaten senseless without the slightest chance to fight back. In just a few minutes, the once mighty and imposing hell demon, who had been strutting about everywhere, had been reduced to a flickering candle in the wind, barely clinging to life. "Spare me! Spare me! Have mercy on my life!" The hell demon finally knew fear, begging for mercy frantically. "The moment you struck my woman, your death was sealed." Lin Fan knew the hell demon had lost all strength to resist. He thrust the sacred wand downward with all his might, piercing straight through the hell demon's skull. At last, it was all over. The 9th wave of beasts has been successfully repelled. Rewards will be distributed the following day. 3-stage marriage matching game activated.
All members of the homestead will now be restored to peak condition, and everyone will receive a minor level boost.
BRRRM.
Upon Lin Fan, the severely wounded Xiao Miao, the weakened Xingyi, and the dying Ayr,
a dazzling white light suddenly appeared.
Warm and comforting, it healed every wound on their bodies.
Lin Fan.
The 3 women were overcome with emotion, tears streaming down their faces as they clung tightly to Lin Fan, refusing to let go.
Lin Fan, thanks to you, you saved us.
Lin Fan looked at the 3 of them solemnly and said earnestly, "No, it should be said that you saved me. If you hadn't risked your lives to buy me time, I would have been killed by that demon long ago. Xiao Miao, Xingyi, Ayr, I will love you forever."
The 3 girls gave a deep nod, saying nothing more. Instead, they quietly savored the warm moments spent together with Lin Fan. This peaceful moment after narrowly escaping death made them cherish every single second they had with Lin Fan. After receiving the reward boost,
Hoshino's current rank is C, with a combat power of 4000. L's level was C, with a combat power of 5500. Xiao Miao's level reached C, with combat power soaring to a staggering 8800. As for Lin Fan, his combat power had soared from 4000 straight to 6000. His rank is C tier. Of course, when facing hell demons creatures specifically countered by his abilities, he might just unleash combat power far exceeding the limits of his current level. Meanwhile, in the live stream chat, a wave of excited cheers erupted.
We did it! We actually did it! 1.
Yes, we saw it clearly.
Lin Fan actually pulled it off.
The first participant in the marriage game to successfully survive 9 waves of the Beast Tide Challenge.
What does this mean? He's the world's first. Given this situation, who could possibly stand in the way of our Dragon Nation's rise? Chapter 59, Matchmaking with the Willow Goddess. Conquering the Divine Maiden. Hosts Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing were visibly overcome with emotion. Did everyone see that? Lin Fan's victory doesn't just represent the rise of Longhua's younger generation. It also signifies that Longhui is now on an unstoppable upward trajectory. Countless people have recognized Lin Fan's abilities, including the most mysterious official ultimate organization. The Grand Elder personally stepped forward to announce before the entire nation's audience, stating that if Lin Fan could successfully return to the real world from the marriage game, he would cultivate Lin Fan to become his next successor. This monumental public declaration instantly ignited a nationwide frenzy. Lin Fan's name was no longer unfamiliar not just within Dragon Nation, but across the entire world. And at that very moment,
the results of the prediction game were revealed.
Guessing results revealed. Correct answer, Dragon Nation. Our little country. Reward, the national fortune of participants in the Marriage Alliance will receive a massive boost. Countries receiving minor boosts: Great Cold Nation, Brown Bear Nation, Ugly People Nation, 3-3 Nation, Gull Rooster Nation. Fortune boost? This is absolutely the best reward possible.
In this marriage matching game world where luck reigns supreme, if fortune smiles upon you, you could unlock a marriage room every single day.
Wait.
It's one thing for our Dragon Nation to get the prediction reward, but why are the small nations getting the same treatment as us?
Not only that, but Dahan Kingdom and the others too? What's going on here? Could it be that they're constantly criticizing our Dragon Nation while secretly exploiting our resources to gain benefits?
Seriously, how can such despicable people exist in this world?
So what? You bastards. Our little country joining your betting game is us showing you Dragon Nation some respect.
And now you're being ungrateful.
Yes.
You Dragon country pigs, all of you shut your damn mouths.
We're not taking any of your fortune, so why are you so worried? What a bunch of cheapskates. Disgusting.
Faced with the shameless insolence of these foreign scum, the Dragon Nation's people were genuinely furious and amused.
Dropping the bowl and cursing?
These foreign scumbags really know how to pull off a perfect act. Since Lin Fan is a native of Dragon Nation, all other nations will suffer a certain degree of penalty.
Our nation's land elevation drops by 3 centimeters.
The variety of ingredients in Great Cold Nation reduced by 50%.
Brown Bear Nation's temperature drops by 20 degrees. Ugly Nation, strength 8. Constitution 8. Ha! Marriage matching game. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Why are we getting these debuff penalties? Why isn't Dragon Nation getting punished too? Is this some kind of discrimination? Ha, that feels good. Anyway, they can't even figure out the matchmaking system. What else is there to say? Strength and constitution both at 8? That means their citizens would be weaker than average people. Fine, I can accept this change.
After all, even if they go through hell and back to get those marriage rewards, it's just to reach normal human standards.
Totally understandable, ha. Damn it. Stop laughing. Immediately after, a system notification caught everyone's attention. Phase 3 activated. Marriage system revised, inheritance system activated nationwide.
All rewards obtained by previous marriage participants, including personal enhancements, will be randomly inherited by the next marriage participant upon their death.
However, this does not include the marriage partner. What? An inheritance system? Ha! This is fantastic.
We've been complaining about always starting from scratch for ages. We've requested this feature countless times.
And now it's actually here. Great! 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 Absolutely fantastic.
You dragon country pigs, all of you shut the hell up. However, selecting inheritance requires randomly sacrificing a portion of tribute to successfully inherit.
Ha! This new development has once again silenced the people of Longwa. Sacrificed?
They suddenly recalled the incident where the Benzi kingdom had sacrificed 500,000 of its people.
If that's the case, then it's nothing to envy at all, haha. It doesn't affect us at all. I will always believe in Lin Fan.
Yeah, Lin Fan has created so many miracles.
I don't want him to die. Exactly.
Let those foreign pigs and banana people get high on their own delusions.
Pfft, I bet you dragon country pigs are just jealous, ha. Meanwhile, in the world of matrimonial arrangements, the post-battle relaxation period lasted a full day and night.
Lin Fan emerged from his room, still as energetic as ever.
Feeling refreshed,
Xiao Miao happily followed the butler in preparing a sumptuous breakfast for everyone.
Fried eggs with ham, beef ramen, and 2 big chicken drumsticks. How about that?
Xiao Miao chuckled.
Everyone nodded in unison, delicious.
Really delicious.
Lin Fan was even more surprised and impressed. Little Miao, how come your cooking keeps getting better and better? Hee, you bet.
Xiao Miao declared proudly, hands on her hips.
After lunchtime, the system's notification sound finally rang out. Beast-Tide clear reward issued. Marriage partner, Willow Spirit. Now appearing in the marriage gate. Intelligence system refreshed. Intelligence 1, Gate 1 is Lucian's marriage gate. Marrying her will grant you immense benefits and divine blessings.
Intelligence 2, the treasure chest contains a scroll that, when used, allows you to strip another player of their marriage candidate.
Intelligence 3, this is a demon village instance dungeon with abundant food resources.
Intelligence 4, in 3 days, the homestead barrier will be lifted, revealing the world map. The intelligence system remained consistently reliable.
Each piece of intelligence provided Lin Fan with immense information. And all of it is incredibly useful. Speaking of the Willow Spirit, is this the same Lucian from my memories? Even an immortal emperor? He could actually bully one? Holy crap. I must admit, I'm actually getting a little excited. The second piece of intelligence, though, that's where the real potential lies. The act of depriving others of their marriage partners. I've got the makings of Chow Chow. The third piece of intel is exactly what we need.
After all, food is scarce. As their strength grows, they'll consume more with each meal.
The current supplies simply won't suffice.
We must find a way to secure something to resolve the food shortage.
As for the fourth piece of intelligence, couldn't help but make Lin Fan ponder deeply.
He had contemplated this possibility long ago. Little did he expect that his homeland would truly be sealed off.
What exactly was this marriage game world? He had no idea. Chapter 60, An unexpected encounter with a fairy in the land of ugly people? My luck has changed. Meanwhile, on the other side, after the Beast-Tide receded,
a new batch of matchmaking participants appeared in the world of the marriage game. Shifting focus to the land of the ugly. John, with his dyed blonde hair and face covered in tattoos, cursed while surveying his surroundings.
Where the hell is this? Clearly, he knew nothing of the matchmaking game.
Before the matchmaking game began, he'd been holed up in his little shack like a shadowy rat, snorting white powder.
Snort, sleep. Sleep, snort. His days blurred into a haze of darkness. How could he possibly know about a matchmaking game? Even now, he was still wondering if he had been kidnapped.
John stared at the wooden hut behind him, then shifted his gaze to the black fortress representing 4 doors. Where the hell is this place? Inside the ugly people's livestream, the atmosphere was thick with tension.
On screen,
everyone watched helplessly as John, with his messy blonde hair and face covered in tattoos contorted into a hideous grimace, hurled curses at the surroundings.
Forget people from other countries seeing this. Even ugly country natives watching this scene couldn't help but feel their defenses crumble.
Bullets of comments rained down on the screen like a hail of bullets.
Squid. Squid. Is this the contestant Ugly Land sent? What an absolute embarrassment. Look at that junky face, he can barely walk straight. How do they expect him to make a difference in the matchmaking game? Oh no, oh no.
Now we'll be the laughingstock of those dragon country folks again.
We ugly people absolutely cannot lose face in front of others.
The citizens of Ugly Land turned ashen-faced, watching John still bellowing on the livestream. They wanted to storm in and beat him to a pulp. Even before this, Ugly Land had been suffering constant setbacks in the matchmaking game. They'd hoped things would finally turn around. But now you tell me that the next matchmaking game features a contestant like John, someone who knows nothing about the rules and panics before the game even starts? What's the point of watching this? It's a losing battle from the very start.
Matchmaking game, are you trying to destroy our ugly people nation? Why are you singling out our ugly country's contestants like this? Why does Dragon Nation get all the luck, while we Ugly People Nation get no such favors? Just as despair gripped the crowd, John suddenly kicked a black door beside him. Everyone held their breath, expecting this rash action to only lead to awkward silence. Unexpectedly, the door slowly opened, and a mysterious glow poured out from the crack. The surroundings began to shift, pink markings replacing the door's original color. Dead silence. Calm. Silence. After a brief silence, the livestream erupted. Oh my god. He accidentally opened the marriage gate. There's always a way out. Hurry in, there might be a peerless beauty waiting inside. Ha! Our Ugly People's Kingdom's chance has come. This time will definitely outdo the Dragon Kingdom. Hurry! Hurry! Our Ugly Kingdom will be the first nation to open the marriage gate after the beast tide. Let's prove ourselves. John was startled by the sudden opening of the door. Staggering and utterly weak, he stumbled into the room. When he lifted his head, the surroundings were bathed in a soft, ethereal glow, like a fairyland. From the depths of that glow, a woman draped in sheer fabric emerged, walking slowly. Her skirt flows like a starry river, weaving dreams with every step. Crystal-studded diamonds adorned her hair, like twinkling stars in the night sky. A delicate lily of the valley fragrance wafted from her, intoxicating all who drew near. But what truly captivated the soul was that face, one of flawless perfection. At this moment, she wore a look of puzzlement, her brows slightly furrowed. Who are you? Her voice was crisp and ethereal, like a mountain spring's tinkling stream, yet veiled in the haze of morning mist. John's eyes widened instantly. He wiped the drool that had unconsciously trickled from the corner of his mouth, forced himself to stand up, and tossed his head nonchalantly. Baby, I'm the hero here to save you. Oh. God damn it, you're gorgeous. At that moment, the Ugly People's livestream was filled with deafening cheers. This fairy is too beautiful. Ha! She's in a whole different league from those weird monsters before. Hurry up and arrange her marriage. Once we successfully bind her, won't the national fortune reward be as easy as snatching candy from a baby? Ha! Dragon Nation must be freaking out now. Who wouldn't envy such beauty? Right, you dragon country pigs? However, the fairy's brows furrowed slightly deeper, a flicker of wariness crossing her eyes. She waved her hand lightly, enveloping John in a soft glow. Your gaze is murky as a muddy swamp, and you're wrapped in a stench of depravity. Keep your distance. Oh come on, baby, don't be so cold. John tried to step forward, only to find an invisible barrier blocking his path. Don't come any closer, the fairy repeated. John's smile froze instantly. Infuriated and humiliated, he shed his facade completely. You, don't push your luck. I'll kill you. I'll make you beg for mercy, got it? Before he could finish, a cold gleam flashed in the fairy's eyes. With a light flick of her wrist, a silver-white streak shot toward John like a blade. Before he could even utter a scream, his entire body disintegrated into a shower of stardust, vanishing into thin air. The livestream fell into an eerie silence. 3 seconds later, curses and wails erupted like a dam bursting. What the hell did that idiot do? I told you to trick him, not get yourself killed. It's over. Totally over. This guy really is an idiot, damn it. Such a golden opportunity, and he just let it slip through his fingers? If only it had been mine. Damn it. Damn it all. Meanwhile, dark clouds suddenly gathered over the land of the Ugly People, and howling winds swept through the sky. Hailstones the size of eggs pelted down with a crackling sound, instantly turning the streets into a chaotic mess. Fields were pockmarked with holes, and newly sprouted crops were shattered beyond repair. Roof glass shattered into spiderweb patterns, while car windshields cracked densely. People screamed and fled in panic, the entire country plunged into chaos. Those already shattered parts of the city were now transformed into an apocalyptic scene. Cold text appeared on the live broadcast screen. Participants in the Ugly People's country marriage ritual were cursed by a fairy spell, triggering a national punishment, level 10 hailstorm lasting 1 day and 1 night. Meanwhile, the Dragon Nation's livestream was already erupting in laughter. Ha! Uglyland tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing a sack of rice. And they dared to compare themselves to Lin Fan? They couldn't even touch the hem of a fairy's robe. Next time, Ugly People Country should send a sober dog to compete. It might even outperform this guy. Chapter 61, Is This Even a Fairy? Lin Fan is doomed. In the Ugly People's Kingdom livestream room, every electronic screen reflected faces flushed crimson and contorted with rage. Red hot. It was truly boiling. If it was going to end in a failed match from the start, why not just do it this way from the beginning? Did they have to waste time like this? First you give us hope, then you crush it? Matchmaking game, you're toying with us, the Ugly People's Kingdom, aren't you? Very well, you've succeeded in enraging us. Bang! Someone hurled a beer can at the screen. The shattering blast mingled with a roar. Why should that dragon country trash get lucky? We Ugly People Nation deserve punishment. Especially when they saw the hailstones, hard as iron, pelting the roof outside the window, thundering down with deafening crashes. The rage boiled over. The young man with the skull necklace kicked over his chair, metal scraping the floor with a shrill screech. He went berserk, pounding the table. Go to the Dragon Nation livestream. Shut them the up.
Tens of thousands of ugly country netizens flooded into the Dragon Nation livestream like a tidal wave, spewing filthy insults across the chat like black ink splattered across the screen.
Dragon country cowards only know how to pick up scraps.
Lin Fan will be squeezed dry sooner or later.
Brothers, show them what happens when they piss off Ugly Nation. Bunch of Dragon country pigs, still yelling? Shut the up. See? You're getting worked up again, aren't you? What the hell has Hongwon become? Ha! Just then, the live feed switched to Lin Fan's side,
perfectly capturing the scene of Lin Fan and the three women enjoying a harmonious meal together.
Look how happy this side is. Now look at the other side, the land of ugly people. Is this a matchmaking game? This isn't cheating, what is it then? Dragon Nation, you can't win fair, so you resort to dirty tricks, right? Wait, we can actually control the matchmaking game? You lowly dragon country pigs are the most despicable. Who knows what you've all been up to? This is seriously breaking my defenses. I can't even form coherent thoughts anymore. Meanwhile, on Lin Fan's side,
L carefully wiped his mouth clean. Lin Fan slapped his thigh and stood up.
Off to explore again?
Hoshino thoughtfully adjusted Lin Fan's clothing.
Be careful. MHM.
Lin Fan glanced at the villa and murmured softly, in 3 days, the outside world just break through the barrier, and you'll reach a much larger world. Who knows if some evil creatures might break through here. I'll have Xiao Miao stay with you. As long as you and the baby in your belly are safe, that's what matters most.
Hoshino nodded, her face flushing.
Gone was the naive pride of her youth. Instead, she was gradually evolving into the ideal wife she envisioned. After bidding farewell to the three women, Lin Fan headed straight for the designated door. Opening the marriage door was now his top priority. As his slender fingers touched the pink-veined marriage door, the Dragon Nation livestream fell so silent you could hear mouse clicks. Netizens from ugly people's country held their beer bottles mid-air, eyes wide with anticipation.
They couldn't help muttering, "Die already. Hurry up and die." They were desperate to see Lin Fan's humiliating defeat.
Lin Fan's emergence had made him the central figure in Longwa's relentless rise. If this continued, even their nation's status as the world's top power might be in jeopardy. Squeak! The wooden door slowly swung open, and golden light poured out like a waterfall. The surroundings shifted, and he found himself on a small hill covered in lush green grass. The Dragon Nation audience held their breath before erupting in a tsunami of cheers. Big boss Lin Fan is mighty.
That light clearly wasn't ordinary.
But as the smoke cleared, every smile froze on their faces. A 30-story tall ancient willow rooted itself on the mist-shrouded platform, its bark grooves glistening like jade as countless branches cascaded down like green curtains. Suddenly, cracks split open the trunk, forming a vast, eerie human face. Its features were indistinct, yet its voice boomed like a great bell, making the screen hum.
"You are my betrothed?" The Dragon Nation livestream instantly fell into an eerie silence. Someone rubbed their eyes and asked, "Is that a tree? No way, did I see that right? Oh no, what on earth is going on? Even the trees are joining in? No matter how generous the reward, you can't marry a tree. Lin Fan, get out of there. You've got plenty of other marriage candidates anyway. Better safe than sorry. That tree clearly isn't good news." The comments section was instantly flooded with "Lin God, run. Don't marry it. Get out of there." Meanwhile, in the Ugly People Nation livestream, unrestrained laughter nearly toppled the entire broadcast. The nose-ringed youth laughed until tears streamed down his face. "Holy, this is actually making me laugh. Is this the kind of marriage partner you dragon country pigs get?"
The rainbow-haired girl doubled over, clutching her stomach and slapping the table. "First they laughed at our big Ugly Nation 1 contestant stating goblins, now they're eating their words.
Ha! So satisfying. When Lin Fan the pig and the tree get married, remember to sprinkle some fertilizer." The Ugly Nation's official account seized the moment to repost the video with the caption, "Dragon Nation mythology? Nothing but a joke. Tree marriage. Where to look?" Likes instantly surpassed 1 million.
The comments flooded with photoshopped memes, comics of Lin Fan tangled in willow branches, emojis of willow trees wearing wedding rings, and even someone created a gif of the tree doing a tree dunk.
Among them,
even the Ugly People's Country official account got involved. All to make the people of Ugly Land realize Lin Fan isn't a true myth either. He too can be humiliated. The Ugly People's Kingdom would rise again sooner or later. The Dragon Nation's people were so anxious their eyes were red. They no longer cared about the marriage reward. What they feared was Lin Fan's own safety.
Don't forget, if the marriage process is unsatisfactory, the bride or groom can kill the other party.
They're not even the same species. What the hell kind of marriage is this? The veteran roared in the livestream, "Lin Fan, don't be impulsive. Forget the reward." The female student typed tearfully, "Lucian looks dangerous. Please, brother Lin Fan, don't gamble with your life." Countless voices cried out in unison, all urging Lin Fan to stay calm, to not harm himself. Yet, Lin Fan remained calm, gazing upward at the treetops.
The others didn't know. But how could he not know?
This was
The legendary empress of the heavens, whose might could shatter the cosmos. The willow spirit. Though her true form is thus, she truly radiates peerless beauty. Since you are my destined spouse, I will never despise any part of you. Chapter 62, Blissfully Ecstatic? The Ultimate National Fortune Reward. Speaking, Lin Fan tugged at the corner of his mouth, but please understand I am a human male. If you wish to test me, it would be best to shed this true form first. If you keep it up, how can we properly consummate our marriage? Lin Fan's words were brutally honest. This caused the willow spirit's heart to flutter slightly. She now regarded the handsome man before her with a newfound depth of respect. His aura isn't strong. Yet he could see through all this? The next moment, the ancient willow trembled slightly, its myriad leaves rustling softly, as if whispering shyly. Radiant inscriptions emerged on the trunk, and the canopy suddenly coiled into a vortex. Celestial energy surged, colliding throughout this world until blossoms of divine lotus flowers materialized out of thin air. Amidst the blinding radiance, an ethereal figure descended slowly. Her white palace gown unfolded like drifting clouds, while a jade hairpin in her hair glowed with starlight. Her features were exquisitely delicate, her eyes and brows like a painting. Her gaze held a distant, detached brilliance. Even a fleeting glance carried the aura of a celestial being who ruled over heaven and earth. Yet when she turned her gaze toward Lin Fan, that seemingly untouchable aura softened slightly. Lin Fan. The willow spirit's thin lips parted, a faint smile playing at the corners. Beyond description, the true human form of the willow spirit suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. The Dragon Nation livestream instantly erupted, and soon, white bullet comments instantly flooded the screen. Holy! 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 What the hell is this? What the hell is this? Holy crap, she's a real fairy. No, she's not just a fairy. Ah, it's the Empress. Her beauty blows all the fairies out of the water. Does the ugly people's kingdom's face hurt? Come on, come tell your dad, dare you keep being so bitter? The appearance of the willow spirit instantly dispelled the gloomy atmosphere in the Dragon Kingdom. Even a poet stepped forward to compose an impromptu verse. Willow leaves transform into immortal grace, stunning the world's fools. Lin Fan's keen eyes remain, laughing at the shifting winds. And at this very moment, the citizens of Uglyland couldn't hold back any longer. What the hell? Squid. It's not a willow tree. Cheating. This is blatant cheating. You Dragon Country folks aren't even pretending anymore. It's clearly a tree, so why is it such a beautiful woman? Good heavens, compared to this, even that Eastern goddess John met pales in comparison. Why? Why? At that moment, the entire Ugly People Nation descended into utter madness. Some frantically refreshed the page, thinking it was a system glitch. Others smashed their phones onto the couch, cursing and raving. The parody video that had been trending and widely praised just moments ago was now drowning in a sea of abuse. What willow tree? Isn't the marriage partner perfectly fine? Is Uglyland even deceiving its own citizens? The official team urgently shut down the comments section, but that only silenced the Ugly People Nation's citizens. It couldn't stop the global mockery. Dragon Nation netizens' comparison videos went viral across platforms. Ugly Nation mocking 1 second, Willow Goddess stunningly appearing the next, all set to a catchy BGM that felt like a slap in the face. Like a resounding slap. It landed hard on the faces of everyone in the land of ugly people. Smack! Smack! Even they themselves couldn't bear to lift their heads again. Within the marriage space, Lucian's fingertip brushed against Lin Fan's cheek, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible hint of playful reproach. Little one, you do have some guts. As my betrothed, you're quite suitable. But do you realize that my destiny is extraordinary? By marrying me, you'll also bear some karmic consequences? It matters not. Lin Fan declared fearlessly. To reach this place, I've endured countless trials just to see you. The magnitude of the karmic trials ahead no longer concerns me. Willow Spirit. Rank, B class. Combat power, 20,000. Evaluation, once a top-tier combat power in another world, she was hunted down by numerous strong opponents after failing to break through her realm. The current Willow Spirit is merely a fragment of her soul, but with ample resources, she can be restored to her peak state. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow with a smile. It would be my honor to marry the Willow Spirit. The Willow Spirit said no more. Her fair, jade-like face was now tinged with a faint, alluring blush. She leaned gently against Lin Fan's chest, maintaining a reserved distance, yet her alluring gaze silently consented to what was to come. Congratulations! Dragon Nation marriage match participants successfully married Empress Lucian. National fortune rewards are being distributed. All citizens gain a +10 boost to all 3 attributes. Reward, Cultivation Talent. Simultaneously, reward, Otherworldly Wonder. The 10,000-mile spirit gathering array descends. Holy crap! 100 years of lifespan? I'm terrifyingly powerful now. Lin Shan is the best. Lin Shan is the greatest hero of our Dragon Nation. Good heavens, wait, what is that? At this very moment. The moment the national fortune reward descended. before anyone could react. High above the very heart of the Dragon Nation, the clouds were torn apart. A vast, colossal circular halo descended slowly. Upon closer inspection, it became clear this was no ordinary halo, but a colossal formation inscribed with obscure script. It descended steadily, merging deep into the earth until it vanished without a trace. But at that very moment, some individuals sensed that between heaven and earth, an inexplicable, strange substance had suddenly appeared in the world. They attempted to absorb it into their bodies, only to feel refreshed and invigorated, their spirits renewed, as if they had been completely reborn. This momentous event prompted the authorities to convene an emergency meeting immediately. Here, all the major figures and leaders of Dragon Nation gathered here. Every pair of eyes shone with excitement. That young man, Lin Fan, is truly the pillar of the Dragon Nation. Haha, even the old man never imagined he'd one day regain the physical prowess of a young man. This wave after wave of national fortune rewards has propelled our Dragon Nation to a leap forward in advancement. This latest national fortune reward is even more outrageous. Cultivation talent seems to truly exist. I didn't sense it though. But I can feel it. Seems like the spirit gathering array is the reason. After everyone finally calmed down, the Grand Elder spoke up. The results Lin Fan has brought us, we absolutely cannot let them go to waste. Currently, both the spirit gathering array and cultivation aptitude point toward explanations rooted in the realm of the mystical. Regarding the specific function and purpose of this national fortune reward, does anyone have their own thoughts? Chapter 63, Channeling Chi into the body. All that's missing is the technique? The Grand Elder's words sent ripples through the room like a pebble dropped into still waters. A chorus of murmurs instantly filled the conference room. I believe this could very well signal the dawn of the immortal cultivation era in mystical arts. At least for now, it seems some people can genuinely sense spiritual energy. But how exactly do we prove the existence of such an elusive and intangible thing as spiritual energy? At that very moment, Secret Arts burst into the conference room, his face aglow with excitement. Elder, everyone! The specific function of this spirit gathering array has been researched. It boils down to innate cultivation talent being the primary factor. Those with innate talent can immediately begin breathing in and out spiritual energy, sensing its presence. Moreover, it enhances their own abilities. Moreover, this spiritual energy poses absolutely no harm to humans. Spiritual energy? That substance only found in novels is actually beneficial to humans? This is simply unbelievable. A white-haired elder leaned forward, his hands braced on the table, eyes wide with disbelief. The young researcher nodded emphatically, presenting the test reports to the group. Yes. Look at these data. Spiritual energy, once only documented in ancient texts, now truly exists in our air and its concentration keeps rising. Benefits to the human body? In what specific ways? A middle-aged man in military uniform asked sternly, his gaze piercing. The researcher hastened to explain, we observed volunteers for 3 hours. Initially, they only felt more alert and mentally clear. But within half an hour, one volunteer claimed to sense an indescribable substance appearing. Subsequent physical tests revealed significant improvements in both endurance and explosive power. After 3 hours, all volunteers exhibited varying degrees of results, though some showed no reaction and those who did experience distinct changes at different stages. Excellent! Excellent! The Grand Elder's face flushed crimson with excitement as he slammed his fist on the table. This is heaven's blessing upon our Dragon Nation. We must seize this opportunity. No one could have imagined that this spirit gathering array would bring such immense benefits to the Dragon Nation. But how could the spiritual energy be harnessed to enhance the strength of the entire populace? This was not something that could be accomplished overnight. Concerns were raised. Start with the military. A general rose, his gaze unwavering. The army is the nation's iron great wall. Pilot the program within the military first, develop effective training methods, then roll it out nationwide. Amidst the fervent discussions, the Dragon Nation embarked on its journey of spirit energy research and national strength enhancement. Before long, astonishing news emerged from the military. At a special forces training ground, a group of soldiers gathered around one comrade, their faces frozen in shock. Old Joe, what you just did, that's not humanly possible, one soldier shouted at the top of his lungs. The soldier called Old Joe scratched his head awkwardly, looking somewhat embarrassed. I don't know what happened. I just felt this force inside me. When I exerted it, the car flipped over. That kind of strength? It's beyond what any human should be capable of. You're the real deal now, a true soldier's soldier, another soldier exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. Word quickly reached the high command. Go to the scene. I want to see it with my own eyes. The Grand Elder hurried to the training ground with a group of officials. At that moment, the training ground was hosting a strength demonstration. A soldier took a deep breath, his aura surging violently. Everyone present sensed an unusual disturbance rippling through the surrounding space. With a low growl, he lifted a 2-ton military truck with his bare hands. Good heavens! Is this even humanly possible? An official's eyes widened, his mouth gaping open, unable to close for a long moment. This was beyond the realm of human comprehension. The Grand Elder gazed at the soldier on the field, his eyes brimming with satisfaction and excitement. Excellent. Excellent. With soldiers like this, what foreign foe could Dragon Nation fear? How many such talents are there in our military? Report. Currently, only him. Recalling the concept of cultivation talent, the Grand Elder nodded and said no more. Such elusive qualities could only be discerned through observation. Issue the order, summon all capable individuals nationwide who can absorb spiritual energy. As for this soldier, grant him the most generous rewards and treatment the military can offer. Under no circumstances must he be neglected. The emergence of the Spirit Gathering Array caused spiritual energy to gradually dissipate across various regions of the Dragon Nation. People began exhibiting varying degrees of reaction. With the Dragon Nation's vast population, even selecting 1 in 100 would yield numerous individuals capable of absorbing and expelling spiritual energy. Meanwhile, on the other side, the elite warriors of Ugly Nation had also arrived at the Dragon Nation border with fierce momentum. At the border outpost, the duty soldier spotted the vast convoy in the distance and immediately reported, "Report. A large contingent of Ugly Nation soldiers has appeared at the border, demanding entry into our country. They come with ill intent. Monitor them closely," came the swift response from the military headquarters. As expected, the Grand Elder received a firm message. "We are coming to the capital of the Dragon Kingdom to engage in a friendly contest of skill." That was the entire message. It radiated the arrogance of a nation that had always held the world's top position, both before and after the marriage game. But now, who is stronger and who is weaker? That remains to be seen. The Grand Elder chuckled lightly. "Let them in. It's perfect. Let's sweep away that layer of gloom from the hearts of our Dragon Nation's people once and for all. Let everyone know that this ugly people's nation isn't the undisputed top dog. Those nations that once bullied us are now inferior to us." 3 days slipped by unnoticed. During this period, people's understanding of spiritual energy has become increasingly clear. Though the emergence of this supernatural phenomenon initially left everyone somewhat at a loss. But upon reflection, even matchmaking games have emerged. Now, even if you told me spiritual energy had awakened, as long as it happened in the Dragon Nation, it would be acceptable. And all of this. After the ugly country's elite soldiers set foot in Dragon Nation, they were utterly dumbfounded by the scene before them. My God, what is this? On the street, a young man chasing a mist bus erupted with spiritual energy beneath his feet, his speed outpacing even a speeding electric scooter. At the intersection, a frail middle-aged man single-handedly flipped over a car to rescue his pet dog trapped beneath it. In the park, a group of sprightly old men were leisurely practicing swordplay. Yet every move and stance was utterly unlike anything seen before. Though slow, they contained some formidable, unknown power. Chapter 64, Massive Rewards, Dungeon Guide. Holy, am I seeing this right? Why do these old men give off such an intensely dangerous vibe? How could this be? A soldier from the land of the ugly rubbed his eyes, utterly incredulous. It must be an illusion. They must be using some underhanded trick. Another elite soldier gritted his teeth, but the panic in his eyes betrayed his unease. The ugly country elite soldiers forced themselves to remain calm as they rushed to the Dragon Nation's military headquarters. The Grand Elder and other elders stepped forward to greet them. But the leader, the wise king, cut straight to the chase. Arms crossed, a look of arrogance on his face. "I hear you've gained some skill through national fortune rewards. Well then, let's have an exchange match. We'll see if you've got real strength or if you're all talk." The clowns of Ugly Land were always this blunt. They cared not a whit for others' opinions. Especially not these clowns who think they're the world's greatest and can bully other nations at will. The Dragon Nation's military high command exchanged glances. The Grand Elder smiled faintly. "Since your nation is so eager, we'll gladly oblige. However, we're reluctant to mobilize our hard-working soldiers for a mere sparring match. How about adding a little incentive? Let's wager 1,000 gene of grain. What do you say? Heh, in this day and age, you dare to waste grain like that? I'll gladly take it." The ugly king of Ugly Land roared with laughter. They call it an exchange match. In reality, it was because the ugly people's kingdom had repeatedly suffered setbacks during this period. True to their nature, they'd always bully the weak and exploit them, relying on their strength. This time, they likely harbored the same intentions. But as things stand, the Dragon Nation won't let them have their way. The first event of the exchange competition was the strength test. The Ugly Nation's elite soldiers took the stage first. One of them effortlessly lifted a 300-kilogram barbell, sweeping a triumphant glance across the arena. "Is this all you've got? Who dares call themselves strong? The vast marriage rewards our glorious Ugly Nation receives aren't a joke." A Dragon Nation soldier snorted coldly and stepped onto the testing platform. Among them, a small, slender soldier stepped forward. "Well then, I'll play along with you lot," he declared. "Though I may be the weakest here, dealing with you won't even require my squad leader to step in." He drew a deep breath, channeling his spiritual energy into his arms. With a mighty roar, he lifted the 500-kilogram barbell with steady ease, even holding it mid-air for several seconds. Only then did he slam it back down with a thunderous thud. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the arena, while the ugly country's elite soldiers stared wide-eyed, their expressions instantly shifting to sheer terror. Impossible, the ugly country's elite warriors murmured, their faces frozen in disbelief. Though they hadn't dispatched their top combatants this time, they were confident this contingent alone would be enough to defeat the Dragon Nation. But who could have imagined that their first move would be so devastatingly powerful? No! Don't let those treacherous Dragon Nation bastards fool you. The wise king hurriedly tried to calm the troops. Maybe they're just exceptionally skilled in this particular area? The subsequent speed test left the ugly nation's elite soldiers utterly humiliated. Dragon Nation soldiers shot forward like arrows released from a bowstring. Enhanced by spiritual energy, their speed far surpassed that of electric scooters as they raced across the finish line like the wind. 100 meters in 3.95 seconds? Even with national fortune bonuses, that's absurdly fast. The ugly country's elite soldiers stared at the numbers on the timer, cold sweat beading on their foreheads as their bodies trembled slightly. Impossible. This can't be. This timer is broken. With that thought, one of the ugly country's fastest runners immediately put it to the test. The electronic timer displayed a time of 5.69 seconds. This was indeed his personal best. Instantly, he was speechless. A wave of unexplained confusion and panic spread through the crowd. What was going on? What the hell is going on? What the hell are the Dragon Country people up to? Are they trying to destroy our old ugly people's country? In endurance, agility, and other events, the Dragon Nation soldiers demonstrated overwhelming dominance. The ugly nation's elite soldiers were red-faced with frustration, losing every single event. Their pride was utterly shattered. Xiao, the leader of the ugly nation's elite soldiers, his face flushed crimson, suddenly shouted, "None of this matters. Real combat is the only true test of strength. If you've got the guts, let's settle this in battle. You despicable Dragon Nation people. Why not?" This demand perfectly aligned with the Dragon Nation soldiers' desires, and they readily accepted the challenge. Beating these damned whites and blacks had always been their goal. Why did they join the army? Frankly, wasn't it just to beat the crap out of these bastards? Now that such a golden opportunity presented itself, the Dragon Nation soldiers were practically scrambling to sign up. This spectacle left the ugly nation's people utterly dumbfounded. The gaze the Dragon Nation soldiers cast upon them was filled with aggression. Like hunters eyeing their prey. Soon, the sparring match officially began. On the field, the two stood facing each other. At the signal to start, they immediately plunged into a brutal, close-quarters battle. It must be said both were elite soldiers. From the very first exchange, they displayed exquisite combat techniques, locked in a fierce, deadlocked struggle. But at that very moment, the Dragon Nation soldier suddenly remarked, "Looks decent enough. Guess I won't hold back then. Go easy?" The ugly nation soldier's heart skipped a beat. Then, they witnessed an unbelievable spectacle. His speed surged explosively. With unnatural strides, he flickered into existence behind the ugly nation's elite soldier. His palm struck out, its force as if infused with 1,000 pounds of lead and iron, heavy, powerful, and relentless, surging forward like a raging tidal wave. The ugly country's elite soldier scrambled to block, but the overwhelming force sent him reeling backward, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The Dragon Nation soldier pressed his advantage, knocking the enemy soldier flat on the spot. "Impossible. We've claimed so many national fortune rewards. How could we lose to you? This is our strongest combat unit." The ugly country's elite soldiers roared, their eyes filled with bitter resentment and despair. But facts speak louder than words. This was the reality. Unwilling? Absolutely not. "It seems we've gained the upper hand today. Stay a while longer, and I'll properly entertain you, our guests from afar." The Grand Elder's words left them utterly humiliated. If the Elder had mocked them, they wouldn't have reacted this way. But the Elder didn't mock them. Instead, he treated them with courtesy. In that instant, the dignity they'd spent decades cultivating. In that instant, it vanished completely. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Fan emerged from the marriage chamber. Reward, 30% boost to all 3 attributes. Top-tier magical talent automatically converted into cultivation talent. Transform sorcery sword into heavenly sword rain. Magic entanglement transformed into spirit squeeze. Giant flame spell transformed into palm thunder. Levels are elevated accordingly, synchronized with one's cultivation level. Chapter 65, Saving the Villagers, Gardener Profession. Feeling the spiritual energy flow within, he opened his attribute panel once more. Name, Lin Fan. Rank, C class. Combat power, 8,000. Constitution, 103. Agility, 73. Mental strength, 83. Average human attributes, 10. Combat evaluation, newcomer to thee, wielding the power of spiritual energy. Already possesses the strength to fight in this unknown world. Skills, top-tier magical talent passive. True sight. Heavenly sword rain. Palm thunder. Spiritual energy slaughter.
Talent, divine power, increases damage dealt to evil-aligned monsters by 50%.
He hadn't realized until now. But seeing it now, Lin Fan was genuinely startled. You see, the Lin Fan before this was just a little guy with a combat power of 4,000. But after just this one marriage with the Willow Spirit, his combat power doubled? Holy crap! No wonder it was the ultimate reward for surviving the beast tide. Seeing Lin Fan's intensely burning gaze, the Willow Spirit couldn't help but panic slightly as she said, I can't hold it anymore. Let me rest for a bit. What do you mean you can't hold on? Lin Fan asked, utterly confused. Ha? But soon, Lin Fan understood what the Willow Spirit meant. You little glutton, huh? Your mind is filled with such thoughts? The Willow Spirit flushed crimson, neither confirming nor denying. Obviously. As a once feared empress, she truly hadn't imagined such things could intoxicate her. Haha, come home with me first. Bringing Lucian back to their home, Ale, Xingye, and Xiao Miao all looked at the newcomer with curious eyes. How beautiful. Even Hashino, the elf princess who prided herself on her purity and flawlessness, couldn't help but utter this exclamation upon seeing the transcendent Willow Spirit. It was admiration that came straight from the heart. Hello, everyone. The Willow Spirit greeted them warmly. Seeing them quickly hit it off, Lin Fan finally felt at ease enough to return to his exploration. The other two doors held things he couldn't refuse either. One involved snatching someone else's marriage partner. The other was acquiring vast food resources. These were temptations Lin Fan simply couldn't resist. He opened one door first, directly retrieving a Chao Clan scroll from within. Chao Clan scroll displays the marital status and other details of all marriage participants. Also grants one forced snatch attempt. Several pieces of information appeared on the scroll. 3 from the Three Kingdoms era. A half-beast fanged girl. From the Great Cold Kingdom. 1 is a boorish dwarf goblin girl. Another was a cockroach girl without human form. They were all pretty much unwatchable. Lin Fan promptly stored them away. Anyway, if a decent girl appeared, this scroll would alert him in time, no big deal. We've always had a touch of Cao Cao's cunning. Next up, the Demon Realm instance. In the Dragon Nation livestream room. Everyone watched Lin Fan's newly acquired reward and couldn't help but chuckle. Alright, so Cao Cao's here, huh? This reward's pretty sweet. If those jerks find a good match, they'll start rubbing it in our faces again. It's already great now, at least we can't stand their smug faces, and we can actually slap them in the face. Ahaha, true, it's getting a bit hard to hold back. Just as he was about to open the door, the Willow Spirit appeared beside Lin Fan. She said earnestly, I have a premonition that this journey might be dangerous for you. Your physique has only just transformed, and you can't sustain prolonged combat. It would be better if I accompanied you. Her words weren't without merit. Lin Fan's endurance for prolonged combat was admittedly not very strong. As for Lucian, she was a powerhouse with 20,000 combat strength. With the beast tide having just passed, what exactly the third stage entailed? Lin Fan himself was unsure. If he could have a powerful ally to protect him, why wouldn't he take that opportunity? Right? Lin Fan wasn't like some people who thought relying on a woman for protection was wrong. They were family anyway, why make a big deal out of it? Opening the door, the environment began to shift. The moment he stepped into the Demon Realm instance, a wave of heat hit him foul and reeking of sulfur. The once bright surroundings were swallowed by thick, ink-like black mist. Dark crimson patterns snaked across the ground like flowing veins, eerie and unsettling. They found themselves in a gloomy forest. A dirt path stretched before them, faintly revealing a cluster of thatched huts in the distance, a village, it seemed. The earth trembled faintly beneath their feet, while distant, intermittent howls echoed like the wails of countless restless spirits. Watch out! Lucian grabbed Lin Fan's arm, her voice sharp. Whoosh! 3 dark figures shot out of the black mist, their sharp claws gleaming with an eerie blue light. Standing in the middle of the road, an ugly face dripped saliva onto the ground. Their eyes burned with a near madness. 3 hunched figures, crawling on all fours, their skin a sickly gray-purple. Sunken eye sockets held bloodshot crimson eyes that flashed with savage murderous intent, their mouths dripping foul-smelling mucus. They had completely lost their sanity. Lucian cautioned. Lin Fan's pupils contracted sharply as his true sight eye activated instantly, revealing the intruder's nature. Monkey Demon. Rank, D. Combat power, 4,500. Holy! Why are the monsters in this dungeon all so high level? Are you kidding me? It's already this terrifying in Phase 3? Hope our ugly people's kingdom doesn't run into this dungeon. In the livestream chat, everyone started discussing it. For Lin Fan, this was manageable enough. But for that bunch of alien trash, this was nothing short of a catastrophe-level challenge. This is precisely when the importance of early game advantages becomes glaringly obvious. The later stages won't wait for anyone. Those alien scum wouldn't even stand a chance against Lin Fan. Even if they wanted to develop the ability to protect themselves, it would likely cost them a huge number of lives first. Fortunately, he had gained immense power from the Willow Spirit. Otherwise, Lin Fan would likely still be entangled in a fierce struggle with this horde of monsters. Palm thunder. Lin Fan thrust his right hand forward, unleashing a blinding flash of lightning from his palm. 3 bolts as thick as bowls shot forth like dragons emerging from the sea, hurtling straight toward the demonic beings. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar, 2 demonic beings failed to dodge in time. Struck directly by the palm thunder, they were instantly incinerated into 2 charred lumps, collapsing to the ground and slowly emitting wisps of white smoke. But the third demon was incredibly agile, sidestepping the attack. Even witnessing his comrades' instant annihilation couldn't quell his malevolent intent. It lunged fiercely toward Lin Fan once more. Oomph. Chapter 66, Cultivating Food. No more shortages. Lucian's jade-like hands swept lightly, sending thousands of willow leaves flying like green daggers. They entangled the demon, instantly crushing it until it vanished completely from this world. This demonic monster seemed more agile and cunning than the other 2, likely on the verge of undergoing a second mutation. The willow spirit furrowed her brows, her expression grave as she spoke. Lin Fan nodded, gripping his weapon tightly as they cautiously pressed forward. Not far ahead, they saw a village shrouded in darkness. Houses lay collapsed, and among the rubble, the corpses of villagers were scattered. A thick stench of blood filled the air as several demonic beings tore into human corpses, their chewing sounds nauseating. The bloody scene was terrifying to behold. Those with weaker nerves would likely lose sleep over it. This wasn't the kind of horror found in movies. Only by witnessing it firsthand could one truly grasp the sheer horror of such a scene. Beasts! A flash of fury lit Lin Fan's eyes as he shot forward like an arrow released from its string. He unleashed his spiritual energy, causing the surrounding chi to instantly condense into countless transparent threads that tightly bound the demonic beings. The demonic beings struggled frantically, but the more they thrashed, the tighter the threads constricted, blood seeping steadily from their bodies. At that very moment, inside a small hut, 2 cries drew the attention of Lin Fan and his companion, as well as the demonic beings. Wah! Whoosh! Instantly, the demons charged toward the hut. Die! Lin Fan seized the moment to unleash heavenly sword rain. Countless cold glinting light swords suddenly appeared in the sky, pouring down like a torrential downpour. Before the demons could enter the dilapidated ruins, they were torn apart by the light swords, their piercing screams echoing as they were utterly annihilated in moments. There are humans inside? The 2 cautiously approached to investigate. To their shock, they found 2 young girls, their eyes wide with terror, clutching each other tightly in a corner, tears streaming down their faces. Lin Fan decisively activated his true sight eye to investigate. Little green little T. Level, none. Ability, farming. Evaluation, in the art of farming, Xiao Lu and Xiao Cha are renowned experts in the village, possessing their own unique techniques. No problem. Lin Fan nodded. Then he whispered softly, don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. Right now, you 2 are probably the only ones left in this village. Whether you live or die is entirely up to you. I won't be staying here forever. Only then did the trembling bodies of Xiao Lu and Xiao Cha cease their shaking. They looked at Lin Fan with a mix of disbelief and fear, then glanced back at the dead demonic being. Xiao Lu's voice was faint as she tentatively nodded. You saved our lives. We'll repay you. Lin Fan gave a low hum. Follow us. Walk on your own. Saving them was simply because. When it came to farming, not a single member of their homestead was actually skilled at it. El would even get so furious while farming that he'd stomp his feet in place, cursing wildly. As the saying goes, it's better to teach someone to fish than to give them a fish. If there was a way to produce food consistently, that would be ideal. And within this village, there must be some plants worth bringing back to cultivate. Little Green and Little T wore simple cloth robes, their hands clasped tightly together. Their faces were dirty like spotted cats, yet their eyes held an unusual clarity, a pure and kind beauty. As they advanced, Lin Fan kept scanning for potential food sources. He did indeed spot quite a few edible items, but moving them now was impossible. He would have to wait until later. Roar! At a corner, over a dozen demons suddenly burst out. Their fangs in the corners of their mouths were still dripping with blood, flesh, and torn shreds of clothing. No need to guess they must have just been devouring humans. Sis! Don't be scared, don't be scared. Little Green and Little T were scared stiff, their necks tucked in like frightened chicks, wanting to retreat and flee. But remembering Lin Fan's strength, they could only shiver in fear, waiting for him to act. However, just as Lin Fan prepared to deal with these demons, a deafening roar erupted from the center of the village. A colossal demon slowly rose to its feet. It stood as tall as 3 stories, its body covered in protruding flesh tumors, with a pair of deformed wings sprouting from its back. This demon was clearly different from the others. Its aura was more savage and powerful, radiating a black demonic energy. Tiny bumps on its flesh tumors oozed venom, corroding the ground into deep pits wherever it passed. Little Green and Little T were so terrified their legs nearly gave way. We're done for. We're done for. Our benefactor won't be devoured by this monstrous beast, will they? That was the thought racing through every viewer's mind in the livestream chat. Holy, what the hell kind of dungeon is this? It even spawned a C-rank monster? Wait, that's nearly 8,000 combat power. Goodness, Lin Fan, you'd better be okay. Don't worry, folks, this is just Lin Fan Pig's fate, after all. Yeah, marriage game, have you finally woken up? That's the way to go, keep targeting Pig Lin Fan. Best to hand over his matchmaking partner to us too. Ha! Mutant Demon General. Rank C. Combat power 7,900. It's a mutant demon general. Lucian, be careful. Lin Fan urgently warned.
The demon general swung his massive arm, still covered in dense clusters of small bumps that now spread across his entire body. With a fierce wave, countless bumps burst open, violently forming a black wave of venom that surged toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan swiftly executed evasive maneuvers. The toxic wave grazed the hem of his robe as it passed, instantly corroding a nearby house into a hollow shell. Yee! The demon general let out a triumphant, maniacal laugh before flapping its fleshy wings and soaring into the sky. Muttering incantations, it conjured a sky thick with dark clouds, unleashing a barrage of black lightning bolts. Lin Fan and the Willow Spirit joined forces to resist. The Willow Spirit manipulated willow leaves into a defensive barrier to withstand the lightning strikes, while Lin Fan continuously cast spells to counterattack the demon general. Yet the demon general's power proved overwhelming, and they gradually found themselves struggling to keep up. Just then, Lin Fan heard faint cries for help. Turning his head, he saw several villagers huddled together in a corner of the ruins, their eyes filled with terror and despair. Lin Fan's heart tightened. He knew he had to defeat the demon general quickly and rescue these innocent villagers. Lin Fan, I'll take down the demon generals, you go save the villagers, the Willow Spirit suddenly declared. No, it's too dangerous. Lin Fan instinctively protested. The moment the words left his mouth, he froze. Wait a minute. Lucian was a powerhouse with 20,000 combat strength. Why the hell was he even worried? Chapter 67, The Great Cold Kingdom's Zombie Bride Match? Earlier, the Willow Spirit had deliberately held back from instantly annihilating the demon general to give Lin Fan a chance to practice. Realizing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Go ahead, the Willow Spirit chuckled. Lin Fan hesitated no longer, immediately nodding his head before sprinting toward the villagers. Lin Fan drew a deep breath, summoning every ounce of spiritual energy within him. His aura surged relentlessly. He unleashed the heavenly sword rain, roaring as a colossal blade of light appeared in the sky 100 meters long, radiating an aura capable of shattering the heavens and obliterating the earth. After slaying every last demonic being, he immediately landed beside the villagers and escorted them to where Little Green and Little T were. Turning to look at the Willow Spirit, she was already firing on all cylinders. Divine light swirled around her form, her hair moving without wind as she hovered mid-air. The demon general sensed immense danger, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. But it quickly regained its madness and charged toward the Willow Spirit. The Willow Spirit stood tall and unyielding, fingers forming intricate seals as countless streaks of luminous light erupted from the void. Divine magic collided with the demon general's arm, erupting in blinding light and a powerful shockwave. Boom! The entire village shook violently, as if it might be utterly destroyed by this force. The Willow Spirit refused to prolong the standoff. Clasping her hands together, she opened them once more to reveal a boundless divine beam coalescing within. The next second, it plunged viciously into its heart. Put! A torrent of venom erupted into the sky, but upon encountering the divine light, it dissolved completely. Arg! The demon general let out an earth-shattering scream as its body collapsed, dissolving into a cloud of black smoke that vanished into the air. The Willow Spirit successfully rescued the villagers, who gazed at Lin Fan with eyes brimming with gratitude and admiration. Thank you, hero, for saving our lives, a white-haired elder said, his voice trembling. Lin Fan wiped the blood from his lips, smiled, and shook his head. You're welcome. It was my duty. However, this place is no longer safe. You should leave as soon as possible. The villagers nodded in unison, but their gazes turned uncertain as they surveyed the now ruined village. After a moment's hesitation, they turned to Lin Fan tentatively. Benefactor, may we follow you? After this place fell into ruin, we've no idea where else to go. Follow me? Lin Fan considered it. If you can help increase food production through agriculture, then come with me. Hearing this, the villagers all declared they had no problem with that. We're already skilled at farming. These are minor issues. After dispatching the demon general, Lin Fan and the Willow Spirit continued exploring the demon realm instance. Though few mutated demons remained, their formidable strength allowed them to eliminate every last one. Beyond these demons, the village center's granary held vast stores of food resources. This is quite the haul. Lin Fan exclaimed excitedly. Lucian smiled gently, her eyes filled with tenderness. Yes, but the most important thing is that we saved those villagers. Lin Fan nodded, a wave of warmth flooding his heart. He then instructed Xiao Lu and Xiao Cha to lead the way, transporting all the food back to their home base. With the villagers' help, everyone quickly settled down, carrying large and small bundles of food toward their home base. When they saw the towering city walls and the luxurious villas, they froze in place, utterly stunned. This
was worlds apart from their own village. Could their master really be this powerful? 5, 6, 7. Little Miao counted the people and then the number of rooms. Only 4 empty rooms remained, but they were spacious. Squeezing in should be manageable, right? L, standing nearby, suddenly chuckled wickedly as if struck by a thought. He thought to himself, don't exaggerate, even 5 people sharing one blanket wouldn't feel cramped. No, we'll be fine staying outside. Xiao Lu and the other villagers waved their hands in refusal. Their gazes toward the villa's interior were filled with awe. After all, though they knew nothing of such strange structures as villas, they understood that the place where their benefactor lived was absolutely beyond their reach. We're tough as nails, sleeping outside won't bother us. Yeah, we're used to this kind of life. Our benefactors needn't worry about us. Besides, we can build our own homes. It's just that we can't do it right now. Hearing none of the villagers intended to move into the villa, Lin Fan didn't press the matter. In that case, the barrier outside will open in 3 days. You can come then to see if there are any materials suitable for building your own homes. But while you're staying here, you must pay close attention to growing food and tending to the livestock over there. Of course. The villagers nodded vigorously. In the livestream chat, Goddess Lin is the best. She actually saved so many villagers. Speaking of which, just how powerful is Lu Xun? I thought we were in for a brutal fight, but turns out he was holding back the whole time. This isn't holding back, it's more like he's unleashing an ocean. That's spot on. Alright. Lin Xun has essentially carved out his own little fiefdom here. Playing Lord in a matchmaking game? That's interesting. Xiao Sa chuckled. These villagers are genuinely kind and simple-hearted. They know their place. Yeah, it seems like these villagers have latched onto a pretty powerful ally. At that very moment, Lin Fan felt a sudden warmth on his chest. He opened it to find out. The scroll had activated. The scroll began to vibrate inexplicably. He opened it to find out. It was the scroll beginning to alert Lin Fan. A suitable match is about to appear for a participant in the Great Cold Kingdom's marriage ceremony. Intercept promptly. Using this scroll now will conjure a 2-way spatial portal, transporting you directly to the marriage gate of the Great Cold Kingdom's matchmaking participant. Ha? An exceptional match? Is it that comfortable? But no worries. Soon, I'll be stepping in to snatch them away. Meanwhile, on the other side, Park Chang-beom. As a kindergarten teacher, he had been selected for the marriage lottery in the Great Han Kingdom, becoming one of the participants. This news sent Park Chang-beom into an immediate meltdown. Damn it all to hell. Damn it. Why did they have to drag me to a place like this? I refuse to throw my life away for this Thai country. Every word he uttered appeared on the live stream feed. And upon seeing how the citizens actually viewed the Great Cold Nation, those officials and tycoons instantly lost their composure. Their faces turned ashen. Clearly, he was absolutely right. Chapter 68, what's yours? What I see is mine. Park Chang-beom, what the hell is wrong with you? Have you forgotten which country gave birth to you and raised you? You're absolutely right, ingrate. Damn it. How dare someone like this participate in the marriage game? It's nothing but a scam against our Great Han Nation. Even the citizens of Daihan Kingdom couldn't stand it anymore. Countless angry comments flooded the public chat. Unfortunately, Park Chang-beom couldn't see any of these comments. After venting his frustration, he realized his most urgent task now was to find a way to survive. The marriage game was fraught with danger. Not opening those doors brimming with peril was absolutely essential. Even if he didn't open any doors, a mountain of problems would still come crashing down on him. So rather than sitting around waiting to die, he might as well take a chance. He circled back and forth several times before a few doors. In the end, he relied on his instincts and stopped before one particular door. Click. 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 Park Chang-beom's fingers trembled 3 times on the doorknob before he finally mustered the courage to push open the door, which emanated an unknown aura. The creaking of the door hinges made his heart pound wildly. A pungent blend of decaying wood and sandalwood fragrance assaulted his nostrils, stinging his sinuses and making him feel instantly uncomfortable. And when he saw the pitch-black coffin carved with Taotai patterns standing in the center of the room, his heart nearly leapt out of his throat. Holy! What the hell is this? Just then, the notification sound rang out, causing Park Chang-beom's expression to change abruptly. Marriage chamber unlocked. What? Park Chang-beom froze for a second, then was overcome by uncontrollable elation. A marriage room? It really is a marriage room? I unlocked a marriage room. Holy! The heavens have smiled upon me. Before his eyes, a wisp of black mist seeped through the cracks of the coffin lid, vaguely revealing a figure inside clad in a deep red wedding gown. It was the marriage partner. It was actually the marriage partner. Park Chang-beom staggered forward. The crimson gown fluttered without wind within the coffin. The woman's pallid face flickered in and out of view through the black mist. Her bloodless, delicate features possessed an eerie, icy beauty. Silver jewelry adorned her cascading black hair.
Beneath her tightly closed eyes, a bluish-gray hue shimmered. Her 10 fingernails were jet black as ink, her hands crossed over her chest clearly, she was a sleeping zombie bride. Damn it! What the hell is this? Park Chang-beom's face flushed crimson instantly, his fingernails digging deep into his palms. The livestream chat exploded in an instant, a tsunami of comments from the Great Han Nation flooding in. Ugh! And this is supposed to be a marriage partner? Park Chang-beom deserves it. A zombie paired with a traitor perfect match. But even though the match is disgusting, Park Chang-beom, you must go through with it. Park Chang-beom forced down the churning in his stomach, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth to become stronger. A corpse is a corpse. He took a deep breath, about to reach for the coffin, when a familiar voice called out from behind him. Oh? This zombie girl? Interesting. Quite pretty, actually. Looks like you're pretty disgusted? Too bad. Seems you foreign trash are only fit to marry ugly freaks like that. Lin Fan had appeared at the doorway unnoticed. The flickering flames from the burning scroll reflected faintly in his pupils. His gaze swept over the coldly captivating zombie maiden, a meaningful smile curling his lips. How did you get here? Park Chang-beom staggered back as if struck by lightning. How could he not recognize Lin Fan? This guy was now famous across the entire world. He clutched the coffin fiercely, his fingernails scraping against the wood with a shrill sound. This is my betrothed. You won't take her from me. Meanwhile, the live stream erupted in chaos. Holy 666666666. Lin Shan's move just blew my mind. This scroll is insane, he just teleported over to snatch the zombie girl? But seriously, the Great Cold Kingdom has some serious taste issues. How could they reject such a gorgeous zombie girl? Their IQ must be questionable. Damn it! You dragon country pigs, do you even know the rules? Why are you trying to steal our Dahan Kingdom's marriage partner? Where's the humanity? Where's the moral persuasion? You Long Kingdom pigs are nothing but a bunch of bandits. Shut up already, you lot. Stop yelling. Lin Fan watched Park Chang-beom, tense and hostile, and waved his hands repeatedly. Hey, I don't like hearing you say that. What do you mean I'm stealing your marriage partner? First off, you need to get one thing straight, I never had any intention of stealing your match. Hearing this, Park Chang-beom's hostile expression finally softened slightly. If you're not snatching my match, then everything's fine. However, Lin Fan's next words made him flush red on the spot. I'm bringing my own wife home, when did that become stealing someone else's wife? I may enjoy playing the villain, but I won't stoop to that. Damn it! Park Chang-beom was thoroughly enraged. This is my marriage gate. She is my betrothed. Bull. What's your match? Anything that catches my eye is mine. Zombie girl? What I see is mine. You're a damn bandit, you really are. Lin Fan couldn't be bothered with his nonsense. Crackling electricity flashed from his hands. Fine, I admit it. I just like the Chancellor's will. I get it now. I'm openly stealing your marriage partner. So what? Got a problem with that? A thread of lightning spilled out, scorching the shopfront and instantly blasting a small hole. Park Chang-beom's face drained of color. He scrambled to offer a forced smile. Bro, you're totally right. Little bro messed up. I'll get lost right now, okay? That's more like it. Seeing Park Chang-beom's sluggish movements, Lin Fan grew impatient and delivered a swift kick to his backside. Park Chang-beom flew backward, crashing to the ground like a dog eating. Only after the marriage gate slammed shut did he dare to curse furiously. Witnessing this scene, the citizens of Dahan Kingdom could no longer contain themselves. When did our great Han nation ever produce such a coward? Damn it all to hell. What the hell is wrong with this Park Chang-beom? Why is he such a coward? What about our national fortune bonus? Why are we just standing by and letting that pig Lin Fan steal our nation's marriage partner? Park Chang-beom, you're a traitor for the ages. Unlike their shattered defenses, the Dragon Nation's citizens were now laughing their heads off. Chapter 69, Bringing Back the Zombie Maiden, Awaiting Awakening. I'm dying, I can't take it, I really can't. Lin Shan's move this time was just too damn clever. Who could possibly think as fast as God Lin? Ha! Well, what I see is mine, so that means first come, first served, right? First come, first served, that reminds me of F-kin in laws. What the hell is wrong with you Chinese pigs? Why treat us Koreans like this? What the FCK does this mean? I seriously suspect you Dragon Country people are shills for the matchmaking game. We're all human beings, why target us like this? No morals, no bottom line. You Dragon Country pigs make me sick. Steal? Target? We never did that. Host Xiao Miao looked utterly bewildered, staring at the furious comments from Great Cold Nation. When did we target you? When did we snatch your marriage candidates? Are you that angry? All I saw was a powerful man entering the matchmaking room and taking his intended bride. As he spoke, Xiao Miao turned his gaze to Wang Bingbing beside him. Wang Bingbing nodded vigorously. Exactly. Who said that match was yours? It didn't have your names on it. Besides, does a match in the room automatically belong to you? Why can't you respect the match's own choice?
If Zombie Girl chose to leave with Lin Fan, it means she dislikes your Great Cold Kingdom match participants. The two of them chimed in unison, nearly making these Great Cold Kingdom fellows spit blood on the spot. But unfortunately, they still have no solution. They could only swallow this bitter pill. Could it be that by venting here, the matchmaking participants from the Great Cold Kingdom could somehow regain their marriage prospects? That was utterly impossible. Meanwhile, within the matchmaking game, when Lin Fan returned, carrying a large section of a coffin in his arms, everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Fan, what on earth is that? Lucian approached curiously to take a closer look. As Lin Fan opened the coffin lid, the true form of a woman with skin whiter than snow was revealed. Seeing such an extraordinarily beautiful woman lying within the coffin, everyone was utterly astonished. I can actually sense an inexplicable life force emanating from her? Xiao Qing. Rank, C. Combat power, 5000. Status, will awaken in 3 days. Yes, in 3 days she'll awaken. Zombie girls tend to sleep for longer periods. Lin Fan offered this explanation before settling Xiao Qing into a room for her deep slumber. The construction of the homestead was in full swing. The villagers tended to the farmlands, cattle pens, and chicken coops with orderly efficiency. Once the homestead barrier completely vanished, Lin Fan planned to use materials to expand the Blackstone city walls further. The next day, the intelligence system refreshed. Intelligence 1, Room 1 contains a scene treasure. After collecting it, you may transfer it directly into your homestead. However, a group of C-rank crocodile men forces are present within. Intelligence 2, Room 2 is a marriage gate, but the match inside is a pig demon. If you fancy a change of pace, turning off the lights isn't out of the question. Intelligence 3, Room 3 contains a national fortune punishment treasure chest. Its effects aren't targeted at yourself, but you can choose to target other nations instead. Intelligence 4, the Ugly People Nation's matchmaker will visit your homestead. He takes particular delight in insulting Dragon Nation citizens. Upon reading the final line, Lin Fan knew. The Joker was coming. Once, in the real world, these ugly people, relying on their nation's strength, temporarily occupied the world's top position. They brazenly bullied the Dragon Nation. Truly, not a single soul in the entire ugly nation was innocent. The Dragon Nation's people had always been friendly toward them from the start. But for them, it was not so. Previously, they might have shown some restraint, but now, Lin Fan won't tolerate them. Ugly country people? Die. Rising early, he found the villagers had already risen and began tending to their rice fields with care. After greeting the villagers and finishing breakfast, he set off with Xiao Miao and Ire toward the environmental gate. The moment they passed through the environmental gate, moist air carrying the fresh scent of plants and trees washed over them. Lin Fan looked up to see a turquoise lake embraced by forests. Its surface shimmered like an unpolished jade mirror, crystal clear enough to reveal schools of silver-scaled fish darting through the water at a glance. Meow. Xiao Miao's pupils instantly narrowed to slits, and her 9 tails flared out excitedly. After all, Xiao Miao was a catgirl. Eating human food was perfectly fine. But when it came to seafood, her favorite, that was her true nature. Is it okay? Xiao Miao blinked her eyes, looking at Lin Fan with pure excitement. Go ahead, go ahead. Lin Fan nodded in immediate consent, noting. Before Lin Fan could finish speaking, Xiao Miao had already transformed into a blur and dashed out. Elle followed closely behind, stepping on the soft moss. One careless moment sent her sliding right there, landing with a heavy thud on her big butt. Ouch. Elle rubbed his sore bottom, wincing. Ouch. Be careful, for heaven's sake. But Elle said nothing. Instead, he stared at Lin Fan with a peculiar look. As if hinting at something. Rub it? Rub it. Elle said earnestly, so it won't hurt. I seriously doubt you came here just to put on this show. Lin Fan was satisfied. Elle was satisfied too. A moment passed. As Lin Fan approached, the little cat had been crouched by the shore observing for quite some time. As a member of the Hakini clan, this little cat was highly skilled at catching fish. Its materialized front paws hovered over the water, eager to strike. The lake was crystal clear, revealing even the rhythmic fluttering of fish gills. Go! Before Lin Fan's words had fully left his mouth, Xiao Miao, already poised, shot into the water like an arrow leaving the bowstring. 9 tails rippled across the surface, sending out concentric waves. The scattered school of fish, drawn by this peculiar spectacle, curiously gathered around. Xiao Miao moved with agile grace, the water itself unable to hinder her movements. Like a water spirit, she skillfully used her tails to create swirling currents, trapping the fish. The next second, seizing the opportunity. In the blink of an eye, a plump silver fish was hooked onto the kitten's claws as it broke the surface. Water droplets glistened in the sunlight as they dripped from its fur. Chapter 70, Fish Resources? Bring them all back. Elle leaned in, sniffing intently with her pink nose. Is this what fish smells like? You've never eaten this before? Lin Fan asked curiously. Ael shook his head. Back in hell, we demons only fed on souls and flesh. But since following you, the food has been truly remarkable. It's opened my eyes. L said, his eyes brimming with curiosity as he cautiously poked the still twitching fish. Lin Fan realized his question had been rather silly. Not just a demon. L was a succubus. Though terrifyingly innocent. Fine. Never eaten it before? No problem, I'll cook it for you. Xiao Miao shook the water from her fur, gathered a few dry branches, and with quick flicks of her claws, sparks flew until a campfire blazed within moments. It expertly skewered the fish onto the branches, flipping them with fluid grace. Soon, the air filled with the tantalizing aroma of sizzling fish. Here you go. Xiao Miao handed the golden brown fish to Ire. Oh, and be careful of the bones. Bones, huh? Elle took a small bite, her eyes instantly brightening like stars, her heart-shaped tail wagging happily. But suddenly, she yelped and jumped back, coughing dryly for a long while. Turns out, a fishbone was stuck between her fangs. For Al, who had never eaten fish before, this was a daunting challenge. Fortunately, Ale was a formidable demon after all. She promptly snapped her tooth in two, causing the bone to fall out. Immediately afterward, the tooth she'd just broken off grew back. Doesn't that hurt? Lin Fan watched in stunned silence. Not at all. Ale shook his head. We demons don't feel pain. Xiao Miao snapped out of her daze and slapped her forehead. Oh right. I need to remove all the fish bones too, so Lin Fan can eat without worry. Lin Fan. I'm not as clumsy as Ale, getting stuck on a fishbone while eating. But Xiao Miao had already begun her own actions. She extended her paw to gently press down on the fish. A faint glow appeared at her fingertips. The hidden bones within the flesh seemed guided by invisible threads, slowly surfacing one by one and neatly arranging themselves to the side. Wow! Little Miao, you've got this trick up your sleeve? Lin Fan took the deboned fish fillet. The moment it touched his tongue, the tender flavor exploded, carrying the fresh sweetness of lake water and the smoky aroma of charcoal. He. Xiao Miao rubbed against Lin Fan's chest in a playful, affectionate manner. She lifted her head proudly, her tail curling around Ale's succubus tail as she declared, next time you want fish, leave it to me. Got it. At that very moment. Deep within the lake, a pair of eerie green eyes fixed their gaze upon them. The crocodile chief licked his sharp teeth as over 20 dark shadows glided slowly through the water behind him. Meanwhile, the three figures on the shore remained utterly oblivious to the impending danger, still lost in the joy of grilling fish. Inside the livestream. Witnessing this scene, everyone couldn't help but start shouting warnings. Lin Shen! Look behind you! So many dark shadows. What is that? A human body with a crocodile head? C rank. It's actually a C rank monster. Truthfully, monsters of this rank aren't much to worry about for Lin Shen. The real fear is if they launch a surprise attack. If they sneak up on us, who could possibly withstand that? You're absolutely right. We can't afford any mishaps. Hiss. A piercing hiss suddenly shattered the lakeside tranquility. Over 20 dark shadows burst from the water, sending several meters of spray skyward. The crocodile men were covered in bluish-gray scales, their sharp fangs gleaming with an eerie cold light, and a foul stench hit the air. The leader, towering 3 meters tall, gripped a battle axe fashioned from a massive beast bone. He snarled viciously, humans! Dare to trespass upon our domain? Die! Lin Fan remained composed, gently setting down his grilled fish and brushing crumbs from his clothes. He had anticipated this situation. He'd expected a sneak attack. Instead, it was a head-on confrontation? Crocodile Man. Level, C. Combat Power, 4000. Crocodile Man Leader. Level, C. Combat Power, 4500. If it were a head-on battle, wouldn't these guys be unbeatable? Lin Fan couldn't be bothered to spare them a second glance. He merely glanced at them briefly before returning his attention to the grilled fish in his hands. Humans! The crocodile chieftain never expected this puny human to dare ignore him like this. He must be out of his mind. Don't disturb his meal. I'll deal with you lot. Xiao Miao licked his paw excitedly, his 9 tails swaying wildly behind him. Finally, some fun. Xiao Miao, save a few for me later. I still need battles to strengthen myself. Ale rattled his newly regrown teeth, his eyes gleaming with the hunger for combat. Fine, you can have that biggest, dumbest one. Roar. Damn it. The crocodile men launched their attack first, charging toward Lin Fan and his companions like arrows released from a bow. Get lost. Xiao Miao let out a sharp cry, her figure blurring into streaks of motion as she darted nimbly between the crocodile men. Whenever one tried to strike, she dodged as if anticipating its move. Simultaneously, she slashed at their bellies with razor-sharp claws, ripping them open and spilling blood everywhere. The crocodile men howled in agony, yet they couldn't even touch the hem of Xiao Miao's clothes. They could only swing their weapons wildly in fury. As time passed and their blood flowed too freely, their movements gradually slowed. Is that all you've got? Little Miao taunted while toying with the crocodile men. Not even as chewy as the fisheye grill. Watching this scene, Lin Fan felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It reminded him of watching his family's Hakimi as a child, endlessly toying with and tormenting mice and cockroaches. He could have killed them instantly, but he refused to. He just wanted to see if he could toy with them to death. Unfortunately, these monsters before him were far too dim-witted to realize that if little Miao truly applied herself, a single encounter could end them instantly. Damn it! Unforgivable. The crocodile chieftain roared in fury, swinging his battle axe at Xiao Miao. But Xiao Miao remained unhurried. With a swift sidestep, he darted behind the chieftain and tore a massive gash into its tail. Blood instantly gushed forth like a fountain. Arg! The chieftain roared in agony, spinning to attack little Miao only to find it had already leaped far away, sticking out its tongue and making faces at him. All attack! The crocodile chief trembled with rage, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Furious, he swung his massive hand, signaling the other crocodiles to focus their attack on little Miao. Even Ale was left behind. He just stood there watching. Elle was utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 71, The Crocodile Men Appear. Crisis? Fighting. Is this even how you fight? Their IQ must be seriously compromised. Forget it. Let's just finish this quickly. No point wasting any more time. Seeing this, Lin Fan's lips curled into a faint smile. Golden light radiated from his body as he took a step forward, his overwhelming aura instantly engulfing the entire arena. See peak. The crocodile men who had been charging toward Xiao Miao suddenly slowed under the crushing pressure of this aura. Even their gazes toward Lin Fan were filled with terror. No, impossible. How could a mere human be this powerful? Lin Fan remained silent. With a flick of his wrist, golden sword chi sliced through the air, striking precisely at the crocodile men's vital points. The crocodile men let out waves of agonized screams as blood stained the lake crimson. Ah! Seeing the situation turn dire, the leader abandoned his attack on the kitten. He spun around, swinging his battle axe, and charged straight at Lin Fan. The battle axe whistled through the air, seemingly intent on cleaving Lin Fan in two. Lin Fan neither dodged nor flinched. Clenching his right fist, golden light coalesced upon his knuckles. As the axe descended, Lin Fan struck out with his fist, colliding with the blade. Boom! The battle axe shattered instantly, and the leader was sent flying by the immense force, crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, it discovered its limbs were tightly bound by Lin Fan's golden spiritual energy. Who are you? You can't possibly be human. The crocodile man chieftain stared at Lin Fan in terror, his eyes filled with despair. At this moment, he had lost every last shred of will to fight. Lin Fan stared at it coldly. You monsters, you feel fear too? With that, Lin Fan flicked his wrist. Golden energy coalesced into a blade of light, cleanly severing the leader's head. Seeing their leader dead, the remaining crocodile men flinched in terror, attempting to flee. Think you can run? Not so fast. Xiao Miao hissed. Her 9 tails surged simultaneously, transforming into 9 pale purple halos of light that became chains, pulling the fleeing crocodile men back. Leave some for me. Elle swiftly joined the fray, dispatching the remaining crocodile men with a few lethal strikes. Holy crap! Lin Shan is just too strong. Unbeatably awesome. What the hell? You dragon country pigs only dare to bully these weak monsters. Weak monsters? Are you out of your minds? These are C-rank monsters. Go try them yourself and see if these crocodile people can't tear you to shreds. Ha! If I were here, I could wipe them all out in a second. Damn it! Dragon Nation citizens. Fine. Well, if you put it that way, what else can I say? I'll go along with it, bro. Lin Fan stroked his chin, suddenly deep in thought. Little Miao, go underwater and have a look. See if you can find the nests of these crocodile people. Who knows, maybe there's something good there. Like that. Alright. Xiao Miao nodded and leaped into the water, moving as gracefully as a fish. Before long, she surfaced, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Lin Fan. I found it. There's a cave down there, full of shiny things. Really? Elle looked at Lin Fan in astonishment. Lin Fan, how did you know? I guessed. After all, these crocodile people aren't weak. While they might not be much compared to us, don't forget. They're still a group of C-class creatures. At the very least, their intelligence is somewhat developed. They might be storing all sorts of goodies in their lair. It was just a hunch, but exploring the dungeon was better than leaving it unexplored. Little did they know, their hunch would prove spot on. Lin Fan and Ale exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with anticipation. They plunged into the water. Guided by Xiao Miao, they soon discovered a cave beside a massive boulder on the riverbed. Let's go check it out. The trio exchanged silent glances before stepping into the cavern. The deeper they went, the less lake water there was. You have to hand it to these crocodile people, they really know how to have fun. Knowing they're amphibious creatures, they built this habitat where they can satisfy their needs anytime, anywhere. Deeper inside, illuminated by Lin Fan's flame, they soon reached the innermost part of the crocodile people's lair. What stunned all 3 of them was how terrifyingly vast this cavern truly was. Moreover, the cavern was filled with all kinds of sparkling crystals. Healing crystal. Spirit crystal. Fertility crystal. Emotional crystals. The diverse properties of each crystal were displayed on their attribute panels. Lin Fan felt overwhelmed by the sheer variety. He quickly stowed them away. Many of these crystals could permanently enhance one's attribute points. Such treasures, naturally, he claimed without hesitation. But the most eye-catching was the magic crystal at the center, emitting a soft glow. Magic crystal. Upon use, unconditionally advances one minor realm in cultivation level. Seeing this, Lin Fan could no longer contain the ecstatic expression spreading across his face. Lin Fan, what's wrong? What is that thing? Ale and Xiao Miao both followed Lin Fan's gaze with curiosity. To their eyes, the magic crystal was merely prettier than other crystals. As for other aspects, remained unnoticed. It's a magic crystal. Lin Fan exclaimed with delight. It can unconditionally boost your current level up by a minor tier. He never expected such a huge windfall this time. Wow! Really? That powerful? Ale and Xiao Miao were equally thrilled. Lin Fan picked up the magic crystal, sensing the immense power within it. This crystal will be a huge help to us. Who wants it? Hearing this, the two girls paused, exchanged a glance, and both shook their heads. We don't want it. You don't want it? Well, I think it should either be for your own use or for the willow spirit. Xiao Mao reasoned logically. Ale agreed. Giving it to Lin Fan to boost his strength was precisely what they hoped to see. As for giving it to Lucian, there was no question it was because Lucian was simply too powerful. If it could be taken even further, the results would undoubtedly be even more powerful. You two are something else. Lin Fan chuckled as he ruffled their hair. His mind was already made up. Then it would be given to the willow spirit. As soon as he stepped out the door, the notification chimed. Congratulations on obtaining the Homestead Wonder, Pure Crystal Lake. Within this lake, aquatic resources are infinitely renewable. Additionally, there is a very small chance that fish with special effects may appear. Lin Fan placed it within his homestead. A lake materialized out of thin air. The villagers were so stunned by this miraculous sight their jaws nearly hit the ground. This feat. What's the difference between this and the legendary gods? Chapter 72, Take them all away, enjoy the fishing. The appearance of the pristine lake naturally drew the attention of others. Hoshino and Ryujin stepped forward, staring in astonishment at the lake that had materialized out of thin air. They knew in their hearts it must be Lin Fan's doing once again. Speaking of lakes, in an environment like this, they truly possessed an inexplicable magic. Gazing at the lake, everyone's mood lifted considerably. Woo! Back at the homestead, Xiao Miao started causing a ruckus again. Lin Fan had intended to simply leave and wait quietly for the ugly people's scum to arrive. But when he realized Lin Fan was about to leave again, Hoshino couldn't help but call out to Lin Fan. Wait! The moment the words left her mouth, Xingyao shook her head frantically. Never mind, don't worry about it. Lin Fan, you go ahead. Lin Fan didn't leave. Instead, he stepped closer to Hoshino and asked attentively, what's wrong? Is something bothering you? It's nothing serious. You should go handle your own affairs first. Hoshino shook her head obediently. Lin Fan froze, glancing at the willow spirit beside him. A telepathic message appeared in his mind. Ever since she got pregnant, Xingye's been wanting you to spend more time with her. But she knows your explorations are important work, so she wouldn't easily disturb you. That just now, though. I think she probably couldn't hold back any longer. Hearing this, even Lin Fan's heart fluttered slightly. All right. He had indeed neglected these marriage partners somewhat. It was only natural for them to harbor a few small thoughts. Of course, none of them harbored ill will toward him, they only made Lin Fan feel happy. Alright then, I'll keep you company for a bit. How about we go fishing? Lin Fan's single sentence instantly made Hoshino nod excitedly with delight. Xiao Mao and the others cheered in unison. Yay! Fishing! Let's see who catches the most fish. The one with the least gets punished. The girls sprang into action immediately, appointing Lin Fan as referee while eagerly preparing their gear. Soon, at Lin Fan's signal to start, the girls all began to show off their skills. I'm about to begin. Just as Xiao Miao was about to move, a jade green light shot straight into the sky. The willow spirit raised her hand to gently touch the floral wreath in her hair, a tender curve forming at the corners of her lips. Standing with hands clasped behind her back by the lakeshore, her wide sleeves fluttering in the breeze, she gathered a pale blue thread of spiritual energy at her fingertips and let it slowly descend into the water. In an instant, the fish that had been scattered and swimming freely instinctively formed a line, darting joyfully around the thread as if welcoming a true deity of nature. All things possess spirit fishing as a way to converse with nature. The willow spirit murmured softly, her voice like a spring breeze carrying a soothing power. Cheating! This is cheating! Xiao Miao immediately grew agitated. She had thought fishing was her strongest suit, her home turf. Yet willow spirit's move shattered her illusions completely. Elle crouched by the shore, her heart-shaped tail fidgeting with the fishing line. Her eyes brimmed with apprehension. Could she really catch a fish? Last time she ate fish, she got pricked by a bone.
Before she could finish, a blur streaked overhead, trailing a gust of wind. Xiao Miao's 9 tails flared out proudly as she flicked her homemade bamboo rod straight out, the hook landing precisely in the lake's center. She even turned back to stick her tongue out at everyone.
I won't give up either. I've got my own ideas about bait. Ah, bliss.
Lin Fan busied himself setting up the sunshade and cushions nearby, occasionally glancing at Hoshino with concern in his eyes.
Over at Hoshino's spot, he'd hooked something too.
Excitedly pointing at the lake surface, he exclaimed, "Something's moving." Her rod instantly bent into a crescent shape, the line taut as a bowstring, the lake water churning violently. Under everyone's tense gaze, a fish burst through the water, its entire body a luminous blue, scales shimmering with star-like sparkles.
It traced a dazzling arc in the sunlight.
What a beautiful fish! Hoshino gasped in delight, her eyes sparkling.
Stellar fish. Special fish. Consuming this fish increases feelings of joy. Lin Fan froze. Holy crap, he exclaimed. How did this single cast land such a big catch?
With such a low probability, and yet Hoshino managed to reel it in.
Nice work, Hoshino.
Lin Fan didn't hold back his praise. The praise made Hoshino's face flush. Seeing this, Xiao Miao elegantly swished her tail in the air. With a light flick of her wrist, 3 plump bass leapt out of the water simultaneously, landing cheerfully in the bamboo basket. She wagged her tail triumphantly.
Now that's what I call fishing.
Whoops. Inspired, Ale tried to mimic Xiao Miao's casting motion, but accidentally tangled the fishing line around her tail.
Her face flushed crimson with frustration as tiny sparks danced from the heart-shaped tip of her tail. Lin Fan, help me!
Lin Fan smiled helplessly yet affectionately, stepping forward to carefully untangle the line.
His fingertips accidentally brushed against Ale's burning earlobe.
She froze instantly, the flames on her tail suddenly leaping higher, setting her earlobe ablaze too, making her look utterly adorable. Beside them, the willow spirit fished quietly. Though she possessed a special method to lure every fish onto the hook, she chose not to use it. Instead, she teased the creatures of nature, for only this brought her a peaceful state of mind. Xiao Miao and I are fished while bickering, occasionally lending each other a hand. Hoshino stayed by Lin Fan's side, soaking in the tranquility, a blissful smile lighting up her face.
Several hours passed.
Lin Fan estimated the time was right, stood up, and announced loudly, "All right.
The competition is over. Now let's see who's dead last." Not me. Not me either. He.
Hoshino proudly showed off his catch to Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded, then turned his gaze toward the willow spirit, who hadn't even managed to reel in a single fish.
The willow spirit's expression clearly showed some surprise.
Noticing Lin Fan's gaze, it gave a shy smile. "I've always enjoyed playing with nature's creatures. I completely lost track of time." "Well then, you must accept the consequences of your bet."
Lin Fan pondered, "What kind of punishment should I give you?"
The willow spirit stood tall and proud, radiating an air of defiance that seemed to say, "Do with me as you will." A mischievous thought immediately sprang to Lin Fan's mind. He leaned close to the willow spirit's ear and whispered something.
The willow spirit's cool demeanor instantly crumbled.
Her face flushed crimson as she looked at Lin Fan. "How could that be possible?"
"That's impossible." "Why not?" "Just do as I say."
Lin Fan replied, his face unflushed and his heart unflinching. The look in Lucian's eyes toward Lin Fan had changed, a mix of embarrassment, anger, and
a hint of excitement. "Fine, I'll do as you say."
Lin Fan chuckled.
It seemed a great battle was bound to erupt today. Chapter 73, Warm Moments vs. Alien Scum.
Watching the harmonious live stream footage from Lin Fan's side,
everyone couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Guys, check out this contrast. How is Brother Lin's life in this marriage game any different from a rich kid's? Now look at the marriage candidates from other countries. It's just unbearable to watch. With the new stage unfolding, those alien scum entering here are basically just fodder.
But thanks to the inheritance system, many of their matchmakers acquired all the accumulated resources from their predecessors through various punishment mechanisms.
What good is that? Look at Volcano Country volcano eruptions. Great Cold Country zombie outbreaks. Ugly People Country earthquakes. Countless other punishments keep appearing.
And these only earn them a pittance of rewards. Honestly, if this keeps up, I reckon their nations will collapse sooner or later.
Then forget about any marriage participants. Ha! Quick, check out Little Book Country's livestream. At that moment,
in Little Book Country's livestream feed, deep within the damp, gloomy rainforest, Little Ben's cabin resembled a hurricane-ravaged junkyard. On the ground covered in rotting leaves and moss, the crooked wooden house was nearly torn apart like broken planks, barely holding itself together precariously. His clothes had been torn into rags, fluttering feebly in the stifling air, barely covering his body.
Suzuki, a participant in the marriage game, was caked in dark brown mud.
The rusty sickle in his hand was chipped beyond repair. Yet he continued to swing it wildly.
If he didn't act now, his fate would be sealed. Arg! Suzuki roared like a madman, trying to drive away a horde of giant rats gnawing at the camp fence.
These creatures, nearly half a man's height, had bloodshot eyes and dripping fangs coated in foul saliva.
Each lunge was accompanied by a sharp, squeaking sound. The way they looked at Suzuki was like staring at a fresh piece of flesh. Damn it! Get the hell away! Suzuki bellowed hoarsely, veins bulging on his neck. Yet each swing of his sickle struck only air, and the sheer force of his efforts sent him stumbling backward, crashing into a tree trunk. The rat monsters didn't rush in recklessly, content to keep terrorizing him. The moment they sensed his strength was nearly spent. Then, these monsters would surely pounce all at once. Seeing this, the hearts of the little country citizens turned to ice. This is only an E-rank monster. Why can't this guy handle it? Look at Lin Fan from the Dragon Nation. He dispatched C-rank monsters like slicing through cucumbers. Suzuki, why can't you do the same? Our little country absolutely cannot lose to the Dragon Nation. No, no. Dragon Nation's Lin Fan must be cheating. The monsters he faces might look like C-rank, but their strength is definitely not C-rank. Suddenly, Suzuki let out a piercing scream. It turned out that while he was wildly swinging his weapon, a sharp splinter of wood had flown off and embedded itself deep into his arm. Blood gushed out instantly. His teammate cowered in a corner of the field, clutching his leg, now a bloody, mangled mess from rat bites, shivering uncontrollably. His pants were soaked through with blood, and he kept muttering, "Mommy, I want to go home. I don't want to play this marriage game anymore." Tears mingled with rainwater streamed freely down his face. Of course. Including the drool of those rat monsters. Carry on. Beside them. A tree woman tightly bound by vines stood by, observing it all. Her bark-like, rough face bore two glowing tree-hole eyes, coldly observing this farce. The branches and leaves on her body swayed gently in the breeze, occasionally emitting a chuckle of mockery. Anyone unaware would surely assume this tree-ant woman was responsible for the rat's antics. But Suzuki was furious beyond measure. What the hell is going on here? Your betrothed is being attacked by monsters right now. She's about to die. And you bastard are just standing there watching it happen. So what? The tree woman sneered coldly. As my betrothed, you've proven utterly unsatisfactory. I have every right to abandon you. Damn it! Suzuki was nearly driven mad with rage. Just as he was about to strike out at the woman. At that very moment, a rat monster could no longer resist the temptation of flesh and blood, darting swiftly past her feet. Ah! Suzuki instantly panicked, letting out a terrified scream. Whoosh! Smash! The tree woman suddenly extended her gnarled, tree-knotted arm, instantly crushing the rat monster's head into a bloody pulp. Juicy splatters landed on Suzuki's face, sending him reeling backward in shock. At that moment, he finally regained some composure. Suzuki realized. The woman before him was a D-rank powerhouse. She was no match for him. From now on, don't go yelling and screaming around here. The tree woman snorted coldly, then turned her gaze to his other teammate. Tonight, both of you will serve me. If it weren't for the fact that you two useless pieces of trash only have this much ability, I would have killed you both long ago. With that, the tree woman returned to the wooden hut. The rat monsters scattered in terror. Suzuki, having narrowly escaped death, remained shaken for a long time. He slid slowly to the ground. His face was etched with utter despair. The campfire on the ground had long since died out, leaving only a few charred pieces of wood. The stored food had been gnawed away by the rat monsters, leaving only scattered shells and bare bones. And in this dire situation, his intended bride still treated them merely as tools. Why was this marriage game so grueling? So cruel? He remembered seeing Lin Fan living quite comfortably. Why couldn't he have that too? Suzuki's despair deepened with every thought, and he burst into tears on the spot. Witnessing this scene, the locals felt more disgusted than if they'd eaten. Damn it! Damn it all to hell! What the hell is going on? Why can't our little country rise up just once? Meanwhile, on the other side, unlike the chaos in Little Japan, the homeland of Uglyland was shrouded in a nauseating stench of blood. Several white people were frantically fighting off the monsters. In the livestream chat, cheers erupted almost unanimously. Yes. Good. Johnson. I knew you could do it. Exactly. Fantastic. He actually pulled off that gear set. Taking down that Lin Fan should be a piece of cake now, right? If I ever get to see that day, I swear I'll be so happy I'll dance right there on the spot. Chapter 74, Everyone Suffering? Impressive. To have the citizens of Uglyland so excited. The reason is simple. Simply because this white man named Johnson, through sacrifice, obtained the attributes of his previous spouse, successfully unlocked a treasure chest, and acquired a set of ultra-tech gear. At this very moment, on the live stream of the marriage game, everyone could see the match participant Johnson clad in gleaming mecha armor, his chest emblem shimmering in the sunlight, wielding an energy pulse rifle. Many viewers were utterly dumbfounded. They had assumed such high-tech weapons were practically non-existent in this matchmaking game. But Johnson didn't just bring one, he brought an entire set. This instantly elevated his standing in everyone's eyes beyond just one level. Johnson now stood arrogantly commanding the other matchmakers who had entered with him. These lowly creatures are merely stepping stones for our advancement.
He cackled maniacally as he pulled the trigger, his tech gun unleashing bursts of blue-white energy beams, instantly pulverizing a mutated spider attempting to approach the camp. Viscous green blood splattered onto the mech armor, emitting a sizzling, corrosive sound. Yet in the blink of an eye, it dissolved into a cloud of white mist, vanishing without a trace.
Johnson, you're amazing. Yeah, with you here, that pig Lin Fan will be crushed under our ugly nation's feet in no time. World domination is just around the corner. Woohoo!
His teammates cheered in unison, as if they'd already become the masters of the game.
Logically speaking, this gear shouldn't grant Johnson such overwhelming power. The main reason?
His marriage partner was a cybernetic cyborg. Her silver-white metallic frame was crisscrossed with intricate circuits, and her twin red electronic eyes flickered with a cold, calculating light. Now, her arms extended to form a translucent energy shield, silently guarding their home, yet her gaze betrayed undisguised contempt for Johnson. Whenever Johnson spouted his arrogant rhetoric, she would gently shake her head, her metal joints clicking softly, as if silently mocking this foolish hubris. How foolish humans are. I'd be curious to see how much longer such weak yet arrogant creatures can survive.
Soon. Johnson's arrogance would soon be met with its due price. A colossal centipede, lurking underground for ages, launched a sudden attack.
Standing 3 stories tall, its shell resembled black armor, while hundreds of long legs scuttled across the ground, producing a teeth-grinding friction.
What? There's more? Don't worry, I've got this. That's right, I'm here, no problem. Johnson laughed as he fired his gun. In his mind, no monster could last more than a few seconds against him. However, what followed left Johnson utterly stunned. Behold!
The energy pulse rifle's attack left only shallow indentations on its body, instead enraging the colossal beast. The centipede opened its massive mandibles, spewing corrosive venom that instantly engulfed one of the same-sex mating participants.
A blood-curdling scream echoed through the camp. Ah! Fire! Suppressing fire now!
Johnson shouted frantically, his voice distorted into a shrill screech through the mech's amplifiers. But his men had already scattered in terror, some even dropping their weapons and begging for mercy on their knees. Witnessing this, Johnson grew frantic and charged forward once more with a furious roar. But the giant centipede suddenly jerked its body, sending him flying backward. Whoosh! His tech armor was instantly destroyed. He had no trump cards left.
Johnson could no longer remain calm.
His gaze toward the centipede was filled with terror.
No, no, no! Save me! Darling! Useless human, you truly disappoint me.
The cybernetic cyborg shot Johnson a cold glance, drew 2 energy blades from its back, and charged headlong toward the colossal centipede. Amidst the fierce battle, the homeworld shook violently under the thunderous explosions. The mech's alarms blared incessantly. Johnson cowered behind the shattered defensive structures, shouting frantically, "Darling!
Don't accidentally damage my homeworld. This will endanger my life."
His armor was now riddled with holes, exposing the wounded skin beneath. His earlier arrogance had vanished completely. In the livestream chat, even viewers from other nations couldn't stomach the spectacle. How disgusting, sending a woman to the front lines. Doesn't he care about his spouse at all? What a disgusting man. Didn't you say you could easily take down C-rank monsters? This one's only D-rank, can't you handle it? This is hilarious boomerangs, huh? Look at this bunch of alien scum, each one on their last legs. Now look over at Lin Shan's side. He's having the time of his life. Meanwhile, in the live feed from the Great Cold Nation, one of the marriage participants' homesteads lay in the barren desert. Though the homestead barrier obscured the outside environment, scorching sand raged in the gale, threatening to devour everything. The scorching sun hung overhead, the thermometer reading a suffocating 60 degrees. Participant Kim Ji-soo's lips were cracked dry, her skin sunburned crimson. She could only press her lips together while hiding inside the small wooden hut, cursing furiously, "Damn it! What kind of garbage game is this? Where's the water? How am I supposed to survive without water? Soo. Think of a way." The other 3 matchmaking participants sat dejectedly in a circle. Each of them had lips so cracked they oozed blood, their throats emitting hoarse groans. They'd been in this hellhole for a full day and night without a single drop of water. Their skin was sunburned red, sweat evaporating before it could form, and even their urine was pitifully scarce. Right now, they were collectively cursing one of their matchmaking partners. Their match was an elf who wielded the power of water. Cowering in the corner, she dared not speak. Kim Ji-soo had been bossing her around from the start, venting all her rage onto the water spirit. "Hey! Make some water appear for me. Damn it! You useless piece of trash, can't even produce a drop of saliva. What good are you? Damn it all to hell." Facing Kim Ji-soo's insults, the spirit patiently explained countless times. She needed specific conditions to use her power, like drawing upon water elements in nature. The spirit couldn't create things out of thin air. Yet no matter how she explained, all she received in return were slaps from Kim Ji-soo and even more vile insults. Slut. Chapter 75, The Land of Ugly People, Pure Clowns. And everything Jin Jishio did.
had long since exceeded the water spirit's tolerance.
From the very first encounter, it had been thoroughly dissatisfied with this person from the Great Cold Kingdom. And after the marriage arrangement, its displeasure only deepened. It had thought that since they were already betrothed, it would have to make some concessions. But to its surprise, this fellow only grew more insolent. Now, he's even resorting to humiliating me like this. What gives him the right? A useless weakling who can't do anything, how dare he tell me what to do? At this very moment, a searing flame of rage ignited deep within the water spirit's heart. It glared coldly at Jin Jishio. You want me to produce water, right? I have a way, but I need to ask you one more time, are you absolutely sure? Damn it. I knew you had a way. Hurry. Hurry up. Or do you plan to just watch me die of thirst? Kim Ji-soo heard this and didn't sense anything amiss. Instead, she delivered another slap straight across his face. Give it to me. Give me water, you. Even her fellow Daehan Kingdom companions began kicking and punching her. This finally ignited the water spirit's fury to its absolute limit. The water spirit let out a cold laugh. The next moment, everyone felt the air around them gradually grow damp. Their expressions instantly turned ecstatic. But before their joy could fully take hold, they realized in horror that the dampness wasn't the water spirit creating pure water, exploding every single blood vessel throughout their entire bodies. The air was filled with nothing but a thick mist of blood and water. Of course it felt damp. Witnessing this scene, several marriage candidates from the Great Cold Kingdom froze in shock. I need water. I need water. What the hell are you doing? Damn it. Did I give you permission to do this? What the hell are you doing? Tell me what the hell you're doing. Have you lost your mind? Amidst the horrified shouts of the crowd, the water spirit remained silent. It continued to unleash its power completely. One after another, faint thuds echoed out. The crowd's blood vessels instantly burst. Terror still etched itself upon every face. It was utterly horrifying. Upon witnessing this scene, the citizens of the Great Cold Nation were utterly numb. Why? Why won't our Dahan Kingdom's marriage candidates just listen to us, the Dahan Kingdom's marriage participants? A mole. It must be a mole sent by Lin Fan. That's it. That's the only possible explanation. This is exactly the kind of despicable thing those Dragon Nation bastards would do. Damn it. Damn it all to hell. Meanwhile, on the other side, a white man named Dachia was slowly emerging from a doorway. The Dragon Nation citizens who witnessed this scene were all overcome with disbelief. Wait, how did this guy end up in our Dragon Nation livestream? Could he be crashing another stream? Man, just look at that shifty-eyed look on his face, he's definitely no good. Who knows what kind of mischief he's scheming up right now? Exactly. Lin Shan, you must pay attention here. In stark contrast to the Dragon Nation's outcry over an ugly nation, the audience was almost entirely urging Deqiao to launch a surprise attack and snatch Lin Fan's resources. Let those damn Dragon Nation pigs get nothing. Take it all. Take it all. That pig Lin Fan doesn't deserve all these resources. Why isn't he sharing any with ugly country? Utterly selfish. Ha? Did you notice? My god. That pig Lin Fan actually has an unopened marriage door here. It's real. Deqiao, hurry. Take Lin Fan's marriage room. Take his marriage rewards. Seeing this, the entire ugly nation erupted in excitement. Who would have thought we'd stumble upon such a stroke of luck? The marriage gate stands wide open, yet this pig Lin Fan keeps pretending he doesn't see it? Aren't you the one who loves stealing other people's marriage partners? Well, what about now? We Ugly People Nation are going to steal your match too. Every time they thought of this, the citizens of Uglyland couldn't help but get excited. Awesome. Unprecedentedly thrilling. Just imagining the disgusting, ugly expressions on the Dragon Kingdom people's faces after Deqiao succeeds is hilarious. We've been bottling up our frustration for so long, it's high time we gave you Dragon Country folk a proper lesson. The scene shifts back to the matchmaking broadcast. Though Deqiao couldn't hear the comments, he had no idea what advice the livestream viewers were giving him. But in a way, the white-skinned pigs of Uglyland truly connected with his heart. The moment he spotted the marriage gate beside him, he instantly knew exactly what he had to do next. How much dog luck did that Lin Fan pig walk in to have such a massive fortress? Deqiao gazed enviously at the towering walls surrounding Lin Fan's estate. Just think about Lin Fan's villa. The farmland. The cattle shed. Now look at my own little shack. The stark contrast instantly ignited a searing jealousy within her. No way. He couldn't let that Dragon Country pig keep living so happily. He had to seize this chance and thoroughly disgust that pig Lin Fan. Take the marriage candidates here away. Deqiao shot a wicked glance at the matchmaking room beside him, his mind already spinning with fantasies. He imagined Lin Shan stepping out of his home, intending to open the matchmaking door with a flourish, only to discover it had already been visited by him. What kind of expression would he make? I can't wait to see it. Deqiao rubbed his hands together, creeping step by step toward the matchmaking door. Here I come, matchmaking partner.
Meanwhile, in the Dragon Nation livestream room witnessing this scene, everyone instantly panicked. Stop. What the hell are you doing? This is our god of forests matchmaking gate. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Not only do we have to guard against monsters, but we also have to guard against these bastards who might sneak into our homes at any moment. Ha! Feels good. This is the fate you Dragon Country pigs deserve. We're just about to claim the rewards for the marriage gate. Why are you Dragon Country people so worked up? Dragon Country sure is stingy, huh? It's just a marriage partner, right? Chapter 76, Marrying a Pig Demon? He should be thanking us. Inside the matchmaking game. Under the gaze of the crowd, Da Xiao's hand was about to touch the door handle. Just then, a voice shattered Di Xiao's fantasy. What are you doing? Di Xiao's hand froze midway to the doorknob. In an instant, an overwhelming wave of terror surged from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. Cold sweat poured like a waterfall down his pale face and into his collar. The voice behind him was as icy as steel, yet carried 3 parts of a carelessly mocking tone, 3 parts of a threat, and 3 parts of murderous intent. Just those 4 words instantly made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Oh, hello there, friend. He slowly turned, meeting Lin Fan's eyes that held a mocking smile. They were like 2 deep pools, reflecting his terrified, contorted face, magnifying every tiny flicker of fear. Da Xiao, what the hell are you doing? How could our esteemed ugly nation citizen possibly show such an expression to a Dragon Nation pig? First, trick Lin Fan pig. Get the marriage quarters, then turn on him. Mr. Lin Fan, how do you do? I merely happened upon your domain purely passing through. Please don't take offense. I'm a proponent of Sino-foreign friendship, not your enemy, okay? Da Xiao forced herself to stay calm, flashing a wan smile as she slowly took half a step back. Her back slammed against the cold metal doorframe, producing a sharp clang. He tried to squeeze out a friendlier, more harmless-looking smile, but his mouth twitched uncontrollably. I heard there are new building materials here and wanted to come take a look. His words were disjointed, his voice trembling at the end. These details undeniably betrayed his inner panic. Lin Fan, hands in his pockets, approached slowly. Each step sounded like a stomp on Di Xiao's heart. Thud. Thud. Di Xiao might be arrogant, but he knew this much. With Lin Fan's current power, killing him would be as easy as eating or drinking water. Sunlight filtered through the city walls behind him, casting Lin Fan's shadow across the ground long and looming, like a predator toying with its prey. It enveloped Di Xiao completely. Di Xiao trembled violently, utterly transformed into a lamb awaiting slaughter in Lin Fan's grasp. Visiting? He suddenly placed a hand on Di Xiao's shoulder, the touch light as a friend's jest, yet it made her body stiffen as if coiled by a venomous snake. It's fine. I don't care about what you said. You just want to enter this marriage gate, don't you? Di Xiao swallowed hard, her atoms apple bobbing violently. Her parched lips quivered for a long moment before she managed to squeeze out, No, I didn't. I never intended to enter the marriage gate. Di Xiao dared not admit her true intentions. If she angered Lin Fan even slightly, he could smash her to pieces right then and there. I'm not stopping you from entering, but before that. Lin Fan sneered coldly. I have one condition. Confess every single filthy deed you've committed, every last detail to everyone in this livestream. Only then will I let you enter this marriage chamber. For instance, he continued, how did you corner the Dragon Nation exchange student in an alley and break his legs? And how did you lead a mob to smash up Dragon Nation shops? He suddenly straightened his back, his smile growing wider, though he couldn't see the true meaning lurking deep in Lin Fan's eyes. After you've done that, he continued, not only will I let you go, but I'll guarantee your safe passage through the marriage gate. I won't lay a finger on you. Otherwise, wouldn't that be a disgrace to us Longwa people? Hearing this, Di Xiao's expression turned utterly shocked. How could he know about those things I did? But by the latter half of the sentence, sheer elation had already clouded Di Xiao's mind. What? He's actually willing to let me go? To let me enter this marriage chamber? Has he lost his mind? Could it be, all for the sake of your Dragon Nation's petty pride? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. If Lin Fan hadn't been standing right before her, Di Xiao would have burst out laughing. At that moment, the live stream exploded with activity. What? This white-skinned pig actually did those things? Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Thank goodness Lin Shan exposed them. I really want to see what kind of unspeakable deeds these scum from Uglyland have been up to. Here in Longwa, the people are silently awaiting Lin Fan's judgment. Meanwhile, the Ugly People Nation erupted in chaos. The official livestream server crashed under the flood of furious comments. Slander. The people of Uglyland would never do such things. Lin Fan is a complete liar. Screw it. We'll confess. If I ever run into a Dragon Nation bastard on the street, I do the same. Ha! Dragon Nation scum deserve to die. They certainly had their fill of verbal venting. But Da Xiao stared into Lin Fan's unfathomable gaze, her back already drenched in cold sweat, her heart pounding relentlessly. Suddenly, he sensed something was off about Lin Fan's actions. Something was definitely wrong. He dared not speak. Only after Lin Fan urged him several times did he finally, with a darkened expression, condense a spirit energy sword and growl lowly, "I'm telling you to speak." Those words shattered the last line of defense deep within Xiao's heart. I was just following orders from above. This is the ideology our ugly people nation has always instilled. It's not my fault. Truly, it's not my fault. Xiao screamed in utter collapse, his emotions completely unhinged. Veins pulsed furiously at his temples. Besides, we've long despised the dragon country people showing off at school. Those exchange students deserved it. Who told them not to hand over the resources? And that shop owner he dared call ugly people country a bunch of bandits. Of course I had to teach him a lesson. His words grew more frenzied, saliva flying as he raged. By the end, he was nearly hoarse, his fingernails digging deep into his palms until blood dripped through his knuckles. The Dragon Nation livestream exploded. Before the screen, a gray-haired elder trembled with rage, knocking over the teacup beside him. Young esports fans furiously pounded their keyboards, and the report button in the livestream chat glowed red-hot from constant clicks. Even the usually composed veteran viewers had tears in their eyes, as the chat flooded with demands for Ugly People Nation to apologize. Meanwhile, Ugly Nation's viewers all burst into derisive laughter. What's the problem? Don't you Longwa pigs deserve this treatment? Yeah, we called you pigs. Did you really expect our noble Ugly Nation to treat you with respect? Exactly. You really are a bunch of scum. How did this even stay hidden? What the hell did you do to those victims? Lin Shun. Kill him. Chapter 77, Public Vote, Punishment Descends. Enough, that's enough. I'm satisfied you've told me all this. Lin Fan raised his hand to silence Xiao's outburst. Having received the answers he sought, he said no more, merely waving dismissively. Since you're being so honest, go ahead. He stepped aside, creating a safe distance, signaling for Xiao to leave. Yet, unseen by the crowd. A fleeting, imperceptible cold gleam flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. If Xiao had indeed committed these acts, then his death was only natural. Thank you. Thank you. From now on, I will change. I absolutely will never bully the people of Longwa again. Xiao froze for a moment before erupting in wild joy. He scrambled toward the marriage gate on all fours, stumbling forward. Just as his fingers touched the doorknob, he whipped his head around, revealing a savage grin. Lin Fan, you pig. You really are too stupid. How dare you let me go? Longwa pigs truly built their nation with a herd of dumb swine. Our Ugly People Nation will always be the strongest. He gripped the metal door handle with all his might, then shoved the door open with a violent thrust. The livestream exploded once more. Ha! That Lin Fan pig from your dragon country is beyond stupid. He actually let Xiao go? Stupid. 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 Utterly stupid. Truly worthy of being called a dragon country pig. Just wait. That marriage room Lin Fan pig gave up will absolutely bring utter disaster upon your dragon country. This is hilarious. You dragon country pigs really know how to make me laugh, ha. The people of Dragon Nation were all left speechless. Why? 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 Why did Lord Lin let that scumbag go? Everyone knows what that scumbag did, so why let him go? Releasing a tiger back into the mountains. This is releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Not a single person could fathom the reasoning behind Lin Fan's actions. Meanwhile, from Xiao's perspective, after violently shoving open the door to the wedding chamber and locking it behind him, his heart finally settled. Damn it! What rotten luck! How dare they make me lose face in front of this bunch of dragon country pigs? But from now on, I'm going to rise to the top. Xiao was thrilled beyond measure. But when he looked up, he froze solid in place. The scene behind the door made his pupils contract sharply. The dim room reeked of a nauseating, putrid stench. A pig demon, its fangs sharp and its body covered in filthy blood, was dozing atop a pile of rotting flesh. Hearing the sound, it slowly turned its head. Its crimson pig eyes glowed eerily in the shadows, viscous saliva dripping from its mouth, corroding the floor into sizzling holes. Marriage partner unlocked. Proceed with the match. Marriage partner? This is my marriage candidate? No. This can't be true. Xiao's expression twisted into utter horror. She instinctively tried to retreat, one hand grasping at thin air behind her, only to realize the door had vanished without a trace. The next second, accompanied by the pig demon's shrill screech, blood-red runes abruptly appeared on the cold walls, transforming into hundreds of chains that bound him firmly in place. No, no, no. Xiao's scream, filled with despair and terror, mingled with the dull thud of flesh tearing, pierced through the door. In the livestream chat, the screens of Ugly Nation viewers simultaneously flashed with blinding crimson text. Marriage match participant Xiao has died. Those crimson words left every ugly country citizen utterly dumbfounded in that moment. A pig demon? Why the hell is it such a disgusting pig demon? How could such a disgusting monster appear at Lin Fan Pig's matchmaking gate? Why didn't Lin Fan enter that matchmaking door? Why did he make us ugly country people go in instead? Lin Fan pig, you deserve to die. Meanwhile, the Dragon Nation populace breathed a collective sigh of relief. Ha! So this was the surprise waiting for us? Those bastards from ugly people's country deserve to die. Serves them right. Serves them right. Serves them right. I can't believe it, just moments ago, those ugly country scum were overjoyed, and now they're cursing again? Weren't they just begging Lord Lin to let them enter the marriage gate? Weren't they full of gratitude? How can they flip-flop so fast? I just don't get it. Guess the ugly country folks have their own way of managing their expressions. What are they talking about? They should be thanking us. Ha! I couldn't hold back on this one. Seeing this scene, Lin Fan couldn't help but let out a genuine smile of satisfaction. Rest in peace. If it were truly those who opposed discrimination against the Dragon Nation, Lin Fan might actually give them a little benefit. But for trash like the scum before him, sending him to the pig demon's marriage chamber, that would be the best outcome. After all, if this matchmaking room wasn't cleared, it would take a full 3 days to refresh into the next one. That would be a huge loss for Lin Fan. But the real show was yet to come. Lin Fan smiled as he pushed open the door and stepped into another room. Immediately, a majestic voice boomed out. Unlocking the national fortune punishment. Current marriage participants may designate any nation to receive a random national fortune punishment strike. Upon witnessing this scene, the citizens of Ugly Nation, still reeling from the fury of Xiao being tricked into the pig demon's marriage chamber, instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. What the hell is this? Why the hell are they still letting that pig Lin Fan manually manipulate this national punishment? Cheating! 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 This is absolutely cheating! Good heavens! I don't even need to think about it, that pig Lin Fan will definitely make this national punishment fall upon our ugly people's country. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. I'm leaving Ugly People Nation. Stop targeting us. Can we kneel before Lin Fan and apologize? Please stop punishing our Ugly People Kingdom. Countless other nations were just as panicked as Ugly People Nation. What about the Little Ben Kingdom? Or the Great Han Kingdom and such? All of them have once viciously humiliated and bullied the Dragon Nation. They are perfectly aware of their own actions. Therefore, at a time like this, the ones panicking the most are undoubtedly this very group of people. Damn it! Damn it! Lin Fan, this lord warns you, think carefully about what you've done. Don't force our Great Han Nation to punish you, you bastard. We will get seriously pissed off. Chapter 78, Voting begins. On the live stream screen of the Dragon Nation, everyone watched as a picture-in-picture feature appeared. Dragon Nation citizens, vote to decide which country shall bear the national calamity punishment. The system's mechanical voice, tinged with metallic tremors, boomed through every household speakers in Dragon Nation. After a moment of silence, the live stream erupted in a torrent of data points. 70 billion votes poured down like a torrential downpour, crashing onto the star-spangled banner representing Ugly Nation. Within 10 seconds, the blue and white star-spangled banner was drenched in crimson. The vote count surged past the 100 billion mark, still climbing at 1 million per second. Woohoo! We've finally waited for this day. Vote for Ugly Nation. We must repay Xiao's shenanigans tenfold. Don't think you can escape, Great Cold Nation. We haven't settled the score for all the festivals and traditions you've stolen from our Dragon Nation. Don't those little devils from the small nation always claim Dragon Nation's resources are stolen? Let them taste resource depletion. Finally, we can clean up this bunch of scoundrels. The screen erupted with bullet comments, unleashing the pent-up resentment everyone had been harboring. Dragon Nation viewers' fingers furiously hammered the voting buttons. The real-time data in the top right corner of the livestream room went wild. Beyond Uglyland, votes for 3 kingdoms also surpassed 1 million within 3 seconds. Dahan and Little Ben followed closely behind, while even distant Bear Country, once mocked for Dragon Nation's alleged farming-only capabilities, made the list. Those nations spared by the Dragon Nation's wrath were breathing a collective sigh of relief. Thank goodness they hadn't provoked the Dragon Nation's people before. Otherwise, what would they do if they encountered such a situation? Meanwhile, the global livestream descended into unprecedented chaos. As time passed, it became clear that Ugly People Nation firmly held the top spot, followed by Little Ben Nation. The Ugly Nation's Dumb King's palace urgently convened a video conference with the 7 nations. The Dumb King roared into the camera, all traces of composure gone. This is the Dragon Nation's conspiracy. They want to destroy the international order. We shouldn't just sit back and take it. We shouldn't stand by and watch the Dragon Nation act so arrogantly. But before he could finish, an official Dragon Nation video clip popped up in the bottom right corner of the screen. Images flashed by Dachao's ferocious face, a student's bloodied knees, Dragon Nation's historic shop smashed to pieces, scenes of utter devastation. The final frame froze on Lin Fan's icy gaze. What goes around comes around. 8 characters, like a divine decree. They were deeply etched into the hearts of every person who knew they had wronged Longwa. We'll pay compensation. Please don't treat us like this. We're just ordinary citizens. We haven't done anything wrong, right? Dragon Nation father, please don't attack Ugly Nation. From this day forward, Ugly Nation will never again bully Dragon Nation in the slightest. The citizens of Uglyland collectively flooded the public chat with pleas for Dragonland Daddy's mercy, all because they couldn't bear to endure the ravages of this punitive natural disaster any longer. Some even went so far as to live stream burning their own national flags as a sign of repentance, hoping to win back the Dragon Nation's people. Within Ugly Country, a significant number of radicals began live streaming themselves burning their national flags as a sign of repentance, all to beg for forgiveness from the Dragon Country people. Meanwhile, kimchi factory owners from the Great Cold Kingdom went wild, spamming Dragon Nation livestreams with rockets, all sending the most expensive custom bullet comments. Please don't pick us. All of Dahan's kimchi is yours. We're the real thieves here. Not only did we steal Longwa's history, but our clothing, customs, and lifestyle are all stolen too. Every single thing about us is stolen from Longwa. Please, Dragon Nation dads, spare us. Meanwhile, back in our little country, things got even more absurd. At the famous Cherry Blossom Festival, riots erupted instantly. Crowds waved banners demanding an end to insults against the Dragon Nation and demanding acknowledgement of historical wrongs. The intensity of the scene was enough to crash the live broadcast feed. Deep inside the White House bunker, the clown president and his lackeys watched the live feed. Coffee cups slipped from trembling hands, splattering expensive carpet in a messy stain. But at this very moment, they couldn't care less about any of that. Watching their vote count surge higher and higher. Not a single Ugly Nation citizen could remain seated calmly. They must be stopped. The Don screamed hoarsely, his nails leaving deep gouges in the conference table. Activate all online troll armies. Hack into the Dragon Nation's voting system. Yet the next second, mocking pop-ups erupted across every screen. Dragon Nation's quantum defense system has been upgraded. Your IP address has been exposed. Friends of Uglyland, please refrain from such misdeeds and comply with the citizens' arrangements. On the streets of Seoul, South Korea, coordinating with Uglyland's actions, crowds brandishing Boycott Dragon Nation violence banners surged toward the Blue House. Yet they collectively fell silent upon seeing the live broadcast. On screen, the Grand Elder's ambiguous gaze swept over the Great Han Nation's flag as the real-time vote count below pulsed at an eerie frequency. Each flicker sent waves of nausea through countless Daehan citizens. A masked youth suddenly knelt down, sobbing. Last year in Busan, I participated in beating a Dragon Nation exchange student. His voice was drowned out by waves of retching. Someone in the crowd shouted, "ISIBA. I get it now, I get it. This is karma, pure and simple karma, ha." In an instant, panic spread like a plague. At the Yasukuni Shrine restroom in Little Country, right-wingers performing a traditional ritual prayed for ancestral protection to help their nation weather this crisis. However, the next moment, they suddenly convulsed en masse because their phones were flooded with countdown images sent by netizens from the Dragon Nation. Finally, the results of this entire vote reached their final chapter. Ranked first, the nation about to face punishment, without a doubt, was our own Little Country. 1,000 years of hatred must never be forgotten. Upon witnessing this scene, countless citizens of our little country instantly went black in the eyes, collapsing unconscious to the ground. But fainting does not spare one from the impending calamity. Catastrophe descends upon the little country. Demonic entities emerge. Before the death toll in the small nation reaches 500,000. The calamity must not cease. No! Stray cats on Tokyo's streets suddenly stood upright, their bodies stretching dozens of times taller. Their pupils glowed an eerie blue as they indiscriminately mauled pedestrians. In Kyoto, the elite watched in horror as the milk in their coffee cups solidified into blood-red flakes. A blood-red hand erupted from the cup. Most terrifying of all, flocks of pigeons gathered in countless parks where feathers had fallen, scale-like carapaces grew plunged toward the crowds like a sky-darkening storm. Shrieks. Wails of agony. A scene straight out of hell unfolded across the small nation. Chapter 79, An Excessive Day. Witnessing this scene, many people from other countries were filled with dread. No one dared to be the next one to stick their neck out. At least, they're much more restrained now. They no longer dare to run around and stomp on the faces of the Dragon Nation citizens with impunity. Meanwhile, the Dragon Nation livestream was filled with nothing but cheers. Lin Fan is awesome. So satisfying. So satisfying. Watching our little country suffer is more satisfying than anything else. What do you mean our countrymen? They're all animals. Exactly. Ha! Meanwhile, in the matchmaking game, Lin Fan had no idea what was happening outside. But when the notification ended, he knew the disaster must have already run its course. As for who exactly received it, that didn't matter. The people of Longwa possessed keen eyesight. They knew exactly what they had to do. This was not something Lin Fan needed to concern himself with. What he needed to worry about now. At the entrance to the homestead, several potential marriage partners had already conveyed an obvious message through their suggestive glances. As dusk fell, what should be done? The live stream went dark. The next day,
Lin Fan awoke early as the intelligence system refreshed.
Intelligence 1, the barrier will vanish tomorrow. Hunters are about to appear. Caution, hunters possess formidable strength.
Proceed with extreme caution.
Intelligence 2, all doors today present mortal danger.
Only room 3 contains a game reward room.
Intelligence 3, Xiao Miao is about to become pregnant. Host, step up your game.
Intelligence 4, host, monitor your mate's happiness level. When happiness reaches a high point, the probability of conception significantly increases. Tomorrow marks the disappearance of the homestead barrier.
Lin Fan drew in a deep breath, then exhaled heavily. Besides him, no one else likely knew about this, did they? Once the barrier is lifted, the first threat they'll face is death. What exactly was that hunter?
Shaking his head, Lin Fan decided it was best not to dwell on it.
When you're here, you might as well make the best of it. Overthinking things wasn't necessarily a good idea. Anyway, he wouldn't have any chance to explore today.
Might as well stay at home and spend quality time with everyone. With the barrier about to be broken, monster attacks were unlikely in the coming days. Rising early, Lin Fan found them all still fast asleep and headed to the kitchen on his own. It had been so long since he'd experienced such peaceful, tranquil days. Every time this thought crossed his mind, Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh.
He walked into the chicken coop and effortlessly gathered a dozen eggs.
Turning around, he caught sight of Little Green and Little T just waking up. They had been tiptoeing over, suspecting someone was stealing something. But when they saw it was Song Jian, their expressions turned to surprise.
"Sir, why are you up so early?" "Ah, I have some free time today. I thought I'd cook for you all too."
Hearing this, Xiao Lu and Xiao Cha waved their hands repeatedly, declining Song Jian's kind offer.
No, we should know our place." Yeah. We're used to this kind of life.
If we tried to keep up with your pace, we might not adjust well."
"Very well. Just make sure you eat properly.
If you ever go hungry, feel cold, or can't sleep well, if any of that happens, you must tell me immediately." Lin Fan spoke earnestly, then bid them farewell and returned to the kitchen. Meanwhile, inside the luxurious villa, Xiao Lu and Xiao Cha stood transfixed, watching Lin Fan's retreating figure.
Sigh.
This was the first time anyone important
showed concern for people like them.
Upon returning to the kitchen, Lin Fan noticed a figure had already arrived there before him. That person, sensing someone behind them, turned with caution.
Their eyes met.
Both wore expressions of astonishment.
Lu Shun? Lin Fan? Who else could this be? Only the willow spirit possessed such an otherworldly, ethereal aura. What are you doing in the kitchen?
Come out quickly, this isn't the place for you, Lin Fan said with a smile.
Who could have imagined? The willow spirit actually ventured into the kitchen? But the willow spirit disagreed with this notion.
She shook her head. Since I'm now your wife, I ought to learn all the things a wife should know, like cooking.
Do you two have some kind of obsession with cooking?
Lin Fan couldn't help but silently roll his eyes.
After all, among all these marriage candidates, virtually every single one wanted to learn the art of cooking.
Lin Fan kept his thoughts to himself and readily agreed.
Alright, if you want to learn, go ahead. It's perfect timing, I can teach you. Today, let's start with fried egg noodles. How about it? Quickly.
Lin Fan skillfully cracked the eggs into a bowl and whisked them, then made a pot of seaweed egg drop soup.
Then, his egg frying technique left Lucian exclaiming in admiration. Looks so simple. Let me try it too. Lucian looked eager to give it a shot.
Lin Fan chuckled softly before offering the main seat to Lucian. Only when he actually tried it did Lucian realize that the technique for frying eggs wasn't so simple after all. Watching Lin Fan do it seemed effortless, but when he tried it himself, his hands froze up completely.
Lucian couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed.
But then he remembered Lin Fan was watching him from behind. He couldn't afford to lose face. Gritting his teeth, Lucian mimicked Lin Fan's movements and tapped the egg against the edge of the pan. Crack! Well, that was just great. Before the egg even hit the pan, the willow spirit had crushed it to pieces from applying too much force. Egg white splattered all over his hands and the table.
It's okay. Everyone's first time cooking is like this.
The learning curve is steep, but I'm already satisfied you're willing to try. Lin Fan offered comforting words as he took over the task.
Alright. Lucian looked utterly dejected.
All he could do was watch helplessly from the sidelines. This made Lucian feel utterly useless.
Willow Spirit, since that's the case, why don't you come help me?
How could I help? Lin Fan's words instantly lit up the Willow Spirit's eyes. But then, her face flushed crimson. Help? So this is how you help?
Lucian said nothing, merely tying up her hair. By the time she emerged from the kitchen, the ladies had all gradually awakened.
Discovering that Lin Fan had prepared breakfast today, everyone reacted with great surprise.
Lin Fan, aren't you going exploring today? Xiao Miao asked curiously.
Lin Fan shook his head.
I won't be exploring today. I'll have more time to spend with you all. After breakfast, I'll take you to try some fun things. Really? Hearing this,
all the ladies perked up, bursting into delighted cheers.
Chapter 80, wait, you can actually get rewards like this? After dinner, everyone was buzzing with excitement. Lin Fan! Lin Fan! Let's go! Go, let's go!
Hoshino and Xiao Miao each hooked an arm around Lin Fan's, while Ale unleashed a massive mental pressure wave on him.
Alright, let's go.
At that moment, Lin Fan genuinely felt he wasn't with his betrothed, but rather babysitting children. Upon reaching gate 3, Lin Fan didn't hesitate, he simply pushed open the door and stepped inside. In an instant, the scene transformed. The scene that unfolded next made everyone's eyes light up instantly. At the end of the once dark passageway, a neon-lit arcade suddenly burst into view. The dazzling array of colorful lights was almost blinding. The electronic beeps of arcade machines, the mechanical clatter of clock cranes, and the rhythmic chimes of basketball shooters all blended together in a cacophony of excitement.
What is this place? Hoshino's eyes widened in astonishment.
Xiao Miao's 9 tails flared out excitedly, puffing up like fireworks, so many shiny things. Her eyes immediately locked onto the claw machine by the entrance, packed with plush cats in kimonos, glowing star pillows, and cool shark toys wearing sunglasses. Before Lin Fan could speak, she was already tiptoeing up to the glass, ready to smash it with a punch.
Hey, stop! Xiao Miao, you can't do that.
Lin Fan quickly stopped Xiao Miao's action.
After all, this wasn't a real arcade. It's just a level in the matchmaking game. We absolutely can't act recklessly.
Lin Fan quickly found a long list of dungeon rules and showed it to the girls.
After a while, they finally understood.
By approaching different game machines, one could learn their respective rules.
Playing these game consoles actually grants rewards? Yay! I'm starting now.
Xiao Miao's tail tip curled around a game token as she swayed back and forth, her sights still set on the claw machine. Elle, meanwhile, was drawn to the fighting game in the arcade section. After carefully reading the rules, she gripped the joystick and wiggled it left and right. This looks like a gladiatorial arena from hell. The controls didn't seem too difficult either. Her fingertips lightly touched the buttons, and the character on the screen immediately threw a punch, the sound effects making her ears burn. Lucian stood nearby, her cloud-like skirt shimmering in the arcade lights. She furrowed her brow slightly, intently studying the health bars on the screen as if analyzing a new martial art technique. No need to be so serious, just play casually, Lin Fan said.
If you don't know how, I actually know a thing or two about this stuff. You know everything, Lucian remarked curiously. Her gaze fixed on Lin Fan, sparkling with bright curiosity. Just then, Lin Fan noticed the golden signboard at the entrance.
In flowing, luminous characters, it read, "Challenge the high score limit to unlock surprise rewards.
Each record broken earns you a random treasure chest." Holy crap, this is basically giving away free rewards. Just looking at the rules, just those 2 sentences. There must be so many loopholes to exploit. Suppose he starts playing the basketball machine and only scores 1 point. Then he'd get 2 rewards. Second shot, 2 points. He'd still get a reward. And so on. Isn't that basically free rewards?
Lin Fan was about to speak up, but seeing everyone having such a good time, he thought it over and decided against it.
Alright, Lucian, I'll teach you how to play.
Inside the Dragon Nation livestream room at that moment,
everyone was utterly dumbfounded by the scene. Dude, is this even a matchmaking game anymore? What the hell is going on here?
Holy crap, you're cashing in on this to fund your arcade habit, aren't you?
Playing games can relax you and even get you rewards directly.
This is clearly just handing resources to God Lin.
Ha! Seriously? Rewards can be earned like this? Then give us more, please.
When everyone saw this dungeon stage where you could get massive rewards so effortlessly,
everyone's mouths practically drop open. This is seriously awesome.
While other nations are still working themselves to death, their matchmaking participant, Lin Shin,
is already raking in rewards like this. That's the gap. Over at the claw machine,
Xiao Miao selected the stuffed cat machine, her tail curled around the game token as she slipped it precisely into the slot. The moment her claws descended, all 9 tails surged with power simultaneously, leaving 9 afterimages in the air as if performing some mysterious technique.
Woohoo! Ding! As the first plush cat dropped into the retrieval slot, the reward notification sounded. Reward, Enhanced Chicken Coop Blueprint.
Enhanced version of the chicken coop, capable of producing poultry with inherent bonuses, including but not limited to increased spiritual power caps, lifespan caps, attribute caps, and more. I was the first to unlock the reward. She proudly waved her prize, glancing at the others with a hint of pride.
Way to go, little Miao.
Lin Fan cheered her on from afar.
I'll keep working hard. Little Miao was overjoyed.
She planned to catch a few more dolls and have Lin Fan reward her properly. However, on her third attempt, her claws suddenly froze mid-air.
Why isn't it moving?
The little cat stared blankly for a while, but when there was still no response, it angrily pounded on the glass.
Damn it, what kind of quality is this arcade? This is way too shoddy. I could have gotten more rewards. Exactly. They should have made it in our dragon country instead. Seeing no improvement, Xiao Miao sulkily moved over to Ayer's side.
By now, Ale believed he had mastered every aspect of this fighting game.
Spotting Xiao Miao approach, he immediately challenged, "Dare you take me on one-on-one? I'm the world's strongest player now."
When these two lovable rivals met, there was no chance for peace.
Xiao Miao leaped up, "Bring it on." Little did she know. Elle was actually right. Her innate demonic instincts erupted in the fighting game, unleashing effects beyond imagination. Watch this move. Her character dodged all of Xiao Miao's attacks with uncanny footwork, her fingers leaving afterimages as they tapped the buttons. How? How did you dodge so cleanly? Long dodge, white blade grab, you know the drill. Ah, I refuse to accept this. This move's called counter trap. She let out a fierce cry, and her character on screen burst into pink light, instantly taking down her opponent. Yikes. Xiao Miao suffered her first defeat at Ayer's hands and pouted, seeking comfort from Lin Fan. Meanwhile, Lucian watched with growing excitement. Using her spiritual energy, she simulated virtual buttons in midair. With a light tap of her fingertips, her character executed an identical combo to hers, leaving the livestream audience utterly speechless. Soon, as Ale topped the leaderboard with an undefeated record, the reward notification chimed. Reward, Succubus Battle Skirt Permanent. An item of clothing that couldn't be shown on air appeared before everyone. The girls' faces flushed crimson instantly. Chapter 81, even the alien scum got a reward? She stared at the pink glow flickering on the screen, her ears burning as she tugged at Lin Fan's sleeve. This outfit, are we really supposed to wear it? Why not? Lin Fan declared with righteous conviction, this outfit boosts your attack speed massively, it's beneficial for you. The innocent succubus blushed fiercely upon hearing this. Following Lin Fan's instructions, she tried it on in a secluded spot. It really looks great. Really? Elle felt as sweet as honey upon hearing the praise. The heart-shaped tip of her tail curled around Lin Fan's wrist triumphantly, her heart brimming with pride. Actually, Lin Fan's words weren't entirely without merit. After all, this battlesuit did indeed possess the attribute effect of increasing pregnancy probability. Meanwhile, Hoshino opted for the kids' basketball machine. After all, with a little life growing inside her, she couldn't engage in overly strenuous exercise. Cradling the small basketball in both hands, she carefully tiptoed to aim. On her very first shot, the ball sailed straight to the opposite end of the arcade's play area. This move had little Miao laughing so hard she fell to the floor, gasping for breath. But she didn't give up. Supporting her waist, she slowly adjusted her stance. On just the fifth shot, she nailed a perfect swish. Wow! Xiao Miao's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Hoshino. So impressive. Oomph. Hoshino lifted her chin haughtily, thoroughly pleased with herself. Little did she know. It was actually the willow spirit who had quietly cast the gentle breeze spell nearby, helping the basketball trace a perfect arc through the air that was the real reason behind the shot. And in the end, Hoshino clinched first place with a score of 208 points. Reward distribution. The next second, what appeared in Hoshino's hands was a box of Spirit Spring candied fruit, a treat that might even boost one's level slightly. The retro dance machine in the corner suddenly emitted a blue glow, and a line of text appeared on the screen, co-op mode. Successfully complete the challenge to unlock a hidden reward. Seeing this, the ladies instantly lost their composure, all declaring they wanted to team up with Lin Fan. First up was Ale. Lin Fan kept stepping on her feet. Then came Xiao Miao. This time, it was her who kept stepping on Lin Fan's feet. Then came Xingye. An even more awkward situation arose. Hoshino was barely taller than a child. When she reached out, she could barely grasp Lin Fan's hand, let alone coordinate any kind of dance movement. There was no way around it. Lin Fan could only raise an eyebrow at the willow spirit. The latter gave a light chuckle and nodded, her wide sleeves gently brushing against the sensor. Instantly, the music transformed into an ethereal, misty melody. Their steps began to move in unison, Lin Fan's modern dance moves blending mysteriously with Lucian's ethereal footwork. As the music reached its climax, spiritual energy erupted from Lucian's fingertips, tracing an 8 trigrams array on the ground. Their figures transformed into ethereal shadows, stepping through the sky to create a constellation of stars. Viewers in the livestream watched this harmonious scene, as if mortals and immortals danced together, and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Lucian is truly amazing, sigh. This is the kind of person you marry. Hey, upstairs, you're dreaming your head off, aren't you? Whether it's Xiao Miao, Xingyi, or Lucian, you won't get any of them, okay? Damn it! My defenses are shattered. On screen. As the final beat fell, the dance machine erupted in a shower of confetti. At its center, a treasure chest with gold trim slowly rose up. Just as he was about to step forward to open it. But unexpectedly, the treasure chest opened by itself. Instantly, a streak of light shot into his forehead. Reward acquired. Skill, Stellar Trajectory Step increases movement speed during combat, up to a maximum of 300. Lucian, meanwhile, received a gleaming silver longsword, perfectly suited to his current cultivation level. Truthfully, it wasn't exactly the kind of treasure that would delight Lucian, but it was something she had obtained alongside Lin Fan. That was why she couldn't bear to part with it, clutching it tightly for a long while. As points steadily accumulated, the game consoles began vibrating frequently. Rewards poured out in droves. To the eyes of the alien scum, every single reward was an incredibly precious treasure. But to Lin Fan, they were practically wholesale goods. Jealousy drove them mad. And the ultimate reward on Lin Fan's side was a badge engraved with the title Game Master. Game Master Unique Badge. Increases all 3 attributes by 50 points. 50% increased damage against mechanical monsters. 150% increased acquisition rate for technological artifacts. 50% reduced consumption when using technological artifacts, with a chance for 0 consumption. Awesome! Lin Fan's eyes lit up. The moment he equipped it, all the game consoles around him abruptly fell silent. Simultaneously, after 3 seconds, they suddenly resonated in unison, forming magical melodies. A pillar of light descended from the sky, coalescing into a small portal at the arcade center. Within the portal, flickering gears and glowing circuit boards could be faintly seen. Special passage activated, direct access to Mechanical Maze Dungeon limited time. Valid for entry within 24 hours. Seeing this, Lin Fan didn't immediately plan to enter. Instead, he paused to consider, deciding to first return with the rewards obtained in this instance to level up before proceeding. There was no rush to enter the instance. After all, the rewards wouldn't vanish within a day and night. Meanwhile, in the live stream room, Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing were in high spirits. In this matchmaking game, Lin Fan's advantage had snowballed, continuously expanding. Just this one wave of gains alone already outweighs the combined efforts of so many other countries, right? Wang Bingbing chuckled, yeah, Lin Fan's contributions to Dragon Nation are truly undeniable. Lin God is awesome. Lin God is mighty. Holy crap, this wave of rewards is seriously huge. The most lucrative haul in history. Those trashy countries next door are probably still suffering in hell right now, ha. Baka. Who said our little country is suffering? Our little country is thriving. Got it? Ha. Seeing the little country's people come out stomping their feet again. Given the nature of this bunch of jerks, they must have stumbled upon some kind of strange encounter to be this excited. Everyone rushed into the little country's live stream room. They intended to see exactly what was going on. On the live stream screen, the participants from the little country, Suzuki, was curled up in the rainforest swamp, gnawing on moldy wild fruit. Bloodstains from a giant rat still clung to his fingernails, while the agonized mutterings of his teammate Tanaka echoed in his ears. Suzuki-san, can we really go home? Can we really survive? Suzuki remained silent. Having barely escaped the monster's grasp, he was utterly broken. But what he didn't know was, the wheel of fate suddenly turned at this very moment. As Suzuki hacked through the vines blocking his path for the 3rd time with his sickle, he discovered among the 8 hidden doors behind them, one door stood out as exceptionally unique. Special Reward Room discovered. Chapter 82, so this is how you compare us. The system notification blared through Xiaoban's livestream, and viewers nearly smashed their screens in sheer excitement. Ha! Special reward! Special reward! You dragon country pigs, get over here and watch this. Our little country got the special reward room. You dragon country pigs, just hide over there and drool with envy. Little country empire is unstoppable. Baka! Open it. Open it now, Suzuki-kun. You're the most promising among the 10 marriage candidates. Ha! It actually happened? On the live stream, Suzuki fought to contain his excitement, trembling as he traced the cherry blossom patterns on the door. Suddenly, he recalled his grandfather's tale of the Amaterasu trial. This is exactly what that pattern looked like. Could it be, could this special reward door be specifically prepared for our little country? Without us, this special reward door wouldn't even appear, right? Ha! By the end, Suzuki couldn't hold back his grin any longer. He burst into loud laughter on the spot. Tanaka, another participant in the marriage arrangement, couldn't muster even a shred of interest. For him, living on had lost all hope. But over at Suzuki's end, he flung open the special reward gate. Golden light flooded in from beyond the door. 4 floating light cocoons were arranged in the center, each marked with a different gift. See rank power infusion. The hero's sword Moramesa guaranteed to instantly slay monsters of lower levels. 3 basic spellbooks: Fireball, Healing, Earth Wall. Orc Tribe Affinity plus 100 female only. Rewards. This is truly a reward. And for incredibly precious rewards. This is the divine favor of Amaterasu. Suzuki fell to his knees with a thud, his forehead smashing against the stone slab until it drew blood. He burst into a maniacal laugh, nearly driven mad with excitement. His teammate Tanaka had regained consciousness at some point. The two exchanged glances, their eyes blazing with frenzied greed. Suzuki, you're about to become a hero in our little country. Get it? Get it? Ah! The moment Suzuki grasped the sword of the brave, everyone in the livestream witnessed it. His skin tightened visibly, his once gaunt frame bulging with muscle, second by second. His hunched back straightened, and his once dull eyes flashed with a sharp golden light. His eyes regained their vibrant spark. This was the tangible transformation brought by leveling up. In that instant, Suzuki felt as though he had grasped the power to destroy the world. Awesome! Chicken! Suzuki's power was now overwhelming. The viewers in the live stream room erupted in cheers once more. Ha! Well done! Absolutely brilliant! Suzuki! With C-tier strength, if he keeps pushing a bit harder, he won't be much worse than your Dragon Country pig Lin Fan. In your Dragon Nation's words, isn't this called what goes around comes around? No. This is called what goes around comes around. That Dragon Country pig will eventually meet his end at our hands. Exactly. As long as your pig Lin Fan makes one wrong move, your Dragon Nation is finished. After all, your Dragon Nation doesn't possess the ability to inherit the powers of the previous marriage match participant. Countless citizens of our small nation had already begun to despair. But seeing Suzuki like this, the embers of hope reignited fiercely within their once quiet hearts. Meanwhile, on the live stream feed, Suzuki and Tanaka rallied their spirits, fixing their gaze on Tanaka's remaining door-opening opportunity. Boom! The door swung open, transforming the environment. It was a dangerous environmental instance door. But what did it matter? If it were the Suzuki duo from before, they might still feel afraid. But now, Suzuki has not only reached the terrifying C rank level but also gained numerous ability rewards. What's there to fear about the environmental instance gate? As Suzuki, wielding the Muramesa, stepped into the environmental room, the monkey monsters in the rainforest were still frolicking in the trees. Upon spotting him, they immediately pounced. Suzuki-kun, it's up to you. Tanaka frowned and retreated behind Suzuki. Leave it to me. Ignore them. Suzuki's aura erupted instantly. As the blade swung, golden sword energy tore through 3 layers of canopy. The 2-meter wide 8-liter didn't even have time to scream before being cleaved clean in two. This scene sent the small nation's citizens watching into another frenzy. Cheers erupted across the sky. The monsters never imagined Suzuki's power could reach such terrifying heights. Driven by pure survival instinct, they desperately wanted to flee from this man. But now that Suzuki possessed such power, how could he possibly pass up the chance to vent his pent-up rage? Die. All of you die. Baka! Suzuki raised his grimoire, chanting incantations as fireballs erupted from his fingertips, precisely igniting the monster lair. The wails of young beasts echoed through the thick smoke, drowned out by his maniacal laughter. Behold! This is the power of the Chosen One. Suzuki stood astride the monkey leader's skull, the tip of his Muramesa blade hooked around the beastkin totem dangling from a treetop. Suzuki-kun is so awesome. As they ventured deeper into the rainforest's heart, they discovered a beastkin girl washing clothes by the river. She sported reddish-brown beast ears and a fluffy tail, her neck adorned with bone ornaments signifying the chieftain's daughter. A lecherous gleam flashed in Suzuki's eyes as the tip of the hero's sword lifted her chin. By the rules of the game, everything belonging to the defeated is now the victor's. You are mine from this moment on. However, when the camera focused on the face of this beastkin chieftain's daughter, the citizens of Kaboku were startled. Though her skin was fair and her frame slender, her face was unmistakably that of a monkey, covered in coarse hair. Forget about her being a marriage prospect, just looking at her once would make anyone feel sick. What's the big deal? Just turn off the lights and you won't see a thing. This is the loot. We should have taken it. Yeah. Beast girls are women too. It's all the same. Suzuki, you did an amazing job. Live stream footage. You roo. The girl struggled to chant the beast language spell, but Tanaka sealed her against the rock with an earth wall spell, immobilizing her limbs. Immediately, Suzuki and Tanaka exchanged a glance. They covered the beast girl's head, then. In the live stream, the system notification sounded once more. Captured special NPC. Beast Tribe Chieftain's daughter, Leah convertible to marriage candidate. Chapter 83, barrier removed, initial setup draw. 3 minutes later. The livestream feed reopened. Suzuki and Tanaka both kicked their pants with satisfied expressions. The livestream filter gave Suzuki's face a bronze glow. Behind him, a campfire was slowly rising. Monkey meat hung on a wooden rack, they seemed ready to feast. Meanwhile, Tanaka was braiding a rope from the orc girl's hair, uttering a disturbingly twisted remark, "With this, you'll be mine and Suzuki-kun's woman for life." Leah's tail was brutally tied to a tree trunk, and the bloodstains on her beast ears sent the Japanese viewers into a frenzy. Make her bear 10 Japanese warriors. That's right. All women are merely tools for our Benzo nation. Being favored by our nation's heroes is your good fortune. Dragon Nation pigs. Look how fast our nation's matchmakers are advancing. Your Lin Fan pig is nothing special either. Just wait and see. Why don't you watch how God Lin earns his rewards first? Next, the Dragon Nation citizen showed the Little Nation citizens a replay of Lin Fan's livestream, where he kept winning rewards in the arcade dungeon. The more they watched, the uglier their expressions became. Dragon Country pigs. You bunch of cheating dogs. Do you have to cheat at this? When did the matchmaking game even have an arcade? And with so many rewards? Damn it! Damn it! I'm reporting you! I'm reporting your entire dragon nation.
You're nothing but a bunch of cheating bastards.
Dragon country pigs, tell me yourselves, don't you find it hilarious that you got these rewards this way? What's so funny? Isn't this what we deserve? If you can point out where we cheated, then hats off to you. Dragon country bribed the matchmaking game organizers. Not just our little country. It's every single country.
After witnessing how Longwa managed to both play the matchmaking game and effortlessly collect rewards at the same time, almost no one could hold back their emotions.
You must understand.
To obtain even a minor reward, they might have to sacrifice the lives of several matchmaking participants to secure it. Even the luckiest participants from our own country weren't faring much better. Even the rewards obtained without casualties were nowhere near as effortlessly acquired as those from the Dragon Nation. This stark comparison instantly plunged their spirits into the depths of despair.
The main reason?
Seeing how well the Dragon Nation is doing is far more agonizing than death itself. Meanwhile, on the small nation's live stream feed,
Leah finally regained consciousness.
Witnessing the two men actually using the corpses of her own people for food, Leah's mental defenses completely shattered.
Unbeknownst to the two, she recognized the situation.
She bit her tongue until blood flowed, cursing the invaders before her in the language of beasts. The blood seeping from her tail tip dripped onto the ground, where it bloomed into a black, eerie mandrake flower.
In a place far, far away,
the Beast Clan chieftain suddenly clutched his chest. The crystal ball on the altar reflected the image of his daughter being violated. His expression instantly twisted into a hideous grimace. He gripped the crystal ball tightly, as if he could reach through it to save his daughter. But he was utterly helpless.
Tears of age fell.
He tore out his own heart, expending his last ounce of strength to utter a curse. Ancient war drums began to thunder deep within the rainforest.
Meanwhile, Suzuki and his revelers, lost in their celebration, remained utterly oblivious to the vines silently constricting around them. Amidst the rustling leaves, faint metallic clangs began to echo.
The first day of the little nation's ruling marriage game.
Wait. Did you notice something strange happening behind Suzuki and the others?
We didn't notice.
Wait, how did Leah die?
The others realized.
Blood gushed uncontrollably from Leah's mouth.
And as if guided by some force, the blood flowed toward the blooming mandala flower on the ground.
Each drop that landed on the petals was absorbed completely. The petals, in turn, grew even more vivid and vibrant.
On the other side of the matchmaking game, Lin Fan returned to his home with a large haul.
A quick inventory revealed over a dozen items usable immediately.
For homestead facilities alone, there were a full 5 blueprints.
Specifically, a B-grade breeding trap.
Once deployed, it wouldn't harm friendly members, but against outsiders, it could instantly kill all creatures below C rank.
Moreover, the traps possessed stealth capabilities.
Initially, only 10 traps are available. However, by continuously eliminating creatures, it can achieve infinite reproduction.
The second item is the Fire Rain Magic Array. Deploy it around your home base.
Upon detecting enemies, it unleashes a meteor shower of fire. The third is the incomplete version of the Divine Spirit Grand Array. Though incomplete, its durability reaches a terrifying 100,000 points.
Its purpose is to firmly protect your home.
Even a B-rank powerhouse would need half an hour of relentless assault to shatter it completely.
This ensures the safety of the home is exceptionally well protected.
The fourth item is the mysterious bookhouse.
Once installed, this library can produce all books below B rank.
From spiritual arts and magical spells, down to breeding techniques for sows and postpartum care for sows. All these original texts can be found within this library. The fifth item is the real showstopper.
Immortal Puppet.
When infused with a substantial amount of spiritual energy, it can randomly summon a deity to serve your commands. The amount of spiritual energy infused determines the immortal's power and duration.
As things stand, even combining my own power with that of the Willow Spirit can only sustain it for 10 seconds. But that's still incredibly powerful. After all, it's a divine being. This means the safety factor of the homestead has skyrocketed exponentially.
Should any vicious monsters attack the city again, they'll find it much easier and feel significantly less pressure.
As for the other rewards, most of them were intended for their marriage partners.
They hold no benefit for Lin Fan.
However, there are also blueprints like the magic chicken coop and the enchanted rice field.
Once enhanced, their food effects can become sources of significant bonuses. The rest were treasures that directly boosted one's own attributes. Lin Fan, you should keep these for yourself. Everyone urged Lin Fan in this manner. In their eyes, Lin Fan was the backbone. Only by continuously strengthening Lin Fan's abilities could this home continue to exist. Even though the Willow Spirit was immensely powerful, she couldn't always be by Lin Fan's side. What if something were to happen? If something happened to Lin Fan, they wouldn't even have a place to cry. Chapter 84, Preparations complete, exploration begins. Alright. I'll get things ready then. Right now. There are plenty of treasures out there that can directly boost your attributes and combat power. Currently at C rank level, if consumed,
I'd at least jump to C rank. Without further ado, Lin Fan immediately swallowed them all. Instantly, the corresponding reaction manifested. Boom! A surge of heat seemed to race through his body, like a colossal dragon surging with vital energy. Wherever it passed, it left behind waves of warmth, nourishing every part of Lin Fan's body. His attribute panel underwent a dramatic transformation at that very moment. Name, Lin Fan. Rank, C class. Combat power, 16,000. Constitution, 129. Agility, 150. Mental strength, 230. Average human attributes, 10. Combat evaluation, newcomer to thee, wielding spiritual energy. Already a minor expert in this unknown world. Skills, top-tier cultivation talent passive. True sight. Heavenly sword rain. Palm thunder. Spiritual energy slaughter. Star trajectory steps. Mystic protection. Wind speaker's power. Talent, divine power, increases damage dealt to evil-aligned monsters by 50%. Unique item, Game Master Badge, increases damage against mechanical monsters by 50%, boosts acquisition rate of tech artifacts to 150%. Reduces tech artifact consumption by 50% when used, with a chance for zero consumption. His strength had truly skyrocketed. With such power, Lin Fan's own confidence surged once more. Now, all that remained was to quietly await the arrival of the next day. As the clock's hour hand reached 12, the system's notification sounded. Phase 3 activated. All citizens may draw a random ability. Your current random ability draw is Infinite Energy. Infinite Energy possesses boundless spiritual power, with no casting delay, no cooldown, and no side effects. Ha! Lin Fan couldn't hold back the smile at the corner of his mouth. He really couldn't hold it in anymore. Goodness! What kind of luck does he have? How dare it grant me such a power? Wasn't that just waiting to make him invincible? Just imagine a turret mage with infinite skills. Who could possibly stand against that? He hurried to the library to study several more mystic arts skills. Master every available skill, his strength could rise to a whole new level. Alright, almost forgot to check the intelligence system. Intelligence 1, AB rank hunter will descend at midnight. Defeat it to unlock a lucky encounter. Intelligence 2, the mechanical labyrinth dungeon contains abundant home building materials or rare find. Intelligence 3, zombie girl is about to awaken, but she requires a certain amount of vital energy to fully restore her power. Intelligence 4, Gate 3 holds one of the 9 live spirit pearls, which can rapidly boost Xiao Miao's power. Vital energy? With that thought, Lin Fan spent 2 hours studying some mystical arts before rushing straight to the zombie maiden's room. Within the coffin, zombie girl Xiaoqing still lay in quiet repose. However, the chill in the air, perhaps a sign of Xiaoqing's impending awakening, had noticeably dissipated. Lin Fan lifted Xiaoqing into his arms. Xiaoqing, can you hear me? Xiaoqing remained expressionless, her eyes tightly shut. I'll assume you can hear me. To restore your strength, I'll transfer some of my vital energy to you. You won't mind that, will you? Xiaoqing remained silent. Lin Fan didn't waste any more words. Meanwhile, in the livestream chat, the Dragon Nation's citizens were buzzing with excitement. Lin Fan was practically a chosen one. Even pulling off a game-breaking ability like infinite energy casting skills would be as easy as breathing from now on. Who could possibly withstand that? World-ending ultimate moves every second? Just imagining it feels so damn satisfying. Lin God is so freaking awesome. Damn. God tier Lin, I love you so much. Xiaosa slammed his desk, watching the livestream in awe. No cooldown, no resource cost. This means Lin Fan can spam ultimate moves non-stop, a walking artillery piece. His combat power ISNT just doubled, it's multiplied. And if he faces evil type or tech type monsters, the damage will skyrocket. This ability truly gives him wings. Wang Bingbing nodded in agreement, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and his current mental power has broken through 230. The power of a single mystic technique is already staggering. With so many of them, it's beyond imagination. Having Lin Fan enter the marriage matching game is nothing short of a lifetime blessing for every citizen of Dragon Nation. Because of Lin Fan, the status of Dragon Nation can rise. Because of Lin Fan, the people of Longwei can finally live without worrying about food sources, and no longer need to fret over everyone's physical constitution. But just then, that little country's livestream suddenly popped up to stir trouble. Damn it! I thought it might be something worthwhile, but it's just this kind of trashy work. You Dragon Nation pigs clearly haven't tasted good bran. Ha! Seriously, what the hell are you little country folks doing here again? Get the hell out of here. What are you waiting for? Bastards! How dare you speak to His Excellency like that? Dragon country pigs, don't get cocky. Better take a look at what kind of abilities our Suzuki Koan has acquired. Alright. The Dragon Nation populace refused to believe it. They clicked into the little country's livestream, determined to see what Suzuki had gotten his hands on this time that had them all jumping up and down again.
On screen, that Suzuki guy sported ghastly white hair, clutching a beastkin girl with vacant eyes. His chest crawled with eerie black patterns. This was clearly the curse the Beast Clan chieftain had placed upon him. By all accounts, Suzuki shouldn't have survived this long. But unfortunately, his abilities had granted him an incredibly fortunate second chance at life. Still feeling the lingering fear, Suzuki cursed under his breath. Damn it! Thank God the random ability I drew was the divine punishment mark. All supernatural powers are useless against me. Without this ability, Suzuki would have been flattened to a puddle somewhere long ago. But after the heart-pounding moment passed, a look of pride flashed across his face. Lin Fan's existence would forever remain a thorn in his side. And now, his ability undoubtedly held the power to completely counter Lin Fan. Once the divine punishment seal was unleashed, what use would Lin Fan possibly be? Oh my god. Chapter 85, The Mechanical Labyrinth Dungeon. Lin Fan, get your ass out here and face me. If you've got the guts, come stand before me. Lin Fan, dare you lay a single finger on me? I'll turn you into a useless piece of trash in no time. I'm going to take every woman you have. These words instantly ignited the bloodlust of the alien scum. Yeah. That's the spirit. We're going after that pig Lin Fan from Dragon Nation. How could that pig Lin Fan possibly have the ability to snag so many gorgeous brides? Should that pig Lin Fan even have them? Ha! That Dragon Nation Lin Fan only relies on his spiritual energy to survive, and now he's been completely countered. He's a mage? Without his skills, he's just a squishy target. Big Boss Suzuki could slice him in two with 2 swings. Can't wait to see Lin Fan get beaten to a pulp. After all the hype Dragon Nation's been hyping him up, I'm genuinely curious, once Suzuki-kun knocks Dragon Nation's mythical figure off his pedestal, will they even have the guts to utter another word? After witnessing Suzuki's abilities, one must admit, the Dragon Nation's citizens are panicking. It's over. Lin Fan's skills are all spirit energy driven. With that power gone, how can he possibly fight? Is our little country cheating? How did they end up with such a counter-targeted ability? Don't panic. Lin Fan must have a way to counter this. How could he possibly counter this? Supernatural powers are banned, yet he remains untouched. What kind of bugged ability is this? Isn't anyone going to do anything about it? On the live stream feed, Lin Fan remained completely unaware of the changes unfolding outside. At that moment, he stood at the entrance of the mechanical maze dungeon, his aura surging around him, just as he was about to step inside. Little Miao had followed him there at some point. Lin Fan, this time, let me accompany you. Of course, Lin Fan murmured softly. Then, he looked at the instance before them. Let's go. With that, he strode into the teleportation gate. The next second, the sight within the mechanical labyrinth stunned everyone. A cyberpunk-style city unfolded before their eyes. Neon lights illuminated the streets. Countless gears whirred through the air, their metallic sheen glinting, while the distant rumble of steam eruptions echoed. Lin Fan's eyes lit up as he raised his hand, unleashing a palm-sized lightning bolt. Boom! The lightning erupted, carrying shards of gears with it, faintly emanating a cold, metallic aura. Clang! It landed on the ground. Material, reinforced titanium alloy. What? Wang Bingbing's eyes widened. Wait, could materials actually be obtained within this mechanical instance? Xiao froze for a moment, then slapped his thigh. Brilliant. Lin Fan was about to turn this dungeon into a masterpiece. If these materials could be used to build more defensive structures, who cared about rule loopholes? He'd switch to a different energy system and play by his own rules. By the end, seeing hope for Lin Fan's fight against Suzuki, Xiao even let out a curse. Meanwhile, back at the Little Ben camp, Suzuki's expression grew increasingly grim. The black patterns on his chest suddenly began to writhe. Within moments, they had spread to his neck. Each breath felt like his bones were being wrenched, causing him to grimace in agony. Damn it! Why? Didn't I already suppress the curse? Suzuki roared in incomprehensible fury. Cough! Before he could finish, a violent cough seized him. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and terror instantly filled his eyes. There, on his attribute panel, a blood-red countdown pulsed. Remaining lifespan, 2400 hours 02 and 15 seconds. Yet the orc girl Leah in his arms grew increasingly lucid, a mocking smile curling her lips. You will die, she murmured softly, her beast ears twitching. I swear it on my soul. After you die, I will carve your bones into a totem. Let all humanity see how grotesquely those who defy nature's laws meet their end. In the livestream chat, the Dragon Nation citizens finally snapped to attention. Damn! Did our little country trade lifespans for this ability? Suzuki's practically on his last legs and he's still trying to act tough? That's hilarious. Lin Fan doesn't need to fear him at all, he can just drag this out until Suzuki drops dead. Yeah, but come to think of it, how did he even get such a lucky break to find the legendary Lin Fan? Ha, Suzuki sure is a character. Can the little country's people even call out anymore? Just as expected. The expressions on the faces of all the little country's citizens. At this very moment,
were as ugly as if they'd eaten. In the marriage game. At this very moment, deep within the mechanical city, Lin Fan now held a gear that glowed with a blue light. Mechanical heart merges spiritual energy with technological power to amplify skill-destructive force. Note: unique item. Can only be obtained by those possessing the Game Master badge. Such a thing actually exists? A smirk touched his lips as he casually crushed the gear in his hand. A colossal surge of energy instantly coursed through his entire body. Glancing at his attribute panel, his combat power had now surpassed the 20,000 mark. Excellent. Lin Fan was thoroughly satisfied. This mechanical labyrinth truly was a treasure trove. Lin Fan's fingertips caressed the cold metal and surging energy converging in his palm, pulsing with a lifelike vibration. Awesome. Just then, Lin Fan felt the ground suddenly tremble with an inexplicable vibration. Just as he prepared to delve deeper into the labyrinth's mysteries, a shrill alarm pierced the air, sharp enough to shatter eardrums. In an instant, every neon tube in the labyrinth exploded. Countless tiny glass shards and sparks flew everywhere, instantly illuminating the dark, gloomy city with an atmosphere-shattering intensity. The narrow alleyway where Lin Fan stood was instantly engulfed in a blinding crimson glow. The walls echoed with the frantic clatter of gears turning as countless mechanical intelligent monsters swarmed out from ventilation ducts and cracks in the pavement. They rolled forward like a tidal wave. Those spider-like creatures, with steam spewing from the joints of their 8 mechanical legs and cold gleams flashing from their claws, left scorched black trails across the ground. Along both sides of the alley, humanoid armored monsters brandished energy weapons, their cold electronic eyes locked onto Lin Fan. The air thickened with the pungent stench of machine oil. Mechanical monsters. Level C. Combat power 4000. Assessment: a multifunctional war machine whose strength should not be underestimated. If this had been earlier, these monsters might have given Lin Fan a headache. But now? What's the big deal? Just wipe them all out. To Lin Fan, these intimidating-looking monsters were no different from high-level squishy babies. Perfect timing. Lin Fan roared, his spiritual energy surging forth like boiling magma. It violently intertwined with the newly fused technological energy, coalescing on his skin into a dazzling shield that constantly shimmered with flowing light. Chapter 86: Slaughter Them All. Our own countrymen come knocking. His form darted like lightning. Planting his foot on the ground, he left a deep footprint as he charged toward the nearest mechanical spider. A palm thunder gathered as he raised his hand. This time, the lightning was laced with dense technological currents, enveloping the thunderbolt like an electric net. Boom! The explosive shockwaves sent nearby debris flying. The mechanical spider's outer shell shattered into pieces, its silver power core tumbling to the ground, its surface still flickering with unstable electrical currents. Amidst the scattered debris, Xiao Miao discovered with delight that every mechanical monster, once shattered, revealed a mechanical core. These would provide immense sustained power for the defense facilities back home. Good job, Xiao Miao. Go gather more of these. Lin Fan felt immensely encouraged. As the battle raged on, Lin Fan grew increasingly fierce, each strike instantly obliterating vast swaths of mechanical monsters. Buzz. Suddenly, a strange sonic signal reverberated throughout the entire city. Lin Fan keenly sensed that something was terribly wrong with this sound wave. Then, the monsters abruptly altered their behavior patterns, as if receiving some advanced command, and began a coordinated assault against him. A group of humanoid mecha monsters swiftly formed a diamond formation. The mecha at the front raised energy shields, while those behind continuously fired energy beams. The beams interwove in the air, forming an impenetrable net of light that sealed off every possible escape route for Lin Fan. Organized and disciplined. Clearly, a hidden hand was orchestrating this situation. But no matter how much he struggled, it was futile. For Lin Fan's current power utterly overwhelmed these monsters. Could an elephant truly be brought down by a swarm of puny ants? Shatter! His hands rapidly formed seals as incantations rolled off his tongue. Spiritual energy swirled violently beneath his feet, coalescing into a colossal vortex. The powerful air currents, infused with technological energy, roared like a rampaging dragon, hurling all surrounding monsters into the air. The energy beams were torn apart, and countless creatures were swept skyward, exploding into dazzling sparks mid-air. Countless mechanical cores drifted slowly down from the sky. Xiao Miao cheered, scooping each one into her little pouch. Lin Fan chuckled, Xiao Miao, do you know what you look like right now? Huh? What? Xiao Miao looked up, a puzzled expression on her face. Like a trash collector. Lin Fan. Just as Lin Fan finished clearing the monsters before him, panting slightly as he adjusted his state, the ground shook violently once more. This tremor was even more intense than the previous one. The buildings around them began swaying visibly. Cracks spread out in all directions, accompanied by the shrill screech of metal grinding in the distance. Amidst these bizarre phenomena, a colossal figure slowly emerged from the shadows. This mechanical city lord stood 3 stories tall, its entire body encased in heavy alloy armor. The armor was covered in intricate patterns and protruding spikes. Its red laser eyes scanned Lin Fan incessantly, while the massive energy battle axe in its hand continued to accumulate purple energy, warping the very air around it. Mechanical Overlord. Rank, C class. Combat power, 9000. It coldly surveyed Lin Fan. Human, you have trespassed into my domain. Leave your life here. A mere 9000 combat power? I thought you were something special. Lin Fan sighed and shook his head. This guy looks so formidable, yet his combat power is so weak? Well, that's still not quite up to par. Probably just a slightly larger mechanical core to power the home facilities. Shaking his head, Lin Fan clenched his fist. A long sword, forged from the fusion of spiritual energy and technological power, instantly materialized. He leapt upward, the blade blazing with intense light as it traced a dazzling arc through the air, striking toward the mechanical city lord's head. But the mechanical city lord's reaction was equally swift. Instantly, his massive battle axe swept out, generating a fierce gust of wind. Lin Fan's sword collided with the battle axe, erupting in blinding light and a deafening roar. A powerful shockwave radiated outward from the point of impact, causing surrounding structures to collapse and sending clouds of dust billowing into the sky. Yet, under the terrifying crushing force of Lin Fan's 20,000 combat power, even the mechanical lord could not grit his teeth and hold on. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Fan's vast spiritual energy completely engulfed his body. BZZZT. The machine lord let out a final, furious roar, but it could not alter the outcome. He shattered into a mechanical core, crashing to the ground. Mechanical core enhanced. Possesses even more powerful energy sources. Just as Lin Fan prepared to retrieve it, the core's surface suddenly became scorching hot, causing Lin Fan to yelp in surprise and fling it away. Boom! The energy core that had belonged to the mechanical city lord exploded, its immense shockwave reducing the city lord to a heap of scrap metal, its parts scattered everywhere. However, after the smoke of the explosion cleared, a humanoid figure materialized within the smoke. Intelligent mechanical combat puppet unclaimed. Rank, B. Combat power, 17,000. Evaluation, designed exclusively for warfare, this combat puppet functions both as a mechanical entity and an energy core. Once programmed with its master's information, it will obey orders unquestioningly and never betray its owner. Lin Fan, this is Xiao Miao, curiously examining the robot clad in black metallic armor before him. A green screen panel adorned his chest. Lin Fan attempted to input his own information into it. The next second, the robot sprang to life. Mechanical red light flashed from its eyes as it turned to face Lin Fan. Master, my designation is 001. Please feel free to inform me of any requests or instructions at any time. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow smugly at Xiao Miao. Wow! With this robot, won't we save some time at night to play games in the room? Ha! Wait, no, wait, what? Lin Fan? Live stream viewers? Wait, we're still watching. Alright, so now we're part of your playtime too, huh? Mom, I'm going home. These people are so mean. I'm just a kid, I don't understand what they're saying. Can someone explain it to me? Kids, don't ask questions like that. Meanwhile, on the other side, Suzuki, the matchmaking participant from the small country, has actually arrived outside Lin Fan's home. Chapter 87, Banning Supernatural Powers? Zombie Girl's Physical Manifestation. Around the homestead. A black spatial fissure twisted and spun, a deep vortex churning ceaselessly. Finally, it slowly expelled a figure. Damn it! Suzuki stumbled out of the rift. The moment he recognized the familiar buildings before him, a smile instantly spread across his face. I'm here. I've actually made it to this place. Aha! Suzuki burst into maniacal laughter. At the very end of his life, no other thoughts remained. All that remained. Nothing but pure, unadulterated murderous intent toward Lin Fan. He had thought he would never get this chance in his lifetime. Yet, after casually opening a door, he had actually found himself within Lin Fan's very domain. Suzuki slowly straightened his body. His black robe was stained with dark crimson blood. Beneath the fabric, black patterns bulged like living creatures, writhing from his chest up across half his face, staining his right eye an eerie ink black. His fingernails dug deep into his palms as he greedily scanned the opulent facilities of this home. Another villa. Another fortified wall. And all manner of defensive installations. Contrasted with his own life nearing its end, the flames of jealousy once again roared fiercely within Suzuki's heart. Lin Fan, you pig! How dare you possess such wonderful things? Suzuki approached slowly. Buzz! At that very moment, the defense towers in the settlement suddenly emitted a piercing alarm, and blinding red light sliced through the sky. The villagers within the city walls immediately sensed something was wrong. Lucian leapt onto the city wall first, sword in hand. Sunlight cast a sharp shadow across her taut jaw as the blade pointed directly at Suzuki. Who goes there? Dare to trespass upon this ground? As she barked the command, Ael's brows furrowed. A shroud of demonic energy swirled around her as she materialized with a lightness that seemed to defy gravity. Her fangs and claws glowed with an eerie blue light.
The women materialized one after another, their lovely faces frozen in icy resolve, their eyes reflecting a dangerous glint.
Their instincts screamed. This intruder meant no good. It was clear just from his gaze. The gaze fixed upon them was utterly murky. Ha! Beautiful, beautiful, absolutely stunning. Far more beautiful than anything I've seen on live streams.
Suzuki rose slowly, his neck cracking with a bone-chilling sound.
Twisted desire pulsed in his murky eyes.
Lin Fan's women, I'm giving you a choice, submit to me. The women now confirmed their suspicions. The fact that he mentioned Lin Fan's name clearly meant this was aimed at him. When a husband is in peril, his wife must stand up for him.
Get lost. Don't make me say it twice.
Lucian's murderous intent flared, her icy glare piercing Suzuki like a blade.
Stubborn? I love you just the way you are.
Today, I'll show you that your so-called strength is nothing but a joke in my presence. His gaunt palm suddenly opened, and black mist surged forth like boiling tar gushing from his body, erupting from his very pupils. The women's pupils contracted sharply, their instincts screamed this power was no ordinary threat. Lucian frowned, thrusting his sword finger forward. A jade-green halo shot forth. The icy killing intent, carrying the formidable power of AB rank, sizzled upon contact with the mist, extinguishing instantly like a flame meeting a puddle of water. How is this possible? Even Lucian, witnessing this, couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment and doubt. Simultaneously, she felt the spiritual energy vortex in her dantian rapidly collapsing, as if being forcibly drained by some malevolent force.
Including Ale and Hoshino. Demon energy. Magic.
All of it, in this very moment, made them feel an unprecedented sense of alienation. It was as if they had become beings utterly devoid of any power whatsoever. The home's defensive systems began to flicker wildly. The energy shield rippled like water, then shattered like a soap bubble, leaving only the shrill hum of electricity echoing through the air.
Aha! See that? Before me, no power holds any sway. Suzuki's laughter grew more unrestrained.
He tore open his collar, revealing a chest covered in black patterns. Ha!
That so-called hero of the Dragon Nation, Lin Fan, can't even protect a woman. He's not worth a single hair on my body. You'd be better off surrendering to me now. Maybe I'll spare your lives.
He deliberately drew out the last syllable, his tone dripping with malicious provocation as his gaze roamed freely over the women.
Delusional.
Lucian trembled with rage. Even stripped of her spiritual power, she stood tall, her almond eyes wide.
Lin Fan alone could crush you into dust. You're nothing but a clown. The other women stood equally firm. Faced with this predicament, they refused to yield to Suzuki.
Elle's voice carried icy fury. A man like you isn't even worthy to lick the tip of Lin Fan's shoe.
Amidst the wave of insults, Suzuki's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead as his fingernails dug deep into his palms.
What the hell is so great about that damn Lin Fan pig, always going on about Lin Fan, Lin Fan, Lin Fan?
You ignorant whores.
I'll kill you all and hang your bodies at the gate for Lin Fan to see.
Suzuki had completely lost his mind.
He frantically formed hand seals, chanting incantations as a massive fireball erupted instantly. If this had been earlier, such a fireball wouldn't have been worth mentioning. Anyone could have smashed it with a single slap. But under the influence of the divine punishment seal, everyone had become ordinary people. How could they possibly withstand such power? As the fireball descended, the air screeched under the unbearable heat. The city walls shattered with a thunderous boom. Amidst flying debris, the women scrambled backward in disarray. The willow spirit was knocked to the ground by the shockwave, her hair tangled and dust-covered face pressed against the earth. Gritting her teeth, she scrambled to her feet and retreated with the others behind the main gate.
Hoshino, you go back first, don't risk the baby. We've got this. Elle exclaimed urgently.
Got it. Hesitating for a moment, Hoshino understood that staying here would only slow them down.
As the gate slammed shut, Hoshino watched Suzuki closing in, a wave of helplessness washing over her like never before. For the first time, they desperately longed for that man's return.
Inside the Dragon Nation livestream room at that moment,
countless viewers were seething with indignation and fury. What the hell is wrong with this Suzuki? He actually ambushed them. Damn it!
That ability is way too overpowered.
How is anyone supposed to fight him like this?
Suzuki! You bastard! If you dare interrupt my favorite dating show, I'll scatter your ancestors' ashes to the winds.
Ha! Bastard! Bastard! You bunch of Dragon Nation pigs, weren't you laughing just now? Can you still laugh now? Chapter 88, B-Rank Hunter. Lin Fan is doomed. What tricks does that pig Lin Fan have left to survive? Come on, someone tell me. Aha! So satisfying.
Just as Suzuki prepared to launch another attack, a door swung open behind him.
Lin Fan and Suzuki locked eyes. The former, upon witnessing Suzuki's actions,
he narrowed his eyes and stared at him coldly.
You're the matchmaker from your little homeland? Want to find someone?
I'll make it happen for you. Lin Fan, still enveloped in residual mechanical energy, was about to charge forward and instantly eliminate Suzuki. He stumbled back half a step. In disbelief, he felt the stagnant spiritual energy within his body and looked at his hands in confusion. Lin Fan, this guy's strange.
My power's been temporarily sealed.
Xiao Miao said solemnly.
Exactly. Lin Fan sensed it too.
After confronting Suzuki, he couldn't muster even a shred of his power.
Seeing this, Suzuki's maniacal laughter reverberated painfully in their ears. Didn't expect that, did you?
My ability not only suppresses spiritual energy, but can also completely seal it off within a certain range. You're nothing but a useless shell now.
What do you have left to fight me with? With that, Suzuki watched Lin Fan with keen interest.
He hoped to catch even a flicker of panic in Lin Fan's expression. Lin Fan merely smiled faintly. Interesting. Such a peculiar ability does pique my curiosity.
The ability to seal away all power? That's a pretty broken ability.
If only there were a way to acquire it.
Ahem.
For now, Lin Fan felt not the slightest bit flustered.
Sealing power, don't forget. Does zombie girl Xiaoqing even need supernatural powers? Didn't she carve out her own path relying solely on her physical strength? Why fear that good-for-nothing Suzuki? Just as expected. Damn it. Damn it. With death staring you in the face, Lin Fan, you pig, what the hell are you still trying to prove? This unflappable composure utterly enraged Suzuki.
He roared, swinging the hero's sword, its piercing whistle through the air as shrill as a baby's wail. At the critical moment, a green afterimage flashed by. Xiaoqing stood expressionless before Lin Fan, her zombie-like pallid skin glowing coldly under the moonlight. She slowly raised her arm, her nails instantly extending 3 inches.
Simultaneously, a sonic boom ripped through the air. Crash! Suzuki flew backward like a guh. Ugh. Spit.
Struggling to spit out a blood-stained tooth, Suzuki stared in terror as Xiaoqing approached with deliberate steps. Lin Fan leaned against the city wall, idly stroking his chin with an amused expression, his eyes sparkling with curiosity.
No, impossible. What are you? How could you possibly hurt me? Could it be you have no other powers, relying solely on your own strength?
Suzuki cried out in terror, backing away step by step. He could sense that Xiaoqing's level far surpassed his own. One punch could nearly cripple him.
With strength like that, even if I risked my life, I couldn't resist. No, no.
I'm sorry, I'll never do it again.
Bang. Speak. Bang. Speak. Please. Bang. Speak. Don't.
Xiaoqing said nothing, only relentlessly pounding his pig-like face with her fists. This scene made the Dragon Nation's people cheer with delight.
Damn. That's exactly how you beat our country's stupid pigs. Exactly. That was so satisfying, ha. Those idiots back home never expected things to flip so quickly, did they? You bet. They're probably hiding somewhere crying their eyes out right now. Ha, look, no one dares to speak up now.
Just like the version the Dragon Nation citizens said.
Now, all the little country's citizens can no longer muster a maniacal grin. Damn it. Why? Why the hell? Why can this stupid woman beat up our Suzuki-kun? She's cheating. She's definitely cheating. Suzuki-kun. Just as he was beaten to the brink of death, on the verge of being killed, Lin Fan halted Xiaoqing's iron fist. Spare his life for now. He might come in handy later. Now that Suzuki's been beaten into this pitiful state. Forget about influencing others.
Even breathing had become his greatest struggle.
Naturally, he poses no threat anymore.
Lin Fan simply flung him onto the city wall, leaving him hanging there.
If he could later find a way to strip away his abilities, then Suzuki would have served his purpose well. Xiaoqing, you did well.
Lin Fan praised.
Xiaoqing remained expressionless, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Fan. You did well. Lin Fan? How did we end up back on the highway? I'm not even in the car yet.
The ladies emerged from the city walls. Seeing Suzuki in this state, they all felt deeply satisfied.
That's exactly how you deal with scum like him. Xiaoqing, you're amazing. All right. Lin Fan finally understood. With the addition of a new member,
they'd be ignoring him for a while longer.
But after marrying Xiaoqing, no marriage reward appeared.
Instead, a notification showed they had become marriage partners.
So, did snatching a marriage partner mean you couldn't get the marriage reward?
After pondering it, Lin Fan decided it made sense. After all, you can't just take everything without giving anything in return.
Just then, the system alert sounded. Barrier disappeared. The hunter emerges from the thick fog. Before long,
a strange white mist began to spread around the homestead. Visibility was severely restricted. For safety's sake, Lin Fan urged everyone to enter the shelter.
Now, without Suzuki's interference, the alarms would sound normally. So now, all they needed to do was wait silently for the hunter to reveal itself. Nothing else needed to be considered. In the live stream room, everyone was puzzled by this sudden turn of events. What's going on? Why is there so much fog here all of a sudden? Something feels off. Could it be, now that the barrier's gone, monsters are about to appear again? Put. Don't be ridiculous. Hey! Everyone, hurry and check out the live streams from the Three Kingdoms and the Great Cold Kingdom. Monsters have actually appeared. Hearing this, everyone rushed over to the Three Kingdoms livestream. Here. They saw. On the live feed. The participants of the Three Kingdoms matchmaking event were already residing in small wooden huts. Even within these log cabins, the haunting whispers of resentment still echoed ceaselessly around them. As if countless vengeful spirits hovered beside the participants' huts, preying on the living. Chapter 89, One wasn't enough to kill, so here comes another. At that moment, the live stream feed began violently shaking. The marriage participant, Desan, curled up in a corner of the small cabin, veins bulging on his forehead as he clamped his hands tightly over his ears. Outside the hut, the wails of resentment grew more piercing, like a million steel needles stabbing his eardrums simultaneously. Ah! Stop it! Stop it! He suddenly screamed hysterically, his eyes bloodshot, nails digging deep into his cheeks as blood trickled through his fingers. Black liquid began seeping from the walls, glistening eerily in the moonlight. Blurred figures emerged from the fluid, their pallid arms stretching out, slowly reaching toward Dasa. No! Don't come near me! Dason struggled frantically, desperate to flee this horrifying place, only to find his legs rooted to the spot as if nailed down. The moment the vengeful spirit's fingertips touched him, his body convulsed violently. His eyes gradually grew hollow and vacant, as if his soul had been ripped from him. He collapsed to the ground, his mind completely shattered. Such a bizarre scene sent a chill down the spines of the viewers watching the livestream. No! This can't be right. Why are we Three Kingdoms always targeted by these matchmaking games? Exactly. What the hell is going on here? Have we Three Kingdoms ever done anything wrong? Why are we being treated like this? We Three Kingdoms have tempers too. We're seriously getting angry. Honestly, I have no idea how to resolve this situation we're facing in our third year. Think about it carefully. Those blurry, intangible spirits of injustice. Appearing before us in droves. Who could possibly come up with a quick solution to deal with this horde of monsters? But regardless, Sangui never failed to live up to expectations. They became the first participants to perish in this marriage game. Meanwhile, in the live stream of the Great Cold Kingdom, the matchmaking participant was a mixed-race individual. Yevgeny. Swinging his long sword, the blade flashing, he relentlessly cut down the strange, quadrupedal humanoids surging toward him. These creatures had bluish-gray skin, long sharp nails, and emitted bone-chilling growls from their mouths. Damn it! Why can't I kill them all? Why can't I kill them all? Sweat beaded on Yevgeny's forehead, and his body bore multiple wounds, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Yet the monsters were simply too numerous, surging forward like an endless tide. In a moment of carelessness, Yevgeny was ambushed from the side by a monster, its claws tearing open his arm. The scent of blood only fueled the monster's frenzy, driving them to attack with even greater ferocity. Damn it! Get the hell out of my way! Yevgeny swung his sword desperately, trying to break through the encirclement, but was overwhelmed by the ever-growing tide of monsters, completely losing the ability to resist. His agonized screams grew fainter and fainter, eventually fading away within the horde of monsters. All that remained was a field of scattered corpses and a blood-soaked long sword. The citizens of the Great Cold Nation were utterly enraged. Why is it always our Great Han people dying, instead of those damn Dragon Nation pigs who deserve to die? It's not fair. It's really not fair. If you've got the guts, give us stronger gear. How are we supposed to fight like this all the time? Viewers in the Dragon Nation livestream felt a chill run down their spines at the sight. Terrifying. These monsters are impossible to defend against. We're done for. How are we supposed to play like this? The people of Dahan and Sangun are suffering so much. Damn it. Wait. These monsters appeared without any warning at all. How are we supposed to fight back? Meanwhile, at Lin Fan's home, the white mist grew thicker and thicker, reducing visibility to nearly zero. The shrill, piercing alarm sounded like a harbinger of impending doom. Lin Fan's expression grew grave as he led everyone into battle readiness. Everyone, stay alert. Prepare for battle at any moment, he cautiously warned. The alarm continued to wail incessantly, yet Lin Fan stood at the doorway, seemingly waiting for something, hesitating to go out immediately. Instead, when Suzuki, suspended above the city walls, began screaming like a madman, Lin Fan strode out decisively. Key. Suddenly, a chilling laugh echoed from within the fog, like ice water poured over everyone's hearts. Within the white mist, a figure clad in black robes and wielding a scythe slowly emerged. His cloak fluttered menacingly in the wind, while the scythe glowed with an eerie blue light. Beep. The defense system's alert sounded like it had gone mad, causing everyone's hearts to tighten. Humans, elves, succubi this time, you'll have a feast to remember, heh. The hooded figure spoke, its voice hoarse and icy, as if echoing from the depths of hell. Hunter. Rank, B. Combat power, 17,000. After glancing at the attribute panel, Lin Fan curled his lips. His interest vanished instantly. He'd thought it would be some incredibly powerful monster. Turns out, after all that fuss, it only has 17,000 combat power? Such meager strength, yet they made such a big fuss about it. Lin Fan sighed and turned away in disappointment. But this? In the livestream feed, the viewers weren't thinking that way at all. Ha! A combat power of 17,000? Great! Fantastic! The dragon country pigs are dead meat this time. Such a powerful monster, just what we needed. I thought the National Fortune matchmaking game was targeting our 3 kingdoms, but seeing this, I finally get it. Even the matchmaking game can't stand those dead pigs from dragon country and is starting to target them. Ha! No wonder these foreign bastards are so thrilled. After all, the monsters their matchmakers encounter are mostly in the thousands of combat power E rank, D rank. I thought that was already pretty formidable. But compared to the monster Lin Fan is facing, the gap is absolutely staggering. Heaven decrees your death, Lin Chen, you must die. The Dragon Nation's citizens all held their breath in suspense. Their eyes fixed on the live feed were filled with desperate hope. Could Lin Fan truly pull off another miracle this time? Within the marriage game. Seeing Lin Fan's reaction, even the hunters were stunned. Even the group of marriage candidates behind Lin Fan, after witnessing the hunter's skill level, look utterly disinterested. Too weak, sigh. Weak? I'm weak? The hunter froze in shock. Then, a surge of inexplicable rage welled up inside him. A mere human, and a bunch of scum who bow down to humans. Dare to call themselves weak? Die. He swung his scythe, unleashing a black energy wave that swept toward the group. Chapter 90, Are you cheating? How can you be this strong? The black energy wave from the cloaked hunter swept in, carrying the shrill wail of ghostly souls. Xiao Miao's newly perked up cat ears instantly flattened under the wind pressure, while the tiny flames on Ayer's tail shrunk to mere specks in fright. Yet the next second, Lin Fan didn't even turn around, merely waving his hand casually. A barrier of spiritual energy, interwoven with mechanical fragments, spread out from beneath his feet. The moment the energy wave collided with the barrier, it exploded like hot oil splashing into ice water, erupting in a blinding blue light. The hunter's pupils contracted sharply. Only then did it realize the strange aura surrounding the human before it, a twisted blend of mechanical gears and spiritual energy. The energy fluctuations within that aura were several times stronger than its own. You said you wanted to eat us? Lin Fan turned, fingertips twirling a perpetual motion gear brought from the mechanical labyrinth, its edges still trembling with unresolved energy fluctuations. He stepped forward, and beneath his feet materialized a teleportation array woven from spiritual energy and circuit patterns. When he opened his eyes again, he stood directly before the hunter. The hunter instinctively swung its scythe, only to have Lin Fan casually flick his wrist. 2 fingers clamped down on the scythe's blade. The ghostly blue scythe shattered into dust beneath his fingertips, dissipating into a stream of data like sparks that vanished into the air. I'm impossible. The hunter stumbled backward, his body trembling beneath the black cloak. You're just a weak human, how could you be this powerful? My apologies, I forgot to mention. Lightning gathered at Lin Fan's fingertips erupted suddenly, coalescing into 12 light swords entwined with mechanical chains. While you were exploiting loopholes in the rules, I'd already graduated from the mechanical labyrinth. Tech Cultivation. This was the greatest reward Lin Fan gained from his time in the mechanical labyrinth dungeon. The greatest reward he gained. Building upon the mystical power system, then layering on super tech enhancements. The consequences of such an outcome were unimaginable. The moment 12 beams of light simultaneously pierced the hunter's body, the livestream feed suddenly froze. Global viewers watched helplessly as that once mighty figure in black robes shattered amidst the lightning, ultimately dissolving into a sky-filling shower of light. Amidst the exploding remains, only a single soul crystal, shimmering with blue light, remained intact. It slowly drifted down and landed in Lin Fan's palm. System notice, B-class hunter defeated. Rare item obtained, 1 sand of time and space. Soul crystal. Possesses the mystical power to awaken souls. Sand of time and space. Grants advanced capabilities to refine magical artifacts. Congratulations to Dragon Nation marriage match participants for successfully defeating the hunter. Lucky encounter quest activated. Special notice, rewards will be automatically distributed in 3 days. The Dragon Nation livestream fell silent for 3 seconds before erupting into cheers so thunderous that no foreign scum dared to make a sound. Xiao Sa's teacup clattered to the floor. Wang Bingbing stared wide-eyed at the scene, stammering, just now. Lin Fan's combat power actually broke through 20,000? That's peak B rank level, right? That's right. Lin Fan has absolutely reached that level. Lin God is so freaking awesome. Holy crap, when did Lin Shen get this strong? Could it be that Lord Lin is still in hiding? As countless scenes flashed through their minds, countless Dragon Nation citizens found this argument utterly compelling. However, the other alien scum couldn't hold back any longer. Countless viewers in their own countries smashed their televisions, still unable to believe the events unfolding before their eyes were real. That man they mocked as a squishy mage had just crushed a B rank monster's weapon with 2 fingers? What the hell kind of power is this? Is he even human? Over in the Great Cold Nation. The audience, who had just been weeping over Yevgeny's death, collectively fell silent.
Staring at the mechanical teleportation array beneath Lin Fan's feet, someone suddenly realized a terrifying truth.
Trembling, they typed, "The gears in his hands, aren't those the core materials from the Lord's Lair in the mechanical labyrinth? Has the Dragon Nation truly turned the dungeon into an armory?"
On the other side, within the Three Kingdoms livestream feed, the mentally shattered senior stared blankly at the ceiling.
Yet at this very moment,
not a single viewer in the livestream cared about his life or death. Everyone was replaying Lin Fan's instant kill of the hunter in slow motion, desperately searching for evidence of cheating. Yet in the footage, every one of Lin Fan's movements was fluid and natural. Those 12 light swords were clearly forged from the fusion of spiritual energy and technological power, fully compliant with the game's rules.
This only made the alien scum even more furious. Cheating. This is absolutely cheating. How could anyone leap from C rank to peak B rank in just 3 days? The marriage game officials must provide an explanation.
Dragon Nation's Lin Fan must have used illegal items. A flood of bitter comments from foreign netizens poured into the Dragon Nation livestream, only to be met with collective mockery from the Dragon Nation audience.
Sour grapes, sour grapes.
He earned his combat prowess with brains and hard work.
Got the guts to scavenge scrap metal in the mechanical city yourselves? You get to trade lifespans for glitches, but we can't have Lin Fan using tech to cultivate immortality? Hypocrites, get out of the livestream.
Suggest our domestic players commit collective ritual suicide in apology. After all, you don't even have the brains to cheat, right?
Bunch of scum.
In the matchmaking game, Lin Fan toyed with the Yi Soul crystal in his hand, feeling the pure energy within. Little Miao curled her tail around his wrist and pouted. That scythe monster's screech sounds like a broken gong.
Lin Fan, next time can I scratch his face first?
Elle wiggled the tiny flame on her tail, watching the white mist gradually dissipate in the distance.
Speaking of which, that bastard Suzuki isn't dead yet.
Just the thought of him being here is enough to annoy me. As if answering her question, Suzuki suspended atop the city wall was now completely covered in black cursed seals.
His life countdown had dwindled to its final 3 seconds. Bastard!
He lifted his head, glaring at Lin Fan with eyes brimming with hatred. But before he could speak, he turned to a pile of ashes, leaving only the wails of the little country's viewers in the livestream. It seemed the loophole in the rules had been reclaimed by natural law. The willow spirit gently plucked the strings, her ethereal melody tinged with pity. Those who dared to use their lifespan to manipulate the rules would ultimately be consumed by them.
Ha!
Lin Fan, however, felt nothing much, merely a sense of regret. This fellow had just deprived him of a research subject. He had been genuinely intrigued by the man's abilities.
The midnight bell tolled. The next day arrived as scheduled.
Intelligence 1, Opening Door 1 unlocks the affinity system.
Higher affinity increases pregnancy chances and unlocks more knowledge.
Intelligence 2, Opening Door 2 will transport you to the marriage world of the Little Kingdom, where you can obtain some useful items. Intelligence 3, Door 3 contains an elite fish demon.
Consuming it guarantees pregnancy. Chapter 91, Reward encounter 3 days later? Keep unlocking doors.
After waking from his sleep, Lin Fan couldn't wait to head out exploring. Lin Fan rose immediately, scanning the women and asking, "I'm going to continue exploring the doors.
Xiao Qing will accompany me.
The two of you stay home and guard the place."
Fine, fine. Just as I thought. You can't relax without your little wife by your side, can you?
Xiao Qing's face remained cold, but her words dripped with flirtatiousness. She huffed and puffed her way over to Lin Fan.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Lin Fan couldn't be bothered to argue with Xiao Qing.
When it came to stubbornness, hers was the worst. But during the wedding ceremony, she was also the one who screamed the loudest.
Xiao Qing.
She appeared to be a very proper zombie lady with a noble status in life.
But the contrast is huge. I'll deal with you tonight. This lady isn't afraid of you. That's all.
The two stepped outside.
And now,
patterns appeared above each of the 4 doors. Whether it's because the 3rd stage has arrived or something else entirely. In any case, the patterns now allowed them to roughly determine whether each door was passable. Without further hesitation, Lin Fan stepped forward and pushed open the door he intended to enter, the one shrouded in dark clouds.
In the Dragon Nation livestream room, witnessing Lin Fan's latest move, the audience grew restless. Pure concern. Worry 1. Ha! Why is Lin God opening the black cloud door?
Whoa, hold up, this is freaking me out. You gotta know, people all over the world have tried opening this black cloud gate, but at least 99% of them died doing it. The random gate at least gives you some resources, with a success rate around 5%.
But the black cloud gate? I've seen only a handful survive it. Don't panic, trust Lin Shen. Are you seriously questioning Lin Shen now? This is another livestream. And it's right here in our little country.
After the Pony Girls slaughtered 1 million citizens, the nation's morale felt utterly crushed. But precisely because of this, we must venture into the marriage map. Whether by divine favor or because participant Nikawa Tsuyoshi sacrificed our nation's fortune, we finally achieved a successful marriage.
Even if the attribute boosts and national fortune rewards couldn't match those of the Dragon Nation. But no one cared. At least we have the marriage gate and its rewards, isn't that enough? They were genuinely terrified after 2 days of consecutive setbacks. This marks the first step in our Great Ben Empire's rise to unify the world. Just as the citizens of Little Nation were still lost in their fantasies of a glorious future, they glanced back at the screen of their own matchmaking game. The confidence that had just begun to stir vanished instantly. For the gate their nation's participants encountered were all Black Cloud gates. Damn it! I thought that Lin Fan from the Dragon Nation was already unlucky enough to face 3 Black Cloud gates. But who knew we'd be even more humiliating? Damn it! Why does our great notebook empire always get hit with so much bad luck? Black Cloud Gate. Oh no, we're done for. Black Cloud Gate, no one survives that place. Nichikawa. Nichikawa. Don't die. The flower of hope rests on you. You're our great book empire's only hope. At the very center, surrounded by 4 Black Cloud sectors, Hikawa's face was ashen. His heart sank halfway. This wasn't because a pig woman in human form stood beside him, but because of these 4 Black Cloud doors. Even he knew that the Black Cloud gates meant almost certain death. He had already forced himself to endure the disgust and marry a pig woman. He thought a wonderful life lay just ahead, waiting for him. But he never imagined. Life always delivered shocks, not surprises. Honey, what's wrong with you? Then a pig-headed girl with an unbearably foul stench approached. Nikawa Gojin felt completely overwhelmed. But not choosing? If it's not opened within 24 hours, the national punishment will still befall us. Wait. Just a national fortune punishment? Nichikawa Tekatsu froze, his mind frantically scanning the rules for details. It's just national fortune punishment. Just national fortune punishment. It doesn't say personal calamities will befall participants. In other words, I don't have to die. I just need to wait quietly for 72 hours until the door refreshes. Compared to a national fortune punishment, Hikawa Gajin felt his own life was far more important. With that thought settled, he sat down on the floor and closed his eyes to rest. This scene left the viewers watching the livestream in his home country utterly dumbfounded. As a participant, he wasn't opening the door but just sitting there? The audience was utterly perplexed. Then, a bullet screen copied the rules flashed across the screen. What? If the door isn't opened within 24 hours, a national punishment will befall us? Are you kidding me? Nichikawa, hurry up and open the door. Don't be foolish. He must know this rule, and he knows the Black Cloud sect offers no chance of survival. That's why he's stalling for time until the 24-hour mark, when the Black Cloud sect respawns. To save his own life. But by doing this, he's subjecting our Great Ben Empire to a national fortune penalty. Damn it. Nichikawa, you're such a selfish person. Don't you know, Hikawa, that one life pales in comparison to hundreds of thousands, even millions of lives? Their voices couldn't reach the marriage game. And so, Hikawa remained seated in the same spot, conserving his energy. Just as the citizens of the small nation were frantically at their wits' end. Right before Rikawa's eyes, that Black Cloud gate suddenly opened. The pig girl beside Rikawa Gangjin suddenly felt an inexplicable chill run down her spine. She stared at the slowly opening Black Cloud gate as if facing a mortal enemy. This tension spread to Rikawa Gajin as well. After all, in everyone's minds, the door could only be opened by the participants. That was the only way it should be. How could it open on its own? What the hell? The door opens by itself? This is the Black Cloud gate. It must not be opened. What do we do? What do we do? What the hell do we do? Have the monsters inside grown so powerful they can defy the rules? Wait, I just glanced at the Dragon Nation livestream. Seems like the mastermind behind this Black Cloud sect is none other than Lin Fan. From within the dark veil of the Black Cloud sect, 2 figures emerged one after the other. The man was tall and muscular. The woman possessed a graceful figure. They appeared before the fierce gaze of Nichikawa. Lin Fan? Richuan Gangjin's entire body trembled. He never imagined that participants from the Dragon Nation would emerge from the Black Cloud Gate. Chapter 92, Gotcha, stealing my moves again, didn't you? Pig Girl was also on high alert, glaring fiercely at Lin Fan and Xiao Chang, ready to fight at any moment. What the hell? How could players encounter each other? Damn it. Now it really was a case of good news and bad news. The good news was that the Black Cloud sect was gone. The bad news was that a god-tier player had emerged from behind the Black Cloud sect. As much as he hated to admit it, Nichikawa was now utterly incapable of defeating Longwa's Lin Fan. Lin Fan, I order you not to lay a finger on the noble citizens of our great notebook empire. Demons of the Dragon Nation. You'll reap what you sow. Our great notebook empire has never done anything wrong to your Dragon Nation. You'd better behave yourselves and stop causing trouble in the marriage map. Wait, isn't that utterly useless, food-obsessed zombie following behind Lin Fan? It really is. So she doesn't possess the strength of those marriage candidates like Xiao Miao and the others, she's just a pretty face? Highly likely.
Lin Fan stroked his chin and nodded.
Seems this built-in translation system works for humans too.
To his ears, Nichikawa Gajin was babbling gibberish. But the moment it reached his ears, he instantly grasped the meaning.
Come to think of it, when he joined the Black Cloud sect, wasn't it agreed he'd get whatever he wanted most? Why give a little notebook to the people of the pig sister country? Either one feels way too extreme. Just then, the matchmaking games prompt appeared before both of them. Ding! New 3-stage gameplay. When players from different nations first meet, participants may choose to form a friendly alliance. Rewards behind unlocked doors will be tripled, while national fortune penalties will also be tripled.
Alternatively, they may engage in combat. Those defeated will forcibly transfer all their items and marriage partners to the victor and sign a binding contract preventing their marriage partner from betraying them.
Whoa! After reading this, Lin Fan couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. This rule clearly favors the latter option.
Admittedly, the former offered triple rewards, which was fantastic, but the punishment was also tripled. Who could guarantee that the two of them together would absolutely find a glimmer of hope behind every random door and Black Cloud gate?
The risk was enormous. The latter, however, carries no risk whatsoever. It's all gain.
It's blatantly encouraging them to slaughter each other.
Seize the other's resources to survive. Steal that pig Lin Fan's wife? Fine. Perfect. He doesn't deserve such a wonderful woman. Rikawa, you've got this. I believe in you.
Based on my guess, that Xiaoqing girl following that pig Lin Fan around definitely has no fighting ability.
I agree.
Otherwise, why did Xiaoqing just stand there frozen when that pig Lin Fan cornered her?
She must be weak, can't even beat an ordinary person.
The citizens of Benzi Nation grew more convinced by the minute, getting themselves all worked up.
Upon reading this, Nichikawa Gajin was instantly energized. He hadn't forgotten that Lin Fan had 5 potential marriage partners. 2 of them were even B-rank powerhouses. If he could possess them, why bother with this damn matchmaking game? He'd just let them drain him dry. Daydreaming about the sweet life ahead, Nichikawa Gajin was overcome with excitement. Hikawa Gojin. Matchmaking target 1. Innate skill, charge like a bull.
Valuable item, 25 succubus fruits consumption drastically boosts all attributes of the eater.
Thoughts, he desperately wants to kill you right now and take Xiao Miao, Willow Spirit, Ale, Xiao Chang, and Xingyi.
But given your performance on the livestream, he plans to first observe Xiao Qing's strength as the zombie queen and play along with you for a while.
Watch your back at all times. Lin Fan sneered. Trying to snatch my wives? I wonder if you even have the ability to do so.
The thought had barely formed. The two locked eyes, each harboring their own hidden agenda. Nichikawa Gojin was the first to flash a fawning smile.
Lin Fan Jun. Why are you calling me father?
I couldn't care less about your nonsense, Xiaoqing. Lin Fan didn't want to waste words with him.
He suddenly attacked.
Nichikawa Gajin froze, but instead of alarm, he wore delight.
Ha! Damned Dragon Nation pig.
I was planning to give you a little more time to live, but it seems you're in such a hurry. Well, I won't show mercy anymore, I'll cut you down right here and now.
Alice. Go!
Alice referred to the pig-like girl beside him.
Her entire form was unmistakably that of a pig. Yet she stood upright in human form.
Alice let out a furious roar and charged straight at Xiaoqing. She was a woman too, and she too had a desire to be beautiful.
Why was she so ugly? And this snake woman was breathtakingly beautiful. Jealousy. The flames of jealousy burned fiercely.
Alice desperately wanted to kill Xiaoqing, to reclaim a shred of her self-respect.
This scene had the audience watching intently. In truth,
in everyone's hearts, Xiaoqing was just like a woman who was nothing more than a decorative vase.
But was that truly the case? Xiaoqing, the zombie queen. The battle horn sounded at that moment. Her aura abruptly transformed. Instantly,
Nichikawa and Alice felt as though a phantom of a sky-devouring demon had appeared before their eyes, rising skyward from Xiaoqing's body.
Its momentum was countless times stronger than theirs. Damn it! How is this possible?
Hikawa Gajin's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets.
When she was beside Lin Fan, she was as ordinary as any other decorative woman.
Xiaoqing held her head high with pride, looking down on Rikawa. The majesty of the Empress was now on full display before everyone.
Oomph! Alice the pig girl couldn't hold back another second and charged forward.
She'd resigned herself to being outshone by Xiaoqing in looks, but at least she could crush her in strength. But the aura that had just emanated from Empress Xiaoqing had sent shivers down her spine. Die! Xiaoqing merely gave her a faint glance before extending a finger. A pale purple aura condensed at her fingertip. Whoosh! Her form transformed into a pillar of light, shooting forth. Alice's face still bore a twisted expression of fury, yet her body had already been pierced through, leaving a hole as large as a face. Boom! Piglet is dead. It all happened too fast.
Neither the citizens of Manga Nation nor the on-site witness, Tekatsu, hadn't had time to react. Hikawa Gajin's mind went blank. Why did this happen? Chapter 93, Want a hug? What the hell are you two doing, flaunting your love again? Hadn't I always been in control of the situation? Just as he stood there dumbfounded, Xiao Qing repeated the same tactic. Nikawa's robust vitality rapidly faded. Participant from Benzi Nation has perished. As killed by a participant from another nation, Benzi Nation's national fortune reward is transferred to Dragon Nation. Constitution 1. Strength 2. Longevity 1. Charm 1. Agility 1. No. My father just came back to life. Taking away the national fortune reward is like wanting to watch him die right before my eyes? Ah. Dragon Nation. You bastards. We finally got the national fortune reward. Bastards. You bastards. Our ancestors should have slaughtered every last one of you Dragon Nation pigs back then. But no matter how furious they became, no matter how frantic their rage, the rules of the national fortune matchmaking game were irreversible. The meager attribute bonuses were pitifully small compared to what Lin Fan had obtained. Still, it was better than nothing. And this scene left every Dragon Nation viewer watching the livestream utterly speechless. They never imagined that the seemingly powerless little green queen who had even been thoroughly dominated by Lin Fan was actually this powerful. Could it be that all along she had been keeping a low profile? Was to avoid overshadowing her husband in the spotlight? Upon realizing this, countless male viewers felt their hearts ache. Good heavens, the little green queen is actually so virtuous. So adorable, such a well-behaved zombie girl. She cares so much about Lord Lin. Does she have to be this considerate? Holy crap, Lin Shin, you deserve it. You deserve it. I'm so jealous. Sorry, Lin Shin, it's not your fault, it's just that my pathetic, pitiful, wretched pride shattered the moment I saw your wife. But seriously, Lord Lin's no pushover either. I saw how strong he was back when we fought those goblins. Xiaosa suddenly understood, giving him a thumbs up. Who would have thought Xiao Qing's inner thoughts were like this? I thought as the empress of her clan, she'd be supremely proud and would never bow her head to a man. Teacher Xiaosa, this is where you're out of your depth, isn't it? Wang Bingbing explained earnestly, no matter what kind of woman, her fundamental nature makes her an emotional being who needs a man to lean on. Nowadays, many girls believe that having independent thinking means not relying on men or making them their subordinates. But I think the dynamic between two people can be negotiated. It's never a black and white situation. Who handles the outside world? Who manages the home? For example, if the man handles the outside world and the woman manages the home, then each must do their part well. Absolutely no blaming each other, and certainly no stepping outside their designated responsibilities. Isn't the little green empress impressive? Yet in public, she never overshadowed Lin Shin, always giving him face. In this dynamic, she plays a supporting role. Does that mean she isn't an independent woman? Or should Lin Shin be expected to follow Xiao Qing's every word from start to finish? Is that the mark of a qualified independent woman? But for men, wouldn't that represent a different kind of non-independence? Wang Bingbing's heartfelt words left Xiaosa momentarily flustered. Bingbing, I'm not quite following. No worries. My point is, the best way to get along is through mutual understanding and support. Taking any action to extremes is bound to be wrong. For instance, is it right to say women should be housekeepers and nannies, handling all household chores, while men might occasionally help out after work? Or if women feel men must give gifts every holiday, couldn't women reciprocate? Gender dynamics require mutual adjustment. Blah blah. Xiaosa gaped slightly, staring at Ma Fanshu with a look of pure bewilderment. Put. Wang Bingbing couldn't help but laugh. The reactions from the commenters were quite positive. That's my wife Bingbing for you. She's all about values. I agree, nothing can be dismissed outright. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. You can't completely dismiss anything. What's the point of all this? I don't even have a girlfriend. Little green queen, I'm so jealous of Lin Shin. At this moment on the marriage map, after slaying the participants from the Benzi kingdom, Lin Fan gathered over 20 succubus fruits floating on the surface of Rikawa's powerful physique. Thankfully they were floating. Otherwise, they would have fallen onto his corpse? No way, that would be disgusting. Xiao Qing, I never would have guessed you were this capable. Lin Fan praised her sincerely. Xiao Qing remained expressionless. She gave a haughty snort, arms crossed, though the corners of her mouth curled up slightly against her will. Of course. Who do you think I am? I'm Empress Xiao Qing. I told you from the start, if I accompany you, your safety is absolutely guaranteed. Alright, Empress. Give me a hug. Lin Fan stretched out his arms. I missed you. Xiao Qing's heart instantly melted with sweetness, though she stubbornly refused to show it. Oomph. Haven't I always been right here? You think I miss you? I really can't handle you. You're a grown man, why are you so clingy? That said, Xiao Qing obediently threw herself into Lin Fan's embrace. Where's my knife? Where's my knife? This sudden dose of romance caught me completely off guard. Ah. I'm so jealous. I can't watch this livestream anymore. Mom says I'm about to activate my Sharingan. Shall we continue exploring for a bit longer?
Lin Fan planned to take Xiaoqing to the fish demon dungeon and deal with those fish demons properly.
After all, that's the dungeon where you can get pregnancy rewards. Going there myself would be perfect, right?
With that thought in mind, Lin Fan immediately prepared to set off.
Standing before the door marked with black clouds signifying certain death, Lin Fan showed no sign of hesitation. Just as he was about to push it open.
But then he recalled what the matchmaker from his homeland had said earlier. He suddenly realized a serious problem.
That is to say, he was now under the watchful eyes of the entire world, right?
And given his current prominence, that possibility was even greater. A cold smile flickered across Lin Fan's lips. Well then, he was going to play a little game. The thought had barely formed.
Lin Fan's heart settled considerably.
He looked at Xiaoqing. Stay right here.
I'll be back soon. Are you alone? Could it be dangerous?
Xiaoqing asked, her small face filled with concern.
It's fine. I know what I'm doing. Chapter 94, Directly Buried Alive.
Lin Fan gave a sinister chuckle and winked at Xiaoqing.
He's definitely up to no good.
Xiaoqing recognized that look all too well. Back when he wanted to perform the marriage ritual with her, this scoundrel had flashed that exact look. Had this been at the villa, the proud Empress Xiaoqing would have challenged Lin Fan to a fierce, all-out brawl. But this was outside. Uncertain of Lin Fan's intentions, she remained put, ready to intervene at a moment's notice.
And just as Lin Fan had anticipated, every viewer watching the livestream perked up instantly upon hearing his words. They focused intently on the screen.
Among them, viewers from other countries were the most intensely focused.
After all, if they could learn Lin Fan's techniques, wouldn't national fortune rewards come pouring in by the bucketful? Ha! Has this Dragon Nation pig forgotten he's live streaming?
How dare he flaunt his skills right in front of us Great Cold Nation citizens? Sorry, but your skills will soon belong to our Great Cold Nation. The Great Cold Nation rises. Our nation officially rises. We were puzzled why Lin Fan had been so incredibly lucky, and we'd researched it extensively.
Who knew he'd actually spill the beans himself today?
Heaven truly favors our Curry Nation, damn it.
Lin Fan pig. Damn it. Why didn't you say this sooner? Our Appa Kim Se Hyun wouldn't have died. This is utterly inhumane.
I hereby award the title of Most Shameless Nation to both your Curry Nation and Great Cold Nation.
Studying Lin God's success secrets is one thing, but you actually want to use your master's secret techniques to defeat him? Are you kidding me? Go ahead and rant. I've already started recording this, ha! On screen.
Lin Fan pretended to approach the Black Cloud Sex entrance, grasping the doorknob before pausing mid-motion, as if listening intently. Specialized researchers from countless nations simultaneously activated their recording devices and took out paper and pens.
All to capture every technique uttered by Lin Fan. Not a single second could be wasted.
This matter concerned the nation's destiny, no room for carelessness.
Time slowly passed. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. 10 minutes passed.
Lin Fan remained frozen in place, still gripping the doorknob, not moving for a long while.
Ha! Am I stuck? Long press the screen to speed up Lin Shan. Technique? What technique is Lin Shan talking about? Damn it, Lin Fan. Hurry up and show us old ugly nation your technique.
We, the Brown Bear Nation, command you, Dragon Nation, figure out a way to get Lin Fan moving already. If it weren't for the fact that the marriage game livestream was created by Blue Star's will, viewers would have suspected their own internet had cut out. But Lin Fan truly stood frozen in place, utterly motionless.
Ugly nation. White Palace. Comrade Dumbass suddenly widened his dead fish eyes. Oh. My god. I get it. I finally understand his intention. Holy crap.
It was that simple, just that simple thing. I knew it, why this guy always pauses for a moment when opening doors.
That's why. Comrade Old P's maniacal laughter reverberated throughout the entire conference room. The researchers exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions utterly bizarre. You figured it out just from watching a motionless scene? Are you calling others fools, or are you calling yourself one? Oh. You still don't get it?
Seeing everyone's bewildered expressions, Comrade Lapu laughed proudly. The reason Lin Fan did this is actually quite simple. He stayed put precisely to listen intently for any sounds of monsters inside the room. Whether it's the Black Cloud Gate or the Random Gate, what's the biggest risk after opening them? Isn't it the monsters targeting you? If you can use this method to check if there's danger inside the room, wouldn't that let you avoid countless risks and perfectly claim the rewards? Why didn't we figure out such a simple principle sooner?
For a moment, the researchers were at a loss for words. Their first reaction was that Comrade Old Pooh was making it sound too easy. Was something off? But upon closer reflection and considering Comrade Old Pooh's flawless analysis, it seemed perfectly logical. What they didn't know was this. To prevent cheating, the door's soundproofing was nearly 100% effective.
Such a low-level cheating method was absolutely impossible.
But it wasn't just the ugly nation that held this belief. Other nations eager to steal Lin Fan's secrets of success shared the same misconception. So they urgently disseminated this intelligence to every citizen. This is hilarious. Now all we need to do is sit back and wait for our matchmaking game participants to claim their national fortune rewards. Lin Fan is such an idiot. If he hadn't said anything, it would have been fine. But by speaking up, he's basically given us room to grow. Everyone, I've secured entry into the matchmaking game. I'll test the waters for you all and see if this idiot Lin Fan's techniques actually work, ha! This brazen comment flashed across the top of the Dragon Nation livestream. Many Dragon Nation citizens couldn't take it anymore. At the same time, they were eager to see if people from other countries had truly figured out Lin Shan's matchmaking map techniques. If it's true, the chasm between nations, once as vast as a natural barrier, may soon be bridged. As citizens of the Dragon Nation, we naturally do not wish to see other countries, especially those unfriendly toward us, grow strong enough to surpass us. At this moment, in the Ugly People Nation's livestream room, a dark-skinned man stood between four gateways, half were Black Cloud gates, half were random gates. As for the marriage gate? Forget about it, that thing was incredibly rare, with a minuscule chance of spawning. Haha, with this old man's wit and ingenuity, what's to fear about a mere matchmaking game? Lion, that was the black man. In real life, he was nothing more than a street thug, scraping by on gang activities, brawling, extorting protection money, and indulging in gambling, prostitution, and drugs, all while stealing his parents' retirement funds to get by. And now, this very nigga, rotten to the bone, has been entrusted with the fate of an entire nation. Not only that, but he also fancies himself the first to grasp the technique Lin Shan spoke of through the livestream footage. Simple. Too simple. How the hell did those idiots manage to die in such a moronic child's game? That Lin Shan from the Dragon Nation is an absolute moron too, bragging about such things. Dragon Nation? Ha! Just a dead dragon. Under this lord's leadership, Ugly Nation will absolutely cement its status as the world's #1 country. And this lord will become even stronger. Luxury cars and beautiful women. Everything imaginable. The more Lion thought about it, the more excited he became. His dark face seemed to flush with waves of exhilaration. He kept waving his hands around, unsure where the camera was. Chapter 95, Ranting Against the Ugly People Nation. Viewers, don't worry. I've watched countless matchmaking game livestreams and have mastered every trick in the book. With me here, you'll be living the high life. Lion. This kid's got it. So confident? Looks like he's got real skills. The ins and outs? What are the ins and outs? Spit it out. You laughable dragon country pigs. You think everyone's like your country's idiot Lin Shan, always showing off and spilling their secret techniques? Today, Ugly People Nation will teach you a lesson. We'll show you what true composure looks like. Composure? Let me ask you this, why are all your Ugly Nation participants black guys? Didn't you claim black people have the lowest status in your country? Is it because black people are the only race you have? You gotta hand it to them, Dragon Nation netizens sure pack a punch. Just one simple sentence was enough to break their defenses. The key to insulting someone is hitting their weak spot. And S? They've always been the shame of Ugly People Nation. Pitting them against S. And they'll instantly lose their minds, even flying into a rage. Dragon country pig. What the hell are you talking about? Exactly. Stop attacking our foreign friends. It's not their fault there are so many black people. I'm definitely rooting for Ugly Land. When it comes to the term lapdog, you're the perfect fit. After showing off for a while on the livestream, Leon finally turned and walked toward the Black Cloud sect's position. Just as he had boasted, he meticulously mimicked every detail of Lin Shan's movements. His hand hovered motionless over the doorknob as he listened intently, ear pressed against the door. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Even the timing was identical. It must be said, Leon was quite skilled. Silently counting the seconds in his mind until they matched Lin Shan's pause not a fraction of a second off. He burst into laughter. Ha ha. I can confidently say this Black Cloud sect poses absolutely no danger. Just watch and see. In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn to him. Citizens from every nation were eager to witness the outcome of Lion unlocking the Black Cloud Gate. If this proved true, then all the advantages Dragon Nation had accumulated would no longer be unique. They would become replicable. I refuse to believe Lin Shan's luck will last forever. Oni-chan, you're absolutely right. Bang! Leon shoved the Black Cloud Gate wide open. Inside. Nothing happened. Leon's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally dropped. Instead, he was overcome with wild joy. It's real. It's real. This technique will make me unbeatable in the marriage game. Ha! God! Thank you. Thank you for giving me this chance. I, Leon, will become the #1 Superman in the land of the ugly. Seeing that nothing happened to Leon, citizens across nations erupted in intense excitement. Countless nations began urging their matchmaking game participants to enter the game immediately. Following this method, they must hurry to marry the final goddess, Willow Spirit. Only then could they truly catch up to or even surpass Dragon Nation, crushing them underfoot. Meanwhile, the Dragon Nation's livestream was filled with a palpable sense of gloom. After all, under these circumstances, other nations thriving meant slow death for them. Remember, they were all targeting the Dragon Nation. At this point, there's no need to talk about repaying hatred with kindness. Sigh, what can you do? This livestream has always been broadcast in real time. Lin Fan probably just wanted to teach this method to Medusa, never expecting so many disgusting bastards would be lurking in our livestream room all the time, stealing the technique. It's not Lin Fan's fault, he's already done so much for Dragon Nation. Right. Who cares? Anyway, our Dragon Nation is already 5 marriage partners ahead of them, they won't catch up anytime soon. Ha! You stinking Dragon Nation pigs, stop deluding yourselves now. Just admit you're not as clever as us ugly nation folks. We've already crushed you in national fortune. You're just a little ahead now and already so excited? Just wait and see how our ugly nation's Leon turns the tables. Though I despise this guy, he does prove the theory of skill is correct. Therefore, he will make a tremendous contribution to our entire ugly nation. I can tolerate him. Why must it be your ugly people's country? Is our little nation unworthy? Ha! I hereby declare, all nations worldwide are forbidden from stealing our exclusive techniques. I'll immediately propose to Leader Dumbass to copyright this as Ugly People Nation's exclusive property. Whoever infringes, we'll make them our enemy. What a bold claim. Have you forgotten that every single one of your moves was stolen from your father, Lin Fan? Now, in the hands of our Ugly People Nation, your Dragon Nation's Lin Fan is a plagiarist. A thief. If you're gloating just because opening the Black Cloud Gate didn't bring danger, that's nowhere near enough. It turns out that after Leon opened the Black Cloud Gate, a spectacle of shifting colors appeared. The ultimate Black Cloud Gate, symbolizing life or death with a single stroke. Yet before the astonished gazes of thousands of spectators, it slowly transformed into the shape of a marriage gate. Moreover, 3 hearts appeared. The moment the pink door appeared, all the old Ugly Nation viewers froze in disbelief before flooding into the Dragon Nation livestream to gloat. A top-tier marriage gate? Is it really a marriage gate? Inside the livestream room, Xiao Miao stared wide-eyed in disbelief, doubting his own eyes, but the reality was undeniable. Lion from the old ugly country had luck beyond belief. He'd actually passed the Black Cloud Gate, changing his fate overnight. Securing the astonishing ultimate marriage gate. This. Xiao Miao instinctively wanted to throw in a few disparaging remarks, but considering his current status and position, it wasn't appropriate to broadcast such thoughts to the masses. Unable to think of anything else to say, he felt incredibly frustrated. Trash. Our Dragon Nation's god of forests is the strongest. So what if the Black Cloud sect spawned a marriage alliance? Our god of forests has several powerful marriage prospects. Frankly, we're stomping on the ugly old nation's head, what are you going to do about it? These words of unparalleled defiance came from Wang Bingbing's mouth. Her eyes blazed with fury, fixed intently on the live stream screen. Even that wasn't enough to satisfy her rage. Slamming her fist on the table, she rose abruptly, arm thrust forward as if piercing the screen to point directly at the noses of those foreign pigs. Damn it, I know you're still watching. What? Got a problem with that? Let me be clear, I'm cursing your short-sighted, rat-like old ugly nation right now. Do you really think stealing our stuff will make you strong? Mark my words, not only will our forest god continue to crush you, but every nation that ever dared to humiliate the Dragon Nation will never rise again. I'll make sure you and your descendants for generations to come learn your first words are, never ever dare to bully the Dragon Nation. Chapter 96, You're the One and Only. Congratulations to Lion, a participant from the Land of Ugly People, on successfully marrying Dealy Z, a citizen of the alternate world's Land of Ugly People. Please proceed with the wedding ceremony promptly to receive the national fortune reward. The citizens of Ugly Land truly felt like crying. First, they suffered all kinds of calamities and punishments. Then their national fortune representative got utterly trounced by Pig Lin Fan from the Dragon Nation. After that, they still relied solely on inheritance mechanics to keep leveling up. Now, after stumbling upon the marriage game's trick to open the Black Cloud Gate, they luckily transformed it into a reward-granting marriage gate only to discover their match is male? The rules clearly stated only women were allowed, right? They felt certain the matchmaking game was targeting them. If they were merely suspicious before, now they are utterly convinced. Even Comrade Duan Wang issued a statement declaring that the Dragon Nation must possess sinister methods to manipulate blue stars while against the Ugly People Nation. This completely undermines the fairness of the competition. Everyone must absolutely not emulate the Dragon Nation's despicable actions. Of course, such empty rhetoric went in one ear and out the other for the citizens. All they want to know now is whether Leon can overcome his inner barrier and claim the reward. In the Ugly People Nation's live broadcast feed, Lion's stomach churned violently, his face ashen worse than if he'd eaten. Damn it, if it were just a guy, that'd be one thing. The real issue is why the hell is he so tall? And so muscular, what the hell is that about? His own height would normally only reach his crotch. How the hell was he supposed to make a move?
Lion had wanted to leave countless times, but the thought of his own fate.
He might never encounter another S-class marriage opportunity.
He forced himself to stay put, not moving a single step. Closing his eyes, he frantically tried to steady his emotions.
After a long moment, he finally forced a few words out of his throat. The marriage game, wait, isn't it only for women to participate? Women? I can be one. Big Leo said, sounding a bit strange. You're telling me you're a woman? Lion's mental defenses were shattered once more. Hold on a second. Seriously, just tell me, are you male or female? What's your damn sexual orientation? Despite Lion's furious outburst, Big Leo didn't seem upset.
He just replied with a hint of shyness. My body is male, but my gender identity is female.
As for my orientation, you might not know this, I have dissociative identity disorder.
When I was young, my alternate personality was attracted to girls, so technically I'm a lesbian.
But based on my normal orientation, I should be attracted to men. Since I have a male body, that makes me too. Does that sound confusing?
I know, which is why I have a bit of severe depression.
Leon, you won't mind or discriminate against me, right?
After all, the people of Lilliput receive such advanced education, they respect everyone's personal freedom.
WTF? After hearing DLZ's explanation, Leon fell silent.
For the first time, he deeply resented the 97 official genders released by Uglyland's government. Turns out, the reason the National Fortune matchmaking game paired him with such a burly guy
was because Big Leo himself identified as female. Understand this, in Ugly People Nation.
Anyone who dared to question his femininity would be subjected to a relentless barrage of punches from the nation's martial artists.
Thus, Blue Star will chose to comply, placing Big Leo into the matchmaking game. Little did they know, the bitter fruit they sowed would eventually be reaped by themselves. Ha! This cracks me up. Didn't we hear people bragging about their country's gender diversity before? What about now? Still proud? Their buffs are stacked to the max, you know? I'm seriously speechless.
I seriously suspect this Big Apple is a spy.
This is too entertaining. What are you disgusting dragon country pigs gloating about now? Who said we don't like Big Lee? We're totally into this. Especially Lion. We're definitely grabbing that National Fortune reward for the matchmaking partner.
Alright, if you actually pull off snagging that National Fortune reward this time, no one will begrudge you. The Ugly People Nation's citizens are now feeling so embarrassed it's embarrassing on a national scale. They've lost all their bravado.
Look at Lin Fan's gorgeous wife, then look at Lion's. The only solace left for them is their proud cultural heritage and that National Fortune reward.
Lion, you absolutely must succeed in your marriage.
And Leon, too, understands these truths deeply. Even though Big Lee is a man and utterly repulsive. But upon reflection, his heart is that of a woman. At least there's a glimmer of comfort. To change his fate,
Lion pinched his nose, gritted his teeth, and cursed under his breath.
Go for it.
The screen slowly blurred with mosaic.
Some Uglyland citizens watching this scene even shed tears of sympathy. It takes a black person from Uglyland to pull this off, huh? If this were anyone else, few could have managed it.
Just to be clear, I'm not discriminating against that, nor against people like DiCaprio. Everyone has the freedom to make their own choices, and I don't interfere. Wang Bingbing laughed so hard she doubled over, completely abandoning any semblance of ladylike decorum. Having secured approval from the station director and the chief elder, the two hosts finally let loose completely.
Xiao Sa suddenly realized, that's right. Black people really have incredible acceptance.
No wonder they're the ethnic group famous singers in our country write songs about.
Huh? Is that really a thing?
Wang Bingbing froze, not quite catching what teacher Xiao Sa was implying.
Xiao Sa continued slowly. Viewers, do you remember that super popular song? You're that. Put. Wang Bingbing burst out laughing instantly. The bullet comments exploded with activity thanks to Xiao Sa's hilarious line. You're calling me names. I'm not that guy.
Oh, buddy, please tell me where that guy is. My Florida sheriff will definitely bring him back.
Sheriff. And you. My friend, you're the real hero. Say thank you to the sheriff. Hilarious.
I never realized Zhang Wei's song had that hidden meaning.
It's all about the homophones. Oh wait, we're civilized people, we're not calling anyone a that guy.
It's just our unique Sichuan Chongqing accent.
Ha!
I laughed myself to death, then laughed myself back to life. The person above is pure drama queen, but it is kinda funny.
In the matchmaking game,
he guessed someone had been observing his behavior all along and was probably mimicking it now.
Lin Fan nodded. Yeah, it should be about right. Chapter 97, Fierce Battle Against the Sea Demon.
Lin Fan's gaze drifted over the 3 doors, finally settling on door number 3. Twisted ripples of water were etched into the bronze door, and faint murmurs of flowing water could be heard from behind it, carrying a faint, sweet salty scent. The symbol of the dungeon, this scene conveyed it perfectly. Recalling the fish demon's utility, Lin Fan decisively summoned all the girls and discreetly described the monster's appearance to them.
Xiao Miao perked up again. Fish demon? Sounds delicious. After all, cats love fish. Especially a powerful fish demon. Elle was equally eager, perfect chance to test my new fire spells. Hold on, I need to tell you all something first. Lin Fan chuckled darkly, then proceeded to explain the edible properties of fish demons to the women. Sure enough. The next moment. The ladies' lovely faces flushed crimson. They were utterly flustered. So? Still want to eat? If not, you can leave. I won't say a word. Even if Lin Fan had indeed said that. Yet the women fell into a collective, unbroken silence at that very moment. None chose to leave, and this very action naturally spoke volumes about the feelings they kept unspoken. Seeing this, Lin Fan raised an eyebrow and smiled lightly. Behind him, Lu Xin and the others exchanged glances. If that's the case, then let's all go together. The instant his palm touched the doorknob, the system alert sounded abruptly. The door burst open with a thunderous crash, a putrid wind-carrying murky mist slamming into their faces. The moment they stepped inside, the scene transformed abruptly. Underfoot lay soft, sludgy mud. Decaying water plants stood erect around them, while vast, shadowy forms drifted indistinctly in the distant waters. Moonlight pierced the water's surface, outlining the shadow's body with bluish-gray scales. Its triangular head slowly turned toward the group, its crimson pupils glowing with a greedy, eerie light. The merfolk spoke, its voice like nails scraping glass. How many years have we not seen living souls? Your flesh and blood must be delicious, right? Its tail smashed the water, sending waves 10 feet high crashing up. The sharp dorsal fin sliced through the surface, charging straight toward Lin Fan. In the livestream chat, the alien scum, upon seeing the C-rank monster, not only showed no fear but instead erupted into a torrent of curses. What the hell? What the hell does this mean? Why is every monster given to those Dragon Nation pigs so much weaker than Lin Fan's? I'm starting to suspect Dragon Nation is rigging this behind the scenes. We've all been blinded by Dragon Nation's cheating, leading to the marriage game scandal. Seriously, Lin Fan can one-shot B-rank monsters. What's the point of sending a C-rank monster? Baka. Matchmaking game, rigged? Fine, you win, you win. Wait, is this even called a setup? Isn't this all just the realm Lin got himself punched and kicked his way into? If you've got nothing better to do than stand here chattering all day, you'd be better off going back to your rooms and jerking off. Inside the matchmaking game, the fish demon charged fiercely. The overwhelming pressure of a C-rank swept across the arena, yet Xiao Miao yawned, wrapping her tail around Lin Fan's wrist. Seems like this fish demon hasn't woken up yet. Indeed. Lucian said. Exactly. Ale said. Absolutely, Hoshino affirmed. Quite right, Xiao Cheng said. It can't hold it together anymore. The fish demon really couldn't hold it in anymore. No. Who's the real monster here? Who the hell is the challenger here? These guys show absolutely no fear when they see me, they're even critiquing me? Is this even right? Is this ing appropriate? Die. All of you die. Lin Fan didn't even bother to glance at them. He sidestepped the fish demon's gaping maw as lightning coiled from his fingertips like a striking serpent. With a sharp crack, the lightning struck the fish demon squarely between the eyes. Its blue-gray scales instantly charred black as its massive body stiffened and plummeted into the water, sending a spray that drenched everyone. Dead. Simple as that. The fish demon was instantly wiped out. Wang Bingbing stared wide-eyed in the livestream. That's it? Lin Fan didn't even pull out a weapon. See that? That's the terrifying combat power of AB rank peak. C-rank monsters are no different from squashing an ant in his hands. Xiao Sa slapped his thigh in excitement. Any other alien scum dare speak up? Incredible. God Lin, accept my kneel. Holy, others fight tooth and nail just to reach this level, only to find they don't even deserve to catch a glimpse of Lord Lin? In other nations, through their inheritance systems, they too reached Class C. Only they know the agony endured to reach this rank. Yet, now you tell them that the B rankers stronger than them are still useless trash who can't even last a single move against Lin Fan? This ing sense of disparity is utterly off the charts. At that very moment, on the live stream feed, a sudden upheaval erupted. Distant waters churned violently as dozens of dark shapes burst through the surface. They were ordinary fish monsters drawn by the fish demon's aura, merely D-rank creatures, though their sheer numbers were staggering. Witnessing this scene, the alien scum who had been about to cheer choked on their words, their frustration palpable. Couldn't we get some S-rank monsters? Couldn't they at least let Lin Fan taste the thrill of being one-shot? Unfair. So unfair. Little Miao finally perked up, her cat eyes narrowing into slits as demonic energy surged around her, forming razor-sharp phantom claws. Lin Fan. These fish jerks are mine. Before the words had even left her mouth, she had already transformed into a green blur, diving into the school of fish. Wherever her claws passed, blood splattered everywhere. Elle swished her tail, gathering a ghostly blue flame in her palm. I'll refine the fish oil, perfect for testing my new recipe. The willow spirit gently plucked her strings, ethereal melodies transforming into invisible blades that sliced the lurking fish monsters in half.
Lin Fan sat cross-legged on the shore, eyes closed, sensing the energy currents within the waters. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his gaze fixed on the whirlpool deep within the pool. Something's down there. He stood up, flexing his wrists. You guys stay on shore. I'll go check it out. Before anyone could respond, he plunged into the water. At the bottom of the pool, an ancient altar covered in barnacles came into view. Suspended at its center was a crystal-clear egg, its shell wrapped in purple lightning patterns. System notice, rare item discovered, lightning attributed mermaid egg. Incubation yields contract beast, thunder giant Kuan juvenile stage. Kuan? Can he play basketball? If not, no thanks. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Just as his fingertip touched the eggshell, an alarm blared. The water exploded into towering waves as a figure 3 times larger than the previous fish demon burst forth. Its fish-like head bore a hideous, spiked face, and its dorsal fin resembled a miniature mountain peak. Chapter 98, Xiao Miao successfully breaks through. Unlocking the affinity system. Warning, hidden boss detected, abyssal thunderfin beast B rank. The livestream exploded with chaos. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. The hidden boss is here. B rank? Lin Fan just broke through to peak B rank, perfect for leveling up. Calm down, upstairs. There's a huge gap between B rank and B rank peak. What's the difference? They're both experience points anyway. You damn dragon country pigs, stop showing off here. Damn dragon country pigs, we ugly people nation will surpass you sooner or later. The next second on screen, Lin Fan's move left everyone breathless. With a light flick of his wrist, 12 lightsabers each wrapped in mechanical chains shot from his palms, forming a precise matrix in midair. The lightsabers hummed as they sliced through the water, piercing every vulnerable spot on the thunderfin beast's body with pinpoint accuracy under its horrified gaze. The colossal beast's body shattered into a sky-filling rain of blood before it could even utter a scream, disintegrating in the thunderous light. Lin Fan leapt onto the altar through the splashing water, casually picking up the mermaid egg, his fingertips still dripping with the thunderfin beast's blood. The livestream fell into an eerie silence. 3 seconds later, comments erupted like a volcano. Is this INGAB rank boss? It couldn't even last 3 seconds against Lin Fan? The devs should just award Lin Fan the strongest in the server title. Everyone else can quit now. You little bastards from our country wanted to see the Dragon Nation's myth shattered? Come on. Keep hating. Scream. Keep screaming. Baka. Lin Fan stowed the mermaid eggs in his backpack and looked up at the water's surface, only to see Xiao Miao swimming toward him with a plump fish monster in her mouth, her tail trailing several fish that had slipped through the net. Look, Lin Fan, she exclaimed, spitting out the fish in her mouth, her eyes sparkling. These little dried fish will feed us for 3 whole days. 3 days worth? How many kids are you planning to have? Lin Fan's sudden remark left Xiao Miao utterly flustered. She could only glare at Ale, who was quietly preparing to grill the fish nearby, and lashed out in anger to distract herself from her embarrassment. What does that have to do with me? You wanna fight? Ah. The 2 girls started messing around again. Hoshino rolled her eyes as she poured the fish oil into a bottle. Let's get this straight, I'm not responsible for grilling. The trauma from last time when Ale turned the fish into charcoal balls still hasn't faded. Fine, I'll do it this time. After all, we need to be kind to the baby in your belly. Willow Spirit chuckled softly, using her vaporized string to lift the fish monster's corpse, transforming it into fertilizer to nourish the plants along the shore. Willow Spirit is the most dependable. Lin Fan watched the lively scene unfold before him, suddenly recalling the system's notification about the affection system. A faint smile touched his lips. You guys keep grilling. I've got something to take care of. Arriving at Gate 1, he activated the affinity system only to immediately regret coming here. Now, with a mere thought, Lin Fan could see affection indicators hovering above each woman's head. All of them at 100? Seeing this, Lin Fan was completely stunned. The maximum affection level was 100. This meant his marriage partner would never abandon him. They would even be willing to sacrifice their lives for him. Holy crap, even Xiaoqing has maxed out at 100? Then what was the point of having this affection system at all? I thought everyone would have at most around 90 points. Leaving a little gap for me to bridge. But now look at this. It seems like everyone started out with maxed out affection levels. Seeing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Suddenly, he remembered the treasure he'd obtained yesterday, one specifically useful for the 9 lives cat. Little Miao, come here. Hearing Lin Fan's call, Little Miao, who had been bristling at Ale just moments ago, immediately calmed down and trotted obediently over to him. I've got a special treasure, want to try it out? Lin Fan said mysteriously. Little Miao's eyes lit up instantly. She nodded eagerly, yes. What's the big treasure? I can't show it to you here though. We have to hide it away. Otherwise, everyone will come looking for it. Lin Fan cautioned. After all, what he was giving Xiao Miao was something naturally suited for a 9 lives cat's upgrade. But I only found one inside the door. If everyone came asking for it, he'd be completely helpless. He wasn't some kind of deity who could conjure up countless items at will, was he?
So in these matters, Lin Fan had to tread carefully. Ha! Xiao Miao's reaction was far more intense than he'd anticipated. She stared at Lin Fan in utter disbelief, then glanced around at the surroundings and the other women. Finally, she turned back to him, her voice barely above a whisper. Here? Really, here? This is my first time doing this. Won't it be a bit intense? Lin Chen found it a bit odd, but then realized Xiao Miao probably felt this approach might be unfair to the other potential marriage partners. He replied directly, "Don't worry, this is perfectly normal. I just don't want them to see otherwise, we might delay our fish eating time. You agree, right?" Indeed, if everyone wanted to join in, it would take much longer. Xiao Miao nodded, her face flushed, then glanced toward the thicket nearby. Then we'll go there? Sure. It'll be quick. Xiao Miao whispered, "Where's quick?" The one who's quick is me. Lin Fan listened, growing increasingly uneasy, though he didn't dwell on it. It wasn't until they entered the thicket that Xiao Miao's unexpectedly proactive actions startled Lin Fan. "Xiao Miao, you actually like this kind of thing? You didn't tell me to. I'm talking about giving you this thing." In Lin Fan's hand, a crystal shone brightly. It was the very thing the Nine Lives Cat clan needed most. Once used, it would shatter one of the Nine Lives Cat's 9 layers of boundaries. For Xiao Miao, this was an incredibly precious existence. Lin Fan, so this is the big treasure you meant to give me? Little Miao couldn't put this treasure down. Lin Fan was speechless. How did you jump from here to there? I thought you were pretty straightforward before? Lu Xun. Lin Fan. Little Miao. Eavesdropping Willow Spirit. In the live stream room. After witnessing this scene, I burst into uncontrollable laughter. I can't take it anymore, I can't take it anymore, I really can't take it anymore, this is killing me. Lucian, I never imagined you'd be this kind of Lucian. Alright, has Little Miao finally been corrupted too? Holy crap, this is so satisfying. Absolutely perfect. Chapter 99, Fortune Smiles. Found the floating island blueprint? Time flew by. 3 days slipped by unnoticed. During these days, nothing major happened in the matchmaking game. Each day passed peacefully and steadily. But the activation of the homestead barrier finally gave the villagers an opportunity. They harvested timber from the surrounding forests and constructed numerous small wooden cottages. Viewed from above, the scene radiated profound peace and tranquility, drawing sighs of envy from countless Dragon Nation citizens. Wow, this is the house of my dreams. Who among the people of the Dragon Kingdom doesn't harbor a dream of returning to the fields? Honestly, I really want to go back to my hometown. It's funny when you think about it, why do people in other countries struggle so desperately just to survive? Why is it that in our Dragon Nation, Lin Chen now lives a life of pure bliss? It's so frustrating. Damn it. On this day, Lin Fan sat in his workshop fine-tuning the newly modified energy cannon. He'd acquired this technology in the library and was now relentlessly testing and refining it. Lightning coiled around his fingertips, intertwining with the blue glow of gears. He meticulously modified every detail and structure of the magic cannon. Suddenly, an ethereal chime echoed through the sky. Above the grasslands outside his home, a dense swarm of golden gift boxes abruptly materialized, descending like a golden rain cloud. Lucky encounter reward arrives. Open as many gift boxes as possible within half an hour to claim rewards. Note, no penalties exist within the gift boxes, any reward may appear. Dragon Nation citizens, holy crap. Awesome. Isn't this just another free handout of resources? You bet it is. This reward couldn't have come at a better time. Awesome. You Dragon Country folks are cheating again. Get the out of here, you bunch of white dogs yapping your heads off. In the matchmaking game, countless exquisitely crafted gift boxes of varying sizes were suspended by balloons, drifting slowly downward. It was like a grand shower of gift boxes. Here it comes. Xiao Miao's ears perked up sharply. With a flick of her tail, she scrambled up the wall, her eyes darting around the pile of gift boxes. So many boxes. I'm going for the biggest one. Elle followed closely behind, the flames on his tail dancing merrily. This succubus's luck never fails, just you wait. Be careful not to hurt yourselves, especially you two. Holding her slightly rounded belly, Hoshino stepped outside supported by the willow spirit, her gaze fixed on the diamond-shaped gift boxes suspended in midair. Ever since becoming pregnant, Hoshino had increasingly embodied the image of a devoted wife and mother. Xiaoqing stood expressionless beside Lin Fan, yet the moment she saw the gift box, her fingertips unconsciously brushed against the bronze bell in her sleeve, the spirit artifact Lin Fan had gifted her from their last dungeon run. No matter what it is, it can't compare to what Lin Fan gave me. What? Still not going? Still infatuated with that ring, aren't you? Lin Fan chuckled mockingly from the side. Get lost. Xiaoqing snorted coldly. You're putting on airs now, aren't you? You won't be getting any tonight. Lin Fan feigned anger. Sure enough, Xiaoqing simply couldn't resist human food. She immediately bit her lip, tugged at Lin Fan's sleeve, and signaled her mistake. That's more like it. Xiao Miao and I started running and playing wildly in the courtyard again. Yet, they kept a constant watch on Hoshino's position. The willow spirit gently plucked the strings, and ethereal melodies transformed into invisible hands, softly catching several gift boxes drifting toward the water. No need to fight. Take your time. Lin Fan chuckled and shook his head, waving his hand to cast a protective barrier to prevent the energy fluctuations from the falling gift boxes from harming anyone. With the first crisp click of a box opening, Xiao Miao cheered, holding up a necklace set with a cat's eye stone. Look! It's the moonlight necklace of the 9 Lives Cat Clan. Wearing it doubles your nighttime cultivation speed. Put. That's nothing. Ale refused to be outdone, gathering dark flames at her fingertips to melt the box's lock. A ring engraved with intricate magical runes sprang out, emanating a powerful aura of magic, the Devil's Kiss ring. It boosts the power of dark attribute magic. Yours isn't even that impressive. Yours isn't impressive. Yours isn't impressive. Yours. 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 Lin Chen. The women. On the other side. The gift box slowly descended. Hoshino leisurely walked over, carefully opened it, and discovered a box of crystal-clear pregnancy-nourishing elixir. The lid bore the golden characters mother and child safe, causing her eyes to redden slightly. It's okay. Lin Fan held her tightly. The elven race only requires 3 months to give birth. By normal standards, nearly half a month had passed, equivalent to over a month for humans. The emotional fluctuations of this stage naturally required him, as her husband, to offer comfort. Lin Fan, with you here, I always feel at ease. Xiaoqing revealed a set of black scales, their texture strikingly similar to the scales of the abyssal thunderfin beast. Her eyes lit up as she immediately began scheming in her mind how to refine them into defensive gear. Xiao Miao and Ayer were the ones opening the most gift boxes. They scrambled eagerly, each afraid the other might snatch more than they did. However, the gift boxes only contained more valuable items during the first round of openings. Later on, they mostly contained random junk. There were even some of those little toys Ayer loved to play with. She pulled Lin Fan aside with a sly look, proudly displaying her loot. Lin Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. Oh, really? You two were secretly playing with fun stuff here. Xiao Miao glared at them like she caught them red-handed, her eyes landing on the toy in Ayer's hand. She snatched it away in an instant. Fine. Then I want to play too. Though Xiao Miao snatched it away. The innocent kitten had no idea how to use it. After fiddling with it for a while, she felt too embarrassed to ask. Al suddenly flashed a devilish grin. He leaned close and whispered its purpose into Xiao Miao's ear. Immediately, Xiao Miao let out a shriek, flinging it away as if she'd touched something scalding hot. Ah! You! Xiao Miao's face flushed scarlet, wisps of white steam practically rising from her head. You're a total pervert. I am a demon, after all. Ale whistled, looking utterly unmoved. Xiao Miao couldn't take it anymore. Stomping her foot, she snatched it away, tugged at Lin Fan, and growled, Lin Fan, I want to play those games with you too. Ha! This is a PS5. Do you even know how to play it? Lin Fan held the console, looking utterly confused. If demons can play it, so can I. Xiao Miao refused to back down. Chapter 100, The Battle on the Floating Island. Especially after seeing Elle sticking out her tongue smugly nearby, she was completely fired up. I want to play. I want to play. I just have to play. Seriously. Lucian watched the scene unfold, shaking her head helplessly with a smile. Above her head, an exquisitely crafted rectangular gift box slowly descended before her. The surface of the box was entwined with blue vine patterns, and one could faintly hear a gentle, flowing sound. At first glance, it was clearly no ordinary item. Her fingertips lightly touched the vine patterns, and the box opened with a soft click. A burst of green light shot skyward, coalescing in midair into an ancient blueprint radiating a spiritual glow. Lin Fan's pupils contracted sharply as the system interface instantly appeared before his eyes. A unique opportunity for the willow spirit to restore its full might. This was an opportunity imbued with the laws of heaven. Holy crap! You must understand. At his peak, the willow god was an immortal emperor. Restoring immortal emperor level power? Then I could live off someone else's money to my heart's content? Though this current opportunity isn't enough to catapult me to the top in one leap, but a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. No one gets left behind. Just take it slow. A system notification appeared instantly. Congratulations on obtaining the Sky Island Dungeon Blueprint. This dungeon holds ancient opportunities, aiding its holder in breaking through cultivation bottlenecks. Lucian traced the cloud-patterned edges of the blueprint, his eyes glistening with nostalgia. This blueprint resembles the sect's secret scriptures I saw in my youth. Perhaps this is my destiny. Lin Fan took the blueprint, his fingertips tracing the outline of the floating islands. Suddenly, he noticed an ancient hall entwined with vines at the island's core. The runes on its doors were identical to the patterns on the willow spirit's harp strings. Goddess Lu, this dungeon might be connected to your heritage, Lin Fan said, handing her the blueprint. I'll accompany you. Xiao Miao immediately leaped onto his shoulder. I'm coming too. Maybe there'll be some special goodies from the floating island. Just don't let that pervert go. Put. L followed, swishing his tail. Count me in. It's been ages since I've seen a real ancient ruin. Though Hoshino wanted to join, the willow spirit gently pressed her shoulder. Stay home and rest. We'll be back soon. Tear the scroll apart. The fragments formed a teleportation array, materializing on the ground. The teleportation array glowed beneath their feet. Lin Fan murmured the incantation as instructed on the diagram. The next second, a flash of green light filled their vision. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves above a sea of clouds. A colossal floating island hovered amidst the clouds. Waterfall-like cascades of stardust plummeted from its edges, while an ancient palace at its center shimmered faintly in the sunlight. The character's Qingxiao on its gates, though weathered and faded, still radiated an otherworldly, transcendent aura. Beware, this island is warded. The willow spirit gathered spiritual energy at her fingertips. The strings of her chin emitted a clear, resonant sound. Ahead, the mist slowly parted like a curtain, revealing a path paved with stone steps. As the group ascended the steps, ethereal cranes formed from condensed spiritual energy suddenly materialized on either side, their wings spread as if ready to take flight. Little Miao reached out curiously to touch them, but the cranes dissolved into specks of luminous light that burrowed into her brow. A shiver ran through her. What a soothing power! On the plaza before the ancient hall, 7 stone platforms held 7 types of artifacts: a zither, chess pieces, books, paintings, a sword, elixirs, and an array. Lucian's gaze settled on the ancient zither at the center, and her feet moved forward of their own accord. The instrument was entwined with emerald vines, yet its strings glistened like crystal. The moment her fingertips touched them, countless fragments of memory surged into her mind. These were the memories of an ancient Qingxiao sect disciple. I remember. The willow spirit's voice trembled. The Qingxiao sect had attained enlightenment through the zither. This 9 heavens ornament was the sect's sacred artifact. When the sect faced its great calamity, the founding patriarch sealed the inheritance within the floating island, awaiting a destined soul to unlock it. Before she could finish, the ancient zither erupted in dazzling green light. The vines retreated, revealing the character Lu carved beneath the strings. Ale suddenly pointed toward the distance and exclaimed, "Look! There's something in those clouds." Turning their gaze, the group saw countless monsters materialize from the sea of clouds formed from condensed spiritual energy, resembling zither, lutes, and pipas, yet bearing hideous, monstrous faces. The lead zither-like creature emitted a shrill string vibration, its sound waves transforming into blades that surged toward the group. Lin Fan raised his hand, unleashing a matrix of light swords. 12 streaks of sword light pierced the monsters' bodies like lightning. Yet as they dissolved into spiritual energy, they'd within the mist. The willow spirit gently stroked the strings, and ethereal melodies filled the air. The monsters halted in their tracks, some even beginning to dance to the rhythm. These are spirit energy puppets guarding the barrier. Their malevolence must be dispelled with music, a standard array defense. No need for alarm. Her eyes closed, the melody grew ever more crystalline and uplifting, like spring rain nourishing the earth. The monsters gradually dissolved into specks of light, merging into the spiritual energy currents of the floating island. The ancient zither in the center suddenly rose, hovering above the willow spirit's head. Its strings vibrated of their own accord, playing a celestial melody Lin Fan had never heard before. A green aura rose around the willow spirit, with faint Tao patterns appearing in her hair. Her aura, originally at grade B, began to surge wildly. Lin Fan's pupils contracted sharply. He sensed the willow spirit was breaking through her cultivation bottleneck. From B rank to B rank, her combat power skyrocketed to a terrifying 30,000 level. This was the recognition of the Sky Island's legacy. Lin Fan clenched his fists, filled with joy for the willow spirit. Suddenly, the ancient hall's doors burst open with a thunderous crash. A pillar of light descended from the heavens, enveloping the willow spirit within its radiance. When the light faded, a glowing music score appeared in her arms. The 5 characters on its covered Qingxiao Yuling Chu's celestial spirit conjuring melody shimmered brilliantly. Xiao Miao crept closer, peering at it curiously. Daring not to touch it recklessly, she tentatively poked the music book. Isn't this super awesome? The willow spirit nodded softly, her fingertips brushing the score as a streak of azure light entered her brow. She lifted her gaze to Lin Fan, her eyes shining with an unprecedented brilliance. This is the final legacy of the Sky Island, and the Qingxiao sect's recognition of me. Now, I can stand by your side even more powerfully. Lin Fan smiled and shook his head, reaching up to ruffle her hair. You've always been strong. But at that very moment, a jarring sound suddenly erupted. Damn it! Who the hell beat us to it and snatched the treasure spot we had our eyes on? Just as everyone was immersed in the wondrous opportunities of the Sky Island, a thick aura of demonic energy spread out from the island's depths. A group of black-robed demon cultivators entered from outside. Both sides froze in surprise upon seeing each other. Instantly, the gaze they cast upon Lin Chan and his companions was filled with astonishing murderous intent. A sickening black glow emanated from their bodies, their eyes dark and greedy. Simultaneously, upon catching sight of the women's beauty, they couldn't help but break into lecherous grins. Well, who'd have thought that coming here for a treasure map would bring such unexpected rewards? Ladies, you're all exceptionally lovely. Why not follow this old Taoist master? You could live in luxury from now on, wouldn't you? Ha! Chapter 101, Ascending to Immortality. This is the divine blessing of the willow spirit. Go to hell. You bunch of ugly bastards. Put. Little Miao was the most impatient. She immediately spat a string of curses at them and made a mocking face. But as the saying goes, when a woman is truly beautiful, even her anger appears like playful teasing to others. The demon cultivator's eyes lit up instantly, and he chuckled heartily. Perfect. This is perfect. Ha! She's actually a shape-shifting demon? Interesting. Very interesting indeed. I, Huan, have roamed the immortal realm for years, yet never possessed such a beautiful demoness as my furnace vessel. Who would have thought today I'd get the chance to break that ice? Hearing this, the demon cultivators all burst into loud laughter. Their faces were filled with utter recklessness, displaying an arrogant demeanor that clearly held Lin Fan and his companions in utter contempt. Lin Fan gave a cold smile. How incredibly bold. Their husbands stand right here, yet you dare spout such nonsense? Then let me ask you, have you considered how you'll die? His murderous gaze sent a chill through the demon cultivators, startling them into silence. Instantly, they snapped back to their senses. Scared by this pretty boy? How humiliating. Absolutely mortifying. Kid, you've succeeded in enraging me. I'll refine you into Ascension corpse puppet and make you watch as I toy with them. You think you're worthy? Xiao Qing retorted. Scum. Ire said coldly. The willow spirit remained silent, merely gazing at them as if they were already dead. Faced with such contempt, the demon cultivators could no longer contain their fury. Brothers, charge the inn. These bastards aren't just a bunch of fat pigs, they're carrying secret treasures. All for us. You lot? We'll wipe you out in minutes, okay? Xiao Miao sneered coldly. The demon cultivator at the front grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Humph. A bunch of overconfident fools, daring to come to the Sky Island to snatch opportunities? Today, none of you will leave alive. Demon cultivator. Rank, B class. Combat power, 210,000. All these demon cultivators possessed B rank strength. They swiftly formed a battle array, their demonic artifacts flickering with eerie light. A black demonic flame surged toward the group like a raging tide, scorching the air with a hissing sound wherever it passed. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed sharply. Spiritual light intertwined with mechanical energy surged around him. His hands swiftly formed seals, and a barrier of spiritual energy laced with mechanical fragments instantly spread from his feet, steadfastly blocking the demonic flame. The flames collided with the barrier, erupting in a blinding blue light. The shockwave rippled through the surrounding air. Impossible. What kind of technique is this? The demon cultivators were utterly stunned. They had never witnessed such spiritual energy before. Xiao Miao leapt from Lin Fan's shoulder, her feline pupils narrowing into vertical slits. The spiritual energy surrounding her coalesced into phantom claws as sharp as blades. Like a streak of azure lightning, she plunged into the crowd of demon cultivators. Wherever her claws struck, the black robes of the demon cultivators were easily slashed open, blood spattering everywhere, and cries of agony filled the air. However, these demon cultivators weren't a bunch of useless slackers. They reacted swiftly, swinging their demonic weapons at Xiao Miao. Xiao Miao darted nimbly between them, evading attacks while seeking an opening to strike back. Elle formed hand seals, murmuring incantations as a ball of ghostly blue flame coalesced in her palm. With a flick of her wrist, the flame shot toward the demon cultivators like a meteor. Block them! The demon cultivators hastily cast defensive spells. Yet Elle's flames proved strangely unstoppable, piercing through their defenses with ease and setting several cultivators ablaze, their agonized screams piercing the air. You're done for, little lady. But the other demon cultivators seized the opportunity to surround her, attempting to trap Elle. They failed to notice. Behind them, the willow spirit gently plucked the strings, and ethereal melodies transformed into invisible blades, slicing toward the demon cultivators. Wherever the music reached, the demon cultivators felt their very souls pierced with pain, their movements growing sluggish. Yet one of the demon cultivators suddenly cast a spell. Seeing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. No way. Competing with the willow spirit in her own specialty? Do you even know what kind of being she is? The willow spirit's brow furrowed slightly as her fingers fluttered swiftly across the strings, producing a crisp melody that neutralized the black sound wave. Xiao Qing held the shield fashioned from black scales, positioning herself in front of Lin Fan to shield him from the demon cultivator's attacks. Her gaze was icy. Whenever a demon cultivator approached, she swiftly struck them back. Her movements were clean and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. Watching the battle unfold, Lin Fan knew he couldn't delay any longer. Otherwise, it would all be for naught. Alright, now that you've seen how weak you are, you might as well just go die. He raised both hands, and 12 lightsabers, each entwined with mechanical chains, shot from his palms, forming a precise matrix in midair. The lightsabers hummed as they sliced through the air, hurtling toward the demon cultivators. The demon cultivators watched in terror as the blades approached, hastily casting spells to defend themselves. Yet Lin Fan's blades possessed overwhelming power, effortlessly piercing through their defenses and impaling several cultivators. No! Even in death, the expressions of disbelief remained frozen on their faces. It was as if they couldn't fathom how this fair-skinned youth possessed such overwhelming power. But Lin Fan's sword storm showed no signs of stopping. Under Lin Fan's relentless assault, the demon cultivator's formation began to crumble. Xiao Miao, Ire, and the Willow Spirit seized the opportunity to launch even fiercer assaults, driving the demon cultivators back in retreat. Secret arts and magical treasures poured forth relentlessly, yet they were merely desperate last-ditch efforts. Boss, how can these bastards be this strong? This is insane. Let's get out of here. The leader of the demon cultivators, seeing the situation was hopeless, tried to flee. Think you can just leave? Did I give you permission? Speak. Lin Fan wouldn't let him escape so easily. With a single step, a teleportation array formed beneath his feet, a pattern woven from spiritual energy and circuitry instantly materializing before the demon cultivator. Lin Fan raised his hand and snapped his fingers, pinching the demon cultivator's wrist. What the hell do you want from me? I'm sorry, isn't that enough? I'll give you everything. Just don't kill me. Otherwise, the demon sect will come after you. The demon cultivator stared at Lin Fan in terror, struggling to break free, only to find his strength as insignificant as an ant's before Lin Fan. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. He squeezed with force, instantly crushing the cultivator's wrist. The demonic artifact fell from his grasp. You demon cultivators dare covet this floating island's opportunity? Today, I'll make you pay the price. Lin Fan roared, his light sword instantly cleaving the leader of the demon cultivators in two. Dead. Dead, truly dead. Run. I don't want to fight anymore. Run. Seeing their leader slain, the remaining demon cultivators lost all resolve and scattered in panic. Lin Fan did not pursue them. He knew these demon cultivators were no longer a threat. Chapter 102, Demon Cultivators' Revenge? Let's have a baby first. He turned to look toward the edge of the floating island, where a teleportation array had materialized at some point. Embedded at its core was a cloud pattern identical to the one in the blueprint. Time to head back. Xingye is waiting for our good news. MHM. The moment the group stepped onto the teleportation array, the floating island began to slowly dissipate, dissolving into specks of green light that merged into the clouds. Yet the musical score in Willow Spirit's embrace and the Dao pattern between her brows remained distinctly visible. After all, this was her destiny, it would not vanish along with the floating island. In the livestream, Dragon Nation citizens watched the scene of Willow Goddess's breakthrough, tears of excitement welling in their eyes. Xiao Sa's hand gripping the microphone trembled. Did you see that? This is the pride of our Dragon Nation. Whether it's ancient inheritance or forbidden puppets, before unity and strength, all obstacles become stepping stones. Lucian's breakthrough means Dragon Nation now has another quasi-A rank powerhouse. Our combat strength now far surpasses most nations. Wang Bingbing, tears welling in her eyes, rallied the crowd. From now on, I'll never have to fear foreigners again. Lin Shen. The eternal legend. Awesome. Meanwhile, in the little country livestream, countless viewers stared at the sheet music in Lucian's hands, their expressions as lifeless as devils who'd eaten. Why is this Dragon Nation pig, in their eyes, advancing so smoothly step by step? Why the hell is that possible? System notice, Sky Island dungeon exploration complete. God of Lu has obtained the ancient path of the Zither inheritance, advancing his realm to B rank. The notification flashed for just a second. The system alert appeared again. Warning. Warning. Due to marriage participant Lin Fan provoking the demon sect's wrath, the demon sect's revenge campaign will commence in 5 hours. The warning sounded 3 times in succession. The expressions of Xiao Miao and the other girls changed instantly. We're done for. What if they come for revenge? Lin Fan, however, remained utterly unfazed, even finding it slightly amusing. What could they do? It didn't matter anyway. Ha! The girls froze in shock. It's fine. These are just minor things. They'll blow over eventually. Besides, we still have 5 hours left. Come on, let's go play some games first. Is this really the time for games? Mind your own business. It's nothing. Marriage matching screen closed. The live stream viewers were truly in for a treat. Holy crap. I'm telling you, holy crap. Seriously, the demon sect's retaliation was nothing to Lin Fan in the first place, right? Holy crap, that's some serious nerves of steel. Gotta respect that. Awesome. Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing were left speechless. They couldn't find words to describe Lin Fan's actions. After a moment of deep thought, they finally relaxed. If Lin Fan isn't worried, there's no need for us to worry unnecessarily. He must have his own way of handling things. Yeah. This has happened so many times before. Haven't the miracles Lin Fan has created proven us wrong enough times? As long as Lin Fan remained calm, they wouldn't panic either. But at this moment, as the old saying goes, what does it mean when the emperor isn't worried but the eunuchs are? The moment those foreign scum saw an opening, they couldn't hold back. They swarmed into the Dragon Nation livestream like a tidal wave, stomping their feet in fury. Ha! Karma! This is karma! Damn Dragon Nation yellow pigs! Now it's your turn for your marriage participants to face calamity and punishment, huh? Bastard! 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 Lin Fan pig finally gets his comeuppance. What a satisfying sight! I'm a Dragon Nation citizen, but I've long despised Lin Fan's pretentious act. It's infuriating. Why does he need so many women as wives? Doesn't that disrespect women's freedom? I support the demon cultists wiping out Lin Fan. Exactly. 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 That's the spirit. Let that pig Lin Fan rot in hell. As the saying goes, adversity reveals true character. Those banana people, those Western-obsessed dogs, and all the foreign trash who've always hated the Dragon Nation, wishing it would just die already. They all came crawling out at this very moment, as if terrified Lin Fan might get a single day of peace. Faced with this spectacle, the Dragon Nation's people have long since grown accustomed. Anyway, once Lin Fan shows up, he'll just slap them in the face again, leaving them fuming and speechless. That's how the script was written. There was nothing to worry about. Still, deep down, everyone silently prayed for Lin Fan. After all, if you stand by the river long enough, you're bound to get your shoes wet. To eliminate any possibility of mishap, they preferred to err on the side of caution. 5 hours later, Lin Fan reappeared on the screen. And the demon cultivator's retaliation had fully materialized. Beyond the city walls, a dark, swarming mass of demon cultivators surged forward. Disciples of the demon sect. Rating, B. Combat power, 18,000. Weaker than before? Lin Fan sat before the workbench, raising an eyebrow. Lightning flickered at his fingertips, channeling through mechanical gears to embed itself into the core hub of the energy cannon. This would multiply the magical cannon's destructive power exponentially. Xiao Miao lounged on the toolbox beside him, its tail idly swiping across Lin Fan's hand while its eyes fixed on the swirling blue light in his grasp. Lin Fan, can this cannon really drive back the demon sect? Lin Fan didn't even look up, a confident curve lifting the corners of his mouth. Don't worry. They won't even touch my defenses. With that, he pressed a button on the edge of the control panel. The entire wall slowly rose, revealing a massive magical cannon concealed beneath the ground. Its barrel was constructed from mechanical gears and spirit energy crystals. Within the faint blue glow emanating from the muzzle, runes could be glimpsed flickering. It was the defensive blueprint obtained from the arcade dungeon not long ago. Hyper-modified ultimate energy cannon. With this thing, Lin Fan didn't believe these guys could withstand even a few hits. At the very least, any D-tier scum can go eat. In the livestream chat, the alien scum witnessed this scene and nearly leaped onto the table to applaud wildly. Goodness! Goodness! These demonic creatures so vast in number, yet only D-tier strength. No matter how strong Lin Fan Pig is, how could he possibly withstand the attacks of so many? Ha! Lin Fan Pig is dead. Lin Fan Pig is truly finished. Ha! Damn it, Mom, we're popping champagne tonight to celebrate. Bull! You bunch of bastards, yapping non-stop. Broke your composure? Ha! Baka baka baka. You Dragon Country pigs finally lose your cool seeing Lin Fan Pig about to die? Feels good. Love watching your ugly faces when you Dragon Country pigs lose it. Chapter 103, Not Enough, Not Enough. Exactly. Dragon Country men are utterly pathetic. Meanwhile, dark clouds gradually engulfed the sky outside the homestead, and thick demonic energy surged in like a tidal wave. As the first curse pierced the clouds, Lin Fan was embedding the final energy crystal into the cannon barrel. Lin Fan! You cowardly turtle, come out here. The demon cultivator at the head rode a giant wolf engulfed in black flames. His wolf tooth club slammed heavily against the city wall, sending fragments of stone flying. Dare to kill my demon sect disciples? Today, you'll pay with your blood. In the livestream, Xiao gripped the microphone tightly, his face tense. They're here. The demon sect's vanguard has reached the outskirts of our homeland. Their targets are Lin Fan and his betrothed. They're advancing fiercely, but their exact combat strength remains unknown. Wang Bingbing stared at the screen filled with densely packed demon cultivators, her voice trembling. There are at least 300 of them. The leaders radiate powerful auras, likely all be rank or higher. But before she could finish speaking, Lin Fan's voice boomed through the loudspeaker, echoing across the entire field. Is that all you've got? Not even enough for a warm-up. Standing with his hands behind his back atop the city wall, his gaze sweeping over the vanguard commanders among the demon cultivators, he declared, I'll give you 3 seconds to get lost. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. Or else what? The demon cultivator commander burst into a loud, mocking laugh, cutting Lin Fan off. You think hiding in a turtle shell will save your life? Let me tell you, this worthless wall? I could shatter it with a flick of my wrist. Listen up. Today, not only will I make you sever your own arm, but I'll also take all your women. 3. Lin Fan's voice was eerily calm, yet it sent an inexplicable chill through the demon cultivators' hearts.
The Vanguard commander opened his mouth to protest, but before he could speak, Lin Fan raised his hand and waved lightly. A burst of blue light erupted from the city wall. The next instant, the giant wolf beneath him was obliterated into dust before it could even cry out, the shockwave hurling surrounding demon cultivators dozens of meters away. What? What the hell was that? Dishonorable. You ambushed us. The Vanguard commander roared. 2. The magical cannons atop the city wall slowly swiveled their barrels, their ghostly blue glow growing ever more intense. The magic cultivators finally realized the walls before them weren't ordinary defenses at all, but a defensive matrix composed of hundreds of small spirit energy turrets. That earlier attack had merely been an appetizer. It certainly wasn't a sneak attack. For this individual, it was merely an ordinary test of strength. A profound sense of danger surged from the depths of their souls. Run! Before the word could even leave his lips. 1. As Lin Fan's voice fell, the entire city wall erupted in a blinding flash. 360 spirit energy cannons activated simultaneously, weaving a vast network of firepower across the sky. The demon cultivator commander's face drained of color as he finally grasped the magnitude of his mistake. Retreat! Quickly! Before the words had fully left his mouth, a torrent of energy cannons poured down from above. Boom! Azure beams of light tore through the demonic aura, exploding into dazzling blossoms of death among the demon cultivators. Screams of agony rose in waves as the once arrogant vanguard was crushed like ants beneath a boot. The demon cultivators' defensive spells proved utterly useless against the combined firepower of technology and cultivation techniques. They didn't even have a chance to flee before being blown to smithereens. In the livestream chat, the Dragon Nation citizens froze in shock before erupting into laughter. Holy crap! Is this the thrill of hot weapons? My lord, times have changed. This stuff is way more useful than spiritual energy. Ha! Got anything to say now, you scum? This is Lin Fan's true strength. Magic cannons are so badass. 300 magic cultivators? One shot and not a trace remains. Where are all those jerks who said Lin Fan was doomed? Come out and keep dancing around. Xiao Miao's face flushed crimson with excitement. See this? This is Dragon Nation's technological cultivation. While other nations still rely on traditional spells, Lin Fan has seamlessly fused mechanical civilization with spiritual energy. This is the true meaning of a dimensional strike. Wang Bingbing watched the dissipating demonic energy on the screen, tears welling in her eyes. I've never been this proud of Dragon Nation. Among the Vanguard troops, only a handful survived. Covered in blood and their bodies mangled, they screamed into their communication stones, "Help! Quick, send reinforcements! We're about to be wiped out!" Boom! Lin Fan sneered coldly. So the entire army is wiped out. Are you satisfied now? He glanced at the system notification. The demon sect's assault hadn't concluded yet. This meant the demon cultivators' retaliation was far from over. Not long after the Vanguard's complete annihilation, a dense swarm of black dots appeared in the distant sky. That was the demon sect's main force. 3 demon generals led the charge, mounted on colossal bone dragons. Their bodies were enveloped in solidified demonic energy, each breath unleashing a storm of blood and carnage. You vermin! Crush this wretched city beneath our hooves! The central demon general brandished a colossal axe, his voice rolling like thunder across the clouds. Lin Fan! You slaughtered my vanguard. Today, I will make you witness your woman being. His words suddenly caught in his throat as he saw Lin Fan on the city wall, smiling at him. That smile held pity, as if he were looking at a group of dead men. Boom! This time, the magic cannon's light illuminated the entire sky. Lin Fan personally activated the super modified ultimate energy cannon. A 10-meter diameter pillar of energy shot skyward, carving a dazzling trail across the heavens. The bone dragon's roar and the demon general's furious shouts seemed utterly insignificant before the pillar of light. The instant the beam struck its target, the 3 demon generals and their mounts were vaporized, their souls not even having time to dissipate. What the hell is this thing? The remaining demon cultivators watched in terror, finally realizing they weren't facing ordinary cultivators at all but a god of slaughter-wielding world-ending power. Without warning, the entire demon army collapsed into chaos. Soldiers trampled each other in their frantic retreat, cries of terror echoing through the air. Trying to run? Lin Fan flicked his finger. Dozens of mechanical arms extended from both sides of the city wall, each tip loaded with a small homing missile. Let them remember what happens when you cross the wrong people. At his command, the missiles soared skyward, splitting into countless projectiles mid-air. Like a torrential downpour, they pelted the fleeing demon cultivators. In the livestream chat, the faces of the alien spectators were more bitter than if they'd eaten bitter melon. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Our citizens once again lost all composure, flooding the chat with frantic messages. This can't be. It's cheating. How could such a weapon exist? Baka. This can't be. What the hell did that pig Lin Fan from Dragon Nation do? Ugly Nation's audience wailed as they smashed their TVs. My demon cultivator army.
This isn't a matchmaking game, it's a massacre. Chapter 104, Joining the Fray? The Ugly People's Vampire. Is B-tier power really as insignificant as a mosquito in front of Lin Fan? Holy, what kind of monster is this? Official notice, after rigorous verification by Comrade Dumbass, it has been confirmed that Lin Fan is actually a citizen of Uglyland. Dragon Nation must return Lin Fan to Uglyland immediately. Damn it, I've never seen such a shameless bastard. Wasn't he supposed to sever his own arm? Why'd he bolt first? Shared cauldron? You think you're worthy? Suggestion for the demon sect, next time, bring some decent gear. Otherwise, you won't even scratch Lin Fan's defenses. The banana-skinned man who was stomping his feet in rage just 5 hours ago has vanished without a trace, leaving only a handful still clinging to life. This has to be special effects. How could such weapons exist in reality? Disgusting. Utterly disrespectful to life. Absolutely disgusting. But soon, their frantic chatter was drowned out by screens flooded with praise for the godlike Lin. After the battle, Lin Fan brushed the dust off his hands and turned to the girls with a smile. I told you it'd be fine, right? Come on, let's go eat some grilled fish. Today's haul was pretty good, should go great with rice. Xiao Miao immediately jumped up, wrapping her tail around his wrist. I want spicy grilled fish. Everyone laughed as they walked back to their home, letting their guard down. System notice, successfully repelled the vanguard and main forces of the demon sect. Rewards obtained, 500 demon cores, 100 black flame crystals. Special notice, the demon sect's strongest core forces will arrive in 3 hours. Prepare accordingly. This news made the alien scum feel like they'd been given new hope. Oh. So those Lin Fan killed were just cannon fodder all along. Where's sodas? Where's sodas? This is perfect. This is absolutely perfect. Once the core forces arrive, we'll absolutely crush the damn pig Lin Fan's overconfidence, leaving not a shred of it standing. Kill him. Steal all his women. Good heavens, I'm truly amazed by you alien scum. Do you all just live by staring at Lord Lin every day? During the matchmaking game. 1 hour after dinner. The system alert suddenly sounded. Warning. Warning. The 10 elders of the demon sect, their final disciples, and the demon sect patriarch have all appeared. The sky abruptly darkened to pitch black. Thick demonic energy surged like a raging tide, rolling toward Lin Fan's home. Demon sect elders. Rank, B class. Combat power, 23,000. Lord of the Netherworld. Rank, B. Combat power, 28,000. At the forefront of the demonic aura, 10 figures flickered in and out of sight. Leading them was an elder clad in a dark purple robe embroidered with eerie demonic patterns, none other than the demon sect's supreme ruler, the Lord of the Netherworld. Beside him stood the 10 elders, each radiating an aura that sent shivers down the spine. The youth in black robes was none other than Bloodslaughter, the demon sect master's chosen disciple. Dark crimson blood energy swirled around him, his eyes filled with sinister malice and murderous intent. Youngster Lin Fan, are you still well? The voice of the Dark Lord of the Underworld echoed as if from the depths of hell itself, cold and dripping with scorn. I hear you've been making quite a name for yourself in these ruins of the Sky Island. Not only did you slay my disciple, but you've also defeated multiple teams from my demon sect. Today, I shall make you understand just how foolish it is to oppose the demon sect. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the 10 elders erupted in a cacophony of shrill, eerie laughter. Their cackles echoed through the demonic aura, sending chills down the spine. Shueisha stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over Lin Fan and the others on the city wall. A cruel smile curled his lips. With the likes of you, you dare oppose my demon sect? Today, I shall torture each of you to death. Especially these women, I will make them wish they were dead. He licked his lips, his eyes burning with unhidden lust. Lin Fan remained composed, arms crossed over his chest, responding coldly, and you dare threaten those by my side? I advise you to leave now. Otherwise, today will be the day you meet your end. The Netherworld demon sovereign roared with contemptuous laughter. You dare talk tough when death is upon you. Do you truly believe your so-called strange weapon will work again? As he spoke, his hands flashed through rapid seals while incantations rolled from his lips. Black runes shot from his fingertips, coalescing in the air into a colossal dark formation. The formation slowly rotated, emitting a powerful suction force. The magical cannons on the city walls instantly dimmed, their barrels beginning to hum under the unbearable strain. Ha! See that? This is my demon sect's supreme formation, the Netherworld Spirit Sealing Array. Specifically designed to counter all manner of bizarre weapons. With this strange weapon gone, what do you have left to oppose me? The livestream chat erupted with excitement. Baka! 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 Fantastic! Lin Fan's magic cannon is useless now. I told you he was useless. Now let's see how he keeps up his arrogance. So Dasen. The demon sect patriarch is incredible, he just disabled Lin Fan's trump card. Netizens from Ugly People's country went wild, flooding the chat. Ha! Lin Fan, you pig! You're finished now. Surrender immediately and acknowledge Ugly Nation as your master. Maybe we'll spare your pathetic life. Meanwhile, the Dragon Nation's populace was plunged into deep concern. What now? With the magic cannon useless, what else could Lin Fan possibly do? The demon sect's lineup is too formidable, the 10 elders plus the sect master and that mysterious blood fiend. Let's hope Lin Fan has a trump card left. Otherwise, this time he's truly in danger. Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing stared intently at the screen, their expressions grave. Their palms were sweaty from gripping the microphones. On the city walls, Xiao Miao tugged nervously at Lin Fan's sleeve. Lin Fan, this formation is so powerful. Can we really pull this off? Even the flames on Ayer's tail flickered unsteadily. He forced himself to sound calm. What's there to fear? With so many of us, why would we be afraid of them? Lin Fan remained silent, attempting to gather his spiritual energy. Yet he discovered it was utterly suppressed by the formation, refusing to coalesce. His brow furrowed as he murmured, this formation is indeed troublesome. Our spells will likely be severely restricted. His gaze remained resolute as he patted Xiao Miao's head reassuringly. Don't worry. If I dared challenge the demon sect, I naturally have countermeasures. They think disabling the magic cannon guarantees victory? How naive. As he spoke, he discreetly signaled to the willow spirit Xiaoqing. The two understood each other's intent and quietly retreated behind the city walls. Seeing Lin Fan still radiating such confidence, the netherworld demon sovereign felt a flicker of doubt. Yet his arrogance quickly overrode it. Lin Fan, if you kneel now, beg for mercy, strip yourself of your cultivation, and offer the woman by your side to me, I might consider sparing your life. Otherwise. Before he could finish, Shueshai impatiently shouted, Master, why waste words with him? Just kill him, seize the woman, and take his opportunity. Chapter 105, One Punch Shatters All Arts. Got a problem? Ha! Very well. Then witness the true might of our demon sect. The Dark Lord of the Underworld swept his hand, and the 10 elders struck simultaneously. 10 black beams shot toward the city walls like sharp blades, tearing black streaks through the air wherever they passed. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed sharply as he roared, Defense! A golden light shield instantly rose on the city wall, blocking the 10 elders' assault. Yet the shield shook violently under the impact, its radiance fading. Seeing this, a flash of murderous intent flickered in the netherworld demon sovereign's eyes. Attack with full force. Break his defenses. The 10 elders struck again, this time with even greater ferocity. Their black light coalesced into a massive pillar of darkness, crashing into the shield. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the shield, and the immense shockwave sent everyone on the city wall flying backward. Lin Fan barely steadied himself, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Damn it! We're done for. This demon sect really has some skill. They've beaten the divine Lin like this. The real problem is how disgusting this formation's effect is. If it weren't for this formation, things might have been easier to handle. That's exactly right. Damn it! We told you so. That pig Lin Fan from Dragon Nation was always doomed to fail. Come see our ugly nation's side now. Ha! If you Dragon Country pigs survive this time, we'll admit defeat. Over in the live stream. Just as Lin Fan and his group were reeling from the Yomi Demon Lord's assault, the camera abruptly cut to George's scene in Ugly Nation. George, clad in a black cloak, deliberately exposed his thick chest hair, disguised as a vampire husband. He nestled beside his towering, muscular vampire wife, wearing a fawning smile. His fingertips absent-mindedly stroked the skeletal dagger at his waist, a prized possession he'd licked, flattered, and worked his ass off to earn during his first marriage ceremony. Darling, did you know? During the marriage game, this guy named Lin Fan was acting so arrogant. He killed so many people and snatched tons of treasures. I got one treasure that can pinpoint his location now. I hope you'll come with me to take back everything he stole. Will you? George spoke in his thick, grotesque accent, his eyes gleaming with greed. He leaned close to his vampire wife's ear, his breath mingling with the stench of rotting flesh. Every one of his marriage candidates possesses extraordinary bloodlines. Cultivators, 9 lives cats, succubi. Their ancient essence blood could absolutely help you break through the blood ancestor realm. If we take him out, those treasures will all be ours. Then, your status within the vampire clan would be unmatched. The vampire wife raised an eyebrow slightly, her sharp nails grazing George's cheek, leaving 5 bloody scratches. Her crimson pupils reflected George's sycophantic, greedy, and wicked face, yet she remained utterly unmoved. Her voice was icy. This Lin Fan you speak of, if he can thrive in such a dangerous place, he must have some skill. What if we go and he gets us killed? Have you considered that? If you want to throw yourself to the wolves, fine. But don't drag me down with you. The words had barely left her lips. Behind her, 12 vampire stewards let out a low, guttural growl simultaneously. The runes on their bone wings glowed with an eerie, ghostly light under the moon. George panicked, rushing forward to grasp her scaly hand. Beneath her icy skin, his palm felt the protruding veins. Honey, have you forgotten those formidable vampire warriors under your command? Besides, my darling told me a whole faction of the demon sect is mobilizing against him. If we join forces with them, why would we fail to take him down? Then, the rich spoils of war would be enough for us to dominate this region. And that Lin Chen, he's incredibly robust and possesses exceptional natural talent. If you could just... He traced a circle in the other's palm. The words that followed remained unspoken, yet their meaning was fully conveyed. Under George's sweet talk, the vampire wife finally wavered. She raised her head and let out a piercing howl, the sound waves shattering rocks within 100 meters. With a sweeping gesture of her hand, hundreds of vampire warriors erupted from the earth. Their skeletal wings were inlaid with the soul crystals of human cultivators, and putrid, blood-red hearts pulsed within their chests. Wherever this army passed, scorched, corroded trails marked the ground as they marched in full force toward Lin Fan's homeland. Upon their arrival, they witnessed the demon sect locked in fierce combat with Lin Fan and his allies. Good. Lin Fan, you pig! How could you possibly survive this? Two great factions are besieging you even if you truly are a hero of the Dragon Nation. You're still going down. And next, I will become the hero of the entire world. A maniacal grin suddenly spread across George's face. He pulled a battle banner painted with ugly land totems from beneath his cloak. The demonic eye on the banner suddenly opened, Lord of the Netherworld. We've come to aid you. Let's kill Lin Fan together and divide his possessions. As the banner waved, blood-red acid rain poured from the sky, corroding the ground into countless deep hits. The Netherworld Demon Lord turned to George and his group, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes before being swiftly replaced by greed. He swung the Netherworld chain in his hand, the skull at its end spewing black poisonous mist. Excellent. More strength means more chances of victory. Kill Lin Fan, and we'll split the spoils evenly. Before his words faded, the 10 elders of the demon sect simultaneously formed seals. A colossal netherworld demon face materialized in the sky, its gaping maw lunging toward Lin Fan and his companions. The livestream exploded with chaos. Seeing this scene once more, the Dragon Nation's citizens could no longer contain their fury, erupting in furious curses. Those bastards from the ugly people's country are utterly shameless. Teaming up with the demon sect. That bastard George deserves to rot in hell. Damn it. Absolute scum. Damn it, is exploiting weaknesses all you ugly country scum know how to do? The screen flooded with red anger emojis. Meanwhile, the alien scum and ugly country citizens cheered wildly. In their live streams, photos of George were photoshopped into heroic images, while bullet comments flooded with, "Oh. God. God. Victory belongs to our ugly country." Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing were pale as death, their eyes glued to the screen. Their grips on the microphones tightened with each passing second. It's over. Lin Fan faces even greater pressure now. Not only must he confront the demon sect, but also the vampire horde unleashed by Uglyland. Xiao Sa's voice trembled as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Chapter 106, Slay the demon sect first, crush your ugly people kingdom next. Wang Bingbing bit her lip, her eyes filled with anxiety. I hope Lin Fan has another plan. Otherwise, it's truly a case of more harm than good. Within the marriage game. At that moment, Lin Fan observed the sudden influx of vampire forces joining the fray, yet he showed no sign of worry. He decisively slipped a jade slip engraved with runes into his hand, the final key to activate the sect's protective formation. Activate. Boom. The protective shield of the sect's defensive array instantly rose, encircling their home. At that moment, the Netherworld Demon Sovereign and the 10 Elders launched another assault, while the vampires swarmed in, plunging the scene into utter chaos. Even with the protective array activated, the sheer number of enemies gradually overwhelmed their defenses. After all, the enemy was, after all, a force of elite troops. How could they possibly be held back so easily by this protective formation? Moreover, that bizarre formation had rendered all spiritual energy useless. Had the sect's protective formation not already been firmly established, it would never have been activated in the first place. What the hell are you still fighting for? Lin Fan, you're as good as dead. Get your ass out here and kneel before me. And those beauties. Aha! I'll have first dibs. At this critical moment, a powerful aura suddenly surged from behind the city walls. The willow spirit emerged slowly, her posture as straight as a pine tree. A green glow enveloped her, interwoven with delicate golden threads, radiating an aura of profound mystery and power. Her gaze was serene as still water, yet held boundless authority. With each step she took, golden lotus blossoms bloomed beneath her feet, purifying the corroded marks on the ground. Spiritual energy? Wait, how could this woman still wield spiritual energy? The Netherworld Demon Sovereign sensed the willow goddess's aura and was startled. He suddenly detected something amiss and shouted, "Beware! This woman is no ordinary being." But his warning came too late. With a gentle wave of her hands, the willow spirit instantly raised a green energy barrier, its surface etched with ancient celestial runes. The black beams and crimson attacks struck the barrier, only to ripple and vanish without a trace. Inside the barrier, the willow spirit's hair stirred without wind. Droplets of light fell from her strands onto the damaged shield, swiftly mending the wounds. How is this possible? The Netherworld Demon Sovereign's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. My Netherworld Spirit Binding Array, it's useless against her? The Netherworld Ghost Mask he controlled tore frantically at the barrier from outside, only to have its skull pierced by a golden beam shot from the willow spirit's fingertip. A faint smile touched the willow spirit's lips as her voice rang out, cold and resolute. You think such a petty array could confine me? Utterly delusional.
As she spoke, her hands danced rapidly.
Countless green branches burst from the ground, their surfaces coiled with golden lightning. These branches shot toward the demon sect disciples and the vampire army, humming as they sliced through the air. When a branch pierced the heart of a vampire prince, it burst into dazzling golden light, purifying him completely. How could this be? How could this happen? Master! Run! Everyone, run! The sect leader is dead. The situation had shifted far too rapidly. Many were instantly slain by the willow spirit before they could even react. Those who reacted faster were merely quicker. How could anyone possibly escape the Lucian's attack range?
An elder of the demon sect tried to block with black runes, but the branches pierced right through them, wrapping around his arm.
Ah! No! No! Please! I'm sorry. I don't want to die.
With a violent tug, the elder's arm snapped clean off, blood spurting forth. The elder screamed in agony, writhing on the ground. The vampires fared no better. Branches coiled around their bodies, green energy relentlessly corroding their flesh, slowly devouring their blood-red power. Within moments, dozens of vampires collapsed to the ground, dissolving into pools of blood.
Unresolved black shadowy figures still floated within the liquid. The live stream audience was left speechless by the horrifying spectacle unfolding before them. After a long moment, cheers erupted. Awesome! Lucian is awesome! So impressive! This is what a true powerhouse looks like. No wonder she's Lin Shan's wife. No wonder Lin Shan looked so unfazed. The twist came so fast, it cracked me up. The comment stream was flooded with golden thumbs up icons and fireworks effects.
The alien scum and ugly land citizens stood frozen in disbelief, their gasps of shock echoing through the void.
Impossible. Cheating. We sealed her spiritual power, how could she still use it? Baka 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 baka. If this isn't cheating, what the hell is it? Dragon country pig, speak up. Damn it, my god.
George witnessed the scene and was utterly horrified.
All hope vanished instantly, and he turned to flee.
But the moment he turned, he saw Xiao Qing had appeared behind him. A bone-chilling coldness radiated from her, her eyes as icy as frost.
Ghostly flames flickered faintly in the void. Trying to run? Not so fast.
Her voice carried the oppressive authority of a zombie noble, causing George's legs to tremble uncontrollably. Terrified, George's knees buckled, and he fell to his knees, pleading desperately, "Spare me, Sister Xiao Qing. I was wrong, I shouldn't have allied with them. For the sake of our shared past in the same game world, please forgive me." In his panic, he fumbled out a beautiful crystal stone.
"This is my treasure. Please spare me. This thing can help you level up."
Xiao Qing snorted coldly, not even glancing at it.
"Now you know to beg for mercy? Too late. You betrayed humanity and colluded with the enemy. Today you must pay the price. Besides, are you stupid? Even if I kill you, it's still ours."
With that, the green ghostly flame in her hand shot toward George.
The flames instantly engulfed George.
He let out a piercing scream as his body twisted and contorted within the inferno. In moments, George was reduced to ashes, scattered by the wind, leaving only the storage ring on the ground, still faintly warm. Seeing George's fate, the vampire wife was overcome with terror.
She screamed, "Retreat! Retreat now!" But how could the willow spirit and Xiao Qing let them escape so easily? Think you can just leave? Stay right here. You've come this far, haven't you?
The willow spirit manipulated its branches like green lightning bolts, chasing down the fleeing vampires. The sharp thorns at the tips of the branches easily pierced the hearts of the bloodthirsty creatures. Xiao Qing transformed into a streak of azure light, weaving through the vampire horde.
Wherever she passed, flames roared, and vampires fell, their bodies reduced to ash by the inferno. Chapter 107, Pregnancy Rewards, Every Nation.
This time, Xiao Qing didn't even resort to her formidable, overpowering strength.
In a corner of the battlefield, the Yomi demon lord, clearly pierced through, was still alive.
Witnessing the overwhelmingly one-sided battle, he was overcome with despair and screamed in terror.
"He's still alive? Kill!"
Xiao Qing and the willow spirits swiftly turned their weapons and charged straight toward the netherworld demon lord. Seeing the situation turn against him, the demon lord of the netherworld attempted to cast a spell to escape.
Lin Fan's eyes narrowed sharply as he roared, "Think you can escape? Stay right here."
He forcibly gathered the last remnants of spiritual energy within his body, forming hand seals as a colossal golden dragon silhouette materialized behind him. A golden longsword materialized in his hands, forged from the 10,000 swords technique.
Ancient inscriptions flowed across its blade, the fruit of his relentless cultivation.
He hurled it toward the netherworld demon sovereign. The golden blade sliced through the sky at blinding speed, instantly piercing the demon sovereign's shoulder.
"Ah! Don't stop me! I don't want to die!"
The netherworld demon sovereign cried out in pain, his body halting momentarily. Yet, that brief pause was all it took.
The willow spirit seized him firmly.
Seizing the moment, Lucian unleashed a massive green vine that plummeted from the heavens, tightly binding the lord of the netherworld. The vine's surface was covered in barbed thorns.
For every minute they pierced the Lord of the Netherworld's body, they absorbed a portion of his demonic energy. Ah! Damn it, you bastard! If you've got the guts, fight me one-on-one.
The Lord of the Netherworld struggled desperately, but the vine tightened its grip, his bones creaking with each straining motion.
Lin Fan! You'll die a miserable death.
The Nether Demon Lord roared furiously, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. Lin Fan stepped forward, his gaze icy.
This is what happens when you oppose me.
As he spoke, a short blade materialized in his hand, a divine weapon forged from the branches of the willow spirit. The blade plunged viciously into the Netherworld Demon Lord's heart. His eyes widened in terror, his body twitched a few times, then all life left him. His corpse dissolved into a cloud of black mist, completely absorbed by the willow god's vines.
Run! Don't kill me, I beg you! Don't kill me! Seeing their sect leader dead, the 10 elders were seized by utter terror and scrambled to flee. But how could Xiao Qing and the willow spirit let them succeed? Working together, Xiao Qing's flames sealed off their escape routes while the willow spirit's branches pierced their vital points with deadly precision. The curtain fell.
There was no possibility of reversal.
In the livestream chat,
the alien scum fell into complete dead silence. They never imagined that a situation they believed was a sure win would be utterly reversed.
This can't be.
There's no way we should have lost. They all say it's because Dragon Nation cheated.
Cheating bastards. Exactly. We were dominating. Why did we lose such a huge lead?
Oh my god, curse Lin Fan to death, please.
In the matchmaking game.
After taking out the entire group, the women happily squatted on the ground and began their treasure hunting operation.
Whoa! A soul banner.
Xiao Miao excitedly waved the chess piece, its black aura swaying back and forth. Suddenly, her expression changed as she pointed at Lin Chen, coldly laughing.
Fellow Taoist, we've hit it off at first sight. Why not step into this banner of 10,000 souls for a little chat? Lin Chen. Who taught you that? Lin Chen pinched little Miao's cheek, and the little creature immediately pointed tearfully at Ale.
It took less than a second to snitch on Ale, who was laughing beside them.
The speed of this about-face left AL dumbfounded on the spot. Fine.
Now the smile won't fade, it'll just shift to Xiao Miao's face.
Lin Chen immediately shifted his focus. You taught her, didn't you, you villainous demon? No.
I just asked the butler to tell me a story when I was bored, and he told me this one. El meekly admitted his mistake.
All right.
This time, Lin Fan had nothing to say.
Put.
Lucian chuckled softly from the side.
Before long, the group returned home laden with their bountiful haul. No wonder murder and robbery are so lucrative. The only regret was not knowing the exact location of that demonic sect.
Otherwise, he could have gone back to raid their treasury clean. But for now, this haul was already quite substantial.
First were various talismans, array discs, and elixirs. Next were some magical artifacts.
Since I have no use for these things, I'll just toss them in the warehouse to gather dust. After finishing all this, Lin Fan stretched his arms wide. In his left hand, the willow spirit.
Xiao Qing in his right. Ah, I'm rather tired. My two beloved consorts, you've performed well today. Would you like a generous reward from me? Xiao Qing, you little brat.
Willow spirit.
Very well. You're quite the talker, aren't you? Fine. Soon you won't be able to speak at all.
Lin Chen was furious. He hoisted Xiao Qing onto his shoulders and sprinted toward the villa.
Live stream viewers. Xiao Sa's mouth twitched.
He wanted to laugh, but felt awkward laughing out loud. He could only manage a couple of dry coughs.
Ahem. Lin Shen's stamina is still impressive, huh? They say men over 25 are no different from 60-year-olds.
But here we have Lin Shen, just 22, in the prime of his youth.
Bing bing, if you never met a college student like Lin Fan in real life, would you still find yourself drawn to him? Xiao Sa suddenly tossed this question to Wang Bingbing.
And such a sensitive topic at that.
It instantly threw Wang Bingbing off balance. Well. Wang Bingbing's lovely face flushed slightly. Ah, right. Next up is commercial break time. No commercials. I don't care. The live stream audience burst into laughter. Ha, that's hilarious, I'm dying here. I just love seeing my wife Bingbing get all coy like this. But that question was just way too unprofessional. What's wrong? How could I say whether I'd be willing or not? Of course I'd be willing. I wasn't asking you. Seriously, why are you male?
While the audience was engaged in lively discussion, a full 5 hours had quietly slipped by.
Suddenly, a system notification alerted everyone, instantly perking them up.
Congratulations to Dragon Nation matchmaking participant Lin Chen for successfully impregnating Succubus Girl.
Dragon Nation's national attribute points rewarded with 10 points. National insight increased by 10 points. Wondrous sight, city of demons. Note, some demons may descend to the mortal realm, yet harbor goodwill toward humanity. They are profoundly curious about the human world, and certain demons may even become allies to mankind, joining them in battle. Chapter 108, How did you know my Dragon Nation has cultivation techniques? The system alert boomed like thunder across the Dragon Nation, its sound waves reaching every ear. Countless phones and TV screens simultaneously displayed dazzling golden reward notifications, each line of text blazing with brilliance. The entire populace fell silent. Then, that young man, Lin Fan, is truly capable. An old farmer toiling in the fields trembled as he wiped his eyes, his rough palms brushing against the calloused corners. Hoisting his hoe, he sprinted toward the village, oblivious even as the wind swept away his straw hat. Ah, Lin God, you're like a sweet, soft little cake. Office workers in the towering skyscraper screamed as they leapt from their seats, keyboards scattering across the floor with a clatter, high heels tapping out a frantic rhythm on the tiles. Even kindergartners pumped their little fists, cheering with their teachers. Lin Fan is amazing. The entire Dragon Nation was ignited by this system notification, its streets and alleys erupting in cheers that pierced the heavens. Even the leaves of the sycamore trees lining the roads trembled wildly in the roar of the crowd. Countless residents poured out spontaneously, beating gongs and drums along the streets, proclaiming Lin Fan's fame. Inside the central command hall of Manhwa, a massive holographic projection displayed the reward information, casting golden light across the faces of every high-ranking official. The white-haired Grand Elder slammed his fist on the table, instantly cracking the solid wood surface with spiderweb-like fissures and sending tea splashing from the cups. Excellent! Excellent, Lin Fan! This young man has brought our Dragon Nation another colossal opportunity. His wrinkled face flushed crimson, his cloudy eyes sparkling with excitement as his fingernails dug deep into his palms, leaving crescent-shaped indentations. Beside him, the defense minister's voice trembled with emotion as the metal band of his military watch struck the table with each quivering wrist movement. 10 points of national attribute points. This is a monumental event that can directly enhance the physical fitness of our citizens. And the boost to comprehension practitioners in our Dragon Nation will surely spring up like bamboo shoots after rain. The conference room erupted in fervor. Generals and marshals rose to their feet, their applause thunderous as if only such forceful clapping could contain their overwhelming excitement. The Air Affairs Minister was the first to stand and shout, "I propose we immediately form an investigation team to head to Demon City. This is an opportunity that could reshape the future landscape of Dragon Nation. We must grasp the situation at the earliest possible moment." Agreed. Let's go. We should all go see for ourselves. It seems to be located in the demon capital, not too far away. The assembly echoed in agreement, the conference room buzzing with discussion. Each a man of action, they promptly decided to depart together. Meanwhile, deep within the marriage game world, Lin Fan remained utterly bewildered. Holding the willow spirit in his arms while Xiao tugged at his ear, he froze upon hearing the system notification. I'm going to be a dad, he stammered, glancing at Ale snuggled beside him. Her face flushed crimson as she playfully punched him. It's all your fault. Now the whole world knows. The devil horns at her ears burned slightly, turning a strand of her fallen silver hair pink. Meanwhile, in the real world, cultivation associations across the Dragon Nation were in an uproar. Young cultivators gathered, jumping and dancing before their phone screens. Some even leapt into the air, smashing the ceiling chandelier. Lord Lin is mighty. Following Lord Lin means a feast. Holy crap. This time it's free attribute points. Quick, think where to allocate them. Definitely spirit power. I'm going to cultivate to become an immortal. Better go with constitution, my girlfriend likes that. Can I increase my length? They excitedly debated where to allocate their attribute points. One guy insisted on strength, flexing his bulging biceps. Others argued agility was better, performing several difficult backflips on the spot. Another proposed boosting spirit power, and when he closed his eyes to meditate, faint runes actually appeared above his head, sparking a heated debate on the spot. Meanwhile, on the other side, 3 hours later, the expedition led by the Grand Elder reached the edge of the Demon City. This colossal castle, suspended above a sea of clouds, radiated an enigmatic purple glow. Its walls were carved with intricate demonic patterns that shimmered like a starry halo under the sunlight. Contrary to expectations of gloom and terror, it exuded a peculiar, otherworldly beauty. As the delegation cautiously approached, the gates slowly swung open. Amid the heavy scraping of metal, a group of demons of various forms emerged. Leading them was a female demon wielding a scepter. Her silky black hair flowed like silk, its tips dotted with star-like sparks, while her violet eyes shone with a gentle light. Friends of humanity, welcome to the city of demons. Her voice was like heavenly music, yet carried an undeniable authority. The ruby at the top of her scepter slowly emitted a halo, pulsing gently with her words. I am Lilith, the city's ruler. Al is the daughter of our clan chieftain. Now she is happily married to a human, and we are overjoyed. Having come to the human world, we wonder if we might establish friendly relations with you? Of course. The Grand Elder hastily clasped his fists in salute, his voice brimming with excitement. We humans wholeheartedly welcome your arrival. As it happens, our purpose in coming is twofold, to express our gratitude and to propose a partnership with your city. Our Dragon Nation now possesses a colossal spirit-gathering array, rich in cultivation resources. We believe this would also be advantageous for demons.
Behind him, the members of the delegation formed a neat line, slowly releasing their spiritual energy. Their cultivation levels hummed faintly, showcasing their profound foundations. Lilith smiled faintly as the demons behind her dispersed, revealing the city's scenery. Demons and humans coexisted harmoniously on the streets. Some demons taught humans how to craft magical artifacts, intricate magic arrays swirling with brilliant light in their palms. Humans shared culinary techniques with demons, the aroma of sweet and sour spare ribs wafting through the cooking smoke. Truthfully, we've long yearned to understand the human world, Lilith declared. Behind her, a magical fountain suddenly burst into a rainbow of colors. Lin Fan has shown us humanity's kindness and potential. We choose to join the human cause and stand together to protect this land. Thank you. The Grand Elders solemnly shook Lilith's hand. Led by Lilith, the expedition ventured deep into the demon city. To their astonishment, they discovered the demons here were not as wicked as imagined. A small demon with bat wings crouched on the ground, watching a human child fly a kite with curiosity. Every so often, it would gently lift the kite with its wings just as it threatened to fall. A burly demon blacksmith was discussing forging techniques with a human craftsman. Amidst flying sparks, a sword blending magic and smithing craftsmanship gradually took shape. Chapter 109, The Manga Kingdom Won't Back Down, They're Coming to Pick a Fight. There was even a demon-run magic academy freely imparting magical knowledge to humans. Floating within its classrooms were luminous spellbooks, their pages turning with a gentle murmur of flowing water. See? We weren't lying. My sincerity is absolutely genuine, Lilith said with a smile. The Grand Elder gripped Lilith's hand with excitement, his weathered palm scarred from countless battles. Excellent. Our dragon nation has already unlocked the limits of human potential. Some practitioners have even grasped foundational techniques, making them perfect candidates for exchanging and integrating with your city's magic. As he spoke, he ordered attendants to retrieve the paper records of the cultivation techniques and presented them to Lilith. Lilith accepted the scroll, closed her eyes to sense its essence for a moment, then suddenly erupted in brilliant purple light. A flash of delight crossed her eyes. This cultivation technique shares so many commonalities with our magical system. If we can integrate them, both humans and demons will see tremendous power increases. Her jade tablet resonated with her scepter, tracing intricate fusion patterns in the air. Clearly, in her eyes, this represented genuine progress. The cooperation agreement between the two parties was swiftly and amicably concluded. Just then, a phone call abruptly rang in. Elder, the Benzi Nation seeks entry. Should we grant them passage? The Grand Elder smiled warmly. Let them in. Of course we let them in. But we must be vigilant. We absolutely cannot overlook what tricks they might be up to. Understood. The reason the Elder acted this way. Because he instantly saw through their intentions. After enduring so many setbacks, how could the Dragon Nation possibly sit idly by when rewards were offered? Their visit this time was likely driven by their own hidden motives. As for that, the Grand Elder remained utterly unfazed. He would meet force with force and water with earth. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon entering the country, Ben's objective was crystal clear. Head straight for the heart of the Dragon Nation. The moment the Benzo Kingdom's elite set foot on Dragon Nation soil, they radiated an aura of extreme arrogance. At their head stood a man who had received the inheritance reward of the Moonlight Swordsman. Dressed in an ornate kimono, two gleaming katana hung at his waist, his eyes brimming with contempt and disdain. Among their ranks were several other formidable warriors, clearly hand-picked elites from their nation. As they walked down the streets, the people of the Dragon Nation cast strange glances their way. Holy crap, you're nuts. Looks like it really is. What the hell are you doing wearing dead man's clothes in broad daylight? Hurry up and get out of here, don't catch that dumbass virus. Seeing all the Dragon Nation citizens avoiding them like the plague. A few experts from the Book Nation thought they were scared of them and started laughing out loud right there, oblivious to anyone else. Bastards! Bastards! Dragon country people, such cowards. A bunch of cowards. Who knows what kind of dog luck that pig Lin Fan has, still not dead yet. Dragon Nation is nothing special after all. This so-called demon city should be ruled by our great Benzi Nation. The Moonlight Swordsman strode arrogantly while mocking loudly. Look at you weak Dragon Nation people, hiding in your little nests all day. How could you possibly match the courage of our Benzi warriors? Exactly. A bunch of stupid Dragon Nation pigs, all of you deserve to die. Their relentless, vile insults drew furious glares from many Dragon Nation citizens along the way. But they paid no heed whatsoever. Instead, they only grew more brazen, even deliberately destroying roadside stalls and trampling the Dragon country folks' hard-made goods underfoot. What the hell do you think you're doing? The Dragon Nation citizens nearly lost their temper, ready to confront them. But their comrades held them back with all their might. What the hell? I'm going to fight the Japanese. Calm down, why the rush? Didn't the Grand Elder already issue the notice? Once they're at the center of Longwa, we'll start the live stream. Let the whole world's audience see the show. At that thought, the man finally calmed down. He could only glare fiercely at them. Don't disrupt the grand scheme.
Once the real show begins, there won't even be time to laugh.
Meanwhile, the group from Benzi Nation. They soon arrived at the heart of the Dragon Nation. Here, the Grand Elder, who had long since prepared the live streaming equipment, had been waiting patiently. He maintained his courtesy and personally greeted them. Citizens of the Benzi Nation.
You've traveled far. What brings you here? Oomph. Stop putting on airs.
The Moonlight Swordsman sneered. We, the people of Benzi Nation, are the true rulers of this land.
Let's get straight to the point. The Demon City must be handed over to our management. What are you, Dragon Nation? Nothing but a bunch of cowardly, timid fools.
Hearing this, the Grand Elder naturally felt displeased, yet he maintained his composure. Demon City is the joint creation of our Dragon Nation and the demons. It exists to protect this land and all its creatures.
We absolutely cannot hand it over to you.
I hope you understand we seek friendly exchange, not to be bullied.
Friendly exchange? Ha!
The Moonlight Swordsman roared with laughter.
With you lot?
Our nation's 10 marriage game participants have already brought us formidable masters of ancient martial arts.
What do you have to fight us with? If you know what's good for you, hand over the Demon City now. Otherwise, we won't be so polite.
Ha! In that case, perhaps you should ask the opinion of Lilith, the city's ruler. The Grand Elder turned to Lilith beside him, seeking her counsel. The Moonlight Swordsman's gaze shifted over.
In an instant,
he was stunned by Lilith's peerless beauty, his eyes going wide in astonishment.
The few Benzi Kingdom powerhouses behind him fared even worse, staring at Lilith with such intensity that it seemed as though drool might drip from their mouths any second. Beauty. Flower Maiden. Stunning. A lecherous grin spread across the Moonlight Swordsman's face. Flower Maiden, are you a demon?
Leave with us, the mighty warriors of our nation. Only by joining us can you secure a brighter future.
And I
shall become your most dependable husband.
Where did you get the nerve to be so confident?
At this, the Moonlight Swordsman and his men flew into a rage.
Bastard! What the hell do you mean by that?
Don't think we won't kill you just because you're a woman. I advise you demons to just submit and become a vassal state to our great Benzo Empire. Otherwise, the fall of the Dragon Nation will drag you all down with it. Lilith's lips curled into a cold smile, her eyes flashing dangerously. With your little Benzi kingdom? You're not even worth a single finger of the Dragon Nation.
To us, you're nothing but clowns and you dare spout such nonsense here?
These words incensed the entire Benzi Nation.
Bastard!
The Moonlight Swordsman roared, fury boiling over.
You arrogant, ignorant demon! How dare you insult us like this? I challenge you to a duel. If I lose, I'll leave immediately without a word. But if I win, you shall become our nation's military maiden. And you must bring every demon of your demonic race to pledge allegiance to our nation. Chapter 110, Moonlight Swordsman? Kneel. Lilith elegantly smoothed her hair, speaking with disdain. You're not even worthy. But since you seek death, I'll grant your wish. It's been so long since I last moved, I'd forgotten I'm a bloodthirsty demon. Damn it. Enough talk, you're asking for it.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than the Moonlight Swordsman drew his katana and charged at Lilith with blinding speed. The blade flashed, radiating a fierce killing intent.
Yet Lilith stood rooted to the spot, utterly motionless, as if his attack held no significance whatsoever. Ha! This stupid woman. My blade must be too fast. She hasn't even reacted. Damn it! Damn it!
Just as the Moonlight Swordsman's blade was about to strike Lilith, she gently raised her hand, and a flash of purple light erupted.
The next second, the Moonlight Swordsman's body flew backward like a. The entire sequence unfolded too swiftly for anyone to process.
Eyes widened in disbelief at the spectacle before them. Especially the powerful warriors of the Benzi Kingdom. They stood frozen for several seconds. Only then did they rush to the Moonlight Swordsman's side in horror to check his injuries. The moment they felt his pulse, their hands trembled.
You dare kill someone? Do you have any idea what kind of retribution you'll face for killing one of our Benzi Kingdom's elite warriors? The Grand Elder replied calmly, Lilith is our ally. I cannot interfere with her actions. Moreover, you were the ones who started this conflict.
You must bear the consequences yourselves. Seeing their threats against Lilith fall on deaf ears, the Benzi Nation's fury only intensified.
They thought, if we can't defeat a demon, surely we can defeat the Dragon Nation?
Their gaze then fell upon a young man from the Dragon Nation who appeared particularly small.
You! Get out here, a Benzi warrior shouted, pointing at the youth. We challenge you. If we win, the Grand Elder must commit seppuku. The Dragon Nation's people instantly erupted in fury, surging forward with eyes blazing. What did you say? This is outrageous. The Grand Elder, however, smiled and held them back. Let them rant. No need to get angry. Since they want a challenge, let them have it. Turning to the young man, he asked, Are you willing to accept the challenge?
Though small in stature, the young man's eyes burned with unwavering resolve. I accept.
I will not let them dishonor our Dragon Nation like this. With that, the young man's eyes burned with hatred as he glared at the citizens of Benzi country, his teeth clenched in fury. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine I'd actually fulfill my wish in this lifetime. You little Japanese bastards, you're all going to die. The young man took a deep breath, assumed a fighting stance, and locked eyes with his opponent. The Benzi Nation warrior, however, wore a look of utter contempt. Drawing his weapon, he sneered, "You, a mere runt, dare challenge me? Utterly delusional. Go home and suckle your mother's milk. Take this sword. Baka." The battle erupted instantly. The Benzi warrior launched his attack first, his moves swift and fierce, carrying immense power. The young man dodged nimbly, searching for an opening to strike back. Yet, for reasons unknown, the young man never struck back once. Under his opponent's relentless assault, he gradually lost ground, sustaining numerous injuries. Ha! The Dragon Nation really is full of useless trash. Seeing this, the Benzo Nation crowd roared with laughter. Unable to handle even a minor challenge, how could they possibly defend the Demon City? What a joke! Xiao Miao, counterattack. Though the Dragon Nation crowd was burning with anxiety, they believed the young man would never surrender easily. They shouted encouragement from the sidelines, "Go! You can do it! We believe in you!" Hearing his compatriots' encouragement, a playful gleam flashed in the young man's eyes. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from his slender frame. Seizing his opponent's momentary lapse, he launched a fierce counterattack. His moves were simple yet explosive, catching his opponent off guard and leaving him reeling. Damn it! However, the Benzi Nation's elite fighters were formidable indeed. They quickly regained their composure, readjusted their stance, and the battle intensified even further. The two exchanged blows relentlessly, locked in a deadly stalemate where every strike carried lethal intent. As the battle reached its fever pitch, the Benjigwa warrior suddenly unleashed his ultimate move. His weapon flashed with blinding light as he swung viciously at the young man. Everyone's hearts leapt to their throats, convinced the young man was doomed this time. Finally, has he unleashed his strongest move? Ha! But the young man showed no fear. Gathering every ounce of strength, he roared and met the attack head-on. A thunderous boom echoed, the powerful shockwave sending bystanders reeling backward. As the smoke cleared, the crowd gasped in astonishment. The young man stood tall and unshaken in his original spot, while the Benzo Nation warrior knelt on one knee, his weapon shattered clean in two. Impossible! How could this be? The Benzi warrior's face twisted in shock. You little runt, how could you possibly possess such overwhelming power? The young man wiped the blood from his lips and said coldly, "In our Dragon Nation, there are no cowards. No matter how formidable the enemy, we charge forward to defend our honor. Originally, I intended to kill you. But I'll spare your worthless life so you'll remember this for the rest of yours. The Dragon Nation is not to be trifled with." The Dragon Nation crowd erupted in cheers, thunderous applause filling the air. The Benzi Nation's people turned ashen-faced. They never imagined that such an unassuming young man could defeat their so-called champion. Impossible. You must have cheated. The other Benzi warriors, enraged by their humiliation, shouted defiantly, "We refuse to accept this. We demand another challenge." The Grand Elder stepped forward, his gaze stern. "Enough. You lost, and you must accept defeat. If you persist in provocation, don't blame us for being ruthless. Devil City belongs to Dragon Nation. No one shall take it. Dragon Nation possesses the might to safeguard all that is ours." Damn it! Seeing the tide had turned against them, the Benzi Nation members, though unwilling, dared not provoke further. They shot the Dragon Nation members a fierce glare before slinking away in defeat. Chapter 111, The Werewolf Village Arrives. Kill. Within the marriage game. One night passed. After completing the task, Lin Fan could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Rubbing his slightly sore lower back, Lin Fan was momentarily at a loss for words. LOL, how come you've mastered new skills after leveling up? It must be said, she truly was a succubus. No matter how innocent she might seem, this innate talent was something no one else could easily match. He activated the intelligence system. Intelligence 1. Today, a group of werewolves will emerge from the world and approach the homestead. The danger level is low, but killing them will provoke the villagers of the werewolf village. Intelligence 2. The werewolf village has a large population. Killing them will trigger a series of monster attacks. Intelligence 3. The werewolf village holds abundant resources, and monster drop rates are exceptionally high. Intelligence 4. Gate 3 is the marriage gate, with a dragon maiden as the marriage partner. Oh? Seems this werewolf village is yet another unexpected encounter. Upon reading this, Lin Chen couldn't help but begin to ponder seriously. Now that the home barrier had been activated, numerous unexpected events were bound to arise, and his intelligence system could resolve all impending issues before they materialized. Beyond entities like the werewolf village, Lin Fan boldly speculated that stronger monster factions must surely exist. Eliminating the werewolf village was actually a good thing. Expanding the homestead's territory and reinforcing the city walls wouldn't be a bad idea either. With this thought, Lin Fan felt reassured. Turning back, he saw Ale and Xingye had formed a pregnant duo, hand in hand, strolling leisurely throughout the homestead. Xiao Miao watched them with boredom, letting out a sigh. What's wrong? Still hoping to cause trouble with Ale? Lin Chen approached and couldn't help but chuckle at Xiao Miao's expression. But unexpectedly, Xiao Miao didn't say that. Instead, she sighed again, slowly. No, I was just wondering if even Aya is pregnant. Why haven't I gotten pregnant yet? Lin Fan. Xiao Miao, Lin Fan, how about you just stay with me every day? No more exploring. Lin Fan. Xiao Qing, I agree. I agree. I'll go first. Fine, I guess I shouldn't have asked that question. The live stream audience was already in stitches. Alright. The joy of having 2 wives, huh? Holy crap, that move just blew my mind. I wish I had so many wives surrounding me every day too. Dream on. Go eat a big portion. When the time in the matchmaking game reached the afternoon, uninvited guests arrived unannounced. The ladies were grilling outside the homestead. Lin Fan leaned against the city wall, yawning, when his keen senses detected something amiss. Xiao Miao's ears twitched, and his tail whipped against Lin Fan's feet. Something stinky's coming, Lin Fan. Are enemies approaching? Yeah, just wait and see. Lin Fan glanced outside and saw that the wolves arriving were only C rank in strength. His interest instantly waned by more than half. Meanwhile, 100 meters away, within the withered forest, half a furry head emerged first. It was a massive werewolf, its back hunched like a black bear, drool hanging from its snout, amber pupils flickering with hungry green light. 7 or 8 others followed behind it. Some knelt on one knee, clawing at the earth, while others licked their sharp teeth with foul-smelling tongues, their throats rumbling with indistinct growls. Human structures. The lead werewolf's Adam's apple bobbed as his voice, raspy as sandpaper, growled, they've dared to build here and cook over fire in this forbidden land. It snapped its head up, bearing a mouthful of saw-toothed fangs. The elder had said, any 2-legged creature that dares trespass into our territory must become a living sacrifice. Though they spoke thus, their movements remained cautious. Unnoticed, 7 werewolves had already fanned out in a formation, seeking cover while closing in. Standing on all fours, they towered nearly 2 meters tall. Their muscular, bow-backed frames strained as they moved, the crisp snap of broken twigs beneath their paws barely audible. Soon, they had the women completely surrounded. Yet not a single one of the women flinched. They regarded the creatures as if they were mere puppies. To them, these monsters posed no threat whatsoever. Damn it! How dare they ignore us? Kill! The werewolves erupted with fury, their bodies darting forward like arrows shot from a bow. Xiao Qing snorted coldly, the tips of her long nails suddenly igniting with blue flames. A mere C-rank minion dares to be so arrogant? With a flick of her finger, a nail-sized ball of ghostly fire shot through the air, exploding against the face of the lead werewolf. The werewolf didn't even have time to scream before it turned to ash. The remaining werewolves slammed on their brakes, their front paws plowing 5 deep gullies into the ground. Only then did they realize that beyond the seemingly fragile human outpost lay a faint golden barrier of spiritual energy. Little did they know this was the effect of the sex-protective formation. And beyond this grand formation, there were humans of such formidable power? That comrade hadn't even touched the barrier before being instantly killed. High-tier humans. One werewolf's hind legs trembled as it turned to flee. We can't win. Go call for reinforcements. Before he could finish speaking, the leader of the werewolves smashed his skull with a single blow. The high priest had said, human cities must have weaknesses. Bite their throats clean off. Offer their hearts as sacrifices to the werewolf village. Lin Fan sighed. Sigh, what good comes from rushing to your death like this? He snapped his fingers. The magical cannons on the city walls whirred to life, swiveling toward the attackers. Their barrels coalesced into glowing blue orbs. The simultaneous roar of 10 cannons firing shook the ground, cracking it open. In an instant, 7 werewolves were reduced to nothing but scorched earth, leaving only pools of sizzling black blood on the charred ground. Live stream viewers. Is this like using an anti-aircraft gun to swat a mosquito? Such a waste of resources. Not at all. Lord Lin has plenty of resources now, he couldn't care less about wasting a little. True enough. If they're going to be instantly killed, so be it, as long as it doesn't interfere with the wedding guests enjoying their barbecue. Sure enough. The women below remained as steady as a rock, grilling away, though the smoke from the bombardment was choking them. The system notification promptly echoed in everyone's ears. 7 werewolves slain. Triggered werewolf village revenge mechanism. First wave, joint assault by werewolf priests and werewolf warriors. Attack arrives in 30 minutes. Warning, the werewolf priest wields dark sorcery, capable of summoning acid rain to corrode barriers. Werewolf warriors excel in team combat, equipped with bronze battle axes and steel armor. Seeing this scene, the live stream exploded with reactions. Chapter 112, Igniting Fury, the siege begins. Xiao Sa perked up instantly, fixating on the live feed as he leaned forward with the mic in hand. Viewers. Lin Fan just dispatched the advanced scouting party with ease, but a tougher challenge is coming. The first wave of the werewolf village's revenge force is about to arrive, and they've got a combination of priests and warriors. These are far trickier than regular werewolves. Wang Bingbing calmly analyzed. According to system intelligence, the werewolf priest's acid rain may inflict sustained damage on defensive barriers. As for the werewolf warrior's charge formation, we still don't know the exact level of these werewolves. How will Lin Fan respond? What's there to fear? With Lord Lin here, my heart remains unshaken. Exactly. With Lord Lin here, no matter what monsters come, I'm certain he can handle them 100%. Damn it all. This is the 9th wave of the werewolf village's assault. How dare you think Lin Fan the pig will emerge unscathed? Too arrogant, too overconfident. How can you dragon country pigs be so damn sure of yourselves? What a bunch of idiots. Just wait for the werewolf village to be wiped out. The werewolf village alone shouldn't have enough forces for 9 waves of attacks. The only possibility is that these 9 waves might also involve monster factions closely linked to the werewolf village. But logically speaking, threats not flagged by intelligence systems are rarely fatal. Lin Fan's fingertips tapped the city wall bricks as his gaze swept over Lu Shen, who was setting traps. With a wave of his hand, clusters of man-high thorn bushes suddenly shot up within 10 meters of the city walls, each spike encased in ice crystals. This was a trap technique, and a rather conspicuous one at that. It was a composite defense incorporating ice elemental spirit plants. Theoretically, no one would be foolish enough to step directly into it. However, these thorn bushes also seemed capable of projecting ice crystal spirit energy. This effectively turned it into a small defensive fortification capable of attacking in all directions. Xiao Chang mumbled with a chicken wing in her mouth. Honestly, if you ask this royal highness, why not just storm their lair and wipe them out completely? Don't rush to reveal our trump card just yet. Lin Fan took the binoculars Xiao Miao handed him and scanned the distant horizon. 30 minutes later, the expected gray-black dust cloud arrived. Leading the charge was a werewolf priest crowned with a skull, its emaciated limbs bound with bone chains fashioned from human vertebrae. Each step produced a bone-chilling, teeth-grinding friction. Over 100 such werewolf priests occupied different positions within the formation. A vast army of werewolf warriors marched shoulder to shoulder in perfect step, their bronze battle axes gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Wolf-tooth totems on their chests rose and fell with each breath. Werewolf priest. Rank C. Combat power 8000. Werewolf warrior. Rank C. Combat power 7500. Just as expected? Lin Fan muttered to himself. The first wave already brought C-rank monsters. The ones coming later might be even stronger. Wretched humans. The werewolf priest raised his withered right hand. The eyes on the bone chain suddenly opened in unison. Wash away the sins of desecrating the sacred ground with your blood. 3 drops of black blood flicked from his fingertips, morphing midair into a hideous raven form. As it flapped its wings, a dense black mist rained down. Lin Fan's pupils contracted sharply. Corrosive acid rain. All hands, activate the second barrier. Though the enemy was only a C rank, Lin Fan knew the importance of caution. Better safe than sorry. The golden light shields on the city walls instantly thickened threefold. Simultaneously, the acid rain formed from the black mist slammed against the barriers, emitting a piercing hiss. Viewers watching the live feed could clearly see countless tiny bubbles forming on the barrier's surface, resembling metal corroded by concentrated sulfuric acid. This sight sent a collective chill through the hearts of the Dragon Nation's citizens. Are you kidding me? This is just a C-rank monster. How could it possibly affect the Sex Protective Array? I don't get it. I just don't get it. The first wave of attack is already this difficult? Ha! We told you so. If those arrogant Dragon Nation fools keep acting like idiots, they'll definitely be led to their deaths by that damn pig Lin Fan. Shut your mouth. Stop slandering Lord Lin here. In the marriage game. The werewolf warriors let out savage howls at the sight, charging forward with battle axes raised. Frontline shield bearers even rammed their bodies into the thorn bushes, letting the spikes and ice shards pierce their flesh to clear a path for those behind. Yet the disparity in strength between the two sides remained starkly evident. The werewolf warriors' fearless disregard for death made not the slightest dent in the home side's defenses. A clever tactic. With a flick of Willow Spirit's fingertips, the thorn bushes suddenly grew backward. Icy spikes pierced the werewolves' paws, pinning them to the spot. The howls of the frontline werlovers were cut short as the warriors behind them cleaved them in two with a single axe swing. The blood splattering onto their comrades' faces only fueled their killing intent further. 100 werewolf warriors formed a wedge formation, using their fallen comrades as stepping stones to force a bloody path through the thorn bushes. The shaman grew even more frenzied at this sight. Tearing open the animal hide covering his chest, he revealed a torso covered in incantations. His nails dug deep into his heart, scooping out a mass of dark red flesh. In the name of the werewolf ancestor, summon the wrath of the abyss. The flesh exploded into a blood mist that coalesced above the barrier into a colossal wolf's head. Its gaping maw lunged toward the light shield. Now! Lin Fan's sword finger formed, the golden runes of the 10,000 swords art unfurling behind him. Willow Spirit, control the acid rain's trajectory. Xiao Qing, ignite the blood mist. The willow spirit's sleeves billowed as a giant vine-formed hand surged from the ground, gathering the falling acid rain into 3 black torrents that lashed back at the ritualist. The ghostly flames at Xiaoqing's fingertips instantly transformed into a fiery dragon, sweeping through the blood mist. The blood mist ignited in a violent explosion. The werewolf's phantom roared in frustration as the priest was hurled over 10 meters by the blast wave. His skull crown tumbled to the ground, revealing a festering wound atop his head. "Kill them! Kill them!" The priest's shrieking halted abruptly as a crossbow bolt pierced its throat with pinpoint accuracy. Immediately, the crossbow tower unleashed a relentless hail of arrows. Within an instant, all 100 sacrificial warriors were utterly annihilated. With that, only a small remnant of werewolf warriors remained from the village's first wave of attack. His gaze swept over the werewolf warriors who had already charged to the barrier. Lin Chen spoke calmly, "Only you remain." At these words, 30 warriors abruptly halted their advance. Exchanging glances, they simultaneously dropped to one knee. The warrior at the very front removed his helmet, revealing a scar above his left eye. That was the mark of a warrior from the werewolf village. His eyes held solemn resolve. "Human warrior, we admit defeat. Yet according to the laws of the werewolf clan, we retain the right to issue you a challenge of honor." Chapter 113, 9 Waves of Assault, Tenfold Peril. The system prompt appeared once more. Honor challenge initiated. Accept? Victory grants 10 magic crystals. Magic crystals. Significantly enhances the damage, durability, and level of magical items and equipment. The livestream audience erupted in commotion. Xiao Sa nearly knocked over his water cup in excitement. Wait. The werewolf warrior actually requested a duel? Could this mean Lin Fan avoids large-scale combat? Wang Bingbing frowned as she flipped through her notes, but avoiding that probably won't make much difference. The biggest benefit is those magic crystals. They could be used to further strengthen the defenses of Lin Fan's homestead. That's the idea. The current home defenses are still quite effective, capable of preventing many unexpected situations. Besides, Lord Lin's homestead craftsmanship truly packs a punch. In the matchmaking game. Upon learning such a favorable opportunity existed, Lin Fan gazed into the scarred warrior's eyes and suddenly smiled. "All right, I accept." The scarred warrior nodded, then turned to select a mountain-like werewolf from the group. The werewolf shed his armor, revealing muscles coiled like sleeping dragons across his body. The wolf head totem on his chest began to slowly writhe. This was the mark of reaching B-rank combat power. And the strongest among this group of werewolf warriors. "I am Goru, berserker of the Bloodfawn clan." The werewolf pounded his chest, each blow reverberating like a drum. "Human, draw your weapon. Let me see if you're worthy of having your name written in the annals of the werewolf village. Come on then, stop talking." Lin Fan only wanted the reward. A very simple desire. Goru roared as he charged forward, his feet tearing spiderweb like cracks into the ground. Lin Fan stood rooted to the spot. Only when the werewolf's claws nearly grazed his face did he sidestep with a palm strike so swift it defied the naked eye. Suddenly, 3 sword chi formed from spiritual energy exploded outward in a fan shape, leaving 3 deep gashes on Goru's chest that exposed bone. The berserker's charge was abruptly halted. Staring down in disbelief at the wounds, it watched in horror as the blood flowing from them was vaporized by the searing sword energy. Blood foam surged from Goru's throat. Human magic? No. This is immortal magic. Lin Fan lunged forward, driving his elbow hard into Goru's jaw. As the warrior threw his head back, Lin Fan flicked his toe to knock the battle axe flying. The sword chi coalesced once more, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. It cleaved Goru's battle axe clean in two, its momentum unabated as it carved a half-meter deep furrow into the ground. The berserker crashed to the ground, struggling to rise only to discover his meridians shattered by the sword's force. The next instant, his head rolled to the ground. Reward obtained, 10 magic crystals. The livestream erupted in deafening cheers. Lin Shen is so awesome. Got another sweet loot drop. Hee hee. Now those alien scum won't have anything to say, right? This was exactly what I expected. They're just a bunch of losers. Bastards. In the matchmaking game. Before Lin Fan and the others could catch their breath, the system alert sounded once more. The first wave of the werewolf village's assault has been successfully repelled. The second wave is imminent. As the system alert sounded, Lin Fan was embedding magic crystals into the rune array on the city wall. The moment the 10 rhombic crystals touched the grooves, the entire wall suddenly rippled like water, its surface erupting with intricate dragon scale patterns. This was the sign of the defensive barrier upgrading. Checking the wall's attribute panel confirmed it had been fully upgraded. Iron wall fortification. Durability, 1 million. Can withstand attacks from foes below a rank? Xiao Miao perched on his shoulder, nibbling an apple, its tail playfully swishing around Lin Fan's legs. Lin Fan, will the next wave of attackers be smarter than those dumb wolves earlier? Clever or not doesn't matter, it's the numbers that are the real trouble. Lin Fan looked up toward the horizon, where the dark clouds of the second wave of attack were already pressing close to the horizon. According to intelligence, this wave included 4 types of werewolf units. Dual-bladed hunters skilled in ambushes, long-range suppressing archers, healing support priests, and the most troublesome of all the Death Knight werewolves. Those madmen, fueled by rage potions, would destroy any obstacle at the cost of self-destruction. If they managed to force their way through to this position, who knew what unforeseen complications might arise? Though the upgraded city walls offered some reassurance, it was still wise to consider every possible contingency. Lucian finished setting new traps beneath the walls, green vines intertwined with thorns flashing with lightning. Lin Fan recalled the intelligence system, opening its detailed page. It clearly documented the troop characteristics of this werewolf assault. The suicide bombers possessed explosive power equivalent to a C-grade magic bomb. If over 100 detonated simultaneously, they might breach the first defensive line. He reached into his robe and drew out the bloodstained banner of 10,000 souls, his mind filled with fresh calculations. Since the death of the Netherworld demon sovereign, this artifact had absorbed hundreds of demonic energies, now glowing with a dark crimson aura under the sunlight. The banner of 10,000 souls might just prove useful at this critical moment. The souls of the recently slain werewolves had been quietly absorbed into the banner of 10,000 souls by Lin Fan. Now, Lin Fan could distinctly sense the presence of those souls within the banner. This meant that with a mere thought, he could command that horde of souls to fight for him. 30 minutes later, the werewolf army arrived as expected. The second wave of the werewolf assault has officially begun. Leading the charge were the dual-blade hunters, leopard-like creatures with limbs covered in bluish-gray scales and pairs of serrated daggers hanging at their waists. Behind them, over 200 archers knelt on one knee, their bone bows humming as they drew back, arrowheads coated in dark purple venom. Werewolf priests cloaked in black robes held bronze staffs engraved with cursed inscriptions. The Death Knights were chained to the rear of the formation, their bodies wrapped in blood-red crystals resembling explosives, their eyes unfocused yet wild with madness. These monsters were entirely different from the previous wave. Each had reached nearly B rank level. The difficulty had skyrocketed. Tear their throats out. The twin-blade hunter leader let out a shrill howl, and 30 figures vanished from their positions. The next instant, countless figures materialized in their place. Shadow clone technique. Lin Fan's pupils contracted sharply. His hand blade instinctively slashed at the phantom attacking from the right, only to strike nothing but missed. The Real Hunter burst forth from beneath the ground, his dagger streaking straight for Lin Fan's ankle. Watch out! Lucian's vines wrapped around the hunter's wrist just in time, only to be severed by a swift counterstrike. Leveraging the momentum, Lin Fan leapt upward, spinning midair to unleash 3 slashes of sword energy that simultaneously forced all 3 real bodies back. Yet more phantoms had already circled around to the rear of the city walls, targeting the priests casting spells. Leave the ranged attacks to this emperor. Xiao Qing's eyes narrowed to slits. The next instant, she spat out ghostly flames. Chapter 114, Wiping out a wave werewolf minions. A fan-shaped wall of engulfed 20 archers. Amidst the wolves' howls, a priest raised his staff, sending a green mist drifting toward the flames. Group healing. In an instant, the scorch marks on the werewolves vanished completely. Lin Fan's eyes flashed coldly as he flicked his wrist, sending the 10,000 souls banner flying. Little Miao, guard me. The banner unfurled with a thunderous roar. Countless black mists coalesced into hideous specter faces, swirling in the air to form a colossal vortex of souls. The flame-scorched werewolf archers abruptly ceased struggling. Their eyes glazed over as they stared at the vortex, then willingly stepped into the flames. They dissolved into black smoke, absorbed by the banner of 10,000 souls. The twin-blade hunter leader recoiled in terror. This is necromantic sorcery. How dare you desecrate the laws of life and death? Laws? We've hit it off at first sight. Why not come into the banner of 10,000 souls to catch up? Lin Fan sneered coldly. The banner trembled again, and the corpses of the 7 werewolves slain earlier burst forth from the earth, their eyes flickering with eerie green ghostly flames. These reanimated wolf soldiers moved sluggishly yet possessed immense strength. They seized the chains of the elite guards with their bare hands, dragging them away from the city walls. The assassins let out anguished howls, but the undead clutched their bodies, hurling them into distant explosions. Amidst the flickering green light, half the assassins were detonated prematurely. Priest! Disperse the undead! The leader roared furiously as he lunged at Lin Fan, only to see the latter snap his fingers in a ritual gesture. A shadowy image of the Netherworld demon sovereign materialized upon the banner of 10,000 souls. The specter opened its massive maw, swallowing the casting priests along with their healing mist. The legs exposed beneath the black robes instantly turned to bone, screaming as they were sucked into the banner. The second wave of assault crumbled within 20 minutes. As the last dual-blade hunter was torn to shreds by the souls, the banner of 10,000 souls had swollen to twice a man's height. The number of ghostly faces on its surface had tripled, each snarling ferociously as if ready to burst forth from the artifact and ravage the mortal realm. At that moment, the number of souls within the banner of 10,000 souls surged once more. To Lin Fan's delight, it seemed he had truly discovered a unique method. This meant the snowballing advantage could now be fully realized. In the livestream chat, the Dragon Nation audience was utterly dumbfounded. Xiao Shao's hand trembled on the microphone. Viewers, Lin Fan is actually using the demon sex artifact against the werewolves. This strategy of sustaining the battle through combat is astonishing. Wang Bingbing stared at the soul count on the tactical display. According to incomplete statistics, the 10,000 souls banner has now absorbed over 200 monster souls. In other words, Lin Fan now effectively possesses 200 B-rank soul servants. What an astonishing figure. Indeed. Even without fully grasping the implications of this figure, the sheer terror of 200 spoke volumes on its own. While others faced a B-rank monster knowing their demise was inevitable, Lin Fan's side had already begun executing such maneuvers. How could anyone not be stunned by this? Even the women he was meant to marry were left speechless. Who would have thought the 10,000 souls banner could be used this way? The willow spirit marveled. Lin Fan chuckled. Exactly. This way, our pressure will be greatly reduced. We just need to send the spirits out to make these werewolves turn on each other. Xiao Miao, it's wolves biting wolves. As they continued exploring the banner's other functions, time ticked by. Suddenly, Lin Fan gasped, clutching his temples. No way. This artifact is far too malevolent. Lin Fan leaned against the city wall, panting heavily, cold sweat beating on his forehead. Controlling the banner of 10,000 souls drained his spiritual energy far more than he'd anticipated. Xiao Miao hurriedly offered a spirit fruit. Its flesh melted instantly upon entering his mouth, transforming into cool energy that soothed the burning sensation in his stomach. The willow spirit gently stroked the banner's surface, infusing a thread of verdant wood spirit energy through her fingertips. The demonic energy and the souls were mutually corroding each other. If this continued, the artifact would gradually erode the user's mind. Therefore, Lin Fan fixed his gaze on the third wave of dust rising in the distance, a ruthless smile curling his lips. He would force the 10,000 souls banner to complete its digestion before they drew near. He raised his hand, unleashing a sword chi that pinned the most restless ghostly face onto the city wall. Within the eerie green ghostly flames, the face of the werewolf priest emerged. It was one of the hundreds of priests slain by crossbow bolts earlier. His resistance had been the most fierce. He must strike the bird that sticks its head out first, making this spirit an example for the others to follow. Want to keep existing? Lin Fan pinched the priest's ghostly horns, murmuring a chant. The banner of 10,000 souls instantly sparked with blinding electricity. In an instant, the priest's spirit fell silent. Hearing Lin Fan's words, the latter nodded frantically in terror. It was simple. Later, follow my orders and make your kind turn on each other. GC trembled violently, his ghostly face shrouded in a haze of submission. The third wave of the werewolf village's assault is imminent. The third wave's formation was even more bizarre. The front ranks were heavy armored werewolves bearing massive steel shields engraved with tribal totems. In the center, shamans rode bone wolves, shaking bells that emitted haunting, soul-piercing sounds. Following behind was a horde of twisted, mutated werewolves. Crawling on all fours, vine-like tentacles sprouted from the fleshy growths protruding from their backs, leaving trails of corrosive slime with every step. Are these the corruptors of the werewolf clan? Corrupted by the energy of the abyss, these creatures had lost their sanity, driven only by the primal urge to destroy everything. Lin Fan frowned. With over 50 contaminators, the wraiths alone would struggle to hold them off. The shaman initiated the assault first. Amid the clanging of bells, crimson raindrops suddenly fell from the sky. Lin Fan felt his spiritual energy surge chaotically. Glancing down, he saw black patterns spreading across his arm, a sign of abyssal energy corruption. The willow spirit swiftly hurled a purifying orb to dispel the toxins. Those bells are a psychic assault. Perfect chance to test the new toy. Minions, charge! Lin Fan swung the banner of 10,000 souls, forcibly pulling out the enshrined ghosts. They transformed into translucent werewolf forms mid-air. All of you, attack, he commanded coldly. The sacrificial spirits immediately let out piercing howls. And the heavy armored werewolf squad began to stir. The steel shield soldiers exchanged glances. When the polluter's tentacles swept across their shields, they mistakenly interpreted it as an attack and roared in fury, turning toward the shaman wizards. The shamans, both shocked and enraged, shook their bells faster only to further inflame the steel shield soldiers' fury. They raised their shields to smash the bone wolves, claws tearing through the shamans' throats as chaos erupted instantly. Now! Lin Fan waved his banner, summoning all the spirits back. 200 ghostly green figures surged like a tide into the corruptors' ranks. The mutated werewolves emitted muffled growls, tentacles coiling around the spirits to tear them apart, only to have their bodies ignited by ghostly flames. Even more bizarrely, the slain corruptors' corpses did not decay. Instead, they dissolved into black mist absorbed by the banner of 10,000 souls. The ghostly faces on the banner's surface began to merge, forming a more powerful spectral warrior. Chapter 115, Helping out in battle. Is the Dragon Nation cheating? Shaoqing seized the moment to launch a surprise attack. She and Ire had developed a new combined technique, a conflagration fueled by demonic power. The karmic flames ignited upon contact, the polluter's tentacles sizzling in the fire. Before turning to ash, they emitted cries resembling human wails. The willow spirit manipulated vines to entangle the escaping shamans, dragging them to the city walls to be torn apart by the souls of the dead. The third wave of the assault evolved into an absurd intra-species civil war. The live stream viewers were momentarily speechless. Holy crap, this is practically a no-damage clear. No kidding, who knew the 10,000 souls banner had this effect? First time I've heard of that, what an eye-opener. Awesome. Lin Fan is just so damn awesome. As the last tainted soul was consumed by the karmic flames, the banner of 10,000 souls became completely stable. The spectral warriors depicted on its surface, wielding broken battle axes, formed a precise square formation and bowed to Lin Fan. No longer chaotic spirits, they had become a disciplined army of the undead. In the livestream chat, the Ugly People Nation's chat exploded with comments. Witnessing this scene, they were utterly triggered. Cheating. This is against the rules. Why use undead magic that isn't yours to break the game's rules? Losers only know how to scream cheating. If you're so great, go find a magic sect artifact to use yourselves. Wait, isn't that artifact something Lin Fan fought to obtain? If you're not satisfied, go fight for one yourself. Xiao glanced at the real-time stats, a smirk curling his lips. According to calculations, Lin Fan's undead army currently possesses combat power equivalent to 20 B-rank warriors. And it doesn't consume food or spiritual energy, it's practically a mobile fortress. Within the marriage game, the fourth wave arrived at dusk. This time, the enemy was the headhunter corps of the werewolf tribe, an all-B-rank werewolf force specializing in trap-laying and assassination. They didn't charge head-on, instead dispersing into the surrounding woods to infiltrate and attempt flanking maneuvers. However, Lin Fan had already seen through their plans. Prepared in advance, the ghost warriors of the 10,000 souls banner transformed into mist and seeped into the woods. Any contact with the headhunter's traps would trigger a piercing shriek as a warning. 30 meters to the left, there's a trap in the tree hollow. Xiao Miao pricked up its ears, its tail pointing in a specific direction. The ghost warriors instantly solidified, triggering the trap with their bodies. The steel jaws melted into scrap iron amidst the ghostly flames. The headhunter leader realized their position was exposed and attempted to retreat, only to have their ankles ensnared by the willow spirit spines. Dragged to the city walls, they faced judgment. Immediately after, Lin Fan realized things weren't as straightforward as they appeared. The fifth wave was a werewolf lord. Lin Fan's pupils contracted slightly as he read the system notification. The intelligence mentioned a werewolf lord who was a half-step A-rank powerhouse, one who had personally torn a dragon's throat apart. As that dark shadow descended from the moonlight, Lin Fan finally understood why the intelligence had described it as a natural disaster. The werewolf lord stood as tall as a 5-story building, with bat-like membrane wings sprouting from its back. Its claws scraped against the rock, sparking blue sparks, a sign of highly concentrated magic power. Werewolf lord. Rank B. Combat power 27,000. The diminutive human lord's voice boomed like muffled thunder. The gale whipped up by its wings scattered the ghost warriors like chaff. You think undead can desecrate the glory of werewolves? I'll fashion your bones into a totem pole, so the entire Sky Island knows the fate of those who dare defy the wolf clan. Lin Fan gripped the banner of 10,000 souls tightly, only to see the ghost warriors reduced to mere children before the lord. A single casual wave of the lord's hand obliterated dozens of souls. The willow spirit's vines had barely wrapped around the lord's ankles when they were incinerated to ash by scorching magical heat. Xiaoqing's karmic flames scorched his scales, leaving only faint charred marks. In the livestream, the cheers of the Dragon Nation's people gradually faded, replaced by the tense ticking of a countdown. Think of something, Lin Fan. Ha! Bastard! Bastard! Lin Fan the pig is finally going to die. What a relief! What a relief! Once that pig Lin Fan is dead, our Ugly People Nation will rise swiftly. There's no other choice, we have to use that. Lin Fan's expression turned fierce, a desperate resolve etched on his face. Spiritual energy surged violently around him. The banner of 10,000 souls suddenly emitted a mournful wail of reluctance. The ghostly warriors on its surface began to disintegrate, transforming into pure soul energy that surged into his body. Using dragon blood as the catalyst, harnessing the power of 10,000 souls, Lin Fan crushed the dragon blood essence item he had obtained earlier, merging it into the 10,000 souls banner. With a roar, he hurled the banner at the overlord. Countless ghostly faces coalesced into a colossal chain, binding the overlord's wings and claws. What is this? The overlord screeched in fury, its desperate struggles shattering half a city wall. Yet the chains dragged it down, forcing it to its knees. Xiaoqing seized the moment to douse the final wave of karmic flames into its eyes, while the willow spirit manipulated all the vines to bind its tail, forcibly dragging the colossal beast into the massive trap they had prepared in advance. Boom! Amid the explosion's roar, Lin Fan watched the thick smoke billowing from the trap and finally exhaled in relief. The banner of 10,000 souls had become as thin as a cicada's wing. All the ghostly faces on it had vanished, leaving only a dim soul crystal at its center. Inside the livestream, the viewers fell into a collective silence. All were stunned into silence by Lin Fan's final strike, momentarily at a loss for words. Only 4 words echoed relentlessly in their minds. Lin Shun, you're awesome. Wang Bingbing suddenly pointed at the screen. Wait. Look at the werewolf lord's corpse. What's with that black mist? Amidst the thick smoke, the lord's corpse was being decomposed by some dark energy. The flesh fragments merged into the ground, forming a new portal. A sharp system alert sounded. Warning! Werewolf Village has activated an abyssal portal. Final wave assault, abyssalized werewolf lord summoning 1000 abyssal wolves. Hint, destroying the portal core will halt the assault. Core location, werewolf village altar. Lin Fan wiped the blood from his lips, watching the lord rise again in the distance. This time, its pupils had turned pure black, filled with murderous intent and madness. Purple pus oozed from beneath its scales, and multiple writhing tentacles sprouted from its back. The entire creature radiated an utterly terrifying and grotesque aura. What now? Even Xiao Miao was trembling slightly. What else could he do? Lin Fan forced himself to his feet, picking up a half-broken magic crystal from the rubble. If they wanted to play dirty, he'd show them that the walls of Lin Fan's city would never fall. He pressed the magic crystal into the damaged wall. The dragon scale pattern suddenly blazed with dazzling golden light. The tentacles, tainted by the abyss's energy, sizzled and burned the moment they touched the wall. Who could have imagined that this assault would culminate in such a situation? And this was only the 5th wave. No, not the 5th wave. It was a forced convergence of all remaining attack difficulties through some strange mutation, forming the final assault wave. Chapter 116, No Mercy. The monsters of the werewolf village are determined to kill Lin Fan at any cost before they'll relent. Faced with this perilous situation, the citizens of Dragon Nation fell into silence. But, in the livestream chat, someone shouted first, Dragon Nation will never fall. Lord Lin will never lose. Those words seemed to carry an infinite magic. It instantly flooded the entire livestream chat. At that very moment, every viewer across the Dragon Nation rose to their feet, saluting the screen in solemn tribute. Xiaosa's voice trembled with emotion. Yes, the Dragon Nation will never fall. Because we have guardians like Lin Fan, we will always have hope. Everyone, don't be afraid, Lord Lin must still have a way. Lin Fan clasped the willow goddess's hand, feeling the green with spirit energy flowing through her. Even Xingyi stepped forward, knocking the final flaming arrow onto his bowstring, while Xiao Miao once again summoned the fragment of the 10,000 souls banner. In the distance, the Abyss Lord's roar shook the sky, cracking it with crimson fissures. 1,000 Abyss Wolves surged forward like a black tidal wave. But behind them stood the largely restored city walls, the glorious emblem of the Dragon Nation's marriage alliance participants. Billions of eyes filled with unwavering trust. Come. Lin Fan flashed a blood-stained grin. Willow Spirit, it's time for them to witness your true power. Rest and recover. What comes next is mine to handle. A look of profound tenderness flickered in Lucian's eyes as her fingertips gently brushed Lin Fan's blood-stained brow bone. Azure wood spirit energy flowed like a murmuring stream into his meridians. Yet, in the very next instant, as she turned to face the Abyss Lord, her entire aura abruptly transformed. No longer the gentle, dependable woodland fairy, but an empress commanding the world. Her jet-black hair stirred without wind, faint blue dragon scales shimmering within. Behind her rose 100 young tall greenwood dharma form, each leaf engraved with ancient heavenly Tao runes. Willow Spirit, you truly are my ultimate trump card. Lin Fan murmured softly, a relaxed smile spreading across his face. Very well. It's time these monsters learned what true heavenly Tao power truly means. Die. The Abyss Lord had been utterly corrupted by darkness, utterly devoid of any concept of fear. The moment the Willow Spirit appeared, it unleashed a terrifying assault. Countless repulsive tentacles surged forward first, purple pus splattering onto the ground and corroding it, releasing hissing white smoke. Abomination. The Willow Spirit raised a hand and waved it lightly. A flash of green light cut through the air, severing a 3-meter-wide tentacle as easily as slicing paper. The black mist oozing from the severed end was instantly purified by the green with spirit energy, transforming into specks of glowing light. Ah! The Lord let out a defiant roar. The black hurricane churned by its wings hurled shards of rock toward the city walls. Yet, 10 meters from the Willow Spirit, a transparent barrier deflected the attack. The fragments suspended in midair transformed into crystalline points of light, resembling a dazzling star shower. You thought devouring the energy of the abyss would allow you to transcend the way of heaven? The Willow Spirit's voice thundered like spring lightning shattering frozen rivers. Its colossal dharma hand clenched mid-air, crushing the Abyss Lord's wings into dust with an invisible force. Before the true might of cosmic law, you are but a child who stole forbidden fruit. In the livestream chat, every viewer held their breath. Is the Willow Spirit this powerful? Good heavens, even through the screen I feel a suffocating pressure. Who would have thought Lucian's power was this terrifying? Goddess. Lucian is my goddess from now on. Xiaosa stared at the divine form of Lucian on the screen, his Adam's apple bobbing as he found himself speechless. And the divine majesty with which the Willow Goddess saved her homeland was deeply etched into the hearts of the Dragon Nation's people.
Across the Dragon Nation, elders set down their chopsticks mid-meal, children sat up straight from their homework, everyone stared fixedly at the screens, as if witnessing some sacred moment. Ah! The Abyss Lord struggled to kneel on one knee, the Abyss core on his chest flickering with a dying red glow. The Willow Goddess advanced slowly, each step unfolding a blue lotus upon the ground. Dewdrops from the petals fell upon the wounded spectral warriors, causing their shattered bodies to coalesce anew. By the time she reached the Lord, her colossal hand had already seized his throat. Azurewood spirit energies seeped from her fingertips like living creatures, burrowing into the Lord's body to shred every thread of abyssal power. The Lord's pleas for mercy were no longer thunderous roars, but rather a wheezing sound like a broken bellows. I wish to become your servant. Servant? The willow spirit sneered coldly. A blinding green light erupted from the palm of the Dharma image. Under the heavenly Tao, how could the remnants of the abyss be allowed to survive? The blue light flashed, and the Lord's body, along with the abyss core, was completely purified, transforming into a sky-filling blue rain that fell upon the battlefield. 1,000 abyssal wolves howled mournfully in the rain. Their bodies rapidly shriveled, the black patterns on their fur washed away to pure gray. Finally, they curled into harmless cubs, trembling and hiding among the ruins. The livestream erupted in a tsunami of cheers. Xiao Miao leapt to his feet, oblivious to the microphone dropping to the floor, a class powerhouse. This is true, a class might. Willow Goddess has been concealing her strength, waiting until the most critical moment to strike. Wang Bingbing wiped away tears as she laughed. Who could possibly doubt the Dragon Nation's foundations now? We have Lin Fan, we have the Willow Goddess, we have guardians like them. How could the Dragon Nation not rise? The Willow Goddess turned toward Lin Fan, her divine form gradually shrinking and merging back into her body. Her complexion was slightly pale, yet she still carried the majesty of an empress. It was still a bit of a stretch. My power is too weak now. Lin Fan shook his head, brushing the glowing strands from her hair. Thank you, Willow Spirit. You truly protected us all. Xiao Miao leapt onto the Willow Spirit's shoulder, wrapping her tail around her wrist. Sister Willow Spirit was so cool just now. Even cooler than when Sister Xiaoqing breathes fire. Xiaoqing snorted but said nothing. Faced with the absolute power of the laws, her wildfire truly resembled a child playing with fire. A system notification sounded. Werewolf Village offensive completely dismantled. All rewards placed within Werewolf Village. Specific coordinates displayed. In the distance, the purified young wolves cautiously approached the village walls. Xiao Miao crouched down, extending a paw to gently touch the nose of the boldest cub. You're joining us now. No more biting people, okay? The cub whimpered, licking her palm, while its companions behind it began wagging their tails. The Willow Spirit nodded with satisfaction, her gaze sweeping over the ravaged battlefield. With a wave of her hand, verdant spiritual energy rippled outward. The shattered city walls healed themselves, charred earth sprouted tender green shoots, and even the remains of fallen ghost warriors transformed into fertile nourishment. Viewers in the livestream watched this scene unfold, suddenly recalling the handiwork of the true gods. In this moment, the Willow Spirit radiated greater compassion and majesty than the gods of legend. Countless Dragon Nation citizens were utterly captivated. As for the foreign scum, they roared in disbelief. No humanity. Absolutely no humanity. These werewolves have lives too. Why treat them like this? Chapter 117, The Bloodstained Casino. Layers of Peril. Seriously, have you lost your minds? Why are you still standing here pleading with these monsters? I'm starting to seriously suspect you lot are nothing but traitors in league with the monsters. You know what? That might actually be the case. Yeah, maybe you ugly people are the real freaking monsters here? What the hell are you talking about? Just then, a news system notification sounded. Matchmaking game participant Lin Chen achieves the Newbie King achievement. Reward, 1 unique medal. Additionally, Lin Chen may now initiate the latest Crimson Casino event. Within the matchmaking game, a silver-white medal unexpectedly landed in Lin Fan's hands. This was. As Lin Chen ran his fingers over the medal's surface, its attribute panel abruptly appeared before Lin Fan's eyes. King of Newcomers. All 3 attributes increased by 100%. Additionally, when attacked by other players participating in the same matchmaking event, 20% of damage taken is negated. Holy crap! Lin Fan was overjoyed. This thing was truly a real treasure. Not to mention the 100% power boost. The fact that it can negate 20% of damage from other participants. That alone was already mind-blowing. Excellent. Lin Chen's power has skyrocketed once more. He has reached the astonishing A rank tier. His combat power has skyrocketed to the 50,000 point tier. This is the effect of a 100% power doubling. Of course, such an increase is visible only to Lin Fan himself. Otherwise, if those alien scum got wind of it, who knows how much more arrogant they'd become. Speaking of which, he turned his attention to the Blood Casino's event. Participate in the event's trials. Each level presents both peril and opportunity, perhaps ascending to greatness in a single step, or meeting your end on the spot.
The player who survives to the very end will earn the loyalty of the entire vampire clan and the hand of the vampire empress as their bride. Whoa! Lin Fan's eyes lit up. This event wasn't just for him alone. Even that bunch of alien trash could enter. But this wasn't a favor to the alien scum. On the contrary, it could be seen as a massive weakening. After all, Lin Fan could know exactly what lay ahead in the later stages, allowing him to avoid any dangers directly. But what about them? They'll likely be left to fate alone. Leaving things to fate is far too uncertain. Lin Fan didn't believe in it. He only trusted the system in his hands. No worries, let's go make babies first. Lin Fan called out casually. The women. Livestream viewers. The next day, after the intelligence system refreshed, Lin Fan decisively activated the event portal. A crimson invitation appeared in his hand. As for the Dragon Maiden's marriage partner? It wouldn't refresh until the day after tomorrow anyway. He could tackle the challenges first. After Lin Fan selected to open the event portal, the entire matchmaking game transformed. While everyone was still unsure what had transpired, the rules of the Blood Casino slowly materialized before their eyes. So Dassen, the vampire queen belongs to our big book empire. Bastard. Ha! The warriors of the great manga empire will conquer this event dungeon. I refuse to believe that Pig Lin Fan, who's been so lucky in the matchmaking game, could still have good fortune after entering this standalone instance. Lin Fan Pig is truly foolish. But since you dared give our ugly nation time to develop a second growth, don't blame us for being ruthless and merciless. We'll kill you without mercy. The moment Lin Fan crushed the invitation in his hand, the world spun violently before his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a hall adorned with Gothic decor. Black and white checkered tiles covered the floor, and the crisp clatter of dice hitting a wooden tray echoed from the distance. Xiao Miao clung tightly to his sleeve, sniffing the air with her little nose. She wrinkled her brow and said, so many strange smells: vampires, werewolves, and the tainted aura of the abyss. The willow spirit was equally. Her expression was less than pleasant. She traced the wall with her fingertips. When her touch brushed a crack, black blood seeped out, solidifying into the shape of a rose. Every brick here was soaked in gamblers' blood. Their souls were imprisoned here, doomed to eternal torment. Lin Fan, this place is exceptionally dangerous. Do not underestimate it. Lin Fan chuckled lightly. No problem. All minor issues. The ritual since he initiated it. Then he was certain he had it under control. The livestream split screen switched, simultaneously displaying the entrance scenes of participants from various countries. George II of the Land of Ugly, sporting an afro, was bragging to himself about the platinum chips in his hand. If only I could bring this treasure back to the real world, I'd be the richest man alive. Yamamoto, the samurai from the land of cherry blossoms, drew his tachi sword, its blade reflecting the crimson glow of candlelight. He had inherited the legacy of Miyamoto Musashi. His combat prowess skyrockets, though the live stream showed everyone waiting in a lobby. But he could not perceive the presence of others. Perhaps within the waiting hall, each occupied their own independent space. The next moment, in each space, the exact same voice echoed. Welcome to the Blood Casino. A hoarse female voice echoed from above, causing everyone to look up. The vampire maiden in the dome mural opened her eyes, red light flashing. A cruel smile curled her lips. The rules were simple: traverse 40 rooms, collect 100 blood crystals, and the vampire prince at the end would offer a contract of allegiance. However, with a flick of her finger, the nearest archway burst open. The sound of bones snapping and grinding echoed from within. Those who chose the wrong room would remain here forever as chips. Jia! A shrill, eerie cackle pierced the air. Lin Fan, this place feels so eerie. Xiao Miao was genuinely frightened. Her instincts screamed that within this casino dungeon lurked a terror powerful enough to end her life. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Lin Fan comforted Xiao Miao thoroughly, finally calming her nerves. And then, Lin Fan knew he had to press forward. Otherwise, if some lucky participant from another country suddenly reached the finish line by sheer luck, that would be a real pain in the ass. Therefore, even though he held a massive lead, he couldn't afford to slack off. Lin Fan stepped into the first room first. The number 02 on the doorplate glowed coldly against the stone wall. Just as Xiao Miao was about to follow, Lu Shen yanked her back. Boom! The floor suddenly cracked open, 3 poison-tipped spikes flashing past Xiao Miao's toes. Lin Fan. Chapter 118, Obtaining the Blood Crystal. Stupid alien race. Xiao Miao's first instinct was to comfort Lin Fan. No problem. Lin Fan reacted swiftly, slapping him right in the face to cut him off. At this level of difficulty, there was no need to resort to the intelligence system yet. After all, the intelligence system had a flaw. Namely, as long as he didn't look at it, the intelligence system wouldn't freeze the information. In other words, as long as you don't look at it, the intelligence system's information will keep changing. This way, more valuable intelligence wouldn't get pushed out by previously useless information. It was a mirrored room. Lin Fan stared at the reflection on the wall. His own image showed 4 arms. Everything here was inverted, with the door number corresponding to the exit location. He turned toward the wall marked with the number 20, pressed his palm against the brick crevice, and sure enough, a faint clicking sound of a mechanism turning echoed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yamamoto from the small nation was furiously slashing at door 02, but his blade kept bouncing off an invisible barrier, making him stomp his feet in frustration. Damn it all to hell. What the hell do they want me to do? This stupid dungeon event. He paced like a caged animal within the mirrored room. But as time dragged on, even the spectators began to notice something was off. Look! There's another Yamamoto behind him? After a sharp-eyed spectator pointed it out, sure enough, all eyes turned to look. Only then did they notice. Behind that Yamamoto was indeed a figure identical to Yamamoto. And just as the real Yamamoto hadn't yet noticed this, the fake Yamamoto behind him had already raised the slaughtering blade, swinging it down with force, not to attack Yamamoto, but slit his own throat. In an instant, blood gushed forth like a torrent. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Yamamoto's expression instantly turned horrified. His hands instinctively tried to cover the spurting wound, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't stop it. Damn it! Yamamoto! What the hell are you doing, you bastard? I'm furious, absolutely furious. What the hell is this bastard doing? You're already dead before even leaving the first room. You're an absolute disgrace to our Yamamoto family. As if to spare the dead Yamamoto further humiliation. On the other side, George II of Uglyland was an even bigger freak. Right now, he was winking and making faces at his reflection, admiring his own looks, completely oblivious to the sharp spikes closing in at his feet. Little Sus shook his head inside, this bunch of foreign scum. I'll devour them all, poet that I am. The moment these words left his lips, the alien scum instantly crumbled. Look at Lin Fan. He found the hidden passage. Wang Bingbing suddenly pointed at the screen. Lin Fan's team passed through the secret door and entered a chamber piled high with treasure chests. Just then, just as Xiao Miao was about to open the nearest chest, Lin Fan grabbed her wrist. Hold on, Lucian. You test it first. All right. Lucian casually tossed a leaf. The moment it touched the chest, the lid burst open, and countless barbed vines shot out. Those vines were covered in countless tiny barbs. This setup seemed intent on tearing countless bloody wounds across the intruder's body before it would be satisfied. Sure enough, Lin Fan materialized his long sword and cleaved through the vines. The 10,000 swords rune inscriptions on the blade ignited, illuminating a hidden compartment in the chamber's corner. The true reward lay here. Within the compartment lay 3 blood crystals, their vibrant hues radiating an eerie, unsettling glow. Obtained 3 blood crystals. Hidden reward, insightful. I can detect traps in the next room. With this skill, Lin Fan no longer needed to bother with the intelligence system. At least in this mysterious dungeon event, he gained a few more advantages. Let's go. To the next room I'll scout ahead. The stench of rotting flesh in the 9th room hung thick as tangible air, mingled with the acrid, burning smell of charred corpses, utterly nauseating. Ugh, this stinks to high heaven. The group covered their noses and mouths, advancing cautiously while scanning their surroundings. The shattered dome resembled a sky torn apart by a colossal beast. Chilling moonlight poured through the gap, bathing the floor of white bones in an eerie, ghostly glow. Xiao Miao's pupils suddenly contracted sharply. He pointed abruptly toward a shadowy corner, his voice betraying unmistakable tension. Wolf tracks over there. At least 30 of them. On the floor, overlapping wolf paw prints were deeply embedded in the rotting wooden planks. Each claw mark was as large as an adult's palm, its edges still clinging to dried mud. As Willow Goddess bent down, her delicate fingers effortlessly crushed a finger bone, producing a crisp snap. She picked up a wolf fang from the ground and examined it closely by moonlight. The finely polished surface revealed clear signs of human craftsmanship. These wolves had been tamed. The likelihood of a trap here far outweighed the possibility of a random attack. But why did these wolf teeth show such obvious signs of age? It was as if they weren't from recent years at all. Lin Fan activated Inside Eye. Danger level, B-class, core trap, time sandglass. The current state of this room was highly peculiar. Lin Fan fell deep in thought. He connected the dots to the core trap. A time sandglass? Was this the final key to unlocking this stage? Realizing this, Lin Chen made a decisive call. Split up and find the hourglass. Lin Fan issued the brief command. Before the words had even faded, Xiao Miao had already darted nimbly into the pile of bones. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the deathly silence. Her claws touched a corpse still warm to the touch. The deceased's kimono was drenched in blood, their hand clutching a shattered hourglass. Glass shards had pierced deeply into their palm, and their face was frozen in an expression of utter terror. Lucian crouched down, her slender fingers gently tracing the dark crimson mark on the corpse's forehead, the distinctive emblem of a Japanese onmyoji. The distortion of time and space manifested in this person with brutal clarity. What could have caused it? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the mark suddenly emitted an eerie purple glow. The corpse dissolved into a wisp of blue smoke and vanished into thin air. At that moment, the live stream's large screen clearly displayed the situation of the Benzi Kingdom team. They swung their katana wildly, hacking at empty air. The captain's face twisted into a savage grimace as he muttered incessantly, "Damn it! Damn it! Damn ghost! Die already!" Unbeknownst to him, they had long been trapped in a temporal loop, each strike landing futilely on the fading echoes of their past. If this continued, they would eventually exhaust themselves to death in these dungeons. "Found it!" L's voice suddenly rang out. He forcefully flipped open the massive Wolf King skull, revealing the golden hourglass hidden within. Just as Lin Fan reached out to touch it, the intelligence system activated automatically, a shrill alarm echoing in his mind. Warning! Touching will trigger the trap. Correct solution: pour blood over the wolf totem. Chapter 119, Goldmine Mission. Without hesitation, Lin Fan drew his dagger across his palm. The moment the blood dripped onto the wolf head relief on the floor, the entire room began to violently shake. A golden hourglass slowly rose into the air. Within its inverted grains, 3 blood crystals flickered faintly. At that very moment, Captain Benzi's katana finally struck its target. It was his own reflection. The instant the blade pierced the heart, a mysterious force enveloped the entire team. The next second, their figures materialized in the center of the hall, dissolving into crimson mist that slowly seeped into the cold stone floor. On Lin Fan's side, the putrid stench of the 15th chamber seeped like a bone-chilling miasma. Ghostly lanterns embedded in the stone walls flickered with an eerie green phosphorescence, casting the rusted mine cart in the center into shifting shadows. Scattered pickaxe blades bore dark red crystalline deposits. Whether rust or dried blood remained unclear. A system prompt suddenly flashed in scarlet letters. Mission: extract 2 gold nuggets with purity over 20 within 10 minutes. Failure means becoming a mining slave forever. Xiao Miao's eyelashes fluttered violently in the dim light, her pale fingertips clutching the hem of her shirt. "But Lin Fan, we have no mining experience." Her voice suddenly caught in her throat. From the depths of darkness came the jarring sound of chains scraping against rock, like countless rusted iron nails scraping against her eardrums. A dozen hunched figures emerged from the shadows. Beneath their tattered hemp robes, stark white bones protruded. Where eyes should have been, swarms of black beetles pulsed, each wing case engraved with twisted cursed runes. Death Miner. Rank B. Combat Power 28,000. The Cursed Souls of Miners. The greenwood staff of the willow spirit glowed faintly, its jade cicada pendant emitting a clear chirp. By normal logic, their souls were trapped within this world, and only by finding a substitute could they find release. Xiaoqing was the most decisive, her eyes flashing coldly. "Then should we just kill them?" "No, wait." Lin Fan noticed a half-broken waist badge engraved with golden characters hanging from one miner's belt. "Can utilize blood crystals to temporarily awaken the rational part of the dead miner." He retrieved the blood crystal obtained in the second chamber and approached the miner slowly. The moment the blood crystal touched the miner's palm, the beetles collectively emitted a shrill wail like an infant's cry. The next second, the death miner's movements abruptly halted. Bitumen-like blood tears welled up in his hollow eye sockets. His eyes fixed on the blood crystal, revealing a trace of sorrow. The old Northeast mine manager hid his treasure where the souls of the mining disaster victims were suppressed. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a thunderous roar of cracking rock erupted overhead. A massive iron cage plummeted, carrying a foul stench. Within it lurked the overseer of these very dead miners. It was a mutated centipede, its entire body covered in backward-pointing spines. Its form was immense. Now, it scanned its prey with its compound eyes. "Kill him now." Lucian's vines first wrapped around the centipede's poisonous pincers. Instantly, spiritual energy erupted, exploding the centipede into shreds. Lin Fan caught sight of faint blood-red talismans on the stone wall. His inside eye revealed the message. Warning: striking 7 consecutive blows will trigger a collapse, but it will lead directly to the gold ore layer. Cover your ears. Lin Fan shielded Xiao Miao behind him as the pickaxe sliced through the air, crashing into the stone wall. Each strike sent a numbing shock through his palms. On the 6th blow, spiderweb cracks appeared in the rock. As the 7th blow landed, the shrieks of countless vengeful spirits pierced through the earth. Golden light gushed from the collapse, making everyone's pupils gleam. Xiao Miao's fingertips darted across the vein, finally grasping 2 gold nuggets shimmering with rainbow halos. Wow, so beautiful. Lin Fan held them in his hand. The system panel displayed a purity of 253. Excellent. This should do the trick. Thank goodness for the insight eye and the intelligence system. Otherwise, given how each of these barriers hides deeper secrets than the last, if anyone could find a way to crack them, it would be nothing short of a miracle. The system alert sounded at the perfect moment. Mission complete. Obtained 5 blood crystals. Hidden reward: miner's gratitude. Summon miner spirits for assistance in subsequent rooms. Phew. This place is terrifying. Xiao Miao couldn't help but pat her chest. Lucian gazed at Lin Fan with admiration and chuckled, "Thanks to our husband. Otherwise, we'd never have figured out how to clear these obstacles." Exactly.
Both Ayer and Xiao Miao gazed at Lin Fan with equal admiration.
Lin Fan, how did you even know all these details? Your reasoning skills are incredible. Deductive reasoning? Lin Fan stifled a laugh. This isn't about deductive reasoning at all. It's purely thanks to the divine power of the cheat code. Come on, let's move on to the next level.
Lin Fan forced himself not to laugh out loud, choosing not to reveal the secret.
In the livestream chat, the Dragon Nation's citizens were gloating. Ahem. Any more foreign trash hoping to mock our boss Lin Fan here? Look at this now, that's what you call smooth sailing. Now look at you foreign trash, still got the nerve to show your faces? Dog luck.
All you Dragon Nation Lin Fan pigs are just dog luck. The opulent atmosphere of the 27th chamber hit them like a wave the moment they pushed open the door.
The crystal coffin at the center was dazzlingly vivid, like an altar carved from ice. And within that crystal coffin lay a breathtakingly beautiful maiden with skin as smooth as jade.
This vampire maiden wore a wedding gown woven from silver thread and blood-red silk.
Roses embroidered upon the sheer fabric appeared as though nourished by blood, each petal vividly lifelike.
Adorned on her fingertip was a ring set with a blood diamond. The gem pulsed with an eerie, demonic glow, as if greedily devouring the surrounding light.
Highest danger level. Room core, bride's ring. The inside eye relayed the critical information once more.
Lin Fan had no intention of acting rashly, for
upon entering the room, an inexplicable force had begun to subtly influence his rationality. Xiao Miao suddenly let out a shrill cry. Everyone turned to look. Only then did they notice that Elle's expression had become utterly abnormal.
Her pupils dilated slightly with greed, and her body moved involuntarily toward the vampire girl. Her hand reached out, about to touch the ring, radiating a deadly allure. Just as her fingertips were about to touch the ring, Lin Chen swiftly slapped her hand away with a resounding smack.
Smack! Elle finally snapped back to her senses. She stared at herself in utter disbelief. What the hell did I just do? Lin Fan frowned. That's a soul cage.
It irresistibly draws those with weak willpower.
Once worn, they're trapped here forever, becoming one of her collected grooms. Me? Am I weak-willed?
Ale was shocked.
Xiao Miao scoffed. I told you to stop flirting with Lin Fan. You wouldn't listen. Stop hitting me. Damn it.
Lin Fan's brows knitted tightly, his gaze piercing as he scanned the surroundings meticulously.
Dozens of portraits hung on the walls, their candlelit reflections casting an indescribable eeriness. Chapter 120, The Blood Clan Maiden Not a Marriage Candidate.
Each figure in the portraits wore formal attire from different eras, from primitive garments of ancient times to medieval armor styles varied wildly, yet all shared the same face.
It was the girl in the crystal coffin. Her smile was sweet yet sinister, as if silently narrating one tragic tale after another. She was collecting grooms from different eras.
Xiao Miao shuddered, her tail involuntarily coiling around Lin Fan's wrist. Her voice trembled with fear.
Lin Fan, you mustn't fall victim to this.
The figures in these portraits had become living dead, forever repeating wedding rituals within the chamber. Their souls were trapped in this endless cycle, never to find release.
Lucian's sharp mind grasped this truth instantly.
Before she could finish, an ancient bell thundered, its deep, resonant toll echoing through the room like a summons from hell.
The figures in the portraits descended from the walls.
Zombies in tailcoats shuffled stiffly, wine glasses held aloft as they approached slowly. Red liquid flowed from their hollow eye sockets, dripping onto the floor and corroding small pits into the ground.
Zombie groom. Level? Combat power? Even Lin Fan was momentarily stunned by the sight. It was the first time he'd ever encountered a monster with such an attribute panel. So that meant these monsters were ethereal entities that couldn't be killed? Get lost.
Xiaoqing reacted swiftly, unleashing a barrage of flames to block their path. Yet the ghostly fire passed straight through the zombies' bodies, inflicting no damage, only leaving behind fleeting streaks of light. Their weakness lies in the bride's ring. Lin Fan's gaze flashed like lightning as he swiftly discerned the specific strategy to overcome this challenge.
Sure enough, the information within the inside eye revealed itself.
Correct solution: use the blood of an unmarried person to shatter the cage. He turned to look at Willow Spirit, who immediately understood. With unwavering resolve, she bit her fingertip without hesitation. Blood dripped from her finger as she endured the pain, etching an ancient and mysterious blood symbol onto the ground.
Instantly. The activation of this formation instantly amplified Lin Fan's power to unprecedented heights.
A long sword crystallized from his fingertip as Lin Fan roared. The sword slashed forward with unstoppable momentum, striking the ring with tremendous force. In that instant, the crystal coffin shattered explosively, sending countless shards flying like meteors.
Ah!
The vampire girl let out a piercing scream, so shrill it felt like it could shatter eardrums. Her body transformed into a swarm of bats, densely covering the sky as they swarmed toward the group.
Retract! The Willow Spirit roared, and the azure wood Dharma form instantly opened its enormous maw.
Like a bottomless pagoda, it sucked the swarm of bats into its depths. A green glow rippled across the surface of the greenwood Dharma form, continuously purifying these malevolent creatures.
Sure enough, this was another kind of rule-based chamber. Lin Fan murmured. If I don't attack this Blood Clan girl, there's no way I can break through this stage. As the last bat vanished, a mysteriously glowing portal appeared in the room's center. Scattered behind it lay 10 crystalline blood crystals, each shimmering with an alluring glow. Additionally, an ancient-looking book lay on the floor. Obtain 10 blood crystals. Hidden reward: Blood Clan secret enables deciphering Blood Clan runes in subsequent rooms. Unlike Lin Fan's smooth progress on his side. In the foreign livestream room, chaos and carnage unfolded. The sole remaining ninja of the Benzi Nation, convinced this vampire maiden was his destined bride. His animalistic instincts surged. He attempted to seduce the vampire bride, but he underestimated her strength. The bride bared her sharp fangs, lunging forward in an instant. She sank her teeth into his neck. He stifled a scream as his body rapidly stiffened, transforming into one of her most loyal zombies at her feet. Meanwhile, the survivor from the land of ugly men, faced with a floor strewn with jewels, saw only greed in his eyes. He began frantically sweeping through the pile of treasures. Yet the longer he lingered, the more terrifying the danger became. The vampire maiden's eyes flickered slightly. A powerful suction force inexplicably emerged, pulling him entirely into the portrait. His terrified expression was forever frozen in that instant, becoming the next groom. The alien live stream channel had truly hit rock bottom. Damn it! Damn it! Why is it that in this dungeon event, our Benzi Nation warriors are still so unlucky? Why does that pig Lin Fan get to breeze through everything so smoothly? This can't be. This is impossible. With so many rule-based traps, how the hell does that pig Lin Fan know everything? He must have known the rules of this event dungeon beforehand. So what? So he knows? What, you wanna come bite my Lin god? Just remember, it'd be best not to catch rabies. You dragon country pigs. Lin Fan pig. You all deserve to die. All glory should belong to us warriors of the original nation. Bakaya are you? We're screwed, guys. These bastards have lost their minds. Lin Fan's team now held a total of 67 blood crystals, far surpassing all other nations' participants. Only George III, brother of George II, remained for the ugly nation. The Japanese nation had been completely wiped out, while participants from the three nations, the Great Cold Nation, and others. Most had stopped at the 10th room. Only Lin Fan continued to charge forward without hesitation. As Lin Fan pushed open the 28th door, viewers in the livestream suddenly noticed a line of small text beside the door number. Warning, this area has been contaminated by abyssal energy. Normal attacks are ineffective. What did this mean? That's weird. Wait, could this be an attack targeting Lin Fan and his group? Healing potions, oh my god. As Lin Fan and his group stepped into the 28th chamber, a damp, putrid stench assaulted their senses. Dark purple viscous fluid oozed across the floor, while vein-like patterns twisted and grew along the walls. Bubbles continuously emerged from these patterns, emitting eerie sounds. The entire space was saturated with abyssal energy, resembling the visceral organs of a gigantic living creature. Careful! The air here is corrosive. Lucian waved her hands lightly, transforming the greenwood spirit energy into a transparent protective shield that enveloped the group. The purple slime that touched the spirit energy immediately sizzled, turning into wisps of white smoke that dissipated. For some reason, within this chamber, Lin Fan's insight eye seemed utterly useless. No choice, he had to activate the intelligence system to check. But suddenly, the text on the intelligence system began flashing wildly, as if warning of some imminent, grave danger. Chapter 121, The Eye of Truth. Breaking through the barrier. Danger level, a class, core trap, abyssal illusion, key to defeat, locate the Eye of Truth. Before he could examine it further, Xiao Miao suddenly pointed ahead and gasped, Lin Fan. Look, it's a human. The group looked up to see George III of Uglyland cautiously feeling his way forward with several attendants, while the thief children of Great Coldland moved like ghosts, hugging the walls. Something's off. Lucian frowned, instinctively sensing the anomaly. No aura fluctuations emanated from them, as if they were mere illusory projections. Before he could finish speaking, George III abruptly turned his head. The skin on his face peeled away like melted wax, revealing the monstrous visage of an abyssal creature beneath a face bristling with sharp fangs. With a piercing snarl, he led his entourage in a sudden charge. Lin Fan unleashed a strike, only to provoke more abyssal tentacles burrowing through the walls. Condensed sword energy again. Lin Fan drew his sword, the runes of the 10,000 swords technique blazing. Yet when the sword energy struck the tentacles, it only sparked black sparks. No! These are illusions, attacking them is useless. Lin Fan shouted the warning while following the intelligence system's prompt to search the room for the true eye. Hold on! Xiao Miao darted nimbly between the monsters and tentacles, her tail suddenly sweeping against a protruding purple crystal in the corner. The crystal's surface reflected the distorted figures of the group. One glance was enough to drain the light from Xiao Miao's eyes. The next instant, the crystal erupted with intense purple light, and countless fragments of memory flooded into her mind like a tidal wave. Countless snapshots instantly filled Xiao Miao's mind. There were scenes of her carefree play in the forest and the horrifying vision of Lin Fan, covered in blood, collapsing before her. Ah! Pain! Xiao Miao clutched her head in agony, curling up on the ground. Seeing this, the willow spirit immediately sent a strand of spiritual energy into Xiao Miao's consciousness to help dispel the illusions. Lin Fan swung his sword to sever the tentacles coiling around Xiao Miao, attempting to draw their attention onto himself. Simultaneously, his gaze darted around the room. He noticed a pattern of veins on the ceiling that differed from the rest, faintly glowing with a weak golden light. There! Lin Fan's toes dug into the floor as he leapt upward, thrusting his sword toward the pattern. With a sharp crack, the golden light intensified dramatically. A spherical, golden object emerged, the so-called Eye of Truth. The moment the Eye of Truth appeared, all illusions and abyssal tentacles began to twist and dissipate. The vascular patterns on the room's walls gradually withered and dried. Lin Fan plucked the Eye of Truth from its place, and a system notification sounded. Acquired 8 blood crystals. Hidden reward, illusion-breaking talisman. Grants immunity to 1 illusion attack. This place was indeed fraught with danger, but Lin Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief, focusing on nurturing Xiao Miao's consciousness. Though the danger was real. However, after clearing each stage, you receive rewards of varying degrees, and these are genuinely generous. Let's rest for a bit, we'll continue exploring later. For Xiao Miao's safety, Lin Fan decided to pause their progress. After a while, Xiao Miao slowly regained consciousness and shook her head. I'm fine now, Lin Fan. Let's keep going. Are you truly alright? Don't push yourself. Only after receiving Xiao Miao's repeated assurances did Lin Fan prepare to rise and depart. Pushing open the door to the 29th chamber, the group felt as though they'd entered a world bathed in the glow of a blood moon. At its center stood a massive altar. 7 bronze cauldrons blazed with ghostly blue flames upon the altar, billowing black smoke that coalesced into grotesque, snarling faces in the air. Surrounding the altar stood 12 statues of Blood Clan warriors, their spears gleaming with a cold, icy light. No need to overthink it, this was yet another rule-based challenge room. Danger level, A task, ignite all 7 cauldrons. Incorrect sequence will trigger the altar's self-destruction. Clues are hidden within the Blood Clan warrior statues. Statues? Something to do with statues? You guys stay here. I'll be back soon. Stay safe. The women grew anxious, with Lucian ready to rush to Lin Fan's aid at any moment, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Lin Fan paced around the altar, scrutinizing each statue. He noticed tiny Blood Clan runes etched onto the armor of the statues, faintly glowing under the blood moon's light. No, I can't make heads or tails of this stuff either. Wait! Lin Fan suddenly remembered. Fortunately, he had the Blood Clan's secret scripture he'd obtained. Lin Fan pulled out the scripture to decipher the inscriptions. It turned out these runes recorded ancient Blood Clan battle poems, with each verse corresponding to a bronze cauldron. Just as he was engrossed in deciphering them, the black smoke on the altar suddenly coalesced into a massive bat, swooping toward Xiao Miao. El reacted swiftly, summoning a jet of hellfire from his hand and hurling it at the bat, scattering it back into smoke. Everyone, be careful. This smoke will attack us. We must find the correct sequence before it reforms. Lin Fan shouted. I'll help you. Lucian formed a seal and chanted an incantation, granting Lin Fan the maximum boost to his divine perception. This allowed Lin Fan to accelerate his deciphering speed. Simultaneously, the willow spirit manipulated the greenwood spirit chi to form a protective barrier around the group, fending off the intermittent mist attacks. After a frantic race against time to decipher the patterns, Lin Fan finally determined the correct sequence for igniting the bronze cauldron. He drew a deep breath, igniting golden flames in his hands, and approached the bronze cauldrons one by one. As the flame touched the first cauldron, the blue flame instantly turned golden, accompanied by a deep rumbling sound. Following the sequence, Lin Fan successfully ignited the first 6 bronze cauldrons. As the flame neared the final cauldron, the altar suddenly shook violently. 12 statues of Blood Clan warriors came to life, their spears pointed directly at Lin Fan. Protect Lin Fan, commanded the willow spirit. Xiao Miao, Ire, and Xiao Cheng immediately stepped forward, not one of them flinched. Die! Xiao Miao's tail coiled around a warrior's spear, yanking it with such force it shattered into countless writhing fragments. After dispatching the immediate threat, she swiftly turned to El, careful. Xiao Miao moved with astonishing speed, swiftly eliminating the monster. She turned to El, if you have Lin Fan's baby, don't move a muscle. You. El hadn't expected that this little cat, who always loved to argue with him, still had him on her mind. Meanwhile, under the cover of his comrades, Lin Fan gritted his teeth and channeled the flames into the final bronze cauldron. Boom! The moment the bronze cauldron ignited, all the Blood Clan warrior statues shattered. Above the altar, a massive blood crystal appeared as big as Cohen's basketball. Mission complete. Acquired 12 blood crystals. Hidden reward, Blood Moon power temporarily boosts the entire team's attack power by 30%. Effect expires upon leaving the instance. Chapter 122, died well? Get lost. In the livestream chat, the roar of Longwa citizens' cheers was deafening. Woohoo! We cleared it again. How the hell is Lin Fan this awesome? Damn! That's our college student for you. After taking stock, Lin Fan realized he now possessed a total of 87 blood crystals, steadily closing in on his goal of 100. Just hang in there a little longer. He'd soon reach the final stretch. Next up was the door to room 31. The moment he opened it, a damp, putrid stench assaulted his senses. Before him lay a toxic fog swamp, glowing with an eerie purple light. Bubbles continuously rose from the surface of the viscous mud. The gurgling sounds mingled with the dull pops of bursting bubbles, like countless vengeful spirits wailing beneath the earth. Shattered bones lay scattered along the shore, a sickly blue-black hue glinting on them. Some still clung to the broken remnants of adventurers' gear, their shadowy forms flickering in the toxic mist, a grim testament to the brutal history of this place. Danger level, a class. Mission, cross the toxic mist swamp to reach the altar on the opposite shore. Key to success, locate the purifying lotus. Avoid mutated creatures within the swamp. Everyone, be cautious. This toxic mist carries bone-corroding venom and paralyzing spores. Skin contact causes instant gangrene. Lin Fan warned aloud. Xiao Miao shrank her neck. I don't want to get disfigured, then Lin Fan won't like me anymore. Elle snorted, isn't Lin Fan's favorite me? Get lost, you lecher. I'll protect everyone. Lin Fan should conserve his strength. A jade-green mark appeared between Lucian's brows. Emerald-colored spiritual energy coalesced into a dome shielding everyone. Yet where the barrier touched the toxic mist, a hissing sound of corrosion still echoed. Deep within the swamp, faint blue specks flickered in and out of view. Boom! The ground suddenly shook violently, mud churning wildly as a dark purple mutated crocodile burst forth from the earth. Mutant alligator. Rank B. Combat power 32,000. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed as the creature drew closer to the room door. The monster's level kept rising higher and higher. At present, only he could match this creature's power. It stood 3 stories tall, its scales edged with a metallic sheen. Poison dripping from its spikes corroded the ground into bottomless pits. Let me test its metal. The ghostfire Shaoqing shot collided with the crocodile's skin, sparking sparks that only enraged the ferocious beast. What? It didn't even scratch him? How is that possible? The mutated crocodile opened its massive jaws, unleashing a tidal wave of thick, toxic mist. The willow spirit urgently reinforced the protective barrier, its vines frantically growing and weaving within the poisonous fog. Still, strands of venom seeped through, causing stinging sensations to spread across everyone's skin. Hold on. Lin Fan swiftly healed everyone's injuries while strategizing how to eliminate this monster completely while ensuring the women's safety. On Xiao Miao's side, she and Xiao Chang launched close-range attacks. However, due to the vast disparity in combat strength, they failed to harm the crocodile at all. Instead, they were knocked to the ground by the toxic mist wave swept out by the crocodile's tail. Had it not been for the protection of the willow spirit, they would have been in grave danger. Lin Fan's gaze flashed like lightning as he instantly issued orders, Willow Spirit. Reinforce the defenses again. Xiao Miao, you two feign an attack. After being knocked back, dodge out of the way. I'll kill it. The girls trusted Lin Fan's words almost unconditionally. They sprang into action immediately. Xiao Miao's figure blurred into a streak, her claws striking precisely at the crocodile's bulging eyeball. Lucian's vines coiled like giant serpents, wrapping around the crocodile's joints and twisting with deadly force. All this was done to distract the crocodile's attention. Meanwhile, Lin Fan wielded his spirit energy sword, searching for a fatal opening amidst the toxic mist. For now, Xiao Miao and the others just needed to enrage the crocodile to make it lower its guard. Otherwise, he couldn't deliver a single fatal blow to the crocodile, and it would be extremely dangerous for them too. Amidst the fierce battle, the crocodile suddenly plunged into the swamp. The next instant, it burst through the earth from behind the willow spirit. What? Unexpectedly, this crocodile's intelligence far exceeded everyone's imagination. Its gaping maw nearly tore the willow spirit completely apart within its jaws. Viewers in the livestream were utterly stunned by the scene. Their hearts leapt into their throats. Lu Shun. No. Damn it, why is there such a powerful monster? Ha! Serves you right. Serves you right. Women who refuse to submit to our ugly people empire deserve to die. You bet. You bet. We in Great Han country wholeheartedly agree. Right here. At the critical moment, Lin Fan moved like a ghost, blocking the path before the willow spirit. His sword blade collided with the crocodile's fangs, sparks flying brilliantly. Run. Got it. Lucian retreated swiftly. Once at a safe distance, he struck again to draw the crocodile's attention. Though none of their attacks could inflict any real damage on the crocodile, they steadily whipped the crocodile into a frenzy. With everyone working together, Lin Fan led the charge as the main damage dealer. The crocodile's wounds multiplied, staining the muddy water purple with blood. Arg! The crocodile roared furiously toward the sky. Seizing the moment it paused to breathe, Lin Fan channeled divine power into his blade. A critical strike pierced the crocodile's heart. The dying colossus thrashed wildly, its toxic fumes nearly breaching the protective barrier. Only when its final convulsions subsided and it sank into the swamp did the water's surface return to stillness. It was finally over. Phew! The group gasped for breath. Clearly, none of them had expected it. This room wasn't a rule-based instance. Instead, it demanded genuine, overwhelming strength. Had Lin Fan not already become a powerhouse with 50,000 combat strength, he would likely have met a grim fate. After a brief rest, they resumed their search and finally spotted the softly glowing purifying lotus on an isolated island in the center of the swamp. But before they could celebrate, swarms of poisonous frogs suddenly burst forth from around the lotus pedestal. Their bodies were covered in crimson skin patterned with black markings, each eye glowing with a bloodthirsty red light. Swamp poison frog. Class, B rank. Combat power, 10,000. Evaluation, not particularly powerful, but its venom is irresistible even to rank warriors. Instantaneous. Lin Fan, time's running out. The poison mist is growing thicker. Lucian urged anxiously. Don't panic. I've got this. Lin Fan bit his fingertip, plucked a leaf, and transformed it into a duplicate of himself. This was the transformation technique he'd acquired in the library. Sure enough, the poisonous frogs fell for the decoy and rushed after it. Seizing the moment, the willow spirit wove the greenwood's spiritual energy into a vine bridge. Yet the vines began rotting the instant they touched the swamp. Hurry! Without hesitation, the group leapt onto the isolated island before the vines snapped completely. The moment Lin Fan plucked the purifying lotus, its heart blossomed. 3 blood crystals floated midair, while the jade bottle beside it glowed with a warm, milky light. Chapter 123, Time Prison. Denzi Nation rejoices. Acquired blood crystals. Hidden reward, antidote potion, neutralizes all poisons. As the intelligence system's notification sounded, the gates of the altar on the opposite shore slowly opened. Need a break? Lin Fan looked at the women with concern. No need. This event dungeon map contained only 40 rooms. Not many at all. After all, Lin Chen had already made it this far. Reaching the final room wasn't particularly difficult. But for participants from other nations, it remains an immense distance. The difficulty is too great, almost no one can endure it. And Lin Chen's performance was now the focus of everyone's attention in the livestream. It wasn't just the people of Dragon Nation watching intently. Even people from foreign nations were glued to Lin Chen's progress. Oh my god, damn it. That damn Lin Fan pig can't possibly make it to the end of the dungeon. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That pig Lin Fan will die. Everyone can rest assured on that. Dragon Nation can't keep getting lucky forever. Exactly. Luck is fleeting, only true strength matters. Lin Fan pig, just die already. At that moment, inside the blood casino. After receiving affirmative responses from the women, Lin Chen nodded. Alright, since that's settled, let's continue forward. As the 30-second carved iron door creaked open slowly. Upon stepping through the room's doorway, the group felt, in an instant. Their bodies lost balance, the world spun dizzyingly, and everything before their eyes seemed to lose all weight and substance. It all seemed utterly bizarre and grotesque, as if they had fallen into a vortex of time. The result was almost visible to the naked eye. The laws of space and time within the room twisted like a shattered mirror. The left wall was overgrown with wildly sprawling vines, their growth from tender sprouts to withered, rotting branches occurring in the blink of an eye. In the right corner, suspended dust particles solidified mid-air, even the refracted light spots frozen into cold silver threads. The text on the intelligence system began to flicker wildly. Core trap, time cage. Solution, obtain this room's time key. Reshape the sequence to break through. The moment Xiao Miao extended its paw, its snow-white fur grew to floor length at a visible speed, only to shed into sparse flakes in the blink of an eye. What the hell was this? As she recoiled in terror, Willow Spirit's greenwood staff glowed faintly, blocking the bizarre transformations occurring on Xiao Miao. She focused intently. The time flow here differs by over 3,000 times. Even breathing could trigger a temporal paradox. Lin Fan traced the ancient runes flickering on the wall. Within those flowing engravings, reflections of their respective ages were mirrored. It was an utterly bizarre sensation. Lin Chen stared at the runes, as if he were looking at himself, utterly eerie. Suddenly, the air thickened with a sticky, viscous stillness. 7 afterimages materialized from the void. Countless familiar shadows materialized. Amongst that group of shadows, Lin Fan's sword-wielding arm twisted at an unnatural angle, while Xiao Miao's surrounding flames reversed their flow. Every combat scene played backward in a bizarre montage. As the afterimages solidified into substance, the shadow of Lin Fan, sword in hand, pressed its blade against the real Lin Fan's throat. Amidst all this upheaval, Lin Fan himself remained utterly oblivious to what had transpired. Clearly, the altered flow of time had placed every inch of space within a different world. Though this explanation might be a bit ambiguous, it's roughly the gist of it. Lin Fan, what do we do now? Xiao Miao's expression visibly panicked. What on earth should we do? Within this chaotic spacetime, the distorted temporal flow not only exponentially amplified the lethal threat posed by enemies, but also subjected those trapped within this realm to corresponding agony. This is a time-warped alternate space, more akin to an illusion-ridden phantom realm. In everyone's eyes, their own bodies began exhibiting strange reactions. No, Lin Fan. I sense something peculiar up ahead, but we absolutely must keep pushing forward no matter what. The willow spirit truly lived up to its name, instantly spotting the flaw in this room, or rather, a potential way to break through. Let's go. We can't linger here any longer. Only by moving forward do we have a sliver of hope. Lin Fan bellowed hoarsely, pushing forward with all his might. As for those illusions, none could inflict tangible harm on Lin Fan. At most, they caused physical and mental disturbances due to temporal disorientation. For instance, Lin Fan now had snow-white hair and a face etched with wrinkles. Yet his body still functioned like that of a normal young man. The group pressed on through the shifting patterns of light and shadow, each step subjecting them to the accelerated flow of time on the ground. Guided by the inside eyes prompt, Lin Fan swiftly spotted the most crucial clue about this room as he pressed forward. In the corner of the room, a massive, ancient-looking hourglass stood, its sand bizarrely rising upward. By any logical standard, this defied all common sense. Yet this single, eerie object in the room instantly ignited all hope within Lin Fan. That's it. We just need to hold on a little longer. This chamber contained no powerful monsters nor hidden mechanics. But it was far more challenging than any previous room. The viewers in the livestream, at this moment, had their hearts racing to their throats? Tense beyond belief, palms drenched in sweat. Eyes fixed intently on every single change in the scene. Lin Fan, Xiao Miao and Ire had completely lost all strength. They slumped lifelessly to the ground. But the most terrifying sight was Xiao Qing. Under the influence of the distorted timeline, Xiao Qing's appearance had become almost unbearable to look at. Even the ever-powerful willow spirit had lost all strength at this moment, her limbs beginning to take on the appearance of twigs and branches. With great effort, she managed to utter a few words. Count on you. Hold on. Lin Fan's face was deathly pale. The searing pain in his internal organs sent him reeling, threatening to rob him of consciousness. But he knew if he collapsed, they were all finished. The Dragon Nation citizens watching the livestream held their breath in suspense. Their eyes brimming with hope, they stared at the live feed. Even those normally reserved were swept up by the emotion, murmuring involuntarily, "Hang in there. Lin Shan, hang in there. It's the final step. You must hold on." Chapter 124, The Power of a Single Battle. The Rule of Strange Tales. On the screen, Lin Fan's stride was limping with every step. Though the distorted spacetime had turned one of his legs into a terrifying white skeleton. Yet Lin Fan never gave up, advancing step by step. As he drew closer to his goal, the alien scum in the livestream instantly fell silent. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they stared at the live feed. More accurately, they stared at Lin Fan. Is this even human? Is this still human? God, impossible. This absolutely can't be real. No human could ever achieve this level. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Lin Fan, you pig, stop. Stop. I'm telling you to stop, damn it. Nearly every alien scum present was utterly panicked at that moment. Clearly, everyone had assumed Lin Fan would definitely collapse at this stage. But Lin Fan's iron will completely shattered everyone's preconceptions about him, turning their perceptions upside down. Let's be honest, this stage tests nothing but the participants' willpower. There are absolutely no shortcuts. If they had been in his place, anyone with self-awareness would know they could never have achieved what Lin Fan had. Meanwhile, Lin Fan. He had reached the final step. Open. The moment Lin Fan's fingertip touched the bronze hourglass in the corner, the entire world suddenly began spinning backward. Moreover, the objects within the room began shifting violently, like a cinematic transition. The white hair at Aile's temples vanished completely, Xiao Miao reverted to her kitten form, and even everyone's weapons began disintegrating into raw ore. Rest ore. Fortunately, Lucian exhausted every last ounce of her remaining power, finally managing to halt the chaotic flow of time and space. The vast green barrier washed over them like a tidal wave, reconstituting their fading forms. Lin Fan bit his fingertip, channeling his vital essence into the hourglass. Runes swirled frantically within the droplet of blood. As the hourglass reversed, the upward flowing dust abruptly halted. Immediately, the rotting vines bloomed anew. The residual shadows let out unwilling howls before dissolving into specks of light that vanished into the void. Behind the hourglass, a hidden compartment abruptly sprang open. 7 crystals, each radiating a crimson halo, lay arranged in silence. Atop them, the time ring shimmered with a mercury-like glow. The system prompt appeared at the right moment. Acquired, 7 blood crystals. Hidden reward, Ring of Time allows partial manipulation of time flow, 24-hour cooldown. What a score! Lin Fan's expression lit up with delight. He had just witnessed firsthand how powerful the ability to manipulate the flow of time truly was. If applied in combat, Lin Fan couldn't even imagine how formidable his combat prowess could become. Forget rank powerhouses. Even when fighting opponents several tiers above him, Lin Fan felt confident enough to take them on. With the room's secret now fully unraveled, everyone's bodies returned to their original forms.
Xiao Miao and I, who had suffered the most, could finally breathe a sigh of relief.
Recalling their ordeal, cold sweat still beaded uncontrollably down their backs. Thank goodness we made it through this ordeal.
Xiao Miao still felt the lingering fear as she patted her chest.
Thanks to Lin Fan. Otherwise, I truly would have felt like I was going to die in this room. Xiao Miao wasn't the only one thinking this.
Even Ale and Xiaoqing shared that sentiment. This time, even the Willow Spirit hadn't made it to the end. One could only imagine the sheer difficulty of this dungeon instance.
In the livestream chat,
the Dragon Nation's citizens erupted into wild cheers.
Lin Shan is awesome. Lin Shan is our Dragon Nation's god. Yes.
Lin Shan's unyielding willpower is something we all should learn from.
Baka. Impossible. Impossible. Whoever achieved this can't possibly still be human. You're absolutely right. How could any human possibly achieve something like this? You foreign scum, sour grapes, huh? Your own country's matchmaking participants are all dead, so you can't stand seeing our Dragon Nation thrive? What? You bastards. Where do you dragons get the nerve to talk like this? During the marriage game.
After catching their breath briefly, Lin Fan and his group hesitated no longer and pressed forward. This time, they faced the 33rd chamber door.
The moment Lin Fan stepped inside, the floor erupted with a dense swarm of dark red characters.
They writhed like living creatures, coalescing into a set of rules.
Welcome to Mirror Abyss Pavilion. The survival rules for this room are as follows. 1. 7 mirrors reside within the pavilion, each your most loyal companion. 2. Do not stare directly into any mirror for more than 3 seconds, or you will lose something precious. 3. Upon hearing dripping sounds, close your eyes immediately. This is the pavilion's normal water circulation system.
4. If you see your reflection smiling in a mirror, shatter that mirror immediately. 5. There is no 7th rule in this room.
A world of eerie tales?
Not only did Lin Fan's eyes narrow, but even the expressions of the Dragon Nation citizens shifted.
Wait, I could handle all those rule-based dungeon rooms before, but what the hell is this rule-based weirdo story supposed to be? Lin Fan's inside eye flared instantly. As the pale golden light swept over the rule text, an imperceptible distortion flickered at the end of the final rule. This rule is flawed. Before he could ponder further, Xiao Miao suddenly pointed to the left and gasped, "What is that?" Everyone looked over to see 7 carved bronze mirrors suspended in the mist. Though thick dust covered their surfaces, faint, shimmering human figures could be glimpsed within. Elle instinctively took a half step back. These mirrors seemed to be watching us. Before he could finish, the farthest right mirror emitted a faint cracking sound. Dust fell in a shower, revealing a reflection identical to her. "Don't look!" Lucian abruptly raised her hand to block Aile's view, but it was too late. Aile let out a pained cry as a wound erupted on Lin Fan's skin, bursting into a vivid spray of blood. "Damn it!" Lin Fan roared with fury. Spiritual energy coalesced into a long sword in his grasp. His inside eye spun frantically, the rule characters constantly rearranging before his eyes. Yet the missing fragment of the 7th rule remained hazy, as if viewed through frosted glass never quite clear. What the hell was going on? How could there be something even the inside eye couldn't penetrate? Tick-tock. The abrupt sound of dripping water shattered the silence. Xiaoqing reflexively turned her head, meeting her own eyes staring back from the mirror directly ahead. Chapter 125, Mirror Monster, Beyond Expectation. Her reflection wore an unnatural, twisted smile, revealing stark white teeth. Xiaoqing froze in place, her entire body stiff as if controlled by invisible strings. Slowly, she raised her hand to touch her own neck. Crack! Lin Fan suddenly blasted a beam of light, shattering the mirror instantly. As the shards flew everywhere, Xiaoqing collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. "Thank you." Her voice trembled, her forehead covered in cold sweat. After inspecting her condition, the Willow Spirit's expression darkened. He shook his head at Lin Fan. "It's not looking good. Something inexplicably strange has been planted deep within Xiaoqing's consciousness, something utterly elusive. Now the mirror world is eroding reality. If we delay any longer, we'll all become its puppets." Unexpected. The rooms ahead truly grew more difficult with each one. The final 10 chambers were truly a struggle to advance even an inch. Just then, the entire chamber shook violently as the remaining 6 mirrors emitted a piercing, buzzing hum. Lin Fan noticed the ground's engraved text beginning to rearrange itself. The period at the end of the 5th rule transformed into a rapidly flickering ellipsis. His pupils contracted sharply as his insight eye finally revealed the corresponding information. 1. The 5th rule negates the existence of the 7th rule, yet the ellipsis hints at some underlying truth. 2. Staring directly into the mirror causes one to lose something important, yet shattering the mirror also triggers danger. 3. The connection between the dripping water and the smile in the mirror is indispensable. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Within this room of rule-bound tales, even the insightful eye could not directly reveal the crucial information needed to break through. It could only provide clues for deduction. The dripping grows denser, as if thousands of raindrops fall simultaneously. Xiao Miao covered her ears and curled up. "No. This sound is echoing inside my head.
Lin Fan suddenly recalls the rule distortion captured by the inside eye and snaps his head up to stare at the ceiling.
Countless droplets seeped from non-existent cracks, coalescing mid-air into a mirror-like water curtain.
Their reflections appeared within the water curtain, each one grinning eerily at their real-world counterparts. The willow spirit's vines instinctively lashed out at the water curtain, only to pass through it harmlessly.
Physical attacks are useless, she shouted.
These reflections are manifestations of the rules themselves. Lin Fan dug his fingernails deep into his palms, the pain keeping him alert. Staring at the constantly reshaping rule text, he suddenly noticed the word companion in the first rule glinting eerily under the blood crystal's glow.
A bold thought flashed through his mind. If the mirror is a companion, would damaging it violate the rules?
The thought sprouted like bamboo shoots after rain, bursting forth instantly.
Everyone, listen to me. Don't panic,
he shouted abruptly, his voice calm as he looked at the women. These rules contradict each other.
The conflict between the 5th and 7th rules is our breakthrough. But we need to test a hypothesis.
Before he could finish, Lin Fan suddenly burst through the water barrier on the right, lunging forward with his sword. In the nick of time, Xiao Miao flung her flaming chain to bind the attacker, only for the mirror image to sever it with a backhand strike. The greenwood barrier Lucian had erected rapidly rotted upon contact with the mirror image, plunging everyone into a desperate situation.
If the mirror is our ally, then the one harming it isn't actually us.
Lin Fan suddenly plunged his dagger into his own arm. The moment blood splattered the ground, all the water screens simultaneously emitted mournful cries.
The engraved text began violently disintegrating, revealing the true content of the 7th rule.
7. When you discover the lies within the rules, prove the truth with your most precious possession. At this moment, the Eye of Insight finally served its true purpose. Place the blood crystal upon the rules. Lin Fan clenched his bleeding hand and pressed the blood crystal onto the remnants of the rule text on the ground. A crimson light shot skyward. All the mirrors and water screens shattered simultaneously. From the countless fragments emerged a bronze key engraved with runes.
Acquired, Mirror Abyss Key.
Hidden reward, Insight's Eye permanently enhances Insight's Eye effect, allowing you to see through false rules.
The livestream viewers finally exhaled in relief at this sight.
Lin Shin is seriously awesome, he can even see through rule-based urban legends.
Seriously. His intellect is unmatched. I can only say, worship the god. Don't even get me started. If it were me up there, I'd be taken down in seconds flat. Damn it. Over in Little Notebook Country, the Prime Minister is absolutely, utterly furious. This can't be. This can't be. Damn it. How could Lin Fan be this smart?
The Dragon Country pigs should all be stupid.
Defenses shattered.
This is truly breaking my defenses. After all, you have to understand. Apart from Lin Fan from the Dragon Nation, all the marriage participants from other countries have been wiped out. And the participants from their Little Notebook Country were the very first to be wiped out completely. They've completely lost face. How could anyone from our little country ever hold their head up again? And to make matters worse, just as they witnessed Lin Fan stealing all the glory, the system alert sounded as the room returned to normal. Xiao Miao hurriedly bandaged Lin Fan's wounds, still shaken as she said, "That was too close. If you hadn't spotted the wordplay in the rules." She suddenly froze, pointing in terror behind Lin Fan. Everyone turned to see a flawless bronze mirror materialize from thin air. Within its reflection, Lin Fan wore a chilling grin, clutching a blood-stained dagger.
Lucian's face paled. Beware. This is the true final mirror image.
Lin Fan gripped the key activated by the insightful eye, his eyes blazing with golden light. As the blinding golden light flooded the entire room, the mirror image's movement slowed for an instant.
An opening. Seize it.
Lin Fan keenly detected the mirror image's brief pause before its attack and swiftly flung the mirror abyss key toward the surface. The bronze key traced a streak of light through the air. Its runes collided with the mirror's surface, erupting in a deafening roar. Only then did Lin Fan fully realize the true significance of this key too. The mirror image's smile froze, the dagger in its hand shattering inch by inch. But in the next instant, the entire bronze mirror began to melt, transforming into viscous liquid metal that enveloped the key, forming a humanoid liquid metal monster. The creature's features twisted and reshaped, eventually settling into Lin Fan's likeness, though now it was entwined with eerie, dark purple patterns. The loopholes in the rules could only take you this far. The liquid creature spoke, its voice a haunting echo of countless voices, male and female, blending into an eerie chorus. You thought that by breaking the rules, you could simply escape? Naive. Utterly naive. Foolish outsiders. Hear me well. The true rule of Mirror Abyss Pavilion is to trap you forever within your own reflections. Chapter 126, Three Kingdoms Plotting Trouble. Perhaps you're right, but... Lin Fan clenched the Mirror Abyss key tightly. Golden light burst forth, swirling ceaselessly in his palm as it collided fiercely with the dark purple patterns covering the liquid metal monster's body. Ah! As if this strange golden radiance were scorching sunlight itself.
As it touched the creature's body, a sizzling sound erupted instantly. Witnessing this scene, the crowd instantly perked up. Is this thing its nemesis? Xiao Miao gasped in surprise. Who would have thought? The moment those words left her mouth, the monster seemed to have been struck right where it hurt most. Its tone instantly turned frenzied. Bull! Stupid outsiders! How could you possibly comprehend my power? The monster swung its massive claw, formed from liquid metal, tearing through the air with a piercing whistle as it slammed down toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan! This thing works on it! Lucian urgently warned. Damn it, shoot! Lin Fan sidestepped as the claw slammed into the ground, instantly carving a massive crater. He immediately raised the mirror abyss key, intending to deliver another heavy blow to the monster. But this time, the mirror abyss key failed him completely. Not only did it emit no light whatsoever, but it also ceased all movement. It was as if it had become nothing more than an ordinary object. Are you trying to destroy me? Lin Fan had no time for hesitation. He bellowed, everyone, charge. We'll buy you time, Lin Fan, it's up to you. Xiao Miao transformed into her 9 lives cat form, her white fur bristling as she unleashed a laser beam at the monster. Ellen Xiaoqing relentlessly bombarded it with flames, hindering the monster's movements. Though these attacks couldn't inflict any real damage on the creature. But that didn't mean the monster itself wasn't affected. It simply didn't take damage. Under the relentless assault, the monster's movements gradually slowed. Damn it! Damn you outsiders! No matter what tactics you employ against me, they still have no effect whatsoever. Really? Lin Fan suddenly let out a mysterious chuckle. I finally get it, this thing needs to be charged up. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Fan seized the moment. The key in his hand, having absorbed energy over time, now radiated a blinding light. With a mighty shout, he plunged it directly into the monster's chest. No, impossible. How could you know? The monster let out a deafening roar, its body convulsing violently as dark purple patterns flickered across its form. Finally, with a thunderous boom, it melted into a pool of liquid metal, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Phew! Finally dealt with. Everyone looked utterly exhausted. The willow spirit looked at Lin Fan with deep concern. There are still 6 doors left. Each one drains all our strength. Lin Fan, I truly fear you won't be able to hold on. It's fine. Without fighting, how could there be any chance of victory? Lin Fan smiled. It's you guys who've suffered following me. Can you still hold on? Of course. Xiao Miao was the first to jump up, declaring she was absolutely fine. Elle and Xiaoqing also declared they could persevere. Since we become your marriage partners, wherever you go from now on, we'll absolutely follow you forever. This scene had all the single viewers in the livestream screaming, so jealous. So jealous. Goodness gracious, I'm just watching a livestream, and suddenly this unexpected dose of romance is shoved right in my face. This is murder. Another attack on us single folks. Sigh, with a partner like this, what more could one ask for in life? If I could have a partner like that, I'd gladly give up luxury cars and mansions. Hey, you little rascal, eating and taking stuff at the same time, huh? Hey, did you guys notice? It looks like we can actually see the affection meter now. No way. The moment the Three Kingdoms faction heard this news, they perked right up. Affinity levels. This thing doesn't lie. Who says someone like Lin Chen, with so many potential marriage partners, could possibly have high favorability ratings from every single one of them? At this thought, San Sangwa's live stream host, Dasa, instantly lost his composure. Everyone, I, Dasa, swear on my chest. Among Dragon Nation Pig Lin Fan's marriage candidates, there must be those who aren't loyal to him. The moment these words were spoken, they instantly set the entire world ablaze. After all, once the affection system was activated, everyone understood it represented the loyalty of marriage candidates toward the player. As everyone knows, marriage partners hold immense value in this matchmaking game. And the higher the affinity, the more certain it is that the marriage partner will never betray you. Otherwise, you might end up like that marriage participant from Little Notebook Nation killed by your own marriage partner. To avoid this, everyone began paying close attention to the affection levels of their marriage partners within their own nations. Since entering the marriage game, Lin Chen has sailed through smoothly. Every single move he makes, every potential flaw that could be dug up, becomes the focal point for countless people worldwide. Now, with the Three Kingdoms live host Da Ji personally uttering those words, it instantly resonated with countless foreign scum. That's for sure. I've suspected this all along, but I just didn't have any proof. Exactly. With all these gorgeous, flawless marriage candidates, anyone would find it suspicious. Only those damn Japanese pigs would think this is Lin Fan's rightful due. What the hell are you guys yelling about now? What else is this but pure skill? If you call it luck, then get some luck for yourselves. Or are you all just a bunch of unlucky bastards? Damn it! You lowly dragon country pigs, how dare you speak to us citizens of the ugly people's country, the grandson nation, like this? Real or fake? Just have Daisan click the affection meter to check. Daisan, what the hell are you still hesitating for? Open that favorability meter and slap these dragon country pigs in the face hard. Meanwhile, in the Daisan livestream, upon realizing his words had captured global attention, he instantly became elated. That's right. That's exactly it. Everyone, tune into my livestream channel right now. See how I'm going to expose the true colors of that green-haired turtle Lin Fan to everyone. Amidst the cheers of countless alien scum, Deseo slowly clicked on Lucian's favorability rating. Chapter 127, feels good to slap him in the face? Keep digging. Everyone, take note, Lucian is a true celestial deity, while Lin Fan is merely mortal. How could a divine being and a mere mortal ever share genuine affection? Had Lucian not been stripped of his power, he'd have crushed Lin Chen like a dog on the spot. Spot on analysis. Support. So badass. So freaking badass. I've had it with Lin Fan, that pathetic loser. He gives zero emotional value. Exactly. And he dares insult our fairy sister. How pathetic that these pathetic boys actually think the Willow Spirit likes Lin Fan. If not for this pathetic marriage rule, Sister Willow Spirit would have beaten that fool Lin Fan to death ages ago. Then, Lucian's affection rating appeared on the live stream screen. Affection level, max. In an instant, the once boisterous livestream room gradually fell silent. What's going on? Was it a display error? Was it really a display error? Everyone was in disbelief. In their eyes, the one they disliked the most, Lin Fan, had maxed out their favorability? What did this signify? Everyone understood it perfectly well. It meant that for Lin Chen, she, the Willow Goddess, would sacrifice her very life without hesitation. At this realization, the crowd fell into stunned silence. The undeniable truth was staring them right in the face. No one could deny it. Desan and the other alien scum felt their faces burning with shame. But why were these scum of the alien races called scum? The biggest reason was that their faces were simply too thick. Faced with this undeniable evidence, they still choose to stubbornly deny it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I refuse to acknowledge it. This must be an absolute anomaly. How could anyone possibly max out their marriage candidate's affection rating like that? Even our own country's warriors can only reach 70 points at most. How dare that Lin Fan from your dragon nation have such ability? Die. Just die. You bunch of bastards. Damn dragon country pigs. All you do is fake data to fool us. Dason, hurry up and show us the affection levels of the other marriage candidates. I refuse to believe it. That good-for-nothing Lin Fan actually possesses such overwhelming charm that every single marriage candidate maxes out their affection for him. Dason's face flushed alternately pale and crimson, utterly speechless from this silent humiliation. Desperate to salvage his dignity, he even considered lowering the requirements. That is, if he could find just one match with a 99% affection rating, he'd start ranting on the spot. After all, there was still a gap between 99 and max. For them, that was already an unattainable ideal. But for Lin Fan, their standards just keep getting this high. Lin Fan, pig of Dragon Nation, don't give me any ammunition. The third-year student, looking like a madman, began frantically clicking on the affection indicators for Lin Chen's potential marriage partners on the screen. The resulting numbers were so staggering that everyone instinctively fell silent. Because, among those affection ratings, the number 99 was nowhere to be seen. The only thing visible was a sea of identical numbers filling the entire screen. Max. This value had been etched deep into the minds of every alien scum. No matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't fathom why. Where the hell did this damn Lin Fan get the ability to make every marriage candidate fall head over heels for him? Within the marriage game, all of this remains unknown to them. Right now, Lin Fan and his people had only one thing on their minds. That is, breaking through the barriers. After everyone had rested, they headed once more to the next room. The room was filled with thick fog, so dense that one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. Lin Fan activated his inside eye, only to find the mist seemed to interfere with its detection. He could barely make out some vague outlines not far ahead. Everyone, be careful. This fog feels off, Lin Fan whispered as a warning. Hearing this, the group immediately huddled close together, cautiously feeling their way forward. Suddenly, a chilling laugh echoed from all directions, sharp and piercing, like nails scraping glass, sending shivers down their spines. Welcome to the misty illusion, foolish humans, a hoarse voice echoed. Here, you shall be lost forever, becoming nourishment for the mist. Lin Fan remained silent, waiting patiently. His strategy, adapt to any situation with unwavering resolve. The result. No sooner had the voice finished speaking than countless black tentacles burst forth from the mist, lunging violently toward the group. Watch out! Lin Chen! Without a word, Xiao Miao reacted swiftly, dashing in front of Lin Fan and blocking the attack. The tentacles were slimy and emitted a nauseating, fishy stench. Lucian let out a sharp cry. Green vines shot out, twisting around the black tentacles. For a moment, it seemed like neither side had the upper hand. This is strange, Lucian frowned. It's fine, I'll help you. Xiao Qing gathered ghostly flames, setting some tentacles ablaze. Yet even as they burned away, new segments rapidly sprouted from the severed ends. Just one vine had pinned them firmly to the spot? This can't go on.
We must find the source of these tentacles, Elle shouted.
Willow Spirit, hold them off for now and protect our advance.
We must explore to uncover the root cause. Lin Chen frowned deeply. The current situation was completely beyond his control. Before, he could instantly spot vulnerabilities and traps within a room. But now, he couldn't detect even the slightest disturbance. The final few rooms would truly require brute force. However, Lin Chen wasn't entirely without a shortcut. After all, there were still 3 intelligence reports left unread. Opening them revealed. Intelligence 2, the shadow creature holds the key to breaking through the barrier. As the truth within the intelligence system was revealed, Lin Fan suddenly felt his vision expand. Immediately, he spotted a faint, shadowy figure in the distance, seemingly the source of all these tentacles. Follow me. Lin Fan led the group charging toward the black shadow. This action proved Lin Fan's decision was absolutely correct. Along the way, the black tentacles fiercely obstructed their path. Fighting their way forward, everyone sustained injuries to varying degrees.
Chapter 128, Xiao Miao's death? The nation is outraged.
Only when they drew near the dark silhouette did they recognize it as a massive black sphere, its surface covered in dense clusters of holes, the very orifices from which the tentacles emerged.
So that was it. Destroying this sphere would eliminate the tentacles.
Spiritual energy coiled around, manifesting into the form of a long, spiritually charged sword. Its tip pointed directly at the enormous black sphere before them. Lin Chen shouted, "Attack together.
Destroy it."
Yes. Driven by the urgency to break through the barrier, everyone attacked the disgusting monster before them with all their might.
However, this black sphere wasn't easily fooled.
Just as the group prepared to surround and attack it, countless terrifying, bizarre tentacles suddenly shot out from all around the sphere.
Overwhelming. Like a colossal net of heaven and earth, it descended directly upon the group.
Disperse. Lin Fan slashed open a gap with his sword and broke free first. The slit he had cleaved swiftly closed back together. This meant their chance to escape safely was but a fleeting moment.
Witnessing this,
the women followed Lin Fan's lead. Xiao Qing struck out, burning a hole right through the tentacle.
"You go first,"
Xiao Qing shouted. Without hesitation, Xiao Miao swiftly escaped the tentacle's reach. Moreover, the moment she escaped, she launched a relentless assault on the black sphere. But with each of Xiao Qing's attacks, only one person could escape. To ensure everyone could escape, Xiao Qing stayed behind until the very end.
The terrifying net of heaven and earth was about to close in completely. 10,000 swords technique.
Lin Chen abruptly unleashed the spell. Countless spirit swords pierced the tentacles, emitting a series of piercing, shrill screeches.
The 10,000 swords technique covered a vast area.
If everyone were within its range, friendly fire would be unavoidable. But with only Xiao Qing present, Lin Fan dared to unleash it. Whoosh! Xiao Qing finally broke free, gazing at Lin Chen with gratitude before darting toward the black sphere.
They now understood the black sphere's attack pattern. Defeating it
wouldn't be difficult at all.
Boom!
Under the coordinated, full-force assault of the group, cracks began to appear on the black sphere's surface, expanding at a visible speed.
Boom! With a deafening roar, the sphere exploded violently.
Countless black tentacles instantly lost their power, collapsing to the ground and dissolving into pools of black sludge.
Witnessing this scene,
the group breathed a sigh of relief, just as they were about to exchange celebratory smiles.
But unexpectedly,
before they could catch their breath, the pool of black sludge began to boil and churn violently.
The dark liquid coalesced once more.
In the blink of an eye, the massive black sphere reappeared before them, its surface now emitting an even more eerie, ghostly glow.
The system alert sounded coldly. Warning!
The room's monster boss can revive 10 times, with its power increasing by 20% each revival.
Black entity. Level? Combat power? 3 more attribute queries?
Lin Fan's pupils suddenly contracted.
So that meant they could only see its true form after defeating it 9 times? And this wasn't even its full power? Watching the black sphere reshape its body once more,
Lin Fan immediately shouted, "Watch out!
It's reviving and it's getting stronger."
Before his words faded, dense tendrils erupted from the black sphere's surface. These tendrils were thicker and faster than before, like bolts of black lightning lunging toward the group. Their speed was simply too fast. So fast that even Xiao Miao and Xiao Qing couldn't react in time.
"I'm here."
Lucian reacted swiftly, urgently manipulating the green vines to weave a massive shield, positioning it in front of the group. The tentacles slammed into the shield with a deafening thud. The vines twisted and deformed under the impact, some snapping clean off from the sheer force.
Trying to burrow through and attack us. No way. Get lost.
Xiao Qing's ghostly flames ignited the tentacles once more, but this time, the newly regrown sections were covered in a layer of hardened carapace, greatly reducing the flame's effectiveness.
What? The group was horrified. Who would have thought this already troublesome monster could regenerate and emerge even more formidable? How could they possibly fight this? At that moment, in the livestream chat, The nation watched this new crisis unfold, exclaiming in disbelief. Seriously, resurrect 10 times? Dude, 3 questions about its stats. This must be a rule-based monster. Yeah, just like those zombie monsters before they were unkillable. Could this monster be the same? Please, no. If that's the case, it'll be incredibly disadvantageous for Godlin. As things stand now, even killing it 9 times might be useless. After all, on its 10th life, it gains 180% combat power. I can't even imagine how powerful it'll be by then. Obviously. This was what most citizens were thinking. The monster's power completely surpasses the bounds of their imagination. For now, how should we deal with this monster? It remains an unsolved mystery. Lin Fan gritted his teeth in resistance, hesitation beginning to creep into his mind. Should he activate the intelligence system again? Should he use one of his last 2 intelligence credits to uncover the Black Sphere's weakness? Amidst this hesitation, the battle raged on fiercely. Xiao Miao's countless attacks struck the tentacles, leaving only shallow marks on the carapace. Even Xiuqing's ghost flames failed to harm the Black Sphere's tentacles, bouncing off them one after another before everyone's eyes. Lin Fan swung his long sword, unleashing a storm of sword chi, but he can only temporarily repel the approaching tentacles. The times he managed to inflict actual damage on the sphere were extremely rare. Fortunately, the willow spirit was distracting most of the tentacles, preventing them from wearing down the Black Sphere completely. But it still had several lives left, and it would grow stronger with each one. Therefore, intelligence system. Use it? Use it? Are you going to use it or not? The battle had reached a stalemate. Wounds multiplied across their bodies as stamina rapidly drained. Suddenly, a tentacle struck like a venomous snake, darting toward Ale when they least expected it. No! Ale couldn't dodge in time, and the tentacle was about to pierce her chest. At the last possible moment, Xiao Miao shouted, "Ale, watch out!" Without hesitation, he charged forward, using his own body to shield Ale. The tentacle pierced through Xiao Miao's chest violently, blood gushing out like a fountain. Chapter 129, The 9 Lives Cat Revives. Victory! Xiao Miao! The group let out heart-wrenching cries. Lin Fan's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. He didn't even have time to dodge the black orb's attack. With each step firm and swift, he scooped up Xiao Miao's body, calling her name at the top of his lungs. "Don't cry, Lin Fan, don't cry." Xiao Miao's voice was extremely weak, her gaze unfocused, her eyelids drooping uncontrollably. Her voice was pitifully faint. Especially when Lin Chen touched Xiao Miao's body. The icy cold sensation pierced him with unbearable grief. "Xiao Miao, don't sleep, don't sleep. It's all my fault, all my fault." Lin Fan was consumed by agony. If only he had summoned the intelligence system sooner, without hesitation. He could have killed that damn monster sooner. Then Xiao Miao wouldn't have died. Xiao Miao. The other girls were equally overcome with grief. Tears streamed down their faces. Elle wept uncontrollably, repeating, "Xiao Miao, I won't bully you anymore. I won't fight you over anything. Please, don't die." Lucian bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes, continuously channeling spiritual energy into Xiao Miao's already cold body. Beside them, Xiaoqing hadn't spent much time with Xiao Miao. She still wept silently. At this very moment, Xiao Miao's demise instantly ignited the strongest emotions in the livestream. Holy! What the hell kind of dungeon world is this? Why did Xiao Miao die? Why did Xiao Miao die? I don't want to see this. I absolutely refuse to see this. Countless Dragon Nation citizens felt a sharp pang of heartache upon witnessing this scene. Not for any other reason. Simply because they'd been watching the livestream for so long. They had long since invested their own emotions in it. And you must understand. Xiao Miao was the very first matchmaking candidate to appear by Lin Fan's side. Given Xiao Miao's status alone, coupled with her endearing personality, the audience couldn't just stand by and watch Xiao Miao suffer like this now. But the alien scum couldn't stay calm after witnessing this scene. Always craving to see Lin Fan humiliated, they finally found a suitable outlet for their pent-up emotions. Ha! Bastard! Bastard! I told you so! Your dragon country's Lin Fan pig is useless, completely useless. He can't even protect a woman, he's nothing but a sickly dragon country pig. Oh wait, sick pig. Ha! God! Did you see that? This is absolutely brilliant. Who told that stupid woman not to submit to our little notebook country? This is her fate. All of you. Still think you're hot, huh? So what? Huh? So what? This time, even hosts Xia Sa and Wang Bingbing were trembling all over. You people, can you even still be called human? We're all human beings. When you see a fellow human like Lin Fan in distress, would you genuinely be this happy? Inside the marriage matching game instance room. Squeak! The black sphere seemed to sense the crowd's fury. It emitted an eerie, almost human-like shriek and grew even more violent, seeking to seize the moment to slaughter Lin Chen and the others on the spot. More tentacles shot out from the holes, forming waves of black slime that engulfed the group. Get the hell out of here! Lin Fan roared to the heavens, his grief and rage erupting like a volcano. A single punch erupted, its overwhelming force shattering the countless tentacles fired by the black sphere on impact.
This scene left both the women and the black sphere frozen in shock.
Lin Fan's power had suddenly become so immense?
At that very moment, a mysterious force surged among them.
A dazzling light radiated from their bodies. The system prompt sounded. Affinity Max hidden feature activated. Potential successfully activated. Each member gains one minor level up. The moment the voice faded,
everyone felt the power within them surge wildly. Meridians that had been blocked became unimpeded, and every cell in their bodies brimmed with vitality. Lucian's Azurewood spirit energy grew purer, her aura surging upward until it broke through to a rank strength. The Azurewood Dharma form behind her solidified, soaring 100 young tall and radiating an awe-inspiring presence. Like a true celestial deity. Lin Fan's aura also grew more overbearing. His spiritual energy underwent a perfect sublimation, propelling him to a rank in one leap. The long sword in his hand flashed with golden light, as if containing world-shattering power. Moreover, it now carried an added aura of sacredness. Elle and Xiaoqing both broke through as well, all reaching B rank. Their overall strength had undergone a near qualitative leap. The black sphere seemed to sense danger. It whipped its countless tentacles, emitting eerie screeches as if celebrating Xiao Miao's death or taunting the group. Lin Fan's gaze turned icy cold. Clenching his sword, he spoke with deliberate emphasis, "Xiao Miao, rest assured. We will avenge you. Kill. Kill for me. Kill." The group roared in unison, their voices echoing throughout the misty illusion realm. Fueled by rage and grief, they charged toward the black sphere. This time, their combined strength far surpassed their previous might by more than double. Wherever the greenwood vines of the willow spirit struck, the tentacles snapped and shattered. Xiaoqing's ghostly flames burned even hotter, easily reducing the tentacles to ash. For a moment, the black sphere was forced into a purely defensive stance. Lin Fan, however, displayed unparalleled ferocity. His sword chi surged like a golden dragon, crashing directly into the black sphere. The black sphere fought back frantically, but under the combined assault of the group, its defenses crumbled like paper, gradually collapsing. Boom! With an earth-shattering roar, the black sphere was shattered once more. Yet it quickly regenerated. This time, though its aura had grown threefold stronger, the group gave it no chance to catch its breath, continuing their relentless assault. Through their united efforts, the black sphere was shattered time and again, its resurrections growing increasingly rare. This spectacle sent the live stream audience into a frenzy of excitement. Scream! Scream for me! You alien scum, this is the unbeatable god of the forest, who can't even be defeated by darkness. Who said our god of forests couldn't deliver? Chapter 130, Revived Combat Power, Explosive Slaughter. Though the alien scum's faces turned ashen, they stubbornly persisted. So what if he is? Bunch of bastards. No matter how strong he is, can your god Lin protect his own woman? At the end of the day, he's nothing but a loser. By the time the black sphere was shattered for the 9th time, its power had grown exceedingly weak. Lin Fan roared, "Xiao Miao, I'll avenge you." He leapt high into the air, channeling his greatest strength into his sword as he brought it down with all his might upon the black sphere. Just as everyone thought victory was assured, the eerie glow on the black sphere's surface suddenly surged, and a terrifyingly powerful aura shot skyward. After 9 resurrections, its power had accumulated to 180% of its original strength, finally revealing its ultimate form. The holes on its surface resembled countless ferocious maws, frantically devouring the surrounding mist. Its tentacles thickened, their surfaces now covered in sharp barbs and coiled with black lightning. Boom! The black sphere launched its attack first, a jet of black energy erupting from its core at blinding speed, hurtling straight toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan's expression darkened as he swiftly swung his long sword. The clashing sword energy and energy pillar erupted in a blinding flash and immense shockwave. The force of the impact sent Lin Fan staggering backward, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Watch out! He's not holding back anymore. I'll give it a shot. Seeing this, the willow spirit manipulated the greenwood vines to surge forward like a tidal wave, attempting to entangle the black sphere and restrict its movement. Yet with a mere flick of its tentacles, the black sphere severed the resilient vines one by one. What? The willow spirit's expression darkened. He never imagined that even with his enhanced power, attacking this creature still yielded little effect. Let's try together. Xiao Chang and Ire launched their attacks simultaneously. The willow spirit followed suit, yet their combined assault merely sent sparks flying across the black sphere's surface. It was like an ant shaking a tree, hardly capable of inflicting any real damage. How could this be? Who would have thought this thing had been steadily accumulating power all along? Now, the group's situation grew perilous once more. This black sphere was undoubtedly the most formidable monster they had ever encountered. The situation kept swinging back and forth, with neither side able to secure a decisive victory. And at this very moment, the black sphere seemed determined to give them no respite. And so, a familiar scene unfolded before everyone's eyes once more. The black sphere seemed to sense Ail's limited mobility and locked onto her as its target.
Suddenly, several tentacles shot toward Ael like arrows released from a bow. Elle reacted, but the black sphere was determined to kill her. Elle tried to dodge, but her pregnancy slowed her movements, leaving her unable to evade the deadly attack. She could only watch helplessly as the tentacles pierced toward her. Lin Fan's pupils contracted sharply as panic gripped his heart. He charged toward Ale without hesitation, bellowing, "No!" He refused to witness another tragedy. Even if it cost him his life, he would save Ale. At that critical moment, a familiar figure moved faster than Lin Fan, like a white flash of lightning, blocking in front of Ale. Facing the black sphere's ferocious attack, that figure merely reached out and grabbed it. And seized it firmly. With a loud ripping sound, the tentacle was forcibly torn off by the figure's owner right then and there. Not only did the black sphere fail to anticipate this turn of events, but everyone else was utterly stunned. But when their gaze shifted upward, Lin Fan's body trembled with shock. "Xiao Miao!" The crowd cried out in shock, their eyes filled with both disbelief and deep emotion. There it was. Xiao Miao flashed a mischievous smile and said, "Oh dear, I made everyone worry about me for so long. Hee, but I'm a cat with 9 lives. I can revive 9 times too, though not consecutively. It just requires accumulating energy over a long period to revive. Seeing everyone shed tears for me makes Xiao Miao very happy. So this rotten bastard? I'll take care of him myself." As she spoke, Xiao Miao's gaze sharpened as she fixed her eyes on the black sphere. Seeing this, Lin Fan hurriedly warned, "Xiao Miao, be extremely careful. This guy has become incredibly powerful." Xiao Miao's gaze remained unflinching, her resolve set. She replied coldly, "First, I'll deal with this bastard. Then I'll catch up with everyone properly." No sooner had the words left her mouth than a terrifying aura erupted around Xiao Miao. Her body began to transform, her previously adorable appearance gradually giving way to an imposing, heroic presence. Her tail grew longer and more slender, shimmering with a mysterious glow, while 9 enormous phantom cattails materialized behind her. Xiao Miao leapt forward, the 9 phantom tails lashing out like 9 massive whips, striking the black sphere. The black sphere didn't back down, its tentacles whipping wildly to counter Xiao Miao's assault. The collision of cattails and tentacles produced deafening clashes, powerful energy ripples sweeping the surroundings and scattering the surrounding mist. But it was abundantly clear. The black sphere was no match for little Miao. In the livestream, whether it was the Dragon Nation citizens or the alien scum, were all rendered speechless by the terrifying power Xiao Miao displayed. Xiao Miao's attacks grew increasingly fierce. Her power had surged to the terrifying S-rank tier during this very resurrection. Each strike carried immense force, leaving the black sphere battered and disheveled. If the black sphere could speak, it would surely scream in agony, "Impossible! Impossible! Hurting us all? You must die." Finally, Xiao Miao channeled all her power. 9 phantom cattails merged into a massive light sword, slashing toward the black sphere. Boom! Crack! The black orb finally shattered completely, dissolving into a cloud of black smoke that vanished into the mist. Inside the room instance, peace had finally returned. The system notification sounded promptly. Successfully defeated the black sphere. Rewards, 10 blood crystals. Hidden reward, title of Mist Conqueror, 30% boost to all attributes in misty environments. In the livestream chat, Dragon Nation citizens who witnessed this scene shed tears. Little Miao is still alive. Alive. Alive is good. Yes, we momentarily forgot Xiao Miao can be revived. She's a cat with 9 lives. While that's true, we can't overlook the fact that Xiao Miao's revivals are time limited. Regardless, little Miao is the ultimate. She truly saved everyone. The alien scum, however, were rendered speechless by the astonishing leaps in the group's power. Having once mocked Lin Fan and his companions, they now could only watch helplessly as the group grew stronger step by step. Chapter 131, The Ghost Ship Set Sail. Especially the host of the Sanson livestream, Desan. His face flushed from pale to crimson. He couldn't fathom what charm Lin Fan possessed that made these marriage candidates fight so fiercely for him, even sacrificing their own lives. Why? Why on earth? Cheating. Cheating. How could there possibly be an ability like resurrection that breaks all the rules? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Dragon country pigs, how many times must you violate the game rules before you're satisfied? Within the marriage matching game, Lin Chen and the others continued exploring the next room. Closer and closer to the final chamber. The rich rewards were their driving force to keep moving forward. Pushing open the 35th door, the environment underwent a sudden, bizarre transformation. The surroundings remained shrouded in pitch-black fog. A pungent, briny scent assaulted their nostrils. Moreover, upon entering this space, everyone distinctly felt the temperature plummet by over 10 degrees. Brrr, it's cold. Xiao Miao rubbed her arms and took the chance to snuggle up close to Lin Fan again. Lucian closed her eyes to observe for a moment before warning, something feels off about this place. Judging by the constant swaying sensation beneath our feet, it's clear this isn't just a room, it's some kind of strange space aboard a vessel. After standing silently for 3 minutes, the surrounding mist finally began to dissipate. Exposed beneath was a dilapidated deck entwined with dark green seaweed that sprawled like grotesque tentacles. The sails hung in tatters, precariously balanced as if the merciless sea wind might tear them apart at any moment. The hull itself emitted eerie creaking sounds at regular intervals. In this silent, gloomy environment, the noise sounded particularly wretched, as if recounting the tragic ordeals endured over its long years. Each creak seemed to hammer at the group's already taut nerves. Lin Fan took 2 steps forward and witnessed the horrifying scene beneath the ship. Even Ale, who witnessed it, couldn't help but gasp in horror. The reason the ship swayed so violently was not because it was sailing in normal waters, but because beneath the hull, it was sailing through a sea of blood. In that sea of blood, countless pale arms were desperately trying to claw at the hull. And that was precisely why the ship was rocking so violently. How disgusting! The women had never witnessed such a bizarre scene. They covered their mouths with their hands as their stomachs churned violently. Let's go inside the ship. I don't want to see this anymore. It's truly disgusting. Pushing open the hatch door that reeked of decay, they stepped into the ghost ship. Who could have imagined? The damp sea breeze carried a salty, putrid stench that assaulted their senses. The foul odor seemed to seep into every pore, making them feel even more nauseous. Look! Just then, Elle noticed strange characters appearing on the deck. Everyone focused intently on the floor. Slowly materialized a multitude of crimson-colored, rule-like characters. 1. The ghost ship voyage lasts 3 hours. Survive until the end to clear the stage. 2. Every half hour, a wave of monsters will appear, with their levels progressively increasing. 3. Every item aboard the ship may become a deadly trap. 4. Do not leave the ship's hull or you will be devoured by the unknown entities lurking in the sea. Lin Fan's inside eye flickered faintly in the eerie surroundings, its glow appearing exceptionally dim in the darkness. Yet all he could make out were shadowy blurs drifting deep within the hold. These figures flickered in and out of sight like erratic specters, making it impossible to pinpoint the monster's exact locations or weaknesses. This uncertainty stirred a flicker of unease within Lin Fan. Tick-tock. The clock within the hold emitted an eerie sound, its ticking echoing relentlessly through the deathly quiet space, as if counting down the time for everyone. Each tick felt like a heavy hammer blow, striking hard against their hearts. In this unfamiliar environment, Lin Fan had no intention of acting rashly. Barely half an hour passed when the first wave of ghosts appeared. Under the dim lights, a dozen B-rank skeleton soldiers crawled out from the deck's crevices. Those gaps seemed like portals to hell, endlessly spewing forth these malevolent creatures. They wielded rust-stained curved blades, the corrosion on their blades resembling congealed blood, exuding an ancient aura. Eyes pulsed with ghostly green flames, flickering with eerie light. The clattering of their bones echoed through the air, each rattle announcing their approach as they slowly closed in on the group. Is the first wave B-rank? Then this stage shouldn't be too difficult. If this were before, it might have posed some challenge. But now, there were already 2 A-rank powerhouses, Lin Fan and the Willow Spirit. And Xiao Miao is an S-rank. Could it be that we'd still fear these monsters? Xiao Miao launched the first strike. Flames roared from her tail, instantly illuminating the surrounding darkness like a burning dragon. The flames transformed into a fiery whip lashing toward the skeleton soldiers. The whip traced an arc through the air, its heat crackling and scorching the very atmosphere. The moment it touched the skeleton soldiers, several were instantly reduced to piles of ash. Yet more skeleton soldiers charged forward, swinging their curved blades. The blades radiated a cold aura. Devoid of intelligence or spirit, they knew only to advance relentlessly. The Willow Spirit let out a sharp command. Green vines shot out like living serpents, wrapping around the skeleton's limbs. With a powerful jerk, they flung the skeletons violently against the ship's railings. The impact echoed with a dull thud as the skeletons shattered into piles of white bones scattered across the deck. Lin Fan swung his long sword, unleashing a torrent of sword chi. Each strike carried immense power, tearing through the air wherever it passed. The blade severed the skeleton soldier's bones, which fell to the deck with a crisp clatter. After all, these were B-rank monsters. The party's levels had long since far surpassed theirs. Dealing with them was a breeze. The first wave of monsters was swiftly crushed. There were still a good 20+ minutes before the next wave appeared. This instance feels like it's giving us a break, Elle chuckled. Lin Chen chuckled wryly. Silly, if we hadn't leveled up, things would still be a bit tricky, not as easy as they are now. Plus, Xiao Miao is now one of our top combatants, so our speed has naturally improved a lot. Hearing this, little Miao couldn't stay calm. Her lips curled into a wide grin. No amount of suppression could hold her back now. Oomph. This is the might of Lord Xiao Miao. Chapter 132, 6 Waves of Monsters? Kill. Half an hour later. This time, it was B-rank ghost sailors. They wore tattered sailor uniforms, the holes in their clothes resembling marks gnawed by time. Their bodies were semi-transparent, as if composed of mist. They gripped sharp harpoons that glinted coldly, their eyes filled with resentment and murderous intent, containing who knows how much pent-up hatred. The ghost sailors moved with ghostly swiftness, vanishing into thin air in an instant before suddenly reappearing from different directions to launch attacks, leaving their targets utterly unprepared. Indeed. The situation was far from simple. Watch out. They can cloak themselves. Lin Fan shouted the warning, his voice piercing the chaos of the battlefield. He focused his senses, constantly alert to any unusual movement around him. Suddenly, a cold gleam struck from behind. Lin Fan swiftly sidestepped, a harpoon whizzing past his shoulder and leaving a deep gash in the deck. Having anticipated the attack, Lin Fan seized the moment to swing his sword, instantly slaying the ghostly sailor. Xiao Miao's 9 phantom cattails whipped wildly through the air, sweeping across the battlefield with maximum coverage while carefully avoiding friendly fire. Sure enough, this tactic proved highly effective. Countless ghost sailor monsters, even in their stealth state, found no escape from Xiao Miao's onslaught and met their demise. Well done. Lucian followed Xiao Miao's lead, weaving the green vines into a vast net around them. The intertwining vines formed a giant green web that instantly ensnared any ghost sailor that dared to appear. These monsters weren't particularly powerful. Through seamless coordination, they couldn't hold out long and fell one after another to the onslaught. Inside the livestream, the Dragon Nation's citizens felt completely reassured by Lin Fan and his team's prowess. Man, our god of war Lin is just so awesome. Unlike those trashy people from certain countries who only know how to talk big, right? All bark and no bite. All they do is belittle others day in and day out, never stopping to think about what kind of trash they really are. Bastards! You Dragon Nation pigs, what are you saying? What do you mean by that? Talking about whoever jumps in first, huh? Ha, what a rush. As time passed, the third wave of B-rank sea demons appeared. The sea demons possessed beautiful faces, skin as white and smooth as jade, and eyes like the depths of the ocean, radiating an enchanting glow. Their fishtails, adorned with scales that shimmered in iridescent colors, were utterly enchanting. At some point, they formed ranks along the ship's railings, luring the crowd with sweet songs. Their voices were like heavenly music, drawing people in irresistibly. Across different worlds, the citizens of Benzi Nation grew increasingly dazed. Their feet unconsciously drawn toward the sea nymphs on the screen. Had this not been merely a live broadcast? They would have already walked right up to the sirens to meet their doom. While ordinary people were affected this way, Lin Fan also experienced some degree of influence. Though not as extreme as the citizens of Benzi Kingdom, he still couldn't help but feel a wave of dizziness. Don't listen to their song. Lucian warned, summoning a jade-green aura that split into several clusters and merged into each person's body. I thought it was some powerful monster, but after all this, that's its only ability? What a letdown. Lin Fan gained the buff and charged toward the sea monsters. His figure darted like lightning. He raised his sword and severed the head of one sea monster. Seeing their song fail, the sea demons bared their razor-sharp teeth as keen as daggers. With a flick of their fishtails, they fired water arrows at Lin Fan. The arrows traced crystalline arcs through the air, carrying immense force. Lin Fan swung his long sword, cleaving each water arrow apart. As the sword collided with the arrows, clang! The clash of forces produced a series of clangs. Yet this did not hinder Lin Fan's advance in the slightest. Charging before the sea demon, he thrust his sword straight at its heart. The creature let out a piercing scream, a shrill, terrifying cry like a night owl's wail before its body dissolved into a cloud of foam and vanished into thin air. Yet, more sea sirens leapt from beneath the ship, their songs even more alluring. The melodies seemed to possess a magical power, momentarily overwhelming even Xiao Qing and Ire, a hint of confusion flickering in their eyes. Wake up! Lucian's voice, carrying its own magical quality, completely drowned out the siren's song. Simultaneously, it pulled Xiao Qing and Ire, whose consciousness had begun to sink, out of their daze. By the time they regained their senses, both were filled with lingering dread. They never imagined that despite being of equal B-rank strength, the enemy could so effortlessly control their minds. Don't be afraid. I won't intervene, my focus is on countering these monsters' psychic assault. Got it. With those words, Xiao Qing and Ire instantly felt reassured. They turned their attention to the sea demons and unleashed a killing spree. The sea demons' primary core ability was their power to influence human minds and souls. But once these demons were close enough to engage in melee combat, their fighting prowess was worse than bees. Soon, after slaughtering them all, the fourth wave of rank deep-sea serpents appeared. Has it taken this long? Before the words had even finished echoing, the colossal serpent burst forth from the sea of blood. Its body stretched over 10 meters long, its scales shimmering with an eerie blue glow, like the mysterious light from the deepest ocean. Its mouth spewed a toxic mist that spread throughout the area, emitting a pungent, acrid odor. The serpent's coils wrapped around the ship, squeezing the hull until it creaked and groaned. Cracks began to appear in the planks as seawater poured in relentlessly. The vessel rocked violently, teetering on the brink of sinking. Strike its vital point first. Lin Fan shouted. As the saying goes, strike the snake at its 7-inch mark. This giant serpent was no exception. He leapt forward, thrusting his long sword toward the serpent's vital point. His figure traced an arc through the air as he lunged. Yet the serpent's scales were incredibly hard, leaving only a shallow gash on its skin. Damn, it's so hard. Lin Fan cursed inwardly. Though he hadn't unleashed his full strength, the blow should have been enough to cripple an ordinary A-rank monster. Clearly, this serpent was no ordinary foe. Enraged by Lin Fan's strike, the serpent lashed out with its tail. The tail carried immense force, as if capable of obliterating everything in its path. Lin Fan dared not meet it head-on and dodged urgently. Where the tail swept past, it smashed a gaping hole in the ship's planking. Blood gushed instantly from the hole, and simultaneously, countless vengeful spirits poured through it into the interior of the ghost ship. Lin Fan, I've got this. Xiao Miao's 9 phantom cattails coiled around the giant python's body, attempting to restrain its movements. The tails shimmered with light as they tightly bound the serpent. Chapter 133, Acquiring the Ghost Ship. Future Exploration. The giant serpent thrashed violently, its coiling body churning the already turbulent sea of blood into a raging torrent. Yet no matter how it fought, Xiao Miao's raw power was undeniable. 9 tails contracted with relentless force. Slowly, the giant serpent lost all strength to resist. Its power was truly formidable. Finally, the giant serpent's body collapsed onto the ship, dissolving into a pool of foul-smelling blood. The blood spread across the deck, emitting a nauseating stench. Who would have thought that this master of constriction would ultimately meet its end by the very coils of its own tail? Little Miao is awesome. S-rank power truly reigns supreme. That A-rank opponent was nothing but a toy to Little Miao, dispatched in an instant. Who could possibly dispute that the overall strength of our Dragon Nation's marriage game participants now stands as the world's best? Foreign scum. Though they may talk tough. This undeniable truth. They have no room to argue. The 5th wave of monsters. A-rank ghost captain appears. The ghost captain wore a black captain's uniform embroidered with golden patterns, now faded and dull. He wore a tricorn hat and held a pistol that emitted a black glow, its surface flickering with an eerie light. His gaze was cold and fierce, radiating an overwhelming aura that seemed to freeze the surrounding air. It felt as though he controlled everything aboard this ghost ship, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Ship. My ship. Kill. The ghost captain raised his hand and fired. The black bullet shot toward Lin Fan with lightning speed. Lin Fan darted sideways to evade it. The bullet whizzed past his hair, leaving a scorched hole in the deck, a hole that seemed like a black abyss. It was clear. This was no ordinary handgun. It was a pistol imbued with some kind of mystical power. Bang! The ghost captain's pistol fired relentlessly, bullets raining down on the group. Duck! We don't know what these bullets can do. The group scattered in all directions, seeking an opening to strike back. Their figures darted through the hail of bullets, narrowly avoiding death at every turn. Lucian manipulated the green vines, attempting a direct, lethal strike against the ghost captain. However, unexpectedly, the vine passed right through the ghost captain's body. How could this be? Lucian raised an eyebrow, utterly astonished by the outcome before him. Lin Fan frowned, sensing something was amiss. He immediately ordered Xiao Chang, try attacking him with fire. Got it. But who could have imagined? Even Xiao Chang's flames had little effect on the ghost captain. With a mere flick of his sleeve, the flames were extinguished, vanishing as if they'd been swallowed by the sea. Not a ripple disturbed the surface. Something was very, very wrong. Considering the nature of the ghost ship. Could it be, this guy is a glitch? Lin Fan murmured to himself. On the ghost ship, is this guy invincible? Otherwise, with just an A-rank level, he couldn't possibly be invincible. Lin Fan realized that defeating the ghost ship captain head-on would be difficult. He had to find its weakness. He scrutinized the ghost captain's movements, his eyes fixed intently on every single action, not missing a single detail. The inside eye activated with a sudden surge of power. Lin Fan clearly noticed that whenever the ghost captain fired his gun, a faint glimmer of light flickered from the muzzle. Something was definitely off. Attack his gun. Lin Fan decisively seized the opportunity, rising to sweep a blade of sword energy at it. The others also shifted their attacks toward the ghost captain's pistol. Sword energy crisscrossed the air. The ghost captain sidestepped the strike, but Lin Fan seized the moment to charge forward, his long sword slashing down toward the pistol. His figure moved with the ferocity of a tiger pouncing on its prey. The ghost captain hurriedly raised his pistol to block. The sword and pistol collided with a thunderous clang, the sound reverberating through the air like a crack of thunder. In that instant of collision, Lin Fan felt a powerful force resisting from the pistol. This was it, he was right. Seizing the ghost captain's momentary distraction, the women launched their attacks simultaneously. In an instant, the pistol was severed. The moment it snapped apart, an eerie glow flared up on the ghost captain's body. Ah! Deprived of his pistol, the ghost captain grew even more frenzied. He lunged at the group with bare hands, his immense power causing the surrounding air to buzz and shatter as if torn apart by his force. However, at this moment, the ghost captain could be freely wounded by the group. His A-rank strength simply couldn't withstand the combined attacks of the group. Never mind Xiao Miao's S-rank attacks. Even A-rank attacks were beyond his ability to withstand. Especially after the pistol mechanism vanished. The ghost captain was utterly overwhelmed, his body gradually turning transparent before vanishing into thin air. Next up is the final big boss. Yeah, an A rank shouldn't pose much threat to Lin Fan and the others, right? That's true. It probably won't cause much trouble. Soon, the final wave of a rank C dominators appeared. The so-called Sea Overlord was a colossal octopus monster. Its body was half the size of the ship itself, with 8 tentacles flailing across the sea surface. Each tentacle resembled a giant python, covered in suction cups and sharp spikes. The suction cups looked like tiny black holes, while the spikes glinted with a cold, menacing light. Its eyes, as large as lanterns, emitted a cold, piercing light that seemed to devour the souls of all who met it. It opened its enormous maw, revealing razor-sharp teeth like giant daggers, as if poised to swallow the entire ship whole. Whoosh! The tentacles lashed out toward the group. The willow spirit urgently raised the greenwood barrier, a massive vine shield enveloping them. The barrier shimmered with green light, forming a seemingly impenetrable wall. Yet the octopus monster's power was overwhelming. After merely dozens of tentacle strikes, the barrier shattered. Vine fragments snapped like severed arms, scattering across the deck. This creature's strength is extraordinary. Even among a rank opponents, I consider him a particularly formidable foe, Lucian remarked with a frown. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. No problem. Perfect timing. Little Miao, you go first. This will make the fight a bit easier. Got it. Little Miao had been worried she wouldn't get a chance to show off her skills. Now that she had a chance to prove herself, she immediately revealed her true form. The 9 cattails were no weaker than the octopus monster's own strength. Like shooting stars and lightning bolts, they lashed out with a crackling sound, striking the creature's body. Wounds erupted everywhere, blood flowing unceasingly. Lin Fan leapt high into the air, his long sword flashing like a golden bolt of lightning as he brought it down with brutal force, striking the area behind the octopus monster's eyes. Chapter 134, You Think You Can Do Better? Boom! A deafening roar erupted from the octopus monster, its fury so intense it felt capable of shattering eardrums. Seizing the moment, the willow spirit fired its own shot. Put! In an instant, their combined assault tore open a massive wound behind its eye. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the already eerie sea of blood even more sinister. Hey, you two, don't steal my head. Seeing this, little Miao grew frantic, striking with even greater force, causing the octopus monster to wail in agony. The octopus monster writhed in agony, its tentacles flailing wildly, destroying everything around it. The ship's hull was pounded into a sieve by its tentacles. Shut up! Have you finished screaming yet? With one final strike, little Miao smashed the octopus monster's head to pieces. Its lifeless body sank slowly to the ocean floor, dissolving into a pool of blood that gradually dispersed in the seawater, only to be grasped by countless pale hands. The system notification sounded abruptly. Successfully endured 3 hours, defeated all monsters, obtained 30 blood crystals. Hidden reward, Ghost Ship will allows temporary control of the Ghost Ship. Ghost Ship? Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Holy crap! This bizarre contraption piqued his curiosity. Who'd have thought it would actually fall into his hands now? Meanwhile, in the live stream room at that very moment, Lin God is amazing. Cleared it so fast, how effortless. Ha! With the ghost ship in hand, doesn't that mean conquering the seas is next? Are you kidding me? The seas? Conquer the stars. Ha! Damn it! Damn it! You stupid dragon country pigs, this dungeon is so easy, what's there to be happy about? What's there to brag about? Exactly. If it were us ugly people nation, we'd clear it even faster. And get way more rewards. I seriously doubt the monsters Lin Fan Pig and his crew faced were even E rank. They just displayed them as a rank to deceive us. 666-6666, as a Dragon Nation citizen, I could never have come up with that excuse in a million years. The moment the system prompt faded, the deck of the ghost ship suddenly glowed with an eerie blue light. Ancient runes writhed across the planks like living creatures. Lin Fan gripped the newly acquired ghost ship's helm, sensing a mysterious power surging within it. Just then, the system alert blared out. Ghost Ship Special Mission activated, randomly select personnel from other worlds to enter different dimensional instances and experience the full mission process. Upon seeing this, live streams across other nations erupted in chaos. Desan's face, which had been ashen, suddenly flushed crimson. He grabbed the microphone and bellowed, perfect timing. Let these dragon country pigs see how our ugly country warriors breeze through this. Exactly. The ghost ship's difficulty is nothing but a hollow reputation. The warriors of the Big Notebook Empire will show the ghost ship what true power looks like. Countless nations clicked the participate button in unison. Lin Fan stared at the flickering runes, a cold smile curling his lips. He turned to look at the willow spirit, who understood immediately and nodded lightly. These fools probably don't realize the ghost ship's terror extends far beyond what meets the eye. Xiao Miao wiggled her 9 tails and stuck out her tongue mischievously. Can't wait to see those punks crying their eyes out. As the light intensified, over a dozen figures materialized on the opposite side of the ghost ship's deck in another dimension. Leading them was Brown, the fighting champion of Uglyland, flexing his exaggerated muscles as he flaunted before the camera. See that? That's the aura of a true warrior. Lin Fan Pig of Dragonland. Learn how to fight properly. Abe Toshio, the onmyoji from the land of cherry blossoms, formed hand seals as 3 Shikigami materialized behind him. He swept the area with arrogant disdain. Mere ghosts? Nothing but stepping stones for our cultivation. To them, Lin Fan and his companions were fighting far too easily. How could monsters in a rank be this weak? They must be fake. Damn it. Let's teach those stinking pigs from the Dragon Nation a lesson. Ha! That's right, charge. Our great empire is the strongest. However, their arrogance didn't last long. Tick-tock. The clock in the cabin chimed again, and Crimson Rule text slowly materialized. Brown glanced at it casually and scoffed. Is that it? Just 3 hours? I could box longer than that. Before he could finish speaking, the first wave of B-rank skeleton soldiers crawled out from the deck's cracks. Petty tricks. Brown swung his iron-studded fist at the skeleton soldiers, but the moment his fist touched the bones, a bone-chilling cold surged up his arm, and his skin quickly froze over. Arg! Brown clutched his arm, his expression twisting in agony as he screamed. Why are they so damn hard? Oomph, worthless trash. Let me teach you what a gap in power truly means. Abe Shun sneered coldly, commanding his Shikigami to pounce on the skeleton soldier. Yet, in the next instant, several Shikigami were sliced apart like paper by the opponent's curved blade, disintegrating into specks of light. A participant from the Three Kingdoms faction let out a scream, swinging his sword only to have the blade jam between the skeleton soldier's ribs. The skeleton countered with a headbutt that shattered his nose. Ah! My nose! In the livestream chat, the Dragon Nation viewers were in stitches. Ha, why aren't Brown's muscles twitching anymore? Abe Toshio's Shikigami isn't even as tough as Little Meow's stamina. Can you even talk now, you foreign trash? Aren't you supposed to be so tough? Come on. Get at me. All you do is hide behind screens and bark. I thought you were something special? Meanwhile, the alien livestream was deathly silent. Deseo's face was deathly pale, his fingers digging into the edge of the table. Impossible. They must have been careless. How could these monsters be this powerful? Meanwhile, on screen, those once boastful warriors were now being chased relentlessly. If it weren't for the skeleton soldiers' sluggish movement speed, they would have been slaughtered long ago. After grinding them down for a full half hour, the skeleton soldiers finally began to fade away. Half an hour later, the ghost sailor appeared. A gunner from the land of ugly people fired wildly, but the bullets passed right through the ghost's body, utterly ineffective. A shaman from the Benzi kingdom attempted to suppress it with a talisman. The moment the talisman touched the ghost sailor, it was ripped off. The sailor then grabbed her by the throat. He wrenched her head clean off. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Ah! Cold sweat beaded on Abe Toshio's forehead as terror gripped his expression. He realized his yin-yang arts had little effect on these transparent figures. And the enemy. Killing him was as easy as slaughtering chickens. Chapter 135, The Temple Offensive. Lin Fan and his companions sat atop the mast, watching the mission feed the very images of those alien scum. They even leisurely cracked sunflower seeds they'd brought along from their bags. Xiao Miao commented as she watched, that hairy-faced guy moves slower than a snail. Lucian shook his head lightly. They lack even the most basic anticipation. They haven't grasped the ghost sailor's attack patterns at all. So weak. How do they even qualify as human? Exactly. On screen. As the siren song echoed, the alien squad descended into complete chaos. 2 female members of the Land of the Ugly, their eyes glazed over, stumbled step by step toward the ship's rail. No matter how their teammates tugged at them, it was to no avail. Ultimately, they plunged into the sea, dragged away by tentacles hidden beneath the water. Toshio Abe bit his tongue to stay alert, only to find his own Shikigami beginning to dance to the song, turning against him. By now, Daisan could no longer speak. His lips trembled as he watched the dwindling number of alien forces on the screen. Impossible. Impossible. How could these levels be this difficult? Then why can those dragon country pigs clear them so effortlessly? Could it be we really are inferior to those dragon country pigs? At that moment, the Dragon Nation livestream's chat was nearly overflowing with comments. Lin Shan's prediction is spot on. You foreign trash should go home to your mothers. Is anyone still questioning Lord Lin here? How laughable. Did you really think our Dragon Nation couldn't handle it? That God Lin couldn't deliver? Come on, any haters still got something to say? When the deep-sea serpent appeared, only Brown and Abe Toshio remained among the alien scum's ranks. Brown's skin was riddled with holes from the venom's corrosion. He swung his deformed fist, yet couldn't even scratch the serpent's scales. Abe Toshio's Shikigami had all perished. Trembling, he formed seals and unleashed his most powerful lightning strike. Yet when the bolt struck the serpent, it only paused momentarily. This scene left both men utterly despairing. Save me! Brown cried out in desperation to Abe Toshio at the very moment he was being constricted by the serpent. Abe Toshio's legs buckled from sheer terror. His feet slipped and he crashed face first onto the ground. No, no, don't kill me.
Lin Fan watched it all unfold with cold indifference, twirling the ghost ship's wheel in his hand.
Bunch of fools. Did you really think this was child's play? You actually dared to walk into your deaths. I'm not sure whether to commend your courage or not. As the ghost captain's black bullet pierced Abe Toshio's chest, the entire alien squad was wiped out.
The system notification sounded.
All participants from the alternate dimension eliminated. Special mission concluded.
In the Three Kingdoms live stream room,
Desan's expression was as disgusted as if he'd eaten. In other alien live stream rooms, everyone instantly lost their composure. Bastards! Bastards! This can't be! Bastards! This is utterly impossible. Cheating!
Those Dragon Country pigs are cheating again. He must have adjusted these monsters' stats to normal levels.
So despicable. Is that all you Dragon Country pigs know how to do? Use dirty tricks? Damn, you guys are unstoppable. What kind of twisted imagination even comes up with this crap? I'm genuinely curious.
Of course,
all of this
remained unknown to Lin Fan and his companions. As the ghost ship slowly reached its destination, an eerie gate appeared before everyone's eyes.
Is this the next challenge?
The willow spirit surveyed the area around the gate. Everything was shrouded in black mist.
Only this single gate. It stood before them, perfectly intact.
This must be the 36th door.
Lin Chen encouraged the group. Not many doors left now. Let's push through.
Right. Don't worry, Lin Fan. I know what you're thinking. Following you through these trials isn't a bad deal.
Exactly.
Seeing how understanding all the girls were, a flicker of emotion passed through Lin Fan's eyes.
Then, he strode boldly through the gate. Just like the ghost ship dungeon, the environment abruptly began to shift.
Before Lin Fan's eyes appeared an altar radiating an eerie, mystical glow. Upon this altar, a peculiar purple orb of light continuously rose and fell. Divine Fire Temple Altar.
Durability, 10,000. Description: protect the altar from demonic intrusion. You will face 9 waves of rank monsters.
Before each wave appears, the altar will grant a limited time divine artifact to repel the monsters.
Current time divine artifact, Mind Spikes. Deploy these around the altar to instantly eliminate up to 10 A rank monsters in their advance.
Each wave of monsters defeated grants the altar a portion of divine power. Accumulating sufficient divine power allows you to exchange for limited time divine artifacts.
10 A rank monsters?
Lin Fan's heart stirred. A sense of foreboding began to take hold. He began to seriously doubt that these monsters weren't just high level. Their numbers would be significantly higher.
Otherwise, the rules for this event wouldn't be so complicated.
With that thought, Lin Fan couldn't help but turn his gaze toward Ale.
Elle, you're carrying a child.
When the battle begins, focus primarily on support.
Leave the main damage output to us. These monsters are exceptionally powerful.
Lin Fan's warning instantly silenced Ale, who had been about to protest. She knew that when Lin Fan was this serious, he was absolutely not joking.
Got it. Elle nodded firmly.
Lin Fan then briefly explained the rules for this mission to everyone. Upon learning that they would face nothing but rank monsters and that protecting the altar was mandatory,
everyone's expressions grew solemn. After all, Class A monsters weren't pushovers.
Standing here made them no different from sitting ducks. The enemy was hidden while they were exposed to a highly unfavorable situation. No sooner had Lin Fan finished speaking than the black mist swirling around the altar suddenly churned violently. The ground trembled repeatedly, as if some terrifying entity was about to burst forth from the earth.
It's coming.
Lucian's expression sharpened as she raised her hands slightly. Azurewood spirit energy swirled at her fingertips, fluctuating erratically, poised to unleash at any moment. Xiao Miao's 9 tails stood rigidly erect, fur bristling, eyes fixed with intense vigilance.
Boom! A deafening explosion erupted throughout the entire space. Ash Demon Wolf. Rank A.
Combat power, 35,000.
20 Ember Demon Wolves, their bodies engulfed in black flames, burst forth from the earth. Massive in stature, drool dripped from their jaws onto the ground. Chapter 136, First Wave of Monsters, Perfect Clear.
Each was as large as a full-grown elephant, with dagger-sharp fangs. Wherever their breath touched, the air warped and twisted, scorching the ground into charred, blackened craters. These ember wolves glared savagely at the group on the altar, eyeing them like prey ready for the slaughter. From the altar's interface, Lin Fan learned that the timed artifact could only be used during a single wave of monsters.
With that realization, he made an instant decision. Activate Mind Spikes.
Lin Fan roared, activating the limited time artifact.
Golden light instantly flared around the altar as 8 massive spikes burst from the earth.
Like golden blades, they pierced straight into the sky. The first 10 ash demon wolves caught in the onslaught were pierced through before they could dodge. They let out piercing screams as black flames burned fiercely across their bodies, then dissolved into wisps of black smoke that vanished into the air.
However, the remaining 10 ember wolves showed no fear. Instead, their comrades' deaths enraged them, their eyes blazing with even greater ferocity. They roared in unison, their deafening cries making everyone's eardrums ache. Then, spreading out in a fan formation, they charged toward the altar from all directions. A scorch wolf leapt high into the air, its gaping maw snapping toward little Miao. Xiao Miao reacted swiftly, whipping her 9 tails to unleash a torrent of flames. The fiery blast collided with the black flames in the ash demon wolf's jaws, triggering a violent explosion. The powerful shockwave sent little Miao flying backward. She flipped mid-air and landed steadily, though she couldn't help but cough a few times. Lin Fan, these little wolves are strange. It's best not to engage them directly. Is that so? Then try it yourself, Willow Spirit. Lin Fan said immediately. Alright. Lucian manipulated the green vines, which coiled around the 2 ash demon wolves like giant green serpents. The thorns on the vines pierced the ash demon wolves' bodies, but the black flames on their hides swiftly ignited the vines. Lucian's brows furrowed as he channeled spiritual energy into the vines. They instantly swelled, slamming both ash demon wolves violently into the ground, leaving 2 massive craters. Something was definitely off. The flames on their bodies possessed an extremely peculiar power. Elle's hands danced, conjuring a web of hellfire that attempted to trap one of the ash wolves. But if even the Willow Spirit could barely inflict minor damage on these wolves, how much less could the weaker AEL? The Ember Demon Wolf paused only briefly before using its powerful, bizarre flame energy to break free from the bonds. It spun around and lunged toward AEL. Swish! At that very moment, Lin Fan gripped his long sword tightly, unleashing a surge of domineering spiritual energy. Golden light enveloped his entire body. A single strike proved remarkably effective. The demon wolf's head was severed cleanly in an instant. Seeing an opening, Lin Fan pressed his advantage without hesitation. His form darted like lightning toward a scorched demon wolf. His sword swung out, unleashing a golden blade of energy toward its target. The ash demon wolf sidestepped the strike, yet its claws left 3 bloody gashes on Lin Fan's arm. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Lin Fan countered with a backhand strike, driving the sword tip into the ash demon wolf's neck. Black blood gushed forth. Spiritual energy was effective against these monsters. Seeing this, the Willow Spirit did not manifest the Greenwood Spirit energy into a physical form. Instead, it shot forth directly in its pure spiritual energy form. Through their combined efforts, all 10 demon wolves soon fell dead. As the last Ember demon wolf fell, the altar emitted a blinding light and the purple orb began to violently tremble. A system notification sounded. Successfully repelled the first wave of monsters. Altered divine power accumulated to 15. Can exchange for a basic tier limited time divine item, Blazing Shield. That's it? A shadow of doubt crept into Lin Fan's mind. Though the number of monsters this time was small, their power was undeniably formidable. They were momentarily overwhelmed. If their numbers had swelled further, it would be truly unimaginable. Fortunately, this limited-time divine artifact was a shield-type item. It provided Lin Fan and his team with greater margin for error. Second wave of monsters, attack commencing. Before Lin Fan and his team could catch their breath, the next system alert sounded once more. This left Lin Fan and the women stunned. Clearly, even in the previous stages, had never featured such a breakneck pace. And now, these monsters were not only troublesome and powerful, but they also appeared so quickly. They simply don't give you time to react or think. The system alert blared like a death knell. From the black mist swirling around the altar came the clanking of chains being dragged. 50 figures slowly emerged. They were death puppets, their bodies wrapped in decaying bandages. Their eye sockets were empty, yet they glowed with an eerie green light. They wielded rusty, blood-stained battle axes, daggers studded with poison fangs, and a few even had purple magical flames dancing at their fingertips. So many. Lin Fan's expression darkened as he gripped his longsword tightly. I'll hold the front. Ale, support me. Willow Spirit, keep the vines guarding the left flank. Little Miao, provide flexible backup. Remember, don't let them attack the altar. The command barely left his lips when the death dolls erupted in a unified, shrill howl. The eerie sound was as jarring as nails scraping metal. Then, they charged forward in bizarre, contorted postures. Lin Chen channeled his spiritual energy, unleashing the 10,000 swords decision. Countless golden blades, forged from golden spiritual energy, relentlessly struck the death dolls, causing them to wail in agony. Yet, their movements showed no sign of slowing. If anything, Lin Fan's attacks seemed to accelerate their movements. Elle's hands danced, conjuring a wall of crimson hellfire that swept toward the puppet horde. The intense heat instantly ignited the bandages of the front row puppets. Yet the rear puppets shoved their comrades forward, using the burning bodies to extinguish the flames while hurling their battle axes. The battle axes traced eerie arcs through the air, cutting through the wind as they hurtled straight toward the altar. Their target had always been the altar behind Lin Fan. After all, as long as the altar's durability dropped, they would gain another point toward victory. Watch out! The Willow Spirit let out a startled cry as green vines shot out like giant serpents, coiling around 2 of the battle axes. Yet the third axe still grazed the altar's edge, leaving a scorched black trail on the purple orb. Durability, 90001W. That much durability gone in a single strike? Lin Fan's heart sank in horror, finally realizing these people weren't just skilled with weapons, they understood tactical coordination too. He couldn't afford any mistakes from here on out. Otherwise, it would spell utter doom. Amidst the swarm of death puppets, several dagger-wielding figures vanished from their positions, only to materialize behind Xiao Miao the next instant. Xiao Miao's 9 tails instantly erupted in flames, but she could only force back 2 of them. The third puppet's dagger plunged viciously into her lower back. Get lost. Chapter 137, Rewards? A divine artifact? Xiao Miao was, after all, an S-rank powerhouse. Her 9 tails coalesced into a massive vortex of flame, engulfing the ambushers within. Not a single moment of respite. As the strongest, she couldn't initiate attacks. Her primary duty remained safeguarding the altar's vicinity. But this was only the beginning. More death dolls launched their attacks. Boom! The purple flames at the fingertips of the magic-wielding dolls coalesced into fireballs, hurled furiously toward the altar. Elle continuously manipulated the hellfire, attempting to intercept the fireballs. Yet when the flames collided with the doll's purple magic, violent explosions erupted, sending shockwaves that forced her to stumble backward. Their magic is of a high level. Elle only had time to utter this warning. Hearing this, Lin Fan wasted no time, unleashing crisscrossing golden sword chi to barely cleave through several fireballs. Yet he discovered the sword chi inflicted negligible damage on the dolls. Their bodies seemed cobbled together from stone and decaying fabric. Ordinary attacks could only shatter the surface, incapable of inflicting true fatal wounds. This won't work. The greenwood vines of the willow spirit were being severed by the doll's weapons. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead. They're distracting us. Before she could finish, Lin Fan saw 10 puppets break away from the main battle on the right flank, circling toward the rear of the altar. No! They're going for the base. Lin Fan's heart raced with panic, but the frontal assault left him unable to break free. At the critical moment, Xiao Miao's true value became apparent. Her demonic beast power erupted like a volcano, unleashing a massive aura of pressure that temporarily halted most of the puppets. Seizing the opening, Lin Fan darted toward the rear like lightning, only to see a puppet already raising its dagger, poised to strike the altar. Damn it! The distance was too great. Lin Fan couldn't reach it in time. Just as the dagger was about to strike, Lin Fan hesitated not a moment. He decisively activated the flame shield he had just exchanged for. A crimson light shield rose from the altar's surface, flinging all the dolls backward. Those that touched the shield let out piercing screams as their bandages instantly burst into flames. But these crazed monsters did not retreat. Instead, they hurled the bodies of their fellow dolls at the shield, attempting to breach the defense. Madmen! They were truly insane. To shatter this altar, they'd stop at nothing. They're mad. Xiao Miao rushed over, clutching his wound, his eyes filled with shock. Lin Fan watched the dolls relentlessly smashing against the light shield, a chill rising in his heart. These monsters not only understood tactics but also showed no fear of death. Such creatures were far more terrifying than merely powerful individuals. In contrast, their current strength was severely hampered by the altar's offensive and defensive mechanics. They couldn't possibly perform at their peak. Beep. Fiery shield red alert. Imminent breakage. The light shield flickered under sustained assault, signaling imminent collapse. Lin Fan knew he had to find a breakthrough before the shield failed. He stared at the weapons in the doll's hands. The inside eye suddenly activated, revealing the doll's weaknesses directly. Lin Fan's face lit up with excitement. He immediately shouted, "Their joints are weak. Attack there." The others snapped to attention. Lucian manipulated her vines into countless spikes, targeting the doll's joints. Xiao Miao took a more violent approach, lashing out with her 9 tails like flexible whips, sweeping them all away in one sweep. Then, coordinating with Lin Fan, she struck the doll's weak points with devastating force. But this efficiency still wasn't enough. The glow of the flame shield grew weaker by the second, while the number of death dolls remained staggering. Lin Fan stared at the cracks forming on the shield, silently calculating the time. Once the shield shattered, everything would be lost. Boom! As his thoughts raced, the blazing shield let out a mournful wail. Cracks spread across its surface like a spider web. The moment the final fragment dissipated, the death dolls now free to move emitted a shrill, piercing screech. As if receiving a command, they all halted their attacks in unison. What the hell? Lin Fan's pupils contracted sharply, cold sweat beading on his sword-gripping palm. These eerie monsters formed an unnervingly precise formation, slowly gathering 100 meters away from the altar. Maddening green light flickered wildly within their hollow eye sockets, as if performing some sinister ritual. What's happening? Xiao Miao clutched her wound, her voice tinged with fear. The green vines of the willow spirit trembled slightly behind her, as if half paralyzed by this eerie aura. Her expression grew grave, they're brewing an even more terrifying attack. Everyone, be careful. Just as everyone braced for battle, a shocking scene unfolded. A puppet wielding a blood-red battle axe slowly stepped out of formation. Its movements were stiff and mechanical, yet carried an oppressive, suffocating presence. Suddenly, it swung the battle axe with brutal force, hacking down at the puppet beside it. Crack! Amid the tearing of decayed bandages, the puppet was cleaved in two. Even more revolting, the murderous puppet bent down, stuffing its comrade's severed limbs into its mouth. As it chewed, a sickening, grating crunch echoed, black liquid dripping from its corners and corroding deep hits into the ground. What the hell is it doing? Elle's face drained of color. The bizarre spectacle delivered an overwhelming shock. The other death dolls stood frozen in place, as if under a spell, watching the bloody spectacle without moving. The eerie green glow in their eyes grew increasingly intense. As each doll was devoured, the killer doll's body began to swell wildly. What had been a human-like form just moments ago now towered like a small mountain within mere seconds. Its skin stretched taut and gleaming, the bandages snapping apart inch by inch to reveal the rock-hard, charcoal-black flesh beneath. Even more terrifying, a second row of razor-sharp blades sprouted from its arms, while its legs grew densely packed spikes. Every detail radiated an eerie aura. Roar! The transformed colossal puppet unleashed a deafening roar, its sound waves spreading like tangible matter, distorting the air around the altar. With a casual swing of its arm, a purple beam of magic shot toward the altar, moving so fast it left no time to react. Boom! The beam struck the altar, causing the purple orb to violently tremble. The altar suffered severe damage. HP, 750,001,000. Damn it! Lin Fan was stunned. He never expected these dolls to have such a move. After devouring the other dolls, this giant puppet's power had clearly surged more than doubling. Chapter 138, the remaining ones, attack together. Xiao Miao unleashed all 9 tails simultaneously, sending flames like 9 fiery dragons surging toward the giant puppet's knees. However, the moment the flames touched its skin, only a wisp of smoke appeared before being extinguished by the bizarre force emanating from its surface. The giant puppet kicked out, sending a powerful blast of air that hurled little Miao flying, slamming her hard against the altar's edge. The greenwood vines of the willow spirit lashed out like a torrent, stabbing at the giant puppet's joints, only to be sliced cleanly by the blades on its arms. Worse still, the severed vines began to rot rapidly upon contact with the giant puppet's blood, emitting a foul stench. Its blood was poisonous. The willow spirit's expression changed drastically as it urgently severed the connection to the vines formed from its greenwood spirit energy. By now, the colossal puppet strode forward with each step causing the ground to tremble. It raised its massive battle axe and brought it down with brutal force toward the altar. Where the axe passed, space itself seemed to tear apart. If this blow landed, the altar would suffer a devastating hit. Durability couldn't be restored, so it absolutely couldn't be hit by this giant puppet. Several more waves of monsters were still to come. Conserving strength was paramount in this offensive-defensive battle. Lin Fan unleashed his power to its absolute limit, a golden radiance shooting skyward. He leapt forward, channeling all his strength into his longsword as he slashed toward the giant puppet's wrist. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. Lin Fan felt a tingling numbness in his palm, yet his strike had only left a faint white mark on the surface of the puppet's skin. The colossal puppet emitted a mocking, eerie laugh as its other hand lunged toward Lin Fan. At this critical moment, Ale charged forward, the crimson hellfire burning intensely around her. Lin Fan, I'll hold it off. Find your chance to attack. Her hands danced, unleashing countless fiery serpents that coiled around the giant puppet's arms, temporarily halting its movement. Yet the colossal puppet merely paused for an instant before swinging its arm back. A violet beam of magic shot toward Ale. But, at that very moment, Xiao Miao unleashed her fury. 9 tails whipped wildly through the air, churning up a fierce gale that coalesced into a colossal vortex of wind. Die! Xiao Miao's fierce cry echoed as her 9 tails lashed out like steel whips capable of tearing through the heavens, smashing toward the colossal puppet. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as the true power of an S-class warrior unleashed, blasting a massive hole through the giant puppet's body. It swayed several times before crashing to the ground, reduced to a pile of blackened debris. The system notification chimed in. Successfully defeated the second wave of monsters. Altered divine power accumulated to 80. Can now exchange for the ultimate limited edition map artifact, Chain Fire Talismans. Ha! Lin Fan was startled. Holy crap! This giant puppet monster actually provided the altar with so much divine power? This is great news. However, Lin Fan didn't immediately check the Chain Fire Talisman's attribute panel. Instead, he looked at the women with concern. How are you? Are you alright? The women shook their heads. It's fine. Just a little worried. This second wave of monsters is already this formidable, I can't even imagine what the next ones will be like. Hearing this, Lin Fan nodded in agreement. But everyone shouldn't worry too much. We've already survived 2 waves of monster attacks. With enough divine power, I can exchange for a good item. Who knows? With this level design and the offensive-defensive battle mechanics, maybe we don't even need to fight our way through from start to finish. After speaking, Lin Fan opened the attribute panel of the Chain Fire Seal, clinging to hope. Meanwhile, in the livestream chat, the Dragon Nation citizens, seeing Lin Fan's side finally safe and sound, breathed a sigh of relief. Can God Lin hold out any longer? It was rare to see Lord Lin emerge from a battle looking so battered. It was mainly because this dungeon was just too damn insane. Filled with the rank monsters, only God Lin could hold his ground here. Honestly, if those foreign scum had come here, they wouldn't even last 3 seconds against the first wave of monsters before they all went down. Damn it! Are you dragon country pigs that arrogant? Who says we ugly people can't fight? How dare you make such presumptuous assumptions? Besides, judging by the state of your Lin Fan pig right now, he's probably not doing much better. Once the final wave of monsters arrives, that pig Lin Fan is absolutely doomed. Even the first 2 waves were so tough. Once the final wave of monsters hits, won't your Dragon Nation pig Lin Fan be dead as a doornail? Indeed. The predicament Lin Fan faces is plain for all to see. Chain Fire Seal can be used infinitely within this temple instance. Instantly kills all a rank monsters. Lin Fan. What? Wait, what is this? Did I see that right? Instantly kill all a rank monsters? Awesome. So this offense-defense battle has turned into a completely hacked version for myself? No wonder these monsters are so ridiculously strong. Turns out, only the first 2 waves of monsters were meant to test the participants' strength. Once that colossal puppet is taken down, the participants' current power levels would be practically unbeatable. As the halo faded, rows of altars materialized out of thin air beside the main altar. Lin Fan nearly burst out laughing. Lin Fan, what's wrong? Xiao Miao and the others looked curiously at Lin Fan, who was trying to stifle his laughter. Nothing. Lin Fan didn't plan to reveal the truth just yet. He wanted to surprise them. Anyway, all you need to know is that you won't have to lift a finger against the monsters coming next. Ha! The ladies all looked at Lin Fan in astonishment. They won't need to fight? What does that even mean? A whirlwind of questions swirled in their minds, but seeing Lin Fan's relaxed expression, they held back from asking. Instead, they obediently waited for Lin Fan's next demonstration. For the alien scum in the live stream room, Lin Fan's actions were crystal clear. He'd been scared out of his wits. Look! Has this stupid Dragon Nation pig already lost his mind from fear? Ha! Faced with so many powerful monsters coming next, this Dragon Country pig must surely feel he can't resist, right? Hurry up and hand over all the Dragon Country pig's marriage partners to us ugly people nation. Exactly. That Dragon Country pig doesn't deserve any of this. At this moment, the third wave of monsters surged forward. Countless ghostly monsters, their bodies rendered semi-transparent, suddenly materialized all around. Faintly visible. Even their movement trails were impossible to track. Xiao Miao tentatively swiped her tail at them, only to find it pass right through the phantom's bodies. Chapter 139. Those Dragon Country pigs are cheating again. Witnessing this, the alien scum grew even more excited. Yes. Good. That's the spirit. Even S-rank power couldn't harm these monsters. This was perfect. Lin Fan pig, tell me now. What method could possibly let you survive these monsters' attacks? Tell me. Ha! Dragon Country pigs, can you even speak now? Faced with the alien scum's relentless taunts, how could the Dragon Nation's people possibly endure it? After all, every single time, these alien scum mocked relentlessly. But every single time, they never succeed. This time, the Dragon Nation's trust in Lin Fan had reached its peak. They immediately erupted in furious condemnation against that pack of foreign scum. However, as hosts, Xia Sa and Wang Bingbing still watched the footage with worried expressions. On screen, the next scene showed Lin Fan and Xiao Miao launching their attacks together. Yet they couldn't even scratch the monster's fur. In fact, they had exhausted every possible tactic. The ghostly monsters remained utterly unmoved. Facing such creatures, could Lin Fan and his group truly emerge victorious? Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing exchanged glances, seeing the worry in each other's eyes. Inside the dungeon at that very moment, after a round of probing attacks, Lin Fan and the ladies faced the monster's onslaught. Trusting Lin Fan completely, they showed no signs of panic. Instead, they began critiquing the ghostly creatures. This is bizarre. Why aren't these monsters affected by attacks? Could it be they truly lack physical form? Elle mused, if they lack substance, how exactly would we eliminate them entirely elsewhere? This question was truly thought-provoking. At that moment, Lucian spoke up, it's not entirely impossible. Among us cultivators, there exists a technique capable of directly attacking another's divine soul. However, I can't be certain whether these monsters are of the soul type. Attempting it recklessly might even cause harm to myself. Hearing this, the ladies immediately protested, forget it. But seriously, Lin Fan, do you really have a way to deal with these monsters? They just feel so eerie. Xiao Miao curled up on Lin Chen's lap and purred affectionately. Creepy? Alright, then we won't keep these monsters around for too long. A faint smile curved at the corners of Lin Fan's lips. His thoughts summoned the presence of the Tao altar. Chain fire talismans, activate. The air around the altar suddenly grew scorching hot. Dense, crimson runes surged from the ground like writhing, burning serpents, slithering toward the spectral monsters.
These runes intertwined, forming a vast net of fire that enveloped all the spectral monsters.
In an instant, the women all perked up. Eyes widened as they stared at the Tao altar, now radiating a palpable threat of death. From within it, everyone sensed an overwhelming intensity. It was a beauty born of power. Even S-rank little Miao felt a hint of apprehension toward it. What on earth is this?
A flicker of astonishment crossed Lucian's eyes. She had never witnessed such an eerie and powerful spell.
I even feel that if this series of attacks struck me, I would be severely wounded. Perhaps even killed.
Xiao Miao stopped her playful antics, eyes wide as her 9 tails instinctively bristled, sensing the intensifying fiery aura in the air.
Elle's hands trembled slightly.
She could distinctly sense that the power contained within these fire talismans far surpassed her own hellfire.
Lin Fan, this is.
She began to speak, but Lin Fan raised his hand to cut her off.
Watch closely.
Lin Fan's gaze was unwavering as his hands swiftly formed seals, murmuring incantations. As he moved, the fire talismans on the ground blazed with intense light. Flames roared from the runes, and the fiery net began to contract.
Those ghostly monsters, once impervious to blades and arrows, halted their movements in unison.
They seemed to sense danger, emitting shrill howls.
But it was all in vain.
Once the fire talisman fully enveloped them,
they were instantly dealt a devastating blow.
They thrashed frantically within the fiery net, desperately trying to break free from its bonds. They let out a series of shrill, piercing screams. Yet the fire talisman's power far exceeded their expectations. As the fiery net contracted to its limit, all the fire talismans suddenly coalesced into a colossal fireball, completely engulfing the spectral monsters.
Boom! A deafening roar erupted as the fireball detonated. Flames surged outward like a raging tide, engulfing the entire altar in crimson light.
Under the intense heat, the air warped and distorted, forcing everyone to channel their spiritual energy to shield their bodies. The spectral monsters let out piercing screams within the flames, their bodies rapidly dissipating into wisps of black smoke. Originally eerie and impervious to ordinary attacks, they were utterly helpless against the terrifying power of the chained fire talismans.
How could this be possible? Meanwhile,
in the live stream room, the alien scum stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Those who had just been mocking wildly now turned deathly pale, their voices trembling.
Those monsters couldn't even be harmed by S-rank power. How could they be taken down by this bizarre thing? You Dragon Country people still dare claim you're not cheating now? Aren't they supposed to be invulnerable monsters? How did that pig Lin Fan just one-shot them? And when the hell did this weird thing even show up? You Dragon Country pig participants aren't even bothering to act anymore, you're just straight up cheating now? Boycott! We demand a boycott! We want fairness, you bastards!
Inside the Three Kingdoms live stream room, Dason slumped in his chair, not even noticing the microphone slipping from his hand. The know-it-all from Ugly People's Country, the palm reader from Benzi Country.
At this very moment, watching the flames rage across the screen, their minds went completely blank. No way! You can one-shot this kind of boss? What the hell is this thing? Lin Shin is the best. I knew God Lin had a solution. Those alien bastards must have their faces swollen from the beating. That chain fire spell is so badass. It one-shot the monsters. Ah! Lin Shin, you're such an awesome little cake. Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing's worried expressions gave way to delighted smiles. Chapter 140, The Final Wave. Massive Rewards. Xiao Sa waved his arms excitedly, everyone watching.
Lin Fan has created another miracle. Using unimaginable methods, he completely annihilated those seemingly invincible ghost monsters.
What is the might of the Dragon Nation? This is it.
Wang Bingbing nodded repeatedly, her eyes brimming with admiration.
Lin Fan always brings us surprises. Teacher Xiao Sa, what do you think? If Lin Fan keeps progressing at this pace, could he actually break through the entire world of this matchmaking game? It's not impossible. Xiao Sa declared with unwavering certainty.
If that day ever comes, I swear I'll write a blood oath demanding Lord Lin purge the Dragon Nation of those foreign scum, especially the perverts and ugly people from those nations.
Oh? Why's that?
Wang Bingbing stifled a chuckle, feigning ignorance.
Xiao Sa declared with righteous indignation, because those foreign scum keep yelling in our live stream room.
The moment those words left his mouth,
it worked like a charm. In the live stream chat,
the voices of those foreign scum suddenly grew much quieter. Inside the instance, the flames gradually dissipated, leaving a lingering smell of scorched air.
As for that horde of spectral monsters, they were utterly obliterated by the chain of fire talismans. Not only were the viewers stunned, even the ladies watching this scene were utterly taken aback. After all, they had struggled immensely just to handle the previous wave of monster attacks. Now, they'd wiped out every single monster in an instant? What the hell is this? Lin Fan, is this the surprise you promised us? How did you pull this off? Lucian exclaimed in astonishment.
Lin Fan gave a mysterious smile, looking at the women with a gentle expression. It's a limited edition divine artifact exchanged from the altar. But unlike the divine items we've used before, this one lasts until the dungeon time ends.
Its effects are utterly insane. It can instantly obliterate a rank monsters on the spot. Wow!
The women all let out a collective gasp.
Their shock and delight were utterly unmasked. Instant kills on a rank monsters? This power is nothing short of godlike. No wonder all the ladies present felt a profound threat of death the moment the Dao altar opened. Even S-rank Xiao Miao was no exception. So that's why it had such devastating effects. So does that mean we can just relax and wait for the dungeon to end without risking our lives?
Little Miao asked, her big, sparkling eyes blinking.
Exactly.
Lin Fan nodded with a smile.
Yay!
Xiao Miao was overjoyed, hanging onto Lin Fan's neck and celebrating non-stop. Ever since we entered this dungeon, it feels like such a long time has passed.
I haven't had a moment to properly spend time with you. Now we finally have the chance.
Xiao Miao's words made Lin Fan both amused and touched.
Silly girl.
Then, Lucian tentatively suggested. Lin Fan nodded readily.
Of course. Let's seize this rare chance to relax together and unwind. It's like watching a show, why not enjoy it? Yay! Next, the monster waves continued their relentless invasion. Wave after wave. Each wave brings far more monsters than the last. The mechanics keep changing too. Some granted physical immunity. Instant death. Some are magic immune. Still one-shot kills. No wave of monsters could withstand even a single second against these Gatling fire talismans blazing with blue light. And to the eyes of the alien scum, they've grown numb. Numb. No joke. They were genuinely numb.
If magic immunity and physical immunity are the most powerful mechanics-based monsters, then the existence of chain fire seals
is like stomping the gimmick monster flat underfoot and grinding it into the dirt. No matter what kind of gimmick you are. Once the fire talisman strikes, you're dead? If not now, then later. That's how utterly dominant it is. Soon, after the final wave of thousands of rank monsters was slain,
the system notification sounded.
Temple offensive defensive battle instance successfully cleared. 3 minutes remain before teleportation to the next instance.
During this period, divine power values granted by monsters may continue to be exchanged for certain items at the altar.
Ha! Hearing this, Lin Fan's interest was instantly piqued. Holy crap! You can actually take it with you?
Glancing at the altar's divine power meter, it had already reached a terrifying maximum value 1000%. Lin Fan immediately searched the altar's exchange page for the chain fire talismans.
But unfortunately,
even after the instance ended, the chain fire talisman's usage restriction remained. It could only be used within the temple offensive defensive battle instance.
If taken outside, the chain fire talisman would lose its inherent function. Without its god-tier power and instant kill mechanism, the chain fire talisman itself became utterly useless. With this realization, Lin Fan shifted his gaze to the other rows. For instance, magic crystals. Magic crystal. Upon use, allows the user to leapfrog one minor realm in level. Lin Fan calculated his divine power points just enough to exchange for 5. What was there to wait for? Lin Fan immediately chose to exchange them. With this, even the weakest members of their team L and Shaoqing would become A rank powerhouses. And S rank powerhouses could be boosted to a full 3. How terrifying was that prospect? Lin Fan couldn't even begin to imagine it. After distributing the magic crystals to the women and explaining their effects, they too wore expressions of delight. Take Xiao Miao, for instance, she was already at the S rank level. After consuming the magic crystal stone, she could achieve true S rank. As for Lin Fan and Lucian, they too could instantly reach the terrifying S rank tier. Never mind anything else. Just imagine this lineup charging into a dungeon. What the hell is there to fear? It gives us even more confidence to push through and clear the entire dungeon in one go, right? Suddenly, the system notification sounded again. Congratulations to marriage participant Lin Fan for successfully entering the countdown room. Those who reach this point will learn the nature of the final reward. Reward 1, a vampire fortress with favorable sentiment toward humans descends upon the participant's nation. Reward 2, a vampire cultivation sanctuary descends upon the participant's nation. Humans entering it may practice the blood calligraphy sect. Reward 3, receive the favor and adoration of the vampire clan within the marriage game. Reward 4, the opportunity to marry a vampire princess empress with guaranteed 100% affection. For rank, S class. Chapter 141, Everyone's a powerhouse, why should I fear you? When the 3 minutes concluded, Lin Fan and his 2 companions immediately felt a sensation of weightlessness wash over them from their feet. The next second, they found themselves standing before a door shrouded in complete darkness. Outside this door, a notice board covered in bold black text. Once you step inside, you will face your greatest fear. Let's go. No one paid the sign any mind. The moment the door opened, the surrounding space twisted into a vortex, engulfing everyone in blinding white light. When their vision cleared, they found themselves suspended in a chaotic void, churning black mist beneath their feet, shattered fragments of light above their heads, as if trapped in the crevices of memory. As Elle began to speak, he was cut off by a wave of intense dizziness. Countless images suddenly flooded their minds, as if countless movie scenes had been forcibly crammed into their heads. Buried memories surged forth like a tidal wave. Lin Fan saw his own clumsy beginnings in the marriage game, witnessed scene after scene of life and death struggles against alien races. In Lucian's mind, scenes of drinking and revelry with old Taoist friends surfaced, only to instantly transform into the horrific moment when her flesh was torn apart by a sneak attack from her enemy. Before Xiaoqing's eyes, countless soldiers brandished their weapons, surrounding her at the center. Cold, gleaming blades pierced her body without mercy. Countless scenes unfolded, encapsulating every major event in their lives. Moments of joy, sorrow, agony, and the most dreaded. All surfaced in their minds. Chaotic and disordered fragments of memory echoed endlessly within their minds. In an instant, such an intense and unreasonable violent impact left everyone frozen in place. Time ticked by second. Expressions of varying degrees of shock appeared on each face. No! Xiaoqing let out a piercing scream. The usually expressionless and composed Xiaoqing suddenly knelt on the ground, completely exposing the terror within her heart. Deep within each person's heart lay memories they wished to forget. And Xiaoqing, in her lifetime. The cause of her death, the gruesome manner of her demise. Even now, transformed into a zombie maiden, they still haunted her. Meanwhile, Xiao Miao also faced misfortune. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Though her spirit remained pure, her eyes welled up upon seeing the faces of her parents and siblings, her 9 tails trembling slightly. Just as everyone was immersed in the waves of memory, a chilling laughter echoed from the void. Countless figures slowly materialized from the black mist. These undead beings bore an uncanny resemblance to the people in their memories, yet their eyes flickered with a cold, eerie light. Lin Fan's eyes snapped open. He realized with a start that he was now trapped in a desolate, isolated space. Xiao Miao, the willow spirit, and the others had vanished from his surroundings. But before him, dense ranks of alien figures brandished weapons, none other than the participants from the Ugly People Nation, the Benzi Nation, and the 3 nations he had slain during the marriage game. Recalling the notice board he'd seen before entering the room, Lin Fan began to suspect he was now deeply trapped within an illusion. Bastards! Lin Fan, I'll make you pay with your blood. Before Lin Fan, the undead swarmed toward him all at once. Meanwhile, on the other side, the women's situation was hardly any better. Lucian's enemy grinned maliciously, his magical artifact glowing with an eerie light, while her former Dao companion looked utterly heartbroken, as if she were the traitor. Before Ale, the hellish demon king opened its gaping maw, while the succubi of the demon clan looked at her with utter disdain. Xiaoqing faced an army identical to the one etched in her memory, the thunderous beat of war drums piercing the heavens. Lin Fan reacted first. Clenching his weapon, spiritual energy surged within him, merely illusory shadows, a bunch of private entities, and you dare try to stop me? With a thunderous roar, he charged at the undead hordes, his golden sword chi slicing through the air, instantly slaying several undead from the Ugly People's kingdom. Yet the fallen spirits immediately re-emerged from the black mist, seemingly endless. And at that very moment, the illusory realms began to interconnect. Willow Spirit, Little Miao, Little Qing, Lin Fan. Before them all, they each faced countless terrors drawn from the deepest recesses of their own hearts. The Willow Spirit stared at the face of her enemy, anger and fear intertwining within her heart. She drew a deep breath, greenwood spirit energy surging around her as vines coiled like dragons, striking toward her enemy. Yet as the vines touched the enemy's body, memories of their past shared cultivation flashed through her mind, causing her movements to falter. Seizing the opportunity, the enemy launched an attack. A black beam struck Lucian, sending her flying backward, blood spurting from her mouth. Willow Spirit! Lin Fan shouted, rushing to her aid, only to be entangled by a horde of undead from the Benzi kingdom. Their katana blades whirled in a dense, impenetrable storm, each edge coated in deadly poison. The slightest misstep meant certain death. Within the illusion, these once weak foreign scum now moved with fierce, powerful energy. Facing the Hell Lord and the succubi, the flames of hell flickered unsteadily in Ale's hands. But when her gaze shifted toward Lin Fan's side, her unwavering resolve crystallized instantly. I am no longer that little succubus who lets herself be bullied, she declared through gritted teeth. Her hands danced, and crimson flames coiled into a massive fire serpent, lunging toward the hellish demon king. Yet the succubi's mocking laughter pierced her heart like sharp blades, slowing and weakening her attack. Xiaoqing faced the most dire situation, overwhelmed by a tidal wave of undead soldiers. Though her ghostly flames could scorch the undead, their sheer numbers quickly engulfed her. No! I cannot be killed by them again. Xiaoqing's voice trembled with tears, yet she fought desperately, her ghostly flames exploding relentlessly among the soldiers. Xiao Miao watched the figures of her parents and siblings, tears blurring her vision. I'm sorry, but you really are fake, she whispered softly, slowly raising her 9 tails, though their force was nowhere near as fierce as before. Her parents' eyes brimmed with disappointment, and her siblings began to accuse her of weakness. This made Xiao Miao's movements grow slower and slower. Everyone, pull yourselves together. None of this is real. Lin Fan shouted as he fought. This is all an illusion. We fought our way through every level to get here, not to be defeated by the psychological shadows of those we've already conquered. Lin Fan's voice rang out like the brightest blossoms of spring. It instantly blossomed in everyone's hearts. Yes. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Lucian found her courage once more. Recalling the hardships she'd endured along the way and the days she'd fought shoulder to shoulder with Lin Fan and the others, the fear in her heart gradually gave way to resolve. Chapter 142, Countdown Stage 2, Necromancer. No one, absolutely no one can disturb me now. She roared, and the greenwood vines coalesced into a sharp spear, thrusting straight toward the enemy's heart. The moment the spear pierced the undead's body, a piercing scream erupted as it dissolved into a wisp of green smoke. And her former Dao companion, under her unwavering gaze, slowly faded away. On Elle's side. Just as the hellfire threatening to consume her was about to be extinguished by the Demon King, Lin Fan's image flashed through her mind. Lin Fan was now her entire world. If she were to lose again to her memories, how utterly disappointed Lin Fan would be. I will no longer fear you, she murmured. Suddenly, her eyes turned icy cold. The hellfire surged violently, forming a massive vortex of flames that engulfed the Hell King and the Succubus tribe members. The undead writhed in agony within the flames, ultimately reduced to ashes. Xiaoqin gazed at the dense ranks of undead soldiers surrounding her, her ghostly flames suddenly turning a deep, eerie blue. She recalled every moment since her rebirth with her companions, remembering the warmth and strength they had given her. I am no longer that helpless Xiaoqin, she declared, tears welling in her eyes. Her voice was filled with resolve as the ghostly flame transformed into countless tiny sparks, burrowing into the soldiers' bodies and consuming them from within. Xiao Miao watched as the figures of her parents and siblings gradually faded into ethereal shadows, wiping away her tears. I must grow stronger to protect Lin Fan. I won't always be the one needing protection. Her 9 tails blazed with intense light as she swung them at the undead spirits resembling her family. The light swords flashed, and the spirits vanished one by one. Xiao Miao's gaze grew even more resolute. Nice work. Then next, I'll kill you all again. Facing the fragments of memory deep within her heart, only these worthless scraps appeared. They were utterly useless against Lin Fan. Facing the relentlessly regenerating undead hordes, Lin Fan's every swing of his blade instantly cleaved through vast numbers of them. With each vanishing specter, their presence dimmed further. As the last undead faded away, the black mist in the void gradually dissipated. Everyone gradually returned to the real world. Everyone, okay? Lin Fan exhaled, his gaze filled with concern as he looked at the women. Unexpectedly, the women's expressions were unusually relaxed. What a relief. A knot that's troubled me for years. The willow spirit smiled once more, and this time, her eyes held a newfound resolve. Like Lucian. The others felt the same way. Memories are indeed terrifying demons. But the beauty of the present is the best weapon. In the live stream room, Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing couldn't help but gasp in shock. It must be said that this challenge, setting aside its danger, held immense educational value. Wang Bingbing nodded in strong agreement. Faced with the torment of memories, would we still bravely reach out our hands like we do now? I don't know if I could truly do it, but Lin Fan and the others have genuinely achieved it. Perhaps this is precisely why Lin Fan and his team keep ascending to the pinnacle in this matchmaking game. Damn, I've truly gained so much from this. Honestly, I've been stuck in a cycle of self-sabotage these past few years. Truly, Lin Shan's breakthrough this time has even convinced my own heart. Even Lin Fan himself hadn't anticipated it. He simply cleared the stage. Yet in doing so, he inadvertently gave the youth of the Dragon Nation a massive boost of encouragement. At that moment, after the illusion dungeon concluded, there was no time for the group to rest. The scene shifted once more. The 38th door. The undead chamber. The moment they entered the 38th door's instance, a bone-chilling cold seeped into their very marrow like a tangible substance, as if their souls were being frozen solid. Hiss. In what felt like an instant, the group sensed an intense, unfamiliar sensation. Especially in this eerie environment, it felt utterly jarring. Thick black mist churned within the chamber, the air thick with the putrid stench of decay mingled with the nauseating stench of corpse poison. Layers upon layers of bleached bones piled up like mountains on the floor, while ghostly green flames flickered erratically on the walls, casting the entire space in a sinister, hellish glow. Each bone glowed with an eerie, ghostly light, revealing traces of black corpse wax congealed between the gaps, remnants left behind after countless souls had their life force drained. The necropolis. Lin Fan showed no surprise. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings and nodded. The atmosphere here is quite impressive. Was this really the time for such remarks? Lucian was speechless. The women were speechless too. Lin Fan's thick skin left everyone momentarily at a loss for words. Boom! At that moment, in the center of the room, a crimson throne slowly rose into the air. A necromancer clad in black robes held a staff inlaid with a skull. The skull's hollow eye sockets flickered with crimson light, like two dancing flames from the underworld. Beneath his feet lay a bone platform constructed from countless miniature skulls. Dark purple runes swirled across its surface, flickering on and off in a rhythmic pulse like the rise and fall of breath. Fragile ants, this shall be your final resting place. His voice was low and raspy, dripping with endless scorn and murderous intent, echoing throughout the room. Each word seemed to carry a curse, sending chills down the spine. The air still held traces of the black mist he had exhaled as he. The black mist he exhaled while speaking lingered, as he shifted his stance with each utterance. Rumble. Rumble. Eerily, wherever the necromancer passed, the white bones scattered across the floor began to stir slowly, as if responding to their master's call. Awaken! My most loyal servants. No sooner had the words left his lips than the necromancer slammed his staff forcefully into the ground. A thunderous boom shook the entire chamber, causing the floor to ripple like waves. Only then did Lin Fan and his companions realize that the floor of this room was actually composed of layer upon layer of shattered white bones. Consider this, the room's dimensions stretched at least 100 meters in length. The bone-paved floor was impossible to notice at first glance. Such a thing was utterly astonishing. Just imagine how many skeletons it would take to assemble such a colossal scale. Back up! Lin Fan grabbed the women and retreated rapidly backward. The very spot they had just occupied a second earlier. Suddenly, a skeletal arm emerged from the ground, bursting through the earth. Indeed, countless white bones soon erupted from the earth, guided by some mysterious, strange force, rapidly assembling themselves in midair. In the blink of an eye, a horde of skeleton warriors appeared before the group, wielding rust-stained weapons and with eerie green flames flickering in their eyes. Necromancer. Rank S. Combat power 60,000. Skeleton warrior. Level A. Combat power 40,000. Chapter 143 Skeleton Dragon. Sovereign of all souls. Black chains coiled around the joints of these skeleton warriors, emitting a jarring clatter with every movement. At first glance, bronze bells engraved with incantations dangled from the chains' ends. The sound of these bells swaying could subtly unsettle one's mind. Suddenly, a deafening roar tore through the air as a colossal skeleton dragon slowly materialized from the black mist. Looking up toward the sky, a colossal figure soared through the sky at incredible speed. The gaze it cast upon the crowd was unmistakably the same as if looking upon the dead. A dragon. Yet it was but an empty shell of bones. Even so, the overwhelming aura radiating from it was enough to intimidate many. It obediently settled at the necromancer's feet, its colossal form nearly obscuring the sky. Its bones glinted with a cold, icy sheen, each one seemingly imbued with the power of destruction. Its massive wingspan stretched tens of meters, the edges lined with jagged bone spines. As its wings beat, the gale it stirred whipped everyone's garments into a fluttering frenzy. Black flames erupted from its dragon's maw like surging tidal waves. Wherever it passed, the ground instantly corroded into bottomless pits, from which dark, toxic smoke rose in wisps. Embedded in the dragon's skull was a dark purple crystal, within which the faint, twisted struggle of a soul could be glimpsed. The sight left everyone momentarily stunned. A dragon? Is this? Asked the willow spirit curiously. Lin Fan, this doesn't look like any dragon I've ever seen. Of course. This is a Western dragon. The ones you know are Eastern divine dragons. Though both are dragons, the difference is vast. Oh, I see. The two bantered back and forth, completely ignoring the necromancer. The necromancer watched his masterpiece, painstakingly crafted over years, dissolve before Lin Fan as if it were air. His face flushed crimson on the spot. You damned invaders! Damned! 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 Damn it! Shut the hell up! I'll kill you right now! Lin Fan roared, prioritizing these minions. Power erupted instantly. As spiritual energy surged forth, the 10,000 swords art coalesced almost instantly, enveloping him in golden light as dazzling as the sun. He swung his long sword, slashing through the air with such force that it screamed with a piercing roar. Several skeleton warriors were instantly sliced into fragments. But the severed skeletal fragments began rapidly reassembling upon hitting the ground. Black viscous fluid oozed from the fractures, accelerating the regeneration process. Xiao Miao's 9 tails surged forward simultaneously with blinding speed and unimaginable force. As they streaked through the air, sparks began to flicker along the tails. By the end, the flames born of sheer speed and force grew ever larger. They blazed fiercely, transforming into 9 searing fire dragons that swept toward the skeleton warriors. Any skeleton warrior struck by this assault was reduced to a skeleton, engulfed in flames. Gah! The drum tower soldiers let out piercing screams amidst the flames, swiftly reduced to ashes. Yet, unexpectedly, new skeleton warriors emerged like an endless tide, continuously surfacing from beneath the earth, relentlessly charging toward the group. From the depths below came the sound of chains dragging, as if a more powerful entity was about to awaken. No problem, we just keep killing. If we can't wipe them out completely, it means this bastard can be summoned without any conditions, then we'll figure out another way. Alright. Watch my back. Lucian manipulated the green vines, attempting to entangle the skeleton dragon's wings and restrict its movement. The vines shot out like giant green serpents, coiling tightly around the dragon's wings. Truly, it was a case of the small devouring the great. Even vines resembling giant serpents possessed the power to drag the dragon from the sky. But unexpectedly, facing the willow spirit's assault, the dragon neither dodged nor evaded. Instead, the thick aura of death emanating from its body swiftly corroded the vines like a deadly poison. The once vibrant green vines instantly withered to a sickly yellow, then snapped cleanly in two with a sharp crack. The broken vine fragments fell to the ground, where eerie black mushrooms began to sprout. As the mushrooms burst open, they released hallucinogenic spores. This dragon's power far exceeded expectations. Ordinary attacks couldn't harm it at all. Moreover, whether due to its own strength or the influence of this necromancer, the aura and power emanating from them both felt eerily strange. The willow spirit shouted, her forehead beaded with sweat, calmly relaying every piece of intelligence she had gathered. Her vines still carried the dragon's death aura, slowly corroding her spiritual energy channels. Elle's hands danced, conjuring a wall of crimson hellfire that blazed fiercely, forming a massive barrier to block the skeleton warrior's advance. Then, as long as they don't touch us, it'll be fine. Foolish, utterly foolish. Seeing this, the necromancer's lips curled into a cold smile. With a light flick of his staff, a black spell shot toward the wall of fire like a bolt of dark lightning. Boom! Unexpectedly, the necromancer's attack shattered the wall of fire in an instant, dimming the hellfire's brilliance under the overwhelming force. Aile's face turned as pale as paper. Staggering backward, she stumbled repeatedly. Seizing the moment, a skeleton warrior's long sword sliced past her shoulder, tearing a long gash in her clothing as blood seeped through. The blood at the wound's edge turned an eerie black, a sign of corruption by corpse poison. Elle instinctively smashed the skeleton soldier's skull with a punch, but a corresponding sign appeared on the knuckles of her fist. Xiaoqing's ghostly flames flickered around her as she attempted to strike the skeleton dragon's eyes with them, only to be forced back repeatedly by the black flames the dragon spewed. I refuse to believe it. Under her control, the ghostly flames fiercely clashed with the skeleton warriors and the black flames, but each collision drained her energy. Upon contact with the black flames, her ghostly fire began to emit a wailing sound, as if cowed by this malevolent force. After all, there was still a gap between two A-rank opponents. Quickly dispatching her would be no simple task. This couldn't go on. The necromancer had to be taken down first. Lin Fan shouted immediately, Xiaoqing, go help Ale. Protect him. I've got this. Get out of here. Just as Lin Fan moved to close in on the necromancer. Yet the necromancer seemed to read his mind. With another swing of his staff, a dense swarm of bone spears erupted from the air, raining down upon the group like hailstones. The bone spears moved with blinding speed, their whistling piercing the air. Everyone scrambled to dodge using their agility skills, the scene descending into chaos. After landing, the bone spears transformed into bone spiders, crawling toward the group. Viscous spider silk sprayed from the joints of their legs. Once caught in the web, movement became sluggish. The spell was devious and clingy. This left Lin Fan with a major headache. Chapter 144, Countdown Final Stage, Blood God's Phantom. Lin Fan, I'll distract the dragon. Find an opening to attack the mage. Xiao Miao roared, whipping her 9 tails into a colossal fiery vortex as she charged toward the skeleton dragon. The fiery vortex collided violently with the dragon's black flames, triggering a massive explosion. The skeleton dragon couldn't withstand such force. It let out a wail of agony. Even several massive white bones from its skeletal frame shattered and fell to the ground. I'll cover you. The willow spirit launched another attack, transforming its green vines into countless sharp thorns that rained down upon the necromancer like a storm. Unfazed, the necromancer casually waved his staff, instantly summoning a black barrier that deflected every single spike. Immediately after, he chanted incantations, casting a vicious necromantic spell. Countless black tentacles suddenly surged from the ground, coiling around Willow Spirit's body like venomous snakes. The deathly aura emanating from the tentacles corroded Willow Spirit's body like venomous snakes. Her face turned deathly pale, and channeling her spiritual energy grew increasingly difficult. Each breath felt like her internal organs were being torn apart. The tentacles were covered in suction cups, each greedily draining her vitality. Strange, bluish patterns began to emerge on her skin. Willow Spirit. Lin Fan's heart burned with urgency. He swung his long sword, severing several tentacles in a desperate attempt to rush to her aid. But at that moment, the skeleton warriors, controlled by the necromancer. They surged forward like a tidal wave, surrounding him and pinning him down. Don't worry, I'm here. Seeing this, Ale unleashed his most powerful hellfire spell with all his might. The flames surged toward the skeleton warriors like a raging tide, buying Lin Fan some precious time. Where the flames collided with the skeleton warriors, corrosive black sparks splattered, landing on the ground and burning small holes. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan darted toward the necromancer like lightning. However, the necromancer was prepared. He swung his staff once more, conjuring a colossal skeletal spider out of thin air. The spider's 8 long legs were studded with sharp bone spines. Energy gathered in its mouth, and the silk it spat was not only incredibly tough but also highly poisonous. The skeleton spider swung its long legs, launching a fierce assault at Lin Fan. Lin Fan dodged left and right, his sword slashing relentlessly. Yet the silk proved troublesome once it coiled around his blade, his attacks slowed. Worse, the venom in the silk steadily corroded both his weapon and his flesh. Dense cracks began to appear on his sword's surface. Corroded by the venom, even his arm gradually lost sensation. Damn it! Lin Fan was utterly frustrated. The necromancer, to be honest, wasn't particularly powerful. But there was one problem, and it was glaringly obvious. While these summoned creatures posed little individual threat, the necromancer seemed capable of summoning them without limit. The endless stream of enemies rapidly drained their stamina and spiritual energy. Lin Fan resolved to take the risk and close in, aiming to kill the necromancer outright. He gathered all his strength and charged toward the necromancer like a ghostly apparition. How naive, human. A sinister smile curled the necromancer's lips as his staff whirled rapidly, casting a mysterious spell in an instant. A powerful force repelled Lin Fan, while a black beam struck him, leaving a deep gash that exposed bone. Blood gushed forth. The blood from the wound, upon contact with the air, transformed into a black mist that swirled around him, obscuring his vision. Worse still, the necromancer's body suddenly split into 10 identical figures, each mirroring the original. Even with Inside Eye activated, it was impossible to distinguish the true form. At that very moment, they simultaneously swung their wands, summoning more and more powerful creatures. A barrage of bizarre spells rained down upon the group. In an instant, the room was overrun by monsters, magical lights flickered everywhere, and the group found themselves in an unprecedented crisis. These duplicates were surrounded by shadowy apparitions, within which the faces of the living beings they had slaughtered kept flickering, emitting shrill wails that unsettled the minds of the crowd. Cry. Wail. Despair at the existence of the undead lord. Humans, this is your fate. No. The necromancer is not as invincible as he claims. Lin Fan suddenly noticed that although the necromancer had many duplicates, one figure's staff glowed brighter than the others when casting spells. Could it be that one was the necromancer's true form? Realizing this, he felt a surge of inspiration and shouted, "Attack the clone with the brightest red glow." That might be the key. Hearing this, the others scrutinized the scene and finally detected something unusual. The rune glow beneath the clone Lin Fan pointed out was exceptionally blinding, starkly contrasting with the faint, flickering runes beneath the other clones. Upon hearing this, the group immediately concentrated their attacks on that particular clone. Lin Fan condensed his spiritual energy into a massive light sword and swung it toward the clone. To enhance the penetrating power of his strike, Lucian manipulated the green with spiritual energy, transforming it into a massive spear that shot forward at incredible speed. It pierced toward the clone with blinding speed. As expected, the attack was too swift. The necromancer's physical form was utterly fragile. Even if he saw it coming, evasion was utterly impossible. The spear pierced first, exposing a fatal opening. Then, the blade roared like a dragon, plunging into the fray. Ah! The necromancer let out a scream more piercing than a wail. That clone was finally shattered. The shattered clone dissolved into black smoke. From within the smoke came the necromancer's furious roar. As the smoke dissipated, an eerie black rune remained on the ground, still slowly rotating and radiating an ominous aura. Victory? Before the live stream, countless viewers watched the scene unfold. Many had their boxed meals go cold in their hands. Yet they still couldn't process what had just happened. Because this battle was simply too spectacular and intense. So much so that they couldn't help but get swept up in it, asking on behalf of Lin Fan and the others, "Did you win? What the hell is this necromancer thing? Why is it so weak? I told you to take down Lin Fan. Not to get your ass kicked. Disgraceful. Absolutely disgraceful. Does this even deserve to be called a necromancer? If I'd gone up against him, I'd have been way more effective than this necromancer." Seeing the necromancer dead, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. No! The willow spirits suddenly shouted in warning. These summoned beasts show no signs of having lost their instincts. I can sense the power of the necromancer still lingering within their bodies. Upon realizing this, everyone was startled. Yet they suddenly noticed the necromancer's other avatars remained completely unscathed. Moreover, they were continuously summoning new monsters. Chapter 145, Fighting to the Very End. Ha! Foolish humans. Do you truly believe you can pinpoint where my true form lies? At this very moment, the necromancer's voice echoed relentlessly throughout the entire environment. It was clear to hear. The necromancer's voice was emanating from within the body of each summoned creature. Lin frowned. This guy's spells were also bizarre and unpredictable. Now, the necromancer's true form could now shift at will, hiding within an endless array of summoned creatures, ensuring his soul would never perish. No matter which target they attacked, they could never truly harm the necromancer's true form. When those summons were struck, the ghostly green flames in their eyes would briefly dim, while the flame in one of the necromancer's duplicates would instantly flare up, revealing the trail of the true form's shift. Though the pattern is known. But the necromancer's speed was simply too swift. It was utterly impossible to pinpoint him in time. Ha! Humans, have you run out of tricks? The necromancer's arrogant laughter echoed relentlessly throughout the entire dungeon instance. Meanwhile, in the livestream chat, the hearts of the Dragon Nation's citizens couldn't help but skip a beat. This necromancer's spells were proving to be a real pain in the ass. Yeah, we can't even pin down his true form. Plus, he keeps summoning these monsters non-stop. Simply put, unless we can instantly wipe out both the necromancer and all his summons at once, he'll always have the power to fight back. Wait, isn't Xiao Miao already S rank now? Shouldn't wiping out this monster be a piece of cake? Right. I almost forgot. Damn it. No wonder they say you dragon country pigs are all a bunch of pigs. Is S rank really that powerful? Does it guarantee victory over this necromancer? Instant kill? You really live up to your name, you bunch of dragon country pigs. Where'd you get such overconfidence? Inside the dungeon environment. Sure enough. Not a trace of panic flashed across Lin Fan's face. Instead, he turned his gaze directly toward Xiao Miao. Well then, Xiao Miao, let's wrap this up quickly. Fine, Xiao Miao pouted, then smiled again. I was hoping to play a little longer. Lucian froze, her eyes narrowing with curiosity as she turned to the pair. What new scheme are you two hatching now? Lin Fan flashed a mysterious smile. You'll see in a moment. Oomph. Watch me. Xiao Miao's eyes sharpened. Her 9 tails blazed with intense light and her aura surged explosively. An overwhelming, suffocating demonic power blossomed forth at that moment, revealing itself. Ancient cat god totems materialized around her, each representing one of the 9 lives of the cat. Now, they all ignited, unleashing world-shattering power. In an instant, Xiao Miao's 9 tails transformed into 9 colossal flame dragons, each radiating an aura of world-ending destruction. The flaming dragons roared as they charged in all directions. Wherever they struck, whether skeletal warriors, skeletal dragons, skeletal spiders, or the necromancer's avatars. Witnessing this scene, they all felt a profound terror seep deep into their very souls. All screamed piercingly in the flames, instantly reduced to ashes. What is this? The necromancer's voice lost its composure, replaced by sheer terror. The room's temperature skyrocketed as black smoke billowed, the entire space seemingly about to be engulfed by flames. Golden flames blazed upon the scales of the fire dragon. Wherever it passed, space itself began to warp and distort. Even the necromancer's black magical glow vanished instantly upon contact with the flames. Under the raging flames, the necromancer could no longer conceal his true form. Forced to retreat, he transformed into a shadowy figure and slipped out of the summoned beast's body. His form flickered within the flames, his face twisted in terror. But, the moment he materialized, he realized he was going to die. You're out, right? Lin Fan seized the moment, channeling his last ounce of strength. Golden light and spiritual energy fused perfectly as his long sword shot toward the necromancer like a golden lightning bolt. Ah! The necromancer let out a desperate scream. Under the dual assault of flames and sword energy, his body gradually dissipated, ultimately turning into a wisp of black smoke that vanished into thin air. With the necromancer's vanishing, all summoned creatures in the room ceased their actions, crumbling into piles of white bones scattered across the floor. In the live stream, the bullet comments from the alien scum vanished without a trace. Xiao Miao's overwhelming power silenced every last doubt. S rank isn't powerful? Who said S rank isn't powerful? Isn't it a breeze to take down an A rank? I finally get it. Lin Fan and his crew have reached such an insanely high level that it's impossible for anyone to grasp their true power. Yeah, look at these guys, they can't even take down a B rank monster, yet they're here looking down on S rank? Tell me that's not laughable. Absolute idiocy. If Lin Fan were to return to the real world, who knows if these alien scum wouldn't themselves in terror. Damn it. After the connection was established among the undead, the rewards provided by the dungeon appeared before everyone's eyes. Reward, 1S rank skill, Wrath of the Thunder God. Summon thunder with spiritual energy, unleashing the wrath of heaven. Countless bolts strike the target, instantly obliterating opponents. S rank skill. Holy crap! Lin Fan's eyes lit up instantly. Especially when he saw the latter part of the skill description, dealing triple damage to undead, evil, and necromantic monsters. Lin Fan couldn't hold back any longer. Great! You see, he himself carried divine power, granting him a damage bonus against such monsters. And now, he'd actually been granted such a divine skill. It could be said to have boosted Lin Fan's current strength by several fold. The women approached curiously to examine it, but unfortunately, aside from the willow spirit, none of them could understand it. I wonder if this skill can be shared for others to learn. It's incredibly powerful. Lucian, come with me first, let's study it together for a while. Lin Fan suggested. Lucian smiled and shook her head. No, I'm not really suited for this type of cultivation technique. Everyone has their own unique abilities and styles. Upon hearing Lucian's words, Lin Fan didn't insist any further. Nodding, he immediately chose to learn. Chapter 146, The Thrill Begins. Fierce battle against the Blood God's Phantom. The skill instantly fused with Lin Fan's being. Curiosity piqued, Lin Fan channeled the thunderous power. At his fingertips, crackling bolts of lightning flashed uncontrollably. There was no doubt whatsoever if unleashed, this power would be utterly devastating. Especially Xiao Qing. At this moment, she and I had unconsciously curled up together. Their frightened expressions fixed on the lightning in Lin Fan's hand. Only then did Lin Fan suddenly recall. Evil type, undead type. Aren't Ale and Xiao Qing exactly that kind of existence? One was a villainous yet innocent succubus. The other a zombie girl. It's okay, don't be afraid. Lin Fan withdrew his power and ruffled both their hair. This finally helped them feel more at ease. With that said, Lin Fan's gaze shifted to the next door. There, it was the 40th door in this event dungeon. In other words, the final door. Once he cleared this final hurdle, the reward he'd been anticipating would be within his grasp. How could Lin Fan not be thrilled? Everyone, this is the final dungeon door. Once this is over, I'll definitely make time to properly spend time with all of you. Truth be told, to have such a group of companions willing to go through thick and thin with him, Lin Fan was deeply moved. Lucian and the others exchanged a startled glance before sharing a knowing smile. Lin Fan, don't put any pressure on yourself. Exactly. Xiao Miao exclaimed excitedly, wherever you are, that's where I want to be. Soon. Everyone arrived at the final chamber dungeon, braving all obstacles along the way. This final room dungeon, the dangers it held, were far beyond what anyone could imagine. Therefore, Lin Fan must be cautious. Cautious. Be extra cautious. Whether for himself, for the reward, or for the group of people behind him. The 40th dungeon gate. Blood God Chamber. However, the moment the scene shifted, an overpowering stench of blood nearly choked them. Opening their eyes, they finally understood the source of that overwhelming stench. It turned out, the entire room seemed to have been cast from blood itself. Crimson waves surged across the floor, the blood churning as if alive, relentlessly slamming against the walls and leaving behind grotesque, blood-red streaks. Viscous droplets hung from the ceiling, clinging eerily to the surface. Occasionally, a bead would fall, splattering onto the floor and creating tiny, foul-smelling blossoms of blood. The air thickened with the pungent scent of rust, mingled with the sickening stench of decay amidst the blood. The surrounding walls were densely inlaid with countless white bones, yet they seemed to possess their own consciousness. As the group approached, the bones suddenly convulsed violently, writhing as if to scream the agony they endured in this very moment. Amidst this blood-soaked environment, a low, guttural growl echoed faintly. The sound was filled with savagery and rage, sending chills down one's spine. Ugh, this is so disgusting. Xiao Miao muttered under her breath, clutching her nose and mouth tightly, afraid she might vomit on the spot. The group forced themselves to endure the discomfort, cautiously making their way deeper into the room. With every step, the blood beneath their feet gurgled and sloshed, as if countless vengeful spirits wailed beneath their soles. As they advanced further, a massive, gaping hole of flesh and blood appeared ahead. An eerie red glow emanated from within the hole, its light flickering and wavering, casting the surroundings in a dim, flickering light. At the very center of the cavern, a colossal figure slowly materialized. Standing dozens of meters tall, the figure was composed entirely of flesh and blood. Veins bulged across its surface, constantly pulsing and writhing. It possessed a massive head, and within the crimson tumors covering its entire body, dark red currents surged ceaselessly. The entire sight was utterly repulsive and grotesque. Two enormous, crimson-black eyes, filled with contempt, gazed down upon the crowd below. You insignificant ants have actually made it this far. The blood god's phantom voice boomed like a temple bell, carrying boundless authority. Each syllable struck like a heavy hammer against the hearts of those below. Well then, it's been quite some time. No one has been worthy enough to meet me face to face. Who are you? Lin Fan paused briefly before speaking. The blood god's phantom burst into a maniacal laugh, its echoes shaking the entire chamber and causing the blood to churn violently. I am the blood god's phantom, the primordial progenitor of the blood clan. Yet now, I have long departed this world, leaving only this phantom to guard it, existing solely to test the strength of outsiders. If you wish to pass this trial, you need not defeat me. You need only make me take a single step back. The blood god's phantom raised a massive finger, speaking slowly. Its tone brimmed with boundless confidence and arrogance. Yet at this moment, no one could muster a smile. Because on the attribute panel displayed by Lin Fan, the blood god's phantom also bore the unobservable 4 question marks of its attributes. Even Xiao Miao, whose power had reached the terrifying S-rank tier, was no exception. She gently tugged at Lin Fan's sleeve. This guy, Lin Fan, was strong, so strong it felt hopeless. Were we really going up against someone like this? The aura of a powerful being is something only another powerful being can instantly sense. This blood god's phantom was undoubtedly an extremely formidable opponent. The strongest enemy Lin Fan and his group had ever encountered. The strongest enemy they'd ever encountered. The blood god's phantom curled its lips, its voice booming with immense power. Of course. I can only grant you 3 chances. Within 3 moves, I will not retaliate. If you succeed, I will let you pass. If you fail, the blood god's phantom burst into a wildly maniacal laugh. Then you shall remain here forever, becoming nourishment for this blood god's realm. At these words, everyone was startled. To make such a formidable being retreat even a single step was no easy feat, let alone with only 3 moves to attempt it. In the live stream room at that moment, the alien scum, as if seeing a glimmer of hope, immediately grew restless. A blood god's phantom? Can't see it's a tribute panel? Ha! Heaven blesses our nation's rise. Once the Dragon Nation pig is dead, everything that rightfully belongs to our Benzi Nation can be reclaimed. What does that even mean? That's right. That's right. As long as Lin Fan dies, we'll all be happy. Damn Lin Fan pig, hurry up and die already. This is the command of our ugly nation. What are you still struggling for? You can't beat an opponent like this anyway, might as well just die already. Chapter 147, Betrayal. Upon hearing the blood god's phantom's words, Lin Fan took a deep breath and began formulating a countermeasure. He could sense the blood god's terrifying power. Ordinary attacks would be useless. Any move he made had to be his absolute strongest. 3 chances, each one precious. Lin Chen's gaze first fell upon the willow spirit. Perhaps the willow spirit's spiritual energy could have some unexpected effect on this blood god's phantom. Good. Lucian understood Lin Fan's intent. His expression grew solemn as he stepped forward, locking eyes with the blood god's phantom. The next moment, the willow spirit struck first. Countless greenwood vines coiled toward the blood god's phantom like giant emerald serpents. The vines flickered with an eerie green glow. Stirred by the surging spiritual energy, the seemingly weak and limp tendrils abruptly coalesced into a sharp, spear-like form. With overwhelming momentum, they crushed forward. This single strike drained every ounce of the willow spirit's power. A strike unleashed with every ounce of strength. Even an ordinary S-rank powerhouse would likely retreat 3 steps. Yet, the blood god's phantom merely snorted in disdain at the sight, allowing the vines to pierce its body. Yet, the moment the willow spirit's mind spear touched its body, it began to corrode under the blood-soaked aura emanating from the blood god's phantom. In an instant, they dissolved into the blood pool on the ground. What? Even the willow spirit's full power strike wasn't even worthy of getting close to this creature? Forget retreating a single step, it didn't even suffer a scratch. Is this level of power just plain insane? Is this clearly designed to prevent anyone from winning? The Dragon Nation populace stared in stunned disbelief. Everyone's expressions were equally grim. Too weak. Is there no stronger force that can give me a bit more satisfaction? The blood god's phantom spoke with a lackluster tone. I'm sorry, Lin Fan. Lucian seethed with anger and regret. If she could regain her peak strength, she wouldn't be as insignificant as an ant right now. She wouldn't be unable to help Lin Fan either. Don't lose heart, Lucian. No one blames you. Lin Fan hurriedly offered comfort. Lin Fan, what should we do next? Lin Chen pondered for a moment, then motioned for Xiao Miao to step forward and whispered something in her ear. Little Mao's eyes lit up and she nodded repeatedly. Next, who comes forward? This cat demon? The blood god's phantom spoke indifferently. The bloodline is decent enough. Pity it's still too weak. Give it another 1,000 years, and it might have the potential to challenge me. Xiao Mao remained silent, her gaze sharp as she intently observed every movement of the blood god's phantom. Time ticked by, second by second. Yet little Miao showed no sign of wanting to act. Its gaze remained fixed, tracking every movement of the blood god's phantom. Finally, the blood god's phantom, growing utterly bored from the wait, opened its center wide and stretched lazily. Now! Xiao Miao seized the moment, unleashing a torrent of demonic power. 9 tails blazed with intense light, flames surging like 9 fiery dragons toward the blood god's phantom. The flames roared fiercely, igniting the air wherever they touched, crackling and popping. The flesh on the blood god's phantom body emitted waves of black smoke under the scorching flames, releasing a foul, burnt odor. Countless blood vein tumors were shattered, erupting in a crimson rain of blood. Not bad. For your current level, you're already quite exceptional. Not only did the blood god's phantom remain standing, it even began critiquing Xiao Miao's performance. At this moment, there was only one chance left to strike the blood god's phantom. This strike yielded no effect. What followed was the inevitable annihilation of the entire army. Witnessing this scene, the hearts of the Dragon Nation's people hung in suspense. Hang in there. If you still haven't shown me any truly impressive strength, I won't be able to hold back any longer. The blood god's phantom smiled faintly. Lin Fan. The women all looked at Lin Fan with concern. Lin Fan's heart tightened. Facing such a formidable foe, he truly had no idea what to expect. But now, he had no choice but to press forward. Lin Fan drew a deep breath. The newly grasped thunder power surged violently within him, golden radiance and blue lightning intertwining and coiling. Behind him, a colossal, thunderous battle soul phantom coalesced. The battle spirit wielded a colossal axe of lightning, its very presence radiating an apocalyptic pressure, as if poised to cleave the heavens and earth of this blood god realm in the next instant. Excellent! The The blood god's phantom eyes flashed with excitement. Wrathful thunderbolt. Lin Fan roared as the Thunder War Soul swung its axe, unleashing a 10-meter-wide pillar of thunderlight that shot skyward. With world-shattering force, it slammed toward the blood god's phantom. Boom! In an instant, the entire blood god realm shook violently. Blood surged like boiling water, while the white bones on the walls emitted piercing screams, shattered by the thunder's residual might. A flicker of surprise finally crossed the blood god's eyes. For the first time, its massive form revealed a look of gravity. Facing this terrifying assault, it no longer underestimated the threat as before. Its flesh convulsed violently, coalescing into a crimson protective shield. Yet the thunderbolt's power far exceeded expectations. The shield began shattering inch by inch the moment it touched the lightning, crackling and popping with each fracture. Good. 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 What immense power. The blood god's phantom couldn't help but utter a cry of admiration, its voice tinged with both excitement and shock. The crimson shield shattered swiftly. The thunder pillar slammed squarely into its body, erupting in blinding light. The blood god's phantom staggered back 2 steps under the immense impact. 2 deep gullies were carved into the ground beneath its feet, blood gushing wildly into the trenches. Success! Xiao Miao jumped up in excitement, cupping Lin Fan's cheeks and planting a big smack on his lips. Lucian, Ire, and Xiao Qing all breathed sighs of relief, their faces breaking into smiles of survival. In the livestream chat, the Dragon Nation audience erupted instantly. Cheers and shouts nearly overwhelmed the platform's servers. God, Lin is awesome. I knew Lord Lin could do it. You alien scum, come see. Your dreams are shattered. What the hell are these bastards even screaming about? This is the might of our Dragon Nation. Lin Fan's gaze grew solemn. 3 moves to force you back. Does this mean we passed the test? The blood god's phantom paused, then burst into laughter. Amusing. Absolutely amusing. What an intriguing human being. I won't break my promise. I said I'd let you leave, so I will. Rest assured. With that, the blood god's phantom waved his hand, opening the other side of the room. You go first. Lin Fan still harbored concerns, urging the women to leave ahead of him. Then what about you? Chapter 148, Fighting Alone, Lin Fan. I'll follow shortly. Only then did the women relax, hastily exiting the room instance. Lin Fan fixed his gaze on the blood god's phantom, intending to depart slowly. After all the potential marriage partners had departed one after another, Lin Fan intended to follow suit. But unexpectedly, a crimson barrier suddenly materialized, inexplicably separating the women from Lin Fan. Witnessing this, the women's expressions turned to shock as they frantically pounded the barrier in terror. Lin Fan! Lin Fan hadn't anticipated the blood god's phantom pulling this stunt. Glaring at it, he demanded, "What about our promise? Is this how you break your word?" He was absolutely right. This blood god's phantom truly is capable of reneging on its word. Lin Fan glared at the blood god's phantom with venom, but the phantom merely smiled faintly. I've changed my mind. As for promises, only the weak are bound by them. The strong have always been the ones who set the rules. Human, you are the first being capable of making me retreat. How could I let you leave so easily? Before the words had even faded, the gates of the blood god's realm slammed shut. A crimson light barrier once again sealed Lin Fan and the others off completely. As if to ensure this barrier held, preventing any chance of reunion. The blood god's phantom form was now shrouded in dozens more layers of crimson light barriers. With this, no matter how hard the women outside struggled, shattering this barrier was utterly impossible. Blood god, what is the meaning of this? Lucian's face paled as she frantically pounded the barrier, only stirring waves of crimson ripples. Little Miao was so frantic tears welled in her eyes. Lin Fan! They all knew just how formidable an enemy this blood god's phantom truly was. If Lin Fan had to face it alone, his chances of victory were pitifully slim. In the livestream chat, the Dragon Nation's citizens were stunned. Betraying his oaths, this blood god's phantom is nothing but a beast. He doesn't deserve to be called a god. What a despicable scoundrel. He likely never intended to let Lin Fan and the others leave from the very beginning. Exactly. Because Lord Lin's power was so overwhelming, it stunned him. That's why he flew into a rage and deliberately left Lord Lin behind. Such a despicable, disgusting tactic. Ha! You Dragon Nation pigs, this is the fate of the treacherous. How does it feel? Satisfied with the taste of betrayal? You Dragon Nation pigs deserve nothing less. Well done. Absolutely brilliant. Blood god's phantom, I'd call you the most humane monster ever. Oh my god, if only I could touch this blood god's phantom myself. I'd strongly recommend making it the guardian deity of our ugly people nation. The blood god's sudden change of heart sent shockwaves through the livestream and the hearts of all the women. Everyone could see that the blood god's power was utterly overwhelming. And now, disregarding a fair duel, it insists on fighting Lin Fan like this. This was clearly an attempt to kill and bully Lin Fan. The blood god's phantom gazed down at Lin Fan, excitement flickering in its eyes. Human, it's been far too long since I encountered an opponent worthy of a truly satisfying battle. Exchange a few blows with me, and afterward, I shall let you go. With that, the flesh around its body swelled once more. Countless crimson tentacles erupted from its form, sweeping toward Lin Fan. Of course. Lin Fan didn't believe a single word the blood god's phantom had said. Anger blazed in his eyes. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened as he gripped his weapon tightly, channeling thunderous energy within his body once more. His form darted like lightning through the crimson tentacles, his long sword slashing out golden sword sheath that collided with the tendrils, erupting in dazzling sparks. Good. 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 Excellent. Human, I just love seeing you struggle like this. This is absolutely delightful. The blood god's phantom was clearly just toying with Lin Fan, even finding the time to taunt him mid-battle. Ugh. This was the first time Lin Fan had ever faced such humiliation. Even if the opponent was the blood god's phantom. Or rather, no matter who it was. Lin Fan's killing intent wouldn't diminish by even a fraction. Perfect. He could strike with his full might while the blood god's phantom was off guard. Originally. That was Lin Fan's plan. But as the battle progressed, reality did not unfold as Lin Fan had anticipated. The blood god's phantom was simply too powerful. Each tentacle contained terrifying strength. Even treating it like child's play, Lin Fan gradually found himself locked in a grueling battle, his body covered in wounds, blood staining his clothes crimson. Cough. Struck by a tentacle, Lin Fan flew backward like a sack of rotten cloth, crashing heavily to the ground. Unable to control himself, he coughed up a large amount of blood. Seeing this, the hearts of the women nearly shattered. Lin Fan. Let me in. Let me in. You big oaf, if you've got the guts, let me in. I need to help Lin Fan. I can't live without him by my side. Listening to the women's furious shouts, the blood god's phantom wore an amused expression, as if hearing the most delightful melody. He nodded with great satisfaction. He roared with laughter, ha! Yes! Yes! Absolutely perfect! This is exactly the reaction I wanted. I will make you watch with your own eyes as this human being dies a miserable death, tortured to the very end. Ha! Meanwhile, Lin Fan refused to give up. He struggled to his feet. The resolute glint in his eyes remained unshaken. Faced with such a gaze, the blood god's phantom felt a flicker of fear stir within its heart. But the moment he regained his senses, the blood god's phantom erupted in fury and humiliation. How could he possibly be intimidated by such an insignificant insect? Human, I'm getting angry. It's time for you to make your exit. Whoosh! The blood god's phantom suddenly unleashed a tentacle attack. Ah! Lin Fan struggled to steady his breathing as he unleashed the wrathful thunderbolt once more. This time, the thunderbolt of wrath unleashed even greater power. Lightning flashed, instantly shattering several tentacles. The blood god's phantom roared in fury, its body once again forced back. This thunder power actually counters me? No, it's not just that there's another power too. Surprise and greed flashed in the blood god's phantom eyes. Human, how many secrets do you still hold that I don't know? If I devour you, I'll gain these mysterious powers too, right? You've successfully caught my attention. I won't let you live now, I will make sure you die. Chapter 149, World Collapses, Escape the Devil's Grasp. Greed burned like flames in the blood god's phantom eyes. Lin Chen breathed heavily. Kill me? It won't be that simple. Hearing these words, the blood god's phantom's crimson pupils contracted violently. Flesh surged wildly across its body, countless blood vessels bulging like earthworms before bursting, spraying corrosive blood mist in vast plumes. You think this pitiful strength can stand against me? Utterly delusional. Its voice echoed like a demonic roar from the deepest abyss, carrying a bone-chilling aura of authority. The very fabric of space within the blood god's domain warped and distorted under the force of its presence. The blood god's phantom opened its massive, fang-filled maw and let out a piercing howl to the heavens. In that instant, a crimson fissure tore open in the sky, spewing forth an aura of utter terror. I shall channel a portion of my true power and show you what the true might of a god truly is. The blood god's phantom grinned savagely as vast quantities of dark crimson energy surged into its body like a raging tide. Its form began to swell relentlessly. What had been a figure dozens of meters tall now stretched to nearly 100 meters in an instant, every inch of flesh radiating a deathly aura that sent shivers down the spine. Lin Fan felt an invisible pressure crushing him like Mount Tai, making breathing unbearably difficult. His clothes were soaked through with blood, wounds still oozing fresh blood, yet his gaze remained as resolute as iron. Facing the blood god's rapidly surging power, he showed no sign of retreat. He once again channeled the thunderous energy within his body. Golden spiritual energy and blue thunderbolts surged wildly through his meridians, coalescing behind him into a colossal thunder battle soul phantom. The long sword in his grasp flashed with dazzling brilliance. Only battle. No matter the outcome. Lin Fan was not the sort to sit and wait for death. He was still fighting to the bitter end. The blood god's phantom swung its massive arm, unleashing countless crimson tentacles like colossal serpents that coiled toward Lin Fan. Each tentacle carried power sufficient to obliterate an entire city, leaving behind black rifts in the fabric of space wherever it passed. Lin Fan darted like lightning between the tentacles, his sword slashing relentlessly, unleashing a storm of slashing energy. Yet the blood god's attacks were too relentless. A single misstep saw a tentacle strike Lin Fan's shoulder, sending him flying backward like a cannonball to crash heavily into the wall. The white bones embedded in the wall shattered under the immense impact, scattering a cloud of bone dust. Ha! Insect! Your resistance is utterly meaningless before absolute power. The blood god's mocking voice echoed through the chamber. Look at your pitiful state, utterly revolting. Its attacks grew fiercer, churning the blood within the blood god chamber like boiling water. Tens of meters high, waves of blood surged toward Lin Fan. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, Lin Fan unleashed the wrathful thunderbolt once more. A massive pillar of thunderlight shot skyward, crashing toward the blood god's phantom. The collision between the thunder and the blood god's phantom unleashed an earth-shattering roar, its blinding light illuminating the entire blood god realm. The blood god's tentacles were instantly vaporized by the thunder's impact, yet the entity itself remained utterly unscathed. Earlier, before the blood god's phantom had channeled its true power into itself, Lin Chen's attack, bolstered by its elemental advantage, could barely scratch the blood god's phantom. But now, that was no longer the case. The blood god's power had surged beyond anything Lin Fan could withstand. This pitiful attack isn't even enough to tickle me. The blood god's phantom roared with laughter, unleashing another savage assault. Under the blood god's relentless assault, Lin Fan found it nearly impossible to mount a counterattack, devoting almost all his time and energy to fleeing. He retreated step by step, wounds multiplying across his body. Blood flowed unceasingly, staining the ground into a sea of crimson. Yet, even so, Lin Fan still didn't have the slightest thought of giving up. I simply cannot fathom how you humans think. To keep struggling in such a hopeless situation. I admit it, my temper is terrible, and you've truly enraged me. Seeing Lin Fan's stubborn resistance, the blood god's phantom felt its rage surge even higher. With a sweep of its hands, the blood sea surged skyward. It intensified the power draw from its true form. The winds shifted once more. A fierce gale pressed in. Boom! Suddenly, the entire blood god chamber began violently shaking. Drops of blood rained down from the ceiling like a torrential downpour, while the white bones on the walls emitted piercing, agonized screams. The power of the blood god's phantom had exceeded the dungeon's limits. Cracks began to spread across the space, threatening collapse at any moment. Humans, meet your doom. The blood god's phantom roared, coalescing a massive crimson orb of light and hurling it toward Lin Fan. Wherever the orb passed, space itself began to crumble. The terrifying force caused Lin Fan's skin to crack and peel inch by inch. Lin Fan! The women watched in horror, their hearts aching for him. It felt like being torn apart by claws. At this critical moment, Lin Fan summoned the last reserves of power within him, channeling all his thunder energy and spiritual chi into a massive golden shield. The crimson orb collided with the golden shield, triggering a violent explosion. The immense shockwave sent Lin Fan flying backward. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his vision blurred. Meanwhile, the blood god's phantom, overloaded with power, was bound by the dungeon's rules and temporarily immobilized. Golden chains coiled around its body as it let out a furious roar. Lin Fan! Come quickly! Lucian and the others cried out anxiously from outside the barrier, tears blurring their eyes. Xiao Miao wept like a willow in the rain, her 9 tails hanging limply behind her. The women called out Lin Fan's name repeatedly while gazing at the. Lin Fan struggled to lift his head. Seeing the worried and concerned gazes of his companions, a wave of warmth surged through his heart. He forced his body to stand and made his way toward the shattered barrier. The moment Lin Fan crossed the barrier, an earth-shattering roar erupted from the blood god's realm. The entire space began collapsing at an alarming rate, the blood god's phantom figure gradually vanishing amidst the ruin. No! I refuse to accept this. The blood god's furious roar echoed through the void before vanishing completely. The blood god's sanctuary dissolved into nothingness, as if it had never existed. Lin Fan and the others stared at the void before them, speechless for a long time. Lin Fan, I'll heal your wounds. Lin Fan, I was so worried about you just now. Thank goodness that bastard is dead. If only. No ifs, don't curse Lin Fan. The women clung tightly to Lin Fan. Their embrace was filled with deep reluctance. In the live stream room, witnessing this scene, the Dragon Nation's citizens finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 150, The Blood Clan Castle, Marrying the Princess. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Lin Shan cleared the stage. Now we can finally claim the final reward without risking anything. But seriously, that final level was way too dangerous, right? Exactly. The difficulty level was absurdly high. If it weren't for Lord Lin's formidable strength and his ability to push that monster to the brink, things could have ended tragically. Who can argue with that? But now, it's time for Lord Lin's reward. Hee, the Queen and Princess, hee. This blood casino dungeon run has dragged on far too long. Lin Fan and the others finally made it this far. Believe me, the rewards will be beyond anyone's wildest imagination. But While some rejoiced, others were filled with despair. The alien scum were itching to smash their computer screens right then and there to vent their frustration. After all, the participants in this matchmaking event couldn't even enter the game before the casino dungeon ended. They could only watch helplessly as Lin Fan raked in countless rewards. Who could stomach that feeling? Especially seeing Lin Fan, the very person they despised most, collecting those rewards. It made this group of alien scum so furious they could practically tear their own scalps off. But no matter how furious they grew, it wouldn't change the outcome. Inside the dungeon, thanks to the women's efforts, Lin Fan's condition had recovered to its peak. Next, they were about to enter the final area. System notifications sounded one after another. Congratulations to marriage participant Lin Fan for successfully obtaining entry to the Blood City Castle. You have been targeted by the Blood God. Debuff acquired, surveillance. Your existence will forever be monitored by the Blood God. As for the second warning, Lin Fan couldn't be bothered to glance at it twice, choosing instead to dismiss it outright. The most crucial matter at hand was the rewards for this event. Regarding this, Lin Fan had been anticipating this for ages. Not for any other reason. Simply because our group has been battling through challenges for so long, enduring so much hardship. Wasn't it all for this final reward? Even if the reward now was a huge disappointment, it couldn't dampen Lin Fan's enthusiasm in the slightest. The instant the system notification sounded, Lin Fan and his companions felt a blinding light engulf them, swept up by a powerful suction force. When the light faded, they found themselves standing before a towering castle. The entire structure was built from dark red, blood-like stone. Its soaring spires pierced the night sky, radiating an aura of mystery and majesty. Exquisitely carved vampire crests adorned the massive gates, which slowly swung open to reveal a dazzlingly opulent interior. A white-haired old servant, dressed in a black tailcoat, bowed respectfully, his voice deep and gentle. Esteemed Lord Lin Fan, welcome to the Blood Clan Castle. I am the steward here, sent by Her Highness the Princess to greet you all. The old servant's demeanor was exceedingly respectful, his eyes brimming with reverence, as if Lin Fan and his companions were beings of unimaginable nobility. Lin Fan and his companions exchanged glances, inwardly impressed. You gotta hand it to them, this vampire castle really knows how to up the ante. The group followed the old servant's lead into the castle. The opulence within far surpassed their wildest imaginations. Walls were inlaid with dazzling gems, while candlesticks burned with ghostly blue flames, bathing the entire hall in an ethereal, dreamlike glow. Upon seeing them, the Blood Clan members all paused their activities, bowing respectfully in greeting. Their eyes held not a trace of hostility, but instead overflowed with admiration and reverence. Clearly, this was one of the system's rewards. The loyalty of the entire Blood Clan. The old servant led them through a long corridor. Along the way, Lin Fan could feel the gazes directed at them. Beyond the respect in the Blood Clan's eyes, there seemed to be a hint of curiosity. Finally, they arrived before a door carved with rose patterns. This is Her Highness the Princess's chamber. She has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. The old servant smiled as he spoke, then turned to Lin Fan. Please enter alone, Lord Lin Fan. My companions will escort the other distinguished guests to their respective guest quarters to rest. The ladies exchanged worried glances at Lin Fan. Xiao Miao tugged at his sleeve and whispered, Lin Fan, be careful. Lin Fan patted Xiao Miao's hand reassuringly. Don't worry, I'll be fine. As if that were possible. What could possibly happen to me? Watching the ladies being led away, Lin Fan took a deep breath and pushed open the door. A faint rose fragrance filled the room. Under soft lighting, a woman in an exquisite red gown sat in a chair by the window. Her hair was as vivid as blood, her skin as white as snow, and her violet eyes, like deep, mysterious gems, shimmered with an enigmatic light. You've finally come, Lin Fan. The Blood Clan princess rose slowly, a captivating smile curving her lips. Her voice was like heavenly music, yet tinged with a hint of enchantment. I've been waiting for you for so long. Throughout our Blood Clan's marriage assessment trials, I witnessed your astonishing prowess. Your prowess has earned my recognition. I am willing to be your betrothed, she said. She glided gracefully, slowly making her way toward Lin Fan. She leaned lightly against Lin Fan's chest. After all this talk, I still don't know your name? My apologies. The vampire girl pursed her lips in apology. My name is Nanami. From this day forward, I am your wife. Both my soul and my body are entirely at your command. Gah! I can't take it. Lin Fan truly couldn't handle it. The moment this girl opened her mouth, she proved even more alluring than that succubus, L. Every expression, every glance, every word radiated boundless allure. It stirred up the countless surges of blood within Lin Fan's body, making them boil. And at that moment, the attribute panel appeared. Nanami. Rank S. Combat power 700,000. Evaluation: as the most astute princess among the vampire clans, she understands precisely what her true value is. Wow! This marriage partner is practically unbeatable. An S rank just showed up? This power surpasses any member of their entire team. As Lin Fan stood stunned. That snow white skin kept brushing against Lin Fan's chest. Nanami chuckled softly, tugging at Lin Fan's collar as she guided his movements, leading him backward. Master, you can rest assured. This battle must have been exhausting. There's no need for you to tire yourself, I'll handle it. The scene was abruptly cut off by a black screen. The viewers in the live stream room were all staring wide-eyed. Holy crap, the vampire princess is this beautiful? Good heavens, she's so considerate too. I'm so jealous. No wonder this dungeon has so many stages. The rewards are just that good. Chapter 151, Marriage Success. Massive rewards. Ha! Those alien scum must be fuming mad right now, aren't they? After all that effort, they didn't get a single feather. Meanwhile, just the fact that Lin Shan's marriage partner is a princess alone puts him leagues ahead of them. They're the ones who kept shouting, and they're the ones who dared not speak. This is hilarious. Fuck. You dragon country pigs, try saying another word. Our ugly people empire isn't something you can insult. Even if we didn't get such a marriage partner, so what? Does that affect our nation's strength? Dragon country pigs are dragon country pigs, their vision is so narrow. A mere princess? We have them in Fei Kingdom too. Ha! Our great Han nation faced a marriage scandal too. After all trials in the blood casino concluded. 3 full days had already passed within the marriage world. And after the trials concluded, the marriage world could still allow participants from other nations to enter. Already deeply annoyed with Lin Fan, he was eager to dive into the marriage world, hoping to find some opportunity. But something actually happened. Before the live streams of numerous nations, the marriage gate appeared. Could this be nature's gift? Ha! Looks like the matchmaking world has essentially restarted for us. Anyone who's played games knows that drop rates are highest after a reset. Forget S-tier princesses, even S-tier gods are within reach for us ugly people. At this very moment, every citizen of the Great Cold Kingdom gazed with bated breath at the marriage gate before their chosen participants. Just open it. Marriage successful. They'll receive massive rewards. Then they could thoroughly mock that Lin Fan from the Dragon Nation. You Western pig-headed fools. Watch closely. Must our great Han Kingdom endure life and death trials to obtain those non-human marriage partners? Watch closely. Just by opening the door, our great Han Kingdom can rise to power instantly. How about it? Jealous? Envious? Ha! Open it. Open the marriage gate now. Damn it. Lin Fan of the Dragon Nation, just you wait. Our great Han Nation is about to make a comeback. This time we'll definitely draw a god-tier marriage partner and slap Lin Fan right in the face. Open it. Open it now. Our great Han Kingdom's rise begins this very moment. Before the camera, the great Han Kingdom's matchmaker's face was flushed crimson, trembling with excitement. He wiped the sweat from his palms, took a deep breath, and slowly grasped the door handle. Under the gaze of the entire nation, he yanked it open with all his might. With a creak, the door slowly swung wide. However, instead of the anticipated pleasant fragrance, the moment the door swung open, a pungent stench instantly assaulted their senses, a putrid blend of rotting flesh, heavy sweat, and overpowering body odor. Viewers in the livestream couldn't help but cover their mouths and noses through their screens. When the full scene finally came into view, the entire nation of Dahan fell into an eerie silence. A towering, 2-meter-tall African-American man stood before them. His skin was dark and gleaming, muscles bulging across his frame. Sweat dripped relentlessly from his powerful body, soaking the floor beneath his feet. This was a race known as shape-shifting ghosts. This time, he had transformed into a powerful black man. Yet starkly contrasting his rugged exterior, he now curled his fingers into a delicate orchid hand, swayed his hips, and cooed in a sweet, girlish voice, "Oh my, finally you've arrived, my dear." The voice was shrill and high-pitched, laced with affected coquetry, sending shivers down the spine. The matchmaker from the Great Cold Kingdom's eyes widened, his face instantly turning ashen. A gurgling sound rose from his throat, as if he might vomit at any moment. Stumbling backward several steps, he nearly plopped down onto the ground, stammering, what the hell is this?" In the livestream chat, viewers were utterly dumbfounded. The once frenetic flood of comments vanished instantly, leaving only dead silence. After a long moment, someone finally snapped out of it and started flooding the chat. Holy! What the hell is this? Why is it a black guy? Are you kidding me? Lin Fan gets a vampire princess, and we get this? This is unfair. I'm blind. I need to wash my eyes out. I'll never forget this image for the rest of my life. Why this kind of marriage partner? However, after the initial shock and anger subsided, the high-ranking officials of the Great Cold Nation quickly regained their composure. They understood that in the world of arranged marriages, whatever partner one received signified immense resources and opportunities for advancement. Even if the match seemed utterly absurd, they couldn't afford to let it slip away. Silence. A Dahan official bellowed in the livestream. Whoever it is, we must seize this opportunity. This is crucial for our nation's rise. But this is disgusting. A viewer wailed. Pairing our matchmaker with such a thing? Isn't this an utter disgrace? Disgraceful, the official roared. Is this the time for pride? Think about how long it's been since our nation received a marriage reward. If this continues, we'll forever remain under the Dragon Nation's heel. Mark my words today, even if it means risking everything, our matchmakers must proceed. The matchmakers before the camera, of course, had no idea what was being said outside. But he knew. He had become a laughingstock not just nationwide, but worldwide. He clenched his teeth, his face alternating between pale and flushed. He knew all too well that refusing this marriage would bring him the scorn of the entire nation and the punishment of the state. But the thought of marrying this foul-smelling, oddly behaving black man before him felt like torture that would drive his soul mad. I really don't want to. His voice trembled, eyes filled with despair. The burly black man seemed to sense the groom's resistance, writhing closer until the stench enveloped him. Darling, don't be afraid. He cooed, reaching out to grab the matchmaker. The groom-to-be jerked back, nearly stumbling, but quickly clenched his fists, a flash of resolve in his eyes. Screw it. This is exactly what I want, he shouted, as if rallying himself. Fighting back the churning in his stomach, he walked toward the burly black man, forcing a smile uglier than crying. In the live stream of the Great Cold Kingdom, some viewers covered their faces, unable to watch, others cursed loudly, but most remained silent, their eyes filled with resentment and helplessness. Chapter 152, Is this your match? 3 seconds later. The reward appeared. Congratulations on a successful marriage in the Great Cold Kingdom. Rewards, length +4. Lifespan +1. Constitution +1. The rewards were obtained. But this reward is worse than getting nothing at all. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Ugly People Kingdom's livestream was now filled with arrogant boasts. That dragon country's Lin Fan just got lucky. Our ugly country warriors are about to marry a true deity. We'll show you what real power looks like. This time, we'll definitely draw an S-tier god tier being. Then, Dragon Nation can just wait to be trampled under our feet. Ha! Amidst the frenzied cheers, Ugly Nation's matchmaker strode toward the marriage gate with head held high and brimming confidence. Pride radiated from his face, as if he already envisioned himself hand in hand with a mighty deity, leading Ugly Landia to glory. The moment he shoved open the marriage gate, a blinding light flashed. When the light faded, the sight before the crowd plunged the entire livestream into an eerie silence. A creature covered in green slime, resembling a slug, wriggled into view. It possessed no discernible facial features, only 2 fleshy bulges protruding from its head, occasionally oozing foul-smelling liquid. Even more bizarrely, its body was densely covered in tiny tentacles that fluttered incessantly. As the crowd stared in stunned silence, the creature suddenly emitted a shrill, piercing voice. I am the supreme slime god. You mortals, submit at once. Should you choose to serve as my servant, I shall spare your life. The sound was like nails scraping a chalkboard, sending shivers down everyone's spine. The matchmaker from the land of the ugly widened his eyes, his face turning whiter than paper in an instant. Staggering back several steps as he screamed in terror, what the hell is this thing? Tell me this isn't real. How could this possibly be a god? In the livestream chat, the once boastful comments vanished instantly, replaced by a deluge of curses. What kind of garbage is this? Our Ugly People Nation is actually supposed to marry this disgusting thing? This must be the system's conspiracy. It's the Dragon Nation playing tricks. We can't be this unlucky. Return it. We demand a return. This isn't a deity, it's a monster. Yet the Ugly People Kingdom's leadership refused to give up easily. A minister shouted hoarsely in the livestream, shut up. Whatever it is, as long as it brings power, it is our Ugly People Nation's deity. Matchmakers, advance. This is the mission entrusted to you by the nation. Hearing this, even some viewers couldn't help but feel a flicker of emotion. But they remained silent. Instead, they looked on with pity at the marriage participant enduring unimaginable torment. The ugly country matchmaker's face was etched with despair, tears welling in his eyes. Yet he understood, he now faced the threat of officials and the pressure of the entire nation. What would become of his family if he didn't go through with it? Why? Why is God doing this to me? Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to take one agonizingly slow step after another toward the disgusting slime monster. The slime worm's patience was being ground away bit by bit. Finally, it couldn't hold back any longer. He fused the ugly country matchmaker into his body. Over in manga land, things weren't going much better over there either. The Benzi Kingdom's livestream was now consumed by frenzied anticipation. Who does Lin Fan think he is? Our Benzi warriors will shine brightly in the marriage world. This time, we will definitely secure the most beautiful and strongest marriage partner. The glory of the great manga empire rests on this matchmaking. Charge! Kawamoto, the rise of our Benzo nation rests on your shoulders. The matchmaker of our nation, clad in traditional samurai attire and gripping a long sword, approached the marriage gate with solemn resolve. He drew a deep breath and yanked the door open. The next second, the sight before him made him grip his sword so tightly it nearly slipped from his grasp. Right then, clang! It fell to the ground. There, inside the bridal chamber, Only a slender, black shadow could be seen. This slender, ghostly figure, without uttering a word, radiated waves of intense killing intent, charging straight toward Kawamoto. Almost simultaneously, Hanakuni, the matchmaker, felt a suffocating wave of death wash over him. His face flushed red, then drained pale, nearly causing him to faint. His voice trembled as he stammered, "Why, you're my match. Damn it. I must be dreaming, right? Right, that's it, I must be dreaming." Had. Clearly, the very existence of this matchmaking partner had driven him completely out of his mind. He's an idiot. But he also knows, if he dared to defy the marriage partner's will, the outcome would undoubtedly be instant execution. The live stream exploded in an instant. What the hell? How could our samurai be forced to marry such a creature? This is an insult to the great book empire. We demand a new selection. Return it. We must return it. This is nothing like what we expected. Why? Why do Dragon Nation pigs always get marriage partners so much better than ours? Quiet. Everyone, quiet. The host in the Manga Nation livestream might feel the same, but his job is to placate the citizens and prevent a riot. Everyone must understand. Benzi warriors never back down. Never forget your duty as citizens. Whoever becomes a marriage participant, regardless of who their partner is, must complete the union. This is for the future of the great Benzi Empire. Don't be fooled by appearances, perhaps he possesses immense inner strength. The citizens fell silent. But they still couldn't help but ask. Then why must their marriage partners be creatures straight out of horror stories? We're not asking for a match as beautiful as a heavenly being. At the very least, they could have been female. Now their marriage partners aren't even human anymore. How are they supposed to marry like this? Little Ben's matchmaker looked utterly miserable, tears welling up in her eyes. However, to this, the slender ghostly figure showed no sign of mercy. Two massive hands burst forth from the darkness, lunging viciously toward Kawamoto. He couldn't hold it together anymore. He truly couldn't hold it together anymore. The Dragon Nation citizens, witnessing this, completely lost it. They all burst into hysterical laughter. These alien scum were the loudest. And now this. Their marriage partners turned out to be such trash? How could anyone not laugh at them? Chapter 153, Marriage Success. Rewards bestowed. Look at these foreign scum getting humiliated, then gaze upon our Lord Lin's invincible presence, who dares say it's not a sight to behold. Ha! So satisfying. Every time, it's these foreign scum who bark the loudest, yet they always end up the most miserable. What more needs to be said? It's utterly disgraceful. Bastards! Who dares say our little notebook nation is disgraceful? Step right up, all of you. I want to see who dares insult the citizens of our little notebook nation. Anyone who insults little notebook nation is just jealous and envious. Dragon country pigs, I advise you to behave yourselves. Otherwise, our little notebook nation will lose its temper. Just as the Dragon Nation citizens were bored in trading verbal jabs with these foreign scum, they suddenly discovered the national fortune reward has already arrived. Marriage successful. Rewards activated. Reward 1, Dragon Nation gains the favor and assistance of the Blood Clan. Reward 2, Dragon Nation gains access to the power of the Blood Clan's bloodline. Reward 3, Dragon Nation citizens gain Strength 5, Constitution 8, Spirit 10, Agility 3. As the notification chime of the National Fortune Reward echoed across every corner of the Dragon Nation, the entire country erupted in fervor. In the capital square, the crowd enjoying the festivities froze in surprise before erupting into deafening cheers. An elderly man with snow-white hair trembled as he clasped his hands, tears welling in his cloudy eyes. Wonderful! Wonderful! Our Dragon Nation has finally risen to glory. Young friend Lin Fan, you are truly a great benefactor of our nation. Beside him, a young man excitedly tossed his hat into the air, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Long live Lord Lin!" Let's see if those foreign tribes dare to be arrogant anymore. Along the Bund in the Magic City, couples strolling by the river embraced tightly beneath the dazzling lights. A girl clung tightly to her boyfriend. "Baby, our children can now possess the bloodline of the Blood Clan. This was something we never dared to dream of before." The boy looked puzzled. Vampire bloodline? What's so exciting about that? Of course. This era is slowly entering the age of supernatural abilities. Imagine if our child could become a great hero someday. The boy instantly understood her meaning. His expression became wildly excited. In the office tower, white-collar workers pushing through overtime work pushed open their windows, shouting into the night sky as documents fluttered through the air. In the financial district, giant screens flashed real-time reward updates. Passers-by stopped to watch, their faces beaming with pride. Sigh, I was planning to check Lin Shan's progress in the matchmaking dungeon after work, but who knew he'd get the reward so quickly? Lin Shan truly lives up to his name. When it comes to efficiency, Lin Shan is simply unbeatable. I can't take it anymore, I have to film this. Let those alien scum see. This is what you call a gap. Amidst the city's undulating lights and cheers, Countless hotpot restaurant owners, overcome with excitement, declared on the spot, "Today, I'm covering the entire bill." To celebrate our Dragon Nation's great joy. Diners raised beer bottles, clinking glasses, and cheering in unison. Lin Shan's move was insane. "Now I'll have even more energy when eating hotpot." Owner. "Another serving of tripe. This one's for Lord Lin." "Pfft, that's nothing. Boss. Bring me a serving of shrimp paste that lasts a lifetime. I want it shaped like Lin Shan. I'll take it home and worship it forever." Someone shouted with a laugh, sparking a wave of laughter. After the generous national fortune reward appeared, the online world erupted in frenzy. Major social platforms instantly crashed as posts flooded in like a tidal wave. Weibo's top 10 trending topics were entirely dominated by Lin Fan, national fortune rewards, and the rise of the Dragon Nation. A video titled Lin Shan's Layered Tactics rapidly went viral. The video featured highlights of Lin Fan's epic moments on the national fortune battlefield, set to rousing music. Within minutes, its views skyrocketed past 100 million. The comment section erupted with reactions. "Lin Shan is the best. This reward will send our Dragon Nation soaring. We used to be mocked by other nations. What can they say now? What could they possibly say now? Could they dare claim their nation's marriage system matched them with a bunch of non-town locals? Wow, just thinking about it is terrifying, right? What's so terrifying about that? Those foreign scumbags love dividing people's genders into dozens of categories, right? Now it's happening to them, and suddenly they don't accept it? Isn't that like spitting in their own mouths? It's disgusting to even think about, but rough words carry truth. This time, Lin Fan cleared 40 dungeon levels. The hardships endured during this period were witnessed by all the people of Manhwa. This only served to highlight just how precious these rewards ultimately were for Lin Fan. His fame spread far and wide, from 80-year-old grandmothers to 3-year-old children, all learned of Lin Fan's deeds. Moreover, many young children now regarded Lin Fan as their very own hero. In a remote mountain village school, children gathered around their teacher's phone, listening to the news of the rewards. A little girl with pigtails, her eyes sparkling, asked, "Teacher, with the bloodline of the Blood Clan, can I protect everyone like a superhero?" The teacher smiled and ruffled her hair. "Of course you can. As long as you work hard, you'll all become the pride of Dragon Nation someday." Yay! I'm gonna be Superman. I'm gonna be the slowest loser. Meanwhile, at a military base in the Dragon Nation, soldiers stood in formation, eyes burning with fervor as they watched the reward announcements on the large screen. The commander clenched his fist. "With these rewards, our nation's defense capabilities will reach new heights. Comrade Lin Fan has ushered in a new era." Major media outlets across the Dragon Nation sprang into action. In the news studio, the anchor excitedly announced the reward details. Bulletin boards throughout the streets swiftly replaced their displays with Lin Fan's photos and the reward information, drawing crowds of passers-by who stopped to take photos. On the online battle platform with the alien race, Dragon Nation netizens abandoned their usual restraint, flooding the alien forums with comments. "Look at yourselves, then look at our god of war Lin. That's the gap. The favor of the Blood Clan? You can only envy it. Ha! How'd you know the Blood Clan princess is gorgeous and has a sweet voice?" Faced with the Chinese netizens bragging, the foreign scum were left speechless with frustration, unable to utter a word. Occasional protests were quickly drowned out by the deafening roar of Chinese voices. Meanwhile, on the other side, right in the heart of the capital. Chapter 154, Flying Continent Looking for Trouble? Teach them a lesson. While the entire Dragon Nation was still immersed in celebratory fervor, a golden-hued private jet sliced through the clouds, racing toward the Blood Clan's territory. Inside the cabin, high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation and the Grand Elder sat solemnly, their expressions tinged with anticipation. The Grand Elder stroked his beard, his gaze deep. "This alliance with the Blood Clan concerns the future of the Dragon Nation. Everyone must act with utmost caution and uphold the dignity of our nation." "Yes, Grand Elder." All nodded in unison, their eyes fixed with unwavering resolve. The aircraft descended slowly, the Blood Clan's domain shrouded in a mysterious crimson mist. The moment the cabin door opened, a faint breeze carrying a subtle scent of blood swept over them. Several elders of the Blood Clan stood waiting. Leading them was an elderly man with silver hair and blood-red eyes. Clad in a black robe adorned with dark patterns, he exuded an aura of formidable authority and grace in every movement. "Welcome, honored guests from the Dragon Nation." The silver-haired elder bowed his head slightly, his voice deep and magnetic. The Dragon Nation's Grand Elder stepped forward with a smile, performing a standard Dragon Nation bow. "Honored by your noble favor, we have come seeking to establish a lasting and friendly cooperative relationship with your noble house." Both parties took their seats in the Blood Clan's opulent council chamber, where crimson crystal chandeliers cast an ethereal glow across the hall. Immediately after, Blood Clan attendants served crimson beverages in special cups, a customary gesture for honoring distinguished guests. "Rest assured, Elder, this is not blood. Considering the differences in dietary customs between humans and us, we have specially substituted it with a fruit juice blend. Thank you for your thoughtfulness." Though the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials were somewhat taken aback by the beverage's appearance, they politely accepted it and expressed their gratitude. Who would have thought this elder vampire would be so thoroughly considerate? The Grand Elder lifted his cup, sipped lightly, and smiled. The flavor is unique, quite distinctive. Moreover, I feel a pleasant warmth spreading through my body. That's only natural. This fruit holds invaluable nutritional benefits for the body. This gesture earned a flicker of admiration from the Blood Clan members, and the atmosphere relaxed slightly. After a round of pleasantries, the Grand Elder gave a detailed introduction to the culture, history, and current development of the Dragon Nation. Our Dragon Nation, with its millennia of heritage and profound foundations, possesses unique insights and achievements across numerous fields. With the assistance of your noble lineage, we hope to achieve mutual benefit and shared success. These well-spoken words, coupled with the Blood Clan's existing desire to cultivate friendly relations with the Dragon Nation. The silver-haired elder of the Blood Clan nodded repeatedly in agreement. The Dragon Nation's rise to prominence is ample proof of its strength. While our Blood Clan excels in bloodline inheritance and power cultivation, venturing into your esteemed land reveals many things we still do not understand. We sincerely hope the Grand Elder will be gracious in his guidance, allowing our Blood Clan to integrate swiftly into the prosperous nation of the Dragon Kingdom. Naturally, the Grand Elder's heart swelled with delight. Now, various races have descended upon every nation. There was no doubt about it, the future would inevitably rely on these supernatural forces to build a new social system. Facing the Blood Clan, the Grand Elder would certainly not neglect them. Mutual benefit and shared prosperity, that is the very foundation of the Dragon Nation. From what we can see so far, the Blood Clan also appears to embrace this philosophy of harmonious co-creation. Subsequently, the Blood Clan members led the Dragon Nation delegation on a tour of their sacred site. It was an ancient altar constructed from crimson crystals. As the supernatural phenomenon descended, it was also transported here. Upon that altar, mysterious runes shimmered, radiating powerful energy fluctuations. The Blood Clan Elder explained, "This is the core sanctuary where our clan inherits the power of bloodline. Should the people of the Dragon Nation cultivate here in the future, they will surely achieve twice the result with half the effort." The Grand Elder gripped the Blood Clan Elder's hand tightly in excitement. "That would be most excellent. When that time comes, I hope our Blood Clan can send some masters to our capital for mutual exchange and learning." The Blood Clan Elder chuckled lightly and readily agreed. "Of course. I've also heard that humans seem to possess ancient array techniques and alchemy arts." "Is that true?" "Indeed. Though our practice is relatively recent, we already have talented individuals capable of refining second-grade elixirs." The Grand Elder spoke with immense pride. "After all, consider this, since the Dragon Nation began cultivating spirit-gathering arrays until now. And it's been less than half a month. With Longwa's vast population, the probability of nurturing geniuses is incredibly high." "Good." Just as the Blood Clan elders were about to discuss further, at that moment, the first elder's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up casually and glanced at it, his expression instantly turning serious. The Blood Clan elder read the situation. "Please attend to your own matters first." "My apologies for the interruption." Without delay, the Grand Elder answered the call. "Elder, it's bad. The Flying Continent has gained the support of the Half-Beast Monster Clan and is now attacking our border." "What? I understand. I'll handle it shortly. Hold them off for now." "Yes." After hanging up, the Grand Elder's expression was far from pleasant. Unexpectedly, war is about to break out. And what's more, this war wasn't even started by them. How dare a tiny, peripheral nation provoke them with war? How could this be tolerated? It was like a child brandishing a dagger and stabbing an adult in the thigh. While an adult needn't stoop to quarreling with a child. But if the nature of the offense has been elevated to a matter of principle, then the Grand Elder would absolutely never choose to tolerate it. "Elder, what has happened?" After the Grand Elder briefly recounted the incident, the Vampire Elder's face darkened. "They dare attack us here in the Dragon Kingdom. A mere pipsqueak of a country utterly ignorant of its own mortality. Grand Elder, let's go. This time, we vampires will make our intentions and stance clear. We'll vent our fury." Both parties agreed instantly. Soon, they boarded over a dozen private jets. They arrived at the Dragon Nation's border. Sure enough, here, beneath the city walls, countless half-beast tribesmen were brutally attempting to breach the gates. Meanwhile, the group of black men wielding firearms were indiscriminately engaging in fierce gun battles with the citizens of the Dragon Nation. This was intolerable. A murderous intent flared in the eyes of the Blood Clan Elder. Just as I was about to charge down, the Grand Elder kindly warned, "Be careful. That group of hot weapons might pose a threat to you." "No problem." With that, the Blood Clan Elder commanded all the warriors of the clan. "Follow him to annihilate the invaders." The border walls of the Dragon Nation trembled violently under the barrage of cannon fire, smoke and dust obscuring the sun. The shrill howls of the half-beasts mingled with the frenzied shouts of the Flying Continent invaders. The battle cries shook the heavens. The half-beast leader, covered in iron-black scales, flapped enormous bat wings that stirred a foul wind. Wielding a spiked mace, he crushed a Dragon Nation soldier into a bloody pulp with a single blow. Chapter 155, The Wedding Procession and Trials? You Dragon Kingdom ants! This land will soon be ours. This shall be the newest domain of our Orcish tribe. The invaders from Flying Continent mounted heavy machine guns, unleashing a hail of bullets upon the Dragon Nation citizens behind the city walls. They roared with unrestrained laughter, their faces twisted with madness and savagery. So this is all the Dragon Nation pigs have to offer? Ha! What good is that national fortune bonus? That. Can it even stop our guns? Kill. Kill them all. I want those beautiful women of the Dragon Nation. Leave no survivors. Remember to take pictures. Let the Dragon Nation see the fate of those who refuse to submit to us, the Flying Continent. Some Flying Continent soldiers even set fire to the homes of Dragon Nation civilians, the blazing inferno illuminating their twisted faces. Even more horrifying, half-beasts seized Dragon Nation children, hoisting them high. Beside them, another half-beast brandished a wolf-tooth club, poised to strike, threatening the defenders on the city walls. Dragon Nation pigs. I'll make you surrender. I'll make every last one of your men surrender. Or watch these little bastards bleed out right here. The Flying Continent soldier roared with frenzied rage. The child in his grasp wept pitifully. The child's wails pierced the heart of every Dragon Nation soldier. Eyes bloodshot, the defenders on the ramparts gripped their weapons tightly, yet hesitated to act, afraid to risk harming the child. What should we do? What should we do? This sudden sneak attack by the scoundrels had caught everyone off guard. Just as they were about to sound the counterattack, they dared to use children as hostages? Damn it! Absolute scum! Just as the Dragon Nation's border teetered on the brink of collapse, over a dozen special aircraft sliced through the sky, streaking toward the front lines like golden blades. The Blood Clan members leapt from the aircraft, their movements elegant yet radiating a chilling aura. The Blood Clan elder's silver hair fluttered wildly, his blood-red eyes blazing with fury. Dare to run amok in Dragon Nation, you scum. Today, I'll show you what true power is. The half-orc leader sneered with contempt at the sight, so it's just a bunch of reckless Blood Clan fools. You think you can stop us? Charge. Tear them apart. Roar! The half-orc army brandished their weapons, charging toward the Blood Clan with roars, the air thick with the pungent stench of blood. Watch out! Don't let the children be sacrificed, the Dragon Nation soldiers cried out. Yet in the next instant, the situation took a stunning reversal. The speed of the Blood Clan members was simply too fast. So fast that before anyone could react, they rescued every single child. Wherever they passed, enemies clutched their throats in terror, collapsing lifelessly. A young Blood Clan member flickered into existence among the half-beasts. His nails transformed into razor-sharp claws as he darted through the ranks like a specter. Wherever he passed, half-beasts collapsed, blood spurting from their bodies. Put! Put! What the hell is happening? Are these bastards demons? Shut up! Open fire! Rat-a-tat-tat! Countless firearms unleashed a hail of bullets in an instant. However, another elder vampire casually flicked his sleeve, summoning a crimson barrier that deflected every bullet fired by the invaders from Flying Continent. The projectiles clattered against the shield, unable to pierce its surface. What? What the hell? How is this possible? The Blood Clan elder demonstrated terrifying power. Chanting incantations with hands raised high, he conjured a massive crimson vortex in the sky. Blood Judgment. With a furious roar, countless crimson chains descended from the vortex, coiling around the half-beast army like giant serpents. The half-beasts writhed in agony, their strength rapidly drained as their bodies withered and shriveled. The invaders from Flying Continent watched in horror, frantically turning their guns and firing relentlessly at the Blood Clan. Yet the Blood Clan stood their ground, unflinching. The moment bullets struck their bodies, they dissolved into clouds of blood mist, only to reform in another location the next second. One vampire deliberately approached a machine gun, seized the barrel, and twisted the scorching metal like putty into scrap iron. Baring sharp fangs, he sneered at the soldier. Is this all you've got? You dare bully us Dragon Nation people? Too late for regrets now. I'll make you writhe in agony for eternity. The half-orc leader sensed trouble and tried to flee, only to have his ankle snared by the Blood Clan elder's blood whip, which yanked him back with brutal force. Trying to leave? Too late. The Blood Clan elder's eyes were ice cold. With a vicious flick of the whip, the half-orc leader's body slammed into the ground like a cannonball, leaving a massive crater. He struggled to rise, but was immediately surrounded by the Blood Clan warriors. Spare us. Spare us. We were wrong. We're sorry. It was those damned black humans who deceived us. No. It's those damned half-beasts. The half-orc leader and the African invaders knelt in unison, begging for mercy, their faces etched with terror and despair. But the Blood Clan remained unmoved. Their attacks grew fiercer, each strike carrying deadly force. With just a dozen elite members of the Blood Clan, had completely resolved this crisis. In fact, it had transformed into a feast of vengeance, one reserved solely for the Blood Clan. The Grand Elder watched the scene unfold, overcome with excitement. Once tonight passed, he would personally relay this message to every nation harboring treacherous intentions toward the Dragon Nation. This is the fate that awaits those who dare to strike against the Dragon Nation. Meanwhile, within the Blood Clan's castle, Lin Chen had just awakened when Nanami, having finished her chores, emerged from beneath the covers. Only her adorable little head peeked out as she beamed a smile at Lin Fan. "Master, you're so amazing. Nanami loves you so much." Running his fingers through Nanami's silky hair, Lin Fan couldn't help but ask, "By the way, where's the vampire queen? I haven't seen her at all." At the mention of that name, Nanami's expression shifted. After a moment's hesitation, she explained. "Truthfully, Her Majesty the Empress, she's not entirely comfortable with the idea of a human as her marriage partner. So, before learning of this news, she parted ways with me and went to the other side of this place, taking her trusted subordinates with her. If you wish to find Her Majesty, it will likely prove far more difficult. I do not advise it, Master." Lin Fan froze. Holy crap! Unwilling to accept a human as a marriage partner? Now that's quite the personality. A smirk tugged at his lips as he turned to Nanami. "No problem. She's just the Empress, what's the big deal about taking her? But you little brat, you're not jealous, are you?" Chapter 156, Showcasing Power. Treading Ghost Fire. Just as the two were about to continue their sweet talk, a frantic pounding suddenly echoed at the door. "Princess, the Empress's wedding procession has arrived. She commands that this human be taken back as her favorite male." Hearing this, Lin Fan was utterly stunned. Nanami's face darkened instantly. A male favorite? Lin Fan was her husband now. How dare he utter such words? Not only was he insulting Lin Fan's abilities, but it was also like delivering a resounding slap to Nanami's face in front of everyone. How could Nanami possibly endure this humiliation any longer? Nanami clenched her fists tightly, digging her nails into the bedsheets. Lin Fan couldn't help but ask, "Nanami, does the Empress have many male favorites?" "No, she never keeps male favorites, nor would she ever touch a man as a blood source. But I trust you understand the deeper meaning behind that statement now." "Got it. I see. So Nana and the Empress don't get along. This could be an opportunity to use my presence and let them have a proper showdown, right?" Lin Fan sighed. "They're both part of the harem of 3,000. Why stir up trouble? Can't they just get along? Fine, let's go then." Lin Fan stood up first. Nanami was taken aback. "Leave? Where to? Wasn't she here to pick up the bride? Might as well see what tricks she had up her sleeve." Seeing Lin Fan's relaxed expression, for some reason, even Nanami's own mood lightened considerably. "Alright, let's go." As they stepped out of the room, they bumped right into the worried-looking group of women. As they descended the stairs together, Xiao Miao suddenly grabbed Lin Fan's soft waist. "You handled that well. When we get back, you'd better keep up this level of performance." "Lin Fan, doesn't this vampire castle have soundproofing?" Upon reaching the castle's exterior, a festive procession clad in red, carrying a palanquin on 8 poles. A band played cheerful tunes. The man leading the procession immediately advanced upon seeing someone emerge. Among the many women present, Lin Fan was subtly the one who stood out. Witnessing this scene, he knew instantly. This man must be Lin Fan. With that thought, a smirk touched his lips as he approached Lin Fan, bowing slightly. "You must be Lin Fan, correct? The Empress takes a special interest in you and has sent us to escort you. Please come with us." Lin Fan smiled. "If anyone is to be escorted, it should be me escorting her. You want me to leave? That's not going to happen." At this response, the man showed not a hint of surprise. Instead, he smiled. "No problem. But the Empress had set a condition: if you can pass the trial of our wedding procession, you'll be granted the chance to marry the Empress." Hearing this, it was entirely within Nana's expectations. After all, she knew the scheming woman definitely had ulterior motives. She couldn't help but tug anxiously at Lin Fan's sleeve. "Maybe we should just call it off. This woman is always full of tricks. She's probably already figured out how to set you up." "It's fine." Lin Fan patted her shoulder, then turned to face the man. "Go ahead, tell us. What are these assessments?" The man smiled faintly. He waved to his men behind him. Soon, several henchmen dragged a 3-meter long carpet toward them. Though calling it a carpet wasn't entirely accurate. For embedded within this carpet were countless sharp stones. And atop those stones, countless ghostly flames danced and flickered. Xiao Qing, skilled in manipulating ghost flames, immediately sensed something amiss. Both the fire and the stones were problematic, specifically designed to target humans. They were meant to ignite the flames of karma, scorching the soul's defenses, while offering no physical harm whatsoever. "Ha! Not bad." The man burst into laughter. "This karmic fire that engulfs the body is a flame fueled by human nature. Once stepped upon, all inner greed and desire would erupt. All become fuel for this very fire. Only those whose hearts are utterly pure and clear can pass through this karmic fire flawlessly," he said. The man smiled.
But if you truly possess such purity of heart, as a human being, you will inevitably become a god-tier powerhouse in the future.
Do you truly believe you can reach such heights? Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Pure of heart? Forget about humans.
Even among other species, it's impossible to achieve that completely.
This is nothing but nitpicking.
The women were about to erupt in protest when they noticed Lin Fan smiling indifferently.
What's so difficult about that?
Lin Fan stepped forward, his aura steady as a mountain. His gaze remained calm as he studied the sharp carpet blazing with karmic fire before him. A faint smile touched his lips, a smile brimming with confidence and tinged with anticipation for the challenge. He genuinely wanted to see just how formidable this karmic fire truly was. What could it be that had this group on such high alert? The moment his foot touched the carpet, the surrounding karmic flames surged violently, like beasts sensing prey, crashing toward his body. In an instant, Lin Fan was engulfed in raging flames. Within the crimson inferno, an eerie, ghostly blue light flickered, casting his figure in shifting shadows.
Careful!
Nanami, Xiao Miao, and the other women cried out in unison. Lucian clenched her fists tightly, her eyes filled with worry. They knew well the terror of this karmic fire, a flame that struck directly at the heart.
The slightest misstep could lead to being consumed by inner greed and desire, plunging one into eternal damnation. But how could any living being truly be free of greed? Now, they could only hope.
Look! A sudden cry of alarm rang out.
Everyone looked up.
There! Lin Fan seemed detached from the chaos. His gaze remained clear and resolute as he strode forward with steady steps. The flames of retribution scorched his body, yet he showed not a trace of pain. As he advanced, the flames not only failed to overwhelm him but began to gradually weaken.
To everyone's astonishment, a faint golden glow slowly emerged around Lin Fan.
The light collided with the karmic flames, producing crackling sounds.
Divine power? How could this be? The man leading the wedding procession stared wide-eyed, his face frozen in disbelief.
In his understanding, no one had ever remained so composed in the face of the karmic flames, let alone advanced unscathed. He had been certain Lin Fan would writhe in agony within the flames, perhaps even collapse, yet the scene before him defied all expectations. Beyond that, another fact emerged that he found even harder to believe.
Why would this sacred power manifest in a human being?
Among their bloodline, there had been a prophecy.
That is. Chapter 157, The Second Trial. Real combat. Humans possessing divine power will surely lead the Blood Clan to its true pinnacle. Originally, no one believed this to be true. But now, this very scene has left every member of the Blood Clan utterly speechless. Including Nanami. She, too, had never imagined it. Lin Fan was actually the very being foretold in the prophecy. Nanami's eyes couldn't help but sparkle. In the livestream chat, viewers from the Dragon Nation erupted in excitement. Lin Shan is so awesome. Even the karmic flames can't touch him. I knew Lord Lin would pull it off. This is what a true powerhouse looks like. Those alien races better watch out. Lin Shan will show you what despair truly means. Meanwhile, viewers from other nations, especially those alien races who had previously mocked Lin Fan, stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape in speechless shock. Watching Lin Fan advance steadily through the karmic flames, an inexplicable mix of dread and envy surged within them. With each step Lin Fan took forward, the power of the karmic flames grew weaker. When he reached the center of the carpet, the karmic flames began to be absorbed by the golden light radiating from his body. Those once arrogant flames now resembled docile lambs, being devoured bit by bit by the light. The sharp stones beneath Lin Fan's feet seemed to lose their potency, causing him no harm whatsoever. Finally, Lin Fan took his last step and stood firmly on the other side of the carpet. The golden light on his body gradually faded, yet he remained radiant and energetic, as if he had just experienced not a grueling trial but a leisurely stroll. Lin Fan smacked his lips and glanced behind him. It felt pretty average, not nearly as impressive as they made it out to be. This can't be. The wedding party gasped in unison, their faces etched with shock and dread. They couldn't comprehend what kind of monster this human before them was, who could pass this seemingly impossible trial with such effortless ease. Nanami gazed at Lin Fan, her eyes brimming with admiration and affection. She never imagined Lin Fan could be this powerful, so powerful he shattered convention and conquered the seemingly invincible karmic flames. Xiao Miao leapt excitedly, her 9 tails held high. Lin Fan, you're amazing. I knew you could do it. Lucian, Ayer, Xiaoqing, and the other women gathered around him, their eyes brimming with pride and relief. Yet, a hint of worry still lingered in their expressions. Lin Fan, are you really okay? I'm totally fine. Not even a twinge. Lin Fan replied, half laughing, half crying. The man who had led the group stood frozen in place, unable to recover for a long time. All the taunts and insults he'd prepared were now stuck in his throat, unable to escape. He knew he had underestimated this human before him. This trial had fully revealed to him the terrifying capabilities of Lin Fan. A human wielding divine power. The words of that prophecy still echoed relentlessly in his mind. Lin Fan clapped his hands and smiled at him. Any more tests? Bring them on. Dominant. Unmatched arrogance. The man snapped back to his senses, his gaze toward Lin Fan no longer carrying the previous disdain. Instead, a touch more solemn. The next test was straightforward and brutal. The man's tone leveled out as he declared, "If you can defeat me, then you pass the test." Lin Fan's eyes flickered. He glanced at his attribute panel. Vampire clan member. Rank A. Combat power, 65,000. Evaluation: as a renowned warrior among the Blood Clan, his strength is far beyond what ordinary humans can withstand. Come on. The man ceased his taunts toward Lin Fan, instead assuming a battle stance as he scrutinized the human before him with intense focus. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the vampire warrior's blood energies surged violently. Crimson energies swirled like a vortex around his body. His form flickered, transforming into a crimson afterimage. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Lin Fan, his right fist carrying a howling wind as it aimed straight for Lin Fan's face. This punch contained the immense power of an A-rank warrior. The air itself tore apart under the fist's force, emitting a piercing, shrill screech. Lin Fan remained calm and composed, slowly raising his palm as a golden light coalesced within his hand. As the blood warrior's fist neared its target, Lin Fan gave a gentle push. The golden light rippled outward like waves. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted. The vampire warrior's fist was halted by this seemingly gentle light. The immense impact forced him to stumble back several steps, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. How is this possible? The vampire warrior stared at Lin Fan in disbelief. He had expected this punch to send Lin Fan flying, yet the human before him stood as solid as a towering mountain, unshaken. His initial contempt for Lin Fan instantly diminished, realizing this human was far more than he appeared. But, as the strongest warrior among the Blood Clan, he could never admit defeat now. The Blood Clan warrior snorted coldly, his hands swiftly forming seals as he chanted incantations. In an instant, countless crimson chains surged from the ground, coiling toward Lin Fan like venomous serpents. These chains flickered with an eerie glow, leaving trails of blackened air in their wake wherever they passed. Taste the might of the blood spirit chains. The vampire warrior sneered, his eyes brimming with smug satisfaction. Lin Fan's lips curved into a faint smile as thunderous energy erupted around him. Blue lightning danced like silver serpents, enveloping him entirely. The moment the crimson chains touched the lightning, they emitted a sizzling sound and instantly evaporated into nothingness. Lin Fan's toes touched the ground lightly, and his figure darted like a ghost between the chains. In the blink of an eye, he was before the Blood Clan warrior. "My turn," Lin Fan murmured. With a flick of his sword, a golden blade of energy sliced through the air, striking toward the vampire warrior. Where the blade energy passed, ripples distorted the very fabric of space. The overwhelming pressure made the Blood Clan warrior's breath catch. He hastily summoned a crimson shield, attempting to withstand the fierce assault. Boom! The clash of the sword energy and the shield erupted in an earth-shattering roar. The warrior's shield shattered like glass under the golden blade's impact. The powerful shockwave hurled him backward, slamming him hard onto the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Struggling to his feet, a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with shock and terror. How is this possible? How could you be this strong?" the vampire warrior stammered, his voice trembling. He had never imagined a human could gain such a decisive advantage against him. His perception of Lin Fan was completely overturned. The human before him was undoubtedly the most formidable being he had ever encountered in his life. Lin Fan, sword in hand, strode slowly toward the Blood Clan warrior, radiating an oppressive aura that sent shivers down the spine. Chapter 158, The Sea Ghost Clan. Still want to force a marriage? Bring whatever tricks you have left. His voice was calm and resolute, yet it sent chills down the vampire warrior's spine. Very well. Since that is the case, the next move might even be beyond my own ability to withstand. The Blood Clan warrior gritted his teeth, a flash of ruthlessness crossing his eyes. He raised both hands high, letting out a piercing howl to the heavens. The blood energy surging around him violently coalesced into the shadowy form of a colossal crimson wolf. The wolf opened its gaping maw, unleashing a deafening roar as it lunged toward Lin Fan. Blood wolf devours the heavens. The Blood Clan warrior roared. This was his ultimate killing move. Countless enemies had fallen to it before. Any opponent who had ever forced him to unleash this technique had long since perished, none remaining to stand before him now. Originally, he had no intention of unleashing this ultimate attack. But judging by the current situation, this human seemed to be resisting his killing move. Lin Fan's eyes flashed with resolve. His hands formed seals as he shouted, "Wrathful Thunderbolt!" In an instant, dark clouds gathered in the sky as a thick pillar of lightning descended from above, colliding with the blood-red wolf's phantom. The blinding light illuminated the entire battlefield, while the deafening explosion reverberated through the air, making everyone's eardrums ache. When the light faded, everyone was astonished to find the blood-red wolf's phantom had vanished, while the Blood Clan warrior lay collapsed on the ground, incapacitated. Lin Fan sheathed his sword, clapped his hands, and remarked with a relaxed expression, "All done?" Didn't feel too challenging at all. In the livestream chat, viewers from Dragon Nation erupted in excitement. God of the Forest is unstoppable. That was way too easy. A rank warriors are like paper in front of Godlin. Damn. That's insane. Got anything to say now, you foreign trash? Open your dog eyes and see this is the pride of our dragon nation. Meanwhile, viewers from other nations, especially those alien scum, were left speechless, their faces darkening with dread. Watching Lin Fan effortlessly defeat the formidable Blood Clan warrior, their fear and envy reached a fever pitch. The lead Blood Clan warrior struggled to his feet, his gaze toward Lin Fan filled with awe. Your prowess far exceeds my expectations. This round, I concede defeat. He bowed with clasped fists, his demeanor a stark contrast to before. Lin Fan smiled and nodded. Since I've passed the trial, may I proceed to retrieve the Empress? His words carried an unquestionable air of authority, as if everything was already firmly within his grasp. The vampire warrior paused briefly, then nodded with a wry smile. Of course you may. Lead the way. Lin Fan's gaze swept over the wedding procession. Now, turn back and fetch the Blood Clan Empress. The crowd trembled in fear. Yet they had no choice but to obey Lin Fan's command. Soon, the vast procession began its march forward. This time, the women did not accompany Lin Fan. Only Nanami came along. After all, Lin Fan was handling a major life event. But due to the unique circumstances, Nana was the one who needed to accompany him. This was no trivial matter. When they arrived at the location, Nanami furrowed her brow. She instinctively glanced outside the sedan chair. Lin Fan, something's off outside. What's wrong? Lin Fan asked. The Sea Ghost clan has arrived. Out there. Before a structure indistinguishable from a vampire castle, countless grotesque, deformed monsters brandished weapons at the gate, bellowing incessantly. Vampire Empress, come out this instant. Our boss wants to marry you, yet you still refuse to budge? You want to die, don't you? The castle gates remained firmly shut. But, from afar, Lin Fan could see a beautiful woman gazing coldly at the countless sea monsters below the castle windows. A beautiful woman was gazing down with an icy stare at the countless sea ghosts below. Though the distance was vast, Lin Fan could still make out her features clearly. Her face radiated irresistible collagen, her skin milky white, her features exquisitely refined. She carried an air of queenly aloofness emanating a chilling, bewitching allure. Her arched brows resembled distant mountains, her eyes slightly upturned at the corners, and her violet pupils shimmered brightly, utterly captivating to human eyes. And then there was another, even more alluring aspect of this empress. That would be her silky silver hair. It cascaded down to her waist, adorned with a ruby so vivid it was almost eerie. They say everyone in the country is obsessed with white hair. Lin Fan hadn't believed it before. But the moment he laid eyes on the vampire queen, only then did he finally understand what it truly meant to be obsessed with white hair. Don't let her charm you, that venomous woman is full of tricks. Nanami muttered this, her motives unclear. Lin Chen chuckled awkwardly to ease the tension. Outside the castle, the Sea Demon clan remained unaware of the wedding procession's approach. They continued bellowing their demands. Get your ass down here. Our boss specifically named you as his bride. What are you still doing up there, hiding like a scared turtle? Shut up. Suddenly, a thunderous shout cut through the Sea Demon's arrogance. None other than the Blood Clan warrior who swore absolute loyalty to the Empress. Filled with fury, he stepped before the Sea Demons. If you dare show disrespect to Her Majesty the Empress again, be warned, I will tear you to pieces. Hearing this, the Sea Demons did not cower in fear. Instead, they burst into raucous laughter. Tear you to pieces? Can you even do that? You likely don't know that our Sea Demon clan has allied with the 8 Fish clan and the Kappa clan. We came here today specifically to turn this so-called Empress into a tool for our 3 clans. What authority does a mere lackey like you possess? Now get out of here. Hearing this, Nanami's expression darkened. These bastards have actually joined forces. This time, before Lin Fan could even ask, Nanami had already begun to explain. It turned out that this entire realm had always been dominated by the 4 great races. Namely the Sea Ghosts, the 8 Fish, the Kappa, and the Blood Clan. However, they had always maintained a delicate balance, keeping each other in check. Now, unexpectedly, the other 3 races had joined forces. Specifically to oppose the Blood Clan. Though Nanami never held the Empress in high regard, she was still one of the Blood Clan. Even if we consider the worst-case scenario, if the Blood Clan Empress were captured, the remaining remnants of the Blood Clan would face dire consequences. At this point, Lin Fan grasped the full significance. Simultaneously, he grasped the true purpose behind the Queen dispatching the wedding procession. She intended to test whether Lin Fan was truly a capable individual. It wasn't, as he'd imagined, an act of humiliation or degradation. Chapter 159, Kill. Kill them all. As these thoughts raced through his mind, the Blood Clan warriors could no longer contain their fury. Still spouting that insolent nonsense? I'll make sure you never speak again. Blood energy surged around the vampire warrior like a caged beast enraged. He tore open his blood-soaked tunic, revealing a chest scarred with gruesome wounds. You sea spawn scum. Today I'll make you understand the price of defying the Blood Clan Empress. He roared, his hand moving in a swift motion. Unseen until now, he now gripped a crimson spear, its tip pulsing with an eerie red glow. The Sea Demon clan members' expressions turned grim, instantly realizing this man intended to fight to the death. Before the words had even faded, he charged toward the Sea Demon horde like an arrow released from its bowstring. The spear danced through the air, trailing a storm of crimson shadows. Wherever it passed, the Sea Demon's limbs and bodies scattered like shattered glass. A burly Sea Demon brandished a massive bone trident as it charged forward, only to be pierced through the chest by a vampire warrior's spear. Thick, dark green blood spurted forth, splattering onto its pallid face and adding to its terrifying appearance. Kill! The leader of the sea ghosts, witnessing this, swung his trident and bellowed a shrill command. In an instant, a swarm of sea ghouls surged from all directions. Their forms were twisted and grotesque, some sprouted octopus-like tentacles, others were covered in hard scales, their mouths emitting bone-chilling hisses. Even more terrifying, their weapons glowed with a sinister blue light, clearly drenched in deadly poison. No matter how many come, it won't matter. I'll slaughter them all. The Blood Clan warrior fought with growing ferocity, his crimson spear becoming a dance of death in his grasp as he flung several sea demons skyward. Yet for every sea demon he felled, more surged in to take its place. As time wore on, his movements grew sluggish, his breathing increasingly labored. Old wounds reopened in the fierce combat, blood soaking through his battle armor. Ultimately, the sheer numbers of his foes made it nearly impossible to handle them all at once. Seizing a moment of distraction, a sea demon struck from behind, its sharp claws tearing 5 deep gashes into his back, exposing bone. The blood warrior grunted, stumbling forward a few steps before forcing himself to turn. With a single thrust, he pinned the attacker to the ground. However, more sea demons seized this opening and swarmed forward. Ha! Come at me all at once. Several sea monsters' tentacles wrapped around his arms, immobilizing his spear. Others seized his legs, yanking him violently to the ground. Damn it! Damn it! Let go of me! The Blood Clan warrior struggled to rise, only to have the sea demon leader stomp on his chest, the sharp prongs of its trident pressed against his throat. Is that all? Still trying to protect that whore, the Blood Clan Empress? Look at you now, beaten like this. Has she even shown her face? The sea demon leader let out a shrill, derisive laugh. Look at you now, you look like a stray dog. The glory of the Blood Clan? Nothing but a joke. The surrounding sea demons joined in the roaring laughter. Amidst the waves of mockery, the Blood Clan warrior's eyes bulged with fury. Blood gushed from his mouth, yet he still gnashed his teeth and snarled, "You won't succeed. What can you possibly achieve?" The sea demon chief intensified the pressure under his foot, the vampire warrior's ribs cracking with a heart-stopping sound. "Today, before everyone's eyes, I will strip your Blood Clan of all honor." He raised his trident high, poised to deliver the fatal blow. Stop! Nanami clenched her fists in frustration. Though she and the Empress were usually at odds, witnessing her kin being humiliated now stirred an indescribable rage within her. Ha! Even the Blood Clan princess has come? Well, this is perfect, now we can wipe out your entire Blood Clan in one fell swoop. The sea demon leader grew even more excited, letting out a hoarse, maniacal laugh. However, just as he was about to stride toward the vampire princess Nanami, a towering figure stepped directly in front of Nanami. None other than Lin Fan. You haven't asked my permission to harm my woman, have you? Seeing that it was a human who appeared. Simultaneously, he glanced at Nanami's submissive demeanor. The sea demon leader instantly understood. This human has successfully captured Nanami's heart. Princess of the Blood Clan, your kind has truly fallen. To actually consider a human as your husband? Could you not find a more suitable candidate? As a demon, I am utterly ashamed of you. The sea demon chieftain sneered with unrestrained scorn. Meanwhile, atop the castle, the Blood Clan Empress, Ellie. Her own beautiful eyes, vibrant with color, fixed on Lin Fan with pure curiosity. The human who could make Nanami behave, could you truly be the one foretold in the prophecy? These were things the Blood Clan Empress did not know. All she wanted now was to see if this human was truly worthy of being the one she entrusted her life to in marriage. Facing the sea demon chieftain's taunts, Lin Fan paid no heed, merely smiling faintly. It was precisely this demeanor that left the entire group utterly unsettled. Laugh, I'll make you laugh. The sea demon chief's heart raced with dread, turning his anger into fury. He led his tribe in a fierce assault toward Lin Fan. The sea demon chieftain led his horde of sea demons like a tidal wave crashing toward Lin Fan, their blue weapons flashing with deadly cold light. Lin Fan remained composed, a sudden golden radiance erupting around him. Thunderous power swirled about his form, as if the thunder god himself had descended. Facing the sea demon charging at the forefront, he casually swung his hand. A golden sword chi erupted, instantly cleaving the sea demon in two. Dark green blood traced an eerie arc through the air. What? What kind of power is this? Witnessing this terrifying combat prowess, many sea ghosts halted in their tracks, staring at Lin Fan with sheer terror. After all, They had never encountered a human being this powerful before. Enough with the nonsense. He's just a human, how could he possibly scare us off? Die. The sea demon leader roared in fury, channeling a ball of pitch-black energy into his trident and hurling it viciously at Lin Fan. Wherever that energy passed, the air screeched with a piercing, tearing sound, carrying an aura of utter destruction. Yet Lin Fan neither dodged nor retreated. Palm facing upward, a brilliant ball of lightning coalesced in his hand before he thrust it forward with brutal force. Boom! The thunderous light collided violently with the pitch-black energy. A powerful shockwave radiated outward from the two combatants, instantly uprooting the ground and filling the air with billowing dust. As the dust settled, the onlookers watched in shock. The trident in the sea demon chief's grasp was now riddled with cracks. The chief himself spat blood, flying backward in a disheveled state before crashing heavily to the ground, leaving a long, plowed furrow in the earth. Chapter 160, Reinforcements? Useless. He struggled to rise, only to find his strength utterly drained. Staring at Lin Fan in terror, his eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? You're just a human, how could you possess such terrifying power? Nanami's eyes shone brightly, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Her hands clenched tightly as pride and delight filled her heart. Lin Fan was this strong. Gazing at Lin Fan's upright figure, she saw the hope of the vampire clan's rise. Her earlier worries about him vanished completely, replaced by utter admiration. The surrounding sea demons stood frozen, their weapons slipping from their hands unconsciously. They had never imagined this seemingly ordinary human could beat their arrogant leader into utter helplessness. Whispers of dread rippled through the crowd as fear swiftly spread among the sea demons. Above the castle, the Blood Clan Empress, Amy, stared wide-eyed, her gaze flickering with complex emotions. Leaning slightly forward, one hand braced against the windowsill, she murmured to herself, with such power, could he truly be the one foretold in the prophecy? Her heart was torn by conflicting emotions. While thrilled by Lin Fan's formidable combat prowess, she couldn't help but worry for him. The sea demon leader, known for his relentless vengeance, had suffered a major setback and would certainly not let it rest. Given his nature, he would undoubtedly summon more reinforcements. When that happened, Lin Fan would face even stronger enemies. Just as Ailey had anticipated, the sea demon chieftain struggled to pull out a black conch shell. He flashed a savage grin at Lin Fan. Human, if you've got the guts, stay right here. I'll summon reinforcements immediately. Go ahead and call them. So what? Lin Fan remained utterly unfazed. Unflinching as a mountain, he coldly observed the sea demon chieftain's actions. Fine. You said it. Then you alone will bear the consequences of what comes next. The sea demon chief grinned widely. Then, he placed the black conch shell to his lips and blew it with all his might. The piercing sound of the conch sliced through the sky, echoing across the entire battlefield. The sound was incredibly long and drawn out. Reinforcements are on their way. You'll all pay for this. I'll make you understand the consequences of crossing the sea demon clan. The sea demon leader threatened viciously, panting heavily, his eyes flashing with a venomous glint. Lin Fan crossed his arms, a dismissive smirk curling his lips. His icy gaze fixed on the sea demon chieftain. You? If all reinforcements are scum like you, even 10 times more would only serve as experience points for me. These words struck at the very core of his being. The sea demon chieftain was so enraged he violently coughed up blood, unable to stop. Nanami, however, spoke with concern. Lin Fan, you must be careful. The combined strength of their 3 great races is truly formidable. These are minor issues. Don't you trust me? Seeing Lin Fan's confident smile, Nanami's previously gloomy mood instantly brightened. Snuggling against Lin Fan's chest, she purred, no, I trust you the most. The sea demon chieftain, already beaten half to death, was seething with rage. Witnessing this scene delivered a crushing blow to his fragile psyche. Put. The sea demon chief began coughing up blood for no apparent reason. Meanwhile, on the castle walls, Ailey witnessed this scene. For some reason, felt inexplicably unhappy. Soon, the ground trembled slightly. A large force was rushing this way. The tremors intensified, dust swirling as reinforcements from the 8 Fish Clan and Kappa Clan descended like dark clouds. The 8 Fish Clan warriors were half human, half fish, their scales glinting with an eerie blue sheen in the sunlight. 8 flexible tentacles swayed behind them, each capable of transforming into a deadly weapon in an instant. The Kappa, small yet muscular with lotus leaves perched atop their heads, wielded shields forged from hard turtle shells and bone spears, emanating a nauseating, fishy stench. Seeing reinforcements from both tribes approaching, the sea demon leader could barely steady his steps. A grin spread across his face, impossible to hide, as he stumbled forward toward them. After several tumbles, the sea demon chief struggled to his feet, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he could hardly contain his eagerness to reach the leaders of the 2 tribes. The leader of the 8 Fish Clan was a slender woman with eyes as deep and blue as the ocean depths, her head wrapped in several writhing tentacles. The Kappa Clan leader was a burly man with a face covered in pockmarks, sharp bone spines hidden beneath the lotus leaves on his head. You too. It's this human who ruined our plans, the sea demon chief bellowed hoarsely. He's nothing but a lucky insect. If we join forces, we can tear him to pieces. Then, not only will we vent our fury, even the Blood Clan will become our servants. Humans? The 8-Fish Clan leader shot Lin Fan a cold glance and sneered, human? Dare to oppose us? He's nothing but a clown the Blood Clan brought in. But then again, if a mere weakling like this human can beat you into this state, Sea Ghost, you'd better practice your skills. The Sea Ghost leader's face flushed crimson with rage. It's not my fault. This human is just far too bizarre. How peculiar. No matter how peculiar, he's still just a human. Have you forgotten? Humans have always been nothing more than our prized ingredients. Do you understand what ingredients truly mean? Can you grasp my meaning? Ingredients can never turn on their diners.
These words left the Sea Demon Chief's face flushed crimson. He couldn't utter another word. Before battling Lin Fan, he had thought the same. But soon, cruel reality shattered his illusions. In the end, he could only barely choke out, this human is truly different. You must believe me. Poof. Both leaders scoffed at this. From their perspective, this was clearly just the Sea Demon Chief's pathetic excuse for his own weakness after being defeated by Lin Fan. What was there to fear from a mere human? The Kappa leader brandished his spear, then turned to Lin Fan, his ugly face twisted into a cackling grin. Human, he sneered, I hear you're quite the fighter? Today, you'll learn that the wrath of the 3 great races is not something you can withstand. The Sea Demon was a worthless fool, but that doesn't mean we're pushovers. Lin Fan crossed his arms, leaning casually against a nearby crumbling wall. A playful smile played at the corners of his mouth. Finished? Then get on with it. I've got a meeting with the Empress to attend. These words ignited the 3 leaders' fury like a spark to dry tinder. The Sea Demon Chief bellowed, attack. Wear him down first. Let's see how long he can keep up his arrogance. Chapter 161, Utterly Subdued, Marriage Reward. In an instant, a dense wave of alien warriors surged forward like a tidal flood. Boom! The Octopus Tribe warriors whipped their tentacles like steel whips toward Lin Fan, each strike pounding deep craters into the ground. Facing such an onslaught, Lin Fan, seeking absolute safety, did not choose to brace and endure the blows head-on. Instead, he swiftly created distance, then seized the moment to unleash his power and eliminate them. Charge! Kappa warriors formed a shield-bearing square formation, their spears like a forest, thrusting toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes as thunderous power surged around him once more. Transforming into a golden streak of light, he darted through the enemy ranks. Wherever his sword cut, the scales and carapaces of the alien warriors shattered, splattering dark green and purplish black blood everywhere. This can't go on. Why isn't his power weakening? The Sea Demon Chieftain watched his fallen kin pile up, unease rising in his heart. The 8-Fish Clan leader remained composed, don't panic. Human stamina has its limits. Keep wearing him down. The Kappa tribe leader joined in the taunts, exactly. When his strength is spent, it will be our time to reap the harvest. Over half their tribe lay dead or wounded. Sea Demon Chief, what should we do? Should we charge? The 8-Fish Chief suddenly burst into laughter. Sea Demon Chief, what are you laughing at? The 8-Fish Chief sneered coldly, I laugh at this human's reckless bravery. Our tribe has suffered such heavy casualties, yet this fool still fails to grasp the gravity of the situation. If this continues, he won't be killed by us, he'll simply die from exhaustion. Wow, you're so clever. The Kappa Chief exclaimed in astonishment. Sea Demon Chief. Though something felt off about it. In the end, he kept his doubts to himself. However, as time passed, the battle did not unfold as the 3 clan leaders had anticipated. Lin Fan grew fiercer with every clash, channeling the power of thunder into ever-shifting forms, sometimes coiling as a colossal serpent to crush foes, other times condensing into blinding blades that mowed down armies. As the corpses of the alien warriors piled up like mountains, the 3 clan leaders finally panicked. The Sea Demon Chieftain stared at the remnants of his tribe, now less than a tenth of their original number, his voice trembling. What kind of monster is he? What do we do now? These words. The other 2 chieftains could no longer muster a smile. The 8-Fish Clan chief's face darkened like ink, yet his gaze fixed on Lin Fan betrayed a hint of fear. Attack together. No matter how powerful he is, he can't fight all 3 of us at once. The Kappa Clan leader, already unable to contain himself, brandished his spear and roared, this should have been done long ago. Let him learn the consequences of provoking the 3 great tribes. The 3 chiefs launched their attacks simultaneously. The Sea Demon Chief's trident coalesced into a black vortex, while the Octopus Clan Chief's tentacles whipped out, bristling with venomous spikes. Lin Fan waved his hand, flinging them aside. The Kappa Chieftain's spear surged with murky waves, scorching the ground barren wherever it passed. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Fan's eyes as he delivered a savage slap to the Kappa leader's face. The sheer force of the blow sent the Kappa leader flying backward several somersaults. The leader then stared blankly at Lin Fan. What just happened? Once he regained his senses, an overwhelming sense of humiliation spread through his heart. The Kappa leader roared, Ah! Human, how dare you treat me this way? This is absolutely unforgivable. Die! The 3 leaders were utterly enraged. They unleashed a thunderous assault upon Lin Fan.
For a moment, Lin Fan found no opening to strike back. Seeing this, the three leaders fought with even greater fervor. But as time passed, they gradually sensed something was beginning to go terribly wrong. Something's wrong. Very wrong. Why isn't this guy fighting back? He had plenty of chances to fight back. A terrifying thought slowly crept into their minds. Could it be Lin Fan is deliberately toying with them? Looking up in terror, they saw. It was Lin Fan's half-smiling, half-not expression. So, have you had enough? Those words, like the call of death itself, caused all three of them to tremble violently. Could it be that this human was truly powerful enough to toy with them at will, yet they hadn't even realized it? If that were truly the case, they began to suck in their breath. Unconsciously, they all withdrew their hands. Their eyes, filled with terror, fixed on Lin Fan. You. Have you finally had your fill of this nonsense? Then I won't hold back anymore. Lin Fan smiled indifferently. The next second, a blinding radiance erupted around him as countless bolts of thunder gathered above his head, coalescing into a colossal ball of lightning. Wrathful thunderbolt of apocalypse. Lin Fan roared as the thunderball crashed down like a meteorite. Amidst the deafening roar, the very heavens and earth seemed to tremble. The blinding lightning instantly engulfed the three chieftains and the surrounding alien warriors. When the light faded, the battlefield lay in utter ruin. The three chieftains lay charred and lifeless on the ground, their eyes devoid of their former arrogance, replaced by endless terror and despair. No, don't kill me. Not now. The two leaders, aside from the Sea Demon Chieftain, finally understood why the Sea Demon Chief had acted that way before. Forget about him. The three of them combined aren't even enough for Lin Fan to kill. Lin Fan walked slowly before the trio, pressing his long sword against the Sea Demon Chieftain's throat. Who else? Anyone else as disloyal as them? As he spoke, Lin Fan's gaze swept across the crowd of all three races. His voice was utterly calm, yet carried a chilling, oppressive weight. In fact, it could be said that he had etched deep, indelible shadows into the very depths of their souls. The 8 Fish Clan leader struggled to lift his head, his expression no longer relaxed. Who exactly are you? Are you truly human? A cold smile curled at the corner of Lin Fan's lips. Remember this, I am an existence you will never be able to defeat. With that, he swung his sword, and the three leaders ceased to breathe. Far away on the castle's viewing platform, the Blood Clan Empress, Ailey, gripped the railing tightly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock and fascination. She had never imagined a human could unleash such terrifying power. The prophecy was true. It had come true. This peerless hero had truly arrived in her world, radiating boundless dominance and overwhelming presence. In this moment, Ailey's heart was utterly captured by Lin Fan. Seeing Nanami by Lin Fan's side, a spark of rivalry ignited within Aries' heart. Human, I must have you. I demand you be mine. Chapter 162, Love Triangle, I want Lin Fan. At the center of the battlefield, Lin Fan stood tall and proud. He cast a faint glance around him. Not a single member of the 3 great clans remained standing. Every member of the Blood Clan stared at Lin Fan with eyes like they'd seen a ghost. Not for any other reason. In this world, overwhelming power was the sole foundation for earning respect. And this was a human they had all considered a weakling. Yet at this very moment, he had saved the very existence of the Blood Clan. In an unnoticed corner, a gravely wounded Blood Clan warrior slowly rose to his feet and limped toward Lin Fan. Upon reaching Lin Fan, the warrior suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud. Human, you saved our Blood Clan. I. He stammered for a long time. The Blood Clan warrior still couldn't form a complete sentence. But in truth, what he truly meant to convey, Lin Fan understood perfectly well. It was just that this clumsy Blood Clan warrior didn't know how to express it. Finally, the vampire warrior clenched his fists and roared, as a human, you are now worthy to marry our vampire empress. And from this day forward, I will do everything in my power to persuade Her Majesty to lead the vampire clan in submitting to you. Before the words had even faded, from the castle above, Queen Aries' voice echoed faintly. No need for persuasion. A faint, ambiguous smile played at the corners of Aries' lips as her gaze fixed intently on Lin Fan. Human, I will lead the entire Blood Clan to pledge absolute allegiance to you. Every member of the Blood Clan will offer everything they possess to you, and I am no exception. The moment Alice finished speaking, Nanami shot her a look of utter disgust. She stood silently before Lin Fan. But then he remembered. Lin Fan had come specifically to marry Empress Aerie. She held her tongue, merely glaring at Aerie with seething jealousy. Let's go, Lin Fan. That old hag may be wicked, but such promises aren't made lightly. The Blood Clan now fully submits to you, including her. Lin Fan nodded slightly. Then, guided by Nanami, he entered the Crimson Castle and arrived at Ailey's chambers. The moment he beheld the true beauty of this Blood Clan Empress, Lin Fan knew he must take Ailey as his bride. Ailey turned her stunningly beautiful face and leaned against the window, silently admiring Lin Fan. Having occupied the throne for so long, a certain indescribable aura naturally emanated from her. It radiated an overwhelming desire to conquer. Even Lin Fan, upon seeing Ailey's true form, couldn't help but utter a word of praise. What a beauty! Lin Fan! Nanami desperately wanted to say something more, but in the end, she held her tongue. She could only sulk angrily by herself. She lazily made her way to the throne inlaid with blood-red gems, twirling a strand of silver hair between her fingers. Her eyes sparkled with alluring charm as she said, Lin Fan, now that the Blood Clan is under your command, we should celebrate properly tonight. Before she finished speaking, she gave a light clap. Blood Clan servants streamed in, carrying goblets brimming with crimson liquid. Nanami frowned, stepping in front of Lin Fan, her beautiful eyes filled with caution for all to see. Eri, don't try your mind-bending tricks. Lin Fan isn't one of those fools you've charmed into a daze. She swatted away the goblet Eri offered to Lin Fan, sending the dark crimson liquid splashing onto the carpet. If you truly care for Lin Fan, then be honest with him. Don't resort to these petty tricks. Eri giggled, rising as her skirt swept the floor, trailing a faint, elusive rose scent. She circled Lin Fan slowly, each step swaying with allure. Nanami, jealousy isn't your style. She suddenly leaned close to Lin Fan's ear, her warm breath brushing his neck. Human, she whispered, tell me, do you find these hands of mine, capable of commanding countless blood clans, more captivating? Or do you prefer someone else's fists, skilled only in fighting and killing? Nanami's face flushed crimson instantly. That's slander. Eri! Stop trying to manipulate Lin Fan with those underhanded tricks. She turned to Lin Fan, her gaze softening. Lin Fan, don't let her fool you. She just wants to use you to solidify her position. Lin Fan watched the two women locked in tense confrontation before him and sighed helplessly. What was this? This must be what they call a legendary battlefield of love and war. Lin Fan never imagined such a thing would happen to him. Just as he was about to speak, Ailey suddenly raised her hand and pressed it against his shoulder. The coolness from her fingertips seeped through his clothes. Nanami, you always assume the worst of people. A drop of essence blood gathered at Ailey's fingertip, transforming into a heart shape mid-air. I swear by this blood, she declared, to pledge my loyalty to him, without a single false word. She turned her gaze back to Lin Fan, a faint blush coloring her eyes. Though, she added, there are many ways to show loyalty. You can like Lin Fan, but you stupid woman don't flirt with him in front of me. What are you going to do about it? Whoa! Ailey and Nanami's faces were practically pressed together. They were locked in a fierce standoff. Lin Chen felt embarrassed. Alright, what's the point of arguing? Only kids would make a choice here. As an adult, I want it all. Both women, huh? Simultaneously, their sweet cries rang out. In the livestream chat, a pack of single dogs watched the livestream, tears of utter heartbreak streaming down their mouths. I'm crying with envy, bro, seriously crying with envy. When will I ever have so many girls swarming around me? Hey, bro, I've got a spare girlfriend lying around. Interested? You mean a real girlfriend? Guaranteed legit. Hey, speaking of which, isn't Lin Chen doing consecutive marriages this time? If so, doesn't that mean he can get 2 marriage rewards? Holy crap, genius. I never even thought of that. Logically speaking, it seems totally doable. 2 marriage rewards? That's practically guaranteed. Damn it. Why the hell? Why do you Dragon Country people get to have so many marriage partners? And all these rewards should rightfully belong to our country. In your Dragon Country pig lingo, is this what you call 6666 being set up and screwed over by Dragon Country pigs? As fellow humans, they don't even know how to help each other out. Dragon Country pigs are truly disgusting. Chapter 163, Bringing Her Home, Discovering an Intruder? 6 hours later. The marriage reward truly arrived as promised. The system notification blared loudly. Congratulations to Dragon Nation marriage participant Lin Fan for successfully gaining your partner's favor. All Dragon Nation citizens gain agility +6, constitution +6, strength +6, spirit +6, and longevity +6. The livestream erupted once more. Woohoo! Rewards again. So awesome. Wow, getting a little reward every time is just pure bliss. Seriously, with my current physical stats, calling me Superman wouldn't be an exaggeration. You bet. How many perks has God like Lin secured for us? Don't we all know it in our hearts? Damn it. Why the hell is there actually a marriage reward again? Getting 2 marriage rewards at once? That's just too damn underhanded, Dragon Country pig. Report cheating. Inside the instance. In a room where the atmosphere was thick with tension. Under the overwhelming pressure of Lin Fan's formidable strength. Ailey and Nanami finally laid low. Though they still exchanged occasional glare-offs, the earlier tension had vanished. Both faces flushed crimson, their breaths coming in sharp gasps. Ailey's eyes brimmed with affection for Lin Fan. She gently tugged at his sleeve, her voice soft and sweet. Lin Fan, you're so amazing. From now on, wherever you go, I'll follow you even to the ends of the earth. Nanami watched this scene, feeling a twinge of jealousy yet silently accepting the reality. She muttered under her breath, good for you. The two girls resumed their playful bickering. Lin Fan sighed helplessly, waving his hand to interrupt. Alright, stop arguing. I plan to take you back to my camp. There, we can plan our next steps more safely. The two women exchanged glances, each seeing a flicker of curiosity in the other's eyes. Then, almost simultaneously, they nodded in agreement, offering no objection. Outside the castle, the Blood Clan members were already waiting. Their gazes toward Lin Fan were filled with awe and reverence. Lin Fan's heroic battle against the three great races had utterly conquered these proud Blood Clan members. Each vampire bowed spontaneously, watching Lin Fan and his companions depart with the utmost reverence. Lin Fan led Ailey to reunite with Nanami, Lucian, and the other women. Then, he turned his gaze toward Nanami. Now that everyone is here, shall we prepare to depart? Nanami nodded obediently. I'll lead the way. Before she could finish speaking, Lin Fan interrupted her. No need. Take my vehicle instead. Instantly. With a flick of his thoughts, a massive ghost ship slowly materialized from the void. The entire vessel radiated an eerie aura. Its hull was as black as ink, its sails riddled with holes flapping in the wind, and several skulls glowing with a ghostly light hung from the prow. The faces of the Blood Clan members instantly turned deathly pale, and whispers of terror rippled through the crowd. This is the ghost ship. The legendary vessel of calamity. Anyone who sees it is cursed, doomed to die. Why on earth is the ghost ship actually here? What on earth is going on? Lin Fan? We must leave immediately. Seeing this thing can only mean trouble. Nanami and Eri paled, clutching Lin Fan's arms tightly as their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Lin Fan, however, remained calm. He patted both girls' hands and reassured them, don't be afraid. This is just my vessel. With that, he strode toward the ghost ship. With each step he took, the ghost crew members on board bowed respectfully. As Lin Fan boarded the vessel, the Blood Clan members stared wide-eyed, watching the scene unfold in disbelief. Fear and shock intertwined within them. Just as the group began to suspect Lin Fan's unusual connection to the ghost ship, a towering figure appeared silently behind him. It was the ghost ship's captain, a massive figure radiating a frigid aura, with ghostly blue flames flickering in his sunken eye sockets. The Blood Clan members, witnessing this, let out another wave of terrified screams and scrambled backward. Yet the next scene left everyone utterly speechless. Without turning his head, Lin Fan delivered a backhand slap to the ghost ship captain's face. The sharp crack echoed distinctly in the silent air. Staggered by the blow, the ghost captain looked at Lin Fan with a pout, emitting a whimpering sound. Then, like a child who'd made a mistake, he obediently walked over to the ship's wheel and began steering the ghost ship. The Blood Clan members were utterly dumbfounded, their worldview completely shattered. In their minds, the ghost ship was a terrifying entity, and the ghost captain was a fearsome demon. Yet now, before Lin Fan, he was utterly docile. How could this be? How many more secrets does this human hold that we are unaware of? He was nothing short of a deity descended from the heavens. Shut up. Who said human? This is clearly our Blood Clan's leader. The Blood Clan murmured among themselves, their gazes fixed on Lin Fan with even deeper reverence. Standing at the bow, Lin Fan surveyed the stunned crowd below and declared in a commanding voice, "Fear not. With me here, the ghost ship will not harm you in the slightest. In time, it shall become our most potent ally in conquering the world." His voice was firm and powerful, resonating within every member of the Blood Clan. Even those who had been steeped in tales of the terrifying ghost ship fully believed Lin Fan's words at that very moment. The ghost ship soon began its voyage. After a considerable time, when the ghost ship came to a halt, it had already arrived directly above their homeland. Here, Lin Chen distinctly sensed something amiss. 4. Around the home, numerous goblins had appeared, secretly peering at the home from the other side. After disembarking, Hoshino appeared as if by some unspoken understanding, immediately stepping forward to greet him. "Lin Fan, you're finally back." As if she'd found her anchor, Hoshino dashed over to Lin Fan's side. Seeing Hoshino like this, Lin Fan immediately frowned, realizing something might be wrong. "What's wrong? Tell me slowly." Through Hoshino's account, Lin Fan learned the truth. After Lin Fan had left, a swarm of monsters had suddenly surrounded the area. All kinds of monsters. Initially, they launched a fierce assault on the settlement. But after all, the home's defensive systems were now highly advanced. After suffering a crushing defeat, the monsters abandoned any further assault. However, they showed no signs of leaving. Instead, their numbers only grew. They kept growing in number. From the initial B-rank monsters to the subsequent A-rank monsters, and now to the current A-rank monsters. They still showed no intent to attack. From this, one can infer that this horde of monsters likely has a greater leader. After all, Hoshino is currently pregnant, and her level hasn't risen as rapidly as Lin Fan and the others. It's perfectly natural to feel insecure. Chapter 164, Three Kingdoms. People truly never change their ways. Lin Fan crouched down, gently clasping Hoshino's trembling hands. His gaze was tender yet resolute. "Don't be afraid. I'm here. I won't let anyone harm you or the baby." Xiao Miao hopped over to Hoshino's side, brushing her cheek with its fluffy tail. Its 9 tails swayed gently. That's right, that's right. Don't worry, Hoshino-san. Lin Fan is incredibly powerful.
Those monsters are nothing to him. Lucian, Ale, and the others gathered around, offering soft reassurances. In an instant, the warmth of their presence dispelled the fear from Xingye's eyes. Hoshino's eyes reddened as she fought back tears and nodded.
I know. But seeing so many monsters lurking around, I can't help feeling uneasy.
Her voice brimmed with worry as she gently stroked her slightly rounded belly. Pregnant women tend to be sentimental. After all, there's a new life growing inside. It was impossible to remain as carefree and lighthearted as before. For the child's safety, Hoshino simply couldn't let her guard down. Of course. With Lin Fan now present, her heart could finally find some measure of peace. Lin Fan stood up, his gaze instantly turning as dark and still as a frozen pond, his aura beginning to stir.
Yet beneath that icy glare, a look of deep contemplation flickered. He had a persistent feeling
that the appearance of these monsters seemed less like a random invasion. It felt more like a calculated attempt.
Who could it be? Masterminding behind the scenes for these creatures?
But now that his betrothed has been so deeply wounded, Lin Fan absolutely will not let them off the hook. He clenched his fists, bones cracking audibly, as an overwhelming aura of power radiated outward, causing those nearby to unconsciously slow their breathing. The scene shifted.
We arrived at a dark, damp underground cavern 100 miles away.
This was the stronghold of the goblin tribe. The cavern was cluttered with crude tents and weapon racks, the air thick with a pungent, putrid stench. The goblins were short and stocky, their skin a sickly gray-green. They had pointed ears and small eyes, and when they grinned, sharp fangs flashed, making them look utterly terrifying. The goblin chieftain sat upon a throne fashioned from massive beast bones, twirling a blood-stained ring in his hand, his eyes gleaming with greed.
Below him knelt a panicked participant in the Three Kingdoms marriage alliance.
Covered in wounds, his clothes in tatters, his face etched with terror.
Is every word you speak true? Is there truly a group of humans there, along with abundant supplies?
The goblin chieftain's voice was sharp and filled with doubt. The participant hastily bowed his head, his forehead bleeding from the impact. Absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. Their home defenses are formidable, but with sufficient troops, you can break through. And that human named Lin Fan isn't there.
This is a golden opportunity.
He shuddered at the memory of Lin Fan's power, but to save his own life, he had to spill everything he knew about Lin Fan.
His marriage partners? Each one a goddess. That's the most crucial point. The goblin chieftain let out a shrill, maniacal laugh upon hearing this. Ha! Human flesh is the most delicious food. And their supplies, their women, all will be ours.
After these days of reconnaissance, this so-called home was nothing but a pile of scrap metal.
Now, everything is ready.
He rose to his feet, brandishing his bone staff with force as he bellowed his command. Spread the word.
Rally all our kind.
Prepare for attack. I'll make those humans understand this land belongs to us goblins. J.E. A cacophony of responses erupted within the cavern as goblins seized their weapons, rubbing their hands together in anticipation, ready to march. The participant in the Three Kingdoms marriage alliance watched the scene unfold, a sinister smile curling his lips as his mind began to scheme. Lin Fan, this time I'll let the goblins wear you down first.
Once you're severely weakened, I'll strike. Then everything you possess will be mine.
Meanwhile, outside Lin Fan's home, monsters gathered in ever-growing numbers, swarming densely around the settlement until it was completely sealed off. A rank monsters stood at the forefront, radiating an overwhelming aura that seemed to freeze the very air. They did not rush to attack, instead waiting for something. A hint of apprehension flickered in their eyes, as if they feared some impending presence. Inside the settlement, Lin Fan swiftly gathered everyone and began organizing defenses. His gaze swept over the group as his voice rang out, steady and commanding. Listen up, everyone. Though we've weathered many such storms, today is different. This time, I demand every last one of these monsters be wiped out. Not a single one left alive. Hearing Lin Fan's words, everyone realized the gravity of the situation.
Eri and Nanami exchanged glances before stepping forward to volunteer. Ailey's eyes flashed with resolve. Lin Fan, we vampires aren't pushovers either. This time, we'll show these monsters what the vampire clan is capable of. Nanami nodded in agreement. Exactly. They dared to invade our homeland, we'll make sure they never return.
Soon, the goblin army arrived and joined forces with the other monsters. The goblin chief stood atop a high vantage point, surveying the sturdy fortress before him. His gaze immediately locked onto the women of the Willow Spirit clan. He licked his lips, revealing a cruel grin. Charge. Break down the gates first, slaughter every human inside.
Seize those women.
At his command, countless goblins and monsters surged toward the settlement like a tidal wave. On the city walls, Willow Spirit and her companions stood ready for battle. The Willow Spirit swung her willow branch, and countless willow twigs transformed into blades, shooting toward the monsters charging at the forefront.
Instantly, several monsters were pinned to the ground.
But these low-intelligence monsters knew nothing of fear. The A-class goblin monsters possessed immense strength, effortlessly tossing their fallen comrades aside as they charged alone toward the city gates.
To this, Lin Fan showed no mercy whatsoever.
His eyes flashed with resolve as he leapt onto the city gate, his body erupting with thunderous energy.
His attack was a full-power ultimate move. Wrath of the Thunder God.
In an instant, the sky darkened with storm clouds. Countless bolts of lightning descended from above, forming a colossal thunder prison that engulfed all the monsters near the city gate.
Ah!
The monsters writhed in agony within the thunder prison, emitting piercing screams before being reduced to charred husks by the relentless lightning.
What? What kind of power is this? The goblin leader watched, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes before it was swiftly replaced by rage. Don't be intimidated. Keep attacking. Use a human wave tactic, wear him down. More goblins and monsters charged forward madly. Some hoisted ladders, attempting to scale the city walls.
Others wielded massive battering rams, pounding the gates with all their might.
Chapter 165, Wiped out. Wiped out. Utterly wiped out. The goblin assault rolled like a surging tide, wave after wave, heedless of casualties.
The pile of monster corpses beneath the walls grew ever larger, yet it did nothing to halt the frenzied charge of the following goblins. Those goblins wielding bone spears let out shrill, eerie screams as they trampled over their fallen comrades, climbing the walls as if driven mad beyond reason.
Faced with such an assault, who wouldn't be overwhelmed? In the livestream chat. Upon witnessing this scene, the Dragon Nation's citizens couldn't help but gasp in unison. Good grief, what on earth is going on with these goblin monsters? With this setup, they're determined to kill Lin Shan at all costs?
But Lin Shan never provoked these creatures in the first place. What an undeserved calamity. There's no way around it, these monsters have been lurking near the settlement for ages.
Guess it's just their nature. No one can do anything about it. Damn it! Do you Japanese pigs even know why Lin Fan Pig is being targeted? Because what he did was utterly inhumane. What the hell? Where's the inhumanity? Because that pig Lin Fan didn't even share his rewards with us. How is that not inhumane? Look at what you're spouting. In the marriage game. Creak. Massive battering rams pounded relentlessly against the city gates. The heavy doors groaned under the strain, cracks spreading like spider webs across their surface.
Lin Fan stood atop the ramparts, his gaze as cold as frost, thunderous energy surging wildly around him. He thrust both palms forward violently. Dozens of purple thunderbolts shot forth like snakes emerging from their lairs, striking the battering ram with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! The battering ram instantly shattered into fragments. Amidst the flying splinters, several goblins were instantly incinerated by the thunderbolts. Yet the goblins seemed impervious to pain, immediately hauling in new battering rams and renewing their assault.
These creatures were utterly mad.
Nanami gritted her teeth, her blood-stained sword darting like a serpent over the city walls.
It pierced the goblins scaling the ladders, flinging them violently to the ground. But the goblins were simply too numerous. No sooner had she cleared one wave than another surged forward. Ellie stood atop the ramparts, her hands dancing with elegant grace as crimson mist spread from her fingertips. Wherever the mist touched, the goblins' bodies began to show signs of corrosion, their agonized screams piercing the air. Yet even so, the goblins behind them charged into the mist without hesitation, as if driven by some mad will. The goblin chieftain stood high behind them, his eyes flashing with madness. Wielding a bone staff, he chanted incantations. Instantly, a group of larger, elite goblins with dark green skin stepped forward from the ranks. These elite goblins wielded weapons inlaid with black gems, their bodies adorned with eerie runes, clearly far more powerful than ordinary goblins. Goblin Clan. Level BBAA. Combat Power 400,006,0000. Though sharing the same A rank, their combat power surpassed ordinary goblins by a full 5,000. Charge! Tear those humans apart! The goblin leader shrieked. Whoosh! The elite goblins shot forward like arrows released from a bow, charging toward the city walls. Their speed was blinding, effortlessly dodging Nanami's sword storm and Ares' blood mist. In the blink of an eye, they reached the base of the walls. One elite goblin leapt upward, thrusting its black gem spear straight at Lin Fan's throat. That fast? The speed of the goblin race is truly extraordinary. Lin Fan's pupils contracted sharply. He slammed his right foot against the wall, shifting sideways like a ghost. The spear grazed his shoulder, leaving a trail of blood. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he channeled all his thunderous power into his right fist, unleashing a devastating strike against another elite goblin's attack. Thunder clashed with runes, erupting in blinding lightning. The elite goblin was sent flying backward by the immense impact, smashing into and shattering three of his comrades behind him. Boom! But Lin Fan's S rank level wasn't something to be trifled with. After all, he was a full tier above these wretched beasts. It was impossible for him to be easily troubled by them. The remaining elite goblins instantly formed a battle array. Their runes blazed brightly, coalescing into a massive black net mid-air that descended like a giant shroud toward Lin Fan. Seeing this, the willow spirit whirled her branch with blinding speed. Thousands of willow twigs transformed into green blades of light, streaking toward the net. The blades collided with the net, unleashing a continuous roar of explosions. Amidst the billowing dust, Lin Fan seized the moment to leap off the city wall. The moment he landed, Lin Fan slammed both palms into the ground. Thunder prison. Countless pillars of thunder surged skyward from his position, trapping the 7 elite goblins within. Thunderbolts struck relentlessly. The elite goblins' rune armor sizzled in the lightning's glare. Within moments, 2 goblins were struck black and charred, collapsing lifeless to the ground. Wah! The remaining goblins fought back frantically. The clashing of rune light and thunder began to destabilize the prison's lightning barrier. Though these goblins weren't as powerful as Lin Fan's side. What was terrifying, however, was their formidable alchemical prowess. The bizarre equipment they crafted could even undermine the power systems of Lin Fan's entire group from within. Don't worry. Brute force overcomes all tricks. Their struggles are futile. Lin Fan rallied his men. Just then, the goblin leader swung his bone staff once more. A deafening roar echoed from the depths of the cavern. A colossal monster slowly emerged, towering 3 stories high. Its skin was as rough as rock, its mouth filled with sharp fangs, and it wielded a massive stone pillar in its hands. This too was an S-rank monster, radiating a heart-stopping aura of power. Wherever it passed, the ground trembled faintly. Caution! It's a stone golem. Lucian's expression darkened as he shouted the warning. The stone demon roared as it charged toward the city walls. With a swing of its stone pillar, a powerful blast of air sent several Blood Clan warriors flying. Lin Fan drew a deep breath as thunderous energy surged violently around him. Like lightning, he charged toward the stone demon. 10 zhang away from the golem, he leapt high into the air, thunder light surging from his palms. 2 colossal dragons, forged from thunder, burst forth from his palms, roaring as they slammed into the stone golem. The stone golem swung its pillar, shattering one thunder dragon, but the other seized the opportunity to coil around its arm. Leveraging the dragon's momentum, Lin Fan landed on the stone demon's shoulder and slammed a fist into its throat. Boom! A melee mage's strength was equally astonishing. The golem recoiled in pain, violently shaking its body to fling Lin Fan off. Lin Fan clung desperately to the stone golem's scales, channeling every ounce of his strength as thunder surged like a waterfall into its body. The stone golem writhed in agony, wildly swinging its stone pillars, pounding the ground into a pitted mess. Seizing the moment, Lin Fan channeled another thunderbolt, slamming it viciously into the stone demon's skull. Boom! The colossal stone golem crashed to the ground. After a few final convulsions, it lay utterly still. Chapter 166, Successful Clan Annihilation, Reward, City Territory. After dispatching the stone demon, Lin Fan's icy gaze fixed on the goblin chieftain. Now, it's your turn. What? The goblin chief's face drained of color. He hadn't expected his trump card to be taken down so swiftly, nor could he have imagined this human could be this powerful. His carefully cultivated combat force crumbled before Lin Fan like paper, utterly helpless. They possessed absolutely no fighting capability whatsoever. In Lin Fan's presence, their sheer numbers were nothing but fodder. Of course. By the time he realized this, it was far too late. In his panic, he turned to flee, only to find his retreat already blocked by Eri and Nanami. Trying to run? Not so fast. Ailey let out a sharp command, and crimson chains shot from her fingertips, binding the goblin leader. Lin Fan stepped forward, his eyes boiling with murderous intent. Who gave you the guts to provoke me? Choked by the chains, the goblin chieftain still defiantly retorted, Don't get cocky. If you kill me, the Beast King won't let you off. I'll be waiting. Lin Fan's cold smile faded as thunder erupted around him. A torrent of electricity instantly reduced the goblin chieftain's body to dust. With that, the goblin tribe was utterly annihilated. But, in the end, the goblin chieftain's final words still lingered in Lin Fan's mind. What Beast King? Ever since the barrier protecting their homeland was completely shattered, the world beyond seemed like an entirely new realm. It possessed its own power structures and world order. From this perspective, beyond the dangers of opening the 4 gates, the unknown threats within this new world were equally daunting. Just as the goblin tribe was completely annihilated, the system notification sounded. Goblin clan successfully eliminated. The goblin tribe's territory has been absorbed by you. You may expand your territory map once for free. Confirm? Lin Fan didn't hesitate, he clicked confirm without a second thought. Expand his territory? This was something Lin Fan hadn't even considered before. He was eager to see what would happen after the expansion. Soon. After Lin Fan pressed the confirmation button, the Blackstone city walls began to rumble incessantly. Soon after, the entire city was enveloped in a massive halo of light. About 10 minutes later, the system notification had barely faded when the ground suddenly shook violently. The low stone walls surrounding the settlement emitted a shrill scraping sound as massive, jet black boulders slowly rose from the earth, automatically stacking and interlocking. The surface of the Blackstone walls gleamed with a metallic sheen, runes faintly visible. The walls rose at a visible speed until they became a towering barrier piercing the clouds. Every 100 paces along the wall, an arrow tower rose, its summit inlaid with crystalline gems that emitted an eerie blue glow, illuminating the entire domain as bright as day. Reinforce arrow towers. Reinforced Blackstone walls.
Though the expansion wasn't yet complete, throughout the process, Lin Fan could witness these homestead structures continuously evolving and growing stronger with his own eyes.
The system notification sounded once more. Territory expansion complete. Blackstone walls have automatically spread across the entire domain. Nanami's pink pupils widened in astonishment as her vines instinctively curled and uncoiled. Our home. When they first arrived near the homestead, they had already been utterly awestruck. And now, even more so. The scale has expanded once more. You can imagine. From now on, my home would feel even safer.
Lin Fan's lips curved upward as he reached out to touch the cold black stone, his fingertips tracing the intricate runic patterns. His gaze swept over the jubilant villagers and blood clan warriors, stirring a surge of pride within him.
Men's greatest desires are undoubtedly threefold: women, money, and the throne.
If, in his former home, Lin Fan's role could only be considered that of a settlement leader, then now, with the emergence of the city, has transformed Lin Fan, gradually empowering him to establish his own faction in this unfamiliar world.
King. How could Lin Fan not be overjoyed by this? Besides,
he only needs to keep growing stronger, then, just as he conquered the Blood Clan, bring different races under his banner.
Everything would be settled.
Hoshino, now, no monster can unsettle you anymore.
Lin Fan chuckled. Hearing this, Hoshino's slender frame trembled, and her eyes instantly turned red.
Thank you, Lin Fan. From Xingye's perspective, Lin Fan was clearly doing this to make her feel more secure.
Though it was a bit self-serving, at least the direction was right.
Lin Fan's gaze burned with intensity, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. He surveyed the world before him. He couldn't help but declare, from this day forward, we will strive to build our own power here on this land, starting with this very city.
Now, I name it, Dragon City. Meanwhile,
clearly, the viewers in the livestream were deeply astonished by Lin Fan's transformation.
In fact, upon hearing the name, many viewers visibly trembled, instantly sensing Lin Fan's ambition. Holy crap! Holy crap! Is Lord Lin planning to become a lord in this otherworldly realm? Awesome, awesome. Lord Lin is going to make the Dragon Nation's glory shine in this other world too. Damn, just thinking about it gets me excited. What's going on here? This is the world of the marriage game, after all. If Dragon City keeps expanding like this, won't it eventually be called the Dragon Nation? Seeing this, how could the alien scum possibly sit still?
While other matchmaking participants are already building their own cities.
And what about them? Some nations' matchmaking participants were living in a dilapidated castle, bloating away in self-satisfaction.
They all started stomping their feet in frustration.
Fuck. You dragon country pigs should stop dreaming in broad daylight. It's impossible.
Failure before success. Lin Fan Pig died before he could even develop this Dragon City.
That's absolute. Bastards. Over at the marriage game.
Seeing the Dragon City completely deserted, Lin Fan smacked his lips.
He activated the intelligence system.
Due to excessively high fortune points, this door has transformed according to demand.
Intelligence 1, Blacksmith Shop Blueprint, construct a top-tier forging workshop to enhance equipment quality. Intelligence 2, Rainbow Pavilion Blueprint, establish a specialized clothing workshop, granting equipment unique attributes. Intelligence 3, Imperial Kitchen Blueprint, establish a culinary workshop, tripling recovery effects.
Intelligence 4, Celestial Mechanics Pavilion Blueprint, unlock intelligence and research functions to discern the world's situation.
Chapter 167, Three Kingdoms Descend Goblin Monsters. This time, even Lin Fan couldn't hold back. 6666 No need for acting. They just handed the blueprint to him outright.
But Lin Fan didn't feel this was something he didn't deserve.
How many opponents had he defeated with such ease? Shouldn't this fortune power be sky high?
Lin Fan felt he absolutely deserved such a reward.
Without hesitation, he pulled all 4 blueprints straight from the doorframe.
The alien scum couldn't contain themselves upon witnessing this.
They roared in fury, this is cheating. Where in the world would blueprints for buildings appear the moment a city was established and needed structures to fill it?
Of course. This time, even the Dragon Nation citizens struggled to stifle their laughter.
Indeed.
Well, it does kind of feel like cheating.
After obtaining the blueprints,
Lin Fan hesitated not a moment. With a flick of his thoughts, the 4 blueprints dissolved into streaks of light and merged into the ground. He prepared to place structures at various locations, establishing designated zones. In an instant, brilliant light erupted from the city's 4 cardinal directions. In the east, crimson flames shot skyward as the thunderous roar of massive bellows echoed.
A blacksmith's forge, cast from molten lava, rose from the earth.
To the south, multicolored silk cascaded like waterfalls from the sky.
The eaves of the Rainbow Pavilion were inlaid with pearls, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. To the west, enticing aromas wafted through the air.
The Imperial Kitchen's roof was carved with auspicious dragons and phoenixes, its hearts blazing fiercely. To the north, shrouded in mist, the tower of the Celestial Mechanics Pavilion pierced the clouds, its bronze compass slowly rotating atop the spire.
Special homestead structure appears. Residents of Dragon City can now reset their innate talents. Just as Lin Fan was still pondering the meaning of this news, the villagers he had rescued from the dungeon earlier rushed to his side. Master! Master! An elderly villager trembled as he threw himself at Lin Fan's feet, his cloudy eyes brimming with tears. I've awakened the divine craftsman's eye talent. I can see through metal flaws and forge perfect weapons. Immediately after, the village tailor, Xiao, shrieked with excitement. Golden threads danced around her fingertips. My hands! My hands can now weave cloth imbued with defensive runes. More and more villagers cheered as they surged toward Lin Fan, each radiating a different colored glow. Some had the shimmering image of a forging hammer hovering above their heads, others had sewing scissors drifting behind them, and children clutched miniature versions of kitchen utensils in their hands. At least half of these villagers, who once knew only farming, had awakened their unique talents. Lin Fan was thoroughly satisfied with this outcome. Excellent! Those who have awakened their talents, come register with me. Then report to your respective posts. The villagers were thrilled, nodding eagerly as they accepted their new responsibilities. As for the Blood Clan warriors, your formidable strength makes you the guardians of our entire Dragon Nation's safety. No problem. The vampire warriors raised their arms in a resounding cheer. Watching this scene, Lin Fan couldn't help but nod slightly. Very good. The initial framework was gradually taking shape. The celebratory atmosphere in the Dragon Nation had yet to fade. Meanwhile, on the other side, the moment the Goblin Chieftain was obliterated, deep within the distant Beast Domain, the Beast King Valley perennially shrouded in black miasma suddenly trembled violently. The colossal basalt altar shattered with a thunderous boom, sending countless runic fragments skyward as blue sparks. Simultaneously, a primal beast roar, echoing as if from the dawn of time, erupted. A pair of enormous pupils, glowing with an eerie green light, slowly opened from within a pool of molten lava. The boiling magma froze solid in the reflection of those eyes. A deafening roar shook the mountains and forests, sending countless birds scattering in panic. Entire swaths of primeval forest snapped clean in two under the impact of the sonic shockwave. Who dared destroy my meticulously laid plans? The Beast King's roar thundered like rolling lightning, shaking the Beastkin subjects within a 100-mile radius to their knees in trembling fear. None dared cross this mighty lord while his wrath burned. Otherwise, what awaited them would be nothing less than death. Its claws slammed the ground, instantly carving spiderweb cracks into the hard basalt. Its eyes blazed with fury like raging flames. Those foolish goblins dared expose this king's plans in human territory. Find out who did this. Who dared instigate the goblins to sabotage this lord's scheme. Soon, news arrived from its subordinates. Upon learning that participants in the Three Kingdoms marriage alliance had instigated the goblins to attack Lin Fan's homeland, ultimately bringing about their clan's annihilation, the Beast King's eyes blazed with murderous intent, impossible to conceal any longer. Useless trash. How dare you involve this king? He swung his claw, shattering the bronze war drum beside him. The flying shards pinned 3 personal guards to the rock wall. Where are they? Bring them here. I said bring them here. In an instant, the iron gates of the northern beast domain slammed open. Because of those 3x3 matchmakers, the entire Beast King's army had mobilized. The Wolf Beast Legion, clad in black iron scales, surged forth like a dark torrent, their bone collars clanging ominously around their necks. Bear Beast warriors wielding wolf tooth clubs followed, their footsteps shaking the earth, each stride leaving massive craters in the frozen ground. As the border beacon towers raised their smoke signals, the leading Wolf Beast commander leapt impatiently from the Beast King's domain. Sharp claws tore through the thick city walls, sending bricks and stones mingled with the guards' blood raining down like a storm. Those Three Kingdoms participants who once boasted of their prowess in the marriage dungeon now lay helpless beneath the Beastkind's claws. No! We're allies, the Three Kingdoms matchmaking participants screamed in terror. Yet, he had thoroughly enraged the Beast King. No words could change the outcome now. The Wolf Beast man bared his gleaming white fangs, his foul breath spraying across his face. Allies? Merely sacrificial pawns. Before the words had fully left his mouth, claws pierced through his chest. Warm blood splattered onto the Wolf Beastman's totem-tattooed forehead, only to eerily seep into the skin and vanish without a trace. And the very moment the participant of the Three Kingdoms marriage match perished, the system notification sounded abruptly. Due to the death of the Three Kingdoms marriage participant and the curse inflicted upon them, a national fortune punishment reward has appeared. The citizens of the Three Kingdoms fell silent for a moment before erupting in disbelief. National fortune punishment? Wait, no. A national fortune penalty is one thing, but why add the word reward to it? Are they treating us like idiots? Damn it! Why must our Three Kingdoms endure this national fate punishment again? This is utterly unfair. Inside the Three Kingdoms Imperial Palace, the Three Kingdoms monarch stared at the urgent battle report, his face as pale as paper, lips trembling uncontrollably. No, please no, I don't want to die. Before he could mount any effective resistance, the sky suddenly turned pitch black as ink. Countless goblin wraiths, glowing with airy green light, surged forth from beneath the earth. These vengeful spirits were all goblins slain by Lin Fan. Their mangled bodies were bound by black chains, their eyes burning with hatred, their shrieks like a million blades scraping against metal. Give us back our lives. Give us back our lives. Wherever the vengeful spirits passed, rivers instantly dried up, only the waters of the Ganges remained untouched. Chapter 168, New Cultivation version unveiled, heroic rankings announced. The sudden onset of this calamity caught everyone off guard. But then, the latest system notification sounded. New version activated. Hero matchmaking rankings announced. The top-ranked hero will receive an absolutely unique opportunity in the new version. Furthermore, they will bring massive national fortune rewards to their country. This announcement immediately sent shockwaves across the entire world. After such a long wait, the new version of the matchmaking game had finally arrived. And the upcoming hero rankings are undoubtedly the focal point of everyone's attention. Audiences worldwide dropped whatever they were doing, eyes glued to their screens, breathing becoming unconsciously rapid. The concept of national fortune from the very beginning, it had bound the fate of the people to that of the nation. Over such a long period, everyone had long since grown accustomed to this reality. But this matter, which concerns the very honor of the nation, there was no room for complacency. In the live stream of our nation, the host, microphone in hand, waved his arms with fervor. Fellow citizens, the top spot on this heroic ranking must belong to our great Benzi Empire. Our matchmaking participant, armed with an indomitable warrior spirit, has forged a path through the matchmaking world. Though his current strength may not appear top tier, his courage and wisdom absolutely deserve the top spot. Long live the Big Notebook Empire. First place is ours. Lin Fan Pig. All Dragon Country pigs can go eat. That's right. That's right. Frenzied comments flooded the screen instantly. Many Benzi Empire viewers, dressed in traditional attire and waving national flags, pumped their fists before the camera, radiating an air of absolute certainty. The Ugly Nation's livestream was equally boiling over. A bearded host pounded the table, bellowing, "Listen up, all you doubters. Our Ugly Nation warriors face the challenges of the marriage world with fearless resolve. Every battle they fight showcases the might of Ugly Nation. First place can only belong to Ugly Nation. Anyone who dares to argue is declaring war on the entire Ugly Nation." Exactly. Who dares question the supremacy of Ugly Nation? Ugly Land is the strongest. Viewers in the livestream echoed the sentiment, a cacophony of profanity and shouts rising and falling as if the top spot on the rankings had already been secured. Other nations weren't about to be outdone, joining the heated debate. Viewers from Grey Cold Nation flooded the chat with bullet comments listing their matchmaking participants' heroic deeds in dungeons, attempting to prove their nation's worthiness for the top spot. Meanwhile, Feifei Nation's official spokesperson presented a meticulously crafted data analysis report at a press conference, declaring their matchmakers' comprehensive scores were far ahead of the competition. For a moment, every nation clung to their own arguments, the clamor of debate nearly shattering the livestream screen. Amidst this heated debate, the moment for the Marriage Hero Rankings announcement finally arrived. Simultaneously, all global livestream feeds switched to a single image, a mysteriously glowing ranking list slowly materialized. When the final name appeared at the bottom of the list, the entire nation of Benzi fell into a deathly silence. There, at the very bottom, was the name of the Benzi Nation's matchmaking participant. A wave of derisive laughter erupted from livestreams across the globe. Ha! They claimed they'd definitely be number one, but ended up dead last. The great Japanese empire has lost all face. In the Dragon Nation livestream, viewers roared with laughter as mocking comments flooded the screen. The host from the Manga Nation turned pale instantly, nearly dropping the microphone. He stammered in defense, this must be a system error. Our champion couldn't possibly be last. Damn it. Didn't they say our homeland's warriors were the greatest heroes in this world? Liars. Liars. The country is deceiving us again. But his voice was quickly drowned out by a tidal wave of mockery and abuse. Benzi Nation's audience reacted in fury. Some smashed their TVs, others slumped to the floor in despair, while many flooded social media, raging that the marriage game organizers were insane and deliberately targeting Benzi Nation. Yet the tragedy for our nation wasn't over. The Ugly Nation's performance followed immediately. When Ugly Nation's name appeared second to last on the rankings, international viewers who had been mocking Japan instantly turned their fury toward Ugly Nation. The Ugly Nation's host's eyes widened, his expression shifting from shock to fury. He roared wildly, "This is a conspiracy. Someone must be jealous of our nation's strength and deliberately tampered with the rankings. Our warriors shouldn't be ranked this low." But his furious outburst only made him look like he was lashing out in frustration. A tidal wave of mockery flooded in from other countries' livestreams. Ugly Nation's viewers were furious, some stomping their feet in rage while others began blaming each other, plunging the entire nation into chaos. As the rankings continued to be revealed, a fresh wave of skepticism erupted when the second place spot was claimed by a participant from Bear Country. There must be foul play behind this ranking. How could Bear Nation possibly be ranked second? Exactly. There's definitely something fishy going on here. Is it because they're so cozy with Dragon Nation's pigs that they bumped them up? Audiences worldwide voiced their dissatisfaction, claiming the rankings diverged drastically from their expectations. Amidst the heated debate, someone suddenly realized a critical issue. Wait. Where is Dragon Nation's Lin Fan pig? Given his demonstrated prowess, he absolutely should be among the top contenders. This statement hit like a sledgehammer, instantly silencing every livestream. Countless eyes glued to the screens, waiting for the final answer to be revealed. Finally, the name of the top-ranked participant shone brightly: Dragon Nation's matchmaking participant, Lin Fan.
In that instant, the Dragon Nation livestream exploded.
Cheers and shouts filled the air, deafening in their intensity.
Fireworks erupted across the city sky, and crowds poured into the streets to celebrate.
I knew it. Lin God is unbeatable. Lin Fan is forever the god. Who dares question our Dragon Nation's god of Lin Fan now?
I'll make them kneel right this instant.
This is true power.
Meanwhile, viewers from other nations, especially those foreign races who had previously looked down on Lin Fan, stared wide-eyed, their faces etched with utter disbelief. The news of Lin Fan's ascent to the top of the marriage hero rankings exploded like a bombshell, sending shockwaves across the entire world.